Once a unique and extraordinary waste, fate intervened as he stumbled upon an unparalleled system, bestowing upon him a divine bloodline talent, allowing him to roam freely across the realms. Do you possess a divine bloodline talent? Watch as my supreme system devours yours. Do you wield divine weapons? Oomph. One mere exchange from my supreme system can obliterate you to dust. Have you labored tirelessly to refine pills and forge weapons? No need. Within the supreme upgrade system, I can crush you in mere moments. Showboating? That can be arranged. Beautiful maidens? Absolutely essential. With a sword in hand, a flask of wine, and a long song that resonates through the heavens. Chen Xiao's timeless adage, I have always won people over with virtue, for those who do not comply are already among the dead. Are you dead? If not, hurry up and get to work. The chickens and ducks in the kitchen must be prepared for lunch today, otherwise you can forget about eating. The scolding voice echoed in Chen Xiao's ears, prompting him to slowly open his tightly shut eyes. In his hazy vision, he perceived a portly middle-aged man turning away from the doorway. At that moment, another lowered voice whispered in his ear, Chen Xiao, are you all right? Get up quickly, or Steward Lin will scold you again. Turning his head, he noticed the speaker was a young boy of around 16 or 17, clad in a black long robe. Before him lay a somewhat dilapidated firewood shed, with a pile of neatly chopped firewood at his feet. A dull ache coursed through his body, and upon investigation, he found himself covered in mottled bruises of varying hues. Am I not home? Where is this? Chen Xiao gazed at his surroundings in confusion. Just then, a sharp pain surged through him, causing his youthful face to pale instantly. Yet, the sensation was fleeting, and his complexion soon returned to normal. The boy remained the same, but Chen Xiao was no longer the boy he once was. I have actually traversed worlds? How unfortunate that this individual is in such disarray. Not only has he lost his status as the heir of the family, but his cultivation resources have been curtailed, and even the servants dare to bark orders at him. After reviewing the memories in his mind, Chen Xiao found himself at a loss for words. This transition was far too casual. Where was the promised extraordinary genius? Where was the confidence to laugh in the face of otherworldly challenges? What are the fundamental trust between individuals? Chen Xiao, are you all right? The boy, noticing Chen Xiao's dazed expression upon awakening, approached him with concern. I'm fine, let's go. Chen Xiao replied, managing a wry smile as he sorted through the memories in his mind. Relieved, the boy led Chen Xiao towards the kitchen. According to the memories of this body, he had been orphaned from a young age, with even his beloved grandfather mysteriously disappearing, leaving the family entirely under the control of his uncle's faction. Unfortunately, he was a natural-born waste without any bloodline cultivation talent, which led to the family forcibly stripping him of even the title of young master, his only protection. Without that safeguard and lacking the ability to survive independently, this body could only endure humiliation within the family. Due to his limited cultivation, even the former servants had become far stronger than him. Those servants, excited to see the once arrogant young master being reprimanded, led to the earlier scene. Prior to that, the portly figure from his hazy memories had dealt Chen Xiao a harsh beating, resulting in his current predicament. With clarity dawning in his mind, Chen Xiao's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. As a former inhabitant of Earth, he was not one to passively accept his fate. If someone sought to end his life, Chen Xiao's principle was to eliminate them first. Yet, the thought of his own physical fragility brought only a bitter smile to his lips. This world revered martial prowess. Where the strong preyed upon the weak, only the powerful could survive and wield wealth. And Chen Xiao, as a talentless waste, faced minimal chances of survival should he leave the Chen family, likely to be swiftly dispatched by someone on the outside. This was why his predecessor had endured the mistreatment from the servants without daring to leave. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Xiao followed the boy into the Chen family kitchen. Why did it take you so long? Stop dawdling. Those chickens and ducks outside need to be processed today, otherwise you could forget about lunch. The scolding voice rang out even before they crossed the threshold. Two gleaming kitchen eyes were tossed at their feet. Chen Xiao understood this was a command for him to slaughter the chickens and ducks. The boy, seeing Chen Xiao frown, grew anxious, fearing he would cause a scene, and quickly urged him to pick up the knives and head where the chickens and ducks were kept. What does it matter that you were once a young master? Now you must obediently follow my orders, sneered a young man with shifty eyes, watching Chen Xiao with a mocking grin. The Chen family was one of the 4 prominent families in Chinyong town, With hundreds of members, and meal preparations often included a considerable amount of food today, they had dozens of chickens and ducks to slaughter. Handing a knife to Chen Xiao, the boy moved first to the chicken coop, skillfully dispatching a rooster. Chen Xiao watched, conflicted. Truth be told, he was unwilling, but the thought of starving today compelled him to endure. Casting a glance at the boy, he imitated his actions, seizing a rooster and striking down with a knife. Ding! System notification. Supreme upgrade system is initializing. Ding! Supreme upgrade system initialization complete. Binding host. Ding! Host binding complete. Host, Chen Xiao. Level 0 in the realm of Feng Yue. The hierarchy comprises Martial Apprentice, Martial Master, Martial General, Martial King, Martial Emperor. Each level further divided into 1 star to 9 stars. Cultivation method, none. Gold, 0. A series of crisp system notifications echoed in Chen Xiao's mind, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Before he could contemplate further, another flurry of notifications began to sound. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the Supreme Upgrade System. You have been awarded a newcomer's gift pack and 1 chance to spin the prize wheel. The gift pack includes Cultivation Method Starfire Technique, 10 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the wild creature Blackbone Chicken, earning 50 experience points and acquiring 0-level Golden Rooster bloodline. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leveling up current level. 3-star Martial Apprentice. The incessant system notifications flooded Chen Xiao's mind, leaving him momentarily frozen in place, even as the lifeless black-boned chicken slipped from his grasp. After a long pause, his eyes suddenly widened, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Is this my golden finger? Novels truly do not lie. Chen Xiao's heart raced with exhilaration, and he hastily engaged with the Supreme Upgrade System, eager to explore its functionalities. System, what capabilities do you possess? As soon as his voice fell, a melodious prompt resonated once more. The Supreme Upgrade System can continuously and effectively provide the host with a wealth of exchangeable cultivation methods, elixirs, weapons, and bloodline talents, assisting the host in ascending to the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 2. The Gluttonous Bloodline Hiss. Chen Xiao involuntarily gasped, struck by the domineering tone of the system. However, he found himself quite enamored with this aspect. After some exploration, Chen Xiao managed to grasp the system's myriad functions, which encompassed not only a currency exchange feature but also various attribute panels and skills. Most crucially, this supreme leveling system allowed for automatic upgrades akin to slaying monsters in an online game. As soon as the experience points were attained, one could level up effortlessly. The notions of innate talent and diligent cultivation were, in Chen Xiao's eyes, mere illusions. Starfire technique? Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon a golden leaf quietly resting within the system's inventory. Ding! System notification. Discovered technique. Starfire technique. Would you like to cultivate it? Cultivate. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao selected the option to cultivate. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully learned the technique. Starfire technique. Current proficiency, 100. How remarkably simple. A smile crept upon Chen Xiao's lips as he continued to peruse the other options within the system. Panga bloodline. Divine techniques. Legendary weapons. Gazing at the array of items displayed within the system, Chen Xiao felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. Yet, upon seeing the exchange prices soaring into the millions of gold coins, his heart sank. After all, he currently possessed a mere 10 gold coins. Oh, but I still have a chance to spin the grand prize wheel, don't I? Chen Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope as he hastily summoned the lottery interface. Divine bloodline, celestial techniques, great experience pills. The sight of the great experience pill made Chen Xiao's eyes light up. A single pill could grant him a staggering 10,000 experience points. Truly a remarkable treasure. And what is this thank you for your patronage? Chen Xiao's lips twitched at the sight of a wheel option labeled thus. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to spin the lottery wheel. As Chen Xiao concentrated, the grand wheel before him began to spin rapidly, items blurring into indistinct shadows before vanishing entirely. His eyes were fixed intently on the pointer above. He understood that whatever it pointed to would be his prize. This opportunity to spin was a rare one, requiring 10,000 gold coins for a single attempt. And he certainly did not wish for his inaugural draw to yield something utterly worthless. As the wheel gradually slowed, tantalizing items began to fade from view. What on earth is this random item? Chen Xiao found himself utterly speechless as the pointer finally settled on the option for a random item, right beside a white tiger bloodline and a celestial technique. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random item, Gluttonous, Tao Tai bloodline. Gluttonous bloodline. Devour all things in the world. Nothing is beyond consumption. It can rapidly enhance one's power through the act of devouring other entities. Current level, 100. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, the Grand will transformed into a constellation of shimmering lights before vanishing, while simultaneously, a shadowy figure surged forth from the void, striking directly into Chen Xiao's brow and disappearing in an instant. A violent tearing sensation surged into his consciousness. Soon after, Chen Xiao discovered a diminutive creature, no larger than his palm, nestled within his dantian. The creature, with its goat-like horns and body, bore a dense coat resembling that of a Chinyong. Its eyes as dark as ink. Most striking was its oversized mouth, which occupied a third of its face. Is this the gluttonous bloodline? Curiosity filled Chen Xiao's gaze. He had heard plenty about this being on Earth, a genuine dragon species renowned for its insatiable appetite. What utility might this newfound gluttonous bloodline hold for him? Attempting to establish a mental connection, he found it utterly futile. Sensing its presence seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, however, he caught a glimpse of another small creature in the corner of his dantian, a tiny golden pheasant. Before Chen Xiao could examine it further, the gluttonous creature suddenly turned its head and glared fiercely at the golden pheasant. Then, to Chen Xiao's astonishment, it opened its mouth wide and devoured the pheasant's bloodline whole. What? Did it just consume that? Chen Xiao was left befuddled. While the gluttonous was reputed to eat anything, could bloodlines be consumed as well? After assimilating the memories, he comprehended the significance of these bloodlines. In the Wind and Moon continent, martial artists did not solely depend on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Bloodlines played an equally vital role. Such bloodlines were typically hereditary, and acquiring them through other means was nearly impossible. Possessing a bloodline not only enhanced a martial artist's combat prowess, but could also directly impact their cultivation speed, making them exceedingly rare. This body, originally devoid of any bloodline talent, had resulted in his stagnation at the 2-star martial apprentice level. Eventually, even the elixirs necessary for cultivation were withheld, leaving him unable to progress. Were it not for the supreme leveling system, even breaking through to the 3-star martial apprentice level would be a distant dream. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused with the golden pheasant bloodline. The system's notification chimed once more, and Chen Xiao's spirits lifted. He looked eagerly at the display, only to find that the gluttonous bloodline's proficiency had risen from 100 to 200. Did this imply that the gluttonous bloodline could indeed grow and evolve? Though it appeared diminutive now, once it matured, it could become a formidable force rivaling legendary beings. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao seized a nearby knife and swiftly began to slaughter chickens and ducks. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have slain a wild black chicken, earning 25 experience points. You have also received 1 gold coin. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have slain a wild creature. A series of notifications flooded in. As the bewildered young man, aged around 16 or 17, watched Chen Xiao in astonishment. Just moments ago, Chen Xiao had been idling, yet now he was fervently butchering poultry. What on earth was happening? Regardless, Chen Xiao's fervor meant that their task for the day would be completed sooner, and the young man chose not to inquire further. However, the excitement on Chen Xiao's face gradually faded, transforming into a furrowed brow. He soon realized that his initial kill of a wild black chicken had yielded 50 experience points, but the second only granted 25. By the third, it had dwindled to a meager 10, and subsequently remained at that paltry amount, providing no gold coins. After slaughtering over 20 wild black chickens, he had amassed barely over 200 experience points, just enough to elevate his rank to the early stages of a 4-star martial apprentice, nearing the mid-level. Moreover, after those 20-plus kills, he unexpectedly acquired another golden pheasant bloodline. Yet this time, the gluttonous creature's growth increment was a mere 0.5 points, leaving Chen Xiao greatly disappointed, though he acknowledged it was better than nothing. He then proceeded to dispatch a flock of black ducks, barely reaching the pinnacle of 4-star martial apprentice, still a fraction away from breaking through to 5-star. Just then, a somewhat oppressive voice boomed from within. Chen Xiao, the firewood in the kitchen has run out. Go chop some more, or there will be no lunch. Chapter 3. A Lesson in Humility. Chen Xiao seethed with rage, turning sharply to confront the source of the voice. It was a portly middle-aged man, his face a canvas of excess. Clad in the attire of a servant from the Chen family, the man exuded the air of a steward. Through his memories, Chen Xiao recognized him as Lin Songhai, a mere underling responsible for managing the household staff's duties. However, This fellow has been targeting me relentlessly of late. Particularly today. My injuries seem to have been inflicted by his brutal blows. What do you mean? You're supposed to be working, so hurry up. Are you skipping lunch? Or do you dare defy my orders? Lin Songhai glared, pointing at Chen Xiao while hurling insults. As he berated him, a sinister smile crept across his face. To him, belittling the former young master of the Chen family was a most gratifying endeavor. Wasn't he the firewood just chopped? And I've slaughtered so many chickens and ducks. Surely today as tasks should be complete? Chen Xiao's expression mirrored his displeasure. Even though he had recently found himself in trouble and was punished to serve as a servant, his daily workload was supposed to remain manageable. Yet, now, the tasks assigned to him grew heavier with each passing day. Today, he had already completed all his duties, even taking on extra work, and yet, they still demanded more. It was not that Chen Xiao was still the same person he once was. Even if he were, he would not foolishly continue to endure this. How dare you utter so many words when I have ordered you to work? Are you seeking death? Lin Songhai's expression darkened instantly. The mere thought that Chen Xiao, usually submissive, would dare to retort fueled his anger. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his hand towards Chen Xiao. A 16 or 17-year-old youth nearby changed his expression and quickly stepped forward, placing himself between Lin Songhai and Chen Xiao. Grasping Lin Songhai's arm and smiling nervously, Manager Lin, Chen Xiao did not mean it. He has just been a little slow today with the heavier workload. Please calm down. I'll take him to finish the tasks right away. Humph. I sent him to work alone, not you. Get out of my way. Lin Songhai's face darkened, and he kicked the youth to the ground before storming towards Chen Xiao in a furious rage. Clearly, he was genuinely incensed by Chen Xiao's insolence. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's eyes glimmered with cold light. How dare Lin Songhai so brazenly humiliate him? It was utterly inconceivable that no one was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. After all, even if he was a pariah of the Chen family, he still bore the facade of a Chen family disciple. How could a mere servant possess such audacity? At that moment, Lin Songhai charged right up to Chen Xiao, ready to slap him once more. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed sharply. The youth beside them changed color but did not dare to look up, knowing that Chen Xiao had likely been struck again. You, how dare you hit me? Lin Songhai's incredulous voice rang out, trembling with disbelief. Huh. The youth was taken aback, raising his head in confusion. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. 4 or 5 bright red handprints had appeared on Lin Songhai's face. Those marks should have been on Chen Xiao's face. So what had transpired? Chen Xiao, however, paid no heed to Lin Songhai's words. He was momentarily stunned, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Ding. System notification. Host successfully slapped Lin Songhai, earning 100 experience points and 50 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, for leveling up, current level, early stage 5-star martial disciple. Could this truly be happening? Chen Xiao's lips twitched slightly. Yet, the thought that he could advance through this method was exhilarating. Did it mean he no longer needed to train, merely to continue flaunting and slapping faces? With this thought, Chen Xiao's gaze towards Lin Songhai became increasingly bright, and the smile on his lips deepened, while Chen Xiao smiled. To Lin Songhai, it appeared as mockery. The realization that a mere 2-star martial disciple, without any innate talent, had struck down a peak 3-star martial disciple filled Lin Songhai with fury. At that moment, he no longer cared about Chen Xiao's identity. All he wanted was blood. Even if Chen Xiao was a disciple of the Chen family, what did that matter? He was nothing more than a worthless outcast, and as long as he kept his actions discreet, no one would trace it back to him. As this thought crossed his mind, a frenzied murderous intent surged within Lin Songhai as he directed a powerful blow towards Chen Xiao's chest. With all his might, this strike, powered by his peak 3-star martial disciple's strength, would surely injure Chen Xiao severely, if not kill him. You dare make a move? Chen Xiao's murderous intent escalated. As Lin Songhai approached, Chen Xiao suddenly bellowed, "How bold! I am the young master of the Chen family, and you, a mere servant, dare to lay hands on me. What punishment do you deserve?" His voice thundered, momentarily stunning Lin Songhai. However, after the shock, Lin Songhai's face flushed crimson as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Chen Xiao could no longer be considered a member of the Chen family, and under the deliberate rejection from the family, his status was even lower than that of ordinary servants. Just as he prepared to strike again, it was too late, for Chen Xiao had already made his move. Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive slaps landed on Lin Songhai's face, leaving the nearby youth gaping, utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Other servants who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion stood frozen, unable to intervene. After delivering the 3 slaps, a smile broke across Chen Xiao's face as the system notification chimed in once more. This time, the experience points and gold coins awarded had noticeably decreased. indicating that the system only granted the highest rewards for the first time. Nonetheless, it was still sufficient. After stunning Lin Songhai with the 3 slaps, Chen Xiao had no intention of continuing the banter. He drove his palm straight towards Lin Songhai's chest. Boom! A deep thud resonated as Lin Songhai, like a lifeless pig, was sent crashing to the ground, unable to rise for some time. Am I seeing things? Chen Xiao dared to strike Manager Lin? This was a grave situation. Chen Xiao had audaciously assaulted Manager Lin, and now he faced dire consequences. Who could have imagined that this usually submissive individual would unleash such terrifying rage today? Had he received some sort of provocation? Around him, whispers filled the air, but Chen Xiao was too preoccupied to notice. The system notification sounded again. Chapter 4. The Bloodline of the Barbarian Bull. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, for defeating 3-star martial disciple Lin Songhai, earning 100 experience points and 50 gold coins. Exhilaration washed over Chen Xiao's face. He had amassed nearly 1,000 experience points from Lin Songhai alone, along with an additional 100 gold coins. A true windfall. I will kill you. I will make you pay. Lin Songhai's furious roar echoed once more as the crowd turned to see him rising from the ground. His face was swollen like a pig's head, blood trickling from his mouth, looking utterly wretched. Many hearts sank at the sight. Unable to comprehend how this once despicable Chen Xiao could have laid such a beating on Lin Songhai. How could Chen Xiao, who had always been the family's outcast, possibly defeat Manager Lin? Lin Songhai was clearly consumed by rage. Even if questions lingered in the minds of the onlookers, none dared voice them, suppressing their inquiries deep within. Lin Songhai, for his part, remained oblivious to the reasons behind his defeat at Chen Xiao's hands. He was now wholly engulfed in fury, convinced that Chen Xiao had merely resorted to trickery to claim victory. Otherwise, how could he, with his formidable cultivation, possibly be defeated by a mere 2-star martial apprentice? Death! Perish! Lin Songhai's furious voice echoed repeatedly as he lunged at Chen Xiao once more, his hair disheveled. Unlike before, this time a faint crimson aura enveloped Lin Songhai, within which manifested the phantom of a beast resembling a wild bull, an embodiment of Lin Songhai's bloodline talent. The outcome of the battle was predetermined. Lin Songhai was renowned for possessing the mighty power of the first-level Barbarian bull bloodline, said to be unmatched in strength. Even those of the same realm could not hope to rival him. Dispatching Chen Xiao would be a mere trifle. Onlookers, upon witnessing the red glow surrounding Lin Songhai, revealed expressions of envy. Others hastily turned their gazes toward the arena, convinced that Chen Xiao was doomed. Even the youth who had been working alongside him reluctantly closed his eyes. Yet, Chen Xiao remained unfazed. While Lin Songhai's barbarian bull bloodline might indeed be formidable, one must not forget that Chen Xiao had already attained the level of a 5-star martial apprentice. Even with his bloodline talent, Lin Songhai's strength could scarcely exceed 500 pounds, while Chen Xiao had already reached that very threshold. Without opting to evade, Chen Xiao met him head-on with a punch. Witnessing Chen Xiao's audacity to confront him directly, Lin Songhai's lips twisted into a sinister smile, envisioning the scene of Chen Xiao's arm shattering beneath his blow. Boom! A violent gust of wind surged outward, and a figure was hurled backward, crashing to the ground. I told you, how could Chen Xiao possibly be Lin Songhai's opponent? Among the crowd, a young man wore a smirk, facing away from the scene as he spoke to those behind him. However, none responded. All eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on what lay behind him, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. The youth was momentarily stunned, assuming that Chen Xiao had met a grim fate. He turned around only to find, to his shock, that it was Lin Songhai who lay sprawled on the ground. How could this be? Not just the youth, but others felt a sense of disbelief. Was this truly the same Chen Xiao? How could he have suddenly become so powerful? In stark contrast to the incredulity of those around him, Chen Xiao's spirits soared, for at that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! System alert. A barbarian bull bloodline has been detected nearby. Would you like to devour it? Can the bloodlines of others be devoured? Chen Xiao was taken aback. The Supreme Upgrade system was not designed to consume others' bloodlines, yet due to the host's possession of the all-devouring Gluttonous bloodline, the system could utilize this to consume the bloodlines of others. The crisp notification resonated within Chen Xiao's mind, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. How could he proceed with the consumption? Chen Xiao inquired eagerly, truly intrigued. Simply place your hand upon the dantian of the one to be devoured, and the system will initiate the process. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao strode purposefully toward the fallen Lin Songhai. At this juncture, Lin Songhai was in tatters. His right arm grotesquely twisted, his countenance pale, and etched with disbelief. Upon seeing Chen Xiao approach, Lin Songhai recoiled in shock, attempting to rise. However, Chen Xiao preemptively delivered a kick to his abdomen, causing him to curl up on the ground. Once assured of Lin Songhai's incapacitated state, Chen Xiao spoke. Now, tell me, who sent you to do this? How did you know? Lin Songhai's expression shifted as he realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. Yet, a cruel smirk soon crossed his face as he retorted, even if you know, it matters not. The young master will never let you go. He will surely avenge me. The young master? Chen Xiao paused, quickly comprehending that the young master Lin referred to was none other than Chinyong, the newly appointed heir of the Chen family. In truth, Chinyong was his cousin, yet he had never anticipated that he would send someone to deliberately target him. This revelation darkened Chen Xiao's expression, a chilling light flickering in his eyes. Now you know fear, do you? Let me tell you, it is futile. Not only will you suffer, but your sister Qianlan will also pay the price for your actions today. Lin Songhai seemed to have completely lost all restraint, unabashedly voicing his threats despite the presence of more than 10 onlookers. This only darkened Chen Xiao's expression further, particularly at Lin Songhai's final words, which ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Death. With that declaration, Chen Xiao's right fist surged forward, aimed directly at Lin Songhai's dantian. Boom. A dull thud resonated, silencing Lin Songhai's voice, his eyes widening in shock, unable to fathom that Chen Xiao would dare to kill him. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slain 3-star martial apprentice Lin Songhai, gaining 500 experience points, 50 gold coins, and a level 1 barbarian bull bloodline. As the system notification rang out, joy illuminated Chen Xiao's face. The barbarian bull bloodline was within his grasp. Chapter 5. Crisis emerges. System task. Moreover, following Lin Songhai's demise, Chen Xiao's cultivation had steadily progressed to the late stage of 5-star martial apprentice, mere steps away from reaching the pinnacle and ascending to the 6-star level. As for that young master Lin mentioned, he was currently only at the 6-star martial apprentice level himself. Within Chen Xiao's dantian, a small barbarian bull beast suddenly materialized, thrashing wildly in the void of his dantian's space. However, before it could unleash its might, the gluttonous beast, lying lazily nearby, suddenly opened its eyes and gazed at it. Just a single glance sent the so-called mightiest barbarian bull bloodline trembling in fear. Nevertheless, this did not deter the gluttonous bloodline from rising to consume it. Chen Xiao watched as the gluttonous bloodline once again enveloped the barbarian bull of comparable size, swallowing it whole in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Previously, when consuming the golden rooster bloodline, Chen Xiao had felt nothing amiss. However, after devouring the barbarian bull bloodline, he distinctly sensed that he could now subtly connect with the gluttonous beast residing in his dantian. After a brief moment of perception, a look of delight graced Chen Xiao's face, for he comprehended that although the barbarian bull bloodline had been consumed by the glutton, the immense strength inherent within that bloodline had been entirely preserved. Whenever he wished, he could summon the power of the barbarian bull to augment his own. This was tantamount to Chen Xiao simultaneously possessing both the gluttonous bloodline and the barbarian bull bloodline, an extraordinary dual bloodline. Such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare across the entire Fengyue continent. As for the golden rooster bloodline, Chen Xiao surmised that it was likely due to its zero-level nature that he had not sensed anything unusual upon acquiring it. In other words, it was merely a redundant addition. After dispatching Lin Songhai, Chen Xiao surveyed his surroundings. The onlookers, initially captivated, now recoiled in fear. Some of the more timid ones hastily turning to flee, pretending not to have witnessed the events. Nearby, a youth hesitated momentarily before approaching Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, now that you've killed Lin Songhai, I think it would be best for you to flee quickly, otherwise, it may soon be too late. The youth, named Li Yan, was a servant of the Chen family and maintained a decent rapport with Chen Xiao. Seeing him approach, Chen Xiao offered a slight smile, his expression devoid of undue concern. Fear not, everything is fine. But, Li Yan opened his mouth, wishing to say more, but upon seeing Chen Xiao's demeanor, he swallowed his words. Just then, a commotion arose from outside the crowd, and a squad of guards suddenly approached from the distance. The crowd parted, creating a pathway as a group of 4 martial artists clad in the attire of the Chen family guards approached with measured steps. Upon spotting Lin Songhai lying on the ground, the leader's pupils constricted, and he immediately turned his piercing gaze towards Chen Xiao, barking, "What transpired here?" Chen Xiao was about to respond when a young onlooker interjected. The events unfolded as follows. Steward Lin summoned Chen Xiao to work, but instead of complying, Chen Xiao killed him. Is this true? The guard slightly nodded, casting a glance at Chen Xiao before waving his hand imperiously. Arrest him and deliver him to the family head for judgment. The other 3 guards advanced towards Chen Xiao, while the onlookers regarded the scene with eager anticipation. Lin, witnessing this turn of events, quickly exclaimed, "That's not how it happened." Steward Lin attacked first. "Step aside. This does not concern you," a guard retorted, pushing Lin aside. As an ordinary person without any cultivation, Lin stood no chance against the guards and could only remain silent. Meanwhile, the 3 guards continued their approach towards Chen Xiao's shoulder. At that moment, Chen Xiao finally spoke. "Is it your custom to apprehend individuals without discernment?" Upon hearing his words, the bystanders regarded Chen Xiao with astonished expressions, unprepared for his audacity in the presence of the family guards, who were notorious for their severity. Any transgressions would invariably result in punishment, even for the direct descendants of the family. The 3 guards hesitated, instinctively glancing at their leader. The leader furrowed his brow and admonished softly, "Right and wrong will naturally be determined by the family head. Take him away." Chen Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and incredulity. He was well aware that the current head of the family was aligned with his second uncle's faction, and these guards were eager to see him eliminated. If he were to comply, it would surely mean his demise. Just as he was about to resist, an individual dashed into the scene in a state of panic. Everyone turned to look, discovering it was merely a maid from the Chen residence, and they quickly lost interest. However, the next moment, all heads turned once more. "Oh no, Chen Lan has been taken away. What did you say?" Chen Xiao spun around to face her. And not only he, but also the guards and other family members focused on the maid. Startled by the sudden attention, the maid stammered and recounted the events. It turned out that while returning, Chen Lan had been abducted by 2 men in black, and she had rushed back to deliver the news. Unaware of the identities of her captors. Ding. A system notification echoed. Task system activated. Task: rescue Chen Lan. Reward: 1,000 experience points, 100 gold coins. Task failure: decrease 1 level. The unexpected system alert caused Chen Xiao to frown deeply. Even without the system's task, he was determined to rescue Chen Lan, for she was the closest person to him in this world. Inheriting the memories of this body, he had developed a special bond with her. Now, with the task issued, he wasted no time and surged towards the maid, demanding, what did they look like? What level of cultivation did they possess? Where were they when they abducted her? Stop! A commanding voice rang out sharply. Chen Xiao's expression darkened instantly. He glared coldly at the guard and declared, "I must rescue my sister. Do you have any objections?" Under Chen Xiao's fierce gaze, the guard felt a chill run down his spine. However, recalling Chen Xiao's meager cultivation, he regained his composure and retorted, "Chen Xiao, you are currently a suspect and must return with us to see the family head and await his judgment. As for Chen Lan, others from the family will rescue her. Besides, you are nothing but a waste, a mere 2-star martial apprentice. Regardless of how you managed to kill Steward Lin, do you truly believe your strength is sufficient to save anyone?" His words were blunt, particularly the term waste, which he emphasized. Nevertheless, the other 3 guards showed no intention of rescuing Chen Lan, further deepening Chen Xiao's scowl and igniting his suspicions. In his previous life on Earth, he had encountered countless schemes and deceptions. The timing of these guards' arrival was too coincidental, and today, Lin Songhai had burdened him with numerous tasks. Was it merely a ploy to delay him? Typically, upon hearing of a family member's distress, these guards would rush to assist. Yet today, they were eager only to apprehend him. Realizing the peculiarities surrounding the events, Chen Xiao decided to cease the idle chatter. He launched a fist towards the guard before him. "You seek death." The guard, surprised by Chen Xiao's audacity, quickly retaliated with a palm strike. With the decision to engage in a direct confrontation, Chen Xiao channeled the immense power embedded within his bloodline, enhancing his arm with over 600 pounds of force. Even a simple punch carried the force of a tempest. Not good. The guard's heart sank as he attempted to alter his stance, but it was too late. A muffled thud echoed as the guard was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Gasping sounds arose from the onlookers. Even the other 3 guards stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Chen Xiao had bested a family guard with a single punch. It was known that only those of at least 4-star martial apprentice rank could become guards. Ding. A system notification chimed. Host has defeated a 4-star martial guard. Reward: 100 experience points, 20 gold coins. Ding. Another notification followed. Host has successfully leveled up. Level increased by 1. Current level, 6-star martial apprentice. Despite the notifications, Chen Xiao had no time to check them, as the remaining 3 guards, after a moment of shock, began to encircle him. Among them, 2 were 4-star martial apprentices, while the third was a mid-level 5-star martial apprentice. Chen Xiao recognized the disparity. While he was confident in a one-on-one confrontation, he had little experience facing multiple opponents. Hence, before they could fully surround him, He charged at the nearest 4-star guard. Boom. The ferocious energy surged forth, and the 4-star martial apprentice, fully aware of Chen Xiao's might, chose to retreat towards the other two. However, he had underestimated Chen Xiao's speed. Before he could regroup, Chen Xiao had already closed the distance and landed a punch directly on his dantian. The guard was sent sprawling backward, causing the other two to hesitate momentarily. Is this really Chen Xiao? Has he consecutively defeated 2 family guards? Was he merely pretending to be weak? Discussions and speculations began to spread among the crowd, even causing a stir among a few guards, their hearts tumultuous like surging waves. Everyone was well aware of Chen Xiao's prowess within the family. He was once the esteemed young master, now regarded as a disgrace, having stagnated at the level of a 2-star martial apprentice. Yet now, who would dare to label him as such? The onlookers could easily drown any detractor in a deluge of disdain. Observing that the other two had ceased their assault, Chen Xiao had no intention of relenting. He charged forward, catching the 4-star martial apprentice off guard and swiftly bringing him down. In no time, the remaining 5-star martial apprentice met a similar fate. Ding. System notification. Host defeats 4-star martial apprentice guard, gaining 200 experience points and 50 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Host defeats 5-star martial apprentice guard, gaining 200 experience points and 50 gold coins. Another 400 experience points secured. However, there was no joy on Chen Xiao's face. Instead, he rushed towards a maid, quickly extracting the location of Chun Lan's abduction before dashing out, vanishing in an instant. Left behind were a group of bewildered onlookers and 4 moaning guards sprawled on the ground. Had it not been for the lifeless body on the ground, no one would have believed that the once meek and easily bullied Chen Xiao could transform into such a formidable figure, especially those who had once tormented him, now sweating profusely in fear. It was only today that they realized how narrowly they had brushed with death in the past. Chinyong was in high spirits today, as he had grown particularly close to the young master, Chen Ning. As the designated heir of the Chen family, should Chen Ning ascend to the position of head, Chinyong envisioned himself as his right-hand man, easily securing a position as a family law elder, particularly since he had just completed a covert mission for Chen Ning. He felt they were now inseparable. Even if Chen Ning wished to cast him off, it would be impossible, as Chinyong envisioned a bright future. His peripheral vision caught sight of a slender youth at the end of the street, his black robe slightly wrinkled. Chen Xiao? Chinyong's smile widened. Especially considering the previous task, he wondered what expression Chen Xiao would wear tomorrow. As Chen Xiao approached, Chinyong called out, "Oh, is that Chen Xiao? Finished with your chores, are you? Out for a leisurely stroll?" Chen Xiao halted, frowning as he turned to the young man who spoke. "Chinyong, what do you want?" This fellow had once been his subordinate, but since Chen Xiao's title had been stripped, he had become particularly close to Chen Ning and had even bullied Chen Xiao on several occasions. However, Chen Xiao had no time to dwell on past grievances and intended to continue toward the location where Chen Lan had been taken. Yet, Chinyong suddenly stepped in front of him, a smile plastered on his face. "What's the rush? It's been a while since we last chatted. After all, we grew up together. How about we sit down for a moment? I have no time for this." Chen Xiao replied coolly, attempting to sidestep him. But Chinyong clung to his shoulder like an unwanted parasite, coldly retorting, "Do you still think of yourself as the young master of the Chen family? How presumptuous. My invitation is a courtesy, yet you fail to appreciate it. You are nothing but a waste now. What could you possibly have to do? You're coming with me, whether you like it or not." Hearing this, Chen Xiao's brows furrowed sharply. He paused and then turned around, seizing Chinyong's shoulder and pinning him against the wall. His voice cold as ice. "Speak. Where have you taken Chen Lan? You dare to lay a hand on me, seeking death." Chinyong's smile vanished, and he gathered his inner energy to retaliate. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he couldn't break free from Chen Xiao's grip. How could this be? He was in the mid-stage of a 4-star martial apprentice, and Chen Xiao was merely a 2-star martial apprentice. Unwilling to accept this, he prepared to make another attempt, but Chen Xiao's chilling voice cut through the air once more. "Quickly tell me, where have you brought Chen Lan? What are you talking about? I haven't seen that girl today." Chinyong's voice was filled with anger, though his eyes subtly shifted. This small movement did not escape Chen Xiao's notice, and his suspicion deepened. Clearly, Chinyong was lying. Chen Xiao had no time to waste. With a powerful punch to Chinyong's abdomen, he drained the color from his face. The force of the blow left him doubled over. Unable, it was not Chen Xiao's cruel act of murder. Rather, after inheriting the memories of this body, he found himself utterly disillusioned with the Chen family. The resentment that had been festering within him for so long burst forth at this moment, and even after taking lives, he felt no remorse. "I will kill you. I must kill you. Chen Yuan shouted frantically, fortunate that there was no one nearby. With a crack, another arm was broken by Chen Xiao's hand. Just as he intended to shatter Chen Yuan's legs, the latter's tone softened as he hurriedly pleaded, "Stop. I will tell you everything. It was Chinyong, yes. It was all Chinyong who instructed me to do this." A glint of cold light surged in Chen Xiao's eyes as he barked, "Where is Chen Lan now?" "She is in the Tianhao room of the Ziyu building." Chen Yuan quickly responded, fearing that any delay would result in further injury. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao dashed towards the Ziyu building, his unease intensifying with each step. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan glared at Chen Xiao's retreating figure, his face twisted with venomous rage. Eventually, he suppressed his pain and hurried back to his family. The Ziyu building, the largest tavern in Chinyong town, offered both food and accommodation, often featuring rare goods that drew a bustling clientele. Wealthy patrons typically chose to revel within its walls. The former occupant of Chen Xiao's body had frequented this establishment, albeit infrequently, and thus he approached it with a sense of familiarity. At this moment, on the third floor of the Ziyu building, in a lavishly adorned private room, a stunning young woman clad in a green silk dress struggled against the ropes binding her to a grand bed. Her delicate features bore the marks of tears, and she looked on in horror at the stranger standing beside her bed. The young man, dressed in luxurious robes and appearing to be in his early 20s, exuded an aura that revealed he had reached the pinnacle of a 6-star martial apprentice. With a lewd grin, he gazed at the tear-streaked girl and taunted, "What is there to cry about? It is a stroke of fortune for you to be desired by someone like me. If you serve me well, I might consider taking you as a concubine, which is far better than being a mere maid in that wretched Chen family. My brother will not let you go," the girl retorted, though her voice trembled, and her panic was palpable. "Ah, I almost forgot. Your brother is that useless Chen Xiao, isn't he? A waste without even a hint of bloodline talent. Do you truly expect him to rescue you? Even if he comes, what can he do?" The young man's smile grew more mocking as a shadowy image appeared beside him, a black and white striped leopard, its terrifying aura emanating from it. Chen Lan's face turned pale at the sight. She was acutely aware of her brother's shortcomings. It was precisely because of his lack of talent that they had fallen to this state. Though she could not gauge the young man's exact strength, it was evident he was far superior to her brother. The thought of her brother arriving here only filled her with dread. Yet, a growing sense of desperation prompted her to bite her tongue in an attempt to escape her fate. "Humph, do you think you can end your life in front of me? Have you asked for my permission?" The young man's mocking expression flickered as he instantly appeared before Chen Lan, grasping her chin with a firm grip that dislocated it, rendering her incapable of self-harm. You're not afraid of my brother? Don't you fear the Chen family's revenge?" Chen Lan's face was etched with despair, but she still attempted one last plea. "The Chen family? Huh, what are they to me? I am an appointed disciple of the Tianwu Academy. What can the Chen family do to me? Besides, do you think it was not your own precious Chen Ning who sent you here?" The young man sneered, his words ruthlessly dismantling Chen Lan's fragile psyche. Upon hearing that it was a member of her own family who had betrayed her, Chen Lan fell silent, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Seeing her mental defenses on the verge of collapse, the young man pressed on. "Do you think the Chen family sent you here out of kindness? Your brother Chen Ning wishes to enter the Tianwu Academy, and without my recommendation, his chances are slim. You are nothing more than a discarded plaything in the eyes of the Chen family. Do you understand?" With that, the young man ceased his verbal assault and lunged at the bound Chen Lan, hastily beginning to tear away at his clothing. The sound of fabric ripping echoed through the room as he exposed a portion of her pristine skin, causing his eyes to widen with desire. "Stop! Get away from me!" Chen Lan cried out, struggling vigorously. Yet, she was merely an ordinary girl with little martial training, no match for the 6-star martial apprentice's prowess. "Haha, even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come to your aid. Accept your fate." The young man laughed maniacally, ready to continue his assault. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the room as the previously shut door was kicked open, splintering into pieces. A furious young man, clad in black and appearing to be around 15 or 16, stormed into the room. Upon seeing Chen Lan bound to the bed and the young man preparing to undress her, Chen Xiao's expression darkened, a surge of murderous intent radiating from him. "Remove your filthy hands." His voice was icy, and the sight before him ignited his fury. Hearing the commotion, the young man reluctantly turned to confront the intruder. However, upon realizing it was Chen Xiao, he couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, it's just you, the waste. Do you really think you can stop me, Lin Yu?" Chen Xiao uttered the young man's name coldly. Meanwhile, the still-bound Chen Lan felt a rush of tears at the sight of her brother's arrival. But upon hearing Chen Xiao call out Lin Yu's name, her face turned ashen. Lin Yu was a direct descendant of the Lin family, a rival of the Chun family in Chinyong town and one of their few prodigies. Though Chunlan rarely trained, she often heard discussions about the town's talents, with Lin Yu's name frequently mentioned alongside Chen Ning and a few others. It was clear how formidable Lin Yu was, given the reverence with which he was spoken of. Brother, run. This Lin Yu is a 6-star martial artist. You cannot defeat him. Hurry, don't worry about me. Chunlan's anxious voice echoed from behind. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xiao felt a warmth envelop his heart. It was no wonder that despite having taken over this unfamiliar body, he felt an inexplicable bond with the seemingly strange Chunlan. It appeared that their childhood dependence on each other had left a profound imprint on this body's psyche. Chapter 9. The genius Lin Yu, trust me. This trash poses no threat to me. Chen Xiao's cold voice resonated, each word deliberate. As he spoke, he stepped into the room, striding directly toward Chunlan, who lay on the bed. Haha, trash. You, a worthless being, dare to call me trash. I am one of the few geniuses in Chinyong town, possessing the bloodline of the 3rd-level striped leopard. And what about you? You lack any bloodline talent, and your cultivation is barely above a 2-star martial artist, right? If I am trash, then what does that make you? Ha ha ha, utterly ridiculous. Lin Yu's mocking tone filled the air. Although Chen Xiao was advancing toward him, Lin Yu showed no intention of retreating, merely standing there coldly, allowing Chen Xiao to approach. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Closer. Chen Xiao could even sense a potent aura emanating from Lin Yu, evidently poised to unleash a devastating strike once Chen Xiao drew near. However, Chen Xiao's steps did not falter. His gaze was fixed not on Lin Yu, but on Chunlan, whose face was streaked with tears. Noticing the tattered state of her dress ignited a fierce urge to kill within him. Today, I shall make you witness how I treat your sister, Lin Yu. I am eager to see how this worthless fool will respond. Lin Yu's derisive voice reverberated. Before he could finish speaking, he launched a punch directly at Chen Xiao's face. This attack was devoid of any flourish. Lin Yu did not even employ his inner energy or bloodline, relying solely on his physical power. In his view, dealing with a 2-star martial artist like Chen Xiao did not warrant the use of his energy or bloodline. Nevertheless, even without these advantages, Lin Yu's raw strength approached 700 pounds, enough to obliterate a 2-star martial artist. Lin Yu expected Chen Xiao to immediately retreat to evade the attack. He had already prepared to pursue and incapacitate Chen Xiao, rendering him powerless to prevent the degradation of his sister. However, to his astonishment, Chen Xiao chose not to evade. Not only did he refuse to retreat, but unexpectedly, he also swung his fist toward Lin Yu's, colliding with it. Does Chen Xiao truly believe he can withstand my might with his 2-star cultivation? If you seek death, then you shall have it. A cruel expression crossed Lin Yu's face as he accelerated. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as the two figures collided, only to separate instantly. Lin Yu staggered backward several steps, while Chen Xiao seized the moment to maneuver behind him. Instead of continuing his assault, he lifted his black cloak and draped it over the sobbing Chunlan. In an instant, he tore the ropes binding her. Yet, upon witnessing Chunlan's dislocated jaw, a deeper wave of murderous intent surged within him. After painstakingly resetting her jaw, Chen Xiao turned, his gaze dark as he faced Lin Yu. All of this transpired in a matter of seconds. As Chunlan was rescued, Lin Yu's expression darkened, his eyes filled with fury directed at Chen Xiao. A heavy pressure began to emanate from Lin Yu, and a shadowy figure of a black and white striped leopard flickered around him, baring its teeth at Chen Xiao. Clearly, Lin Yu was genuinely enraged, fully activating his striped leopard bloodline. I will have you dead. Lin Yu's voice was laced with malice. Yet, Chen Xiao merely scoffed. You speak too much nonsense. With that, Chen Xiao moved swiftly, charging toward Lin Yu. Are you not a 2-star martial artist? Lin Yu was taken aback. Realizing the speed at which Chen Xiao approached was beyond what a 2-star martial artist could achieve. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he sensed the aura emanating from Chen Xiao. It was the presence of a 6-star martial artist. It appeared that Chen Xiao had just reached this level. Although he could not fathom why Chen Xiao's cultivation did not align with the rumors, and he could no longer be labeled as a waste, Lin Yu observed that despite Chen Xiao's full exertion, there were no signs of any bloodline talent. Indeed, he was still merely a talentless individual. Lin Yu smirked. While not every martial artist possessed bloodline talent, those who did were undoubtedly superior to their counterparts without such gifts. It could be said that among martial artists of the same level, those with bloodline talent were invincible. Among the top-tier warriors, at least 9 out of 10 possessed such talent, and Lin Yu did not believe Chen Xiao could be the exception. In terms of cultivation and bloodline talent, Lin Yu surpassed Chen Xiao in every aspect. So how could he possibly fear this mere Chen Xiao? As Chen Xiao charged once more, Lin Yu clenched his right hand into a fist, aiming a powerful blow at Chen Xiao's chest. Simultaneously, his left hand unfurled into a claw, reaching for Chen Xiao's throat. Both strikes targeted vital areas, launching a simultaneous assault. No matter which attack Chen Xiao chose to evade, the other would deliver a fatal blow. Should he attempt to turn away, he would be overwhelmed by a relentless barrage of strikes, leaving him with no escape. Regardless of the choice, Chen Xiao was doomed. Humph. Chen Xiao's eyes sharpened, and he immediately connected with the bloodline of the Taotai within his dantian, channeling the power of the bull bloodline to augment his own strength. However, even when utilizing this bloodline power, from an outside perspective, he still appeared as an ordinary martial artist, showing no signs of any bloodline talent. Yet, Chen Xiao felt his strength surge by nearly 200 pounds, and combined with his original power, he had surpassed the capabilities of a 7-star martial artist. Boom. The ferocious energy erupted as the two bodies collided once more. Thud, thud, thud. Both men stepped back 3 paces, appearing evenly matched. How is this possible? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was at the pinnacle of 6-star martial artist strength, his power nearing 700 pounds. The striped leopard bloodline, while enhancing speed, also contributed to his strength, which exceeded 800 pounds. Yet, this novice 6-star martial artist, devoid of any bloodline talent, was matching him blow for blow? It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 10. A single kick to ruin you. Before Lin Yu could continue to be astonished, Chen Xiao surged forward again. Ignoring the numbness in his arms, Lin Yu quickly readied himself for combat. However, this time he had learned his lesson, given Chen Xiao's immense strength. Engaging in a purely physical confrontation was akin to courting danger. Thus, as he charged, Lin Yu produced a glimmering sword. The moment the sword was drawn, it swept toward Chen Xiao with an unstoppable momentum. Should Chen Xiao insist on advancing, he would have to first endure a fierce onslaught. Chen Xiao was certainly not naive, yet he did not retreat outright. Instead, he twisted his body in a peculiar manner, attempting to launch a surprise attack on Lin Yu from the side. However, to Chen Xiao's dismay, Lin Yu was slightly faster, his movements more agile. With a deft maneuver, he created distance between them, leaving no opportunity for Chen Xiao to close in. After attempting to strike twice, both of which were repelled by Lin Yu's longsword, Chen Xiao found himself with 2 sword wounds on his arm, causing his brow to furrow in frustration. Engaging in combat unarmed against Lin Yu, who wielded a sword, was purely reckless. System, do you have any suitable weapons to recommend? Finally halting, Chen Xiao fixed his gaze on Lin Yu in the distance, while rapidly communicating with the supreme upgrade system in his mind. The system's exchange store housed a plethora of martial arts techniques, weaponry, and even medicinal pills, allowing the host to directly redeem items. Given the host's current predicament, the Supreme Upgrade system had thoughtfully selected 4 weapons for swift choice. As the prompt resonated, a semi-transparent system interface materialized before Chen Xiao, displaying 4 exquisitely crafted weapons. The first was a 6-foot-long spear, its dark shaft intricately carved with complex runes, priced at 100 gold coins. With a total of 430 coins, Chen Xiao could afford it. Yet upon a mere glance, he dismissed it. The confined space of the room rendered the spear impractical. The second weapon was a broadsword, its silver blade glinting with a chilling light, appearing exceptionally sharp. However, Chen Xiao also rejected this option, having no affinity for large blades. The remaining 2 were a 3-foot longsword and a 2-foot shortsword. The shortsword, remarkably delicate, was priced at 120 gold coins, which Chen Xiao could purchase. But its length did not appeal to him either. Thus, the only remaining option was the final longsword. Chen Xiao's gaze settled on the longsword. Entirely black save for the glimmering edge that radiated a chilling light. Aside from its color, he discerned no extraordinary features. Yet, upon seeing its price, his lips twitched slightly. It cost a staggering 150 gold coins, the most expensive of the 4. As Lin Yu charged toward him once more, Chen Xiao hastily declared, "Exchange." Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for a level 1 iron sword. It has been automatically deposited into the host's inventory. Please check. As the system voice faded, a vast space of over 100 square feet materialized in Chen Xiao's mind, utterly empty except for a solitary black, long sword floating in midair. Clearly, this was the system's gift of a backpack. With a mere thought, the black longsword vanished from that space. In the next instant, it appeared in Chen Xiao's hand, and he swung it down fiercely towards the oncoming Lin Yu. Lin Yu momentarily froze. The sword in his hand had been retrieved from a storage ring. A highly valuable item. Even as a prodigy from the Lin family, he could hardly afford one. having acquired it serendipitously from someone else. Yet now, Chen Xiao possessed a sword seemingly out of thin air. How could he, who had been deemed worthless, now wield such a weapon? This bewildering turn of events left Lin Yu in a state of shock. Unfazed by Lin Yu's confusion, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to advance, delivering a powerful strike that repelled Lin Yu's attack. Not only did this close the distance between them, but Chen Xiao also intended to press the attack further. However, Lin Yu swiftly regained his composure and attempted to retreat. Chen Xiao, slightly slower, knew that if Lin Yu escaped, seizing another chance would prove troublesome. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to change tactics and aimed low. With a sudden lift of his left leg, Chen Xiao executed an unexpected kick aimed at Lin Yu's lower body. This move, truly surprising, defied the conventions of martial combat, which typically adhered to honorable engagement. The strike caught Lin Yu completely off guard, resulting in a dull thud as if something had shattered. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. "Ah, you! I will kill you." The excruciating pain contorted Lin Yu's face into a grotesque mask, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He could hardly continue to assault Chen Xiao, hunched over, one hand gripping his sword in defense while the other protected his injured area, hastily retreating. The trail of blood left behind attested to the severity of Chen Xiao's strike. "Oh dear, I must have been too forceful. Are you all right?" Chen Xiao feigned concern, his face a mask of surprise as he regarded the grimacing Lin Yu. "Get lost." Lin Yu, too pained to engage further, could barely utter the words. Should looks be lethal, Chen Xiao would have met his demise countless times over for that brutal kick. Chapter 11. One strike. One down. Chinyong had been silently standing by the bed, her face initially etched with worry, tears streaming down incessantly. However, upon witnessing the power of Chen Xiao's kick, even she felt a flush of crimson rise to her cheeks. Yet Chen Xiao remained oblivious to any sense of wrongdoing. He offered no respite to Lin Yu, seizing the moment as Lin Yu hastily retrieved a medicinal pill for recovery. Chen Xiao would not idly wait. Would he allow Lin Yu to regain his strength before engaging in a fair fight? The sequence from Chen Xiao's ambush to their separation, and finally to his pursuit, transpired in mere moments, leaving Lin Yu still reeling. Sweat cascaded down his forehead like rain. Watching Chen Xiao approach, Lin Yu hastily attempted to retreat once more. Yet, as he moved, pain washed over him, causing a momentary delay. Chen Xiao closed the gap. Ding! A crisp sound of clashing swords echoed as their blades met. It was evident to any observer that Chen Xiao wielded his sword with formidable strength, while Lin Yu's defense was merely a desperate attempt to hold off the assault. In an instant, the swords parted, Lin Yu's weapon nearly knocked from his grasp. Nonetheless, he staggered back several steps, but Chen Xiao showed no signs of retreating, relentlessly striking at Lin Yu with unyielding ferocity. Initially, Lin Yu managed to fend off the blows, but as fatigue set in, he faltered. Finally, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity, disarming Lin Yu and sending his sword flying. With a swift thrust, Chen Xiao's blade pierced Lin Yu's shoulder. The agony forced a cry from Lin Yu's lips. Yet this was merely the beginning. Chen Xiao's sword showed no signs of halting as it aimed directly for Lin Yu's throat. "Please, no. You cannot kill me." Lin Yu realized the gravity of the situation and hastily exclaimed, his voice hoarse from desperation, "I am a direct descendant of the Lin family, soon to be the heir to the family head. I am also a prospective student of the Tianwu Academy. Should you take my life? Both the Lin family and Tianwu Academy will not let you go. Is that so?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, his sword poised before Lin Yu. Seeing Chen Xiao halt, Lin Yu's expression transformed with a hint of mockery, believing that Chen Xiao had faltered. He continued, "Indeed, in just 3 days, representatives from Tianwu Academy will arrive to recruit disciples, and I shall secure my place there. If you kneel and apologize, offering Chinyong as compensation, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise," though his words trailed off, the underlying threat was palpable. Chinyong stood nearby, her face etched with worry. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, she fell silent, uncertain of what course of action to take. If Chen Xiao truly killed Lin Yu, there would be no sanctuary left for them. Although she was baffled by Chen Xiao's sudden prowess, she felt a sense of relief, regardless of his decisions. She could only choose to follow him. "Fool," Chen Xiao muttered under his breath, an odd expression crossing his face. In an instant, he plunged his sword into Lin Yu's throat, much to Lin Yu's disbelief. Even after proclaiming his numerous identities, Chen Xiao had executed him without hesitation. Did Chen Xiao truly possess no fear? Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing 6-star martial apprentice Lin Yu. Rewards: 500 experience points, 100 gold coins, and a storage ring. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission. Rescue Chinyong. Rewards: 1,000 experience points, 100 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully leveled up, current level, 7-star martial apprentice. Ding. System notification. Detected nearby 3-star unknown spotted leopard bloodline. Please collect promptly. As a cascade of system notifications echoed in his mind, Chen Xiao felt a surge of mysterious power within him. A newfound strength enveloped his senses, and he realized that if he were to engage Lin Yu once more, he could easily defeat him within 3 moves. Brother, what do we do now? Qianlong approached, gazing anxiously at the bloodied Lin Yu on the ground. Chen Xiao's slaying of Lin Yu would undoubtedly stir a commotion throughout Chinyong town. If the Lin family discovered this, they would find it impossible to escape the town. Chen Xiao was acutely aware of this, yet he felt no remorse for having slain the man. Do not panic. Chen Xiao reassured Qianlong, placing his hand on Lin Yu's lifeless body. A peculiar force emanated from him, drawing forth a small, black and white spotted leopard into his dantian. The pitiful creature, still confused, was suddenly pounced upon by the gluttonous beast residing within. Within moments, the spotted leopard vanished. Simultaneously, Chen Xiao sensed a stronger connection to the gluttonous bloodline, noting its growth to 6,100. Based on his calculations, he surmised that a third-tier bloodline would yield 3 points of growth, while a first tier would provide just 1. Having consumed the spotted leopard's bloodline, Chen Xiao resolved not to linger any longer. The fierce battle had already drawn the attention of many curious onlookers, some of whom were now shouting and fleeing the scene. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from outside. Clear the way, everyone. The crowd, startled, fell silent, their anger quelled by the presence of the Lin family's guards, one of the 4 great families of Chinyong town. Why would the Lin family's guards arrive at such a time? Many wondered, for the guards typically did not roam freely. Wait, doesn't that body on the ground look familiar? Familiar? Several people blinked in surprise, instinctively glancing over, their eyes widening in disbelief. One exclaimed, that appears to be Lin Yu, the Lin family's prodigy. How could he be dead here? Another voice chimed in. And that one resembles Chen Xiao, the former genius of the Chen family. Clearly, some individuals were well informed. The Lin family guard, upon hearing the murmurs, felt his composure shatter and rushed towards the Tian room. Zhao Xing's heart felt heavy. Today, the family heir had insisted on dining at the Ziyu Tower without him. Upon learning this, the family head had reprimanded him, prompting his immediate arrival. After inquiring with the waiter, he discovered that the heir was in the Tian room on the 3rd floor. However, before he could ascend, he was met with a cacophony of chaos and the stench of blood. Panic gripped him as he approached the Tian room, and upon seeing the shattered door, dread deepened within him. Young master, are you unharmed? He began, but his voice faltered as he beheld the lifeless body of Lin Yu sprawled on the floor. Did you do this? Zhao Xing's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Chen Xiao and the figure of Qianlong, clad in his garments. In an instant, he pieced together the unfolding events, for such incidents had transpired before. Yet, there had never been a misstep, and even if something did go awry, the Lin family could swiftly rectify it. As a servant, he had no authority to intervene, but today, the heir had perished. Regardless of Lin Yu's transgressions, he was still a member of the Lin family, and someone Zhao Xing was sworn to protect. With Lin Yu gone and Zhao Xing unscathed, he knew that failure to capture the perpetrator would seal his fate upon returning to the family. Even if he managed to apprehend Chen Xiao, his standing within the Lin family would plummet, and he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Yet, that was preferable to certain death. Thus, his immediate thought was to seize Chen Xiao. Die. A terrifying pressure emanated from Zhao Xing, who had reached the 2nd-tier martial master realm as Lin Yu's bodyguard. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, appeared merely to be a martial apprentice. In the eyes of a martial master, no matter the rank of an apprentice, the outcome remained the same. They posed no threat unless they were overly careless. However, given that Chen Xiao had slain Lin Yu, he could not possibly be weaker than a 7-star martial apprentice. Thus, Zhao Xing unleashed his full power from the outset. Even Chen Xiao's countenance underwent a drastic alteration upon confronting this assault. Zhao Xing's sudden emergence was akin to a ferocious tiger, relentlessly fixating on him. His velocity was astonishingly rapid, leaving Chen Xiao with no opportunity to evade. Moreover, he couldn't afford to retreat, as Qianlong stood behind him. Devoid of alternatives, he braced himself and directly slashed his longsword towards Zhao Xing. Insolent fool. Zhao Xing scoffed, his right hand accelerating abruptly, delivering a direct punch onto Chen Xiao's blade. A crisp clang reverberated as Zhao Xing's fist repelled Chen Xiao's sword, causing its tip to quiver in the air. Furthermore, the immense force propelled Chen Xiao backward, shattering a table before he could stabilize himself. Cough, cough. Chen Xiao felt as if his bones were on the verge of disintegration. Is this the power of the martial master realm? Chen Xiao estimated that the previous strike had exerted at least 1,200 pounds of force upon him. Fortunately, his cultivation had advanced to the 7th level of martial apprentice. Otherwise, that single blow might have been fatal. Having vanquished Chen Xiao with a single strike, Zhao Xing pressed his advantage, allowing Chen Xiao no respite. He charged directly towards Chen Xiao, aiming a punch straight at his dantian. Clearly, Zhao Xing intended to cripple Chen Xiao's cultivation and deliver him to the family head for retribution. After all, Lin Yu's demise was bound to cause a significant uproar, and Chen Xiao was no longer a matter that a mere subordinate could handle at will. Of course, should Chen Xiao prove resistant, presenting his corpse would suffice. Chen Xiao discerned this intention and, despite his desire to evade, found himself powerless, as Zhao Xing's speed was simply too overwhelming. That's right. I can harness the power of the spotted leopard's bloodline. Chen Xiao's eyes gleamed as he immediately connected with the Taotai bloodline within him. The moment Chen Xiao's consciousness touched the Taotai bloodline, his vision blurred, and a pitch-black space materialized before him. Within this space, 4 orbs emitting a hazy glow floated in midair. One resembled a golden pheasant, another a black-backed serpent, and yet another a spotted leopard. At the center of these 3 creatures, a miniature Taotai beast reclined languidly. Chen Xiao cast a perplexed glance at the black-backed serpent before decisively selecting the spotted leopard. Swiftly channeling the spotted leopard's bloodline, his body contorted strangely as he flipped aside. Bang! Despite Chen Xiao's best efforts to evade, he couldn't completely avoid the blow. His shoulder absorbed the impact, causing him to stagger backward once more. This fellow is doomed. I heard he's just a guy without any bloodline talent. How could he possibly be a match for a martial master realm Lin family guard? Indeed, he's got a death wish, daring to touch the Lin family, especially one of their 2 young prodigies. Chinyong town is about to change. Whispers echoed around him. Chen Xiao managed a wry smile. The disparity between martial apprentice and martial master was simply too vast. The tales of overcoming higher-level opponents were mere fabrications, impossible to achieve. The gulf in strength was simply too immense. What to do? What should he do now? Chen Xiao frantically searched for a solution in his mind. But the more he hurried, the less he could devise a viable plan. Ding! System notification, detecting that the host is in an extremely perilous environment. It is recommended that the host immediately exchange for a secret manual to save his life. The crisp, melodious system notification sounded in Chen Xiao's mind like celestial music. Chapter 13. Slaying a martial master. As the sound faded, the system's exchange interface suddenly materialized before Chen Xiao, displaying 3 options for exchange. They were 3 secret techniques. 1 sword to ascend the heavens, a terrifyingly powerful, mystical sword technique. Upon learning it, one can utilize the power of their entire body to unleash this move, capable of instantly slaying opponents up to 5 levels above the host. Note: exchange cost, 400 gold coins. Phantom Step, instantly increases one's speed by 30%, allowing for a full force burst for the duration of an incense stick, enabling the host to escape instantly. Exchange cost, 450 gold coins. Level 1 Inscription Talisman, instantly slays martial artists below the Martial Master Realm. Against Martial Master Realm opponents, it can inflict severe damage with a surprise attack. Exchange cost, 480 gold coins. Note: this is a one-time consumable. Level 1 Inscription Talismans are ineffective against martial artists above the Martial General Realm. Gazing at these 3 life-saving skills, Chen Xiao's lips twitched incessantly. These were precisely the ones he could barely afford, especially the Level 1 Inscription Talisman. At that moment, his system gold coins were precisely 480. System, you're robbing me. Chen Xiao lamented inwardly. It was evident that the system was exploiting his predicament. Chen Xiao had originally planned to exchange for some items later, but now it seemed he was instantly returning to square one. Warning! Warning! Danger is approaching. Please select an exchange as soon as possible. The system's notification abruptly increased in volume, indicating that there was no more time to hesitate. While Phantom Step was useful, it was clearly a solo escape skill, and Chen Xiao couldn't abandon Qianlan. As for the Level 1 Inscription Talisman, although it seemed formidable, it could only be used once. As a frugal man, Chen Xiao decisively chose 1 sword to ascend the heavens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for the martial technique, 1 sword to ascend the heavens. As the system notification faded, the skill option dissolved into specks of light and vanished. Simultaneously, a vast amount of knowledge regarding the 1 sword to ascend the heavens sword technique materialized in Chen Xiao's mind. This knowledge felt like an innate memory, allowing Chen Xiao to completely grasp the essence and key points of the technique instantly. He could even execute it effortlessly. Having a system is truly convenient. Chen Xiao couldn't help but exclaim once more. Although the system was costly, it was worth every penny. Otherwise, even with a cultivation technique, He didn't know when he would be able to master it. After all the memories had coalesced, Zhao Xing had already reached Chen Xiao. However, Chen Xiao didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, he used his sword to block Zhao Xing's attack once more. Unsurprisingly, Chen Xiao was sent flying again. This time, it appeared to be even more severe than before, to the point that Chen Xiao lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Brother, are you all right? Chen Lan's tears flowed freely as she rushed towards Chen Xiao without hesitation. However, at that moment, Chen Lan saw Chen Xiao, who was struggling on the ground, suddenly wink at her. This action appeared extremely peculiar, causing Chen Lan to pause in surprise, forgetting to rush towards Chen Xiao. Boy, think before you act in the future. Even if you're from the Chen family, you must pay with your life for killing a member of my Lin family. Zhao Xing's cold voice echoed slowly. Simultaneously, Zhao Xing stood before Chen Xiao, scrutinizing him condescendingly. Everyone around realized that the battle had concluded. From that moment on, the world would likely be devoid of Chen Xiao. Perhaps even a major battle between the Chen and Lin families was imminent. After uttering those words, Zhao Xing reached out to grab Chen Xiao, intending to lift him from the ground. However, at that moment, Chen Xiao, who was lying on the ground with a pained expression, suddenly displayed an extremely radiant smile. Upon seeing this smile, Zhao Xing's heart jolted with alarm, and a sense of unease surged within him. Scarcely had he registered the situation when a blinding radiance erupted, precluding any retreat. Chen Xiao, who was on the ground, suddenly thrust his long sword upwards and lunged towards Zhao Xing with astonishing velocity. Given their proximity, coupled with the execution of soaring heaven slash, Chen Xiao practically flew through the air. His speed surpassed even that of a martial master, leaving them unable to react. Nevertheless, Zhao Xing, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, instinctively crossed his arms in defense upon sensing the impending danger, hoping to parry Chen Xiao's potentially lethal blow. In Zhao Xing's estimation, while Chen Xiao's maneuver appeared formidable, he, as a distinguished two-star martial master, possessed the resilience to withstand the attack, even if he couldn't evade it. Once he had weathered the blow, he would have myriad ways to torture Chen Xiao to death. However, he swiftly revised his assessment as an overwhelming force enveloped him, causing excruciating pain and a sense of imminent peril. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Xing hastily retreated. Yet, compared to Chen Xiao's blade, he was simply too slow. Thwack! The sound of a sharp edge piercing flesh echoed through the air. Silence descended. The onlookers who had been reveling in the spectacle were instantly wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. Zhao Xing's eyes widened as well, and he lowered his gaze to his chest, where a black sword had penetrated the narrow gap between his crossed arms. How could this be? Zhao Xing's eyes were wide with disbelief, even in his dying moments. He couldn't fathom how a mere martial apprentice could have slain him. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying two-star martial master, Zhao Xing, awarded 1,000 experience points and a gold coin bonus of 500 points. Ding! System notification. A level 2 unclaimed bloodline, the armored beast, has been detected nearby. Please collect it as soon as possible. As soon as the system notification concluded, Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Not only had he recouped his previous losses by eliminating Zhao Xing, but he had also gained a level 2 bloodline. What a profitable transaction. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao stepped forward and absorbed the armored beast's bloodline. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! System notification. The system has detected that the host's current physical condition is extremely weak. Do you wish to expend 100 gold coins to recover the ability to restore his physical condition? Chen Xiao was genuinely astounded. If the system possessed such a function, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Imagine, two combatants locked in battle, and one could continuously recover from even the most grievous wounds. How could such a contest be resolved? Having unleashed soaring heaven slash, Chen Xiao's body was indeed severely weakened, his meager reserves of true energy completely depleted in the preceding strike. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao promptly declared, recover. As his words echoed, Chen Xiao watched as 100 of his remaining 580 gold coins vanished in an instant. However, to his relief, a stream of milky white, pristine energy welled up from his dantian. Chen Xiao couldn't discern the source of this energy. It seemed to materialize out of thin air. Initially, it merely gathered in the dantian, but as time passed, the energy proliferated. Eventually, it coursed through Chen Xiao's meridians, gradually permeating every part of his body. As the milky white energy flowed, Chen Xiao felt his previously exhausted body rejuvenate, as if it had been reborn. Even the true energy within his dantian coalesced and strengthened under the nourishment of the milky white energy. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chen Xiao's injuries had completely healed. Moreover, Chen Xiao sensed that his body was noticeably stronger than before the restoration. However, now was not the time to dwell on these matters. Disregarding the corpse on the ground, Chen Xiao grasped Chun Lan's hand and dashed out of the establishment. Their immediate priority was to escape. According to his memories, the Lin family harbored experts at the martial general level. Chen Xiao had required the system's assistance to defeat a martial master. If a martial general appeared, Chen Xiao would be utterly helpless. Therefore, he had to flee before the Lin family could react. As for the Chen family, to hell with the Chen family. Chen Xiao felt no emotional attachment to them. The onlookers, witnessing Chen Xiao's flight, dared not intervene. After all, in terms of status and background, even if Chen Xiao was merely a Chen family wastrel, he was still beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, as they gazed at the two corpses on the ground, a question arose in everyone's minds. Was Chen Xiao truly the good-for-nothing that he was reputed to be? With relative ease, Chen Xiao led Chen Lan out of the Drunken Moon Pavilion and fled in the opposite direction of the Lin family. However, the commotion that had erupted was simply too significant. The proprietor of the Drunken Moon Pavilion had dispatched someone to notify the Lin family as soon as he sensed that something was amiss. Consequently, shortly after Chen Xiao and Chen Lan departed, the Lin family mobilized in full force. The Lin family, one of the four pillars of Chinyong town, was notorious for its domineering and unruly behavior, but it rarely engaged in significant actions. Today, however, the entire town was in an uproar. The Lin family, which rarely took action, had mobilized its entire force. Many were unaware of the cause, while others frantically spread the news they had gleaned. Chen Xiao, the Chen family's notorious good-for-nothing, had engaged in a violent altercation with members of the Lin family at the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Furthermore, he had slain Lin Yu, one of the Lin family's so-called two geniuses, along with a martial master-level guard. Upon hearing this news, some believed it, others scoffed, but the majority dismissed it as an outrageous rumor. After all, Chun Zhao's reputation preceded him. He was known as someone devoid of bloodline talent and incapable of breaking through the two-star martial apprentice realm. To many, such an individual was akin to an ant. A martial master-level expert could stand there and allow Chen Xiao to attack him at will, and Chen Xiao would still be unable to kill him. How could anyone believe such a tale? When the rumor reached the Chen family, the family head, Chen Zhao's second granduncle, Chen Dingshan, simply shook his head in disbelief and dismissed the messenger. No one in the Chen family believed that Chen Xiao could have slain Lin Yu and the Lin family's martial master-level guard. While rumors swirled outside, Chen Xiao, his face ashen, concealed himself with Chun Lan in an alleyway in Chinyong town. Unlike ordinary towns, Chinyong town was surrounded by a colossal three-Shanghai city wall due to its proximity to the demon beast forest. To exit the city, one could only pass through the four city gates. These walls, originally intended to defend against demon beast attacks, now served as an obstacle to Chen Xiao's escape. Chen Xiao had originally planned to exploit the Lin family's slow reaction to flee Chinyong town and enter the demon beast forest. With his supreme leveling system, he would likely reach the martial general realm in no time. Then, he could return and openly seek vengeance, defying the Lin family's power. However, he had underestimated the Lin family's swiftness. He and his sister, Chen Lan, had been slightly delayed, and the four city gates were now under the Lin family's complete control. He was now unable to escape. Brother, what should we do now? In Chun Lan's heart, an overwhelming sense of guilt weighed heavily upon her. If only she had cultivated her skills. If only she had not been captured. How could her brother have found himself in such dire straits? It seemed impossible to escape from Chinyong town. She needed to devise a plan. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, his gaze scanning the system shop repeatedly, examining every item related to escape. At present, unless he were to sprout wings, fleeing was utterly inconceivable. He discovered several flying items, among which was a hovering ship. Yet its exorbitant price of 100,000 gold coins extinguished any hope of acquiring it. Must they truly meet their end here? A tinge of sorrow filled Chen Xiao's heart. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion nearby. As he was lost in thought, he turned to observe a throng of people gathering in one place. Initially, he assumed they were approaching him, but upon closer inspection, he realized that was not the case. In the midst of the crowd stood a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, adorned with a silver alchemical furnace embroidered on his chest, causing Chen Xiao's eyes to gleam with excitement. This individual was a Dan Master, notably one of the more renowned first-grade Dan Masters in Chinyong town. Dan Masters are categorized from 1 to 9 grades, with first grade being the lowest, and a first-grade Dan Master is known as an entry-level Dan Master. Even at this level, a Dan Master's status in Chinyong town is incredibly esteemed. This is a world where warriors abound, and for healing, restoring energy, or breaking through cultivation bottlenecks, they rely on medicinal pills, which only Dan Masters can concoct. Realizing this, a smile crept onto Chen Xiao's lips. "Let us go," he whispered to Chen Lan, stealing a glance around and noting the absence of anyone from the Lin family guarding the area. Before swiftly slipping away through a less populated path, Chen Lan followed closely, her curiosity piqued about her brother's intentions, yet wisely refraining from asking too many questions. She silently matched his pace. The two maneuvered through unnoticed until they arrived at the base of a towering structure. Looking up, they saw the grand entrance adorned with the elegantly inscribed characters Dan Tower. The Dan Tower is a colloquial term for the organization of Dan Masters and the name of the imposing building itself. The Dan Tower, the oldest organization on Fengwei continent, has an unknown history and an unfathomable influence. Yet, everyone knows one thing. The Dan Tower transcends all worldly powers, at least regarded as a celestial level force. Only Dan Masters are permitted entry, which amplifies the tower's allure, as nearly every Dan Master aspires to join. Membership not only grants discounts on purchases, but also the protection of the Dan Tower, which deters ordinary individuals from acting recklessly. However, apart from Dan Masters, others cannot join. They may only serve as personal attendants to a Dan Master. Chen Xiao's plan was to target the Dan Tower. "Brother, why have we come to the Dan Tower?" Chen Lan's voice quivered with anxiety. They had hardly any money back at the Chen family, and now they were utterly penniless. "You'll find out shortly," Chen Xiao replied enigmatically, stepping into the Dan Tower, with Chen Lan reluctantly following suit. At that moment, Chen Xiao was urgently perusing items in the system exchange shop. "System, do you have any skills for learning alchemy?" A melodic system prompt responded, "Ding. Based on the host's request, the most suitable items have been recommended." With that, an exchange panel appeared before Chen Xiao, showcasing 5 options. A glance at them caused his mouth to twitch in disbelief. Basic alchemy. Exchange 100 gold coins. Can concoct any grade of pills below the 3rd grade, with a success rate of 100. Intermediate alchemy. Exchange 1,000 gold coins. Can concoct any grade of pills below the 6th grade, with a success rate of 100. Advanced alchemy. Exchange 10,000 gold coins. Can concoct any grade of pills below the 9th grade, with a success rate of 100. Master level alchemy. Exchange 50,000 gold coins. Can concoct any grade of spiritual pills below the 5th grade, with a success rate of 100. Grandmaster level alchemy. Exchange 100,000 gold coins. Can concoct any grade of immortal pills, with a success rate of 100. The last option, Grandmaster level alchemy, nearly made Chen Xiao drool. Particularly the uniformity of the 100 success rate, which was astonishing. He understood that the success rate of alchemy was typically very low, yet with the supreme upgrade system, it had reached an extraordinary 100. Should other Dan Masters become aware of this, they would likely regard him as a monster. However, glancing at his meager few hundred gold coins, he realized he could not even afford the intermediate alchemy option, let alone the Grandmaster level. These enticing choices were merely out of reach. Ultimately, he decided to exchange for basic alchemy. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for basic alchemy. It has been automatically learned. As the system prompt faded, a flood of knowledge surged into Chen Xiao's mind, encompassing the identification of pills, the classification of herbs, their quality, and various names of exotic materials suitable for alchemy as if he had painstakingly memorized them. Now, they emerged in his mind with such clarity that forgetting them was impossible. Just as Chen Xiao completed his acquisition of basic alchemy, the duo stepped into the interior of the Dan Tower. The Dan Tower is among the few establishments in Chinyong town that sells medicinal pills, boasting the widest variety and highest quality. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by the cacophony of voices. "Esteemed guests, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" A young maiden in a light green robe approached Chen Xiao, her hair elegantly styled, smiling as she addressed them. "Hello, may I ask where the Dan Master qualification assessment takes place?" Chen Xiao inquired, a smile gracing his features. At the sound of his question, the previously bustling hall fell eerily silent. All eyes turned towards Chen Xiao, filled with curiosity and skepticism. Even those at a distance were drawn in by the commotion. Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, but he refrained from saying anything further. Chen Lan, though unaware of her brother's intentions, trusted him implicitly and remained silent. The attendant, clearly chosen with care by the Dan Tower, quickly regained her composure and respectfully addressed Chen Xiao. "Might I inquire if you are here to participate in the Dan Master qualification assessment?" Chen Xiao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Are you here to assess as an alchemy apprentice?" The attendant confirmed, her gaze curious as she scrutinized Chen Xiao, who was remarkably young. An uncommon sight even within the Dan Tower. "No, I intend to assess for the rank of 3rd grade Dan Master." Chen Xiao declared boldly, casting a glance around. His meaning unmistakable. Are you planning to stand there and continue your inquiries? The maid quickly realized the situation, her demeanor becoming increasingly respectful. She promptly gestured to Chen Xiao, inviting him to follow, stating, "My lord, please come with me. This is not a suitable place for conversation." With that, she led the way, guiding Chen Xiao towards the back of the Dan Tower. Naturally, Chen Xiao and Chen Lan followed closely behind, while the crowd parted, not daring to obstruct their path. However, the gazes directed at Chen Xiao were mixed with respect, envy, and a notable amount of skepticism. Such youth, yet aspiring to assess as a third-grade alchemist, this could only be described as possessing boundless potential. Yet, is it truly so easy to qualify as an alchemist? Surely, he is not merely posturing, is he? A third-grade alchemist, even in the small town of Chinyong, would wield considerable influence, commanding great respect within the vast realm of Tianwu. At such a young age, to seek the assessment for a third-grade alchemist, though they wished to believe it, they found it difficult to do so. Chapter 16. Sarcasm and Mockery. Did that fellow just claim he intends to assess as a third-grade alchemist? Surely, I must have misheard. Hush, are you seeking death? Do not speak recklessly about the esteemed alchemist. A voice hastily interjected from the side, causing the speaker to break into a cold sweat. To speak ill of an alchemist indiscriminately could lead to dire consequences, especially if one were to cross a temperamental alchemist. The others followed suit, lowering their voices to engage in hushed discussions, many faces still etched with disbelief. Not even Chen Lan, who walked closely behind Chen Xiao, could mask her bafflement. As his closest companion, she had never witnessed Chen Xiao engaging in alchemy, let alone asserting himself as a third-grade alchemist, a title of great prestige in the realm of Tianwu. Nevertheless, Chen Lan understood that this was not the time for contemplation. Since Chen Xiao had spoken, she could only silently accompany him. After all, he was Chen Xiao, her brother. The maid led them around to a reception room at the back of the Dan Tower, instructing them to wait while she went to summon the president and others. It was imperative that there was no room for negligence, as Chen Xiao was not merely an ordinary alchemy apprentice seeking assessment. The maid returned swiftly, and at her heels trailed a group of more than 10 individuals. Upon noticing their attire adorned with silver insignias, it became clear that they were all alchemists. Before the maid could speak, an elderly man in a gray robe, his visage stern, addressed them. "Which esteemed lord is here for the third-grade alchemist qualification assessment?" His gaze fell upon the maid, briefly glancing over Chen Xiao and Chen Lan, dismissing them with a mere sweep. After all, the two were far too young to warrant consideration. The others turned their attention to the maid. Knowing that a third-grade alchemist's arrival was a momentous occasion, it was well understood that even the president of this branch of the Dan Tower had only recently attained the status of a second-grade alchemist. A third-grade alchemist would overshadow everyone present, leaving no room for carelessness. Typically, 2 alchemists would oversee the assessments, but upon hearing that a third-grade alchemist had arrived, they dared not act with any levity. They also harbored hopes of cultivating a relationship. If they could gain even a few insights from a third-grade alchemist, it would be an invaluable opportunity. The maid's complexion paled slightly. She understood the dismissive attitude of the alchemists towards Chen Xiao and his sister, but she weakly pointed to Chen Xiao, introducing him. "This is the lord here for the third-grade alchemist qualification assessment." Him? The crowd's collective disbelief was palpable. The gray-robed elder was the first to recover, scolding the maid. "Should you ever report such absurdities again, you need not remain at the Dan Tower." "Yes." The maid quickly bowed her head, her face flushed, not daring to utter a word. Observing this, Chen Xiao frowned slightly. It was evident they doubted his capability to qualify as a third-grade alchemist, and it was not an exaggeration to say they viewed him with disdain. Although he found their attitude somewhat exasperating, he refrained from offending them outright, and instead reminded them, "Esteemed sirs, I assure you, I am indeed here to participate in the third-grade alchemist qualification assessment." "Humph, participating in the third-grade alchemist qualification assessment?" Before the gray-robed elder could respond, a middle-aged man beside him interjected, frowning at Chen Xiao. "Pray, tell me, how old are you?" Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, considering before responding. 16. 16? Laughter erupted among the crowd. The middle-aged man doubled over in mirth, pointing to himself as he asked Chen Xiao, "Do you know my age?" Before Chen Xiao could reply, the man continued, "I am 43, yet I am merely a second-grade alchemist, and just at the beginning stage, mind you. Even if you had started alchemy at birth, it would be impossible for you to attain the level of a third-grade alchemist." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The path to becoming an alchemist was fraught with challenges. One must grasp pharmacology, identify myriad herbs, comprehend combinations, control the flames, and even harness spiritual energy. This was precisely why the title of alchemist was held in such high esteem. In contrast to the vast numbers of warriors, the alchemist population was exceedingly rare. And you claim to be a second-grade alchemist? The middle-aged man, having thoroughly belittled Chen Xiao, pressed on. Noticing Chen Xiao's subtle shake of the head, the man's expression morphed into one of vindication, prompting him to inquire, "Then are you a first-grade alchemist?" This question piqued the interest of many. After all, Chen Xiao dared to assert his intent to partake in the third-grade alchemist assessment, implying he must at least possess some level of alchemical skill. Despite the youthful bravado, if he were indeed a first-grade alchemist, his future would undoubtedly be limitless. A gentle reprimand was acceptable, but ultimately, they would seek to foster goodwill. As the question lingered, the crowd was rife with speculation regarding Chen Xiao's true identity, dismissing the notion that he could be from Chinyong town. If such a remarkably young alchemist existed there, they would not have remained unknown until this moment. "I am not a first-grade alchemist," Chen Xiao declared after a brief pause. He continued, "Moreover, I am currently not an alchemy apprentice." A collective intake of breath echoed through the room, and all gazes fixated on Chen Xiao in astonishment. Even among the crowd, an elderly man clad in black robes, with an imposing demeanor, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Chen Xiao's statement was utterly astounding. They had gathered, only to find that he was not even an alchemy apprentice. To aspire for the third-grade alchemist qualification assessment without being an apprentice was sheer folly, arrogance, even recklessness. Such labels were now firmly affixed to Chen Xiao. His standing in their eyes plummeted dramatically. "Humph, what audacity! To know this is the Dan Tower and yet dare to jest with us. Do you not comprehend your transgressions?" The middle-aged man's countenance darkened instantaneously, his gaze toward Chen Xiao filled with hostility. Chapter 17, Scribbles of a Ghost? As alchemists, they held their pride dearly, often more so than warriors. Today, a multitude had been outwitted by a mere boy of 16. Such indignation was insufferable. That they did not immediately strike Chen Xiao down was a testament to their restraint. "Let him go," one finally suggested. The elderly man clad in a black robe cast a fleeting glance at Chen Xiao and spoke in a nonchalant manner. However, the middle-aged man alongside the gray-robed elder seemed eager to say something, but upon noticing the black-robed man's expression, he hesitated and fell silent. After finishing his words, the black-robed elder turned and strode towards the exit, followed by a group of alchemists who shot Chen Xiao a fierce glare before departing. At this moment, Chen Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Could they not wait until he completed his assessment before forming conclusions? "Hold on." Chen Xiao was compelled to speak again. "Young man, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe we would not dare to teach you a lesson?" The middle-aged man suddenly turned around, his martial aura abruptly emanating from him. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a glance at the man, and furrowed his brow. "Is it not true that one cannot take the assessment for a third-tier alchemist without first being an apprentice?" "Ah, it seems you remain undeterred. Very well. I shall clarify this for you." The gray-robed elder chuckled dryly, glanced at Chen Xiao, and continued, "To participate in the third-tier alchemist assessment, one must first become a second-tier alchemist, which in turn requires passing the first-tier assessment. To qualify for the first-tier assessment, one must hold the status of an alchemy apprentice. And as for how to become an apprentice, that too requires an assessment. Do you comprehend now?" Upon hearing this, the others nearby regarded Chen Xiao with amusement, as his ambitions seemed to have exceeded his grasp. After delivering this information, the elder turned to leave, with the others following suit. If Chen Xiao still failed to recognize the futility of his situation, it would be nothing short of intentional provocation. "Understood. Then I shall first take the assessment to become an alchemy apprentice. Who will arrange this for me?" Chen Xiao remarked, somewhat exasperated, however, given the stakes involved. He had no choice but to proceed with the assessment due to its significance to his future plans. "Lu Shi, you shall oversee his assessment," the black-robed elder stated flatly, not pausing in his stride as he exited, with a sparse crowd trailing behind him, leaving without a trace. Witnessing this scene, the alchemy tower maid stood to the side, unsure of what to say, her face etched with anxiety. After all, it was she who had summoned these esteemed alchemists, and now Chen Xiao had offended them all. If any of the alchemists were to utter a careless remark, she would be in dire trouble. "Young man, follow me. If you fail the alchemy apprentice assessment later, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The youth named Lu Shi shot a fierce glare at Chen Xiao before turning and heading outside. Chen Xiao, however, was indifferent, grasping Chen Lan's hand and following closely behind. "Only alchemy candidates may enter," Lu Shi declared without looking back. Reluctantly, Chen Xiao instructed Chen Lan to wait in the reception room and asked the maid to look after her while he strode behind Lu Shi. The two made their way to the second floor, halting before a room with an ancient design. Chen Xiao surveyed his surroundings, filled with curiosity. Although this was a different world, the items within were not inferior to the towering edifices of his previous life, and in certain aspects, they might even surpass them. Observing Chen Xiao's naive demeanor as he took in the sights, Lu Shi's brow furrowed involuntarily. He had initially thought Chen Xiao might possess some capability to succeed as an alchemy apprentice, but this display left him discontented. Step inside. The assessment awaits you, Lu Shi stated indifferently. All right, but what does the assessment entail? Chen Xiao asked, somewhat sheepishly, as he genuinely had no idea what to expect. This time, it was Lu Shi who found himself speechless, staring at Chen Xiao in disbelief. He had come to take the assessment without even knowing what it involved. Now, he was certain that Chen Xiao had merely come to create chaos. The assessment includes identifying medicinal herbs, as well as a written test. If you manage to pass, you will ascend to the rank of alchemy apprentice. Though Lu Shi felt thoroughly exasperated with Chen Xiao, he still explained. That should not be difficult, Chen Xiao murmured, confidently stepping through the open door. Lu Shi caught the remark, a smirk creeping onto his face, yet he chose not to expose Chen Xiao's ignorance and followed him inside. The room, approximately 500 square meters in area, featured a vast empty space, dominated by a prominent alchemical furnace. The furnace, bronze in color, stood on 3 legs, adorned with intricate carvings that lent it a delicate appearance, instantly capturing Chen Xiao's attention. Come over here. Lu Shi's calm voice broke the silence as he walked towards the opposite side, prompting Chen Xiao to notice a middle-aged man seated in meditation nearby. Approaching Lu Shi, the latter quietly said, Old Wu, this individual wishes to participate in the alchemy apprentice assessment. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, first glancing at Lu Shi and then fixing his gaze on Chen Xiao, raising an eyebrow, yet remaining silent as he nodded slightly. Upon receiving Old Wu's approval, Lu Shi wasted no time and hurried to the side to retrieve a test paper, laying it out on the table before Chen Xiao. Let us begin with the written test. All right. Chen Xiao nodded slightly and confidently took a seat. As he glanced at the test paper, a smile spread across his face. The contents were not challenging. In fact, they were exceedingly simple, so simple that Chen Xiao did not need to ponder. He immediately knew the answers at a glance. Looking up at Lu Shi, who stood nearby with a grin, he couldn't help but suspect that perhaps this fellow was intentionally giving him an easy path. However, Chen Xiao refrained from voicing this thought. Instead, he picked up the brush and began to write. Fortunately, Chen Xiao had practiced calligraphy in his previous life, and the characters in this world, oddly enough, resembled simplified Chinese characters, alleviating any concerns he had about being unable to write. Meanwhile, Lu Shi, who had been wearing a cold smile, now stared in disbelief at Chen Xiao, his eyes widening in shock as he witnessed the swift strokes of the brush. The sound of writing filled the air, and had he not been observing closely, he might have suspected Chen Xiao was scribbling nonsensically. Chapter 18. Are you up to something? Lu Shi thought with a smirk, eager to see what sort of test paper Chen Xiao would submit. In the past, he had expended considerable effort to become an alchemy apprentice, even taking the written test twice, being cautious and deliberative before daring to put pen to paper. Chen Xiao's approach made it evident that he was merely scribbling aimlessly. Even Old Wu, seated in meditation, cast a fleeting glance at Chen Xiao but chose not to comment. Remaining still, time passed, and soon a quarter of an hour had elapsed. With the sound of writing fading, Chen Xiao rose from his seat. Is that it? Lu Shi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before striding over. I must see what you have written so quickly. Lu Shi's mockery was unrestrained as he seized the test paper from Chen Xiao's hands to inspect it. In the next moment, Lu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reddening as he beheld the paper. Chen Xiao's answers appeared to be entirely correct. How is this possible? Doubtful, he scrutinized it again, still failing to identify any errors, leaving him utterly stunned. What is impossible? Old Wu's eyes opened once more. Old Wu, please take a look at this test paper. Lu Shi hurriedly approached, respectfully offering the paper to Old Wu. Wu looked at the item with a hint of confusion, slowly examining it. His expression remained largely unchanged. After about the duration of a tea break, he waved his hand and declared, full marks. The first assessment has been passed. Indeed, Lu Shi responded eagerly, stepping forward to Chen Xiao with a begrudging tone. Kid, you've aced the first assessment. Now, on to the second, identification of herbs. Chen Xiao had no objections to this. Lu Shi retreated inside and soon returned with 20 different herbs, systematically arranging them before Chen Xiao. He pointed to these herbs and stated, for the second assessment, you must accurately identify the names, properties, and potential combinations of these herbs. Every detail must be correct. Even the slightest error will disqualify you from the Alchemist Apprentice examination. Understood. Chen Xiao nodded, his gaze fixed on the herbs before him. Shall we begin? Wu Lao nodded and finally stood up from his previous position, walking directly to Chen Xiao. Ding. Discovered spiritual herb, Chinyong grass. Would you like to exchange it? The crisp and melodious system prompt suddenly resonated. Chen Xiao's eyes brightened instantly. He didn't even need to delve into his memories, as the system identified it for him. However, upon hearing the system's inquiry about exchanging, he raised an eyebrow. He anticipated that herbs could also be exchanged for system coins. But now was not the time for exchanges. He quickly declined and began to explore the characteristics of Chinyong grass using the system's features. Chinyong grass, a fire attribute herb, has volatile properties and can be combined with wooing water to refine a first-grade Chinyong pill. Chen Xiao recited the system's prompt verbatim. Without waiting for further comments, he picked up another herb and read aloud. Mercury root, a water attribute herb, has cold properties and can be combined with Tianyin fruit to refine a first-grade healing pill. Tian Shui pill, snow cough, another water attribute herb, has extremely cold properties and is rarely used in pill refinement. In one breath, Chen Xiao accurately named all 20 herbs along with their properties and potential pill formulations, leaving no detail overlooked. Lu Shi stood beside him, dumbfounded. Even he would find such a task complex. He never expected Chen Xiao to rattle off the information so effortlessly. He couldn't even keep pace. Meanwhile, Wu Lao squinted, a smile creeping onto his face as he exclaimed, "Very good. You have a solid grasp of the foundational knowledge of alchemy. Congratulations, you've passed the assessment." Lu Shi opened his mouth, but found no words to contest this. His gaze towards Chen Xiao was one of amazement, leaving him speechless. "Now can we proceed to the first-grade alchemist assessment?" Chen Xiao turned to Lu Shi and inquired. "You are now an alchemy apprentice, so of course you can. However, do you have confidence? If you fail, the cost of the herbs will come out of your pocket." Lu Shi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chen Xiao. "Absolutely." Chen Xiao affirmed with a nod. Wu Lao watched Chen Xiao with keen interest, ever since he had seen Chen Xiao seamlessly identify the herbs and their potential uses. His curiosity had been piqued. "Go ahead and take the assessment for first-grade alchemist. I will preside over it as well." Wu Lao pointed to the nearby alchemy furnace. After speaking, the elder walked over and sat down in a chair beside the furnace. Lu Shi went to fetch another set of herbs, placing them on a low table next to the furnace. He then turned to Chen Xiao and said, "Begin. Successfully refining a batch of first-grade healing pills will mean you have passed the alchemist assessment." Without further ado, Chen Xiao approached the furnace, lost in thought. Lu Shi and Wu Lao observed him, mistakenly believing he was struggling with uncertainty. In truth, Chen Xiao had never refined pills before and didn't even know how to ignite the furnace. After recalling the knowledge he had absorbed, he pretended to meditate in front of the furnace, scrutinizing it closely before tentatively pressing a notch on the outer rim. Buzz! A flame suddenly erupted from within the furnace, enveloping its base, the intense heat radiating outward. Fortunately, as a 7-star martial apprentice, Chen Xiao could withstand the heat. Once the temperature within the furnace was sufficiently high, he seized all the herbs and tossed them into the furnace without hesitation. "What are you doing?" Lu Shi stood up in shock, his face a portrait of disbelief. Wu Lao was equally stunned, his mouth twitching as he realized that Chen Xiao was completely improvising. "I'm refining pills," Chen Xiao retorted, rolling his eyes at Lu Shi. "What? You're refining pills? You just threw all the herbs in at once. There's no way to extract impurities now. If it doesn't explode, it'll be a miracle. Have you ever refined pills before?" Lu Shi was incredulous, unable to contain his laughter at Chen Xiao's antics. "Nonsense. This is utter nonsense." Wu Lao finally couldn't hold back his reprimand. He had initially held high hopes for Chen Xiao, but now he saw that the young man was completely lost. "I'm in the midst of refining. Don't talk to me. If I fail, I'll hold you both accountable." Chen Xiao chuckled, turning his attention back to the covered furnace. Hearing this, both Lu Shi and Wu Lao exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in unison, and they lost interest in watching Chen Xiao, convinced he would undoubtedly fail. Ding. System prompt. Current alchemy progress is 5. Indeed, Chen Xiao had activated a super cheat. After learning the basic alchemy skill, he could not only refine pills independently but also entrust the process to the system. With the system's assistance, no matter the method employed, the system would guarantee a perfect outcome. This was precisely why Chen Xiao felt emboldened to toss all the herbs into the furnace at once. The system would purify the herbal extracts and complete the final fusion and pill formation processes. Chen Xiao merely needed to sit back and feign diligence. With the system's guidance, the previously inscrutable furnace was laid bare before Chen Xiao, revealing the nature of the herbs, the degree of heat, and more in crystal clarity. He only had to follow the prompts, and he could even choose not to act at all. The alchemy progress steadily climbed, and the previously aloof Wu Lao and Lu Shi exchanged curious glances. Normally, unstable herbal properties and conflicting elements could easily lead to an explosive outcome, which would create quite a spectacle. Yet, as time passed, there was no explosion from Chen Xiao's side. This was highly unusual. Before either could ponder further, a subtle yet fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, causing both their eyes to widen in astonishment. The herbs were beginning to merge. Wu Lao snapped to attention. His gaze towards Chen Xiao now filled with awe. He just tossed all 20 herbs into the furnace, and he is managing to purify and merge them simultaneously. How is that even possible? Is he human? Even Wu Lao himself could not fathom achieving simultaneous purification of 20 herbal extracts. Lu Shi was similarly astonished, unable to comprehend how Chen Xiao could achieve such a feat. His previous scornful remarks now left him flushed with embarrassment. Ding. System prompt. A bottle of healing potion has been successfully refined. Reward, 100 experience points, 10 coins. The delightful chime of the system prompt brought a smile to Chen Xiao's face. He hadn't expected that successful alchemy would yield experience points as well. All right. Chen Xiao cleared his throat, stood up, and lifted the furnace lid, retrieving 6 round, fragrant pills from within. The elixir, resembling a creamy white orb approximately the size of a fingernail, pulsated with a palpable aura of spiritual energy when held in hand, evoking a compelling urge in Chen Xiao to consume it whole. Is it truly a success? Wu Lao gasped in astonishment, stepping forward to examine the elixir closely. After a prolonged silence, his voice trembled with excitement. This is undoubtedly a top-tier elixir of the first grade. Just how skilled are you as an alchemist? I came to take the examination for a third-grade alchemist, Chen Xiao replied with a dismissive smirk. Third grade? Wu Lao exclaimed in disbelief. His gaze shifting to Lu Shi with a grim expression. Lu Shi, why did you allow this master to participate in the apprentice alchemist assessment? Upon hearing this, Lu Shi appeared flustered and awkward. However, before he could respond, Chen Xiao interjected to clarify. I only recently began my journey under my master's tutelage. I had taken the assessment before and now must progress step by step. While his tone carried a hint of arrogance, Lu Shi's gratitude was evident. For Chen Xiao's words had indeed extricated him from an uncomfortable situation. Wu Lao nodded slightly, grappling with disbelief at Chen Xiao's youth, yet recognizing the reality before him. There was no way a first-grade alchemist could concoct such a high-quality elixir. Moreover, Chen Xiao's mention of a more skilled master subtly alleviated Wu Lao's suspicions. Having passed the first-grade alchemist assessment, you may now proceed to refine second-grade elixirs. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to instruct me. There are several options available for second-grade elixirs. Which would you prefer to concoct? Wu Lao's tone had shifted to one laced with respect. In the realm of alchemy, skill transcends status. If one excels, others will naturally acknowledge and respect them. Any will do. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, prompting Lu Shi to fetch the necessary materials for refining a second-grade elixir. As expected, with the system's advantageous enhancements, Chen Xiao successfully completed the second-grade elixir. Ding. System notification. Second-grade Qi supplementing elixir successfully concocted. Experience points awarded, 200. Gold coins awarded, 20. Following the completion of the second-grade elixir, the focus shifted to the third-grade concoction. Wu Lao and Lu Shi observed Chen Xiao with a sense of numbness, even forgetting to notify the Alchemy Tower president and others of the ongoing proceedings. Ding. System notification. Third-grade recovery elixir successfully concocted. Experience points awarded, 300. Gold coins awarded, 30. As the notification echoed, Chen Xiao opened the furnace lid, releasing an aromatic fragrance that enveloped the air. Indeed, it was the third-grade recovery elixir, with 2 of them being of exceptional quality and the remaining 4 of medium quality, each elixir valued at no less than 5,000 gold coins. With a quaver in his voice, Wu Lao cautiously inspected the palm-sized creamy white elixir, while Lu Shi's perception shifted entirely upon witnessing the spectacle. The earlier mockery directed at the seemingly youthful alchemist now felt misplaced, especially given that he had just demonstrated his ability to produce third-grade elixirs of superior quality. They had not only failed to ingratiate themselves with him, but inadvertently offended him instead. Lu Shi pondered how their peers would react to this shocking revelation. Realizing the urgency to inform the president and the others, on the 4th floor of the Alchemy Tower, typically restricted to alchemists, a gathering of alchemists, including the tower's president, congregated in a reception room. Their attention was captivated by the second elder seated to the left, Han Xiaolai, the vice president of the Alchemy Academy at Tianwu College, who had fortuitously passed by and decided to visit due to an acquaintance with the tower president. The significance of this visit stemmed from Han Xiaolai's elevated status, far surpassing that of the president of the Chinyong town branch of the Alchemy Tower. While the gathering engaged in light-hearted banter, Lu Shi burst through the door. drawing startled gazes, even causing Han Xiaolai to raise an eyebrow. Lu Shi, what is you in such a frenzy? The tower president inquired, his expression darkening, realizing his overzealousness. Lu Shi quickly composed himself, bowing to those present before announcing, President, that young man has passed the assessment. Passed the assessment? The tower president paused, then waved dismissively. Well, let it be. There is no need for such a commotion over a mere apprentice alchemist assessment. Indeed, Lu Shi replied, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward, however. It's not merely an apprentice alchemist assessment. He has passed the assessment for a third-grade alchemist. Ah, I see, the president said, waving his hand nonchalantly. Yet, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the president's demeanor shifted as he stood abruptly, fixing Lu Shi with a serious gaze. What did you just say? He has passed the third-grade alchemist assessment. Lu Shi stammered, anxiety creeping into his voice, for the surreal nature of this revelation weighed heavily upon him. Third-grade alchemist? Jiao, do you have a third-grade alchemist undergoing assessment here? Han Xiaolai asked, equally astonished, turning to a nearby elder. This is the third-grade elixir concocted by Chen Xiao. Please take a look. Lu Shi presented the elixir with utmost reverence to the tower president. Zhao raised an eyebrow, understanding the gravity of the situation, and regretting not witnessing the young alchemist's prowess firsthand. Now, not only had they failed to establish goodwill, but they had also risked defending him. Examining the elixir, Zhao's expression turned grim. This elixir exceeds even the highest quality. The gathered alchemists gasped in astonishment, realizing that the seemingly youthful boy was indeed a third-grade alchemist. Zhao, may I have a closer look at this elixir? Han Xiaolai, who had been observing silently, suddenly brightened at the sight of the elixir, striding over to Zhao. Indeed, please allow Han to assess it. Zhao replied with a smile, handing the elixir to Han Xiaolai. Han Xiaolai scrutinized the elixir, his eyes widening with each glance. Before contemplating aloud, where can I find the alchemist who crafted this? Might you introduce me? What business do you have with him? Zhao and the others were taken aback. After all, Han Xiaolai was a highly skilled third-grade alchemist and the vice president of the Alchemy Academy, a figure of remarkable stature. It was unusual for someone of his caliber to seek out an unknown young alchemist. This alchemist produces elixirs with exceptional purity and quality, and I suspect crafting top-tier elixirs would be well within his capability. Han Xiaolai remarked with profound significance. Zhao and the others exchanged glances, astonished by Han Xiaolai's high praise. Lu Shi chimed in. Indeed, this esteemed Chen Xiao has already produced both first-grade and second-grade top-tier elixirs. Ah, do hasten to introduce me. Han Xiaolai urged with newfound urgency. The others present, such as Zhao Yan, seemed somewhat apprehensive. However, ingratiating themselves with Han Xiaolai could significantly benefit their future prospects, so they nodded in agreement. Lead the way. Meanwhile, in the second-floor alchemy chamber, Chen Xiao sat casually on a chair, while Old Wu meticulously examined the grade 3 pill in his hands. Suddenly, a clamorous sound of footsteps echoed. Then, the door was gently pushed open from the outside, and the alchemists whom Chen Xiao had previously encountered swarmed in once more. Unlike before, this time, they were escorting two elderly men with white hair and beards. As soon as the two entered, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Xiao and Old Wu. One of the elders, possessing a commanding presence, stepped forward and glanced at Old Wu's attire before dismissing him. When he saw Chen Xiao's youthful appearance, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he asked incredulously, was it this young man who refined the grade 3 rejuvenation pill? Indeed, Old Wu promptly affirmed. Zhao Yan, the president of the Alchemist Association, and the others flushed with embarrassment as Chen Xiao looked at them with a mocking smile, as if ridiculing them. Now, can you help me obtain an alchemist's identification? Chen Xiao stood up from his chair, surveyed the group, and finally focused on the two leading figures, speaking slowly. Of course, certainly. Zhao Yan responded with an awkward, wry smile, turning to Lu Shi and saying, see to this matter immediately. What could Lu Shi say? Naturally, he complied at once. The remaining individuals began to crowd around, scrutinizing the pills refined by Chen Xiao. During this time, Zhao Yan opportunely inquired about certain aspects of alchemy. Once things had settled down, Han Xiaolai whispered to Zhao Yan, Brother Zhao, I have something I wish to discuss with young friend Chen Xiao. Would you mind asking the others to excuse us? Of course not. Zhao Yan waved his hand with a smile, promptly dismissing all the onlookers. In an instant, the bustling alchemy chamber was left with only Chen Xiao, Han Xiaolai, and Zhao Yan, who stubbornly remained. As this was Zhao Yan's alchemy tower, Han Xiaolai hesitated to evict him and simply ignored his presence. He then approached Chen Xiao once more, cupped his fist in salute, and said, Young friend, I have a humble request to ask of you. What is it? Chen Xiao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Before we delve into that matter, I would like to ask you a question. Oh, and allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Xiaolai, the Vice Dean of the Alchemy Academy at Tianwu Academy. Han Xiaolai smiled affably at Chen Xiao, but the occasional glint in his eyes betrayed his shrewdness. Chen Xiao returned Han Xiaolai's smile. The system had alerted Chen Xiao the moment the man entered that he was a formidable 9-star martial spirit realm expert. Other than that, no further information had been detected. However, a powerful martial spirit seeking assistance from a mere martial apprentice, especially at this juncture, undoubtedly had something to do with alchemy. Chen Xiao suspected that the question he was about to ask would probe his alchemic skills. As expected, upon seeing Chen Xiao's expression, Han Xiaolai appeared slightly embarrassed but proceeded. May I inquire as to your current grade as an alchemist? Have you reached grade 4? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and shook his head slightly. Not yet, I'm still a bit lacking. However, Han Xiaolai was a seasoned veteran and instantly discerned the underlying humility in Chen Xiao's words. An expression of anticipation grew on his face as he continued. Then, would you happen to have the confidence to refine a grade 3 supreme quality pill, the Mind Awakening pill? Mind Awakening pill? Chen Xiao paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing Chen Xiao's frown, Han Xiaolai's heart sank. Could he have been mistaken? Was Chen Xiao also unable to refine it? Chen Xiao was unaware of Han Xiaolai's conjecture. In reality, he did not even know the effects of the Mind Awakening pill and was currently searching for it in the system. Mind Awakening pill, a pill capable of healing and nourishing the soul, albeit difficult to refine, comparable to a grade 4 pill, requiring specific ingredients. The formula for the Mind Awakening pill was indeed available in the system, and it was not expensive, costing only 20 gold coins to redeem. However, Chen Xiao did not rush to redeem it. Instead, he turned to Han Xiaolai and said in a low voice, I should be able to refine the Mind Awakening pill, but I only have less than an 80 certainty of success. 80? Is that true? Han Xiaolai's eyes lit up instantly. He could also refine grade 3 pills. Even the Mind Awakening pill. However, the highest quality he could achieve was only upper grade, far from the supreme grade he required. He had virtually no confidence in refining a supreme grade Mind Awakening pill, yet Chen Xiao claimed an 80 certainty. How could he not be overjoyed? More or less. However, not everyone can consume the Mind Awakening pill. Do you require it? Chen Xiao stated casually. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Han Xiaolai understood that Chen Xiao was indeed familiar with the Mind Awakening pill, even knowing its effects. He then said awkwardly, the truth is, my granddaughter has been frail since childhood. Recently, she suddenly fell ill. After examination, it was discovered that her soul was deteriorating. She requires a pure, supreme-grade Mind Awakening pill to nourish and restore her soul. Otherwise, even an upper-grade Mind Awakening pill might worsen her condition. I came out this time to seek out alchemists capable of refining the supreme-grade Mind Awakening pill. Fortunately, heaven rewards the diligent. If you are willing to lend a hand, I will certainly offer a generous reward. With that, Han Xiaolai bowed respectfully to Chen Xiao. Ding, mission alert. Han Xiaolai's request, cure Han Schwer's strange illness. Reward, 1,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, martial skill, dragon dance of the 9 heavens. Mission failure, random deduction of experience points. Accept? Hearing the familiar system notification sound, Chen Xiao's eyebrows twitched. The rewards for this mission were quite substantial, so he immediately said, accept. Moreover, their ability to escape relied entirely on this man. Chen Xiao naturally could not be too arrogant and quickly helped him up. It is not impossible for me to go with you to refine the pills. However, I am currently facing a minor predicament that needs to be resolved. Otherwise, I fear I will not even be able to leave the city. Chen Xiao said with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, what is the predicament? Han Xiaolai asked with a smile, but he did not immediately agree. Chen Xiao cursed the old fox inwardly, but had to explain, the truth is, a disciple from your academy attempted to harass my sister recently, and I ended up killing him. Now, his family is searching for us throughout the town. I fear I will be captured the moment I step out of the alchemy tower. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Han Xiaolai's face turned livid as he rebuked. What is the name of that student? How dare he act so outrageously? If I encounter anyone who disregards the rules, I will not be lenient either. You need not worry about this matter. Come with me later, and I will see who dares to stop you. These words were essentially a guarantee to Chen Xiao that Tianwu Academy would not pursue the matter. Furthermore, he offered to take Chen Xiao to the academy. However, Chen Xiao discerned that this man did not intend to intervene in this matter. He only intended to safely escort Chen Xiao out and had no intention of helping him resolve the issue. However, upon reflection, it is understandable that Chen Xiao has yet to concoct any elixirs. Who knows if he will succeed? Naturally, he cannot directly intervene to assist Chen Xiao. Furthermore, given his current status, it is inappropriate for him to become entangled in the power struggles of these minor families. Nevertheless, this single statement suffices. What Chen Xiao truly requires is the ability to venture beyond the city. Once he is outside, with the formidable prowess of the supreme upgrade system, he is confident that he will soon advance to the rank of martial master, or even martial spirit. At that time, he will return to reclaim all that he has lost. As the two were nearing the conclusion of their discussion, President Zhao Yan re-entered the room, holding a set of gray and white robes and a small black token in his hands. The token bore no text, only floral engravings, while the reverse displayed a dark alchemical furnace. The robes featured a silver alchemical cauldron emblazoned on the chest, indicative of a dedicated alchemist's attire. Chen Xiao, your credentials have been fully processed, and you are now officially associated with our Chinyong town branch. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to seek me out. Zhao Yan smiled as he handed the items to Chen Xiao. Thank you. Chen Xiao replied with a smile. He had initially come to concoct elixirs for self-preservation, and now, armed with this endorsement and the title of Alchemist, who would dare to challenge him? Moreover, he had a vice dean of the Alchemist Academy from Tianwu Institute backing him. Yet, these remain external supports that he cannot readily manipulate. For instance, asking Zhao Yan to eradicate the Lin family would be impossible. Thus, he must ensure his own strength is sufficiently formidable. Young friend, unless there are other matters, shall we depart? Han Xiaolai could hardly contain his anticipation, and upon seeing Chen Xiao ready, he promptly spoke up. Wait, I need to fetch someone. Chen Xiao responded, then descended the stairs to find Chen Lan. When he located her, she was sitting quietly in the reception room, waiting. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, she rushed over and embraced his arm, asking, Brother, how did it go? Hee, of course, I passed the assessment smoothly. Come, let me take you to a wonderful place. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with tenderness as he took Chen Lan's hand and led her outside. In the main hall, Han Xiaolai had been waiting patiently. Upon seeing Chen Xiao with Chen Lan, he could not help but glance at her, smiling and nodding in greeting. Subsequently, the trio was escorted out of the alchemy tower by Zhao Yan and boarded a waiting carriage. Go. With a jolt, the carriage began its journey, gradually moving away from the city towards the outskirts. Chapter 22. Tianwu Academy. Chinyong Town is not large. The journey from the alchemy tower to the nearest north gate takes but a brief incense stick's duration. Initially, Chen Xiao anticipated some complications in exiting the city. Yet to his surprise, the passage was utterly unobstructed. Even the Lin family made no attempt to stop or inspect the carriage, allowing them to exit the city seamlessly and head north towards Beixian City, where the Tianwu Academy is located. This prompted Chen Xiao to regard Han Xiaolai with newfound respect. Such unimpeded travel indicated that Han Xiaolai's status had reached a point where the Lin family dared not provoke him. Within the Tianwu Kingdom, cities are categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of super cities rivaling the imperial capital. The second tier includes cities controlled by prominent families or powerful sects, which develop rapidly and boast populations exceeding 100 million, while the third tier comprises numerous smaller cities, of which Beixian City is one. Chinyong Town does not even qualify as a third-tier city. It is merely an inconsequential settlement that has only been fortified due to geographical advantages. Beixian City lies approximately 200 miles from Chinyong Town. The carriage, taking its time, took a full 2 days to reach the city. Upon arrival, Chen Xiao eagerly lifted the curtain to gaze at the towering city walls, majestic and imposing, stretching endlessly into the horizon, shrouding the interior of the city as if a colossal beast lay in repose. We are almost at Beixian City. Normally, as the host, I would invite my young friend to explore a bit. However, my granddaughter's condition does not permit further delay, so we shall head directly to Tianwu Academy. What are your thoughts, young friend? Han Xiaolai inquired gently, a smile gracing his face. Chen Xiao, having been observing the surroundings, nodded slightly. That is perfectly acceptable. However, I have a small request that I hope Elder Han can assist with. Han Xiaolai's smile faltered slightly, and he pondered whether Chen Xiao was attempting to take advantage of the situation. Yet, Chen Xiao merely pointed to Chen Lan, who was wide-eyed and gazing at the cityscape. After treating Elder Han's granddaughter, I may be away for a period. During that time, I hope Elder Han can look after my sister. Is that all? Han Xiaolai raised an eyebrow, surprised at Chen Xiao's intentions. He considered this request carefully, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Xiao before nodding slightly. If you encounter any issues, you can rest assured that I will take good care of your sister. Coincidentally, Schwerer could use a companion. It would be livelier with both of them together. Thank you in advance. Chen Xiao stood, bowing respectfully. Chen Lan, realizing the implications, widened her eyes and quickly interjected, Brother, don't leave me behind. I want to come with you. Rest easy. I must visit a location where bringing you would be inconvenient due to your lack of training. Do you understand? Chen Xiao affectionately ruffled Qianlan's hair, his eyes filled with warmth. But Qianlan seemed ready to protest. Yet Chen Xiao raised his hand to silence her. There are no buts. I will return soon to fetch you. Just stay here and be at ease. All right, she replied quietly, though her voice was tinged with disappointment. Chen Xiao noticed, but refrained from elaborating. He intended to re-enter the beast forest near Chinyong town, a place teeming with both beasts and magical creatures, which would provide him with ample experience points, allowing his progression to astound everyone. The carriage entered the city without hindrance. Yet within, the atmosphere was markedly more boisterous, bustling with throngs of people, attesting to the vibrancy of Beixian City. After nearly an hour of navigation through the city, the carriage came to a gradual halt. Principal, we have arrived, called out the deep voice of the driver. However, Chen Xiao discerned that this individual was not merely a driver, but also Han Xiaolai's guard, given his cultivation at the 9-star martial spirit level. Younger friend, carriages are not permitted within the academy. We shall proceed on foot. Han Xiaolai's voice carried a hint of apology. Not an issue, Chen Xiao replied with a smile, guiding Qianlan to follow Han Xiaolai as they disembarked and walked toward the academy. Tianwu Academy is an institution established directly by the Tianwu Kingdom, with academies located in all Tier 3 cities and above. Individuals from surrounding Tier 3 cities can become academy disciples if they pass the entrance examination. Once admitted, they can study for at least 5 years, emerging as martial masters at the very least. Moreover, due to the affiliation with the Tianwu Academy, once admitted, few dare to provoke its students. This explains why Lin Yu had previously displayed such arrogance. Gazing upon the magnificent architectural complex before him, Chen Xiao finally comprehended the source of Lin Yu's confidence. Standing before the colossal stone tablet, he felt a sense of insignificance wash over him, an involuntary reverence emanating from within. Behind the stone tablet lay a vast expanse of neatly arranged limestone steps, winding their way forward, where he occasionally spotted youths clad in various attires, traversing through the academy. The aura exuding from these individuals varied in intensity, yet most were martial apprentices or martial masters, predominantly at the 3-star martial master level, and Chen Xiao encountered none of them. Upon entering the academy gates, he took a small path that led around to the rear, designated for the teacher's quarters. As the vice president of the Alchemy Institute, Han Xiaolai naturally resided in a splendid abode, nestled in a serene environment surrounded by lush greenery, free from any disturbances. After a cursory glance, Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction, content to let Qianlan stay here for a while without a worry. Master, a middle-aged man resembling a steward rushed out from the loft upon seeing Han Xiaolai and the others. Is Schwer well? Han Xiaolai waved his hand dismissively and strode toward the house. The young lady has remained unchanged these past few days. All is as usual, the steward respectfully replied, though his gaze curiously swept over Chen Xiao and Qianlan, puzzled as to why the master had brought 2 young children along. Very well. Prepare 2 guest rooms for young friend Chen Xiao and Qianlan, and instruct the servants not to neglect them. Han Xiaolai commanded lightly. He then turned to Chen Xiao and suggested, why not accompany me to meet Schwer? It would also allow us to better understand her condition. What do you think? Of course. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement, and the group made their way toward the rear courtyard, gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 23. A quack. As they approached the inner courtyard, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, with the fragrance of flowers in the air becoming more pronounced. How beautiful! Qianlan exclaimed, gazing at the vibrant flower beds surrounding them. Haha, these were tended to by Schwer during her leisure time. Han Xiaolai chuckled, nodding, his steps unceasing. Soon, at the end of the tranquil path, an ancient-style pavilion nestled among the trees came into view. The coachman halted appropriately, refraining from advancing further. While Han Xiaolai led Chen Xiao to the front of the pavilion, a maid stood respectfully to the side, and upon seeing Han Xiaolai and the others, she promptly approached and bowed. Where is Schwer? The young lady is resting. The maid respectfully answered, her gaze darting curiously between Chen Xiao and Qianlan, puzzled as to why the master had brought them. I understand. Han Xiaolai nodded, then gently pushed open the door to the pavilion and stepped inside. Chen Xiao and Qianlan promptly followed suit. Inside, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, and the overall decor of the room was quite elegant. However, Chen Xiao merely glanced around before following Han Xiaolai to the bedside of the inner chamber. On the bed lay a youthful maiden with bright eyes and a radiant smile, peacefully resting. Yet, the slight furrow of her brow suggested she was unwell. Chen Xiao noted, with a hint of surprise, that her cultivation level was merely that of a 2-star martial apprentice. A stark contrast to what he had anticipated for the granddaughter of the vice president of the Alchemy Institute. As if sensing their presence, the maiden's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Grandfather. Her voice was melodious yet frail, and as she attempted to sit up, a wave of weakness washed over her. Pain flickering across her face. Han Xiaolai was immediately alarmed and rushed forward, pressing her gently down. No need to get up. Your body is weak. Rest well. This time, I have invited young friend Chen Xiao, who should be capable of refining the supreme awakening pill for you, alleviating your suffering. All right. The maiden replied with a faint smile, though it seemed more like an act of comfort for Han Xiaolai than a genuine expression of hope. Young friend, shall we begin the alchemical process directly? Han Xiaolai, after offering some words of encouragement, turned to Chen Xiao with eager anticipation. Not in haste. I wish to first examine Miss Schwer's condition. Additionally, there are some materials you need to prepare for the awakening pill. Haha, whatever is required, do not hesitate to mention it. As for the examination, that can certainly be arranged. Han Xiaolai replied, nodding cheerfully, and led Chen Xiao aside. Schwer, this young friend is here to refine the awakening pill for you. Do not be misled by his youthful appearance. His alchemical skills are remarkable, and even I feel inadequate in comparison. Han Xiaolai introduced Chen Xiao to the maiden lying in bed before allowing him to commence the examination. Do not be nervous. Simply extend your hand to me, Chen Xiao said with a gentle smile, sitting at the bedside. The maiden gazed at him with wide eyes, intrigued by his age, which was similar to hers, leaving her quite astonished. Nevertheless, she complied and offered her hand, which Chen Xiao grasped firmly, gradually closing his eyes. Ding. System notification, level 5 bloodline, Vermilion Phoenix. Do you wish to devour? The crisp notification tone caused Chen Xiao's lips to twitch. He had yet to conduct his examination. Yet the system was already eager to consume her bloodline. However, such actions were beyond Chen Xiao's moral compass. If he were to proceed, Han Xiaolai would certainly not hesitate to strike him down. He promptly dismissed the notion and began to utilize the system to thoroughly investigate Han Schwer's condition. The reason for this thorough examination was that Chen Xiao suspected Han Schwer's ailment was not solely due to damage to her spirit, but possibly stemmed from other underlying issues. Moreover, during the journey, Chen Xiao had come to understand that the system could thoroughly monitor the internal conditions of individuals once he had made contact with them. Thus, he insisted on checking Han Schwer's health. With the system's aid, Han Schwer's entire body became semi-transparent in Chen Xiao's view. Her numerous meridians, blood vessels, and even her liver were all laid bare before him, yet no issues were discernible. Strange, Chen Xiao murmured, rising to approach Han Schwer, placing his hand upon her forehead. She flinched at first, but seemed to grasp his intentions and did not resist, allowing him to continue his examination. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolai stood behind, equally rising, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he pondered. After about a cup of tea's time, Chen Xiao finally withdrew his hand, his eyes scanning Han Schwer with contemplation. Young friend, what have you discerned? Han Xiaolai quickly approached, concern etched on his face as he gazed at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao did not rush to respond. Instead, he countered, what did the previous diagnosis of Miss Schwer entail? It was Master Lu who diagnosed her condition. According to him, Schwer suffered from damaged spirit, leading to depletion and atrophy. He claimed that with the supreme awakening pill, her spirit would be restored, and her ailment would be cured, Han Xiaolai replied, his tone slightly reverent, clearly holding Master Lu in high regard. However, upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's brows knitted slightly, and he remarked somewhat exasperatedly, that Master Lu seems rather unreliable. To label him a quack would not be an exaggeration. What? You deem Master Lu a quack? Han Xiaolai's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Chen Xiao. Not only was Han Xiaolai taken aback, but even Han Schwer, lying in bed, gazed at Chen Xiao with astonishment, completely unprepared for the audacity of this youth, who appeared to be of similar age to herself, to make such bold claims. It is known that Master Lu is a renowned expert in the medical arts within several hundred miles of Beishan City, whose diagnoses have rarely been incorrect. Yet now, Chen Xiao had the audacity to refute him, even labeling him a quack. How could those present not be astonished? While Master Lu's assertions held a grain of truth, that the exquisite awakening pill could indeed temporarily alleviate Miss Schwer's condition and restore her spirit, it would only last at most a month before she reverted to her current state, with the possibility of worsening conditions. This was merely a symptomatic treatment, not a cure. One cannot help but wonder if this is not the mark of a quack. What is? Chen Xiao spoke with a calm and measured tone. Then, young friend, can you ascertain the root cause? Han Xiaolai's expression was a mix of skepticism and uncertainty, for he could hardly believe that Chen Xiao could surpass Master Lu in the realm of medicine. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. I have examined Miss Schwer, Chen Xiao continued, and found 2 meridians congested at her forehead, one of which appears to be a nerve pathway that has become blocked, resulting in a blood clot that impedes proper circulation. Coupled with her insufficient cultivation level, she is unable to disperse it, leading to a gradual depletion of her spirit. Even if she were to take the awakening pill, without addressing the clogged meridian, her condition would continue to deteriorate. I wonder, Miss Schwer, do you experience dizziness when you rise, as if something were amiss within your forehead? Upon hearing these words, Han Schwer's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. This theory was unfamiliar to her. While it seemed somewhat absurd, it closely aligned with her symptoms. Indeed, she recognized these signs, but what remedy could possibly resolve them? She nodded slightly, her voice a mere whisper, as if speaking was a tremendous effort, appearing utterly frail. It is quite simple, Chen Xiao replied. First, you must recuperate your health, and then we can directly dissolve the blood clots in your meridians. What? Han Xiaolai exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. This method is far too perilous. The brain is of utmost importance. Even the slightest error could result in life-threatening consequences. I cannot consent to this. His face flushed with indignation as he glared at Chen Xiao. The human brain is the most enigmatic organ, and a minor mistake could lead to idiocy or even death. How could Han Xiaolai possibly allow Chen Xiao to gamble with his granddaughter's life? Yet Chen Xiao remained unfazed, replying coolly, I am confident in my ability to refine the medicine with an 80% success rate, and I am certain I can resolve the meridian blockage with 100% assurance. Whether you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. I can create the elixir, and the decision is yours to make. Han Xiaolai's face revealed a hint of awkwardness. Chen Xiao's words left him at a loss. To trust Chen Xiao would equate to admitting Master Lu's incompetence, but to dismiss him would risk offending someone he relied upon for alchemical assistance. What if Chen Xiao was indeed correct? Could he gamble with his granddaughter's life? Just as Han Xiaolai wrestled with his thoughts, a cold snort echoed from outside the door. Moments later, a guard accompanied by a refined gentleman clad in white entered. Ah, Master Lu, what brings you here? Han Xiaolai exclaimed, hastily approaching. If I do not appear, I fear I shall be labeled a fraud and a charlatan. Master Lu's face flushed crimson as he glared at Chen Xiao, hostility evident in his gaze. Han Xiaolai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Despite his own esteemed background, he found himself in a position of supplication. However, Chen Xiao had managed to deeply offend Master Lu, putting Han Xiaolai in a difficult predicament. Chen Xiao's gaze swept over Master Lu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Another martial artist of the martial spirit realm. Yet Chen Xiao displayed no hint of trepidation, confidently addressing the middle-aged man. While the awakening pill can indeed remedy spirit depletion, do you understand the underlying cause of this affliction? Master Lu faltered, narrowing his eyes at Chen Xiao. He had not considered this angle. To him, spirit depletion was merely that, nothing more. As long as the spirit was restored, recovery would follow. Yet, Chen Xiao's inquiry left him momentarily speechless. You are oblivious because of your negligence. Miss Schwer has suffered from persistent headaches in her forehead for years. A gentle massage alleviates the pain. Have you ever investigated this? Chen Xiao's expression remained unchanged, showing no embarrassment despite being openly challenged. His words left Master Lu momentarily speechless, which only deepened Han Xiaolai's embarrassment. He had not anticipated Chen Xiao's eloquence. Moreover, this exchange hinted at Chen Xiao's formidable background. There must be at least a fourth or even fifth-tier alchemist backing him. Even Han Xiaolai, as the vice president of the Alchemy Institute of Tianwu Academy, could not compare to a fourth-tier alchemist. No wonder Chen Xiao had remained unfazed by Han Xiaolai's introduction. The status he took pride in meant nothing to him. As Master Lu's face reddened with barely concealed anger, Han Xiaolai quickly cleared his throat and interjected, Master Lu, this is Chen Xiao, whom I invited to concoct the exquisite awakening pill for Schwer. If there has been any misunderstanding, I hope we can all overlook it. What? You say he can refine the exquisite awakening pill? Master Lu's expression shifted to one of shock, quickly replaced by skepticism as he scrutinized Chen Xiao. The awakening pill is a third-tier elixir. Even Han Xiaolai could not concoct it, yet Chen Xiao claimed he could. Did this not imply that Chen Xiao is at least a third-tier alchemist? Why does it matter? Chen Xiao raised his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Master Lu. Han Xiaolai's words had lit a spark of doubt in Master Lu's mind. Chen Xiao's reasoning was sound, and the mention of his supposed master made him wary. Yet, to simply swallow his pride was not something he could easily accept. Very well, young man. Since you are so confident, let us wager, Master Lu proposed, his eyes glimmering with cunning. A wager? What do you suggest? Chen Xiao understood the implications of the challenge, but chose not to confront it directly. Let us wager on Schwer's condition. If she fully recovers after taking the awakening pill, I win. If she still requires your intervention, then I lose. The stakes shall not be too high. 10,000 gold coins should suffice. What do you say? Master Lu's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Chen Xiao for any sign of fear. To his surprise, Chen Xiao not only displayed no apprehension but rather smiled. For the system prompt chimed once more. Ding. System notification. Quest Master Lu's bet activated. Defeat Master Lu in the wager and receive a reward of 1,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, and an increase of 10 in Han Xiaolai's favorability. Failure will result in a decrease of 10 in Han Xiaolai's favorability. Do you accept? Accept. This quest was a veritable gift of experience for Chen Xiao. He regarded Master Lu with renewed warmth. Clearly, he had stumbled upon a veritable cash cow. However, the affection points left Chen Xiao somewhat bewildered. It truly resembled the mechanism of establishing rapport with NPCs in a game. Nonetheless, acquiring 10 points of affection was commendable, and when combined with the previous tasks, this endeavor had proven to be quite lucrative. Alright, I agree. Chapter 25. The formation of the pill. Chen Xiao smiled, as did Master Lu, while Han Xiaolai also wore a gratifying expression. At the very least, there was no chaos upon their first meeting, otherwise, he would have been the most troubled among them. Although the two were using his granddaughter as a wager, which displeased him greatly, he found himself powerless, as he needed their assistance. Moreover, since they had crossed paths, it might not be entirely detrimental for his granddaughter. At least they would be more earnest in her treatment. Old Han, please fetch me some paper and a pen, Chen Xiao said, turning to the old man beside him. The maid hurried to retrieve the writing materials from the study, while Master Lu stood perplexed, observing Chen Xiao. Upon seeing what Chen Xiao was writing, his lips twitched uncontrollably, muttering, "Recovery pill? That's used to restore inner energy. Schwer has no need for it. Why are you writing this? I'll consume it myself." Chen Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. Cough, cough, you will consume it yourself? Master Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Chen Xiao would brazenly make such a claim. This was clearly a case of self-serving behavior. Even Han Xiaolai couldn't help but twitch his lips, harboring doubts that Chen Xiao might be attempting to extort him under the guise of this opportunity. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely, as Chen Xiao was already a third-tier alchemist and should not be short on funds. I am merely a 7-star martial apprentice. Refining a top-tier third-grade pill will exhaust both my energy and time. Do you think my inner energy can endure? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. In an instant, Master Lu found himself at a loss for words, and even Han Xiaolai shook his head with a wry smile. Only now did they realize that Chen Xiao was merely a martial apprentice. Having learned from his previous miscalculation, Master Lu fell silent, merely watching from the side. Once Chen Xiao had finished writing, he approached Han Xiaolai and said, "Prepare me a pill refining room." "Very well." Han Xiaolai nodded, promptly handing the note to a nearby guard to make the necessary arrangements. He then instructed Schwer a few times before leading Chen Xiao and the others out of the room and towards another building. "My young friend, this is where I typically refine my pills. You may have to endure here for the time being," Han Xiaolai explained, guiding them to a serene pavilion. "Not at all. This place is just perfect," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, following Han Xiaolai inside, while Chen Lan curiously followed suit. At that moment, the guard who had gone out to gather materials returned, respectfully presenting the required items to Han Xiaolai before stepping back. Naturally, Han Xiaolai handed all the materials over to Chen Xiao. In addition to 2 sets of ingredients for the Spirit Awakening pill, there were also 3 recovery pills. Now that the materials had arrived, Chen Xiao decided against delaying any further. He quickly approached the furnace, ignited the fire, and cleared out the impurities before tossing in the first set of ingredients for the Spirit Awakening pill. Foolishness. Youngster, how can you refine pills this way? Throwing everything in will cause an explosion. Master Lu's voice suddenly rang out. Beside him, Han Xiaolai's smile faltered. As the vice president of the alchemy department at Tianwu Academy and a third-tier alchemist, he was well versed in the art of alchemy. In his understanding, Chen Xiao's method would undoubtedly lead to disaster. However, having witnessed Chen Xiao successfully concoct a third-tier recovery pill, which was indeed close to being a top-tier pill, he could only harbor doubts at this moment. Even if this batch did fail, he wouldn't be too distressed. Han Xiaolai could only console himself internally. "My master taught me this way. If there's nothing else, please stand aside. If you keep talking, I'll ask you to leave to avoid disrupting my alchemy," Chen Xiao retorted without mercy. This left Master Lu speechless, and he could only stand by with a cold smile, watching Chen Xiao concoct the pills. Fearing that if he spoke up, Chen Xiao might shift the blame onto him if he failed. Chen Lan stood nearby, her face filled with curiosity as she observed Chen Xiao's every move. As the flames in the furnace fluctuated, a rich aroma of herbs began to permeate the air after a considerable time, making both Han Xiaolai and Master Lu's eyes widen in astonishment. Master Lu was incredulous, while Han Xiaolai felt a surge of excitement. At least Chen Xiao was not making a mess of things. The only concern now was whether the quality of the pills would reach the top-tier level. Producing a top-tier pill was no simple feat, should Chen Xiao succeed. It would indicate that his alchemical prowess was nearing that of a fourth-tier alchemist. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's eyes began to narrow, as if he could fall asleep at any moment. In fact, he was indeed on the verge of dozing off, having entrusted the entire refining process to the system. He was merely sitting there pretending to be engaged, utterly bored and ready for sleep. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have certainly succumbed to slumber. Ding. System notification, third-tier spirit awakening pill refined successfully. Experience points earned, 100. Gold earned, 10. The crisp sound of the system notification jolted Chen Xiao awake, his eyes snapping open. Without further delay, he swiftly opened the furnace. Inside lay 6 black-gray pills, quietly resting at the bottom of the furnace, a rich medicinal fragrance wafting upward, captivating the attention of the onlookers. No one could maintain their composure, as they eagerly stepped closer to examine the pills Chen Xiao had produced. 3 top-tier spirit awakening pills and 3 superior spirit awakening pills. My young friend, your alchemical skills have surely reached the level of a 4th-tier alchemist. Han Xiaolai exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the pills from Chen Xiao, unable to suppress his teasing. Chen Xiao merely smiled and shook his head, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Master Lu's heart raced inexplicably upon seeing the 3 top-tier pills. A sense of foreboding creeping in that he might find himself in a precarious position this time. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Please take these to Miss Schwer to observe the effects. Chen Xiao smiled faintly, simultaneously grabbing a recovery pill from the side and swallowing it whole. Chapter 26. Misdiagnosis. Having already consumed one earlier, seeing Chen Xiao ingest another caused some discomfort for Master Lu and Han Xiaolai. It seemed this fellow genuinely treated these pills as mere candy. However, considering Chen Xiao's alchemical skills, it was quite possible that he could indeed afford to indulge in them. Not lingering on this matter, the group hurriedly made their way to where Han Schwer was located, while Chen Xiao feigned fatigue, opting to remain behind with Chen Lan in their temporary residence. After all, even if Schwer took the pills, it would still take her about 2 days to fully recover her spirit, and Chen Xiao had no intention of monitoring her constantly. This time could be better spent refining his own skills. However, Chen Xiao soon found himself regretting this decision. He discovered that when he practiced the Starfire technique alone, his progress was agonizingly slow. At the current pace, it would take him at least 10 days to advance a single level, a stark contrast to his previous ability to ascend multiple levels in a single day. The disparity was indeed significant. Fortunately, the 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, as Chen Xiao was cultivating in the courtyard, a sudden commotion of footsteps erupted outside. Following that, Han Xiaolai's hearty laughter rang out. Brother Chen, Schwer has completely recovered today and can walk normally. I would like to invite you to check if her condition is entirely healed. What do you think? Chen Xiao opened the door and glanced outside, besides Han Xiaolai. Master Lu was also present. Over the past 2 days, the bond between Han Xiaolai and Chen Xiao had grown considerably, to the extent that Han Xiaolai now directly referred to Chen Xiao as Brother Chen. As for Master Lu, although he still held some dissatisfaction towards Chen Xiao, he refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. After all, Chen Xiao's prowess was evident, and even if he were to utter a few jibes, he could endure it. It was not worth offending a promising alchemist over a moment of pride. Young friend Chen, shall we settle our wager today? Master Lu spoke as well. I wholeheartedly agree. Chen Xiao smiled and called to Chen Lan, and the group made their way toward Han Schwer's residence. Upon arriving outside the abode, they were immediately greeted by the ethereal sound of a guqin. The melody was enchanting and delicate, making one reluctant to leave. As they approached, they discovered that Han Schwer, who had previously been bedridden, was now seated in a pavilion outside, with an ancient guqin placed before her, producing the mesmerizing tunes. Noticing the approaching figures, Han Schwer halted her playing and stood up, leading her maid toward them. Grandfather, Master Lu, Master Chen. Han Schwer greeted them with a graceful bow. The frail voice she once had transformed into a clear and melodious tone, and her previously pale complexion now appeared rosy and vibrant. Exuding vitality, where was the sign of any illness? Though Master Lu was somewhat indifferent to Han Schwer's addressing Chen Xiao as Master Chen, he said nothing, merely observing her expression with a slight smile. After consuming the elixir, Han Schwer's complexion had clearly improved. If one were to claim she had not fully recovered, it would be hard to believe. Ah, no need for formalities. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Master Lu inquired cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Han Schwer's gaze instinctively fell upon Chen Xiao's face, fully aware of the wager between him and Master Lu. It's fine, just speak candidly. Chen Xiao smiled. I feel refreshed. And there's no longer any pain in my forehead. It seems I have completely healed. Han Shui replied honestly after a moment's thought. Hearing this, Chen Xiao nodded slightly. After all, she had just consumed a revitalizing elixir, and if the outcome were otherwise, it would indeed be strange. Master Lu erupted into laughter, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Xiao. So, young friend Chen, does this mean I have won this round? I no longer require your 100,000 gold coins. Simply admit your defeat. Han Xiaolai's gaze turned towards Chen Xiao, his eyes glinting, seemingly pondering something. However, Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Who said you have won? Since Shuer is now fully recovered, does that not signify my victory? Or do you intend to postpone the verdict for several months? Master Lu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Han Shuer and the others looked curiously at Chen Xiao, unsure of his intentions. Yet, Chen Xiao did not continue to respond to this provocation. Instead, he turned to Han Shuer and asked, Miss Shuer, during the nights of the past few days, have you felt any heaviness in your head as you fell asleep? As if something were obstructing your forehead? When lying flat, I do occasionally feel a heaviness, but I haven't noticed any obstruction, or perhaps I just didn't perceive it. Han Shuer nodded earnestly, beginning to feel astonished by his words. Yes, that heaviness is likely due to stagnant meridians, causing your spirit to not fully recover. Given that Grandfather Han possesses the most formidable cultivation here, it would be prudent to investigate further. Moreover, I can ascertain that this issue will worsen over time, potentially leading to a state of spiritual depletion. Chen Xiao affirmed. This. Han Xiaolai and Master Lu exchanged glances, both perplexed by Chen Xiao's assertions. After a brief hesitation, Han Xiaolai spoke. Shuer, please sit down. Allow me to examine you. Once Han Shuer was seated, Han Xiaolai placed his hand on her forehead, gradually channeling his energy to begin a careful examination. Yet, within moments, his brow furrowed slightly. As time passed, Han Xiaolai's complexion turned increasingly pale while his expression darkened, and Han Shuer appeared somewhat ashen, evidently in discomfort. Grandfather, do not act rashly. Chen Zhao's voice suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaolai withdrew his hand with a wry smile, his face now displaying an uncomfortable pallor, while Han Shuer looked equally drained and weary. I just conducted a preliminary examination. I had previously refrained from probing into her spiritual depletion, but now it appears as you described, Shuer seems to have something lodged in her mind. However, my recent attempt to clear it with my energy proved exceedingly difficult. Any disturbance might disrupt her meridians, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Han Xiaolai sighed, his voice heavy with concern. Han Shuer's expression mirrored his distress. She had hoped for a path to recovery, only to find herself in this predicament. Master Lu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting. Let me take a look. Without regard for the others, he stepped forward to examine her. Master Lu, being a master of medicine, possessed an acute understanding of energy manipulation. Within a short span, he concluded his examination. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, I had not noticed the condition of her mind previously. I had only been aware of her spiritual depletion. It appears, as the young friend stated, that there is indeed a blockage in her meridians. However, I possess less than a 30% chance of resolving this, and it is exceedingly risky. I wonder if the young friend has any methods to alleviate this? Do not worry. I possess full confidence. Chen Xiao replied with a slight nod. Then I implore you to act swiftly to save her. Han Xiaolai's eyes gleamed with hope, fixated on Chen Xiao. Even the others regarded him with curiosity, eager to understand the methods he might employ. Ahem, this method is somewhat unconventional. Once I undertake the treatment, regardless of the ensuing circumstances, I hope you, Han Lao, will refrain from interference, and afterward, you shall not hold me accountable. Otherwise, I shall not proceed. By the end of his statement, Chen Zhao's demeanor turned serious. Of course, should you succeed in curing Shuer's condition, I would have no reason to blame you. Han Xiaolai quickly nodded, his face alight with anticipation. Lanner, please return to rest. It is not suitable for you to remain here. Chen Xiao instructed softly. Although reluctant, Chen Lan had no choice but to comply, retreating in silence. Chen Xiao scanned the surroundings again, but found no other suitable candidates. He then approached Han Shuer directly and instructed, Miss Shuer, please extend your arms. Han Shuer was taken aback, but complied, stretching her arms wide, standing in a cross position. Up close, Chen Xiao could not help but notice Han Shuer's exquisite figure, complemented by her charming demeanor, causing his heart to flutter. Han Shuer stood there, arms outstretched, but her gaze remained fixed on Chen Xiao. Upon realizing his intense stare, her cheeks flushed, yet inexplicably, she did not feel repulsed by his gaze. However, at that moment, Chen Zhao's face broke into a mischievous grin as he moved closer to Han Shuer. When he was less than a meter away, He suddenly opened his arms and embraced her. Ah, no. A piercing scream erupted. Immediately, Han Shuer instinctively pushed Chen Xiao away, and he gracefully fell back. However, once he returned, he approached her once more, reaching out to embrace her. To his surprise, Han Shuer turned and fled. Yet, how could her speed possibly compare to Chen Xiao's? In an instant, he caught up with her, grabbing her delicate shoulder. Subsequently, he pressed his hand against her forehead, his fingers gently applying pressure as subtle streams of true energy began to flow into her. In her panic, Han Shuer failed to notice this and continued to push against Chen Xiao. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolai and Master Lu exchanged astonished glances, completely unprepared for Chen Xiao's audacity in behaving so frivolously before them. Did he not fear that Han Xiaolai, in a fit of rage, would end his life? "Young friend, what are you doing?" Han Xiaolai exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene. However, Master Lu, sensing the underlying intent, swiftly restrained him and prevented others from approaching, stating, "It appears that the young friend is genuinely attempting to heal her. Humph, is this truly a method of healing?" Han Xiaolai's complexion darkened. His gaze toward Chen Xiao laced with barely concealed malice. It was a grave offense for someone to treat his granddaughter so lightly, and he felt it would be lenient not to resort to violence. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not last long. Within a few breaths, Chen Xiao released Han Shuer and returned to face Han Xiaolai and Master Lu. Han Lao, Master Lu, why are you both looking at me like that?" Chen Xiao instinctively touched his nose, then realized, and with a wry smile said, "I had mentioned that my method was rather unorthodox, and I urge you not to take offense. You were the ones who insisted it was of no concern." "I but you," Han Xiaolai stammered, pointing at Chen Xiao. Unable to articulate a coherent response, Master Lu then inquired, "How long until she is fully healed?" "It's already resolved." Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. "What? Already healed? How is that possible?" Master Lu exclaimed, his astonishment overriding all else as he hurried to examine Han Shuer. At that moment, she had also regained her senses. Though her cheeks were flushed like ripe apples, and she occasionally stole glances at Chen Xiao, causing him considerable discomfort. Although the method was somewhat shameless, it was the supreme upgrade system that had prescribed this treatment, utilizing a brief shock to accelerate blood flow and expand the meridians. Only then did Chen Xiao proceed to ensure her swift recovery. While the method was indeed somewhat undignified, it proved effective and straightforward. As for how Han Xiaolai and the others viewed him, it mattered not in the slightest. Han Xiaolai, now unfocused on further questioning Chen Xiao, rushed to diagnose Han Shuer. After a lengthy examination, he finally expressed disbelief. "It's truly healed. This is astonishing." However, this method Han Xiaolai appeared somewhat perturbed, but fortunately, Han Shuer spoke up, "Grandfather, Master Chen did not actually touch me. He withdrew the moment we made contact. You simply did not notice, and in my panic, I failed to recognize it, which led to this misunderstanding." "Ah, I see." Han Xiaolai's face flushed with embarrassment, and Master Lu mirrored his expression. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao wore a mischievous smile. For the system notification chimed once more. Ding. System notification. Task. Han Xiaolai's request. Master Lu's gambling duel. Successfully completed. Experience points. 2,000. Gold coins. 200. Martial skill. Dragon dance in the sky. Han Xiaolai's affection 10. Ding. System notification. Host successfully leveled up. Current level. Initial stage of 8-star martial disciple. Dragon dance in the sky. An upgradable martial skill, with power increasing alongside host strength. Upon activation, it conjures 9 phantom attacks at 70% of the host's own cultivation level. Each use consumes 100 true energy points. Would you like to use it immediately? Use. Chen Xiao confirmed eagerly, and a wealth of knowledge regarding the dragon dance in the sky flooded into his mind. Seizing the moment while the others were preoccupied, Chen Xiao examined his current attributes. Host. Chen Xiao level. 8-star martial disciple cultivation technique. Starfire method martial skills. 1 sword ascending to heaven. Dragon dance in the sky gold coins. 730. In addition to this, he noticed that his devouring bloodline had progressed from 2-100 to 8-100. Evidently a result of his experiences in Chinyong town. Having assessed his status, he found Han Xiaolai and the others approaching him with expressions of embarrassment. "Brother Chen, I apologize for the misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. I hope you do not take it to heart." Han Xiaolai's demeanor was considerably subdued, as he recalled nearly cursing Chen Xiao earlier. Master Lu appeared equally sheepish, but Chen Xiao waved dismissively, saying, "It's no trouble at all. I bear no ill will. However, Master Lu, I trust the wager means I have won. I look forward to receiving the 100,000 gold coins soon." Master Lu's lips twitched involuntarily. Earlier, he had generously declared that he would forego the 10,000 gold coins, Yet Chen Xiao now demanded them without any pretense. However, having uttered those words, he could not renege. Ultimately, Master Lu retrieved 10 banknotes, each worth 10,000 gold coins, and handed them to Chen Xiao before storming off in irritation. Han Xiaolai and Han Shuer remained before Chen Xiao, with Han Xiaolai feeling somewhat awkward, while Han Shuer covertly gazed at him, still shy from the earlier incident. During this time, my younger sister has been quite a nuisance to you both. I hope you do not mind. Chen Xiao softly addressed Han Shuer and Han Xiaolai, producing 5 banknotes of 10,000 gold each and handing them to Han Xiaolai. This 50,000 gold is for Chunlan's living expenses while she is here. If possible, I hope Han Lao can guide her in her cultivation, as I may not return for several months. Haha, Brother Chen, you flatter me. I have taken quite a liking to that girl Chunlan. It is only natural to care for her. You may leave with peace of mind. And as for the money, let it be. Han Xiaolai insisted, unwilling to accept the money. If he accepted it, their relationship would become complicated, especially since Chen Xiao had already saved his granddaughter, and he had not yet had the chance to express his gratitude. By the way, here is a storage ring that I have replaced. If you do not mind, please accept it. Inside are some medicinal herbs that I believe you, as an alchemist, will find useful. Do not refuse it. Consider it a token of my appreciation for your assistance these past few days. Han Xiaolai said, presenting a storage ring to Chen Xiao. A storage ring, a magical item designed to hold objects, was highly valuable, typically worth over 10,000 gold coins. Yet Han Xiaolai was giving one away. Although Chen Xiao possessed a system backpack, making the storage ring somewhat redundant, it served as a convenient cover for concealing items, preventing him from having to explain the sudden appearance of various objects. Ultimately, Chen Xiao accepted it. Without lingering further, he bid them farewell, exchanged pleasantries with Chen Lan, and left the Tianwu Academy, exiting Beixian City. All right, Lan, let us return. Master Chen will surely come to fetch you soon. Outside the academy, Chen Lan and Han Shuer watched as Chen Xiao faded into the distance, slowly turning back to re-enter the academy. As time passed, a month slipped by unnoticed. Bang! A low, muffled sound suddenly erupted. Moments later, a shadow dashed out from the thicket, fleeing desperately. In pursuit was a young man clad in a short-sleeved outfit, wielding a black sword. The young boy maneuvered gracefully through the forest, his steps light and agile. The overlapping trees did not hinder his speed. Instead, they became instruments of acceleration. Upon closer inspection, the shadow he pursued was a massive black panther, entirely shrouded in darkness, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Yet, this formidable beast, which should have exuded an air of dominance, was now grievously wounded, with blood pouring from multiple lacerations on its hind legs, emitting low, mournful cries that suggested sheer panic. Where do you think you're going? A thunderous explosion echoed as the boy leveraged himself against a nearby thicket, leaping into the air. His black sword unleashed a flurry of shimmering blades, plunging fiercely into the panther's neck. The creature emitted a deep, sorrowful wail, thrashing on the ground in futile despair. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully slain a level 1 beast, the Black Panther. Experience gained, 1,000 points. Gold acquired, 80. Level 2 Black Panther bloodline obtained, 1. Ding! Congratulations. Host has leveled up, advancing to the early stage of a 9-star martial master. This sudden appearance of the boy was none other than Chen Xiao, who had journeyed from North Xian City. Eager to enter Chinyong town and return to the Chun family with integrity, Chen Xiao realized his current strength was still lacking. Resolutely, he plunged into the nearby beast forest. The beast forest, vast and boundless, spanned nearly 1/10 of the Fengyue continent, its mountains undulating and interwoven, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the true nature of its depths. However, one truth remained. It housed a multitude of beasts, each with varying levels of power, including terrifying beast kings rumored to rival martial deities. Moreover, it was rich in rare treasures, ancient relics, and precious herbs, all of which could be found within its depths, waiting to be discovered. Countless ordinary martial artists had ventured into the beast forest, emerging with great fortunes and becoming extraordinary figures that commanded respect. Chen Xiao sought rapid advancement, and only within the beast forest could he find ample prey to hunt. Initially, he dared only to slay the weaker beasts at the forest's edge. After attaining the martial master realm, he began to venture deeper, hunting higher-level beasts. Now, after nearly a month spent in the depths of the forest, having traversed over 100 miles and elevated his cultivation from an 8-star martial disciple to an early-stage 7-star martial master, his progress was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, Chen Xiao remained somewhat unsatisfied. After devouring the Black Panther's bloodline, he cast not a glance at the fallen beast, swiftly vanishing into the foliage once more. Like the wind, it was less than the time it takes to brew tea before Chen Xiao encountered another creature, a colossal bear-like beast resembling a brown bear. Before him stood a peak-level crimson-gray bear, renowned for its swiftness and formidable defense, impervious to ordinary weaponry. Previously, Chen Xiao had encountered this bear when he was merely a 5-star martial master, finding himself utterly outmatched and forced to retreat. Now, having advanced to an early-stage 9-star martial master, he felt emboldened to test his mettle against it. Roar! Spotting the human who had disturbed it days prior, the crimson-gray bear charged with furious intent. Ah, splendid! Chen Xiao laughed heartily, swiftly sidestepping the bear's powerful onslaught. In the instant the bear passed, he thrust his sword into its vulnerable underbelly. With a sickening squelch, the blade penetrated the bear's thick fur, but alas, it only sank a few inches before becoming lodged. Fortunately, the bear's momentum propelled it forward, allowing the sword to carve a long gash across its abdomen, blood gushing forth. Despite the pain, the bear raised its left paw, aiming a fierce swipe at Chen Xiao. Chapter 29, Dragon Dance in the Sky. Phantom Steps. In an instant, Chen Xiao retreated, evading the bear's full-force strike with an uncanny speed, withdrawing his sword as he did so. The bear, enraged, immediately turned to charge again. Yet, Chen Xiao was as slippery as an eel, deftly avoiding the bear's grasp, while its wounds continued to accumulate. This phantom step was a technique Chen Xiao had exchanged for 500 gold coins, a profound martial art that had saved him from numerous perilous situations. True to its name, it allowed him to move like flowing clouds, light and unencumbered, facilitating his rapid pursuit of beasts even within the depths of the forest. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of pursuit echoed as the bear chased Chen Xiao, but it could only trail behind, choking on dust. However, Chen Xiao found himself at an impasse. Despite the bear's bloodied state, its resilience meant that the injuries were merely superficial. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiao realized he could not afford to linger in this engagement, lest he attract other beasts drawn by the commotion. If surrounded by multiple foes, his situation would turn dire. Just then, the bear paused, panting heavily, its blood-red eyes fixed on Chen Xiao. The next moment, Dragon Dance in the Sky. A low, commanding voice emerged from Chen Xiao. Suddenly, he split into two indistinguishable phantoms, charging toward the bear from either side. The two shadows appeared almost tangible, leaving the bear bewildered as it struggled to decide which to intercept. Ultimately, it struck at the leftmost figure. In that fleeting moment, both shadows surged forward, swords aimed at the bear's vulnerable eyes. Bang! Squelch! Roar! A sequence of low thuds resonated, followed by the bear's furious roar. The left shadow vanished, while a vivid crimson gash marred the bear's forehead. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's sword pierced the bear's eye. Blood sprang forth. Despite this grievous injury, the bear did not perish instantly. It thrashed wildly, uprooting trees in its fury as Chen Xiao swiftly withdrew to evade its wrath. Yet, the bear's savage nature was unleashed, charging relentlessly at Chen Xiao. With unwavering composure, Chen Xiao sprang into action, launching himself 3 meters into the air above the bear. Before it could react, he descended, sword aimed at its neck. The clash of steel rang out as his blade struck, only creating a shallow wound. Unfazed, Chen Xiao rebounded and descended again, his sword aimed anew at the previous injury, this time with greater speed, his inner energy surging. Squelch! The sound was crisp, penetrating the wound with ease, now 2 fingers deep. Chen Xiao's brow twitched slightly. The tenacity of this reddish-gray bear exceeded his expectations. Roar! The reddish-gray bear, ambushed once more, erupted in fury, its black fur bristling as it reared up on its hind legs. Caught off guard, Chen Xiao was sent crashing into a nearby tree trunk by the force of the sword in his hand. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, retracting his sword and retreating to avoid injury. But now it would be more challenging to strike the reddish-gray bear's neck. After a moment of stalemate, just as Chen Xiao was about to resume his assault, the reddish-gray bear let out a ferocious roar, then abruptly turned and darted into the nearby thicket, fleeing into the distance. This time, Chen Xiao was taken aback, not expecting the beast to run away so suddenly. However, he had no intention of letting it escape. With a swift movement, he gave chase, and within moments, he had caught up. This time, Chen Xiao held nothing back. He closed in rapidly, his sword aimed once more at the reddish-gray bear's eye socket, while his left hand clenched into a fist, delivering a brutal blow to the bear's nose. Thwack! Bang! Crash! A series of sounds echoed as Chen Xiao's sword pierced the reddish-gray bear's eye. Before it could struggle, another punch landed squarely on its nose. The impact was significant, causing the bear to stumble and crash heavily into a large tree. As leaves rained down, Chen Xiao's sword danced, creating a web of blades. And his true energy surged, leaving a trail of wounds. He even resorted to fists and feet, giving it everything he had. After what seemed like an eternity, the system notification finally sounded, and Chen Xiao ceased his assault, gasping for breath. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a level 1 demonic beast. The reddish gray bear. Reward: 1,000 experience points, 200 gold coins, and 1 level 1 demonic core. A pity no bloodline. Chen Xiao muttered, feeling a tinge of regret. However, he was accustomed to such occurrences. In the month he had spent in the demon beast forest, he had slain countless wild and demonic beasts. But only a small fraction yielded a demonic beast bloodline. Over time, Chen Xiao had acquired fewer than 20 demonic beast bloodlines, mostly level 1, with very few level 2, and none above level 3. Chen Xiao suspected that the low level of these demonic beasts might result in insufficient bloodline purity, preventing the inheritance of higher-level bloodlines. But this could not be verified for now. Despite this, the number of bloodlines Chen Xiao possessed was already astonishing. Within that dark space, 26 bloodlines existed, but Chen Xiao currently found it difficult to mobilize their power or lacked perfect control over them. However, as time passed, Chen Xiao gradually familiarized himself with the methods of utilizing these bloodline powers, and his strength began to increase. Each time he mastered the use of a bloodline power, his strength would improve, making him increasingly eager to collect more bloodline powers. If others possessed only 1 or 2 bloodline powers, what would it be like to have dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of bloodline powers, and to thoroughly integrate and master them all? Chen Xiao eagerly anticipated that day. Ignoring the reddish gray bear's corpse, Chen Xiao headed directly towards a distant hilly area, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Inside a cave, Chen Xiao sat by a bonfire, the firelight casting long, flickering shadows on the cave walls. His gaze was fixed intently on the roasting meat over the fire. In recent days, he had ventured out to hunt demonic beasts during the day and retreated to this cave to rest at night. Because at night, various ferocious beasts would emerge, making it difficult for Chen Xiao to continue hunting. Sprinkling on a handful of specially blended seasonings purchased from North Xin City, Chen Xiao savored the meal. A large piece of roasted meat was slowly devoured. As he ate, Chen Xiao chuckled to himself. He was consuming the demonic beasts he had hunted, which not only rapidly enhanced his physical constitution, but also continuously increased his experience points. Although each bite might only add 1 or 2 experience points, Chen Xiao ate frequently. To this end, Chen Xiao had even exchanged a special technique from the Supreme Upgrade system that enhanced physical constitution through eating. Although the stellar fire art that Chen Xiao cultivated was already a divine-level technique, its effect on strengthening his physical body still did not meet his needs. However, combined with the current devouring art, it was sufficient to compensate for any deficiencies. Although Chen Xiao's cultivation was currently at the 9-star martial master level, his physical strength was comparable to that of an 8-star martial master. After eating another piece of meat, Chen Xiao silently activated his cultivation technique to quickly devour and cultivate. Similar days passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Chen Xiao had ventured another 100 miles deeper into the demon beast forest, hunting so many demonic beasts that he had lost count. However, his cultivation had steadily increased to the 3-star martial general realm. Having reached this level, Chen Xiao decided not to remain in the demon beast forest any longer. After all, Chen Lan was waiting for him at Tianwu Academy, and he had yet to settle the score with Chen Ning and the others from the Chen family. Now was the time to collect. However, before that, he could challenge the Azure Fire Wolf King. A strange glint flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. The Azure Fire Wolf King had reached the peak of the level 2 realm and resided near a mountain call less than 100 miles from here. Level 2 demonic beasts were equivalent to human martial generals, and this Azure Fire Wolf King's strength was comparable to that of a peak 9-star martial general. Of course, Chen Xiao was only choosing to use the Azure Fire Wolf King to test his strength, and if things went wrong, he would definitely choose to flee immediately. Leaving the cave, he identified the direction and sped towards the pre-selected location. Along the way, Chen Xiao bypassed even small demonic beasts. With Chen Xiao's 3-star martial general realm cultivation, he covered the 100-mile journey in just 2 hours. When Chen Xiao arrived, the Azure Fire Wolf King was lying lazily on a rock, basking in the sun. As if sensing something approaching, the Azure Fire Wolf King suddenly raised its head and looked in Chen Xiao's direction. Then, it stood up abruptly, seeing that he had been discovered. Chen Xiao no longer hid and walked out openly. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, the Azure Fire Wolf King bared its fangs and paced back and forth. Roar! Roar! Low, warning growls emanated from the Azure Fire Wolf King's mouth. However, Chen Xiao seemed oblivious, continuing to walk towards the Azure Fire Wolf King regardless. As he walked, Chen Xiao's eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to identify any advantageous terrain. As he drew closer, the Azure Fire Wolf King's aura grew stronger. When they were less than 100 meters apart, the Azure Fire Wolf King finally pounced on Chen Xiao. Howl. With a wolf howl. A ball of azure flame appeared beneath the Azure Fire Wolf King's paws. The flame was extremely eerie, pale blue in color, and seemingly scorching. Yet it did not burn a single blade of grass or tree, which was very strange. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted when he saw this. He had only observed it from afar before and had not expected this creature to have such a move. Moreover, the Azure Fire Wolf King's speed was somewhat beyond Chen Xiao's expectations, appearing to be faster than Chen Xiao himself. Never mind, open for me. Open. Commence. Chen Xiao bellowed, his spirit instantly summoning the space of the Taotai bloodline within his Dantian world. The innate abilities of the Taotai bloodline, comprising the black-spined snake, the colorful leopard, the pangolin, and other mystical beast bloodlines, surged forth, augmenting his speed. In an instant, Chen Xiao's velocity surged by nearly 30%, allowing him to evade the oncoming Qinghua Wolf King just in time. Unfortunately, a stone behind Chen Xiao was not so fortunate. Crushed to rubble beneath the Wolf King's mighty paw. Gasping at the sight, Chen Xiao realized that had he been struck by that attack, he doubted his body would be more resilient than the stone. This encounter rendered him more cautious. Earlier, he had thought he could simply flee if needed. However, it now seemed that if he were to be careless, even the luxury of retreat might become unattainable. With a flash, a black longsword materialized in his hand, and his entire demeanor shifted as he regarded the Qinghua Wolf King with a frigid glare. With a fierce roar, the Qinghua Wolf King pivoted and lunged at Chen Xiao once more, its massive jaws snapping towards him. Towering at 2 meters and stretching over 3 meters in length. Its head was nearly half the size of Chen Xiao's body. There was no way he could afford to be caught by such a beast, and he swiftly rolled away to evade the attack. Yet, the Wolf King's powerful hind leg shot up and came crashing down towards the rolling Chen Xiao. Fortunately, Chen Xiao was quick-witted. In a moment of urgency, he grasped the Wolf King's rear foot, using its momentum to reposition himself. However, he soon grimaced as he released his grip, his hand scorched by the blue flames. After letting go, he rolled out from the other side, but instinctively, he swung his long sword at the Wolf King's hind leg. Even if it wouldn't inflict significant damage, it could at least hinder its speed. The crisp sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed as the sword indeed struck true, albeit only grazing the surface. Yet, this minor injury incited the Qinghua Wolf King's fury. Once it escaped the range of Chen Xiao's attack, it charged at him again. This time, the Wolf King did not leap but instead barreled towards him low to the ground. If Chen Xiao attempted to roll away again, he knew he would meet a gruesome fate. Realizing this, he raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished by the Wolf King's intelligence. However, he had no intention of rolling again. His hand was still burning from the earlier encounter, and had he not released quickly, his entire hand might have been rendered useless. This peculiar phenomenon only deepened his intrigue. Despite the blue flames not harming the flora around, they had ignited his arm upon contact. Truly bizarre. Regardless of Chen Xiao's contemplation, the Qinghua Wolf King lunged once more. Dragon dance in the sky, he silently declared, channeling his internal energy, transforming into 4 fleeting shadows that surged towards the Wolf King from different angles. In an instant, the Wolf King halted, its face etched with wariness, unsure of which shadow to attack. While the Wolf King hesitated, Chen Xiao did not. Over the past month, he had elevated the dragon dance in the sky by 3 levels, allowing him to conjure 4 illusions, each possessing 70% of his strength, to bewilder and assault his adversary. This ability served as one of his mainstays for daring to venture into such perilous territory. Without it, he would have had to reconsider his approach. Upon invoking the dragon dance in the sky, Chen Xiao's already remarkable speed nearly doubled, and he swiftly closed the distance to the Qinghua Wolf King. With a low growl, the Wolf King leaped, aiming directly for one of the shadows on its left, intent on crashing into it. A dull thud resounded as the shadow dissipated upon impact, but the Wolf King's momentum faltered slightly. In that fleeting moment, the other 3 shadows surged forth. The next instant, 3 black longswords emerged from 3 directions, targeting the Wolf King's vital spots. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds echoed as the swords pierced the Wolf King's body, eliciting a pained howl as it was propelled away like a gust of wind. 2 of the shadows gradually faded, while on the right, Chen Xiao landed lightly on the ground, his sword dripping with crimson droplets. Observing the Qinghua Wolf King's condition, Chen Xiao was visibly taken aback. He had not anticipated these beasts to be so resilient. That strike had barely penetrated half a palm's depth, failing to inflict any lethal damage. Nonetheless, he was undeterred. As the Wolf King halted, preparing to turn back, Chen Xiao propelled himself forward with a powerful push from his right foot, racing towards the beast. Skyward slash. After employing Dragon Dance in the sky, he unleashed another trump card. The potency of the skyward slash was undeniable. In an opportune moment, even a foe 5 levels above him could be instantaneously vanquished. With a whoosh, the sword sliced through the air as Chen Xiao darted to the side of the Qinghua Wolf King just as it turned. Positioned sideways, he unleashed all his strength, thrusting the black longsword towards the Wolf King's neck. Using the momentum, he launched himself onto the Wolf King's back. With a sharp plunge, the sword pierced through, blood spraying forth. Chen Xiao landed atop the Wolf King, but although he had struck true, it did not claim the beast's life. Instead, it incited a furious rage within the creature. Regardless of how the Wolf King thrashed, Chen Xiao clung tightly, relinquishing the sword and resorting to his fists, pummeling the beast's neck. Whether beast or demon, the neck is a vulnerable spot. Even though the Qinghua Wolf King was sturdier than most, it could not withstand the relentless force of Chen Xiao's blows. After merely a few strikes, the Wolf King emitted a mournful cry, ultimately charging towards a sturdy tree. Boom! The tree shuddered, leaves cascading down, and the Wolf King itself was jolted. Yet, Chen Xiao remained steadfast on its back, as if glued in place. In truth, he was grappling with his own turmoil. He dared not dismount. He had witnessed the Wolf King's ferocity firsthand, and utilizing a blade against it had proven difficult. Such opportunities for attack were rare and not to be squandered. Even amidst the chaos, he gritted his teeth, lowering himself to grasp the Wolf King's fur with one hand while delivering relentless punches with the other. An extraordinary scene unfolded within the perilous confines of the beast-infested forest. A massive Qinghua Wolf King, burdened by a black-clad youth upon its back, darted through the woods, the echoes of its tumultuous path resonating with thunderous roars. Though perhaps the phrase chickens flying and dogs leaping might seem an inadequate description, it encapsulated the essence of the current mayhem, as the duo left a trail of splintered foliage and toppled trees in their wake. The situation persisted for nearly half a stick of incense, and the speed of the Azure Fire Wolf King began to wane. Chen Xiao's strength in swinging his fists also diminished slightly. It could be said that both parties were experiencing significant exhaustion. However, a beast is still a beast. The Azure Fire Wolf King was struggling to maintain its composure. In a moment of desperation, Chen Xiao conjured a bottle from thin air, crushed it with a decisive grip, and a pill the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his hand, which he promptly swallowed. This was the Qi Recovery Pill, specifically crafted for warriors to replenish their true energy. This Qi Recovery Pill was, of course, something Chen Xiao had concocted during his recent endeavors. After departing from Beixin City, he had retained a considerable stock of pills gifted by Han Xiaolai, who had been exceptionally thoughtful in his preparations, even providing a high-quality alchemical furnace. With some idle time on his hands, Chen Xiao had taken to refining various pills, both to hone his skills and to ensure he was well prepared for any eventualities. After all, in the perilous expanse of the beast forest, one could never predict when such potions might come in handy. Indeed, the moment had arrived for Chen Xiao to utilize his creation. As the pill slid down his throat, waves of warmth coursed through his body, continuously replenishing his true energy. Casting his gaze ahead, he realized he had already dashed over 10 miles from his previous position. If he allowed the Azure Fire Wolf King to continue its flight, who knew how deeply it would venture into the wilderness? Chen Xiao could not permit the beast to escape any further, as it might lead him into the lair of other formidable creatures, which would spell disaster for him. With a silent command in his heart, the previously vanished black sword reappeared, and Chen Xiao sprang to his feet, gripping the sword tightly and driving it downward with ferocity. The sound resonated with a dull thud as the sword pierced the fleeing Azure Fire Wolf King, causing the beast to stumble sideways and collapse. With the wolf down, Chen Xiao could not remain atop its back. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, gracefully landing a short distance away. Low growls emanated from the Azure Fire Wolf King's throat. Despite the sword having pierced its neck, the creature did not succumb immediately. Rather, it struggled to rise once more. The pale blue flames flickering from its hooves had noticeably dimmed, indicating that the prolonged ordeal had drained its strength, yet it persisted in its defiance. After regaining its footing, the wolf shook its dazed head, abandoning thoughts of escape, fully aware that it was cornered, and lunged once more at Chen Xiao. This time, it disregarded its defenses and charged directly, as if it were seeking to use its own body as a shield. Should it succeed, a single blow could obliterate Chen Xiao, yet failure would lead to uncertain consequences. Clearly, The Azure Firewolf King had failed to catch Chen Xiao previously, and now, injured and desperate, it stood no chance of succeeding. In a flash, Chen Xiao executed the phantom step, advancing rather than retreating, lowering his posture as he surged toward the wolf's abdomen. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sword to the sky technique again, his speed surging dramatically. This opportunity had been long awaited. He had struggled to find a weak point, and now, the beast had unwittingly exposed a vulnerability, though he might incur some harm in the process. If he could vanquish the Azure Firewolf King, it would be worth the risk. A piercing wolf howl erupted, abruptly altering Chen Xiao's expression. This howl did not seem to serve as a warning. Rather, it appeared to be a deliberate summons to other beasts lurking nearby. If he delayed any longer, Chen Xiao could only dread the unforeseen events that might unfold. With a low thump, Chen Xiao's sword plunged into the wolf's foreleg, close to its abdomen, striking a conspicuous tuft of white fur at that precise location. The wolf's eyes flickered with sorrow as it let out a low whimper, expending its last ounce of strength to swipe its paw at Chen Xiao's back. The impact sent Chen Xiao hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree before finally coming to a halt. Coughing violently, blood erupted from Chen Xiao's mouth, his face paling significantly. A massive gash marred his back, blood oozing forth. Just a glance, Chen Xiao had encountered many beautiful women before, such as Chun Lan and Han Shuer, who could certainly be considered stunning. However, when compared to the two before him, they appeared somewhat lacking. As for the female stars from his previous life, they were utterly incomparable to these two, representing an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, the two women were engaged in a fierce battle, their swords transforming in a whirlwind of motion. The sounds of clashing blades resonating in the air. The ground where they fought was riddled with craters, showcasing their formidable power. Chen Xiao crouched low, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Although these two girls seemed to be of a similar age, their cultivation levels far surpassed his own. According to the system's indications, both had reached the pinnacle of the 9-star martial general realm, just a hair's breadth away from breaking into the legendary martial king realm. It was noteworthy that Chen Xiao had managed to attain the 4-star martial general realm at such a young age, thanks to the unparalleled upgrade system he possessed. Yet, he was astounded to find that these two girls were significantly stronger than he was. This was the first time he had encountered peers of such skill, serving as a wake-up call that jolted him from the intoxication of his own rapid progress. He did not rush out, nor did he hasten to leave. Instead, he remained concealed in the bushes across from them, silently observing. Fortunately, during the past month, in his continuous evasion of the monstrous beasts, he had exchanged for a concealment technique from the Supreme Upgrade System. This made it exceedingly difficult for anyone below 2 realms of his cultivation to detect his presence, allowing the two beauties to battle for quite some time without realizing someone was covertly admiring their prowess. Seizing a moment of their confrontation, Chen Xiao's gaze began to wander into the valley, and after a brief moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. Deep within that valley stood a small tree, vibrant green and less than a meter tall, adorned with 9 blood-red fruits. Each fruit was the size of a fist and oval-shaped, and even from a distance, Chen Xiao could sense the pure energy contained within them. Surrounding the tree lay several large beast corpses, their wounds marked by sword cuts, clearly the handiwork of the two women. Chen Xiao surmised that their fierce battle was likely spurred by the presence of that fruit tree. The ruby fruit belonged to the category of grade 4 spirit herbs and could be used to concoct pills of grade 4 or higher. Naturally, they could also be consumed directly. A martial artist below the martial general realm could significantly enhance their cultivation simply by consuming one, while refining it into a pill could be the key for a martial general to break through to the martial king realm. The two girls, both stuck at the pinnacle of the martial general realm, were undoubtedly vying for these fruits in preparation for their impending breakthrough. However, Chen Xiao found it peculiar that, despite the presence of 9 fruits, the two were willing to fight to such extremes. Jiao, do you truly wish to continue this? After some time, the woman in black could no longer contain herself. Su Meyer, are you not equally at fault? Otherwise, how could you have ambushed me earlier? The woman in white, beautiful and cold, retorted, her eyes flickering with a glint of frost. That was merely precautionary. Moreover, you ambushed me as well. We are even now. Let us split the fruits above equally, shall we? Su Meyer's face broke into a charming smile as she winked at the woman in white. Dream on. Jiao scoffed, her sword speed suddenly accelerating. Upon witnessing this, Su Meyer's expression shifted slightly. Having known each other for a long time and engaged in countless battles, they were well aware of each other's strengths. Now, with Jiao evidently going all out, Su Meyer dared not be careless. Clang, clang, clang. Their figures darted across the valley, clashing amidst a flurry of sword light. Even Chen Xiao could only barely discern their movements. He began to contemplate whether to make a hasty retreat. After all, he had no confidence in defeating either of the two, let alone facing both simultaneously. While the ruby fruit was indeed a precious item, one's life was paramount, and Chen Xiao did not wish to risk it. Though he did not underestimate himself. With his current strength and trump cards, he could contend with an ordinary 7- or 8-star martial general. Yet, these two women had reached the 9-star martial general realm and were anything but ordinary. Having observed for a while, Chen Xiao realized that even the Azure Fire Wolf King would likely be no match for either of them. Thus, if he did not leave now, would he wait for the two to finish their duel and come after him, a mere bystander? Yet, despite his thoughts, he found himself inexplicably compelled to linger a while longer, captivated by the spectacle of 9-star martial generals in combat, eager to glean insights for future battles. This seemingly impulsive decision, however, led to significant revelations. The sword wielded by Zhu Ying occasionally emitted faint red flashes, hinting at the outline of a bird, though its precise nature remained elusive. In contrast, Su Meier's sword displayed a subtle azure glow, equally formidable and evidently on par with Zhu Ying's prowess. Both women had unleashed their true potential, even showcasing their bloodline talents. Yet, as time passed, an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir within Chen Xiao, an awareness that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, akin to rolling thunder, erupted from the distant mountains. Rapidly approaching, Chen Xiao turned sharply to face the source, sensing that whatever it was certainly no weakling. The two battling women also abruptly turned their heads, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they gazed into the mountains. It was only then that they realized they had violated a fundamental survival rule within the beast forest: never engage in prolonged combat in the same location and never linger near the corpses of beasts. These rules had been etched in blood and sacrifice by countless martial artists before them. Now, fully aware of their transgression, the two exchanged a glance and instantly abandoned their fight, rushing toward the location of the ruby fruit, clearly intent on securing it before departing. However, it was already too late. Almost as soon as they moved, an overwhelming aura enveloped them. Accompanying it was another resounding beast roar, echoing through the air. Chen Xiao remained crouched in the bushes, knowing that fleeing now would only hasten his demise, for the source of that sound was far too terrifying. The mere echo of its roar sent leaves cascading from the trees beside him, a testament to its immense strength. Although he felt regret for not having left sooner, it was futile now. He could only hope that his concealment technique would keep him hidden from this formidable creature, or else he might not even have the chance to escape. Casting his gaze back to the two women, Chen Xiao could scarcely contain his amusement. They were nearly upon the ruby fruit, yet had resumed their skirmish, evidently unwilling to allow the other to claim it alone. A fearsome roar erupted, reverberating in his ears. The ground began to tremble slightly. Chen Xiao squinted, glancing to his left, just as a colossal shadow, standing 5 meters tall and stretching 7 to 8 meters in length, surged toward them. It moved with such speed that it vanished into the valley where the two women were battling in the blink of an eye. Roar! Once again, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, as the colossal shadow finally came to a halt, its massive hooves pounding the ground like a drum. Its obsidian eyes, as large as basketballs, fixed intently on the two women. Chen Xiao inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. This enormous silhouette was a formidable black and gray bull-like beast, standing at an imposing height of 5 meters, its bulk reminiscent of a small mountain. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly, hinting at its terrifying weight. Ding. System notification, Level 2 Elite Boss, Iron-Blooded Bull detected. Ding. Quest initiated. Defeat the Level 2 Elite Boss, Iron-Blooded Bull, to earn 10,000 experience points, or 1,000 gold coins, and increase the favorability of Su Meier and Zhu Ying by 10. Do you accept? Accept? Chen Xiao scoffed internally, his brows deeply furrowed. Just moments ago, he had nearly been frightened into fleeing by this behemoth, and now the system was issuing a quest for him to slay it. Was that not absurd? He was well aware that even if he risked injury or death, it would be impossible to vanquish this iron-blooded bull. Yet, this was the first elite boss notification he had received in a long time. As a devoted gamer and skilled player, he understood the potential rewards for defeating a boss. Could he truly abandon such a lucrative opportunity? The thought of letting this chance slip away filled him with regret. Should he manage to defeat this boss, even if his cultivation did not elevate him a level, his strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. At that moment, Chen Xiao's brow lifted in surprise as he glanced toward the two women. He expected them to turn and flee, for he did not believe they stood a chance against such a formidable beast. If they lingered any longer, they might lose their lives. However, contrary to his expectations, the two women did not retreat. Instead, after exchanging glances, they set aside their differences and charged towards the iron-blooded bull in unison. Chen Xiao's lips twitched in disbelief at their audacity. Yet, he began to regain his composure from the earlier shock. Looking again at the radiant boss, he began to understand why the two women did not choose to flee. The beast, while imposing and exuding an air of menace, was still merely a level 2 creature. At best, it was a more formidable opponent than the Qinghua Wolf King. Both women had already reached the pinnacle of the martial general realm, meaning they were nearly equal in strength to the boss. Even if they were slightly outmatched, together they stood a chance. Understanding this, Chen Xiao could not help but admire their bravery in choosing to confront the iron-blooded bull in this desolate wilderness. The bull, upon seeing the two women daring to attack, let out a furious roar, stomping the ground and charging toward them. The flora and trees in its path were instantly obliterated, while rocks and shrubs offered no resistance against its momentum. Chen Xiao felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Nevertheless, he had no intention of retreating just yet. If the women could triumph and even slay the iron-blooded bull, that would be the best outcome. If they failed, he could still escape at the opportune moment. And if they both sustained injuries, he could swoop in and take advantage of the situation. As he watched, the two women quickly engaged the bull. Initially, he had not discerned their skill, but now, as they fought the iron-blooded bull, he noted their remarkable agility. Zhu Ying dashed forward, and at the moment of contact, she deftly sidestepped, her sword striking accurately at the bull's head. Unfortunately, while she landed a blow, it merely left a white mark, failing to inflict a significant wound. In contrast, Su Meyer charged in, but just as she was about to collide with the beast, she elegantly maneuvered beneath its bulk, slipping past with an ethereal grace and delivering a precise slash along its belly. Chapter 35. Accepting the quest, the short sword appeared unremarkable, yet it was exceptionally sharp. Where Zhu Ying's weapon could not penetrate the bull's thick hide, Su Meyer's blade tore through effortlessly, leaving a long gash from which blood gushed forth. The iron-blooded bull bellowed in pain, its hind legs kicking as it shook its body, but Su Meyer had already retreated skillfully to safety, unharmed. Chen Xiao watched in awe. Su Meyer's agility rivaled that of Zhu Ying, and her blade was evidently more lethal. It was no wonder they could hold their ground against such a formidable adversary. The ground shook once more as the iron-blooded bull turned and charged again, the two women bracing themselves for another encounter, seemingly intent on repeating their earlier success. However, at the moment of collision, the bull abruptly swung its massive head towards Su Meyer while its powerful tail lashed out at Zhu Ying. Fortunately, Zhu Ying was quick enough to evade the tail, which instead shattered a nearby tree. However, Su Meyer was not as fortunate, unprepared for the beast's intelligence. She found herself cornered. In a moment of desperation, she thrust her short sword towards the bull's head, but the beast's thick, dark horn absorbed the impact, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, leaving only a faint mark. The backlash from the failed strike sent Su Meyer reeling, and the iron-blooded bull charged after her. Just as disaster loomed, Zhu Ying dashed forward, her sword dancing through the air, striking at the bull's head, more precisely, around its eyes. The bull's tough hide made it impervious to most attacks, leaving its eyes as the only vulnerable target. Yet, exposing oneself to such a formidable creature was perilous, and Zhu Ying's willingness to risk her safety to save Su Meyer astonished Chen Xiao. The two women, who had previously been at odds, were now united in their struggle, showcasing a bond that hinted at a deeper connection. Time ticked away as the battle raged on. The intensity of the altercation escalated, and with both parties deliberately distancing themselves from the location of the vermilion fruit, the conflict inadvertently shifted in Chen Xiao's direction. This development caused Chen Xiao considerable consternation, as the encroachment of the battle risked compromising his position. While it wouldn't necessarily endanger his life, it would preclude him from maintaining his clandestine observation, thus thwarting his aspirations of being the ultimate beneficiary. Fortunately, as if in response to Chen Xiao's silent apprehension, the two women and the beast ceased their advance, engaging in a fierce confrontation several hundred meters away. The ensuing battle can only be characterized as brutal. Initially, the two women wielded their swords with grace and precision, but as time elapsed, they realized their blades were incapable of inflicting fatal wounds upon the ironclad bull. Consequently, they made the decisive choice to relinquish their swords and engage in close-quarters combat. This close-quarters combat, however, was not merely a nominal exchange. The two women possessed a speed that slightly surpassed that of the ironclad bull, making it exceedingly difficult for the beast to land a blow. Instead, the women's hands and fists relentlessly rained down upon the ironclad bull's formidable frame. Despite their seemingly petite and delicate appearances, the women possessed astonishing physical strength. Chen Xiao had personally witnessed Zhu Ying effortlessly sever a tree trunk as thick as a water bucket with a single kick. Su Meyer was even more formidable, striking the ironclad bull's massive head with her palm, causing the beast to stagger backward. The sheer weight of the ironclad bull's enormous body was evident, and Su Meyer's ability to repel it underscored her extraordinary power. Nevertheless, this protracted struggle was taking its toll on the two women. The ironclad bull's thick hide seemed impervious to their attacks, exhibiting no discernible signs of critical damage, aside from a slight reduction in its responsiveness. However, the women's internal energy reserves were rapidly depleting. If this energy expenditure continued unabated, they risked succumbing to exhaustion before they could vanquish the ironclad bull. Recognizing their precarious situation, the two women exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Subsequently, Chen Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as a faint aura enveloped their bodies. Zhu Ying's aura emanated a dim crimson hue, while Su Meyer's aura was a pale cyan. Bloodline talent. Upon activation, the women's strength immediately surged, reversing their previously precarious circumstances. They managed to suppress the ironclad bull, gradually forcing it into retreat until it ultimately turned and fled. However, having expended so much effort, the two women were unwilling to allow the ironclad bull to escape so easily. They promptly pursued it, determined to deliver the final blow. To Chen Xiao's dismay, the ironclad bull, with no escape in sight, once again engaged the two women in battle. Time gradually slipped away. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the ironclad bull collided with a massive tree, while the two women simultaneously coughed up blood and were sent hurtling backward, collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise. As a witness to these events, Chen Xiao's gaze settled upon the ironclad bull, which was still struggling to stand. His eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated the situation. Having accepted the task, Chen Xiao prepared to make his entrance. The two women were undoubtedly severely weakened, and the ironclad bull appeared to be grievously wounded. Chen Xiao merely needed to deliver the coup de grâce. However, just as he rose to his feet, he froze in place. The seemingly incapacitated ironclad bull was swaying, yet it was regaining its footing. Furthermore, its grayish-green fur was now tinged with gold, suggesting that it was about to advance to the third level of demon beasts. Not good. That beast is about to advance, Su Meyer exclaimed, realizing the danger. Zhu Ying, who was nearby, also recognized the situation and attempted to step forward with her sword. However, she faltered and nearly collapsed. Clearly, she had sustained significant injuries during the earlier skirmishes. The two women's faces were slightly pale. If the ironclad bull failed to advance, it should have collapsed by now, allowing them to recover with a brief respite. However, with their internal energy depleted and their bodies riddled with injuries, they were powerless against the advancing ironclad bull. If it successfully advanced, it would become equivalent to a martial king, making their situation a true massacre. Their situation was now dire. Now you've done it. There's no need to continue fighting. Su Meyer glared at Zhu Ying, while hastily consuming a handful of pills. Although this was unlikely to make a significant difference, it was preferable to waiting for death. Zhu Ying frowned slightly and glanced at the ironclad bull, which was slowly rising in the distance. If you hadn't ambushed me first, none of this would have happened, she retorted. She then retrieved a jade bottle, poured the pills inside into her mouth, and rapidly refined their medicinal power to revitalize herself. The two women sat on the ground, fixing their gaze on the ironclad bull, which was gradually rising and lumbering toward them. With no one to rescue them in this desolate wilderness, they were on the verge of collapse. Oh! With a furious roar, the ironclad bull began to charge toward the two women. Its speed increased as it ran, and the faint golden light on its body grew more intense, indicating that its advancement was accelerating. In the nearby bushes, Chen Xiao's smile was more akin to a grimace. He had just accepted a task, anticipating that the system had glitched and would allow him to acquire a substantial amount of experience points effortlessly. However, the system had set a trap for him. Chen Xiao even suspected that the system was deliberately toying with him, causing the ironclad bull, which was on the verge of death, to suddenly mutate and advance. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, which he quickly dismissed. The two women had once again engaged the ironclad bull, and their situation appeared dire, as if they were on the verge of death. Having accepted the task, Chen Xiao could no longer delay. Moreover, the two women were currently distracting the ironclad bull, allowing Chen Xiao to launch a sneak attack from the side. Otherwise, if the two women were to fall completely and the ironclad bull successfully advanced, Chen Xiao's intervention would be futile, as he would be unable to contend with a level 3 demon beast on his own. Under the cover of the surrounding vegetation, Chen Xiao stealthily made his way toward the battle. As Chen Xiao crept forward, the two women barely managed to support themselves, exchanging a few blows with the ironclad bull. However, they were already at their limits and were no match for the ironclad bull, which was in the process of advancing. With a muffled thud, Su Meyer was sent flying backward, crashing into a large tree and collapsing to the ground. Her sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. On the other side, Zhu Ying's face also contorted in distress. She turned to flee, but her speed was no longer as agile as before. The ironclad bull quickly caught up and slammed into her, sending her flying backward and spewing a mouthful of blood. Unfortunately for Zhu Ying, she landed within 10 meters of Chen Xiao's hiding place, allowing him to clearly discern the details of her face. Thump, thump, thump. The ground began to tremble as a massive, dark silhouette loomed in the distance, gradually engulfing Chen Xiao. It was the colossal ironclad bull. At this moment, the ironclad bull was standing less than 5 meters away from Chen Xiao, and it was steadily closing the distance. As the iron-blooded barbarian bull cast a fierce gaze upon Zhu Ying, it clearly remained oblivious to the presence of Chen Xiao concealed nearby, which offered him a momentary sigh of relief. Had he been discovered from the outset, he would have had no choice but to flee. Su Meyer, if someone were to rescue you now, would you be willing to offer yourself in return? A melodious voice suddenly pierced the air. Chen Xiao paused, furrowing his brow as he turned to look at Zhu Ying, for those words had just escaped her lips. In the next instant, realization dawned upon him. Zhu Ying was indeed directing her gaze toward him, having discerned his presence. The fact that she chose to speak those words to Su Meyer, despite knowing he was nearby, was clearly a ploy to ensnare Su Meyer. Chen Xiao's lips twitched in frustration, and he decided against engaging further. Continuing to hide in the grass and patiently awaiting the approach of the iron-blooded barbarian bull. An ambush against such a formidable creature allowed for only a single opportunity. Should he fail to strike decisively, the chance to secure such an advantageous position would be exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, Su Meyer, having fallen to the ground, responded in a weak voice, "If someone were to come to my rescue now, I would not only offer myself, but even accept a life of servitude." Almost instantaneously, Chen Xiao sprang into action. He shot forth from the thicket with the velocity of a cannonball, racing towards the head of the iron-blooded barbarian bull. In midair, a black longsword materialized in his grasp, and he unleashed a flurry of sword flowers, the blade radiating with a rapidly condensing aura that tore through the air with a deafening whistle. Heavenly Sword Ascension. This time, Chen Xiao executed the technique with greater prowess and power than ever before. Caught off guard, the iron-blooded barbarian bull had no time to react, and by the time it did, the sword tip had already pierced its eye socket. The air was immediately filled with a furious roar that echoed through the mountains. Chen Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly withdrew his longsword, retreating at an alarming speed. Casting a fleeting glance at Zhu Ying and Su Meyer, he then fixed his serious gaze upon the iron-blooded barbarian bull. At that moment, one of the creature's eyes had been rendered completely useless, diminishing its combat effectiveness significantly. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao realized that defeating it single-handedly would still prove challenging. "Can you both still fight?" he inquired as he retreated, aware that while the two women were extraordinary beauties, he had no time to admire them in this perilous moment. Zhu Ying appeared somewhat curious, while Su Meyer shot a fierce glare at her, recalling the earlier comment about offering herself, and couldn't help but glance at Chen Xiao, uncertain if he had overheard their conversation. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's question, both women responded in unison, "We can hold on for a little longer." "Very well. Then assist me in stalling for a moment, so I may find an opportunity," Chen Xiao commanded without hesitation. This caught the two women off guard. They had expected him to seize the chance to showcase his abilities before them. Yet, it appeared that he had no intention of doing so, instead directly ordering them about. Who were they, after all? They were renowned prodigies of the heavenly martial kingdom, now being commanded by a mere country bumpkin. Moreover, they were injured. This thought stirred discontent within them. However, realizing the urgency of the situation, they understood that if they did not cooperate with Chen Xiao now, they would face dire consequences if he chose to flee. In the next moment, each woman retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it, visibly recovering their strength and vitality within a short span of time, reaching approximately 70 to 80% of their peak capabilities. This revelation astonished Chen Xiao. It seemed that even had he not intervened, these two young women might have survived thanks to this miraculous elixir. During the time they spent recovering, Chen Xiao engaged the iron-blooded barbarian bull in a few skirmishes, but found himself at a disadvantage, nearly facing defeat without anyone to distract it. Fortunately, Zhu Ying was the first to regain her strength and quickly moved in to engage the creature from the left, while Su Meyer approached from the right, effectively drawing the iron-blooded barbarian bull's attention and granting Chen Xiao a momentary chance to strike. Yet, Chen Xiao did not rush to attack. He remained still, observing intently, until it was evident that the two women were nearing their limits. What are you waiting for? If you don't attack soon, we will all be finished, Su Meier exclaimed, glaring at him fiercely. Meanwhile, Zhu Ying maintained her icy demeanor, and though she did not speak, her pale complexion indicated she too was nearing exhaustion. Realizing the time for action had arrived, Chen Xiao's focus sharpened, just as the iron-blooded barbarian bull turned to charge at Su Meier, presenting him with an opening. Once more, he unleashed the heavenly sword ascension, hurtling towards the creature. However, at that moment, the iron-blooded barbarian bull suddenly whirled around and let out a roar directed at Chen Xiao. To his surprise, it disregarded Su Meier entirely and charged straight at him. Both women exchanged startled glances, unprepared for the beast's vindictive response. The precious opportunity for a surprise attack seemed to be slipping away. In midair, Chen Xiao's expression grew increasingly frosty. Just as their paths were about to collide, he accelerated sharply, creating 4 afterimages that surrounded the iron-blooded barbarian bull from all angles. Dragon dance in the sky. The 4 phantoms collided almost simultaneously against the creature's form. More accurately, its head. A piercing scream erupted from the beast, reverberating through the air. Upon closer inspection, in the remaining eye socket on the right side of the iron-blooded barbarian bull, a black longsword was firmly embedded, rendering it nearly blind. Yet, despite its grievous injuries, the creature pressed on instinctively towards Chen Xiao. However, with its vision compromised, how could it possibly reach him with the skill of Chen Xiao's phantom steps? In a breath, he evaded its attack and swiftly thrust his sword towards its back. To his dismay, Chen Xiao found that he could not penetrate even the creature's hide, leaving only a faint white mark behind. With no other options, he turned his gaze to Su Meier. Understanding his intent, she promptly tossed her short sword to him without hesitation. Grasping the short sword, Chen Xiao deftly leaped onto the iron-blooded barbarian bull's back, driving the blade into a prominent area. A crisp sound echoed as the sword embedded itself entirely. Not content with merely that, he maneuvered himself to position his fists against the bull's forehead and began to rain down blows. Seeing this, Su Meier and Zhu Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief but remained vigilant, rushing forward to assist. For nearly half a stick of incense, the iron-blooded barbarian bull let out a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground. Almost simultaneously with the creature's fall, both Su Meier and Zhu Ying also collapsed. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, swiftly understanding the situation at hand. The two women must have consumed some kind of potion that overexerts the body, enabling them to endure thus far, but now they likely have no capacity for resistance left. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao's attention shifted away from them as the system notification chimed once more. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the elite boss, Iron-Blooded Barbarian Bull. You have gained 10,000 experience points, acquired 1,000 gold coins, and increased your affinity with Su Meier and Zhu Ying by 10. Following this, he received a level 2 Barbarian bloodline, 1 drop of Barbarian essence, and a Barbarian horn. The rewards were substantial. A smile crept upon Chen Xiao's lips. After a series of notifications, his gaze fell upon the zhu fruit tree nestled in a distant hollow, completely disregarding the two women lying on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you going to save us first? As Chen Xiao prepared to leave, Su Meier grew anxious. Her body ached. And if he departed now and any beasts approached, they would surely meet a dire fate. I'll just grab something and be right back. With that, Chen Xiao dashed towards the hollow. Oh no, he's going for the zhu fruit. Su Meier's expression changed slightly as she gasped. Humph. Even if he goes for the zhu fruit, what can you do in your current state? Are you planning to stop him? Zhu Ying rolled her eyes. We worked hard to hunt the nearby beasts, including the iron-blooded barbarian bull. Should he benefit from our labors so easily? Su Meier frowned, her face darkening. Fine. Go ask him for it, and see if he gives you the zhu fruit and then rescues you, or if he kills you first and takes off with it, leaving us to die here. Zhu Ying remarked coolly. Then, as if struck by a thought, she looked at Su Meier and said, by the way, I recall someone saying that whoever saves you would have your undying devotion. That has already been realized. The one who saved you is right here, are you not? Su Meier's face flushed crimson. Chapter 38. Be my wife. It was indeed a remark she made in jest, for in the depths of the beast-infested forest, who could possibly come to their aid? Yet, someone had been lurking nearby, striking after her words, and Zhu Ying would surely hold that over her for eternity. This made Su Meier feel somewhat guilty, but then she rationalized that if her life was lost, what use would the zhu fruit be? Haha, I've struck gold. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. In front of the zhu fruit tree, Chen Xiao laughed heartily. To him, These Zhu fruits were akin to experience elixirs. If he refined them into pills, his cultivation could rise steadily to the 6-star or even 7-star martial general level, thus enhancing his chances of returning to Chinyong town. Without hesitation, he reached out and plucked 9 ripe Zhu fruits, carelessly stowing them in his spatial backpack. He then scoured the area for useful materials and monster cores from the nearby beast corpses, collecting everything without reserve. From a distance, the two women watched helplessly as Chen Xiao brazenly collected their spoils, their frustration palpable, but they were powerless to intervene. Though Chen Xiao's cultivation level was lower than theirs, they were both severely injured, and even a mere ordinary person could threaten their lives. They dared not speak out. If they provoked him or aroused his ill will, it would spell disaster for them. Soon enough, Chen Xiao returned without mentioning the Zhu fruits, merely casting a glance at the two women before frowning and saying, "You two should hurry and leave. This place will soon attract a horde of beasts." With that, he turned and walked away without waiting for their response. "Wait, young hero. We are gravely injured and cannot escape alone. We hope you will do the right thing and help us," Su Meier hastily called out, omitting any mention of the Zhu fruits. That could wait until they had fully recovered. "However, I am pressed for time and cannot assist you. Don't you have those potions? Just take another one." Chen Xiao paused, glancing at them with a dismissive expression. Upon hearing his words, both Su Meier and Zhu Ying couldn't help but twitch their lips. Perhaps due to her nature, Zhu Ying remained silent, while Su Meier pressed on. "Those potions are merely for emergencies, and their side effects are severe. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this state. If we take another, we might ruin our foundation, and those potions are quite expensive. We have none to spare. Is that so?" Chen Xiao shot them a sidelong glance, his face still devoid of expression. In truth, he was internally delighted, feigning indifference to tease the two stunningly beautiful women. He felt guilty for not taking advantage of the situation. As expected, upon hearing his skepticism, even Zhu Ying's brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. "Indeed, if you could assist us, the reward would be substantial. Just now, I believe I heard someone say that if someone saves her, she would offer her body in return. Is that still valid?" Chen Xiao donned a playful smile, gazing at the two women. Both women were momentarily taken aback. Zhu Ying's face displayed a hint of discomfort, while Su Meier could no longer maintain her composure, her expression frozen in shock, speechless. "Oh, it seems I must have misheard." Chen Xiao mused aloud. Just as the two women thought he was about to rescue them, he suddenly turned and walked away, casually remarking, "If you're not my wife, I won't help. You should rest and leave quickly. It's not safe here." As he spoke, the distant sounds of howling echoed ominously, indicating that beasts were stealthily approaching. "Hey, don't go. You've taken the Zhu fruits. Are you just going to walk away?" Unable to contain herself, Su Meier called out. But Chen Xiao merely waved his hand, not pausing his stride. "Your wife is here, and you want to abandon her? Just now?" Su Meier acknowledged that whoever saves her will have her hand in marriage. "Do you truly wish to walk away?" Zhu Ying remarked coolly. "Zhu Ying, what are you implying?" Su Meier glared fiercely at her. Hearing this, Chen Xiao halted, turning to Zhu Ying. "Is that so?" As the sounds of howling grew closer, Su Meier's face turned slightly pale. Seeing Chen Xiao smirk, she realized he was intentionally teasing them. However, if she didn't agree, would they truly perish here? Reluctantly, she darkened her expression and declared, "I, Su Meier, keep my word. Since the young hero has saved me today, I will submit to you. What say you?" "Haha. Excellent. Let us have a token of your promise." Chen Xiao laughed heartily, striding toward her. "You." Su Meier was at a loss for words, not expecting Chen Xiao to request a token. But now, she had no choice but to placate him. Reluctantly retrieving a small black token from her storage ring and tossing it to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao took a glance at the item, which was intricately engraved with a depiction of a valley on one side and inscribed with the words Xiao Yao on the other. Su Meier then spoke. "This is my identity token. Consider it a token of trust." "Of course." Chen Xiao nodded, stowing the token into his spatial backpack. He then approached Su Meier, bending down to scoop her up into his arms. What are you doing?" Su Meier exclaimed in shock, her face paling in fear. Never had she been handled in such a manner. "I'm taking you away. Would you prefer I drag you along the ground?" Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and promptly turned to leave. Zhu Ying stood by, momentarily stunned, and even Su Meier pointed at her in confusion, asking, "Aren't you going to save her?" "She is not my wife. Why should I save her?" Chen Xiao retorted casually. Upon hearing this, both Su Meier and Zhu Ying fell silent, utterly taken aback. Zhu Ying had previously suggested that Su Meier was Chen Xiao's responsibility. But now she found herself inadvertently entangled in the situation. If Chen Xiao chose not to assist her, the consequences could be dire. With a glimmer of understanding in her eyes, Su Meier realized the implications of Chen Xiao's words, pondering to herself that he was simply a lecherous man. However, she smiled playfully at Zhu Ying and said, "Sistering, what do you think? This young hero may be a bit lacking in cultivation, but his strength is commendable. Perhaps it's worth considering. Otherwise, I fear I may have to leave first." After saying this, she cheekily winked at Zhu Ying. At that moment, Chen Xiao glanced over and provocatively asked, "Is she willing to take that step?" Zhu Ying felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Su Meier, but after meeting Chen Xiao's gaze, she fell silent and reluctantly replied, "I agree, but you must surpass my cultivation before you can marry me." "Haha, no problem." Chen Xiao grinned widely, extending his hand toward Zhu Ying, disregarding the conditions she had laid out. Without needing further prompting, Zhu Ying took the initiative to hand him a dark red token adorned with a lightning bolt, with the cacophony of sounds around them growing ever louder. Chen Xiao did not dare linger any longer. He swiftly repositioned Su Meier from his arms to his back, then reached out to lift Zhu Ying by the waist into his embrace. It must be said that both women's figures were exceptionally soft. The moment Chen Xiao felt Zhu Ying's delicate form, he was struck by the sensation akin to touching jade. Zhu Ying, too, froze momentarily. However, Chen Xiao had no time to dwell on such sensations. His priority was to escape. Before fleeing, he dashed back to the corpse of the iron-blooded bull and stored it in his storage ring, before hastily making his way into the distance with both women in tow. Even while carrying two individuals, Chen Xiao's speed was remarkable, and within no time, they were far from the battlefield. Shortly after their departure, the area erupted with the roars of numerous beasts, some of which were particularly fearsome. This realization brought a wave of relief to both women. Had they lingered any longer, they could have indeed found themselves in grave peril. Yet, as they were being whisked away by Chen Xiao, they felt a mix of confusion and bewilderment, having unwittingly become his companions without even knowing his name. Reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, they found it somewhat amusing, each lost in their thoughts. The trio traveled in silence until Chen Xiao brought them back to the cave where he had previously resided. Initially, he had no intention of returning. However, given the circumstances, it was impractical to venture out of the beast forest with the two women in tow, so he decided to return. Expertly navigating the cave, Chen Xiao placed the two women in a more favorable position before turning to kindle a fire. "Here, take these medicinal pills, they will aid your injuries," he said, offering them 2 vials. The women accepted without hesitation, having nearly exhausted their own supplies. In such a perilous place, regaining their strength as quickly as possible was paramount for their survival. "Wait, is this a premium recovery pill?" Zhu Ying exclaimed in surprise. Beside her, Su Meier blinked in astonishment, glancing at Zhu Ying. She knew Zhu Ying well. Typically aloof and indifferent, she only displayed enthusiasm when at odds with Su Meier. To see her so astonished was unusual, prompting Su Meier to look closer. In Zhu Ying's palm lay 2 perfectly round pills, exuding a delicate fragrance. Indeed, they were premium recovery pills. Although such high-quality pills were rare, they were not entirely unknown to the 2 women, having encountered them before. What truly astonished them was that this rustic youth, emerging from seemingly nowhere, possessed not 1 but 2 premium pills. Exchanging glances, the 2 women said nothing further, each taking 1 pill and subsequently opening the other vial. This time, Zhu Ying remained silent, but in her hands were 2 more premium pills, this time a rare healing elixir. Recognizing the benefits these would provide to their bodies, they consumed them without hesitation. After ingesting the pills, the 2 women began to meditate and recuperate, while Chen Xiao stepped outside. He returned after a significant duration, holding a sizable piece of lean meat, which he placed over the fire to roast. As the meat sizzled, Chen Xiao skillfully retrieved a Dan furnace, igniting it and clearing its interior. He then meticulously gathered various herbs, tossing them all into the furnace, along with 3 dark red jus fruits. With a natural ease, Chen Xiao activated the pill refining management skill. This system-assisted method guaranteed a 100% success rate, though it deducted a small fee in gold coins each time. Chen Xiao was currently flush with wealth, unperturbed by the expense. After deducting the 1,000 coins used for upgrading his alchemy skills, he still had over 3,000 coins left, most of which were rewards from hunting beasts, along with some earned from assisting the 2 women. Having set the pills to be refined, Chen Xiao turned his attention back to the roasting meat, which was from the iron-blooded bull he had previously cut. As a second-tier peak beast on the verge of evolving into a third-tier creature, its flesh was rich in spiritual energy. The meat not only tasted exquisite but also had restorative properties, and Chen Xiao was not about to let it go to waste. Time flowed gently. The aroma within the cave grew more intense, prompting Chen Xiao to glance over at Zhu Ying and Su Meier, who had opened their eyes. Their complexions clearly improved. Yet, they hesitated to approach, indicating some inner conflict. "What is your name?" Zhu Ying broke the silence in the cave. "Chen Xiao," he replied casually, sprinkling some special seasoning onto the roasting meat, enhancing its enticing aroma, which drew both women's attention. After cutting 2 pieces of meat, Chen Xiao approached to offer them to the women. Then, he returned to slice a generous portion for himself. Noticing that the 2 women were watching him rather than immediately eating, he chose not to comment and took a bite of his own portion. It wasn't until he had devoured 3 or 4 bites that the women exchanged glances and began to leisurely tear into the roasted meat. The moment they took their first bite, their eyes lit up in unison. Chapter 40. The undercurrents of Chinyong town in the realm of Fengyue. The culinary offerings are rather limited. Aside from frying, boiling, steaming, and roasting, the flavor profiles are primarily enhanced with the most basic of aromatics: ginger, garlic, and scallions. The result is akin to the blandness of meat boiled in plain water, aptly described by Chen Xiao as tasting like wax. Even the renowned chefs of the grandest inns possess only a modicum of skill in flavor enhancement. The rich and diverse cuisines of Earth, such as Sichuan, Cantonese, Huaiyang, and Shandong, are a distant impossibility in this world. This scarcity of seasoning is precisely why Chen Xiao had taken the initiative to bring condiments from Beishan City. Though his dissatisfaction with the limited variety remained, the 2 women, having never experienced such delectable fare, found their previous indulgences in exotic delicacies utterly pale in comparison to the simplicity of roasted meat before them. With just a single bite, they were enamored with the flavor, their eating pace noticeably quickening. Coupled with the intense exertion they had previously endured, their portions disappeared rapidly, and they cast eager glances toward Chen Xiao. In response, Chen Xiao merely smiled and cut another generous piece of meat for them, while he himself set aside what he had been eating and returned to the alchemical furnace. Ding. System notification. The host has successfully refined Jiao, gaining 1,000 experience points and 50 gold coins. The melodious system prompt, wafting through the air alongside the rich aroma of the elixir, startled the 2 women, causing them to simultaneously glance in his direction. In Chen Xiao's hand rested a translucent porcelain vial, within which lay 12 perfectly round elixirs emanating a faint glow. These were Jiao. This concoction, crafted primarily from zhu fruit, showcased the full potency of its effects, far surpassing the mere consumption of the fruit itself. Noticing the women's attention, Chen Xiao smiled slightly and retrieved another vial, distributing 6 elixirs to each of them. "These are Jiao refined from zhu fruit. They will aid your advancement to the martial king realm. Accept them as a token of our bond." Upon hearing his words, the women instinctively opened their mouths to protest, but realizing they had indeed agreed to this, they swallowed their retorts, their faces flushed. The elixirs were too valuable to refuse, and they eagerly accepted them. Su Meier, without hesitation, opened her vial and exclaimed, "Wow, this is a 4th-grade Jiao, and its quality is exceptional. You actually refined this." Beside her, Zhu Ying's face also reflected surprise. She had not anticipated that Chen Xiao, who appeared to be of similar age, was a 4th-grade alchemist. The art of alchemy is not merely reliant on talent, it requires extensive experience to ascend through the ranks. Yet, Chen Xiao seemed to have attained this level with remarkable speed, with his cultivation already at the 4-star martial general level, and now bearing the title of a 4th-grade alchemist. It suggested an extraordinary aptitude in both realms. Even Zhu Ying and Su Meier, who prided themselves on their own talents, found themselves unable to compare. At that moment, the name Chen Xiao was indelibly etched in their minds. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Chen Xiao merely sought to enjoy the moment, and after satisfying their hunger, he rose slowly. The 2 women regarded him with caution, uncertain of his intentions. However, Chen Xiao paid them no heed and exited the cave, prompting initial concern from them. Yet, upon observing him seated at the cave's mouth with no inclination to return, they cautiously settled down to rest, mindful of their prior exhaustive battle, which had left them in need of recovery. Chen Xiao, meanwhile, remained in a meditative state, albeit with his eyes now open, gazing serenely at the direction from which the women had departed. He had been aware of their movements all along, but chose not to intervene, merely teasing them for his own amusement. Despite being captivated by their beauty, he recognized their formidable talents and skills, leading him to conclude that they were far from ordinary individuals. Although they had not divulged much about their backgrounds, their names and the presence of a sect identity token would allow him to uncover their true identities with relative ease. Yet, such matters were of little concern to him at present. He had no intention of dwelling on them. If the opportunity arose in the future, he would not mind engaging them in discussions about life. For now, It was time to return to Chinyong town. As the morning light spilled forth, the once occupied cave entrance now lay empty, save for the remnants of embers within. In Tianwu country, Chinyong town, a momentous event had recently unfolded, sending ripples throughout the community. The once promising genius of the Chen family, now deemed a waste, Chen Xiao, had allegedly employed some means to slay Lin Yu, a talent of the Lin family. Another of the 4 prominent families in Chinyong town. While an explanation might have diffused tensions, Chen Xiao's flight only intensified the conflict, leading to an explosive outcry from the Lin family and an escalation of hostilities with the Chen family. Months passed without Chen Xiao's return, and the struggle between the two families reached a boiling point. Today, the Lin family had allied with the Qin and Jiao families, collectively seeking retribution against the Chen family, signaling an imminent confrontation. Chapter 41. A united front. Before the gates of the Chen family stood a vast training ground spanning thousands of meters, typically used by the clan's disciples for martial training. Today, however, it was densely packed with individuals. In addition to the Chen family, the Lin, Qin, and Zhao families had gathered, along with clan elders and heads of households. After lengthy deliberations, the Lin and Chen families could no longer endure the prolonged strife. With the guidance of the other two families, they proposed a neutral resolution, a fair duel between the young heirs of the Chen and Lin families to determine the victor. If the Chen family emerges victorious, they must compensate the Lin family with 100,000 gold coins, and the matter of Chen Xiao slaying Lin Yu will be forgotten, with the Lin family relinquishing any further claims against the Chen family. However, should the Lin family prevail, not only will the Chen family be required to pay the same sum, but they will also be compelled to vacate Chinyong town entirely, relinquishing all their enterprises to the Lin family and never to return. This punishment is extraordinarily severe for the Chen family. Should they abandon Chinyong town, they would forfeit all the wealth and enterprises painstakingly accumulated by their ancestors over the years. Yet if they refuse to comply and persist in their conflict with the Lin family, they lack the resources to sustain such a struggle, and they could find themselves victims of treachery at any moment. The Lin family has quietly garnered the support of the other 2 prominent families in Chinyong town, and should the Chen family continue on their obstinate path, these 3 families may unite against them for their own interests. Given the current circumstances, even the Chen family struggles against the Lin family, let alone contend with the other 2 families. The Lin family's ability to rally the others is driven purely by self-interest, utilizing the Chen family's resources to manipulate the Qin and Zhao families into their service. If they can expel the Chen family, it would be to the advantage of the other 2 families, as they would then have ample territory to divide among themselves. Even if the Chen family were to win, the Qin and Zhao families would incur no loss. At worst, the status quo would remain, while they could still reap substantial rewards from the Chen family. The Lin family has already branded Chen Xiao as a murderer, securing the moral high ground, and the majority of Chinyong town's residents support the Lin family's decision. It can be said that the Lin family has garnered public favor, and this seemingly ruthless measure has not only failed to provoke resentment, but has further elevated their standing in the eyes of the townspeople. Ultimately, under immense pressure, the Chen family reluctantly accepted this seemingly inequitable resolution. Of course, when agreeing to this decision, the members of the Chen family harbored intense resentment towards Chen Xiao. Damn Chen Xiao, if it weren't for him, would we be in such dire straits? Muttered a young man with a grim expression, prompting nods of agreement from those around him. I wonder where that Chen Xiao has run off to. If we could capture him and present him to the Lin family, it would quell their anger. Another chimed in. This sentiment was echoed by others, who concurred that presenting Chen Xiao to the Lin family would definitely appease their wrath. That lucky fool. He slipped away just as the trouble began. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. It's absurd. Lin Yu must have been utterly useless to have been slain by that waste of space, Chen Xiao. Now we are all suffering for it. Voices of similar discontent rose in chorus, primarily blaming Chen Xiao or lamenting their predicament. The upper echelons of the Chen family wore similarly grim expressions, having made this decision out of necessity. Perhaps they still possessed a glimmer of hope if they took a gamble. If they did not, given the Lin family's current aggressive posture, they might not survive in Chinyong town much longer. Should the 3 families truly ally, the Chen family might even find themselves unable to escape with their lives. Yet, apart from Chen Ning, the rest of the Chen family members displayed mediocre talent, with even their bloodline abilities lacking, rendering them without worthy successors. The only consolation lay in the fact that Chen Xiao had eliminated Lin Yu the day before he departed, thus removing a significant threat to the Chen family. Without that, the contest may not have been necessary at all. At this moment, in the center of the expansive plaza, 2 young swordsmen were engaged in combat. Clad in white, Chen Xiao was one of the few disciples from the Chen family's younger generation to have attained the rank of a 5-star martial apprentice. Although he could not compare to Chen Ning, he was nonetheless superior to the average individual, and the family held high hopes for him. At that moment, Chen Xiao executed the Chen family's ancestral sword technique, the wandering sword, creating an impenetrable defense around himself, which appeared quite impressive. Even the senior members of the Chen family nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this. Chen Xiao, while slightly lacking in innate talent, was still worthy of focused cultivation. He would certainly be monitored closely. Chen Dingshan, Chen Xiao's second uncle and the head of the Chen family, observed the battle with a smile and nodded approvingly. However, as soon as he spoke, a twitch of his lips betrayed his surprise. The once graceful Chen Xiao suddenly appeared flustered, even misapplying the wandering sword technique, leading to a collective shift in expression among the Chen family's senior members. Opposite him stood a seemingly unremarkable young man in gray, who was now pressing forward with his sword. The young man wielded his long sword with precision, each strike seamlessly transitioning into the next, expertly exploiting the weaknesses in Chen Yao's technique, thereby draining it of its effectiveness and forcing Chen Yao into a precarious position. Lacking combat experience, Chen Yao was swiftly overwhelmed, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. After a brief struggle, the Lin family youth seized an opening and struck Chen Yao on the shoulder, then aimed a thrust at his chest. "I concede." Chen Yao's panicked voice rang out urgently. Waste. Get lost." The Lin family youth scoffed, halting his sword just an inch from Chen Yao's chest, but then brutally kicked him off the stage. Though insulted and kicked, the pale-faced Chen Yao dared not utter a word, hastily scrambling to his feet and returning to the Chen family's territory, covered in dust and shame. Chapter 42. Lin Chen. The younger generation of the Chen family was filled with disappointment, yet they remained silent. This scenario had already repeated 3 times, counting this instance. It marked the 4th consecutive defeat. With only 10 matches in total, should they continue to lose, the Chen family might genuinely find themselves expelled from Chinyong town. "Who among the Chen family dares to challenge me?" The Lin family youth taunted from the platform, his expression dripping with disdain. To date, he had single-handedly defeated 4 members of the Chen family, a record that filled him with pride. The Chen family, in stark contrast, fell into a heavy silence. His record had deterred many from stepping forward. Even those who wished to challenge were dissuaded by the evident disparity in strength, knowing that to do so would be to invite humiliation. Observing the scene, the young man on stage grew even more arrogant, his demeanor radiating haughtiness as he pointed at the Chen family members. "It seems you are not only worthless, but also a bunch of cowardly turtles, lacking even the courage to confront me. What right do you have to exist in this world? How utterly laughable. Just hurry up and leave Chinyong town." His words struck like a slap to the face of the Chen family. Their faces flushed crimson with anger, and many were on the verge of charging onto the stage. However, a somewhat subdued voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Ping, do not go too far. I wish to see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant." It was Chen Ning's cousin, who could no longer restrain himself. Indeed, the young master will surely defeat him with ease. The young master had reached the pinnacle of 6-star martial apprentice over a month ago. Dealing with this Lin Ping would be a trivial matter. The youth of the Chen family were filled with fervor, their faces alight with joy, seemingly forgetting their prior string of defeats. Chen Ning was a myth in their hearts. At just 17, he had already achieved the peak of 6-star martial apprentice, mere moments away from breaking into the 7-star realm. He was undeniably the Chen family's greatest talent, and defeating Lin Ping, a 5-star martial apprentice, would surely be effortless. As the crowd buzzed with murmurs, Chen Ning stepped forth, ascending the arena with a measured grace to stand opposite Lin Ping. "Today, I shall see if you, the first prodigy of the Chen family, are truly as formidable as the rumors suggest." Lin Ping's face bore a faint sneer. Despite Chen Ning's superior cultivation, he regarded him with indifference. The higher-ups of the Chen family felt a jolt of energy. They recognized that Chen Ning was indeed the strongest among the younger generation, and handling Lin Ping would require little effort. However, with 6 more matches to follow, if the Lin family employed a strategy of relentless challenges, Chen Ning's encounter with Lin Chen, the Lin family's top talent, could prove perilous. Yet, the Chen elders felt powerless to intervene. If Chen Ning could not overcome Lin Ping, what hope would there be against Lin Chen? The clash between Chen Ning and Lin Ping lacked spectacle. The latter's cultivation paled in comparison to Chen Ning's. In a mere 20 exchanges, Chen Ning seized the opportunity and sent Lin Ping tumbling off the stage with a well-placed kick. "Well done. Bravo, cousin Chen Ning. I knew you would not disappoint us." Cheers erupted from below, invigorating the spirits of the Chen family. Even the elders couldn't suppress their smiles, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, A light laugh echoed, and a figure emerged from the ranks of the Lin family, striding towards Chen Ning with deliberate ease. Chen Ning's expression shifted, a gravity settling over him as he focused intently on the advancing youth. The young man appeared to be around 20, hands clasped behind him, a subtle smile gracing his features. As he approached the arena, he exuded an effortless charm, while Chen Ning felt as if he were facing a formidable foe. In terms of presence alone, Chen Ning had already lost. This was no ordinary opponent. It was Lin Chun, the Lin family's most celebrated prodigy, a 7-star martial apprentice renowned for his prowess. Lin Chun was a year older than Lin Yu, yet his cultivation surpassed Lin Yu's significantly. Recently, it was rumored that Lin Chun's cultivation had reached the late stages of the 7-star martial apprentice realm, mere moments away from attaining the pinnacle, solidifying his status as the undisputed champion of Chinyong town. Comparatively, even Chen Ning and his peers seemed inadequate. The expressions of the Chun family turned crimson. Everyone was acutely aware of Lin Chun's reputation, which loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. Yet, in this moment of life and death, they could only place their hopes on Chen Ning to vanquish Lin Chun. If he could triumph over Lin Chun, it would effectively reclaim a victory in their struggle. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere enveloping the Chen family, the Lin family appeared relaxed, with many of their elders laughing heartily. While the Chen family harbored concerns about the upcoming battle, the Lin family felt assured, for they were privy to Lin Chun's true capabilities. Just days prior, Lin Chun had achieved a breakthrough, now standing at the initial stages of the 8-star martial apprentice realm. Yet, the outside world remained unaware, still believing him to be merely a 7-star martial apprentice. Thus, the Lin family felt they had the upper hand, leading them to feign agreement to the duel's terms. Otherwise, would they truly allow the Chun family to escape so easily after a life was lost? Such a notion was preposterous. They had refrained from launching a direct attack due to certain reservations, but once the Chun family was expelled from Chinyong town, they would be free to act as they pleased. As discussions swirled, Lin Chun confidently reached the arena, standing face to face with Chen Ning. A scholarly smile adorned Lin Chun's face, while Chen Ning's countenance grew grave. The younger members of the Lin family erupted in cheers, contrasting sharply with the silence that fell over the Chen family. Many felt uncertain. Although Chen Ning was undoubtedly the foremost figure of the Chen family, how did he truly measure against the first prodigy of Chinyong town, Lin Chun? As the crowd speculated, the duel commenced. "Make your move," Lin Chun declared, his hands still resting behind him, his gaze fixed calmly on Chen Ning. "You want to draw your sword?" Chen Ning's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. "You are not yet worthy of my sword." Lin Chun's words incited a wave of gasps from the audience, many infatuated young women blushing with admiration, wishing to offer themselves. Conversely, the Chen family members wore expressions of deep dismay. "How arrogant! Lin Chun is merely a 7-star martial apprentice, while our master has already reached the pinnacle of 6-star martial apprentice. The gap isn't insurmountable, yet he speaks so boldly. Indeed, we shall see how he meets his end. Master, you must teach Lin Chun a lesson." Amidst the fervent encouragements from behind him, Chen Ning felt a pang of unease. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Lin Chun's nonchalance weighed heavily on him, amplifying his stress. Most crucially, Chen Ning could not afford to lose. A defeat would spell utter disaster for the Chen family, extinguishing all hope. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ning lifted his gaze, drawing his sword in a swift motion, charging towards Lin Chun. As Chen Ning lunged forward, Lin Chun remained unmoving, until Chen Ning's blade neared his chest. In a fluid motion, Lin Chun pivoted, evading the lethal strike with grace. Moreover, his right hand, which had been resting behind him, suddenly shot forward, fingers outstretched like a blade, deftly deflecting Chen Ning's sword. A crisp sound rang out as Chen Ning's sword veered off course. In that instant, Lin Chun's hand retracted and reached for Chen Ning's throat. If captured, it would signify the end of the duel. Tension gripped the Chun family elders, causing them to rise anxiously, while the spectators below held their breath, eyes glued to the two combatants on the stage. At that moment, at the edge of the training ground, a young man clad in black approached with measured strides. This was, of course, Chen Xiao, who had just emerged from the beast forest. He observed the unfolding battle, piecing together the events from the murmurs surrounding him. Chen Xiao had not anticipated that his slaying of Lin Yu would lead to such turmoil for the Chen family. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse. The predicament was a consequence of the Chun family's own making. Had Chen Ning and the others not conspired against him, would this scenario have unfolded? What irked him was being branded as an innocent murderer. Chen Xiao paid little mind to the arena's happenings. merely standing at the periphery and casting discreet glances at the positions of the four major families, with particular attention to the Lin family's personnel. He swiftly assessed their cultivation levels. Aside from 4 martial generals, the rest were martial masters and apprentices. Notably, a stern-faced middle-aged man at the center of the Lin family had achieved the 7-star martial general realm, surpassing the current head of the Chen family, Chen Xiao's second uncle, in strength. While a 1-star difference among martial apprentices might be negligible, such a gap at the martial general level was significant, unless one possessed extraordinary bloodlines or exceptional techniques. Overcoming such a disparity was nearly impossible. After briefly surveying the Lin family, Chen Xiao's attention shifted to the Chen family's territory. His gaze swept over Chinyong and then towards the group of youths below the arena. Many of them were familiar to Chen Xiao, including Chinyong, whose cultivation he had previously crippled, standing anxiously watching the competition. Chen Xiao's uncles were descendants of his second grandfather, who now held considerable sway over the Chen family. Currently, these individuals constituted the Chen family's leadership. However, in terms of top-tier combat prowess, the Chen family was not significantly weaker. They possessed 4 martial generals and, seemingly, a slightly larger number of martial masters. This explained why the Lin family had not aggressively pursued them, likely fearing substantial losses. After a cursory observation, Chen Xiao lost interest. While these individuals' cultivation might seem impressive to ordinary people, they were no match for Chen Xiao. Emerging from the demon beast forest, Chen Xiao's cultivation had advanced further, reaching the initial stage of a 5-star martial general. Combined with his various life-saving measures, he could contend with even 8 or 9-star martial generals. As for the so-called Chinyong town's top genius Lin Chun and others, Chen Xiao regarded them as a mere jest. Having witnessed the likes of Su Meier and Zhu Ying, ordinary individuals' cultivation rarely elicited surprise from Chen Xiao. On the arena, Chen Ning was immediately at a disadvantage. Even without drawing his sword, Lin Chen's hands moved with deftness, effortlessly engaging Chen Ning in combat. Cold sweat trickled down Chen Ning's forehead. He had exerted nearly his full strength, yet he had not even compelled Lin Chen to draw his sword. This infuriated him, but he was helpless, forced to attack with even greater ferocity. "Ah, die!" Chen Ning roared, his body suddenly enveloped in a faint azure aura, resembling a soaring azure bird. This was Chen Ning's bloodline talent, the 4th-grade azure bird bloodline. It was this talent that enabled Chen Ning's rapid cultivation. While many in the Chen family knew of this talent, few had witnessed its manifestation, making this a novel sight. With the activation of his bloodline talent, Chen Ning's speed increased by nearly 30%, his movements became more agile, and the speed of his swordplay accelerated significantly. Initially able to parry with ease, Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. Without any visible action, his speed also increased by 30%, matching Chen Ning's pace and even gaining the upper hand. Chen Ning's attacks were largely dictated by him. Continuing in this manner, Chen Ning would soon face defeat. This unfavorable situation darkened the expressions of the Chen family members, with several high-ranking individuals emanating suppressed auras. Conversely, the Lin family members wore faint smiles, with many of the younger generation cheering loudly, further exacerbating the Chen family's grim mood. How can this be? Chen Ning's expression was frighteningly somber. He had exerted his utmost effort, yet he remained helpless against Lin Chun. Was the disparity between them truly so vast? All right, I've had enough playing around. The Chen family's so-called top genius is nothing but trash in my eyes. Lin Chen's calm voice echoed, igniting anger among the Chen family members. Before they could retort, Lin Chen's speed suddenly increased. His rarely used left hand shot out, striking Chen Ning's chest with a palm. Wait. With a thud, Chen Ning stumbled back 3 or 4 steps, the faint azure bloodline phantom on his body nearly dissipating. Barely regaining his footing before he could counterattack, Lin Chen closed in and kicked Chen Ning in the stomach. "Ah!" Chen Ning cried out, flying backward. At that moment, a dark shadow emerged from Lin Chen, revealing his bloodline talent. With its activation, Lin Chen's speed instantly doubled, allowing him to overtake the airborne Chen Ning in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen clenched his right hand into a fist, aiming another blow at Chen Ning's chest. A mouthful of blood erupted. The crimson blood splattered onto the arena, unnoticed by anyone, as everyone's attention was riveted on Chen Ning and Lin Chen. "Die!" Lin Chen hissed, closing in on Chen Ning once more. His right hand, transforming into a claw, aimed directly at Chen Ning's throat. If this strike landed, it could instantly kill Chen Ning. At this moment, Chen Ning was still suspended in midair, unable to find purchase. Helplessly watching Lin Chen approach, he bellowed, "I concede. I concede, don't kill me. Don't kill me." "Humph. Concede now?" Too late. With a cold snort, Lin Chen seized Chen Ning's neck. However, For some unknown reason, he changed his mind at the last moment, refraining from killing Chinyong. Instead, he slammed Chinyong onto the ground, stomping on his chest, and saying indifferently, "Kneel and apologize. Shout that you are trash, and I will let you go. Umph, don't push it too far." A low, cold snort suddenly arose from the Chen family's ranks. Everyone looked up, only to see Chen Xiao's uncle, Chen Hai, his face flushed with anger. Chinyong was his son, forcing his son to kneel before someone else? And to shout that they were trash? He could never agree to that. Umph, who was pushing it too far? Don't forget, this is a life and death battle. Not killing Chinyong is already giving your Chen family enough face. A middle-aged man from the Lin family spoke, his tone indifferent. After saying this, he did not forget to instruct Lin Chen, "Do what you need to do. I want to see what the Chen family wants to do." Lin Chen Yu. Chen Hai pointed at Lin Chen, but could not utter a word. Lin Chen, on the other hand, looked mockingly at Chinyong and said indifferently, "Which do you choose?" "I concede I am trash," Chinyong said in a low voice with a livid face. "Louder, I can't hear you." Lin Chen said with a faint smile on his face. "I said, I am trash. I concede, please spare my life." After saying this, Chinyong got up from the ground and knelt on the ground without hesitation, kowtowing 3 times to Lin Chen. "Ha ha ha, you all saw it. This is the Chen family genius you speak of, just a cowardly villain who is afraid of death. What qualifications does this kind of person have to live in the world?" After Lin Chen finished speaking, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked Chinyong in the chest. Chinyong's eyes widened, but his body had already flown off the arena and crashed heavily on the ground. A large mouthful of blood spurted out instantly, and Chinyong curled up on the ground, his aura withering, and he did not get up for a long time. The other Chen family members on the side did not react until this moment, and several people quickly came out to help Chinyong up, while the others looked at Chinyong with dull expressions or strange expressions. Many people could not accept that the existence that was like a myth on weekdays would be defeated so easily, and also knelt down and kowtowed to others without dignity. Chinyong's original majestic image collapsed in this moment. On the Chen family seats, Chen Dingshan and others looked much older in an instant, and Chen Hai's face was even more livid. His son was forced to kneel, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, but he could not do anything about it. Once a conflict really broke out, none of these Chen family members would survive. The other Chen family executives also looked pale, their faces extremely ugly. Chinyong was defeated, which meant that the younger generation of the Chen family had completely failed, and it was impossible to make a comeback. However, when they thought that they had to hand over the industry that they had worked so hard to build for so many years, many people were still unwilling. The sentiments of the Chen family are universally comprehensible. However, no one extends their sympathies. Even the onlookers merely take pleasure in the spectacle. The incident of Chinyong kneeling in supplication has sparked considerable discussion among the crowd. Following this debacle, it seems Chinyong will find it impossible to maintain his dignity in Chinyong town. Very well, is there any other worthless individual who wishes to challenge me? Be swift. Do not dawdle, for my time is exceedingly precious. Lin Chen's disdainful voice resounded once more, this time without even a glance towards the Chen family. Such brazen arrogance. The younger generation of the Chen family was stirred with indignation, yet none dared to step forward. If even Chinyong could not contend with Lin Chen, who among the Chen family could? No one. It was evident that the Chen family was destined to lose. Indeed, merely a collection of inept individuals, Chen Xiao is inept. And so are you. Even that Chinyong is but a fool. The entirety of your Chen family is worthless. If I were you, I would rather end my existence than continue living in this world. Lin Chen's voice boomed, clearly audible to the throngs surrounding the martial arena. Patriarch, let us retaliate, cried one of the Chen family's elders. Yes, Patriarch. The Lin family is intolerably arrogant. The Chen family's higher-ups were instantly ignited with fervor upon hearing these words. Rather than endure Lin Chen's humiliation, they preferred to confront the Lin family. Yet, dissenters were plentiful, including the Patriarch Chen Dingshan, whose countenance was dark with displeasure. The sight of Chinyong kneeling was akin to a resounding slap to his face. But was it truly wise to rashly engage the Lin family? Clearly, such an act was fraught with peril. On the martial platform, Lin Chen remained silent, arms crossed, standing stoically. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the Lin family erupted in jeers, mercilessly berating the Chen family, even dragging the long-absent Chen Xiao into their tirade. On the periphery of the square, Chen Xiao's expression darkened as he endured the unwarranted verbal assaults, having done nothing to provoke such ire. Even Lin Chen had taken the liberty to insult him. Is there anyone from the Chen family willing to step forward for a duel? If not, this contest shall conclude with a victory for the Lin family. The heads of the Qin and Zhao families exchanged glances, with the Qin family patriarch rising to scan the area. Upon his utterance, the Chen family elders fell silent, their gazes flitting among the younger generation, seeking someone capable of shouldering the burden. Yet, who would dare to step forward now? Just as the crowd anticipated the contest's conclusion, a nonchalant voice pierced the air. Wait, what's this? Is there dissent? The Qin family patriarch narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of danger. Others turned to see a young man clad in black approaching the martial arena with measured steps. Is that not Chen Xiao? Indeed, it was Chen Xiao, the one who had fled in fear of retribution. What audacity he displayed in returning. If I were him, I would find a secluded spot to hide for eternity. Is he courting death by returning now? Unlike the spectators who reveled in the drama, the Chen family members were palpably more agitated upon seeing Chen Xiao. Chinyong, who had previously suffered losses at Chen Xiao's hands, pointed at him and shouted, Chen Xiao is here. It was he who killed Lin Yu. You should seek him out. Not trouble the Chen family any further. Indeed, grievances have their origins. Now that Chen Xiao has returned, should we not conclude this contest? Chen Xiao, you wretched fool. How dare you return? Kneel and accept your fate. Do you realize that your actions nearly brought ruin upon the entire Chen family? A chorus of accusations erupted. Those who had previously felt suppressed by Lin Chen's onslaught found their voices in this moment, hurling insults and seeking to deflect blame onto the visibly weaker Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao cast a cold glance at the accusers, dismissing them as unworthy of his attention. His focus was solely on the Qin family patriarch, and he stated coolly, I have no objections to others, but your insults are unwarranted. Have I wronged you in any way? Though directed at the Qin family patriarch, the remark was evidently a challenge to Lin Chun, as many had included Chen Xiao in their earlier derision. However, the audacity of a mere martial apprentice daring to counter such words left many incredulous. How brazen. I assumed you would remain a coward for eternity. Now you dare to show your face? Lin Chen's gaze darkened as he scrutinized Chen Xiao. As Lin Chen spoke, several members of the Lin family advanced towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, you who have wantonly slaughtered the innocent, now that you have returned, prepare to meet your end. A Lin family disciple surged forward, aiming to seize Chen Xiao's arm. Although others refrained from intervening, they watched with anticipation, eager to witness Chen Xiao's reaction. Would he weep or tremble? Humph, you shall perish. Chen Xiao scoffed, standing his ground and delivering a punch directly to the disciple's chest. The Lin family disciple, a 5-star martial apprentice, was confident in his prowess. However, that confidence swiftly transformed into terror. A dull thud resounded. The disciple was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the crowd, rendered unconscious. Ding. System notification. Host successfully eliminated a 5-star martial apprentice, earning 1,000 experience points and 50 gold coins. Upon hearing the system prompt, a smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips as he continued towards the martial platform, unaffected by the fallen Lin family disciple. Today, he aimed to avenge the humiliations endured by this body. While Chen Xiao dismissed the fallen disciple, chaos erupted among the Lin family as realization dawned that one of their own had perished. Chen Xiao, how dare you? You have killed Lin Wu. The crowd gasped, their expressions shifting in astonishment. None had anticipated that Chen Xiao would so effortlessly dispatch a 5-star martial apprentice. Lin Chen's expression darkened significantly, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Get lost. His voice resonated with overwhelming authority. Lin Chen's demeanor soured at being so brazenly disregarded. Chen Xiao's continued defiance had ignited within him an unquenchable desire for vengeance. Members of both the Lin and Chen families rose, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern for Chen Xiao, especially after witnessing his decisive victory over Lin Wu. It was clear that Chen Xiao's strength surpassed that of an ordinary 5-star martial apprentice. He must possess at least the prowess of a 7-star martial apprentice. Seize Chen Xiao, commanded a stern-looking middle-aged man from the Lin family. Yes, a 5-star martial master stepped forward, striding purposefully towards Chen Xiao. Dealing with this fool requires no assistance. I alone am sufficient. Lin Chen's expression was grim. You speak of fools. Yet I am curious. What shall you be called when you realize that you fall short of even my so-called foolishness? Chen Xiao spoke calmly. Humph, meet your demise. Lin Chen, disinterested in further conversation, suddenly leaped down from the martial arts platform, charging directly at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's steps halted as he cast a fleeting glance at the Chen family, noticing several individuals watching him with glee, which only intensified the chill in his heart. As Lin Chen pounced, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed, irritation evident as he casually swatted at him. The strike appeared utterly mundane, devoid of any aura fluctuation, and the rumored bloodline talent was nowhere to be seen. This only fueled Lin Chen's scorn. The tales of Chen Xiao lacking such talent now seemed undeniably true. In an instant, they collided, yet the next moment, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated. However, Chen Xiao would not allow him to escape. "Stay," a calm voice commanded, followed by a palm striking Lin Chen's chest. With a spurt of blood, Lin Chen was sent sprawling onto the platform. While Chen Xiao continued his slow advance towards the Chen family crowd, indifferent to his fallen adversary. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully defeated an 8-star martial disciple, gaining 1,000 experience points and 20 gold coins. Earlier, did you say you would hand me over to the Lin family? Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, surveying the younger generation of the Chen family, a faint murderous intent radiating from him. Upon hearing this, the Chen family fell into a hush, intimidated by Chen Zhao's consecutive victories over Lin Wu and Lin Chun, leaving no one daring to speak. Chapter 46. Drawing the line, the higher-ups of the Chen family furrowed their brows, seemingly in deep contemplation. Handing Chen Xiao over to the Lin family would be the simplest solution. After all, retribution for murder is a universal truth, and no one could fault them. Yet, with so many witnesses present, should the Chen family proceed with such an act, they would inevitably face condemnation in the future. For the sake of familial honor, sacrificing their own kin to appease others would portray the Chen family as weak and easily bullied. While the higher-ups hesitated, fear also gripped many of the younger generation. Nonetheless, not all were intimidated. Among the crowd, Chinyong and Chen Yuan glared at Chen Xiao with fierce anger, especially for Chinyong. Witnessing Chen Xiao effortlessly defeat Lin Chen left him utterly astonished. Chen Zhao's words echoed in his mind. "If I am a waste, then you are even less than that. What does that make you?" Lin Chen had easily bested Chinyong, forcing him to kneel and beg for mercy, while Chen Xiao had easily triumphed over Lin Chen, highlighting the stark disparity between the two. As the thought of his position as heir being threatened crossed his mind, Chen Ning's eyes narrowed. He signaled to Chen Yuan, who understood immediately. Despite his fear of Chen Xiao, he steeled himself and stepped forward, pointing at Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, you previously harmed the steward of the Chen family and slaughtered Lin Yu and his guards. Is that true? And if it is, what of it?" A smile graced Chen Xiao's lips. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Many anticipated that Chen Xiao would vehemently deny the accusations, subsequently attempting to justify his actions through other means. After all, to admit guilt would be tantamount to sealing his own fate. But no one expected Chen Xiao to be so candid, readily nodding in affirmation. "Humph, since you have admitted it, will you not surrender obediently?" Chen Yuan retorted coldly. "Do you all share the same sentiment?" Without responding to Chen Yuan, Chen Xiao turned his gaze toward the higher-ups of the Chen family. As he did, several faces shifted slightly, particularly the family head, Chen Dingshan, whose expression darkened ominously. However, after a brief silence, Chen Zhao's uncle rose, regarding Chen Xiao with a calm demeanor. "Chen Yuan speaks the truth. Though you are a member of the Chen family, taking a life warrants retribution. This is a fundamental principle. Even as a member of the Chen family, you cannot escape this truth. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with your own ruthless actions." These words resonated with the higher-ups, garnering their silent approval. This statement not only effectively cast Chen Xiao into opposition against the Chen family, but also displayed a facade of righteousness, elevating the family's stature in the eyes of the onlookers. Conversely, the higher-ups of the Lin family frowned. If this matter were resolved so easily, what had been the purpose of their considerable investment? Were their men to perish in vain? Just as the Lin family was poised to respond, Chen Xiao preemptively spoke, his declaration causing the Lin family to break into laughter. "Since you are so unjust, I shall withdraw from the Chen family henceforth. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Chen family and will bear no further association. In the future, grievances will be repaid in kind. I trust you have no objections?" Preposterous. This is utterly outrageous. Chen Dingshan exploded, incredulous that Chen Xiao would audaciously renounce his family ties, effectively slapping their faces in public. Yet they failed to realize that they had sought to eliminate Chen Xiao while denying him the chance to retaliate. Ignoring Chen Dingshan, Chen Zhao's gaze returned to Chen Ning. "Chen Ning, you colluded with Lin Yu to secretly abduct my sister and deliver her to him. You owe me an explanation." Chen Zhao's voice rang out again, though soft. It was clear enough for all present to hear. Chen Ning's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Chen Zhao's awareness of the matter. Cursing Lin Yu internally, he vehemently denied. "Slander. Chen Lan is a member of the Chen family. How could I possibly kidnap her? If you wish to accuse me, at least find a more plausible excuse." Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream escaped him as he fell, eyes wide in shock, body collapsing towards the ground. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slain a 7-star martial disciple, earning 1,000 experience points and 30 gold coins. As the system notification chimed, Chen Xiao's gaze shifted to Chen Yuan. Without a word, he swiftly struck with a palm. Bang! Chen Yuan was sent flying, crashing into the crowd, unmoving, his fate unknown. Silence engulfed the scene. All present stared at Chen Xiao in disbelief. In that moment, it became clear to everyone that the Chen Xiao before them could no longer be the same rumored waste. His cultivation must have reached at least the martial master level, as he could not have so effortlessly dispatched Chinyong and the others otherwise. Furthermore, the onlookers were stunned by Chen Xiao's decisive actions. Beast, you seek death. Chen Hai's eyes widened with rage, trembling in fury as he realized that his momentary lapse had led to Chen Ning's demise. Chen Ning was his only offspring. Chen Xiao's actions were akin to severing his lineage. Chen Hai moved, unleashing his martial general aura, enveloping Chen Xiao. With a leap off the platform, he aimed a lethal palm strike at Chen Xiao's forehead, seemingly intent on ending his life in one blow. Both the Lin and Chen families narrowed their eyes at this unfolding scene. Lin Chen, struggling to rise, also squinted, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Though astonished by Chen Xiao's prowess, he believed that with a martial general now attacking, Chen Xiao's survival was impossible. While Chen Xiao's emergence had disrupted some of the Lin family's plans, eliminating him would allow everything to return to normal. Under the gaze of all, Chen Xiao stood seemingly frozen in place, as if overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Yet, considering a martial disciple or martial master facing the assault of a martial general, especially in what could be perceived as a sneak attack, who could possibly react in time? At this moment, Chen Xiao found himself utterly incapacitated, unable even to move a muscle. Chen Hai shared a similar sentiment. Although it seemed somewhat unfair for a martial general to slay Chen Xiao, especially considering that Chen Xiao was, in fact, his nephew, the bitter truth remained that Chen Xiao had killed his son. In this instant, revenge for Chen Ning consumed him, overshadowing all else. With astonishing speed, Chen Hai closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. He extended his palm, aiming a fierce strike at the crown of Chen Xiao's head. While the other members of the Chen family observed coldly, offering neither intervention nor words of support for Chen Xiao, the gap between the two warriors rapidly diminished. In the next moment, a violent gust of wind erupted from Chen Hai's hand, hurtling directly toward Chen Xiao's face. Just then, after a prolonged silence, Chen Xiao finally stirred. In a moment when everyone believed him incapable of movement, he raised his right hand suddenly, launching a powerful punch toward Chen Hai's palm. Humph, seeking death. Chen Hai's eyes gleamed with a chilling ferocity. Not only was he unfazed, he summoned all the true energy within him to meet Chen Xiao's strike head-on, clearly intending to shatter Chen Xiao's defenses and eliminate him forcefully. Was Chen Xiao mad? Did he truly wish for death? To withstand a martial general's attack with the physique of a martial apprentice was simply inconceivable. The battle should have been over. Witnesses began to murmur among themselves. But in the next heartbeat, their eyes widened in disbelief as if they had witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon. Boom! The ferocious true energy surged forth. And Chen Hai was sent reeling backward, while Chen Xiao remained steadfast, his posture unchanged, rooted in place. Thud! Chen Hai's body crashed violently against the ground, fracturing it beneath him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Chen Xiao, realization dawning upon him that he had fundamentally misjudged one critical aspect: Chen Xiao's cultivation level. Your cultivation. Before Chen Hai could finish his sentence, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, staining his chest a shocking crimson. Everyone present heard his words and witnessed the earlier confrontation. An utterly implausible hypothesis began to take shape in their minds. Could it be that Chen Xiao had already ascended to the level of a martial general? Yet, how could this be possible? He was scarcely 16 years old. A 16-year-old martial general? Moreover, one without any innate talent? No one could accept such a reality. Yet, the truth lay before them. If Chen Xiao had not attained the martial general rank, how could he have so severely injured Chen Hai with a single punch? Even accounting for Chen Hai's carelessness, it was evident that Chen Xiao's strength was formidable, though many had previously elevated their perception of Chen Xiao's abilities. When he shattered their preconceived limits yet again, it became too much for them to bear, especially the younger generation of the Chen family, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. No one knew Chen Xiao better than them. Just 2 months prior, he had been at best a 3-star martial apprentice. Yet now, he had achieved the rank of martial general, effortlessly defeating the seasoned 3-star martial general Chen Hai with a single blow. Such rapid progress was staggering. The senior members of the Chen family stood in shock, their gazes fixed on Chen Xiao and the fallen Chen Hai, still feeling as if they were trapped in a dream. On the other side, The Lin family members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Chen Xiao's prowess was beyond their expectations. However, within the confines of Chinyong town, they still felt confident in their ability to subdue a mere martial general. The Lin family did not rush into action, but instead focused their attention on the astonished Chen family leaders. The Lin family patriarch turned to Chen Dingshan, remarking coolly, "It appears your Chen family has produced a genius. I suspect this young man has reached at least the 3-star martial general level." This statement instantly darkened the expressions of the Chen family members, particularly as they recalled Chen Xiao's earlier declaration of severing ties with them. If not for the previous events, perhaps Chen Xiao would have remained loyal to the Chen family. Perhaps, with Chen Xiao as their martial general, they could have regained their dominance and established themselves as the foremost family in Chinyong town. But now, all of that was impossible. Given their prior grievances with Chen Xiao, how could they allow him to flaunt his newfound power? "Second brother, go capture Chen Xiao, but exercise caution." Chen Dingshan instructed his second son, Chen Tao, Chen Xiao's uncle. "Understood," Chen Tao replied, leaping down from the high platform. After ensuring that Chen Hai was not mortally wounded, he approached Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, my nephew, although the fourth brother entrusted you to our care when he left, you have only yourself to blame for your lack of ambition. The Chen family has done its best. If you surrender now, I might be able to plead for your life and perhaps spare you from death." His words elicited a change in the expressions of many Chen family members, particularly those close to Chen Ning, who wore expressions of sorrow and indignation, yet dared not speak up. "There's no use in talking. Just make your move," Chen Xiao replied coolly. As his words echoed, the younger generation of the Chen family could no longer contain their anger, but Chen Xiao ignored them and charged toward Chen Tao. Having witnessed Chen Xiao's combat prowess, Chen Tao dared not underestimate him. His earlier words were merely an attempt to placate Chen Xiao. But now, seeing Chen Xiao advancing without hesitation, a glint of malice flickered in Chen Tao's eyes. He swiftly drew his sword, slashing directly at Chen Xiao. Swoosh! The sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at Chen Xiao's head. Yet, at that critical moment, Chen Xiao deftly evaded the attack with a swift sidestep. Chen Tao, however, was unfazed, retracting his sword to strike again. If Chen Xiao continued to advance, he would undoubtedly be hit. If he retreated, Chen Tao would pursue without mercy. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao did not dodge, but instead charged straight toward Chen Tao's chest with a powerful punch. Chen Tao's murderous intent surged forth uncontrollably as he quickened his strike, aiming for Chen Xiao's heart. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as Chen Xiao's left hand flicked, intercepting Chen Tao's sword with ease, while his right fist propelled forward, unimpeded, toward Chen Tao's chest. Chen Tao's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to retreat, but alas, he could not outpace Chen Xiao. Boom! The deep thud resonated as Chen Xiao's fist connected squarely with Chen Tao's chest. Chen Tao's eyes widened in shock, and his clothing tore apart at the back as he was sent sprawling to the ground. Chapter 48, Provocation of the Lin Family Hiss. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. If they had previously attributed Chen Xiao's triumph over Chen Hai to the latter's carelessness, they could no longer cling to such a notion. To do so would be sheer folly. As the familiar notification sound echoed in his ears, Chen Xiao gradually turned, striding purposefully toward the arena. Behind him, Chen Tao lay crumpled on the ground, utterly unable to rise, perhaps having lost all strength to do so. Chen Xiao's earlier punch had been overwhelmingly powerful. Had it landed even slightly askew, Chen Tao might well have lost his life. Chen Dingshan's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Xiao, yet he remained seated, preventing others from intervening with a mere glance. Despite their confusion, the Chen family dared not question their patriarch's silent command. Some swiftly retrieved the injured Chen Hai and Chen Tao, while the assembly's attention followed Chen Xiao as he approached the Lin family's contingent. "I hear you've been searching for me," Chen Xiao declared, his gaze sweeping across the Lin family, finally settling upon their patriarch. This proclamation ignited a flurry of interest within the Chen family's ranks, who anticipated the unfolding drama. Chen Xiao's evident power made him a formidable asset, and his willingness to confront the Lin family was met with tacit approval. The Lin family, however, visibly bristled, silently cursing the Chen family's audacity while steeling themselves to face Chen Xiao. Indeed, Lin Rong, the Lin family patriarch, responded, his eyes narrowed. "You stand accused of the brutal slayings of Lin Yu and his guard, Zhao Xing. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you dare deny it? Slayings? Empty words. If vengeance is your aim, then come. I stand here, ready to face any who dare challenge me," Chen Xiao retorted, unleashing the full force of his 5-star martial general aura. Those closest to Chen Xiao were immediately stunned by the sheer power emanating from him. A genuine 5-star martial general. Such power was a force to be reckoned with in Chinyong town, easily placing him among the elite, even within the four great families. The Chen family and the Lin family rose in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief as they beheld the transformed Chen Xiao. He was unrecognizable, an enigma they could not decipher. Could the rumors of Chen Xiao's lack of inherent talent be false? How else could he have progressed from a mere martial apprentice to a martial general in a mere 2 months? Such a feat was unheard of, beyond comprehension. The Lin family patriarch's expression darkened, acknowledging the palpable threat Chen Xiao posed. Lin Chun, still reeling from Chen Xiao's earlier attack, now felt a sense of relief, grateful that Chen Xiao had spared his life. Lin Mu, seize him. The Lin family patriarch commanded, his gaze shifting towards the Chen family. Since you cannot resolve this, I shall take matters into my own hands. Do you object? The Chen family remained non-committal, offering no response. Many harbored a secret satisfaction. Chen Xiao's actions had severed his ties with the Chen family, forfeiting any potential support. The Chen family now had a legitimate excuse to abandon him. Chen Xiao was utterly isolated. Lin Hai and Lin Mu, both seasoned martial generals of the Lin family, with Lin Hai at 4 stars and Lin Mu at 5, swiftly descended upon the arena, swords drawn, their eyes wary. Chen Xiao smiled, relinquishing any pretense. A jet-black sword materialized in his grasp, and his aura shifted dramatically. He stood poised, a sheathed blade, radiating an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. Lin Hai and Lin Mu exchanged a look, then nodded in unison. Lin Mu charged forward, while Lin Hai circled, seeking an opening for a surprise attack. The eyes of thousands focused on the unfolding battle. A clash between martial generals, particularly those at the 5-star level, was a rare spectacle, offering invaluable insights for aspiring martial artists. Chen Xiao, accustomed to battling beasts, found himself in a rare human confrontation. He seized the opportunity to refine his combat skills, subtly incorporating his experiences. Lin Mu unwittingly became his training dummy. As time wore on, the battle intensified. Lin Hai, lurking for an opportune moment, found himself unable to exploit any weakness. After several failed attempts, he finally cried out, "He's using you to hone his skills." Lin Mu's expression shifted, realizing the truth. Chen Xiao had been merely parrying, deflecting his attacks, and launching only minor counterattacks. He had been treating him with utter disregard. Lin Mu, a 5-star martial general, felt deeply insulted. Enough. I'll shatter this charade. Chapter 49. The Lin family patriarch. He's activated the level 3 Dark Wolf bloodline. Lin Mu has been renowned for decades, but has rarely fought in recent years. Who would have thought that Chen Xiao would force him to use his bloodline talent? The activation of a bloodline talent signified desperation. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, remained unyielding, displaying no bloodline abilities of his own. This fueled further speculation. Rumors had painted Chen Xiao as a talentless waste, yet he was far from it. Indeed, if Chen Xiao was a waste, then what were those present? Was it possible that Chen Xiao had reached the 5-star martial general level without any inherent bloodline talent? Without a bloodline talent, cultivating true energy and physical strength would be significantly slower. How could Chen Xiao have possibly progressed so rapidly? Lin Mu harbored similar doubts, but quickly suppressed them. He brandished his sword, his speed increasing dramatically. He lunged towards Chen Xiao. As they closed in, Chen Xiao remained motionless. Lin Mu's sword pierced the air, targeting Chen Xiao's chest with deadly precision. Chen Xiao's brow arched slightly. The bloodline talent had increased his opponent's speed by nearly 50%. Chen Xiao's gaze lingered on the Dark Wolf bloodline. Simultaneously, Chen Xiao activated the Azure Fire Wolf King bloodline talent within his Taotai bloodline space. This was the first time Chen Xiao had utilized this particular talent, which was known to enhance speed. As soon as it took effect, Chen Xiao sensed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere, a newfound smoothness and reduced resistance. His body felt lighter, more agile. His speed increased significantly, easily eclipsing Lin Mu's bloodline-enhanced velocity. Chen Xiao now possessed an undeniable advantage. Originally, the incredibly swift sword stroke appeared somewhat languid to Chen Xiao, allowing him to evade with ease. However, instead of hastily dodging, Chen Xiao instantly unsheathed his long sword, countering along the trajectory of Lin Mu's thrust. A metallic clang reverberated gradually. The immense force transmitted through the sword caused Lin Mu's expression to shift, his grip nearly failing, but he managed to maintain control at the last moment. As he breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Xiao suddenly smiled. Despite deflecting his attack earlier, Chen Xiao's sword maintained its momentum, swiftly closing in on Lin Mu, aiming directly for his wrist along the path of his own sword. Had this strike landed, Lin Mu's right hand would have been lost instantly. In a critical moment, Lin Hai, noticing the danger, rushed forward, pushing Lin Mu aside, averting the tragic loss of his entire arm. Nevertheless, Lin Mu's sword-wielding right hand suffered a long gash, causing a torrent of blood to erupt. As Lin Mu cauterized several pressure points to staunch the bleeding, Chen Xiao did not interfere, instead turning his gaze towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai's combat awareness was evidently commendable, as he had discerned the peril in such a short span and pushed Lin Mu away. However, Chen Xiao remained unconcerned. From the beginning, he had not held these individuals in high regard. Even the Lin family had only warranted a modicum of his attention. Seeing that Lin Mu was not rushing forward, Chen Xiao finally shifted his focus entirely to Lin Hai. Instantly, Lin Hai felt a tightening sensation throughout his body, as if he were being targeted by a ravenous beast. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Before he could utter a word, Chen Xiao's lips curled into a smile, and his figure vanished from sight in an instant. Or rather, Chen Xiao's speed was so great that most present could not perceive it. The martial general realm experts from the Lin, Chen, Qin, and Zhao families all rose abruptly, their eyes widening, their faces displaying astonishment. Others could not discern Chen Xiao's movements due to their lower cultivation, but these martial general realm experts clearly witnessed Chen Xiao's actions. However, while they could see clearly, evading Chen Xiao's attacks might prove challenging, as his speed had thoroughly surpassed the 5-star martial general realm. Even if they could see it, their bodies would not react in time. Even Lin Rong, the Lin family head and a 7-star martial general realm expert, furrowed his brow. Chen Xiao's speed was even slightly greater than his own. Although he was confident in evading Chen Xiao's attacks, what about the others? Ah! A sudden, piercing scream echoed. Immediately afterward, before everyone's eyes, Chen Xiao's longsword smoothly pierced Lin Hai's chest. Simultaneously, a fist struck Lin Hai's shoulder with tremendous force, sending his body hurtling off the platform. All of this transpired too quickly. Lin Mu had not anticipated it. By the time Lin Mu reacted, Lin Hai had already fallen to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. You dare! Lin Mu roared, completely unprepared for the swiftness of events. Without hesitation, he charged towards Chen Xiao. Well done! A cold glint flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, closing the distance. Careful! Lin Rong's warning resounded instantly. At the same time, Lin Rong, who had not moved in a long time, suddenly sprang from his seat, swooping towards Chen Xiao like an eagle. However, the distance between him and the arena was still too great. While he was still in midair, Chen Xiao effortlessly evaded Lin Mu's attack, instantly severing Lin Mu's arm with his longsword. Lin Mu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He managed to scream before Chen Xiao's sword pierced his chest once more. Puffed. A torrent of blood instantly stained his clothes crimson. Blood trickled from Lin Mu's lips, and as he opened his mouth to speak, Chen Xiao abruptly kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. Without looking up, Chen Xiao clenched his left fist, turning abruptly to deliver a punch behind him. Behind him, Lin Rong, having witnessed the slaying of his son by Chen Xiao, held nothing back. A fist, imbued with supreme force, descended fiercely. The formidable aura of a 7-star martial general realm expert was unleashed without reservation. Chapter 50. Deciphering martial techniques at the edge of the arena. Numerous spectators displayed expressions of horror. Some whose cultivation was below the martial master realm were instantly forced backward by the overwhelming aura. All eyes were fixed on the arena, eager to witness the duel between the two. In contrast to the tension of the onlookers, the Lin family appeared most at ease. Although Chen Xiao's previous feats seemed alarming, the Lin family had great confidence in Lin Rong. To outsiders, Lin Rong seemed to be diligently cultivating, rarely venturing out, and his cultivation was thought to be only slightly stronger than a 6-star martial general. However, this was not the case. The Lin family possessed a high-grade yellow rank cultivation technique that, once activated, could even allow one to challenge opponents of a higher level. Naturally, fighting Chen Xiao, whose cultivation was lower than Lin Rong's, would be without suspense. As the two exchanged blows, many widened their eyes, some even closing them, as if fearing the gruesome scene that was about to unfold. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Lin Rong's body was forced back several meters by the immense force of the punch, landing near the edge of the arena. As for Chen Xiao, he staggered backward, each step causing the floor beneath him to shatter. After retreating 5 steps, Chen Xiao barely managed to steady himself. But the bluestone slabs along the way had been shattered beyond recognition. With his chest heaving, Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The strength of the Lin family had surprised Chen Xiao somewhat. That punch had contained nearly 20,000 pounds of force. Had Chen Xiao not enhanced his physical strength beforehand by activating the Ironhide Bull's bloodline talent, he would have suffered a significant blow. Even so, the Lin family head had earned Chen Xiao's respect. Little did he know, the Lin family head was even more astonished. That strike had been a furious blow. with all his power concentrated into a single point, truly intending to kill with one strike. However, Chen Xiao's strength had far exceeded his expectations, managing to repel him even without any defense. He had previously assumed that Chen Xiao's speed meant his physical strength might be lacking, but he had been sorely mistaken. Suppressing the turmoil in his chest and the shock in his heart, Lin Rong swiftly advanced towards Chen Xiao once more. As Lin Rong moved, a large number of second-generation members of the Lin family rose and rushed towards the arena. Although they did not directly join the battle, they surrounded Chen Xiao. At Lin Rong's command, they would swarm Chen Xiao and kill him on the spot. Chen Xiao's situation instantly became precarious. However, Chen Xiao, engaged in combat with Lin Rong, seemed unaware of this, not even glancing at the others as he charged towards Lin Rong once more. This time, Chen Xiao was even faster, his gaze even colder. Facing him, Lin Rong sensed a change in Chen Xiao's aura, but he could not pinpoint what it was. However, after what had just transpired, he dared not be careless. Instantly, a silver longsword appeared in his hand. The appearance of the sword immediately stirred up a gust of wind, assailing Chen Xiao's face. Chen Xiao's longsword rose in response, meeting the attack with incredible speed. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as their swords met and separated, then clashed again at an even greater speed. The sounds of clanging and banging echoed incessantly. Those on the sidelines could not discern the details of their exchange, nor dared they interfere rashly. Time slowly slipped away. After nearly the duration of a cup of tea, the two suddenly retreated and separated. Chen Xiao, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stood at the center of the arena with his sword in hand, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Rong across from him. Lin Rong, slightly panting, appeared somewhat disheveled due to his tattered clothing, yet there were no visible injuries on him. The onlookers around them brightened with anticipation, for it was evident that Chen Xiao was at a disadvantage. This realization cast a shadow of disappointment over those who had once held hope for him. With so many watching like hawks, it seemed unlikely that Chen Xiao could escape his fate. Lin Rong shared this belief, glancing at his own ragged attire before remarking to Chen Xiao, "It has been many years since anyone has pushed me to this extent. You, well done." The tone of his words was ambiguous, lacking clear praise, yet Lin Rong sprang into action once more. He raised his sword and charged towards Chen Xiao with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth, his bloodline talent manifested. Although Lin Rong's speed remained unchanged, Chen Xiao instinctively took a step back, sensing a profound danger. Boom! A massive pit appeared where Chen Xiao had stood. As debris flew about, Lin Rong lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Chen Xiao. At that moment, Chen Xiao finally made his move. A surge of energy erupted from within him, and with a light push of his toes against the ground, he shot forward like an arrow, closing in on Lin Rong. A sword ascends to the heavens. This technique, which Chen Xiao had successfully employed numerous times before, was once again unleashed at this critical juncture. Lin Rong had just emerged from the chaos of flying stones when Chen Xiao's sword came at him, forcing him to instinctively dodge, his sword slashing downwards without a moment's hesitation. One must commend Lin Rong's seasoned combat experience. What should have been a lethal strike was narrowly evaded by his deft maneuvering. Chen Xiao, unwilling to clash head-on and risk mutual destruction, altered his trajectory at the last moment, managing to inflict a wound on Lin Rong's arm while deftly avoiding the counterattack. As blood flowed from his arm, Lin Rong's eyes narrowed, and a violent aura enveloped him. However, just as this energy manifested, Chen Xiao disappeared from sight. Instantly, for afterimages surged towards Lin Rong from different directions. "Humph, underestimated you." Lin Rong frowned, his expression betraying no panic. As the foreshadows approached, he swiftly swept his sword in a wide arc before him, unleashing a wave of energy crafted from his own chi, crashing into the afterimages. Almost simultaneously, Lin Rong pivoted and struck downwards at one of the shadows behind him. Quite the tricky opponent. Chen Xiao's eyebrows lifted in surprise, realizing that Lin Rong had discerned his true position in an instant. This marked the first instance in which his dragon dance of the heavens had been seen through, a revelation that served as a reminder that not everyone was oblivious to its fatal weaknesses. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao pressed on, undeterred. He raised his sword high and swung down with determination. Lin Rong observed Chen Xiao's actions with keen clarity, a cold smile gracing his lips as he met Chen Xiao's strike with one of his own. This time, he not only intended to parry but also to counterattack fiercely, determined to crush Chen Xiao and restore his dignity. The clash of metal rang out like a bell, and Lin Rong's expression darkened with a smirk as he prepared to retaliate. Yet, just then, Chen Xiao unexpectedly thrust his left hand towards Lin Rong. The suddenness of the move caught Lin Rong off guard. prompting him to instinctively raise his own left hand to intercept the attack. However, upon contact, a faint azure flame flickered to life in Chen Xiao's palm, surging into Lin Rong's body in an instant. The moment the azure flame entered him, Lin Rong's body stiffened. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiao's eyes glinted coldly as he flicked his sword, sweeping it horizontally with lethal intent. A crisp sound echoed. Lin Rong's eyes widened in shock as his headless body remained standing, a grotesque sight. Yet, his vision began to blur. Thud! Lin Rong's head struck the ground with a resounding crash. Silence enveloped the arena. The spectators were left in utter shock, unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events, from their fierce duel to Chen Xiao's sudden decimation of Lin Rong, all transpiring within mere breaths. The members of the Lin family, taken aback, were left speechless, their expressions shifting dramatically as they processed the reality that their patriarch had been slain. You seek death. Kill him. Avenge the patriarch. Kill. The Lin disciples, filled with rage, surged towards the arena, drawing their weapons to surround Chen Xiao. Below, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for such a dramatic shift in fate. Even the elders from the Qin and Zhao families were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how the once dominant Lin Rong had met his end so swiftly. With Lin Rong gone, chaos erupted in the arena. Outside the fray, a passing alchemist caught sight of the unfolding spectacle, his eyes widening in recognition. Isn't that the esteemed third-tier alchemist? He muttered before hastily retreating towards the alchemist tower. Disappearing from sight, his departure went unnoticed amidst the escalating conflict, which had reached a boiling point. With Lin Rong's demise, the Lin family fought desperately, a throng of martial artists and warriors charging the stage to overwhelm Chen Xiao. Yet, the very numbers that bolstered their strength also became their Achilles heel. In their frantic assault, they risked injuring one another, rendering their attacks hesitant and cautious. As the system alerts chimed incessantly in his ears, Chen Xiao's smile grew ever brighter. Ding! System notification. Host successfully killed a 7-star martial general, earning 5,000 experience points and 500 gold coins. Ding! System notification. Host successfully killed a 5-star martial master, earning 1,000 experience points and 20 gold coins. Ding! System notification. Host successfully devoured the bloodline of the 2nd-level Crimson Flame Tiger. Ding! System. With each notification, the number of fallen adversaries around Chen Xiao multiplied. He bore no psychological burden in slaying these foes. The Lin family had long been a tyrannical clan, notorious for their oppressive acts, and with the memory of his sister's demise fresh in his mind, Chen Xiao felt no mercy. Blood splattered, limbs severed, chaos reigned. The onlookers were struck with terror, many fleeing the scene, while the bolder few remained to watch. The younger members of the Lin family trembled at the edge of the arena, unsure whether their fear stemmed from terror or fury. Quick, inform the elders. A voice broke the silence, and several Lin family members scrambled to alert their kin, racing back to their clan's location. Chen Xiao paid them no mind, focusing on dispatching the martial generals charging at him. Most martial masters he left incapacitated, only slaying those who posed an immediate threat. Time trickled away. In the Qin family, Chen Dingshan's heart was filled with deep regret. It was not just him. Chen Xiao, his elder and second uncle, along with other clan members, stood in a daze, gazing at the extraordinary Chen Xiao, who displayed remarkable prowess. If they had not rejected Chen Xiao earlier, if they had offered him even a word of support, perhaps they would not have lost such a gifted individual. The once disgruntled Qin family members now looked upon Chen Xiao with expressions of shock, admiration, and complex emotions. This individual had once belonged to their family, possibly their most outstanding talent. As it stood, no one in the Qin family could surpass Chen Xiao in cultivation strength. Yet, such an exceptional person had been driven out of the Qin family through sordid means. They feared that many were now mocking the Chen family for their inability to recognize such a prodigy. This could not continue. Chen Xiao was vital to their family's future. Chen Dingshan gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up. Father, what do you intend? Many members of the Chen family turned to Chen Dingshan, sensing something significant. Indeed, they could not allow Chen Xiao to leave. Otherwise, the Qin family would miss an opportunity for resurgence. Chen Dingshan's gaze fell upon his sons, particularly lingering on Chen Hai, who looked dispirited, his face shadowed. Hearing his father's words, he opened his mouth, yet no words came forth. Only an unquenchable resentment lingered in his eyes. Eldest, I understand your reluctance, but what transpired between the younger generation? Do you truly believe this old bone of mine is oblivious? His words were heartfelt, causing the other clan members to gasp, some bowing their heads in fear. Eldest, perhaps you should consider another child. Chen Dingshan sighed, his posture becoming more stooped. Yes. Chen Hai bowed his head, trembling slightly, clearly unsettled. Meanwhile, Chen Tao, at their father's behest, comforted Chen Hai, while other martial generals of the Chen family stepped forward, their gazes fixed on Chen Dingshan. At a word from him, they would rush to assist Chen Xiao. Chapter 52. The appearance of a martial king. Just as Chen Dingshan was about to speak, an overwhelming aura suddenly swept in from afar. The intensity of this presence caused every attendee to change countenance, especially the martial generals, who displayed expressions of terror as they turned to the southern direction of Chinyong town. A figure moved with astonishing speed, leaping across rooftops, approaching rapidly. Initially, it was merely a small shadow, but in the blink of an eye, it descended from a distant pavilion, floating down to the center of the arena. A martial king. This was a formidable presence of the martial king realm. When did Chinyong town acquire such a powerful being? Gasps of astonishment echoed, all eyes converging on the elderly man clad in gray robes. His hair and beard were white, and even standing still, he exuded an immense pressure that enveloped those around him. A martial king. He was undoubtedly the strongest in Chinyong town. The Chen family members, now standing, looked at the unexpected elder with uncertainty, puzzled by his sudden appearance. Even the Qin and Zhao families were similarly bewildered. However, the Lin family members, several of whom were martial masters, rushed to the elder, their faces alight with joy, as if they had found a lifeline. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. Vigilance etched on his face as he scrutinized the elder. With a mere glance, Chen Xiao discerned the elder's cultivation level, a mid-stage one-star martial king. Though he was merely a one-star martial king, he towered above Chen Xiao by 5 minor realms, an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao remained poised, his gaze fixed on the martial king, awaiting his words. Upon their arrival, the Lin family members promptly bowed to the elder, with several surviving elders pointing at Chen Xiao, relaying something. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao's heart sank. This martial king was evidently affiliated with the Lin family. Even if not directly, there was a significant connection. Having just slain the Lin family's patriarch, if this martial king sought retribution, Chen Xiao would find himself in grave danger. Tension gripped him, his vital energy surging within, prepared to act at the slightest provocation. Lin Rong and Lin Chen are dead. The low voice of the martial king resonated as he surveyed the area, soon spotting the dismembered Lin Rong and the slain Lin Chen. A surge of violent killing intent rose from the elder. His gaze locked onto Chen Xiao, an immense weight descending upon the latter, as if attempting to pin him to the ground. Yet, Chen Xiao, through sheer strength of will and physical prowess, resisted the pressure. Oh, such a young age, yet you've achieved 6-star martial warrior status? No wonder you could slay Lin Rong and the others. The martial king's voice carried a hint of surprise. Yet, that surprise was fleeting. Without hesitation, he launched an attack toward Chen Xiao. In an instant, Chen Xiao felt the air around him constrict violently, an overwhelming pressure rendering him immobile. The sheer force of a single palm strike astounded him, filling him with dread. As the fierce gust of wind approached, should it connect, it would surely inflict grievous harm. Chen Xiao, fearing for his life, sought to escape. However, the force was too great, and he found himself momentarily unable to break free. In desperation, he activated the myriad bloodline abilities within him, drawing on every potential source of power without hesitation, amplifying himself. Thus, for the first time, Chen Xiao simultaneously unleashed over 30 bloodline talents. A complex surge of power erupted from within him, assisting him in tearing through the oppressive force, allowing him to dodge just in time. Almost instantaneously, the fierce wind grazed past him, crashing down where he had stood moments before. The ground trembled violently. Debris scattered. Where Chen Xiao had once been, a deep pit of half a meter was left, a meter wide, still emitting wisps of smoke and resonating with the echoes of spiritual energy, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Even Chen Xiao's pupils dilated. That was close. Gazing at the pit beside him, he felt a lingering sense of dread. Had he not evaded in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. However, the incident also revealed to him a remarkable ability, his capacity to harness over 30 bloodline talents simultaneously without any conflict among them. This discovery opened a new realm of possibilities for Chen Xiao, laying a robust foundation for his future rise. Interesting, the martial king elder uttered, a hint of surprise gracing his features, yet he once again reached out toward Chen Xiao. A surge of pressure descended once more. However, with the previous experience, Chen Xiao coped with it much more effortlessly this time. In a fleeting moment, he shattered the oppressive force that confined him and unleashed a fierce sword strike towards the elderly martial king. He actually dares to confront a martial king powerhouse? The surrounding onlookers were astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one had anticipated that Chen Xiao would dare to challenge such an esteemed figure. In their minds, martial kings were figures of immense power, beyond reproach. Any being of lower cultivation would tread carefully, fearful of offending such a figure. Chen Xiao defied their expectations. However, in their eyes, he had essentially signed his own death warrant. After all, no martial general had ever survived provoking a martial king. They did not believe Chen Xiao would be an exception. Many silently mourned Chen Xiao's impending demise, while the Chen family members appeared pale with anxiety, secretly praying that after Chen Xiao's death, the powerful martial king would not seek retribution against their family. Chapter 53, Battle of the Martial King. A crisp clang of metal echoed. Chen Xiao's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on the outstretched hand before him. Despite his advanced age, the martial king's hand was remarkably swift, seizing the sword's tip the instant it was drawn. The martial king's grip was like a vice, firmly holding the sword's tip, preventing Chen Xiao from advancing further, no matter how hard he strained. Chen Xiao's countenance underwent a subtle change as he unleashed his inner energy, attempting to retrieve his sword. However, the old man's strength proved too immense. Sensing the futility, Chen Xiao decisively released the hilt. Almost instantaneously, the old man's left hand struck out, aiming directly for Chen Xiao's chest. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying force swept over him, threatening to tear him asunder. In a perilous situation, Chen Xiao's bloodline power erupted, doubling his speed. His body contorted through a series of strange movements, miraculously evading the blow. Before others could express their astonishment, another sword materialized in Chen Xiao's hand, identical to the previous black blade. As soon as it appeared, Chen Xiao unleashed it. However, this time, the sword's tip was tinged with a faint azure glow, barely discernible upon close inspection. The old man glanced over, his brow slightly raised. He had not anticipated that this six-star martial general would be able to evade his attacks repeatedly. Seeing Chen Xiao attack once more, the old man ceased his underestimation. He casually seized his sword, grasped the hilt, and slashed horizontally towards Chen Xiao's incoming blade. The sound of clashing swords reverberated. Gazing at the remaining half of his black sword, Chen Xiao felt an impulse to curse. At the moment of impact, the old man's sword had cleanly severed Chen Xiao's blade. Both swords were identical, Chen Xiao was certain, as he had acquired them from the Supreme Upgrade system. However, at this moment, he questioned whether the system had cut corners. However, there was no time to dwell on the system's integrity, as the old man loomed like a specter. Chen Xiao, startled, retreated hastily. However, the old man was far faster, making evasion impossible. Left with no choice, Chen Xiao steeled himself and once again channeled all his bloodline power, conjuring another sword and charging towards the old man. This was the third time Chen Xiao had employed the same technique. Many onlookers were speechless, and even the martial king wore a dark expression. He even contemplated asking Chen Xiao if he had any other moves. However, at that moment, a change occurred. Chen Xiao, sword in hand, accelerated as he charged, appearing to pounce upon the old man from midair. This caused the old man's expression to tighten, and he subconsciously took a step back. Those on the sidelines were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. No one could believe that a martial king was being forced back by a martial general. The scene was so outrageous that it seemed unbelievable. The next moment, everyone understood why the martial king had retreated. As Chen Xiao charged forward, his body suddenly split into 4 afterimages, launching attacks from different directions. Courting death, a glint of cold light flickered in the martial king's eyes. With a cold sneer, he raised his black sword, and numerous sword shadows instantly erupted, completely enveloping his body. For crisp sounds resonated as 3 of the shadows shattered, leaving only the one on the left to abruptly retreat. However, at that moment, the old man rose swiftly, his body leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he lunged towards Chen Xiao. Outside Chinyong town, the sun was setting. On the distant official road, an old man dressed in tattered gray robes, carrying a worn-out package and with disheveled hair, resembling a beggar, was walking towards Chinyong town. His face was covered in grime, with several scars, and his tattered robes bore numerous marks, some from claws and others from swords, suggesting he had been through intense battles. Despite his disheveled appearance, the old man's back was straight, and he walked with great strides, quickly approaching the town gate. Looking up at the 3 bold characters of Chinyong town on the gate, he laughed heartily. "Haha, I'm finally back. 3 years, a whole 3 years." With these words, he rushed into the town through the crowd, heading towards the eastern part of Chinyong town. What's that sound of fighting? The old man paused, looking towards the east, ignoring the curious gazes of others. He narrowed his eyes, and after a few breaths, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Martial King realm? And it seems to be in the direction of my Chen family? With that thought, A surge of killing intent welled up in the old man's heart. He tapped his toes on the ground, leaping onto a nearby pavilion, and with a few agile movements, disappeared from sight. Was that a martial king expert? A martial general realm warrior who happened to pass by stared in amazement at the old man's departing figure. Upon hearing this, those around gasped. Chinyong town was bustling today, with 2 martial king realm experts appearing in succession. The old man moved swiftly, reaching the Chun family's martial arts field from the south gate entrance in less than half an hour. Stopping on a pavilion, he immediately saw the situation in the field. On the martial arts stage, an elderly man with white hair was attacking a young man who appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old. The old man was exuding inner energy, clearly a martial king realm expert, while the young man's cultivation was much lower, only at the 6-star martial general realm. However, to the old man's surprise, the young man was able to withstand the attacks of a martial king realm expert with his 6-star martial general realm cultivation. Although he seemed to be in a precarious situation, his achievement was remarkable. But as the fight progressed, the old man suddenly noticed something was off. The young man looked somewhat familiar. Moreover, the Chun family members on the edge of the martial arts field were watching the fight anxiously, as if they were very worried. Could it be that the young man was a member of the Chen family? With this suspicion, the disheveled old man suddenly shivered and exclaimed, "Chen Xiao, this is bad. There's danger." Without another word, he vanished from the spot in an instant. Chapter 54. He is my grandson in the arena. Chen Xiao's lips were already stained with blood. He had been engaged in combat with the old man for over 10 rounds. Despite relying on his agility and speed, Chen Xiao could not avoid sustaining significant injuries. In contrast, the old man appeared completely unharmed, save for a minor tear in his sleeve caused by Chen Xiao's strikes. With each exchange, Chen Xiao's heart grew heavier. Even his most powerful techniques, such as the flying sword and dragon dance, seemed insufficient to inflict serious damage on this elder, leaving him feeling rather helpless. At this moment, as Chen Xiao struggled to defend himself, he rapidly searched through the supreme upgrade system for anything that might aid him. He quickly dismissed weapons. Having already replaced his sword 3 times, one had been seized by the old man, another shattered in combat, and now he wielded a 3rd sword. However, improving his weaponry in such a short span was futile. As for martial skills, Chen Xiao briefly scanned his options and found nothing particularly useful. It wasn't that there were no formidable techniques in the system, rather, they were all of such high rank that he could not afford them. Dismissing martial skills, he then discovered a section for talismans among other miscellaneous items. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a dazzling array of talismans, including 1st-level talismans equivalent to a full-force strike from a peak martial apprentice, 2nd-level talismans matching a peak martial master, and even 3rd and 4th-level talismans. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a 3rd-level explosive talisman, which represented the full-force strike of a peak martial general. It would unleash a certain amount of paralyzing damage but cost 500 coins. How exorbitant! Chen Xiao winced at the price. Nevertheless, this was the best talisman he could afford. 4th-level talismans, while capable of a full-force strike from a martial king, required a staggering 5,000 coins to redeem. Presently, Chen Xiao had barely over 4,000 coins to his name, making such a purchase impossible. Redeem, Chen Xiao silently intoned. In an instant, 500 coins were deducted, and a yellow beast skin talisman engraved with intricate patterns appeared in his system backpack. Just then, the martial king opposite him charged forward once more, this time wielding his long sword with immense pressure, directly aimed at Chen Xiao's heart. In this critical moment, Chen Xiao could not afford to hesitate. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, causing some disruption to create an opportunity for a surprise attack would be worthwhile. As he prepared to use the explosive talisman, an overwhelming aura suddenly emerged from a nearby loft, rapidly approaching the arena. "Stop!" A voice like thunder resonated throughout the square, compelling everyone to turn their gaze skyward. There, a figure clad in a disheveled gray robe was hurtling towards the arena at breakneck speed. This unexpected appearance left many momentarily stunned, particularly the Chun family members who had been closely monitoring the situation, their faces turning ashen. One martial king was already formidable enough to contend with. Now, another had appeared? Chen Xiao was equally taken aback, instinctively glancing at the old martial king before him and noting that he too was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting dramatically. In contrast to the old martial king's alarm, Chen Xiao remained remarkably composed, even managing to smirk slightly. This was because the disheveled martial king descending from the sky was already launching a punch towards the elder. The wind from his punch howled, and Chen Xiao quickly discerned that this newly arrived martial king was remarkably in the mid-phase of a 1-star martial king. Despite possessing the same cultivation level, his aura appeared far more ferocious than that of the previous martial king. The elder assailing Chen Xiao was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. As the forceful wind intensified behind him, he dared not continue his assault on Chen Xiao and swiftly turned around, striking towards the disheveled martial king. The disheveled king's robe whipped fiercely in the wind, and although his long hair was a chaotic mess, it only enhanced his imposing presence, radiating an air of arrogance. Chen Xiao hesitated, holding the third-level explosive talisman in his hand, prepared to unleash it at the slightest sign of danger. Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, the two martial king's fists collided. Boom! The violent surge of energy instantly radiated outward. Weaker martial artists were immediately swept off their feet, some even toppling to the ground, their faces pale with shock. Chen Xiao too staggered back 3 steps, barely managing to withstand the overwhelming force. On the martial arena, beneath the elder's feet, an array of cracking sounds erupted as numerous stone slabs shattered under the impact, showcasing the terrifying power of the strike. The elder stumbled back 3 steps to dissipate the immense force, while the disheveled martial king executed a graceful maneuver, landing effortlessly. Yet, the combination of his unkempt gray robe and this movement appeared quite peculiar. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" The martial king elder's heart sank as he scrutinized the disheveled figure, realizing he did not recognize him. Finally, he spoke up, his voice laced with curiosity. At this declaration, the surroundings fell silent. All eyes, including Chen Xiao's, turned towards the disheveled elder, eager to discern his identity. The old man, taken aback by the inquiry, glanced around and, noting no one recognized him, shrugged in exasperation. However, he quickly regained his composure and retorted dismissively, "You dare bully my grandson? It's already generous of me not to kill you. Your grandson?" The martial king elder was taken aback, and Chen Xiao's face twitched in disbelief. Below, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the implication of this statement. The Qin and Lin families instinctively glanced at the Chen family, then at Chen Xiao, who wore a look of utter confusion, his face betraying skepticism. Many speculated that the disheveled elder was merely taking advantage of Chen Xiao. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that a martial king would stoop to such petty antics. Unlike the outsiders' conjectures, the higher-ups of the Chen family, Chen Dingshan, Chen Tao, Chen Hai, and others, were riveted on the disheveled elder. Although his silhouette appeared thinner, there was an uncanny resemblance to the individual who had vanished from the Chen family 3 years prior. Chapter 55. The wild ancestor of the Chen family. Is that you, elder brother? The family head of the Chen family, Chen Dingshan, stammered, rising to his feet. His gaze filled with astonishment as he regarded the disheveled figure. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed elder's eyes widened, and he whipped around, bellowing, "Of course. You little brat don't even recognize your elder brother? And you lot, you can't even recognize me?" His words were imbued with immense authority. And rather than inciting anger among the Chen family members, many displayed expressions of joy and excitement. Who was the elder brother of the Chen family head? Chinyong Shan, the former head of the Chen family and the highest cultivator in its history, the very architect behind the Chen family's ascension as one of the 4 great families. Every member of the Chen family hierarchy was well aware of this, and even Chen Dingshan's position as head was relinquished voluntarily by Chinyong Shan before his disappearance. Otherwise, Chen Dingshan might not have had the opportunity at all. 3 years ago, the Beast Mountain Range experienced a significant upheaval, during which Chen Yuanshan happened to be present. Since then, no news had returned, and everyone believed him to be dead. To their astonishment, he has now returned, wielding the formidable prowess of a martial king. The lower echelons of the Chen family rejoiced, celebrating the return of their ancestor, now a powerful martial king, which instantly alleviated the family's crisis and heralded a bright future ahead. However, the expressions of the Chen family's upper management, including Chen Hai and Chen Tao, changed dramatically. The thought of this elder's fondness for Chen Xiao made them pale. If he were to pursue matters further, even their own father might not be able to intervene. Chen Dingshan's expression was equally peculiar, yet he forced a smile, saying, "It's good that you're back. Let's first deal with the immediate troubles, and we shall address other matters later." The disheveled elder, Chen Yuanshan, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the martial king before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Conversely, Chen Xiao transitioned from doubt to astonishment, unable to fathom that his rumored deceased grandfather was alive and thriving. Having ascended to the martial king realm, perhaps the most formidable being in the family's history, this turn of events relieved Chen Xiao of the immediate threats he faced. The audience below was equally stunned, especially the Lin family and the smaller clans that had previously crossed the Chen family. They never anticipated the emergence of such a powerful martial king from the Chen family. This was a being capable of annihilating a city with a mere flick of the wrist. Those who had wronged the Chen family were now desperately contemplating how to appease them and avoid further trouble. On the duel platform, the martial king's countenance darkened as his gaze remained locked on Chen Yuanshan. Internally, the martial king, invited by the Lin family, cursed himself. Had he known the Chen family possessed a martial king, he would never have taken such a risk. Although martial kings were exalted, battles between them could result in casualties, and he had no desire to engage in a fight with Chen Yuanshan. Casting a glance at the Lin family, the martial king slowly announced, "These trivial matters are none of my concern. You shall resolve them yourselves. I am leaving." Upon hearing this, the Chen family erupted in joy, while the Lin family was struck with panic. Many of their higher-ups turned pale. Should the martial king they had summoned flee, the Lin family would be doomed. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed as he contemplated whether to allow the martial king to depart. With Chen Yuanshan's assistance, he felt confident in retaining the martial king today. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain whether his nominal grandfather would act. In the next moment, everyone was taken aback. How dare he harm my grandson and expect to leave unscathed? Chen Yuanshan's brow arched, his face alight with ferocity, as he suddenly struck out with a palm as the martial king attempted to depart. "Do not overstep. I have already shown leniency. Your grandson is not dead." The martial king was taken aback and enraged. Dealing with Chen Xiao was already challenging enough. And now a martial king had emerged. He had no desire to risk his life for the Lin family, fearing he might find himself in dire straits. Yet, to his astonishment, his attempt to leave was thwarted, leaving him incredulous. Did this man truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yuanshan had no intention of pursuing a fatal confrontation, but was incensed by his grandson's perilous predicament. The situation was evident to all. The Chen family was at a disadvantage. Had he not returned today, the consequences would have been dire, potentially leading to his grandson's demise. Such a grievance he could not swallow. He was determined not only to avenge his grandson but also to restore the Chen family as prestige. As the martial king's furious voice echoed in the air, Chen Yuanshan surged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, striking down with tremendous force. The martial king, witnessing this, raised his sword, aiming to sever Chen Yuanshan's arm. Yet, a resounding thud echoed as Chen Yuanshan's fist connected with the sword's back, forcing it aside, followed by a powerful blow to the elder's chest. The sound of cracking bones reverberated, and the martial king's eyes widened in shock, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered backward. Yet, Chen Yuanshan showed no signs of relenting, closing the distance and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the martial king. Initially, the martial king managed to withstand the onslaught, but as time progressed, his complexion grew pale, the frequency of Chen Yuanshan's attacks increasing, pushing him closer to defeat. Not only Chen Xiao, but the other onlookers were equally astonished. Chen Yuanshan's fighting style was wild and ferocious. While others employed techniques and swordplay, Chen Yuanshan engaged in pure hand-to-hand combat, aiming lethal blows that would have felled any martial general. "Do not go too far. I am a disciple of the Xian sect. If you kill me, the entire Chen family will pay the price," the elder exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's relentless assault came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowing in contemplation, clearly caught in a web of uncertainty. Chapter 56. The Xian sect. You are of the Xian sect? The heads of the Chen, Zhao, and Qin families rose in unison, their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern as they scrutinized the martial king. Even Chen Yuanshan paused his assault, regarding the now pale martial king with a mix of intrigue and apprehension. The Xian sect, a name known to all within the Tianwu kingdom, was the sole pinnacle yellow-tier sect, renowned far and wide. The sect, a powerful entity comprised entirely of martial artists, was categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Gaining entry into such a sect required passing through rigorous assessments, and only the true prodigies could become members. Consequently, the disciples of these sects possessed formidable strength, making it impossible for ordinary individuals lacking talent or martial training to gain admission. Thus, these sects became havens for exceptionally gifted individuals, their collective power immense and their influence formidable. Offending them could lead to relentless troubles, akin to provoking a hornet's nest. With this realization, the onlookers felt a wave of trepidation. To kill him? If that were to happen, there was no guarantee that his sect would not seek retribution. Conversely, if they allowed him to escape, he could return with reinforcements, spelling disaster for the Chen family in their current state. Chen Yuanshan furrowed his brow. Had this been in the Beast Mountain range, he might have acted without hesitation, but now, with the entire Chen family relying on him, he had to think carefully. Seeing the stunned expressions around him, the martial king finally exhaled audibly, seizing the moment to catch his breath, his gaze darting around as if plotting something. I apologize for my previous offenses. I shall not intrude again. Farewell. With that, the martial king turned to leave, yet a cold smile crept upon his lips as he did so. However, Chen Xiao discerned it with absolute clarity. A sardonic grin surfaced on Chen Xiao's countenance. As the elder's back was turned, Chen Xiao acted. He unhesitatingly hurled the level 3 burst talisman in his hand. Activated by true energy, the talisman transformed mid-air into a formidable energy surge, slamming forcefully into the elder's back. The abruptness of the attack caught the elder completely off guard. By the time he reacted and turned, it was too late. Boom. Frenzied, true energy wreaked havoc. Onlookers were aghast. At that moment, a dark figure darted out, charging directly towards the martial king elder. Chen Xiao, desist. A vehement rebuke thundered. Hearing the outcry, the martial king elder instinctively recoiled. However, it was already too late. A frigid gleam, capitalizing on his vulnerability, pierced his heart in an instant. Uft. The sound of a blade sinking into flesh. Blood gushed forth from the sword's tip. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that he would be slain even after invoking the Violet Cloud sect. The onlookers stared dumbfounded at Chen Xiao, their gazes fixated on the long sword embedded in the martial king elder's chest. How could Chen Xiao commit murder? How dared he? Xiao, are you? Chen Yuanshan was equally astonished. He never imagined that his once obedient grandson would now execute someone without hesitation. To release a tiger back to the mountain. With a twist of his long sword, Chen Xiao extinguished the martial king elder's life. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully killed a martial king realm expert, gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, the level 5 crimson gold bear bloodline, and the earth grade martial skill cloud piercing finger. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully advanced, gaining 1 level, currently early 7-star martial general. Is this a windfall? A look of elation spread across Chen Xiao's face. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward for eliminating the martial king. Moreover, he had leveled up again so soon after his previous advancement, which was exceptionally rare. While Chen Xiao was engrossed in examining the system's rewards, Chen Yuanshan and the others rushed to the martial king elder's corpse. Upon confirming the martial king's demise, Chen Yuanshan and the others were relieved, especially after Chen Xiao's remark about releasing a tiger back to the mountain, which served as a stark warning to Chen Yuanshan. If you offend a sect disciple, do you expect them not to seek retribution after you release them? Wishful thinking. Since you are bound to face trouble regardless, it is better to gamble and eliminate the threat directly. Perhaps there is a chance that the sect will not seek vengeance for this disciple. Although this idea might seem far-fetched, it is not entirely impossible. With this in mind, the crowd understood Chen Xiao's sudden actions. Even the Chen family members, after opening their mouths to speak, refrained from uttering any rebuttals. After reviewing the system's attributes, Chen Xiao's gaze shifted to the Lin family members. Lin family. Who is in charge now? These words caused the Lin family members to pale. Everyone recoiled in fear, and no one dared to speak. Chen Xiao scrutinized the crowd before fixing his gaze on those who recognized the Violet Cloud sect's martial king realm expert. He said calmly, You, and you, step forward. Disobey and die. Seeing no one move, a murderous intent flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes. These words sent shivers down the spines of the individuals in question. Their faces were ashen, and their lips trembled as they glanced at the martial king's corpse on the ground. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves and stepped forward. Was it true that he claimed to be a Violet Cloud sect disciple? Chen Xiao asked indifferently. Yes, it's true. He is Yu Hong, an outer sect elder from the Violet Cloud sect, who arrived a few days ago. One of the three replied quickly to Chen Xiao's question. Outer sect elder? Why did he come? Chen Xiao frowned slightly. Because Lin Chen passed the Violet Cloud sect's assessment. Elder Yu Hong came to escort Lin Chen to the Wind and Lightning Pavilion. The person appeared nervous as he said this. If that were all, he would not have intervened on behalf of your Lin family, would he? Chen Yuanshan interjected. These words caused many to focus their attention on Chen Yuanshan. Even Chen Xiao nodded in agreement, as the statement was insightful. As expected, the Lin family's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, and no one dared to say anything. If you don't reveal the truth, your Lin family need not return. Chen Yuanshan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His formidable martial king realm cultivation enveloped the Lin family members. The Lin family members had never experienced the pressure of a martial king realm expert. In an instant, some of the weaker members collapsed to the ground. Those with higher cultivation levels struggled to maintain their composure, their foreheads covered in beads of sweat. The pressure from a martial king realm expert was truly terrifying. In a short time, a large number of Lin family members had fallen. The Lin family elders could no longer endure it and hurriedly spoke. I'll tell you everything. After listening to the Lin family elders' account, the Chen family members were both enraged and fearful. It turned out that the Lin family had conspired with Yu Hong to force the Chen family out of Chinyong town through a challenge. Then, Yu Hong would personally eliminate the Chen family outside of Chinyong town so that the Lin family would not be implicated. In exchange, the Lin family had promised Yu Hong hundreds of thousands of taels of gold as a reward for his assistance. The two parties had reached an agreement, but Lin Rong had not anticipated that Chen Xiao would disrupt their plans. Not only that, but a martial king realm expert had also emerged, resulting in Yu Hong's death. It was truly a case of one wrong step leading to another. Who would have thought that your Lin family would be so malicious? Chen Dingshan and the others also arrived, pointing angrily at the Lin family elder. In response, the Lin family members remained silent, unable to say anything. The Chen family members glared at the Lin family members, ready to attack at the slightest provocation. Brother, how should we deal with the Lin family members? Chen Dingshan walked to Chen Yuanshan's side and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's gaze fell on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, ignoring Chen Dingshan and the others, walked directly to the three Lin family elders. As everyone wondered what Chen Xiao was about to do, Chen Xiao pointed 3 times in succession. After the 3 points, the 3 Lin family elders collapsed, their expressions twisted in agony. What did you do to the elders? A Lin family disciple immediately shouted. However, upon meeting Chen Xiao's cold gaze, he swallowed his words. Leave, and don't let me see you again, or I will show no mercy. Chen Xiao's calm voice echoed in the air. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and no one dared to breathe loudly. All eyes were on Chen Xiao. Even the Chen family members watched him with complex expressions. Chen Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction, as he understood that after struggling between life and death for years, Chen Xiao knew that showing mercy could lead to one's demise. Having received Chen Xiao's permission, the Lin family members dared not say anything more and quickly carried the injured and the corpses, fleeing towards the Lin family's direction. After the Lin family left, Chen Xiao turned his gaze towards the Qin family and Zhao family. Upon being observed by Chen Xiao, the expressions of the 2 family heads subtly shifted. Exchanging glances, they hurriedly approached Chen Yuanshan, engaging in a round of pleasantries. They then extolled their innocence regarding the Lin family's troubles, claiming they had merely been unwittingly manipulated by them. Essentially, they sought to sever any ties between themselves and the Lin family, presenting a clean slate. Chen Yuanshan, while not entirely convinced by their words, could not pursue the other 2 families for retribution and simply waved them off. As the spectacle dissipated, the onlookers, sensing the lack of further excitement, vacated the Chen family's martial arena, their whispers about the day's events beginning to echo into the distance. Chen Xiao, a mere martial general, had slain a formidable martial king. Even with assistance, this feat would surely elevate his renown. Soon, the crowd had dispersed entirely, leaving only the Chen family members behind. Some disciples commenced tidying the area, while others attended to the corpses of Chen Ning and Chen Yuan. Their mother had arrived, weeping beside them, while Chen Xiao observed coldly from a distance. At that moment, none among the Chen family dared to meet Chen Xiao's gaze, all apprehensive of his potential reproach. After all, behind Chen Xiao stood a powerful martial king, the previous family head, whose formidable presence loomed large. Should Chen Xiao choose to voice his displeasure, the consequences for those present could be dire. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Chen Xiao merely addressed Chen Yuanshan with a calm remark. It is good that you have returned. I shall take my leave now. With that, he intended to make his exit, having dealt with those who warranted chastisement. He wished to distance himself from the Chen family and seize the opportunity to slip away. Leave? Where to? Chen Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Chen family members shifted, particularly those of Chen Hai and Chen Tao, whose faces paled dramatically. I have severed my ties with the Chen family. From now on, any occurrences involving them are no longer my concern. I have repaid my debts and avenged my grievances. Let the past dissipate into smoke. Chen Zhao's tone remained dull, as if recounting an event detached from himself. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yuanshan's countenance abruptly darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He turned sharply to Chen Dingshan, reprimanding. What is the meaning of this? You promised me you would take good care of the Chen Xiao siblings when I departed. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping all Chen family members present. Under the oppressive weight of the martial king's presence, beads of cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the Chen family, including Chen Dingshan, with some, lacking sufficient cultivation, bending under the strain. Fortunately, Chen Yuanshan refrained from excessive exertion, merely delivering a lesson before retracting his pressure, Though his gaze remained icily fixed on Qin Shan and the others, Chen Xiao stood silently, observing without a hint of intention to speak. In his memory, this grandfather had always cherished him. However, the current Chen Xiao found it impossible to reconnect with those emotions. As for how the Chen family would handle the situation that followed, he had little interest, remaining only out of a flicker of blood connection. See no wonder that the esteemed member of the Xian sect was subdued without a chance to retaliate. This is a being whose strength transcends mere cultivation. In other words, Chen Yuanshan's prowess likely surpasses that of an average mid-stage martial king. The scars upon your face and the injuries on your body were incurred within the beast forest, were they not? Chen Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression seemingly devoid of emotion, yet his heart brimmed with astonishment. When Chen Yuanshan departed, he had not disclosed his reasons, and since this body possessed no knowledge of the past, Chen Xiao felt no psychological burden. However, gazing at the vibrant red Longyan fruit before him, his emotions were undeniably complex. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of guilt for having usurped another's body, especially when that very person treated him with such kindness. Moreover, judging by the disheveled state and the wounds visible on Chen Yuanshan, it was clear that he had faced considerable peril on this venture. Chen Xiao had never been a heartless individual, and the scene before him was undeniably jarring. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Hand over the Longyan fruit to me. I have a use for it. You should go wash up and rest. I plan to stay at the Chen residence for 2 days." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's face broke into a smile, his eyes shining with joy as he unhesitatingly placed the precious Longyan fruit, nearly costing him his life, into Chen Zhao's hands before striding away. He had faith in Chen Xiao. Since he had promised to stay for 2 days, he would undoubtedly do so, driven by an inexplicable trust. Once Chen Yuanshan departed, Chen Xiao did not linger any longer. He cast a glance at Qin Shan standing nearby before making his own exit. Just as he stepped outside the Chen residence, a throng of dark-clad figures approached from a distance. Upon recognizing their attire and the figures at the forefront, Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly. "Master Dan, you have proven quite elusive. Earlier, some members from the Dan Tower reported seeing you engaged in combat, and we hurried back only to find the fight concluded. I never expected you would arrive here. However, what transpired in that battle? Is there any assistance you require from the Dan Tower?" Zhao Yin spoke with a smile, his gaze drifting toward the grand entrance of the Chen residence behind Chen Xiao. "It's all resolved. I am surprised that President Zhao himself came to seek me out. Haha. As it happens, I was just planning to visit the Dan Tower. Let us go together." Chen Xiao laughed heartily, walking toward the group and ultimately heading toward the Dan Tower amidst their company. Chapter 59, Longyan Pill before the entrance of the Chen residence. A group of busy clansmen exchanged bewildered glances. What had they just witnessed? The individuals appeared to be donned in the attire of alchemists. I saw it too. They are all esteemed alchemists. The one at the front seems to be President Zhao Yin. Another Chen clan disciple gulped nervously. And to think, the previously considered useless Chen Xiao is now walking alongside them? They appear quite familiar with one another. The Chen clan disciples were utterly astonished. These esteemed alchemists rarely deigned to acknowledge them, yet now they were smiling at Chen Xiao, seemingly eager to curry his favor. In an instant, the worldviews these clansmen had painstakingly constructed began to crumble around them. While the Chen clan was caught up in a flurry of activity, Chen Xiao, accompanied by Zhao Yin and others, had returned to the Dan Tower. The purpose of his visit was, after all, the Longyan fruit in his possession. Chen Xiao was able to identify this fruit thanks to the prompts from the Supreme Upgrade System. He had thoroughly researched the specific components of the Longyan fruit and the types of pills it could produce. Once refined into the Longyan pill, it not only improved physical constitution but also expanded a martial artist's meridians, enhancing their cultivation talent, making it an exceedingly rare spiritual herb. The Supreme Upgrade System also offered the Longyan fruit as an exchange, yet it commanded a staggering price of 3,000 gold coins each. Even Chen Xiao hesitated to expend such sums. He surmised that this was likely the reason Chen Yuanshan risked his life to acquire it from the beast forest. As for returning the Longyan fruit to the system, Chen Xiao outright rejected that notion, for the system's buyback would only yield 500 gold coins, leaving him at a loss of half its value. Given the system's exploitative nature, he was unwilling to part with it. Moreover, he needed the Longyan fruit to concoct pills and had no intention of selling it. Upon arriving at the Dan Tower, Chen Xiao sought out the diverse array of spiritual herbs and materials available, intending to procure what he required. Furthermore, the tower housed excellent alchemical furnaces and ground fires, perfect for refining fifth-grade pills. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Yin and the others, Chen Xiao finally drafted a purchase list, requesting the necessary materials to create the Longyan pill. Nearly 20 types of ingredients were required. The Dan Tower in Chinyong town offered a total of 17, leaving him with a couple short. Reluctantly, Chen Xiao resolved to spend a considerable amount of gold coins to acquire the remaining ingredients from the supreme upgrade system. With the materials assembled, Chen Xiao requested a high-quality alchemy room from Zhao Yin and promptly secluded himself within. Sitting cross-legged inside the alchemy room, his gaze fell upon a furnace intricately adorned with complex patterns. Time passed, and suddenly, Chen Xiao ignited the furnace, engulfing it in a roaring flame until it glowed a fiery red. In the next instant, over 10 varieties of herbs appeared on the table beside him, which he swiftly gathered and cast into the furnace. This batch was not the Longyan pill. Rather, it was another type of fourth-grade pill. Given Chen Xiao's current alchemical skills, he could effortlessly concoct sixth-grade pills, but he lacked sufficient fifth-grade spiritual herbs. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to refine some. The decision to first create fourth-grade pills served two purposes: to familiarize himself with the process and, more importantly, to address his dwindling finances. Indeed, while in the Beast Forest, Chen Xiao had no need to spend extensively, but now, if he wished to continue enhancing his cultivation, he required a steady influx of pills or the opportunity to battle and defeat others to gain experience. Naturally, Chen Xiao chose alchemy, as seeking out battles was not in his nature. However, purchasing ingredients demanded substantial funds, prompting him to opt for the sale of refined pills, thus generating a cycle where the proceeds could be reinvested into acquiring more materials for alchemy, ensuring he would never lack resources for his cultivation. With the supreme upgrade system at his disposal, within less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a fresh batch of exquisite fourth-grade pills emerged from the furnace. After producing 3 batches of fourth-grade pills, Chen Xiao finally retrieved the Longyan fruit and began to refine the 5th-grade Longyan pill. The process proved far more intricate than he had anticipated, consuming nearly an hour before the pill was successfully crafted. Ding! System notification. Host successfully refined Longyan pill, earning 1,000 experience points and 120 gold coins. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the system's notification, Chen Xiao extracted 6 pills, each the size of a fingernail and radiating a hazy red glow, the Longyan pills. Once again, he had produced an exceptional pill, a true masterpiece of the system. Chen Xiao chuckled with satisfaction, gathering his belongings and rising to his feet. After exchanging pleasantries with President Zhao Yin and the others, he sold 3 bottles of 4th-grade exquisite pills to the Dan Tower, amassing a total of 100,000 gold coins before heading directly to the martial market in Chinyong town. The martial market served as a gathering place for martial artists, essentially a marketplace for items essential to their craft, featuring an array of goods one might envision, including pills, spiritual herbs, weaponry, and even magical beasts. Of course, in a small place like Chinyong town, any magical beasts encountered would likely only be of the 1st or 2nd tier. Chen Xiao, feeling disinclined to return to the Chen family, decided instead to venture out and test his fortune. With the supreme upgrade system at his disposal to assist in identifying items, he was free from the anxiety of potential deception. This was indeed a significant advantage for him. As he strolled through the martial market, passers-by instinctively stepped aside upon seeing him. After all, his previously demonstrated combat prowess was formidable enough to earn him such respect. Most individuals present were aware of Chen Xiao's reputation. He was a figure bold enough to challenge even the strongest martial kings. Who would dare obstruct him? Such behavior would be akin to courting disaster. This, fortuitously, allowed Chen Xiao to proceed without unnecessary detours. Throughout his walk, he noticed many shops had closed for the day, and occasionally he spotted a few members of the Chen family busily engaged within those establishments. A moment's contemplation led him to surmise that these were remnants of the Lin family's businesses. Now that the Lin family had fled Chinyong town, the Chen family seized the opportunity to absorb the territory left behind. After browsing for a considerable time, Chen Xiao purchased only a few medicinal herbs, finding nothing else of merit, and returned to the Chen family estate. Upon entering, he was greeted respectfully by numerous family members, but he had long since grown indifferent to such formalities, offering only a slight nod before turning away. Outside Chen Yuanshan's room, Chen Xiao encountered his rejuvenated grandfather, who had just completed his grooming and rest. Even Chen Xiao was taken aback by the transformation. This grandfather, although not particularly imposing in stature, possessed a remarkably pleasing visage. His previously unkempt hair was now neatly arranged, and his face, cleansed of grime, revealed a healthy complexion, albeit marred by lingering scars that lent him a somewhat fierce appearance. Dressed in a fitting gray robe, he emanated an indescribable aura of dignity. "You're here," Chen Yuanshan turned to see Chen Xiao approaching, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. Chen Xiao nodded and took a seat across from his grandfather in the pavilion. Do you truly intend to sever ties with the Chen family? After a moment of silence, Chen Yuanshan finally broached the subject that weighed heavily on his mind. At this, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, and he refrained from responding immediately. Perceiving the gravity of the situation, Chen Yuanshan felt a pang of despair. It seemed that the disappointment inflicted by certain members of the Chen family had truly disheartened Chen Xiao, to the point where he no longer wished to return. If you come back, I can ensure your ascension to the position of the young master, and in time, when you attain the rank of martial king, you may inherit the title of family head. Chen Yuanshan urged once more. That won't be necessary. Let us discuss this matter another time. My aspirations do not lie in that direction. Perhaps I am merely a transient in the Chen family, Chen Xiao lamented. Before Chen Yuanshan could express his confusion, Chen Xiao continued, I have come to present you with this. With that, he produced a translucent jade vial, within which lay 6 pills radiating a faint, ethereal glow. What is this? Chen Yuanshan asked, his expression one of surprise and curiosity. This is the Longyan pill. What? Chen Yuanshan's eyes widened, a gleam of excitement igniting within them. Who crafted this Longyan pill for you? I made it myself. As for my alchemical pursuits, I shall explain that to you later. I no longer require these pills. And I noticed you bear many hidden injuries. If not treated promptly, you may find yourself permanently stagnant in your progress. I will remain in the Chen family for a few days. Take one, and allow me to protect you while you consume it, Chen Xiao stated calmly. Huh. At my age, I hardly need so many. Just one will suffice. Chen Yuanshan chuckled, a look of appreciation illuminating his features. In that moment, Chen Yuanshan felt that all the hardships he had endured were worth it. Chen Xiao, slightly furrowing his brow, stood up and grasped Chen Yuanshan's arm to assess his condition. After nearly half an incense stick's worth of time, he released his grip, his furrowed brow finally easing. He handed the jade vial to Chen Yuanshan, declaring, Your meridians have suffered considerable damage, and your internal organs are also compromised. If this continues, the consequences could be dire. This must be the aftermath of your previous injuries. These pills should adequately heal your wounds. I am now capable of crafting 5th-grade pills. Do you truly think I would lack such resources? Additionally, I have obtained this technique by chance. Take it and practice with it. Although it is not extraordinary, please refrain from sharing it with others. Chen Xiao added as he produced a scroll containing the technique. Chen Yuanshan, taken aback by these revelations, nodded silently, accepting the pills and the technique. He glanced at Chen Xiao before retreating to his room to meditate and heal. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao settled in the pavilion outside, quietly assessing the status of his system. Over the course of the 2 months since his arrival in this world, Chen Xiao's cultivation had ascended from a mere 3-star martial apprentice to a 7-star martial general. His once dormant Taotai bloodline had surged to 31,100, and he had acquired numerous martial skills, such as Phantom Steps, Skyward Sword, and Dragon Dance of the 9 Heavens. Most invaluable, however, was the rare combat experience he had gained through battles against both beasts and humans. Time passed slowly. Chen Xiao, unwilling to wander elsewhere, opted to remain in the courtyard to cultivate. Aside from his training, Chen Dingshan visited several times, primarily inquiring about Chen Xiao and Chen Yuanshan. But Chen Xiao swiftly sent him on his way. It was not until 2 days later, accompanied by a long whistle, that Chen Xiao opened his eyes. He glanced back at the room, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, moments later, the door swung open, and a refreshed Chen Yuanshan stepped out. Unlike before, a palpable aura of vitality now emanated from him, and, most notably, the scars on his face had vanished entirely. Chen Xiao was not surprised. The Longyan pill was known for its ability to heal physical scars, which was precisely why it could also expand the meridians within the body. After observing Chen Yuanshan's condition, he confirmed that all his injuries had healed, including the hidden ones. Now that all is well, I shall be heading to Beixian City. Chen Lan awaits me there. Chen Xiao smiled, preparing to take his leave. Will you return? Chen Yuanshan's voice held a note of melancholy. I should bring Chen Lan back to visit you. Chen Xiao replied with a grin. At this, Chen Yuanshan beamed and waved his hand, saying, That would be wonderful. Take care on your journey. Indeed. Chen Xiao nodded gently, turning to depart, swiftly disappearing from sight. Chen Yuanshan stood quietly, watching Chen Xiao's retreating figure. Lost in thought for a long while. Having left the Chen family, Chen Xiao mounted a sturdy steed and set off towards Beixian City. The distance to Beixian City was approximately 2 days' journey, but riding was far swifter than traveling by cart. Even accounting for rest, he arrived in just over a day. Beixian City remained as vibrant as he remembered, yet Chen Xiao's cultivation had evolved significantly. He was no longer the easy prey he once was. Arriving at the entrance of Tianwu Academy, Chen Xiao halted. His horse had been conveniently dealt with at the city gate. And since no guards were stationed at the academy's entrance, he entered effortlessly, following the familiar path etched in memory. I gradually made my way to the location where Han Xiaolai resided. Along the route, I occasionally caught sight of students from Tianwu Academy, adorned in garments of various hues, meandering leisurely through the campus. Before long, the familiar courtyard nestled within the woods appeared before me. I quickened my pace and soon arrived at the entrance, which stood ajar. Without hesitation, I stepped inside. However, the moment I crossed the threshold, a figure darted toward me from a distance, accompanied by a stern admonition. Who dares to intrude upon this forbidden ground? As the words fell, a middle-aged man with a light beard materialized before me. Upon recognizing him, a smile graced my lips as I replied, I am Chen Xiao. Ah, it's you. Please, enter. Qianlong is with the young lady, he said, revealing a smile of his own. Thank you. I chuckled, turning to make my way toward Han Shuer's abode. Moments later, I stood at the entrance of the courtyard where Han Shuer resided, gazing into the small pavilion within. Two young ladies clad in flowing skirts wore expressions of gentle amusement. Inside the pavilion, Han Shuer, dressed in white, sat beside an ancient guqin, the enchanting melodies resonating in the air, soothing the spirit. Opposite her, Qianlong, draped in a pale yellow skirt, leaned against the railing, casually scattering bait into the pond for the fish to feast upon. As if sensing something, Qianlong suddenly turned her head towards the entrance. Her gaze locked onto mine, and in that instant, her eyes glistened with joy. She sprang to her feet and dashed toward me. Elder brother, you've finally arrived, she exclaimed, rushing into my embrace. Instantly, a fragrant scent enveloped me, accompanied by her soft form clinging tightly. I found myself in a rather amusing predicament, especially as I noticed Han Shuer approaching from behind, leading me to exclaim in disbelief. You've grown into a young lady. Such behavior is hardly appropriate. Pfft, I don't mind. Qianlong rolled her eyes playfully but reluctantly released her grip, only to cling tightly to my arm instead. A silent sigh escaped me. It seemed she feared my departure once more. Elder brother, you have returned. Han Shuer's ethereal voice chimed, addressing me as elder brother rather than the previous Master Chen, as Qianlong did. I smiled and nodded, then was led by Qianlong into the pavilion, with Han Shuer joining us. Naturally, Qianlong began to inquire about my recent escapades, curious about where I had been. For this dear sister, I felt a sense of helplessness. Being somewhat of a sister con, coupled with Qianlong's undeniable charm, I found myself answering her every question. However, I glossed over any perilous encounters, and upon hearing that I had ventured alone into the beast forest for 2 months, both girls gasped in astonishment, particularly Han Shuer, who regarded me with a deep, scrutinizing gaze. When I recounted my return to the Chun family to confront the Lin family, and how the Chen family had betrayed me, expressions of disdain flickered across their faces. The mention of a martial king appearing made them anxious for my safety. Yet, when I revealed that my long-lost grandfather, Chen Yuanshan, had returned, Qianlong's face brightened with joy, while I silently reflected. It dawned on me that my grandfather had not only cherished me, but had also doted on Qianlong, often taking us both on outings, which explained her affection for him. Are we returning to the family? Qianlong asked hesitantly, yet the question was spoken. Yes, I will take you to see grandfather. I gently ruffled her hair, smiling reassuringly. And your cultivation? It seems you have yet to practice? I suddenly noticed that there was no trace of true energy within Qianlong, furrowing my brow. Beside us, Han Shuer had already reached the 5th rank of martial disciple. A remarkable achievement in just 2 months, while Qianlong had not even stepped into the ranks of a single-star martial disciple. Upon hearing my inquiry, Qianlong's expression dimmed, yet she managed to smile. It's fine. My talent is lacking. I won't practice anymore since you will protect me, right? At her words, my frown deepened. Instinctively, I took her hand, letting my true energy probe into her body, seeking to discern her condition. This was my first attempt at understanding her physical state. Should her constitution truly be unsuitable for cultivation, I would not hesitate to exchange for a dragon lien fruit within the system, concocting a pill for her, for I could see how forced her smile had been. At that moment, Han Shuer's face bore a hesitant expression, yet after glancing at Qianlong, she spoke up. Elder brother Chen, Qianlong's constitution is somewhat unique. My grandfather had previously guided her in cultivation, but she was unable to sense any spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Initially, we believed that Qianlong lacked the bloodline to cultivate, but later realized that her meridians are quite suited for cultivation. It's just that she cannot perceive the spiritual energy, hence her inability to practice. However, my grandfather soon dismissed this notion, concluding that Qianlong's bloodline is exceptionally unique and has yet to be activated. which is why she cannot sense the spiritual energy. We have explored numerous methods to awaken her bloodline, but to no avail. My grandfather is still researching it and believes that a breakthrough is imminent. Upon hearing this, my brow furrowed even deeper. I hadn't anticipated even Han Xiaolai being unable to uncover the cause behind Chenlan's inability to cultivate. It appeared to be a truly challenging predicament. At this juncture, my only hope rested upon the supreme upgrade system, praying it could identify the nature of Chenlan's bloodline. Initially, the system showed no response until my true essence reached the area of her shoulder, at which point a notification chimed in. Ding. System notification. Unknown bloodline detected. Level. Would you like to devour? Unknown bloodline. Level. My mind went blank. This marked the first time the system had detected a bloodline that it could not classify or assign a level. Was the bloodline so deeply concealed that it eluded detection? Or was its level so high that even the system could not comprehend? It was worth noting that even the divine bloodlines of Zhu Ying and Su Meyer had been identified by the system. Yet now, it seemed utterly incapable of discerning Chenlan's bloodline. How could I accept such a reality? If the system could not detect it, then I would truly be left in the dark. Furrowing my brow, I continued my probing for a considerable time, yet I found no clues. And the system offered no further notifications. If I wished to decipher this mystery, there remained but one course of action: to absorb the bloodline power within Chenlan into my own body, thereby enabling the system to ascertain its nature. Yet, it was evident that I could never resort to such measures, and it also meant I would remain ignorant of the true state of Chenlan's bloodline. Witnessing my troubled expression, Chenlan comforted me. It's all right. After all, elder brother will protect me. Ah, my dear, I will find a solution. I have just observed your condition. It is indeed unique. Although it may be somewhat challenging, it does not imply that there is no remedy. I will take care of it. Do not worry. Chen Xiao gently patted Chenlan's head with a smile. Nearby, Han Shuer, witnessing this moment, was at a loss for words. The three continued their conversation for some time, and after about an hour, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed outside, soon followed by the robust figure of Han Xiaolai appearing before them. Grandfather. Han Shuer was the first to exclaim. Naturally, both Chen Xiao and Chenlan stood up and stepped forward to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, the four settled on the stone benches of the pavilion, engaging in casual inquiries about each other's recent happenings, without delving into anything further. Shuer, please take Long Girl to the kitchen and instruct them to prepare a few exquisite dishes today. I wish to indulge in a hearty drink with Brother Chen. Han Xiaolai turned to Han Shuer and commanded. Yes. Han Shuer nodded, then took Chenlan's hand, and the two made their way into the distance, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Once the two were completely out of view, the smiles on Chen Xiao's and Han Xiaolai's faces gradually faded. I have heard that Brother Chen has accomplished quite a bit in Chinyong town, Han Xiaolai remarked with a knowing smile, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao understood the implication, but was surprised at how quickly the news had spread, reaching this place. He wondered if the so-called Ziyun sect would come knocking after learning of it. Old Han, do you have any insights regarding Chenlan's peculiar constitution? Chen Xiao redirected the conversation to the pressing matter. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiaolai sighed. To be candid, Chenlan's bloodline is indeed very unique. I have consulted several experts, yet none could discern anything special. In fact, many concluded that Chenlan lacks any bloodline power, unable to sense the spiritual energy of the world, thus incapable of cultivation. However, I have a hunch that this may be due to her bloodline being dormant, which would explain her inability to sense the spiritual energies. To that end, I specifically ventured to the library of Tianwu Academy to review extensive materials, and I have finally uncovered some clues. Han Xiaolai glanced at Chen Xiao, who exhibited a hint of joy upon hearing this. Encouraged, Han Xiaolai continued, I discovered several instances. One case involved an individual whose bloodline talent was so faint that it could not be detected, and activating it proved exceedingly difficult. However, that person eventually cultivated to the peak of the martial grandmaster realm, demonstrating formidable prowess. Another example is of someone with a divine-level special bloodline talent who was deemed a waste before their bloodline activated due to an accident, propelling them to the martial sovereign realm by the age of 30, eventually becoming a martial saint-level powerhouse. The last case involved a bloodline power that was undetectable from the start, but allowed the individual to sense spiritual energy. After focusing on physical cultivation and reaching the martial emperor realm, their bloodline power finally manifested. These are the findings I have gathered. While I have not pinpointed the specifics of Chenlan's condition, at least I have a direction to pursue. Thank you. Chen Xiao exhaled, relieved. He was certain that Chenlan possessed bloodline power of extraordinary caliber. Otherwise, the supreme upgrade system would not have failed to detect it. He ruled out the possibility of it being too low-level to register, since it was confirmed that it existed. The next step was to consider the method to activate this bloodline talent. Qianlong must possess a talent of exceptionally high caliber. I can ascertain that much, though I cannot specify the nature of it just yet, Chen Xiao mused. If that is the case, I do have a method worth trying, but... Han Xiaolai hesitated as he spoke. But what? Chen Xiao asked, momentarily taken aback. You need not hold back, old Han. I will weigh the options carefully. Very well then. Han Xiaolai finally relented and spoke slowly, while researching. I came across a record indicating that someone once utilized a mysterious treasure called the five-color lotus, combined with a fruit known as the Holy Maiden fruit, with approximately a 40% chance of activating their bloodline power. The record mentioned that 2 individuals had successfully employed this method, activating their bloodlines, and even enhancing them. However, both items are treasures of the heavens and earth, making them exceedingly rare to find, let alone gather both. It is likely that they can only be found deep within the demon beast forest in the vast mountains. Five-color lotus, holy maiden fruit, Chen Xiao repeated, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he contemplated the implications. After a moment, a wry smile crept across his face. Earlier, he had checked the Supreme Upgrade system and discovered that both the five-color lotus and the holy maiden fruit could be directly exchanged for within the system. This led him to question whether everything in this world could be exchanged for, but he ultimately did not pursue verification, merely checking the exchange prices. However, upon a brief glance, he felt a surge of frustration. The five-color lotus required a staggering 10,000 gold coins for exchange. The holy maiden fruit demanded 8,000 gold coins. Combined, they amounted to a staggering 18,000 system gold coins, and as it stood, Chen Xiao had barely 5,000 remaining. After spending some, he was left with just over 4,800, insufficient even for the cheaper holy maiden fruit, let alone the more expensive five-color lotus. At that moment, he realized just how impoverished he truly was. Chapter 63, System Task Ding. System Prompt. Task to save Qianlong's talent by obtaining the holy maiden fruit and the five-color lotus to activate the mysterious bloodline within her. Task completion rewards, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, 2 luck points, and the divine skill Heavenly Descent. Task failure will result in the host losing 100,000 experience points. Task duration, 3 months. Do you accept the task? Another task triggered? Moreover, with such generous rewards? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised by the system's unexpected generosity. However, he had intended to seek out these 2 items anyway, and now with the system issuing a task, it seemed fortuitous. Thus, he nodded in acceptance. I accept. Ding. Host has successfully accepted the task to save Qianlong's talent. Task duration, 3 months. Countdown initiated. As the system prompt resonated, a vivid red countdown began to appear behind the task. Chen Xiao understood that failing to complete it within the stipulated time would likely result in a demotion to the martial apprentice realm. Nevertheless, with 3 months at hand, he felt ample time and did not worry excessively. However, he couldn't help but think, System, could you perhaps provide a hint? Where on earth should I search? Ding. System prompt. A fortnight ago, someone discovered a five-color lotus guarded by a level 5 demon beast within 1,000 miles of the demon beast forest, near the Wanshou mountain range. The host may proceed to retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's eyes brightened. He had merely been making a casual complaint. Yet the Supreme Upgrade system had proven itself remarkably accommodating, actually offering him a clue. This hint would save him a considerable amount of time. Although the area remained quite vast, it was nothing compared to scouring the entire demon beast forest across Fenghua continent. Beside him, Han Xiaolai appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Chen Xiao was suddenly so elated, as if he had stumbled upon a fortune. After all, he had merely revealed what could be used to activate something. Was it truly a cause for such exuberance? Han Xiaolai yearned to voice this thought, but ultimately restrained himself, observing Chen Xiao in silence. Old Han, I must trouble you to look after Qianlong during these days. I plan to take her away tomorrow. Chen Xiao stood up and respectfully bowed to Han Xiaolai. That won't do. I am merely a few years older than you. In terms of cultivation, you are likely my superior, and in alchemy, you far surpass me. Such formalities are unnecessary. Caring for the girl is entirely my pleasure, especially since I am quite fond of her. She is a good child. Now, you don't intend to take her into the beast forest, do you? If so, I must candidly say, it is far too perilous, and I absolutely cannot consent to such an action. Rest assured, she can stay with me, and I will take care of her, Han Xiaolai replied sternly, also rising to his feet. Old Han, please don't worry. I am fully aware of the circumstances and will not take her into danger. However, it is not appropriate to continue imposing on you, Chen Xiao said with a wry smile. More importantly, Chen Xiao understood that Chen Lan likely wished to leave this place, as it was not her home. After an extended stay, even he might feel uneasy. Let us consult Lan's opinion on the matter, shall we? Han Xiaolai smiled in agreement, while the two conversed. Not far off, Han Shuer and Chen Lan approached side by side. Grandfather, the meal has been prepared. Shall we go now? Han Shuer asked cheerfully as they reached Chen Xiao and the others. Very well, let us dine and converse. Han Xiaolai responded with a smile, prompting Chen Xiao to rise as well. However, on the way, Chen Xiao spoke again. Lanner, I may have to be away for a while longer. Would you prefer to stay here, or shall I escort you back to your family? I recommend remaining here, as old Han and sister Shuer will look after you, which would ease my mind considerably. Chen Zhao's words were heartfelt. After all, he could not ascertain whether the Xian sect would retaliate. While they might not resort to annihilation, it was plausible they could injure or even kill a few individuals to vent their frustrations. Chen Xiao wished to shield Chen Lan from such risks. His earlier conversation with Han Xiaolai had merely been a probe into Han's sentiments. After all, Chen Xiao could not allow Chen Lan to suffer grievances here. Chen Lan hesitated, gazing steadily at Chen Xiao. She had not anticipated his departure so soon after arriving. Although she suspected it was due to her physical condition, the thought of separation left her reluctant. Yet, she understood that once Chen Xiao made a decision, she could not obstruct it. Noticing Han Shuer's expectant gaze and Han Xiaolai's warm smile, Chen Lan softly replied, I think I will stay here for now. I believe Sister Shuer wouldn't mind. However, I would like to find an opportunity to visit my grandfather later, if that is all right. After speaking, she looked at Chen Xiao with hopeful eyes. Certainly. I hope that old Han might be able to send a skilled protector along. Chen Xiao directed his final remark toward Han Xiaolai. Haha, my brother need not worry. I am quite capable of handling this. Han Xiaolai was well aware of Chen Zhao's concerns, which stemmed from the previous incident in Chinyong town. He understood that Chen Lan might encounter danger upon returning. Then it is settled. Chen Xiao felt a sense of relief. As long as she was not frequently at the Chen family, he had little to worry about. Surely, it could not be so coincidental that they would cross paths again. When the four of them arrived in the living room, the servants had already prepared the meal, 8 dishes and a soup. Although it appeared appetizing, Chen Xiao knew the flavors would be rather bland, and he intended to partake only minimally. The others shared similar sentiments, and Chen Xiao had no plans to showcase his culinary skills, at least not at this moment. As night fell, Chen Xiao and Chen Lan conversed for a considerable time before retreating to their respective chambers. With the impending return to the beast forest, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to enhance his strength. He had 5 remaining zhu fruits from his encounter with Su Meyer and her companion, all of which he refined into elixirs. After reserving a small quantity for later use, he consumed the rest to bolster his cultivation. Although the increase was modest, it was nevertheless beneficial. In addition to the zhu fruits, Chen Xiao produced several high-grade recovery elixirs, storing them for potential emergencies. The night passed peacefully amidst his endeavors. The following morning, Chen Lan eagerly approached, inviting Chen Xiao to accompany her on a shopping excursion, with Han Shuer joining them. Chen Xiao, though reluctant, realized he had intended to procure some supplies himself, so he acquiesced. Chapter 64. Return to the Beast Forest. Subsequently, a rather envious scene unfolded. 2 ethereal maidens accompanied a young man as they strolled leisurely through Beishan City. Most notably, one of the celestial girls clung tightly to the young man's arm, while the other, possessing a serene beauty that surpassed even the first, walked alongside them. As they traversed the streets, many cast envious glances their way. Chen Xiao suspected that if looks could kill, he would have perished countless times over. The trio explored nearly all the attractions in Beishan City before escorting the 2 maidens back. However, their outing proved fruitful, as they gathered most of the items Chen Xiao needed. Moreover, he managed to procure various ingredients, such as ginger and cinnamon, which pleasantly surprised him, given their classification as medicinal herbs. Additionally, Chen Xiao stumbled upon intriguing materials, saltpeter and sulfur. Despite being a homebody in his past life, he was a dreamer with technical aspirations and had dabbled in many fields, including the creation of gunpowder. Upon discovering these 2 substances, he unhesitatingly purchased them. Although he still required other materials, he could collect those later. After spending another night in Beishan City, Chen Xiao stood at the gate of the estate early the next morning as dawn broke. He waved farewell to Han Shuer, Chen Lan, and the departing Han Xiaolai before resolutely turning towards the city gates, vanishing into the throng. While he was eager to find the 5-colored lotus and saintis fruit, Chen Xiao did not rush. First, he visited another city nearby, clearing out the remaining supplies he needed before mounting a half-demon beast, a dragon steed, purchased specifically for this journey. and setting off towards the beast forest. The term half-demon beast refers to mounts specially bred from both domesticated and wild beasts. The dragon steed resembled a horse but was far more majestic, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a back broad enough to accommodate an adult comfortably. Legend had it that this steed possessed the bloodline of a divine dragon, though Chen Xiao could not ascertain the truth of this claim. He even entertained the notion of slaying the steed to absorb its bloodline, but reconsidered, given its impressive pedigree. Nevertheless, the dragon steed's speed was astonishing, capable of traversing vast distances without respite for an entire day and night, and its swiftness was remarkable. A mere day was all it took to travel from Beixian City to Chinyong town and back. However, its price was exorbitant, with even the most ordinary dragon steeds costing over 1,000 gold coins, not to mention the premium ones, which were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Beneath Chen Xiao's form lay a sleek black steed, a creature he had selected after expending 3,000 gold coins, an amount that, to him, was mere trifling. This time, Chen Xiao chose to enter the beast-infested forest from the same area he had once traversed. The reason was simple: familiarity. Entering the forest from this locale posed significantly less danger than other routes, and the journey would undoubtedly be swifter. Indeed, reality corroborated this assumption. Throughout his passage, he encountered little difficulty, even when he occasionally stumbled upon a beast that had unwittingly crossed his path. It merely served to augment his experience points and provide his evening meal. After a leisurely trek over the course of more than 10 days, he finally returned to the place where he had first encountered Su Meyer and Zhu Ying. The remnants of battle still lingered on the ground, yet the scene had irrevocably changed. The remnants of slain beasts had long since decayed into bleached bones, while the solitary Zhu fruit tree still thrived in the vale. Chen Xiao did not approach. He merely cast a glance before delving deeper into the forest. Time ebbed away gradually. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiao had spent over half a month within the beast-infested forest. In a copse nestled upon a gentle slope, he concealed himself behind a sturdy trunk, suppressing his presence as he examined a parchment map in his possession. This map had cost him several thousand gold coins at a nearby city after he departed from the northern Xian city. Despite its exorbitant price, the map was rather rudimentary, encompassing only the eastern mountain range of the beast-infested forest within a 1,000-mile radius. It delineated areas where high-level dangerous beasts might lurk and identified various mountain ranges. While it might be of little utility to the average person, it was precisely what Chen Xiao required, as he sought the Wanshou mountain range. Merely a mountain range within the forest. In truth, the beast-infested forest was merely a collective term for warriors. Within it lay countless mountains and rivers, with the Wanshou mountain range being but a drop in the ocean. Without the map, finding it would prove quite a challenge. Chen Zhao's gaze flitted across the map, matching it with the surrounding topography. What a chaotic map, he muttered in exasperation, for its roughness left him bewildered for a considerable time as he failed to ascertain his location. Eventually, after shifting his position multiple times, he finally located the indicated marker atop the tallest tree nearby, confirming his whereabouts. It seemed that beyond the mountain ahead lay the Wanshou mountain range. Chen Zhao's spirit surged as he stowed the map away. He did not hasten to seek out the range. Instead, he descended and found a clean, concealed cave nearby, where he rested for an entire day. During this period, Chen Xiao had remained on high alert, and as he was about to enter the more perilous Wanshou mountain range, it was only natural for him to restore himself to peak condition. As its name suggests, the Wanshou mountain range teems with innumerable beasts, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. The range itself stretches for myriad miles, with varying elevations and overlapping peaks that could easily ensnare an unwary traveler. Additionally, it lay within the 1,000-mile expanse of the beast-infested forest, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was particularly dense, fostering the growth of beasts and rare treasures. This was the information Chen Xiao gleaned from the map, however. It contained no records regarding the levels of beasts within, suggesting that previous scouts had not ventured deep into the Wanshou mountain range. With such a vast expanse brimming with untold beasts, it would be an arduous task for Chen Xiao to locate the elusive five-color lotus by himself. Nevertheless, no matter how daunting the challenge, he resolved to face it head-on. Chapter 65, The Perilous Wanshou Mountain Range. After a night of restorative rest, as dawn broke, Chen Xiao, having refreshed himself at a nearby pool, officially stepped into the Wanshou mountain range. Clutching a silver longsword that gleamed coldly in his grasp, he surveyed his surroundings with a steely gaze, ready to detect any hint of movement. His vigilance was not unwarranted. Entering the Wanshou mountain range meant placing his life at risk. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal encounter with a lurking serpent in the underbrush. Perhaps due to the daylight, Chen Xiao encountered no beast along his path. Even the birds were scarce. However, He could sense that the spiritual energy in the vicinity was palpably richer, leading him to speculate that his cultivation speed could increase by at least 30% if he were to train here. Yet such thoughts were fleeting. No one in their right mind would dare to cultivate in a place where beasts could appear at any moment. After a thorough examination of the surroundings, Chen Xiao still found no trace of beasts. However, the ground bore numerous signs of trampling, indicating that many beasts had once roamed here, only to vanish for reasons unknown. Aside from some medicinal herbs, he discovered no beast present. Despite this, rather than relaxing his guard, his expression grew more solemn. The unusual silence hinted at something amiss. Following the multitude of footprints, he pressed onward for several thousand meters before his expression sharpened, prompting him to conceal himself within a thicket. Almost as soon as he did, a low, guttural roar echoed from not far off. Through the gaps in the foliage, he squinted to peer outside. Though he could hear the roars, he could only catch fleeting glimpses of shadows, but the sounds indicated that there were no fewer than several beasts. Exercising caution, Chen Xiao refrained from rushing out, instead suppressing his presence and patiently awaiting developments. After a time, the cacophony gradually subsided, allowing him to cautiously peek toward the source of the earlier commotion. Nearby, a serpentine beast, nearly 2 meters in height, lay in a state of disarray, its body shattered, and the ground soaked in blood and entrails. The residual aura suggested it was at least a second-tier beast. Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. This was clearly a result of infighting among beasts. Typically, creatures of similar rank rarely engage in conflict. What could have prompted such a turn of events? The situation grew increasingly perplexing, deepening his sense of foreboding. If the beasts here were in turmoil, it would pose significant obstacles to his future endeavors. After searching the vicinity and finding no other beasts, Chen Xiao reluctantly abandoned the pursuit and followed the trail of numerous footprints onward. He had no choice. Without understanding the circumstances that had transpired here, he could not relax enough to seek the 5-color lotus. Following the trail, he journeyed southwest for nearly 10 miles, his pace gradually slowing, his vigilance intensifying. At this moment, he found himself on the hillside of a lush valley, and as he ascended from his previous path, a vast basin came into view. It appeared to span at least several dozen miles, with a crystalline inland lake at its center, reflecting the sunlight like a dazzling gem, glistening with rippling waves. However, Chen Xiao's attention did not linger on the lake. Instead, he focused on the shoreline, where a horde of several hundred beasts had gathered. A cursory glance revealed a mix of sizes, and he could even sense the terrifying auras of several third-tier beasts among them. This indicated that at least a few beasts equivalent to the martial king realm were present. Previously, a peak second-tier iron-blooded bull had overwhelmed Su Meyer and Zhu Ying, let alone the current gathering of second-tier beasts, which were now mingled with several third-tier beasts. Chen Xiao surveyed the scene, noting nearly 100 Tier 2 demonic beasts and countless Tier 1 beasts. What are they all doing here? He mused, eyes narrowed, concealing himself within a thicket. Beneath the blazing sun, the valley echoed with bestial roars, a cacophony that sounded like warnings. The sheer number of beasts gathered created a volatile atmosphere. And within half an hour, Chen Xiao witnessed several skirmishes, some even claiming the lives of Tier 2 beasts. As time passed, Chen Xiao's frown deepened. The beasts showed no sign of dispersing, their numbers only increasing. He began to suspect a coordinated effort. Scanning the valley, his eyes lit up. Along the rocky walls and edges, he spotted an abundance of spiritual herbs, ingredients for crafting pills. Even Tier 3 herbs were plentiful, eliciting excitement as he envisioned their value in enhancing his cultivation. However, the presence of so many beasts tempered his enthusiasm. Harvesting the herbs seemed impossible, even approaching the location fraught with danger. Something's in that lake, he observed, his gaze drawn to the shimmering surface. He had initially overlooked it, but now, something seemed amiss. The beasts congregated near the lake's edge, encircling it. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xiao noticed a massive shadow lurking beneath the surface, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. The creature's immense size, at least 10 meters long, and its languid movements were unmistakable. Only the sun's reflection and the shadows of the hillside had concealed it. It was the largest demonic beast Chen Xiao had ever encountered, dwarfing even the Tier 3 beast in the valley. Its level was beyond his estimation, likely Tier 4 or higher. A Tier 4 beast, akin to a martial emperor, was far beyond Chen Xiao's current capabilities. Despite his month-long journey into the demonic beast forest, he had only reached the early stages of a 9-star martial general, still distant from the martial king realm, let alone the martial emperor. Should I just give up? He wondered, glancing at the gathered beasts, a sense of reluctance washing over him. The situation hinted at a rare treasure, perhaps a Tier 4 or even Tier 5 celestial material. Obtaining it could propel him to the martial king realm. Yet, he couldn't risk his life. The overwhelming number of beasts made success impossible. With a sigh, Chen Xiao turned to retreat. But then, the unexpected occurred. The once calm beasts erupted in frenzied roars. A wave of unease spreading through their ranks. Chen Xiao whirled around, and a peculiar, fragrant aroma wafted from the valley below, laden with potent spiritual energy. A single inhale invigorated him, creating an inexplicable sensation. Has it emerged? Chen Xiao whispered, ducking back into the thicket, his eyes fixed on the lake. The beast surged toward the water's edge, jostling for position. At the lake's center, ripples began to emanate from a single point. As the ripples spread, countless carp leaped from the water, filling the surface with a frenzy of movement, except for the very center. Chen Xiao noticed that no fish dared to cross an invisible barrier surrounding the area, adding to the strangeness. Time continued to pass. The fish's activity subsided, while the beast grew increasingly agitated, engaging in skirmishes that shook the valley. In the lake's center, a tiny, emerald-green sprout emerged, shyly peeking above the surface. Its vibrant color stood out against the surroundings, instantly capturing Chen Xiao's attention. Soon, more sprouts appeared, dotting the lake's surface. In a short time, over a dozen sprouts had emerged, unfurling into small, plate-sized lotus leaves. Lotus leaves? Chen Xiao questioned, surprised by their unusual appearance. Before he could ponder further, two small buds emerged from the leaves, displaying a vivid, iridescent light. The colors intensified, radiating even in the sunlight. The five-colored lotus? Chen Xiao exclaimed. Recalling the system's earlier prompt, the five-colored lotus was located within 1,000 miles of the Beast Mountain range in the demonic beast forest, guarded by a Tier 5 demonic beast. The scene before him matched the description perfectly. The massive shadow beneath the lake was undoubtedly the Tier 5 beast mentioned by the system. To his surprise, he had found the five-colored lotus so easily. It appeared to be on the verge of maturity, attracting the gathering of beasts. However, the presence of the Tier 5 beast weighed heavily on his mind. He had never witnessed the power of a martial spirit, let alone a Tier 5 beast equivalent to a martial sect, a realm 2 levels above his own. A single strike could obliterate him. The task's difficulty was far beyond his expectations, explaining the generous reward. Chen Xiao silently cursed the system. His body tensed as he watched the five-colored lotus slowly bloom. As time passed, the two lotuses in the lake grew more radiant, nearly fully open. Once fully bloomed, the five-colored lotus would reach its peak potency, maximizing its effects when harvested. Although those monstrous beasts lacked complete intelligence, they remained acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of these spiritual herbs, which explained their ability to wait patiently for such an extended period. Otherwise, they would have been devoured long ago. Suddenly, an uproar of bird calls erupted from the sky, prompting Chen Xiao to look up, momentarily stunned. Hundreds of meters above him, a flock of avian monsters, each approximately 1 meter in size, numbering at least several dozen, descended. Fortunately, they were merely first-tier beasts and ordinary wildlife, posing no significant threat to Chen Xiao. Apart from these, other small creatures, such as birds and beasts, had long been frightened away by the monsters in this vicinity, daring not to approach. At the bottom of the lake, that enormous shadow had vanished without a trace, leaving Chen Xiao anxious. A fifth-tier beast was a formidable entity. If he wished to seize the five-colored lotus, he could only employ cunning strategies. Casting his gaze upon the monsters below and then back to the aerial beasts, a yearning stirred within him. If only he possessed a flying mount, he could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and flee with ease. Yet, lacking such a steed, Chen Xiao did not harbor any illusions about escaping from the encircled beasts, no matter how adept his movement skills were. It seemed he could only devise a plan involving the monsters below. With a contemplative expression, Chen Xiao surveyed the multitude of beasts in the basin, lost in thought. As he observed the flock of birds descending towards the lake's depths, urgency seized him, compelling him to take action. However, before he could make a move, a terrifying roar erupted, reverberating across the land. The roar was so powerful that even as Chen Xiao lay on the hillside, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. While nearby boulders tumbled down the slope, crashing into the throng of beasts below, causing considerable panic. Suppressing his aura, Chen Xiao dared not reveal a trace of his presence. His gaze fixed intently on the center of the lake. The once vanished enormous shadow re-emerged, abruptly surfacing from the depths of the lake. It was then that Chen Xiao discerned that the colossal shadow was, in fact, a massive black serpent, glistening with sleek scales. Referring to it merely as a black serpent seemed inadequate, for atop its head were two slightly protruding antennae. Its massive body was as thick as several men could embrace, and its head alone towered several meters high, with blood-red eyes resembling two ignited lanterns, emanating a terrifying aura that sent the nearby beasts retreating in fear. Was this a Jiao? Chen Xiao's pupils constricted, his expression one of disbelief. The Jiao, also known as the Jiao Dragon, was rumored to possess draconic blood, making it an exceedingly rare beast. Moreover, due to its connection to dragons, its combat prowess was immensely formidable, rendering it nearly invincible among beasts of the same tier. At this moment, Chen Xiao truly felt the gravity of the situation. It would have been manageable to contend with an ordinary 5th-tier beast. But now he faced the most elite of them all, the Jiao Dragon. Attempting to snatch something from the Jiao Dragon, Chen Xiao did not possess such audacity. Even the flock of avian monsters that had been diving downwards were now frightened into retreating back into the sky. However, the Jiao Dragon seemed to have sensed this shift. It raised its massive head and opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of water arrows that surged towards the airborne beast with alarming speed. In an instant, the water arrows pierced through the flock, accompanied by a cacophony of cries and a rain of feathers and fallen bodies cascading to the ground. Chen Xiao felt a chill creep over him. Just moments ago, he had contemplated acquiring a mount to seize the opportunity. But now it appeared that doing so would only hasten his demise. More than a dozen beasts had perished, nearly a third of the flock, and those remaining, like frightened birds, dared not linger, hastily ascending to greater heights and fleeing towards the distant mountains. The once lively sounds of chattering in the air faded into silence. Around the lake, the previously restless throng of beasts fell eerily quiet. Even the leading 3rd-tier beasts were rendered mute, while many 1st- and 2nd-tier monsters had already stealthily retreated, clearly intimidated by the 5th-tier Jiao Dragon's overwhelming presence. If these beasts withdrew entirely, Chen Xiao would be compelled to flee immediately, for it would be impossible for him alone to snatch the 5-colored lotus under the watchful eyes of a 5th-tier beast. He could not afford to remain idle. A strategy was imperative. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiao glanced at the 5-colored lotus poised to bloom in the lake, and then at the retreating beasts. Utilizing the shadows of the mountains, he began to stealthily approach the basin. Time passed incrementally. Apart from a few reluctant 3rd-tier beasts lingering near the lake and emitting low growls, all 2nd-tier beasts had retreated, inching away from the basin's entrance. Just then, an outermost 1st-tier beast suddenly shrieked, crashing into another beast ahead. This triggered a chain reaction akin to falling dominoes, igniting a cacophony of roars and shrieks among the beasts, with several temperamental ones immediately engaging in fierce combat with their neighbors. The scene erupted into chaos. The enormous serpent's head swiftly turned, its lantern-like eyes fixated on the tumultuous beast horde. With a thunderous roar, the serpent's head lunged forth again, emerging partially from the water. It opened its maw, and with a flick of its dark red tongue, unleashed another water arrow, this one several meters long, hurtling towards the throng of beasts on the shore. The impact was explosive. The water arrow struck a 2nd-tier beast, instantly piercing through its body. Blood sprayed forth, splattering onto dozens of surrounding monsters. The nearby beasts fell silent, only to erupt anew into frenzied attacks and vicious bites. At that moment, the leading 3rd-tier beasts let out a series of furious roars, and suddenly, a multitude of beasts surged towards the lake. Nearly 1,000 creatures erupted into chaos. In the lake, the massive serpent head opened wide, emitting a warning roar. Yet, those beasts, blinded by rage, charged forth. Even the timid ones that hesitated were trampled to death by their companions behind them, unable to halt their advance. The beast horde relentlessly surged toward the lake, towards the center where the 5-colored lotus awaited, concealed within a patch of grass at the entrance of the valley basin. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The recent tumult among the beasts was, of course, a result of his subtle manipulations. He had initially prepared several strategies, but to his surprise, the monsters reacted like startled birds. He merely threw a stone at one of them, and it triggered such an enormous response. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Chen Xiao scanned the surroundings, searching for possible routes to navigate and escape. As for the colossal being emanating golden light, he felt no desire to engage. As long as he could secure the 5-colored lotus, he would be content. While Chen Xiao assessed the situation, the beasts had already reached the lake's edge. It was undeniable that the scene before him epitomized the adage, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Countless beasts recklessly charged towards the lake's edge, while the few 3rd-tier beasts divided and strategized, clearly intent on seizing a meal from the jaws of the 5th-tier beast. Such behavior was exceedingly rare among beasts of such hierarchical structure, indicative of blood feuds or treasures enticing enough to drive them to risk their lives. The 5-colored lotus before him had evidently reached that threshold. The majestic black dragon, provoked, roared defiantly into the sky, its massive form moving from the center of the lake to the edge. With a powerful shake, torrents surged outward, creating colossal waves that overturned the weaker beasts nearby. As for those of 2nd rank or above, A relentless barrage of water arrows mercilessly assaulted them. Indeed, it was merciless slaughter. Chen Xiao, hidden within the thicket, kept his gaze fixed upon the black dragon, observing that it showed no intention of further movement. Merely stirring up chaos in the water had effectively ceased the beast's attacks. It appeared almost disdainful. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Even with nearly 1,000 of these creatures, they were no match for its wrath. Within the span of a brief time, the lower-ranked beasts suffered severe injuries, and the remainder, now fully aware, dared not press forward. Indifferent to the desperate calls of the 3 third-rank beasts, reluctantly, the trio departed from the pack, retreating in 3 directions around the lake. The enormous dragon supported its upper body as it glided through the water, its serpentine head observing the 3 beasts, occasionally flicking its tongue as if assessing a decision. At times, a water arrow would erupt from its maw, targeting the third-rank beasts, yet ultimately, they were not comparable to the ordinary beasts. And the water arrows failed to inflict any harm, barely grazing them. As time passed, the fragrant aroma intensified, and the 5-colored lotus finally bloomed fully. Sunlight illuminated the vibrant petals, casting a soft, ethereal glow, a sight to behold. At that moment, the wandering black dragon abruptly turned, gliding towards the center of the lake where the 5-colored lotus resided, seemingly intent on devouring it. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao's heart raced, his true energy instinctively surging, only to be forcibly restrained. Despite his struggles, he realized he could not act. Hurry, ascend. Chen Xiao silently prayed as he observed the 3 third-rank beasts. Seemingly responding to his thoughts, the beasts halted abruptly, no longer hesitating, dashing towards the center of the lake. Unlike the dragon, these 3 beasts possessed extraordinary speed and remarkable leaping ability. Spanning over 1,000 meters in diameter, the lake was no obstacle to them. As they leapt several hundred meters with ease, swiftly approaching the location of the 5-colored lotus. Suddenly, a hiss erupted from the black dragon's mouth, halting its massive form as it turned sharply to the left. There, a beast resembling a bear, covered in fur, leaped into the air, poised to pounce. However, at that moment, the lake water surged violently, and a massive shadow, thick as a barrel, shot out, crashing directly into the bear-like creature. The next instant, the 5-meter-tall black bear beast was sent flying, crashing violently into a pile of stones on the shore, producing a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, the other 2 beasts were nearing their destination. Yet, just then, the black dragon suddenly submerged, vanishing from sight. The lake's surface, save for ripples, revealed nothing. Chen Xiao's eyes widened as he prepared to search for the dragon's trace, when suddenly a loud explosion echoed from the lake, followed by a colossal shadow bursting forth from the depths, its gaping maw aimed at a third-rank beast resembling a raccoon in midair. The creature, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as its body was engulfed whole by the enormous serpent's jaws. Chen Xiao, concealed within the foliage, swallowed hard, his heart racing uncontrollably. The earlier scene was utterly shocking. A third-rank beast, comparable to a martial king, had been effortlessly devoured by the black dragon. Clearly, alternative strategies were necessary. Chen Xiao pondered, his gaze instinctively landing on the last beast. This creature, peculiar in appearance, was covered in long brown fur, adorned with 2 tiny antennae, resembling neither deer nor horse, so much so that even Chen Xiao could not immediately identify it. However, its speed was astonishing, and more intriguingly, after leaping 100 meters, it did not descend. Instead, it propelled itself further in midair, as if an invisible platform had appeared beneath its feet. Due to this unique ability, when the black dragon opened its gaping maw to strike, this agile beast executed a swift maneuver midair, even kicking the dragon before darting towards the 5-colored lotus at the center of the lake. As it drew near, Chen Xiao could see the brown beast open its mouth wide, aiming to bite down on one of the lotus flowers. He understood that the essence lay primarily within the lotus pod. Consuming the flower and pod would yield immense benefits. At this moment, if Chen Xiao failed to grasp the significance of the 5-colored lotus, he might as well cease to exist. The fact that so many beasts risked their lives to seize it indicated that it could elevate their rank directly, underscoring the extraordinary power contained within. Should he manage to acquire it, Chun Lan's physique could be activated. In the lake, the chase continued, although the brown-furred beast had evaded once. The black dragon was clearly enraged, unleashing water arrows and thrashing its massive tail against the sky in pursuit of the beast. Chen Xiao's eyes suddenly brightened. Was this not the opportunity he had long awaited? Though risky, he resolved to make a daring attempt, for Chen Lan was his sister. In the next moment, he stealthily concealed himself behind a nearby shrub, skillfully navigating the predetermined path, successfully avoiding the attention of the beasts as he edged closer to the lake's edge. Uncertain if other creatures lurked within the depths, Chen Xiao decided to take a gamble. If another dragon resided in the lake, he would have no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, the brown-furred beast proved resilient, holding its ground for an extended period without showing signs of defeat, nearly claiming the five-colored lotus multiple times. The black dragon, evidently furious, relentlessly attacked the brown beast, allowing Chen Xiao to silently slip into the water unnoticed. Immersed beneath the surface, he dared not surface, gliding past hundreds of beasts, infiltrating the lake's depths amidst their encirclement, an exhilarating endeavor that compelled him to control his heartbeat, fearful that even the slightest sound might summon the terrifying creature. As fear gripped him, Chen Xiao dived deeper into the lake, settling at the bottom. What seemed a modest lake actually harbored a terrifying depth of 1,000 meters. As he swam along the lakebed, he could discern nothing in the surrounding darkness, only the murky water's ripples breaking the silence. Estimating his distance, he believed he had reached the area beneath the five-colored lotus when suddenly, his eyelids twitched violently, compelling him to glance downward. There, amidst the inky depths, lay a black-gray gemstone emitting a faint glow. It resembled a gem but was unmistakably an enormous egg, standing a full 2 meters tall. Could it be the egg of that black dragon? Chen Xiao's heart inexplicably leaped, as a daring thought began to take root within him. He lifted his gaze to the surface above, feeling the surrounding lake water still in turmoil, clearly indicating that the battle was ongoing. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xiao decisively swam towards the enormous dragon egg. Upon closer inspection, he was even more astonished, although the egg shell was a dark gray. It emitted a faint white glow, strikingly peculiar, and it was considerably larger than Chen Xiao himself. Fortunately, he did not need to carry it, or else it would have been impossible to take it away. Collect, Chen Xiao silently urged, and in an instant, the previously glowing lakebed plunged into darkness. No longer lingering, he restrained his aura and swiftly ascended towards the surface. As the light grew ever brighter, Chen Xiao became increasingly cautious, scanning his surroundings but failing to spot the massive black dragon. However, the water's turbulence intensified, aptly described as a surging tide. Soon, his gaze locked onto the colossal form of the black dragon. He observed a serpent-like body, as thick as 3 men embracing, thrashing through the water, disturbing the surrounding lake. As for the brown-furred beast, it stood on the shore, eyeing the lake with predatory intent, while lower-level beasts remained at the water's edge, too fearful to approach any closer. Chen Xiao noted that a large patch of flesh was missing from the brown-furred beast, evidently torn away by the black dragon during their skirmish. Not lingering on that, Chen Xiao continued his search and soon spotted the five-colored lotus floating in the center of the lake. Strangely, these lotus flowers and leaves were entirely free of mud, as if they had materialized out of thin air. Even the pure white lotus root, serene in its floating state, had branches extending from it, eventually reaching the lake's surface. 2 five-colored lotuses, each with their root, caught Chen Xiao's attention, and he quietly made his way toward the nearest lotus root. Closer, closer, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just then, the immense black dragon let out a roar, seemingly sensing something, causing Chen Xiao to freeze in place, too frightened to move. On the shore, the massive brown-furred beast seemed to seize the opportunity, launching itself towards the five-colored lotus at the center of the lake. The black dragon immediately grew furious, charging at the airborne brown-furred beast. What a rare ally, Chen Xiao thought to himself, instantly accelerating, grabbing a lotus root along with the leaves and five-colored lotus, stowing them away in his system backpack. As for the other lotus, despite his desire to collect it, time was no longer on his side. The commotion had drawn the black dragon's attention, and it would be a fool's errand for it not to notice. Almost at the moment Chen Xiao secured the five-colored lotus, the massive dragon's head whipped around, directing a water arrow at Chen Xiao's position. The fierce wind from the oncoming attack startled him, and without a second thought, he burst forth from the water, channeling all his energy to sprint across the waves. Boom! The sound of cascading water echoed as Chen Xiao dared not glance back, running for his life. Meanwhile, the enormous beast sensed an opportunity and lunged towards the remaining five-colored lotus. This enraged the black dragon even further, launching another water arrow at the brown-furred beast while its colossal tail slammed down on the lake's surface, violently striking the creature. The tremendous sound reverberated as the lake water splashed everywhere, and the brown-furred beast was sent flying, crashing against distant rocks, its body drenched in blood. After dispatching the beast, the black dragon did not immediately pursue Chen Xiao. Instead, it opened its maw and swallowed the remaining five-colored lotus before plunging beneath the lake. In no time, a resounding roar echoed, and Chen Xiao had reached the shore, surrounded by beasts. While these creatures dared not approach the black dragon, they showed no fear towards Chen Xiao and began to close in on him. This left him momentarily speechless. Fortunately, He had previously scouted an escape route. He weaved through the pack of beasts, taking down a few for experience points, before sprinting up the rocky cliff, leaping several times to reach halfway up the slope. Behind him, the massive black dragon erupted from the lake, noticing Chen Xiao on the slope and charging towards him. The valley reverberated with the dragon's furious roars, and in its wake, any beast caught off guard was trampled mercilessly. The remaining creatures recognized the dragon's wrath and, with the five-colored lotus gone, hastily fled the scene, leaving behind a scene of chaos and corpses. At that moment, Chen Xiao had reached the peak of the slope, at least 100 meters from the basin below. Yet he dared not relax. A level 5 beast was unpredictable. Upon reaching the summit, he dashed into the dense forest. His choice proved to be remarkably astute. Almost as soon as he entered the woods, the black dragon, with its crimson eyes, ascended the slope, the height of over 100 meters trivial to it. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao dared not linger, activating his phantom steps to their fullest extent, channeling the power of his bloodline to the maximum. Instantly, his speed more than doubled as he transformed into a blur, racing ahead. The trees in the forest became ideal footholds, and without time to ponder, he leapt onto the trunks, bounding across the branches, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the colossal black dragon let out a furious roar. Enraged at losing its precious egg, its enormous body, nearly 20 meters long and as thick as 3 men embracing, thrashed about, sweeping aside trees as if they were mere obstacles. Its speed was not any slower than Chen Xiao's. Without the trees, it might even surpass him. What to do? What to do? Sweat beaded on Chen Xiao's forehead. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the beast caught up to him, and at that point, escape would be impossible. His eyes darted around, recalling the terrain he had traversed, hoping to find a more advantageous position. However, he quickly realized it was futile. Even a high slope or cliff would serve him little against the beast pursuing him. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air. Chen Xiao's body twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding a water arrow that struck a nearby tree, cleaving it in two with tremendous force. The howling wind intensified, and the roars grew closer. Chen Xiao understood that if he continued like this, disaster would surely befall him. Yet at that moment, he caught a glimpse of the dense forest ahead suddenly opening up, revealing a vast chasm. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao accelerated towards the vast chasm. Behind him, the black serpent had likewise taken notice, launching several water arrows, all of which Chen Xiao deftly evaded. In the blink of an eye, the man and beast emerged from the dense forest, arriving at the canyon's edge. Chen Xiao glanced back at the black serpent, now merely 100 meters away, and suddenly leaped into the abyss below. The black serpent roared, its enormous crimson eyes fixated on the dark chasm beneath. Then it clawed its way down the cliffside, quickly vanishing from sight. As the wind howled past him, Chen Xiao held his breath, keenly observing his surroundings, particularly the terrain below. Though the canyon appeared bottomless, it was actually less than 200 meters deep. If one were at the Martial King level, such a drop could be managed without injury. However, as a mere martial general, a direct fall would likely result in severe injury or even death. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao had prepared for this leap, and as he neared the ground, a shimmering longsword materialized in his hand. He hurled it towards the canyon wall, the blade embedding itself deeply. Simultaneously, he landed, using his left foot to gently push off the sword, dissipating his downward momentum before continuing his descent. He repeated this maneuver with 5 swords in total before finally stabilizing himself at the canyon's base. Looking up, he saw nothing but a veil of mist in the sky above. He dared not linger further and quickly chose a path to escape. Not long after Chen Xiao disappeared, a rustling sound echoed. As stones tumbled from the cliff, 2 red lanterns appeared on the rock face, swiftly descending. These were the black serpent, which had caught up from the mountaintop. Losing Chen Xiao's trail, the serpent flicked its tongue, identifying a direction before hastily pursuing the path Chen Xiao had taken. Time ticked away, and in the blink of an eye, it transitioned from morning to dusk. At that moment, Chen Xiao was racing through a dense forest, unrecognizable to anyone below the martial master realm. It was inevitable, given that a level 5 black serpent was hot on his heels. Chen Xiao had not anticipated the serpent's relentless pursuit. He had traversed nearly 300 miles from the basin to his current location. Throughout his flight, he could not afford to pause, even as his inner energy waned. He resorted to consuming recovery pills in exchange for a new movement technique, the flowing cloud steps, to complement his phantom steps for rapid evasion within the thicket. Yet, even with these measures, he could not shake the black serpent's pursuit. Several times, he nearly succumbed to its grasp, and without the cover of cliffs and thickets, he likely would not have made it this far. However, exhaustion was creeping in. Though his internal energy remained, his body was faltering. A glance back revealed the thunderous sound of the serpent approaching. Chen Xiao regretted his earlier impulsiveness in seizing the serpent's egg, knowing that if he had not done so, the creature would not be so fiercely pursuing him. Yet, with the egg in his possession, there was no hope of returning it, and he had to muster his resolve to plunge deeper into the forest. Gradually, Chen Xiao sensed something amiss. This part of the forest was unfamiliar, unmarked on any map, leaving him uncertain of what lay ahead. Yet, he was convinced that an ominous presence lurked nearby, for he had not encountered a single beast in nearly an hour, a highly unusual occurrence in a forest teeming with creatures. Was there another formidable beast nearby? His eyelids twitched at the thought, and he could not suppress the rising dread. If a level 5 beast was already pursuing him, the arrival of another would surely spell his doom. Nevertheless, a bold idea began to take root in his mind as he continued to flee, all the while remaining vigilant of his surroundings and occasionally unleashing a few punches to create noise. However, to his disappointment, after running several thousand meters, he saw no sign of the powerful beasts he had imagined. Perhaps he was mistaken? Just then, a furious roar erupted from the distant woods. Chen Xiao looked up, realizing that the sound originated merely 1,000 meters away. He glanced back, noting that the relentless pursuit had ceased. To his astonishment, the black serpent charged back, undeterred by the presence of another beast. Recognizing the danger, Chen Xiao hastily retreated further into the thicket, seeking the best places to hide. The deafening roars grew nearer, and so did the black serpent's furious calls, filled with an unmistakable warning. Chen Xiao initially intended to stealthily escape, but instinct compelled him towards the unknown beast's location in the depths of the forest. As he distanced himself, the black serpent, in its desperation, ignored the warnings of the other creature and pursued Chen Xiao's vanishing presence. At that moment, a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall, pure white feline beast resembling a tiger burst forth from the underbrush, roaring at the massive black serpent. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao dared not linger, turning to sprint in another direction. As night fell, a gentle rain began to fall. The air in the forest felt refreshingly crisp, and in a secluded cave near the water's edge, Chen Xiao hid while savoring freshly roasted beast meat. Several hours had passed since he evaded the black serpent, during which he had traversed hundreds of miles, crossing numerous mountains and gorges, narrowly avoiding the attention of large beasts, and finally following a river upstream to find a secluded cave suitable for rest. After establishing his refuge, Chen Xiao no longer worried about being pursued by the black serpent. He had no desire to speculate on the outcome of the battle between the serpent and the white tiger. If both survived, he would be the one in peril. After enjoying a hearty meal, he chose not to sleep, opting instead to rest momentarily while waiting for his energy to replenish before examining the day's gains. Though his actions appeared reckless, Chen Xiao had indeed reaped considerable rewards. Setting aside the mysterious egg, the 5-colored lotus alone was a treasure of extraordinary value, capable of attracting the attention of martial kings and even martial emperors. On this occasion, Chen Xiao's acquisition of the 5-color lotus has instilled him with newfound confidence for his forthcoming endeavors. Having located the most elusive 5-color lotus, he now feels assured about finding the holy maiden fruit. After assessing his physical condition, Chen Xiao noted that following the elimination of several second-level demon beasts in the basin, his cultivation had once again ascended slightly, reaching the initial peak of a 9-star martial general. With just a few more thousand experience points, he would directly advance to the mid-level of a 9-star martial general. Moreover, he peculiarly observed that the true energy within him seemed more refined, and even the ethereal shadow of the gluttonous bloodline appeared more substantial. Now, should he employ any martial techniques, he could confidently blend the power of his bloodline in an instant, signifying yet another rapid enhancement in his strength. With his cultivation settled, the moment that truly captivated Chen Xiao had arrived. He opened his eyes and silently invoked the system interface, which immediately materialized before him. His 36-slot system backpack was already filled with numerous items, among which lay a 5-color lotus, quietly resting in one compartment. Upon a mere thought, the 5-color lotus appeared in his hand, releasing an invigorating and enchanting fragrance that quickly permeated the air. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xiao discovered that nestled beneath the vibrant petals lay 6 lotus seeds, resting within a lotus pod that resembled exquisite jade. With only a small portion of milky white visible, the stem, too, glimmered like a precious gem, and even the lotus root radiated a translucent brilliance, resembling a rare treasure. Just a glance was enough for Chen Xiao to store it away, wary of exposing it for too long. First, to prevent the leakage of its spiritual essence, which could diminish its medicinal potency. Second, the peculiar fragrance of the 5-color lotus could attract numerous demon beasts, A lesson learned from past experiences that Chen Xiao could not afford to overlook. After admiring the five-color lotus, Chen Xiao waved his hand, and a gigantic dragon egg, 2 meters tall and emanating a soft white glow, appeared in the cave's clearing. The egg was devoid of any aura, and aside from the flickering white light, nothing else was discernible. Even attempts to inject true energy for testing were thwarted by the mysterious eggshell. What a treat it would be to fry such a large egg. Chen Xiao's eyes gleamed as he pondered over the enormous dragon egg. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Consuming a dragon egg felt excessively extravagant. If he could manage to hatch it, that would undoubtedly be a splendid choice. Yet, the question lingered. How could this dragon be hatched? Chen Xiao, somewhat perplexed, instinctively poked the eggshell, only to find it remarkably hard. Even with a slight infusion of true energy, he was unable to leave a single mark. He refrained from further attempts, fearing potential damage to the egg. System, can you identify whether this is indeed a dragon egg? Chen Xiao placed his hand on the dragon egg, silently inquiring. As if in response, he felt a peculiar wave emanate from it, followed by the ethereal and melodious voice of the system. Ding. System prompt. This item is the egg of a black dragon. Level. Bloodline purity. Provision of substantial true energy for absorption can increase hatching success rate. Current status. Excellent. A series of data followed, causing Chen Xiao to furrow his brow. While the unknown bloodline purity was somewhat acceptable, the presence of 3 question marks for its level raised concerns. Could it be that this creature, upon hatching, would surpass even the 5th level black dragon? He noted the hatching success rate and resolved to seek out some spiritually rich resources to facilitate the egg's hatching. For now, he waved his hand and returned the dragon egg to the system backpack. Afterward, Chen Xiao's gaze returned to the system interface, focusing on the sole existing task, rescue Chen Lan's talent. Current completion, 50. Were there any further system prompts? Chen Xiao mused inwardly, but regrettably, the system remained silent. After a brief pause, disappointment washed over his face. By now, he had thoroughly grasped the peculiarities of this supreme leveling system. It appeared quite user-friendly, providing timely warnings in the face of danger, yet it adhered strictly to its principles regarding tasks, offering only a single clue, with no further assistance. It seemed that Chen Xiao was destined to venture into the unknown from this point onward. 10 days had elapsed since Chen Xiao obtained the 5-color lotus. During this time, he emerged from the cave and began traversing towards another part of the Demon Beast Mountain range. Unbeknownst to him, a significant event had unfolded within the Beast Mountain range. A 5th-level dragon, having mysteriously escaped from somewhere, wreaked havoc nearby, relentlessly pursuing anyone it encountered and driving numerous demon beasts towards the outskirts of the mountains. Waves of small beast tides continuously formed. This unforeseen occurrence severely impacted those martial artists still searching for rare materials within the mountains. Many were left unaware of their demise, encircled by the demon beast horde, while others, terrified by the situation, retreated from the demon beast forest, unwilling to venture deeper. As the instigator of this turmoil, Chen Xiao remained blissfully unaware. Having delved nearly 2,000 miles into the demon beast forest, over the span of 10 days, he had traversed a mere 1,000 miles. While it seemed ordinary, this territory was fraught with peril, with the level of demon beasts rising as he ventured further in. From initially encountering 2nd and 3rd level beasts, 4th level ones soon became commonplace. Once, he even caught sight of a 5th level demon beast from a distance. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have faced yet another harrowing chase. Throughout his journey, Chen Xiao had indeed encountered numerous rare materials, but regrettably, most were guarded by demon beasts. Despite devising various strategies, he managed to collect only 2 plants of 4th level or above, while lower level materials were abundant but lacked significant utility. Currently, Chen Xiao was concealed within a cave, his expression somber. After searching for so many days without a lead, the vastness and danger of the demon beast forest left him with neither the time nor the opportunity to thoroughly scour the entire expanse. Continuing to search aimlessly amidst the dense forest would be futile, akin to his cheap grandfather's potential years of fruitless searching within its depths. Chen Xiao had no intention of lingering indefinitely. Even if he could wait that long, could Qianlong remain with Han Xiao for such an extended period? Clearly, that was implausible. Hence, he resolved to venture out today in search of a larger city, hoping to locate a martial market. If unsuccessful, he would devise another plan to inquire about the whereabouts of the Holy Maiden Fruit. With determination, Chen Xiao rose and exited the cave, swiftly disappearing into the dense woods. In the southeastern corner of the Demon Beast Forest, approximately 600 miles into a mountainous region, an intense battle was unfolding. A large pack of blue fire wolves was menacingly fixated on a group of 7 individuals cornered near a cliff. Among them was a middle-aged man with a cultivation level of 5-star martial general, while the remaining 6 were all fluctuating between martial master and martial general levels. 4 of them were martial masters, and the other 2 barely reached the initial stage of 1-star martial general. While they could handle ordinary first-level demon beasts with ease, facing the formidable pack of over 40 blue fire wolves posed a significant challenge. Although the blue fire wolves are merely first-level beasts, their remarkable speed and the strength of their pack make them formidable opponents that even ordinary second- or third-level beasts would avoid. The current group, which can only be described as weak, is surely doomed. I, Lin Yu, find it utterly disheartening to realize that my life may end here, becoming merely a snack for these wolves. A pale-faced youth muttered to himself. Upon hearing his words, the already distressed faces of those nearby turned ashen. The middle-aged man, his expression darkening, admonished, Xiong, do not speak such despairing words. Although these creatures are fierce, if we hold our ground, we may still have a chance to escape. But, Teacher Lin, there are simply too many blue fire wolves, and Brother Yingwu has already perished. Can we truly escape? A young girl, barely at the 5-star martial artist level, spoke up, her face drained of color and her sword hand trembling slightly from fear. The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Lin, wished to express his uncertainty but knew better than to voice such thoughts. He could only nod solemnly. Yet, his response seemed to inspire the others, igniting a fierce determination within them as they fixed their gazes on the approaching pack of blue fire wolves. A chorus of howls erupted suddenly. The pack surged toward the 7 individuals. Prepare for defense. Do not let the blue fire wolves breach our lines. The middle-aged man bellowed, his sword transforming into a silver arc as he cleaved a charging wolf in 2. Blood sprayed forth, yet instead of deterring the pack, it only heightened their ferocity as they launched themselves at the group with reckless abandon. The 7, pressed against the cliffside, managed to hold their ground for a time, not needing to defend against an attack from behind. However, within moments of relentless assault, one young martial artist was bitten on the leg by a blue fire wolf and dragged away. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in horror. These were the individuals he was sworn to protect, and one was now being taken by the wolves. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, swinging his sword to fend off the wolves and retrieve the bloodied youth. However, in his rush to save him, he neglected the other side of the pack. As the last bastion of their defense, his absence caused the line formed by the remaining 5 to shatter, and several blue fire wolves lunged at them, tearing into their ranks. The remaining wolves seized the opportunity to attack relentlessly, forcing the group to flee in a desperate attempt to evade fatal injuries, causing their defensive formation to collapse completely. This collapse led to a merciless slaughter. Ah, help! My leg, damn it! Teacher Lin, save me! A cacophony of screams erupted, and despite the middle-aged man's formidable prowess, he now felt a chill run down his spine. The blue fire wolves could not harm him, but they were more than capable of inflicting damage on those around him, and he had no time to tend to everyone. As he watched several fall into pools of blood, he too was overwhelmed with dread, realizing that this outing had led them to a bizarre encounter with such vicious beasts. Lin Yu, one of the few first-star martial artists among them, though competent, was overwhelmed for the first time by such a horde of beasts, leaving him incapable of assisting his companions. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure emerging from the distant forest. Although the figure's sudden appearance was unexpected, it was a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Without a second thought, Lin Yu shouted, "Hey, help us! We are students from Tianwu Academy. Save us, and we will reward you greatly." Before he could utter more, the other blue fire wolves had already charged in, leaving him no choice but to focus on the immediate threat. His companions heard his call, but were too engrossed in their own battles to glance towards the forest. The figure emerging from the trees, upon hearing Lin Yung's plea, paused briefly, then looked in his direction. Bathed in sunlight, a youthful face was revealed. It was none other than Chen Xiao. Is it really a student from Tianwu Academy? Chen Xiao mused, a smile gracing his lips as he witnessed the perilous situation. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and vanished from sight. In the next moment, Lin Xiong felt a rush of wind behind him, followed by the sight of a blue fire wolf splitting in 2 before collapsing at his side. This was merely the beginning. One by one, the blue fire wolves fell, howling in agony, their numbers rapidly dwindling. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 wolves lay twitching on the ground, while those that had been assaulting the youths were swiftly dispatched. The Tianwu Academy students quickly positioned themselves defensively, not even pausing to heal or consume their elixirs. Teacher Lin, brow furrowed, stared in astonishment at Chen Xiao. With Chen Xiao's back turned to them, they could not see his face, but the aura he exuded and the swiftness with which he dealt with the wolves indicated an extraordinary level of power. beyond what they could contend with. In less than the span of a tea break, more than 10 blue fire wolves lay before Chen Xiao, and the remaining wolves, once aggressive, now seemed to regain their senses, whimpering and retreating, unwilling to press their attack any further. After a moment of tense standoff, the wolves finally withdrew, howling as they disappeared into the forest. Teacher Lin and the others remained in a state of disbelief, transitioning from imminent danger to sudden safety, the stark contrast leaving them momentarily stunned. Once they confirmed that the wolves had truly retreated, Teacher Lin approached Chen Xiao, followed by the other young ones, each moving forward with a mix of awe and trepidation. "Friend, thank you for your timely assistance. I am Lin Yu, an instructor at Tianwu Academy. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" Teacher Lin said as he reached Chen Xiao's side, only to have his eyes widen in shock. The others, curious, gathered around. And then all fell silent, not from fear but from astonishment at Chen Xiao's appearance. How could a mere youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16, possess the power to single-handedly take on an entire pack of blue fire wolves? It was unfathomable. Chen Xiao, having just paused to review the system notifications regarding his rewards, noticed that while there were no immediate accolades for slaying the wolves, he had accumulated significant experience points. After fighting his way through the beast forest, he was now on the brink of breaking through to the martial king realm. However, Chen Xiao understood that such matters couldn't be rushed. Therefore, he refrained from pursuing the azure fire wolves. After casting a glance at those around him, he said plainly, "Just call me Chen Xiao. Are you students and teachers from the Heavenly Martial Academy of North Xian City?" North Xian City? Teacher Lin appeared bewildered, glancing at Chen Xiao with surprise before wryly shaking his head. "Brother Chen, you may be mistaken. We are not from North Xian City, but from Chinyong City, which is located thousands of miles away." Chinyong City? Chen Xiao paused, then realized his presumption. He had assumed that all members of the Heavenly Martial Academy were from North Xian City. In reality, the Heavenly Martial Academy was a widespread institution throughout the Heavenly Martial Kingdom, with branches in nearly every major city. The purpose of these academies was to identify the most exceptional talents within the kingdom, nurturing them for future use by the nation. Chen Xiao had indeed heard of Chinyong City. North Xian City was merely a third-tier town within the Heavenly Martial Kingdom, while Chinyong City was a second-tier city with a population exceeding 100 million. It was more prosperous, and its students were generally more accomplished. However, Chen Xiao was puzzled as to why these individuals had ventured so deep into the monster beast forest. Teacher Lin, seemingly aware of Chen Xiao's thoughts, explained with a bitter smile, "The Heavenly Martial Academy will soon hold competitions. I brought them here to hone their skills. We often visit this place and are quite familiar with it, so we usually don't encounter any problems. However, this time, we faced a major setback, resulting in significant losses." As he spoke, Teacher Lin looked towards the ground. Chen Xiao followed his gaze and saw a corpse lying there, a body with only half remaining. It was one of the students who had perished in the earlier battle. Chapter 74. Lin Yuan's request. Not only that student, but Chen Xiao also noticed another student lying behind him with closed eyes. The stiffness of the body indicated that the student was deceased. The remaining 5 students were covered in wounds, especially those with cultivation levels only at the martial master realm. Their clothes were tattered, and their faces were as pale as paper, indicating significant blood loss. Teacher Lin noticed this and quickly retrieved pills to administer to the students. At that moment, Chen Xiao unexpectedly produced a porcelain bottle, saying calmly, "Take this, it will benefit your bodies." "All right, thank you." Teacher Lin didn't hesitate. Time was of the essence, and being polite could lead to fatalities. Upon opening the bottle, Teacher Lin immediately sensed something extraordinary. The bottle contained a collection of dark red pills emitting a faint glow. "Are these pills with pill halos?" Teacher Lin was astonished and instinctively looked back at Chen Xiao. Seeing Chen Xiao nod with a smile, his heart skipped a beat. Although he was a teacher at the Heavenly Martial Academy, he had never used a spiritual pill with a pill halo, let alone an entire bottle of them. Despite their value, the lives of his students were more precious. He decided to have them consume the pills and compensate Chen Xiao later. With that thought in mind, Teacher Lin promptly distributed the pills to the students, urging them to take them. After they had taken the pills, he returned the remaining ones to the bottle and handed it back to Chen Xiao. This time, Chen Xiao accepted without hesitation, placing it directly into his backpack. He glanced at the students who were meditating to recover and then turned to Teacher Lin, asking, "I have a few questions to ask you, if it's convenient." "What questions?" "I will answer anything I know." Lin Yu agreed readily. He had no choice, as his students had consumed Chen Xiao's pills. "Does Chinyong City have a pill tower? Does it have auction houses?" Chen Xiao inquired after a moment of contemplation. Lin Yu was surprised by Chen Xiao's questions. He replied, Of course, there is a pill tower. Almost every city has one. As for auction houses, Chinyong City has at least 3 large auction houses and countless smaller ones. Many rare and unusual items are often auctioned there, which is quite interesting. Have you heard of the Saintus fruit? Chen Xiao asked again. His gaze fixed on Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan was taken aback by the sudden shift in Chen Xiao's line of questioning. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "As far as I know, there is no Saintus fruit in Chinyong City. However, if you really want to know, you could try your luck at the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower is an ancient and mysterious organization with resources that others may not have." His words were instantly enlightening. Chen Xiao had forgotten that the Pill Tower had been passed down for thousands of years. If he sought information about the Saintus fruit from them, he believed he would quickly find answers. With this in mind, Chen Xiao decided to head directly to the Pill Tower in Chinyong City. Why not return to Chinyong Town? There were 2 reasons. First, it was too far, and second, the Pill Tower in Chinyong Town was too small. Even if the president was a friend, he might not have access to much information, making the inquiry futile and time-consuming. It was better to go directly to Chinyong City. Why give the valuable pills to these strangers? The reason was simple. The current situation was likely related to the theft of the 5th-level Black Flood Dragon's egg half a month ago. The dragon's rage had driven many monsters out of the myriad Beast Mountain range, leading to the current circumstances. Of course, Chen Xiao couldn't reveal this. In that case, I'll take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Chen Xiao clasped his fist at Lin Yuan and prepared to leave. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Brother Chen, I have a request. I hope you can help." "What is it?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. "We are currently incapacitated and have lost our ability to fight. I see that your cultivation is quite high. Would you be willing to escort us to the Heavenly Martial Academy? We will compensate you handsomely afterward, including the cost of the pills with pill halos. Additionally, I have connections at the Pill Tower and can introduce you." After speaking, Lin Yuan looked at Chen Xiao expectantly. He believed that his offer was generous enough that Chen Xiao would have no reason to refuse. However, he didn't know that Chen Xiao didn't care about the money for the pills with pill halos or his connections at the Pill Tower. Chen Xiao had already obtained the qualification of a 3rd-grade alchemist and could even refine 6th-grade pills. He believed that if he wanted to enter the Pill Tower in Chinyong City to access some information, they wouldn't refuse him. However, after looking around and seeing the expectant gazes of those sitting on the ground, Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan and the others were overjoyed. Being injured in the monster beast forest was extremely dangerous. Without someone with high cultivation to protect them, they might all perish. But now, with Chen Xiao's protection, they were confident that they could retreat safely. After the group had recovered slightly, they collected the bodies of the 2 deceased and, led by Lin Yuan, quickly made their way towards the outskirts of the forest. They hadn't ventured far, merely a few dozen miles from the battleground, before finding a sizable cave to seek refuge. With the exception of Chen Xiao and Lin Yuan, the rest were injured and unable to travel swiftly, necessitating a halt until their wounds healed sufficiently for the journey home. As night fell, the weary students nestled against the cave walls, succumbing to sleep. Lin Yuan remained vigilant, stationed at the cave entrance, her gaze fixed on the surroundings. The heart of the demon beast forest was fraught with peril, and the possibility of an unexpected intrusion loomed large, demanding constant vigilance. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao occupied a spot within the cave, meticulously roasting a large piece of meat over a fire. The savory aroma permeated the air, as droplets of fat sizzled upon the flames, creating a symphony of crackling sounds. Chapter 75, Maoyuan Merchant Guild. After sprinkling on a blend of exquisite seasonings, an irresistible fragrance enveloped the entire cave. The students, initially immersed in meditation, were jolted by the tantalizing scent of roasted meat. Their attention, along with Lin Yuan's, was immediately drawn to Chen Xiao. The 2 female students, in particular, found themselves involuntarily salivating. Chen Xiao's roasting skills were unparalleled. While the students often brought provisions for their expeditions, their own attempts at roasting meat paled in comparison. Their efforts resulted in bland, unappetizing fare, whereas Chen Xiao's creation exuded an otherworldly aroma that stimulated the appetite. The cave was soon filled with the sound of eager swallowing. Chen Xiao, unfazed, continued to tend to the meat. After a brief interval, he addressed the group. "Would anyone care to partake?" "Really?" "Yes, please." "Indeed, many thanks, Brother Chen. That would be most welcome." A chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted. The 5 students, unburdened by excessive formality, eagerly approached Chen Xiao upon his invitation. He carved several portions and distributed them, then carried 2 sliced pieces to Lin Yu, who sat near the entrance. Chen Xiao joined her, and together they savored the meal while keeping watch. "Thank you," Lin Yuan murmured, accepting the offering. They engaged in light conversation as the other students ate and chatted, momentarily dispelling the atmosphere of fear. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Xiao and his companions resumed their journey towards the edge of the demon beast forest. It took them 4 days to finally emerge. Once clear of the forest, their pace quickened, aided by a carriage, and they reached their destination, Chinyong City, in a day and a half. Upon arriving in Chinyong City, Chen Xiao bid farewell to Lin Yu and the others, choosing not to accompany them to the academy. His sudden departure surprised them, but they exchanged contact information before parting ways. After inquiring for directions, Chen Xiao made his way to Tianyang Inn, the largest and most reputable establishment in Chinyong City. Reputedly owned by the city lords, Tianyang Inn was renowned for its security, deterring any disturbances. Adhering to the philosophy of enjoying life's comforts, Chen Xiao secured a premium room at the inn and indulged in a thorough cleansing and rest. He emerged the next morning, leisurely setting out to visit several prominent merchant guilds he had previously identified. Although his primary focus was on the Dan Tower, Chen Xiao had not entirely dismissed the possibility of acquiring Saintis fruit through other channels. He would gladly purchase it if the opportunity arose. Maoyuan Merchant Guild was a leading commercial enterprise in Chinyong City, boasting substantial financial resources and operating as one of the 3 major auction houses. Controlling nearly a tenth of the city's assets, it was widely regarded as Chinyong City's foremost merchant guild. Maoyuan Merchant Guild was Chen Xiao's destination. The guild was conveniently located within a half-hour's walk of Tianyang Inn. Upon entering, a graceful attendant greeted Chen Xiao with a respectful bow and inquired, "May I ask what you are looking for, esteemed sir? Could you direct me to your manager? I wish to purchase a large quantity of medicinal herbs." Chen Xiao replied with a smile. "Certainly. Please follow me," the attendant responded, leading Chen Xiao to a reception room in the inner courtyard. After serving fragrant tea and requesting him to wait, she quickly departed. Shortly after, footsteps echoed outside the room, and the attendant returned, guiding a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache. "Sir, this is our Maoyuan Merchant Guild's manager. This is the esteemed sir who wishes to purchase medicinal herbs," the attendant announced, stepping aside. The manager, showing no hint of condescension despite Chen Xiao's youth, greeted him with a courteous bow. "May I inquire as to the type of materials you seek, sir? If the quantity is substantial, I can authorize certain discounts. Thank you for your consideration. The items I require are listed here," Chen Xiao said, handing over a purchase list containing the names and quantities of medicinal herbs needed for refining pills. The manager's eyes lit up as he examined the list, his smile widening. Chen Xiao's requirements, meticulously detailed on the paper, were worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins, signifying a valuable customer. "Prepare these items for this gentleman, ensuring the highest quality and swiftness," he instructed the attendant, before turning back to Chen Xiao with a beaming expression. "May I ask, sir, given your need for such a large quantity of 4th-grade medicinal herbs, are you a pill refiner? Or perhaps you have a pill refiner in your employ? Why do you ask?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, looking at the manager. "Oh, it's like this. If you or someone you know is a pill refiner, you might consider consigning your pills to us for sale. Or we could purchase them directly at a price that will surely satisfy you. What do you think?" The manager's tone became noticeably more respectful. The items on Chen Xiao's list revealed too much information. The manager surmised that Chen Xiao was preparing ingredients for a 4th or even 5th-grade pill. Such a skilled pill refiner warranted his respect, and securing their patronage would be highly advantageous. "Very well, I will use pills as payment," Chen Xiao nodded slightly. "Excellent." The manager chuckled, refraining from inquiring about the specific pills Chen Xiao would use. "Do you happen to have any Saintis fruit for sale or auction?" Chen Xiao asked abruptly. The manager was taken aback, momentarily speechless. After a pause, he shook his head. "You jest, sir. Saintis fruit is a peak 5th-grade treasure, comparable to a 6th-grade celestial material. It is not something one can easily acquire. Maoyuan Merchant Guild does not possess it, and I doubt it is available for sale anywhere in Chinyong City." Chapter 76. The whereabouts of the Saintis fruit. From what I understand, Saintis fruit, aside from its delicious flavor, can only be used to refine the rather underwhelming profound Saint pill. Why is it so scarce? Has no one ever obtained it? Chen Xiao's expression darkened. For the steward's words were excessively definitive, nearly implying that acquiring the item in question was utterly impossible. Indeed, the holy maiden fruit was as Chen Xiao described. Prior to considering a purchase, he had checked its efficacy within the system. It was rather insipid, yielding only a paler complexion upon concocting the Xiansheng Dan, which held little appeal beyond the female demographic. Yet, Chen Xiao had not heard of this item until now, and to receive such a dismissive response was exceedingly frustrating. The steward, noticing Chen Xiao's displeasure, sighed and elaborated. "Given your awareness of the holy maiden fruit, You should also understand that its growth conditions are exceptionally stringent. It requires abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth and must be cultivated in an extremely frigid environment. Due to these limitations, it is exceedingly rare within the Tianwu kingdom. The only known specimen resides in Fenglei City, which produces merely 9 fruits annually, all of which are consumed internally, leaving outsiders with no chance of obtaining them, let alone purchasing them. Fenglei City? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, mentally noting the name. Indeed, it lay 1,000 miles away, backed by the formidable Xian-level sect, Fenglei Pavilion, an entity far surpassing the Tianwu kingdom. If Fenglei Pavilion were unwilling to part with it, outsiders would have no hope of acquisition. Any attempts at coercion would surely provoke the ire of Fenglei Pavilion, inviting dire consequences. Hence, the steward's assertion of improbability was not without merit. However, upon hearing Fenglei Pavilion, Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In an instant, the enchanting visage of Zhu Ying, the woman he had saved in the Beast Mountain Range, surfaced in his thoughts. Was she not affiliated with Fenglei Pavilion? Previously, he had been unaware of its location, but fate had presented him with this unexpected opportunity. If she were indeed a member, perhaps he could seek her assistance in procuring a holy maiden fruit. The more he contemplated, the brighter his eyes became. At least he would not flounder about aimlessly in search of it. After a brief exchange, the maid who had previously departed returned, respectfully presenting a storage ring to Chen Xiao. The items you requested are within. Please verify, she said. Chen Xiao accepted it, inspecting its contents, which indeed comprised fine-quality herbs. He nodded and inquired, "What is the total cost?" 75,813 gold coins, the maid answered, a hint of a smile adorning her face. The steward, overhearing, waved his hand dismissively. "Let us round it down to 75,000 gold coins." "Thank you kindly," Chen Xiao replied with a chuckle, offering no further comment as he gestured for the steward to inspect the array of porcelain vials laid before him. When Chen Xiao emerged from the Maoyuan trading house, a while had passed. Instead of departing hastily, he visited several other merchant establishments. Utilizing the unparalleled upgrading system, he unearthed numerous valuable items along the way, among which was a rare 4th-grade herb, a fortunate find indeed. Coincidentally, one of the 3 major auction houses was to hold an auction that very evening, and Chen Xiao was determined to attend. Before that, however, he made his way to the Dan Tower. The Dan Tower in Chinyong City was grander in scale, bustling with activity, and boasted a greater number of alchemists than Chinyong Town. A mere stroll through the hall revealed several 3rd-grade alchemists, a stark contrast to Chinyong Town. To his disappointment, there were indeed no holy maiden fruits for sale within the Dan Tower, nor even any news regarding them. After utilizing the advanced alchemy chamber for a few hours, he departed directly. Yong'an Trading House, the 2nd largest in Chinyong City, was also the sole establishment organizing an auction that evening. Every year during this time, Yong'an Trading House hosted a grand auction featuring a plethora of rare treasures, including martial skills and techniques, making it one of the most vibrant events in Chinyong City. However, the entrance fee was not insignificant. It cost 10 gold coins. While this sum was trivial for those genuinely interested in attending, common folk rarely spent such a sum merely to spectate. This effectively mitigated overcrowding. Yet upon entering the auction hall, Chen Xiao found himself frowning slightly. The number of attendees exceeded his expectations. Within the vast underground space, which spanned tens of thousands of square meters, a sea of heads filled the room, easily numbering in the tens of thousands, not accounting for those still arriving. By the time the auction commenced, Chen Xiao estimated at least 60 to 70,000 participants, a staggering figure that attested to the event's allure. He found himself anticipating the upcoming auction. Though the initial items up for bid were indeed impressive, they bore no utility for him, leading him to rest his eyes in the chair. The next item announced was a highly coveted prize, the blood of a 5th-grade demon beast, the Chinyong. It was well known that the blood of demon beasts offered significant benefits when used for body refinement, potentially enhancing one's constitution and even granting a chance to acquire a fragment of the Chinyong's bloodline power. Should this occur, the advantages would be monumental. The Chinyong was an immensely powerful entity. The auction began with an opening bid of 50,000 gold coins. As the auctioneer's voice echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and Chen Xiao's eyes snapped open. The bloodline power within a warrior is predominantly innate, a consensus held by practitioners in this world. Yet, a fortunate few occasionally stumbled upon ways to acquire such power. These individuals seemed to be favored by destiny, embodying an extraordinary luck. The blood of demon beasts was indeed the sole avenue to obtain such power. However, the efficacy of demon beast blood concerning bloodline acquisition varied greatly, with higher grades yielding greater probabilities. Generally, Individuals dared not refine demon beast blood lightly. Once refined, they could no longer assimilate other types of demon blood, as conflicting energies could lead to fatal outcomes. Such occurrences were not uncommon, resulting in very few possessing more than 2 innate bloodlines. Chen Xiao, with his multitude of innate bloodlines, could be deemed an anomaly. Although he could not harness the bloodline power, demon beast blood was still effective for bathing and body refinement, especially from 5th-grade beasts, which were exceedingly rare. Thus, the blood of the golden-haired howl was destined to be the focus of contention among the martial artists present. Even Chen Xiao had not anticipated the availability of 5th-grade demon beast blood at this auction, equivalent to a powerful warrior of the martial sovereign realm. If refined, it would yield tremendous benefits. As expected, bids soared rapidly, with the initial 50,000 gold coins doubling to 130,000 in mere moments. Yet the voices of bidders continued unabated. As the price climbed to 170,000, Chen Xiao grew impatient and boldly declared 200,000 gold coins. Upon his proclamation, a hush fell over the crowd, with many eyes turning astonished toward Chen Xiao, who had raised the bid by tens of thousands, while others were incrementing by mere thousands. However, the price evidently did not deter the crowd. Following Chen Xiao's bid, several others joined in, escalating the price to 260,000 gold coins. 300,000 gold coins. Chen Xiao's voice echoed, silencing the crowd once more. Many were perplexed by Chen Xiao's origins and refrained from further bids. Even those who had been vocal earlier ceased their pursuit, clearly unwilling to compete further. On the platform, the matronly auctioneer glanced at Chen Xiao's location and announced with a smile, 300,000 gold coins for the first time. This golden mane howler's blood essence is an exceptionally rare item. Are there any higher bids? 300,000 gold coins for the second time. If there are no further offers, this golden mane howler's blood essence will belong to this esteemed gentleman. 300,000 gold coins for the third and final time. Sold. The matron gestured for a nearby attendant to deliver the item to Chen Xiao. Upon inspection, Chen Xiao confirmed it was indeed the blood essence of a level 5 golden mane howler. Without hesitation, he produced 300,000 gold coins, completing the transaction on the spot. This practice is standard in most auction houses, preventing disruptions and ensuring payment. With the golden mane howler's blood essence secured, the subsequent auctions failed to pique Chen Xiao's interest. However, others were captivated, and Chen Xiao only acquired a few spiritual herbs before the auction concluded. Departing the venue, Chen Xiao returned to the Sky Sun Inn, where, to his surprise, Lin Yu awaited him in the lobby. "Brother Lin, is there something I can assist you with?" Chen Xiao inquired, leading Lin Yu into his room. "It's nothing of great import," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "I merely came to express my gratitude and return the funds for the healing elixirs you previously provided. This is at the behest of our dean." With these words, Lin Yu produced a storage ring and presented it to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao paused, recalling the earlier promise of compensation. As it was the intention of the Heavenly Martial Academy, Chen Xiao acquiesced. Upon inspection, he discovered a staggering 100,000 gold coins within, eliciting a hint of surprise. After exchanging some pleasantries, Chen Xiao escorted Lin Yu out of the room. Back in his room, Chen Xiao secured the door and assumed a meditative posture on the bed, meticulously refining his physical condition to its zenith. After an hour, Chen Xiao opened his eyes, revealing a celadone vial in his hand. Upon uncorking the vial, a pungent, sanguine aroma permeated the air, accompanied by palpable waves of energy emanating from within. Truly befitting of a level 5 demon beast, even its blood essence is imbued with such abundant spiritual power. Chen Xiao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. He then initiated the stellar fire incantation, channeling the power of the gluttonous bloodline within his body. An ethereal projection materialized around Chen Xiao, vaguely resembling the transformed visage of a glutton. The projection's eyes, the size of fists, immediately fixated on the vial in Chen Xiao's hand. With an open maw, a torrent of suction descended, drawing the blood essence from the vial and into the phantom's gullet. The glutton emitted a contented burp and promptly vanished, retreating into Chen Xiao's dantian to slumber peacefully. No reaction? Chen Xiao muttered, bewildered. After a moment, still without any discernible effect, the gluttonous beast remained dormant, quietly refining the golden mane howler's blood essence. Chen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, his body was demonstrably growing stronger. He was confident that once the golden mane howler's blood essence was fully refined, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, After ablutions, Chen Xiao procured a steed renowned for its speed and galloped towards the city of Wind and Thunder, hundreds of miles distant. Wind and Thunder City, situated at the northernmost reaches of the heavenly martial kingdom, borders the heavenly glazed kingdom. Its location in the northern frontier, coupled with its status as a crucial thoroughfare between the two kingdoms, has fostered an extraordinary level of prosperity. However, Wind and Thunder City is not under the dominion of either the heavenly martial kingdom or the heavenly glazed kingdom. Instead, it is governed independently by the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. All affairs within the city, including taxation, are dictated by the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Consequently, a multitude of martial artists who cherish freedom have flocked to the city. Merchants traveling between the two kingdoms are fond of exploring Wind and Thunder City for unique finds, making it the most prosperous locale between the two nations, rivaling even the heavenly martial kingdom's imperial capital, Heavenly Martial City. Despite riding a steed capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single day, Chen Xiao required 3 days to reach the outskirts of Wind and Thunder City. Perched atop his mount, Chen Xiao gazed upon the boundless plains before him, a sense of exhilaration washing over him. Scanning the verdant plains toward the horizon, he discerned a nebulous silhouette ensconced within the drifting morning mist, resembling an endless mountain range. As he drew closer, the silhouette resolved into a sprawling, colossal city. The city was nestled between two mountains, with a vast lake to its left, from which emanated copious amounts of mist. The city walls, towering at a height of 10 zhong, were constructed entirely of massive bluestone bricks, creating a visually arresting spectacle. Standing beneath the city gates, gazing up at the soaring characters of Wind and Thunder City, Chen Xiao sensed an acute sword intent emanating from them, instilling a tremor within him. This sensation was peculiar, yet palpable. Unable to discern its source, he attributed it to the author's formidable cultivation. Even before entering the city, the clamor of voices was deafening. With a constant stream of people passing through the gates, Chen Xiao mingled with the throng, entering Wind and Thunder City without incident. Prior to his arrival, Chen Xiao had familiarized himself with the city's regulations. The rules were simple. First, no fighting. Second, no unwarranted disturbances. Beyond these, there were no other restrictions. However, transgressions of these regulations were met with severe consequences. A martial sovereign, emboldened by his superior cultivation, had once wreaked havoc in Wind and Thunder City, slaying many. The following morning, to the shock of the populace, the sovereign's corpse was found suspended from the city gates. Since then, no one had dared to cause trouble in Wind and Thunder City lightly, unless they possessed the ability to confront the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Chen Xiao's mission required discretion. However, he first sought out the most renowned establishment in Wind and Thunder City, the Wind and Thunder Inn. The Wind and Thunder Inn, sprawling over 10,000 meters, could accommodate hundreds of guests without feeling cramped. Although the inn's fees were the highest, it enjoyed official backing, ensuring that no one, not even a martial sovereign, would dare to cause a disturbance, guaranteeing absolute safety. The Wind and Thunder Inn was situated in the southwest corner of Wind and Thunder City, nestled against the mountains and surrounded by lakes. A long, white jade bridge served as the sole connection to the inn, and the surrounding scenery was breathtaking. Even simply admiring the sunset from the Wind and Thunder Inn was considered worth the price. Within the Wind and Thunder Inn, Chen Xiao rested, cleansing himself of the dust and grime of travel. He then stepped out of his room and ventured into the bustling streets. Despite knowing that the Sanctus fruit might be found in Wind and Thunder City, Chen Xiao was uncertain of its precise location. He was also unfamiliar with the city's power structure. Before taking action, he needed to understand the situation to devise an effective strategy. Furthermore, he was ignorant of Zhu Ying's true identity and status within the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Chen Xiao felt it was imperative to clarify certain matters, as this would facilitate the course of his subsequent actions. Since the individuals belonged to the Wind Thunder Pavilion, it was only natural to inquire with the locals. Among the bustling areas, aside from the busy marketplace, taverns and restaurants were prime spots for gathering information. This time, Chen Xiao chose a tavern named Filakexuan. After tossing a gold coin to the waiter, he quickly received a pot of fine bamboo leaf wine and several small dishes. Being midday, the tavern was filled with patrons, and the lively din soon enveloped the hall. Chen Xiao seemed to be in a world of his own, pouring wine and savoring the dishes, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. However, a closer inspection would reveal that he was not particularly focused on the food before him. Rather, a subtle smile graced his lips, as if he had overheard something intriguing. At the neighboring table sat 3 martial artists in plain attire, engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their meal. One of them, grinning widely, leaned toward his companions and said, "I heard that the demon-slaying trial organized by the Wind Thunder Pavilion has begun. What do you think will surprise us this time?" Every year, The pavilion organizes these trials. And it's a given that Fong Wen will take first place again this time. I bet 10 gold coins. Who's in? Another. Rolling up his sleeves and placing his cup down, replied conspiratorially. The third, however, waved dismissively and said, while I must admit Fong Wen is a standout among the core disciples, this year is different. The competition is fierce with Zhu Ying, Sun Hui, and Gu Shuang. I believe this year's champion will likely emerge from among those four. I'll join your bet, but I wager that it won't be Fong Wen. As the two continued their back and forth, they had inadvertently reached a betting agreement, leaving the third one somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he chuckled and said, in that case, I'll place my bet too. I believe Zhu Ying will take first place. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xiao had been eavesdropping on their conversation, absorbing every detail. He found their high regard for Zhu Ying rather surprising. It seemed she held a significant position in their eyes, and it was evident that she was a remarkable talent. Even within the Wind Thunder Pavilion, it was not hard to imagine that her abilities were extraordinary. As Chen Xiao himself had only just reached the pinnacle of the 9-star martial general realm. When he previously encountered the two women, they had already achieved such prowess, illustrating the extent of their formidable talents. To his astonishment, the thought of his little wife wielding such influence brought a smile to Chen Xiao's face, his gaze glimmering with intrigue. After a brief moment, he rose and approached the trio. Startled, they furrowed their brows at the sight of the 15 or 16-year-old boy standing before them. One of them waved dismissively, saying, "Scram, kid. Don't block the way." Chen Xiao, unfazed, responded cheerfully, "Gentlemen, I have a few inquiries I would like to make, if you wouldn't mind? Of course. A reward will be provided for your assistance." With that, he produced a handful of gold coins and placed them on their table. The trio paused, momentarily perplexed by his words, but Chen Xiao took a seat at the empty side of the table, signaling the waiter for more fine wine and dishes. Having already settled the bill, after pouring himself a glass, he continued, "I mean no offense. I am simply intrigued by your discussion regarding the Wind Thunder Pavilion's demon-slaying trial. As I am new here, I wish to glean some insights from you esteemed gentlemen." His words were both logical and respectful, granting them due dignity. Moreover, the previously restrained aura he had contained subtly emanated around him. The expressions on the trio's faces shifted instantly, their earlier gloom giving way to surprise. One of them, quick to recover, smiled and said, "Little brother, feel free to ask whatever you wish. We're happy to share what we know." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging his invitation. This shift in demeanor brought a sense of joy to Chen Xiao. The three were merely martial masters, and his display of martial prowess had evidently intimidated them. While they were not afraid of him causing trouble within the city, no one wished to easily antagonize a martial general, especially given Chen Xiao's amiable demeanor and the generous offer of gold for merely asking questions. Chapter 79. Unraveling the situation. Having overheard the conversation about the Wind Thunder Pavilion, Chen Xiao expressed his keen interest, inquiring, "Could you enlighten me about this pavilion? Additionally, are there any noteworthy places or attractions in the city I should be aware of? If it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate your insights." With a friendly smile, he encouraged them to drink as he posed his questions. Initially, the three were somewhat reserved, but as they recognized Chen Xiao's geniality, they gradually relaxed and began to share what they knew. The various factions in the world are generally categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. These classifications are not arbitrary, but are based on factors such as the sect's location and strength. The least esteemed are the lesser sects, followed by yellow-level sects, and then mysterious-level sects, with a mysterious-level faction possessing the power to easily annihilate a top yellow-level sect. The Wind Thunder Pavilion is considered a mid-tier force within the mysterious level. Although it is situated on the border between the Tianwu and Tianli nations, it stands above both realms, with dozens of martial kings and several martial emperors among its ranks. The most powerful among them is a Grand Elder, rumored to have reached the 6-star martial emperor level, making their strength truly formidable. In addition, thousands of disciples reside within the mountains less than 100 miles from Wind Thunder City, which serves merely as a residence for the families of the disciples and a base for some commercial activities. Apart from the core disciples guarding the Wind Thunder Villa at the city's edge, the rest are primarily outer disciples. The Wind Thunder Pavilion is established on a peak several thousand meters high, a height daunting for ordinary folk, but relatively trivial for martial artists, who find such isolation conducive to cultivation. As for the inner workings of the pavilion, the three knew little, and Chen Xiao refrained from probing further. However, he was determined to inquire about Zhu Ying. "Is it true that the renowned Zhu Ying is as remarkable as you described?" he asked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The three exchanged knowing glances, and one of them leaned in, whispering, "Zhu Ying is a rare beauty, not only gifted in her cultivation, but also kind-hearted. She is often compared with Su Meyer of the Carefree Valley, both being exceptional talents. At merely 16, she has already reached the pinnacle of the 9-star martial general realm. Countless admirers seek her favor. Alas, to encounter her would indeed be a life-altering experience. Chen Xiao stood by, his expression somewhat bemused. It seemed Zhu Ying shared a reputation equal to that of Su Meyer, explaining the fervor displayed by the two men earlier. However, he couldn't help but wonder how the trio would react if they knew that both of these gems had already consented to become his wives. Ah, I see. Chen Xiao exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of realization. But what exactly is this demon-slaying trial? It appears that the young man is indeed not a local, for he seems unaware of the demon-slaying trial held by the Wind Thunder Pavilion. In truth, this trial serves as a rite of passage for the disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. The term demon refers to the beasts of the wilderness. Although this area lies between the Tianwu Kingdom and the Tianli Kingdom, it is adjacent to the Beast Forest, which unleashes its ferocious inhabitants annually at this time. These creatures must be eradicated, giving rise to the demon-slaying trial. To encourage participation among their disciples, the Wind Thunder Pavilion frequently offers valuable rewards, prompting speculation about who will emerge victorious. After explaining this to Chen Xiao, the man across from him casually drank a cup of wine. A look of realization washed over Chen Xiao's face. No wonder he had encountered Zhu Ying and Su Meyer entering the Beast Mountain range not long ago. It seems they were likely honing their skills for this very trial. However, this revelation left Chen Xiao at a loss, as he had hoped to seek Zhu Ying's assistance in procuring a holy maiden fruit. With her absent, how could she help him? The group of disciples had only departed 2 days prior, and the trial lasts a full month. Chen Xiao could not afford to wait idly for such a duration. Thus, he was left with no choice but to rely on his own abilities. Frowning slightly, Chen Xiao ceased his conversation, stood up, and departed. The three men, witnessing his exit, felt relieved rather than offended, and soon broke into smiles as they divided the pile of gold coins he had left behind. As for Chen Xiao's inquiries, they had no interest in speculating about them, for they did not concern them. Bidding farewell to the trio, Chen Xiao wandered the streets alone, absorbing the local culture while silently noting the surrounding environment and facilities. Wind Thunder City was vast, housing millions of residents, a figure intentionally constrained. Otherwise, it would have surpassed 10 million. After nearly 5 days of exploration, Chen Xiao had familiarized himself with the city's layout and the distribution of various powers, at least enough to no longer feel entirely lost. In his room, Chen Xiao stood beside a table, intently studying a complex map. This map, crafted from his own explorations, though not artistically refined, was sufficient to serve its purpose. The map was clearly marked, even indicating obscure alleyways seldom traversed by others. The most prominent feature on the map was the Wind Thunder Manor, located to the east. This manor housed the outer disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion and those stationed for guard duty. Others resided nearly 100 miles away at the main sect of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, only visiting when necessary. Chen Xiao had visited the Wind Thunder Manor, albeit from a distance, as entry was strictly prohibited. Anyone attempting to enter would be promptly expelled. He had sensed powerful auras of martial sovereigns emanating from within, indicating the presence of formidable experts, making the risk of a covert infiltration rather high. Fortunately, during these past few days, after consuming a considerable amount of medicinal pills, his cultivation had finally advanced to the initial stage of a 1-star martial king, significantly enhancing his strength. Beyond these developments, Chen Xiao had also acquired another piece of information through subtle inquiries. The Holy Maiden fruit indeed existed within Wind Thunder City, specifically within the Wind Thunder Manor. The manor was built against a steep mountain, nearly 2,000 meters high, resembling a sharp blade thrusting beside Wind Thunder City, contrasting starkly with the distant peaks housing the Wind Thunder Pavilion. The summit of this mountain was crowned with a towering snow peak, a peculiar sight given the region's warm climate. Yet, due to unique climatic conditions, snow blanketed the summit year-round, housing a millennia-old heavenly pool, teeming with abundant spiritual energy. The trees bearing the Holy Maiden fruit flourished near this pool, explaining the choice of location for the manor, likely linked to the fruit's presence. This information had been gleaned from the disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, who openly discussed the Holy Maiden fruit, as it was not in high demand, even if disclosed. It posed no threat. Each year, the higher echelons of the Wind Thunder Pavilion dispatched individuals to collect the fruits, ensuring they never reached the outside world. Thus, Chen Xiao could easily gather such intelligence. Feeling a sense of relief, he realized that if obtaining the fruit required a visit to the Heavenly Thunder Pavilion, he might lack the confidence. However, since it resided within the Wind Thunder Manor, numerous strategies could be devised. With a clearer understanding of the situation, Chen Xiao silently stored the map in his system's backpack and stepped outside. In the heart of Wind Thunder City, he paused before a towering 9-story structure known as the Pill Tower, which also had a branch in the city. To bolster his confidence, Chen Xiao decided to verify his status as a 6th-rank alchemist. The Pill Tower bustled with activity, accommodating the numerous cultivators in the area, and its branch boasted a greater variety of medicinal pills and alchemists, including the branch leader, who had attained the rank of intermediate 4th-rank alchemist. Upon entering the Pill Tower's hall, a young maid dressed in green approached Chen Xiao with a respectful bow, inquiring, "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? Please lead me to your alchemist. I wish to participate in the alchemist qualification assessment," Chen Xiao replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the maid's demeanor grew even more respectful, and she nodded, "Please follow me." She guided Chen Xiao toward a reception room at the back of the hall, while another maid was dispatched to summon the official in charge of the alchemist assessments. Not long after Chen Xiao entered the reception room, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly and a goatee entered, dressed in a gray long robe emblazoned with a silver alchemical furnace, the emblem of an alchemist. He scanned the room and, upon noticing only Chen Xiao and the maid present, exhibited a hint of surprise. He then addressed Chen Xiao, "Young brother, are you here for the alchemist qualification certification?" "Indeed," Chen Xiao affirmed with a nod, rising from his seat. Seeing Chen Xiao's confirmation, the middle-aged man's surprise deepened. The youth appeared no older than 15 or 16, yet he sought certification not as an apprentice, but as a qualified alchemist, an impressive feat that implied Chen Xiao was capable of refining first-grade pills. Remarkable. To achieve such a status at such a young age is indeed commendable. You wish to refine first-grade pills, then? Follow me, the middle-aged man stated, turning to leave. However, Chen Xiao awkwardly remained in place, clarifying, "I am here for the 4th-rank alchemist qualification certification." "Oh, so you seek to be an alchemist apprentice?" The man's eyes flickered with disappointment, yet he maintained a cordial demeanor, nodding in understanding. Realizing that the man was not inclined to further speculate, Chen Xiao confidently stated, "I wish to participate in the 4th-rank alchemist qualification assessment. I would appreciate your assistance in arranging this." The mention of 4th-rank alchemist caused the middle-aged man to whirl around, his eyes wide with disbelief, his expression comically astonished. "Indeed, this is my identity badge. I kindly request you to make the necessary arrangements." Chen Xiao, feeling helpless, nodded and presented the identity badge he had received after passing the assessment in Chinyong town. This badge, through a unique method, recorded all of Chen Xiao's information, including his likeness, making it impossible for anyone to forge it. Generally, no one dared to commit such a deception, given that he had presented his identity badge. It was nearly impossible for Chen Xiao's identity to be false, which caused the middle-aged man to instinctively rub his eyes, thinking he had misheard. After all, even he was merely a 2nd-tier alchemist, yet Chen Xiao had already attained the status of a 3rd-tier alchemist and was currently undergoing the examination for a 4th-tier alchemist, which felt exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, the assessment for a 4th-tier alchemist was beyond the purview of a mere 2nd-tier alchemist like himself. Immediately, his attitude shifted, and he spoke with increased deference to Chen Xiao, saying, "Young friend, please wait a moment. The qualification assessment for a 4th-tier alchemist requires the president to preside personally. I shall fetch him at once." With that, the middle-aged man hurriedly exited the room, his footsteps fading away. Chen Xiao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and ultimately sat back down in his chair, waiting in silence. The attendant beside him, her mouth agape and face frozen in astonishment, gazed at Chen Xiao. As a servant of the Alchemist Guild, she was acutely aware of the stringent hierarchy among alchemists. Wasn't the president merely a 4th-tier alchemist as well? How could this seemingly youthful boy stand on par with the esteemed president? It was simply too incredulous. Yet, if they knew that Chen Xiao had opted to simplify his explanation by stating he was undergoing the assessment for a 4th-tier alchemist rather than a 6th-tier one, what expressions would they wear then? After a while, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside once more. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his silver hair contrasting with his bright, piercing eyes, led the way into the room. Following him were 3 alchemists, one of whom was the middle-aged man who had just departed. The elderly man, evidently the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, fixed his gaze on Chen Xiao, revealing a look of surprise. He had harbored some doubts upon hearing about Chen Xiao, but upon seeing him in person, he was indeed very young. "Is it the young friend who requires the assessment for the qualification of a 4th-tier alchemist?" the elder inquired with a kind smile, stepping forward to stand in front of Chen Xiao. The individuals behind him scrutinized Chen Xiao, their expressions shifting in uncertainty. However, Chen Xiao paid little mind to their skepticism and merely smiled and nodded at the elder, saying, "Indeed, that would be me. I hope the president can make the necessary arrangements." Ah, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. When I was your age, I had just embarked on the path of alchemy, the elder exclaimed, gesturing for Chen Xiao to follow him. With that, he turned and led the way outside. Ascending the left staircase, the group proceeded to the third floor, stopping before a refining room. As the door swung open, they entered, and the president of the Alchemist Guild began to explain. The assessment for a fourth-tier alchemist is somewhat more complex, as it signifies that you have reached the intermediate level. The process of your alchemy will be recorded by an array for future reference. Absolutely, Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. The guild president smiled and instructed the others to prepare. Then turned to Chen Xiao and said, "Next, you need only refine any fourth-tier elixir of your choosing. We will supervise from the sidelines, and if everything proceeds smoothly, you may commence." Chen Xiao had no objections to this. Once the others had set up the so-called recording array, he took a moment to inspect it before settling cross-legged beside the alchemical furnace at the center of the refining room. He then waved his hand to produce dozens of medicinal materials, arranging them before him. As the materials were laid out, one alchemist, who had been quietly waiting, approached to inspect them, nodding in acknowledgement to the guild president afterward. This precaution was taken to prevent anyone from attempting to use higher-grade materials to deceive the assessment. For certain rare materials could artificially elevate the quality of the elixir, albeit at a high cost. Once everything was confirmed, Chen Xiao began his refining process. With a sweeping motion, he cast all the materials into the furnace while the flame was still vigorous. He then began to form intricate hand seals, channeling streams of true energy into the furnace to control the purification of the materials and the intensity of the flames. Onlookers were left in a state of shock, as Chen Xiao had just thrown over 20 different materials into the furnace all at once. Did he not realize that these materials needed to be purified before use? Or did he believe he could manage the simultaneous control of over 20 materials with varying flame intensities? The mere thought was preposterous. "President, can you purify over 20 materials at once?" asked a rather rotund middle-aged alchemist, an involuntary question escaping his lips. "While I could manage 2 or 3 at most, purifying more than 20 is beyond my capabilities. Even a martial emperor would struggle with such a feat. The demands on mental acuity are simply too high. A single misstep could ruin an entire batch of elixirs. I wonder if this young man truly possesses such skill." The guild president spoke in a hushed tone, ensuring that those nearby could hear without disturbing Chen Xiao's work. Chen Xiao, however, was acutely aware of their discussions, as he was not exerting his full capacity in the refining process. He had entrusted the task of alchemy to the supreme upgrading system, sparing himself the burden of worry. Had it not been for the presence of 3 observers, he might have reclined to rest, utterly unconcerned. Bored, he closed his eyes and silently refined the purity of his true energy. As time passed, Chen Xiao's true energy not only improved in quality, but also benefited his meridians, which became more resilient, allowing for a greater volume of true energy. Although he had yet to validate this, he was aware from various texts that his current true energy exceeded that of others at the same level, perhaps by nearly a factor of 2. While Chen Xiao engaged in his silent cultivation, the unfortunate alchemist could only watch him, occasionally observing as he gestured with his hands in a display of alchemical seals. Minutes slipped away, and before long, nearly an hour had elapsed. The higher the quality of the elixir, the longer the refining process. After this hour, the quality of the elixir in Chen Xiao's furnace was at least at the 3rd-tier standard. Moreover, as a fragrant aroma began to permeate the room, the expressions of the observing alchemists shifted to astonishment. The elixir had begun to coalesce. This indicated that Chen Xiao had indeed managed to simultaneously purify over 20 materials and was on the verge of crafting an elixir. Even if the elixir turned out to be the lowest grade among 4th-tier elixirs, it was still an astonishing feat. After another brief interval, Chen Xiao, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Rise." As his words fell, the furnace opened, and 6 glistening elixirs soared from within, guided by Chen Xiao's true energy into a porcelain vial in his hand. The rich aroma intensified tenfold, causing the eyes of the surrounding alchemists to widen as they hurriedly gathered closer. Chen Xiao presented the elixirs to the president for inspection while he stood aside, observing quietly. "Goodness, these are indeed top-tier elixirs of the 4th-tier rejuvenation variety," the president exclaimed, his voice slightly hoarse. This elixir was a true test of an alchemist's skill and technique. Even he could not currently produce such a quality. The others also recognized the significance, particularly noting the elixir's perfect roundness and clarity, accompanied by a fragrant bouquet that clearly indicated their superior quality. "Chen Xiao, you have successfully passed the assessment for a 4th-rank alchemist, and your profound alchemical skills truly leave me feeling quite humbled. Nonetheless, I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. It is indeed a momentous occasion." The Alchemy Guild president cheerfully approached Chen Xiao, and the gazes of the others shifted significantly towards him. A fourth-rank alchemist holds a status comparable to that of a martial king. I intend to further evaluate your qualifications as a fifth-rank alchemist. Is that acceptable? Chen Xiao blinked and spoke directly. The Alchemy Guild president was momentarily taken aback, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to say. The others were equally astonished, never having anticipated that Chen Xiao would make such a request. After a long pause, the president murmured, "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious." Chen Xiao smiled and nodded, secretly amused by their reactions. Fortunately, there was no need for extensive explanations, and soon someone began to save the previously recorded footage while rearranging a new formation, allowing Chen Xiao to commence alchemy once again. Chapter 82. Embarrassment. Having been mentally prepared from the first attempt, Chen Xiao once again tossed over 20 types of medicinal herbs into the alchemical furnace during the second attempt. The crowd did not exhibit extreme shock this time, but the twitching of their lips was unavoidable. After more than an hour, Chen Xiao retrieved 6 fragrant pills from the furnace, astonishing everyone yet again. Chen Xiao had indeed succeeded in refining fifth-rank pills, and remarkably, 3 of them were of the superior grade, while the remaining 3 were of medium quality. This demonstrated that Chen Xiao's success rate in refining fifth-rank pills was exceptionally high. At this moment, the gazes of all present, including the guild president, towards Chen Xiao transformed entirely. A fifth-rank alchemist possesses a status that rivals the powerful martial emperor realm. Once a fifth-rank alchemist steps forth to make a proclamation, they could easily attract several martial emperors as followers. Of course, these followers are not bound by master-servant relationships, but rather resemble an employment arrangement. Alchemists typically do not possess formidable personal strength, and should they encounter a reckless individual intent on violence, they would find themselves in dire straits. Hence, many alchemists prefer to recruit powerful individuals to accompany them for protection. In exchange, the alchemist provides various pills for these martial emperor followers, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship. This phenomenon is quite common in the Fengyue continent. While it is rather peculiar for someone like Chen Xiao, who clearly possesses the abilities of a fifth-rank alchemist, to roam about alone without any followers, especially when he bears the cultivation of a martial king. Upon pondering this, everyone collectively gasped in shock, particularly the Alchemy Guild president, who had just reviewed Chen Xiao's profile, noted that it explicitly stated he was only 16 years old this year. At just 16, he had already reached the first star of the martial king realm. Even among the talents of the Confronting Pavilion, few had achieved such a feat. What was even more astonishing was that this individual was not only a young martial king, but also a fifth-rank alchemist. Such a combination was indeed remarkable and could rightfully be described as monstrous. The crowd felt a twinge of pain in their jaws, but found themselves at a loss for words. After finally completing Chen Xiao's formalities, the vice president immediately turned to say, "Do not casually leak the events that have transpired here, otherwise, that young lad may encounter trouble. Furthermore, I need to report this matter. The emergence of such a talented alchemist in Fenglei City will undoubtedly attract the attention of the headquarters." Upon hearing this, those nearby displayed expressions of envy. The vice president referred to the headquarters of the Alchemy Guild, situated at the central region of the Fengyue continent, which serves as the core of authority for the entire Alchemy Guild. Should a gifted talent be recommended there, their future accomplishments would be something they could only look up to with admiration. Naturally, they felt a pang of envy. However, Chen Xiao remained oblivious to their intentions and had no desire to know. His objectives had already been fulfilled. Originally, Chen Xiao had intended to directly certify himself as a sixth-rank alchemist, but sensing something amiss, and due to his penchant for leaving room for maneuver, he decided against it. Nevertheless, even attaining the status of a fifth-rank alchemist was equivalent to standing on par with a martial emperor, allowing him at least an equal footing in dialogue with the Fenglei Pavilion. To be prudent, Chen Xiao spent 5 more days refining a substantial number of third- and fourth-rank pills. As for fifth-rank pills, he refrained from recklessly attempting to produce them. The process of refining these pills consumed 5 whole days of Chen Xiao's time, yet the rewards were significant. Selling these pills garnered nearly 2 million gold coins, a sum that stirred even Chen Xiao's heart. Indeed, the profession of an alchemist is not only one that consumes wealth, but also one that can yield great profits. The reason for preparing 2 million gold coins was, of course, to facilitate the upcoming negotiations. Whom would he negotiate with? Naturally, it was the Fenglei Mountain Manor. At the foot of Fenglei Mountain, the source of a lake meandered from the distant mountains, with a gentle mist enveloping the manor, giving it an ethereal quality. Even before approaching, one could feel a notable increase in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air. The scenery was replete with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a truly splendid place. Even Chen Xiao could not help but silently commend it. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a vast stone staircase, 5 meters wide, wound its way upward, accompanied by a massive stone monument engraved with the 4 characters Fenglei Mountain Manor in a dramatic and graceful script. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Chen Xiao was immediately reminded of the plaque at the city gate of Fenglei City. The artistic essence emanating from both was strikingly similar, clearly crafted by the same hand. Halt! This is the forbidden area of Fenglei City. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. 2 young men clad in white shirts, wielding swords, approached with disdainful gazes fixed on Chen Xiao, their tone unfriendly. Chen Xiao slightly furrowed his brow, but still spoke. I am Chen Xiao, seeking an audience with the elder of Fenglei Mountain Manor. The elder Chen Xiao mentioned was, of course, a powerful martial emperor guarding this locale. The 2 men were momentarily taken aback. One of them fixed his gaze on Chen Xiao, realizing he could not discern the latter's cultivation level, and frowned, hesitating to inquire. Which sect do you belong to? I belong to none, Chen Xiao replied candidly. None. Do you think our elder at Fenglei Pavilion can be seen by just anyone? Leave here at once, or do not blame us for being rude. As he spoke, the 2 began to channel their energy, clearly indicating they were prepared to resort to violence at a moment's notice. Chen Xiao found their arrogance amusing. He never expected that these 2 would be too lazy even to relay his message. I am a 5th-rank alchemist, here to pay my respects to your esteemed elder. Please convey my request. Chen Xiao's expression darkened. A 5th-rank alchemist? The 2 guards' expressions stiffened instantly. If he were indeed a 5th-rank alchemist, offending him might bring them misfortune. However, looking at Chen Xiao's youthful visage, they exchanged doubtful glances. Could there truly be a 5th-rank alchemist so young? Humph, little brat, you'd best get lost. This is not a place for you. Do you even realize how old you are? You're a 5th-rank alchemist? I am a 7th-rank alchemist. One of the guards finally spoke, his expression equally dark. It was not that the 2 were underestimating others. Rather, no alchemist had ever reached such a level at this age. Such a feat had never occurred. Instinctively, they regarded Chen Xiao as someone attempting to mock them. Chen Xiao's smile gradually faded. As the guards noticed Chen Xiao's reluctance to leave, one stepped forward and placed a hand on Chen Xiao's shoulder, intending to push him away. However, Chen Xiao's expression suddenly shifted. His right hand shot forward like lightning, striking the guard's shoulder before he could touch him. Chapter 83. Underestimating others immediately. Ding. System notification. The host has successfully defeated a 3rd-star martial artist, earning 500 experience points and 20 gold coins. Boom. The guard was violently thrown against the nearby bluestone steps, blood trickling from his mouth, his face instantly turning ashen. The other guard stood agape, utterly stunned. The audacity to attack them, members of the Stormwind Pavilion, within Stormwind City. Did Chen Xiao not fear death? Intruder, we're under attack. The guard shouted, summoning his comrades. As if on cue, a throng of figures emerged from all directions, at least a dozen, judging by their attire. All disciples of the Stormwind Pavilion. Each brandished a long sword, their gazes fixed menacingly on Chen Xiao, their collective aura poised to strike at the slightest provocation. Careful, he's at least a peak martial general. The guard who had cried out warned, finding some semblance of composure in the arrival of his fellow disciples. How disappointing. Chen Xiao muttered, his brow furrowed. He had initially intended to pay a visit, to extend an olive branch before resorting to force, hoping to procure the holy maiden fruit peacefully. But now, it seemed highly improbable. He had no desire to linger with these individuals. Even if Zhu Ying belonged to this sect, Chen Xiao remained unconcerned. The highest cultivation among them was a mere 2-star martial general, hardly capable of hindering him. Just as Chen Xiao was about to depart, a deep voice echoed, "What is the meaning of this?" Upon hearing the voice, the Stormwind Pavilion disciples, poised to attack, froze, turning respectfully towards the steps behind them. "Greetings, elder son." A stern-faced middle-aged man descended the steps, his keen eyes, gleaming with shrewdness, landing on Chen Xiao. His brow slightly furrowed. Accompanying elder son was an acquaintance of Chen Xiao's, causing him to halt his departure. "Oh, Chen, my friend, what brings you here?" It was the voice of the guild master of the Stormwind City Pill Tower branch. Indeed, accompanying elder son was none other than the guild master, who happened to be in the area on business. Elder son was seeing him off when they stumbled upon this commotion. "Greetings, guild master," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, his gaze shifting to the stern-faced, middle-aged man. The 2 disciples who had initially blocked Chen Xiao, upon hearing the exchange between Chen Xiao and the Pill Tower Guildmaster, turned ashen. Chen Xiao knew the Pill Tower Guildmaster, and seemed to be on friendly terms with him. Could it be that Chen Xiao wasn't lying, and was indeed a 5th-grade alchemist? If that were the case, The two dared not dwell further, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The other Stormwind Pavilion disciples who had rushed to surround Chen Xiao exchanged uneasy glances, their gazes settling on the disciples still sprawled on the ground, seemingly questioning the situation. The stern-faced middle-aged man also paused, his gaze sweeping over the fallen disciple, his expression darkening slightly. He then turned to the Pill Tower Guild Master, his brow furrowed. "Brother Lu, do you know this young man?" "Indeed, I do. This young man is named Chen Xiao, and his alchemy skills are nothing short of divine. He has already advanced to the realm of a 5th-grade intermediate alchemist, and even I am filled with admiration." Guildmaster Lu introduced Chen Xiao with a smile, stepping forward and adding, "This is Elder Sun, the executive elder of the Stormwind Pavilion stationed at Stormwind Mountain Manor. It seems you've had a disagreement? What happened?" "Executive elder?" Chen Xiao's brow arched, the system instantly revealing the other's cultivation, an 8-star martial king. This was a considerable power in Stormwind City. For him to personally accompany the Guildmaster, it was likely due to Guildmaster Lu's status as a 4th-grade alchemist. A 5th-grade alchemist? Everyone's gaze towards Chen Xiao shifted, including that of the previously stern and aloof Elder Sun, who was visibly moved upon learning of Chen Xiao's status as a 5th-grade alchemist. Even the Pill Tower Guildmaster stationed in Stormwind City was only a 4th-grade alchemist. This young man, who appeared to be no more than 15 or 16, was actually a 5th-grade alchemist? Or was he perhaps an old monster with a youthful visage? After all, some individuals were known to cherish their appearance, employing special methods to maintain their youth. Despite his inner doubts, Elder Sun made a swift decision. He could not afford to offend a 5th-grade alchemist, at least not lightly. Thus, he turned sharply towards the disciple on the ground, his face pale, and scolded, "What is the meaning of this? Is this how you treat guests when you're stationed here?" With these words, he brushed aside the matter of Chen Xiao injuring a Stormwind Pavilion disciple, clearly unwilling to pursue the matter further. The disciple, understanding this, turned even paler, but struggled to his feet and replied respectfully, "Disciple is at fault." Disciple mistakenly believed this. This alchemist was an impostor causing trouble and attempted to drive him away. He trailed off, but everyone understood what had transpired. The others exchanged meaningful glances, their eyes questioning the disciple's actions. The other disciple who had also tried to stop Chen Xiao stood silently, his expression shifting, his head bowed low, seemingly fearing Chen Xiao would suddenly seek retribution. "You too, go to Snow Peak and reflect on your actions for a month," Elder Sun said calmly, his gaze shifting to Chen Xiao. "The disciples below lack manners. I hope you won't take offense, young friend. Since you and Brother Lu are friends, you are naturally a friend of mine as well. Everyone else, disperse." With Elder Sun's wave, the others quickly seized the opportunity to leave. Only the 2 guards remained, standing up with relief and bowing to Elder Sunday. "Thank you for your leniency, Elder." They then bowed to Chen Xiao. "We apologize for our previous offenses, and hope you will overlook our transgressions." Seeing that Chen Xiao did not react, the 2 exchanged glances before hurrying towards the steps, clearly heading to Snow Peak to reflect on their actions. Chen Xiao, anticipating this, glanced upwards, but still could not see the summit of the mountain range. "Young friend, what brings you to Stormwind Mountain Manor?" Elder Sun stepped forward, standing opposite Chen Xiao and asking with a smile. Chen Xiao had initially intended to leave, but since Guildmaster Lu was present and Elder Sun's attitude was relatively amicable, Chen Xiao decided to be patient and returned the greeting with a respectful bow. "I have come with a minor request, to purchase something from your esteemed pavilion." "Oh, what is it? Please, tell me," Elder Sun asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. The Stormwind Pavilion neither refined pills nor crafted formations. Aside from the natural treasures collected by its disciples, it rarely sold anything. Chen Xiao's direct request to purchase something indicated that he knew they possessed what he sought. This piqued Elder Sun's curiosity. What could it be that would warrant a 5th-grade alchemist's personal visit? "In that case, I shall be frank. I have heard that the Stormwind Pavilion possesses a holy maiden fruit tree, which blossoms and bears fruit annually. I am currently developing a new type of pill, which may require a small quantity of holy maiden fruit. Therefore, I have taken the liberty of requesting a purchase. I wonder if your esteemed pavilion would be willing to part with some?" "Of course, price is no object," Chen Xiao stated earnestly. However, upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Elder Sun's brow furrowed, and he stared at Chen Xiao in surprise. Even Guildmaster Lu was taken aback. Neither had expected Chen Xiao to be after this particular item. President Lu was somewhat intrigued by Chen Xiao's intentions for using the cherry tomato to concoct a potion. Given Chen Xiao's level of cultivation, it was evident that he would not embark on a futile endeavor. However, the matter of an alchemist formulating their own prescription was a deeply personal affair, making it inappropriate for him to inquire further. In contrast to Lu's curiosity, Elder Sun was left speechless. not having anticipated that Chen Xiao's interest lay in the seemingly inconsequential cherry tomato. While the fruit was indeed flavorful and brimming with spiritual energy, its essence was no more than that of a fourth-tier elixir. Its high grade was solely attributed to the arduous conditions under which it thrived, and it could only be refined into a potion that improved skin texture. As a robust man, he would hardly concern himself with such trivialities. Yet the headquarters of the Wind Thunder Pavilion annually transported the 9 ripe cherry tomatoes picked from the trees. Thus, Chen Xiao's request to purchase the cherry tomatoes was nearly an impossibility. Although the Wind Thunder Pavilion did not overly regard fifth-tier alchemists, they were not keen on offending them lightly, and given the nature of this matter, he had no authority to make a decision. Furrowing his brows, he said, "To be frank, our Wind Thunder Pavilion does not sell cherry tomatoes externally. You may be disappointed in your quest. However, I can take you to meet Elder San, who is one of the top 3 influential elders of our pavilion and oversees the entire Wind Thunder City. You may wish to try your luck there." "Haha. Thank you, Brother Sun." President Lu chuckled, expressing his gratitude to Elder Sunday. Chen Xiao immediately understood that the favor was extended due to Lu's standing, coupled with his own identity as a fifth-tier alchemist. With this thought, Chen Xiao thanked both men and followed Elder Sun as they ascended the steps once more. Although Lu had initially intended to depart, he reconsidered, wishing to forge a closer bond with Chen Xiao, and thus accompanied them. Thus, the trio swiftly made their way to the mountainside. The mountain peak, when viewed from a distance, resembled a soaring sword, yet halfway up, one found an expanse of empty flatlands, as if cleaved by unseen hands. Scattered across these grounds were exquisite palatial structures, with occasional glimpses of disciples traversing between the buildings. Turning to glance back, a thin veil of mist enveloped the steps, giving the sensation of being afloat among the clouds, a truly enchanting experience. "The scenery here is indeed splendid," Chen Xiao exclaimed sincerely. Elder Sun's face lit up with pride as he laughed heartily. "The beauty of this place is unparalleled, especially during sunrise and sunset when the sky is painted with vibrant hues, a rare sight to behold. The founding ancestor chose this location for Wind Thunder City precisely for this reason." "How fascinating," Chen Xiao chuckled, casting another glance upward, though the peak remained elusive. It appeared that no paths led further, suggesting it was uninhabited. The trio continued along the bluestone path until they reached a vast palace complex, where they finally halted. Chen Xiao surveyed the area, which spanned at least 10,000 square meters, feeling a twinge of astonishment. This palace complex was even more impressive than the towering city walls of Wind Thunder City he had first encountered. After all, this grand structure was situated nearly 1,000 meters above the city below. Merely transporting the materials required for construction must have been a daunting task, let alone erecting such a massive complex. Thankfully, the warriors possessed remarkable strength, or else such an endeavor would have been utterly unfeasible. "Please follow me," Elder Sun urged as he stepped through the grand entrance of the palace, leading the way inside. Chen Xiao and President Lu trailed behind, navigating the winding pathways until they eventually arrived at a spacious hall after nearly a tea's worth of time. "Please wait here. I will summon Elder San," Elder Sun said before departing. Inside the hall, attendants promptly served fragrant tea, but Chen Xiao refrained from accepting it casually, while President Lu savored a cup with delight. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and shortly thereafter, Elder Sun returned, accompanied by an elderly man with a youthful demeanor. The old man appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any discernible aura of spiritual energy. However, Chen Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. According to the Supreme Upgrade System's alerts, this elder was, in fact, a formidable presence at the 3-star Martial Emperor level. It was no wonder he held a position as Elder San in a prestigious sect like Wind Thunder Pavilion. Such formidable cultivation was surely his greatest asset. Upon the elder's entrance, Lu, the Alchemist president, immediately rose, his expression slightly nervous, and addressed him. "I am Lu Tianxua, the vice president of the Alchemy Division of Wind Thunder City. It is an honor to meet you, Elder Ding." The elder's gaze settled upon Lu, and with a warm smile, he nodded, then turned to Chen Xiao, who had also risen. Chen Xiao offered a slight bow. "I am Chen Xiao. It is a pleasure to meet you, Elder Ding." Elder Ding returned the gesture with a smile, and after a moment, remarked, "Young brother, your presence exudes an extraordinary aura. At such a young age, you have already attained the rank of 5th-tier alchemist." While the words seemed complimentary, Chen Xiao discerned that it was merely a casual acknowledgement devoid of any deeper sentiment or indication of approval. However, considering the vast power of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, they had no reason to fear a 5th-tier alchemist, especially with his own 3-star Martial Emperor cultivation. rendering Chen Xiao's one-star martial king status inconsequential. The mere act of engaging with Chen Xiao was already a generous gesture. Elder Ding, you are too modest. I trust that Elder Sun has informed you of my purpose in visiting? Chen Xiao's gaze fixed on Elder Ding, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Elder Ding's smile persisted, yet he gently shook his head and waved his hand. Although the cherry tomato is not particularly precious, I cannot grant your request. It is a reserved item designated by our pavilion master. Even our disciples are unable to obtain it. I must sincerely apologize. With a light-hearted dismissal, he deftly absolved himself of responsibility, leaving Chen Xiao speechless and unable to voice any reproach. The regulations are set by our sect leader. If you are truly intent on acquiring them, you would do well to approach our sect leader directly. Seeking me would be fruitless, as I lack the authority to grant your request. President Liu understood the implications, his mouth opening slightly, but ultimately refraining from further comment. Recognizing that this matter was not one he could easily involve himself in, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed momentarily before he regained his composure. A faint look of disappointment gracing his features as he said, I see. Since your esteemed sect is unwilling, I have no grounds to insist. I apologize for intruding upon your time. Not at all. It has been quite some time since I have had the opportunity to mingle. A little activity is quite welcome. Elder Ding replied jovially, as if the prior refusal had never occurred. Chen Xiao glanced around before continuing. In truth, my visit was twofold. Firstly, regarding the cherry tomatoes, which, given the circumstances, will regrettably remain unfulfilled. Secondly, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of Zhu Yinxian. I consider her an old acquaintance. Yet it appears she is not here at the moment. Might you know when she is expected to return? Ah, you know that girl Zhuyin? Elder Ding raised an eyebrow, surprised at Chen Xiao's revelation. Indeed, we met unexpectedly in the Demon Beast mountain range. She even invited me to visit the Wind Thunder Pavilion. So I took the opportunity to come and see her, Chen Xiao replied. Chen Xiaola explained cheerfully that, as for the process of how he got to know the matter, it was naturally something he could not disclose. Upon hearing Chen Xiaola's words and considering his identity and cultivation level, the two elders gradually set aside their initial wariness. Realizing that his acquaintance with Zhu Ying was likely genuine, they speculated that perhaps his pretext of seeking the Saintus fruit was merely a guise to gather information about Zhu Ying. With this thought, their guard lowered significantly. Elder Sun, with a jovial expression, remarked, that girl Zhu Ying has gone off to participate in the trials, and she likely won't return anytime soon, so you may be disappointed. However, I can certainly convey your message. Regrettably, Chen Xiaola's face manifested a hint of disappointment as he replied, in a couple of days. I must return to the imperial capital of Tianwu Kingdom for some matters. It seems I won't have the chance to see her. Please do let her know that if I have the opportunity in a few months, I will come to visit her. Certainly. Elder Sun nodded enthusiastically, though what he truly thought remained a mystery. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Xiaola finally stood to take his leave. Elder Sun accompanied them to the steps leading down the mountain before delegating 2 disciples to escort them further, while he himself returned to the hall. Third senior brother, what is your opinion of Chen Xiaola? Elder Sun inquired with a smile as he re-entered the hall. His talent rivals that of Zhu Ying. His alchemical skills are likely extraordinary as well, marking him as a rare genius. It's a pity, though, that someone of his age has already reached such heights in cultivation. He must belong to a sect. I believe he has come primarily for that child Zhu Ying. It's true that heroes often falter in the presence of beauty. Elder Ding chuckled and shook his head, a sentiment shared by Elder Sunday. Meanwhile, as Chen Xiaola descended the mountain, he felt a sense of contentment. His earlier statement about wanting to visit Zhu Ying was merely a playful jest, a way to tease her for leaving without a word. It also served to allay the suspicions of the 2 elders, laying a foundation for his forthcoming plans. Had Zhu Ying's Saintus fruit attracted any attention, he would have been the first to be suspected. Now, however, that seemed less likely. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, although President Liu once again invited Chen Xiaola to visit the Dan Tower, he declined under the pretense of pressing matters. At the Fenglei Inn, Chen Xiaola sat cross-legged on the bed, refining the elixir he had just consumed while browsing the items available for exchange within his system. Over time, he had accumulated nearly 8,000 gold coins, but with no immediate needs, he had refrained from making any exchanges. However, the Saintus fruit was now a necessity. Even if it were outright refused, he would find a way to procure it, perhaps through theft or coercion, although such actions might seem morally questionable. Chen Xiaola felt compelled to act, unwilling to watch Qianlong languish without the ability to cultivate, slowly fading away before his eyes. Moreover, the Saintus fruit bore fruit annually. He merely sought to borrow a few, which would not significantly impact the overall yield. Yet, The fruit was located atop a nearly 2,000-meter-high snow-capped peak. The prospect of stealthily infiltrating from the base of Fonglei Mountain was virtually impossible. His current techniques for concealing his presence might not suffice to evade the detection of even a 3-star martial emperor. Since a ground approach was unfeasible, perhaps he could ascend from the sky? As a modern individual, Chen Xiao had ample experience with aerial transportation, and his thought processes were far bolder than those of the locals. However, after searching through the supremacy upgrade system, he found no aircraft or similar technological marvels available for exchange, indicating that such items were beyond the realm of this world. Instead, he encountered several sky vessels and flying shuttles, yet their exorbitant prices, often thousands of gold coins, rendered them impractical due to their unwieldy size, making stealthy approaches nearly impossible. Chapter 86. The ingenious Chen Xiao of paramount importance was the fact that once a martial artist reached the martial emperor realm, they could harness their inner true energy to soar through the skies at incredible speeds. Should Chen Xiao ascend openly, he would likely be intercepted and eliminated by the third elder of Confronting the Pavilion before he even touched down. Thus, wary of his adversary, Chen Xiao could only choose to approach quietly and leave just as discreetly. While this may seem cumbersome and perhaps unrealistic to many, Chen Xiao was not prepared to give up easily. He intended to at least make an attempt. It appeared that his hopes of directly exchanging for flying apparatuses had been dashed. In a state of resignation, he abandoned the notion of acquiring flight tools through the system. If I cannot exchange for one, I shall simply create my own, Chen Xiao muttered irritably, furrowing his brow. As a formerly skilled technophile, Chen Xiao possessed exceptional practical abilities, and he was determined to see his plans to fruition. After requesting a supply of writing materials from the innkeeper, he closed the door and set about designing his invention. Rather than aimlessly sketching, he drew upon his memories of designs seen on Earth, and gradually, an outfit reminiscent of a bat began to materialize on the paper before him. What he envisioned resembled a pair of interconnected bat wings, appearing as a fabric with flowing edges. Through careful design and revision, a vivid garment began to take shape. Should anyone from his previous life see it, they would undoubtedly be unfazed, for what he was creating was an extreme sports apparatus. Wingsuit. The wingsuit, also known as a flying squirrel suit, allows for low-altitude flight by utilizing air resistance. Naturally, the original design could not achieve heights of 1,000 or 2,000 meters. So Chen Xiao modified it accordingly, enlarging it from a single-person size to nearly 3 meters and incorporating lightweight skeletal structures akin to those found in kites. Before long, a rudimentary flying device was crafted, leading him to the next phase of fabrication and testing. Chen Xiao diligently noted all required materials and secured the blueprints before stepping outside. This time, he headed directly to the largest trading house nearby, purchasing the necessary items while also acquiring a multitude of various herbs to maintain his cover. Before leaving with confidence, however, he did not return to the inn but instead went straight to the Dan Tower. Inside, he engaged in conversation with Lu Tianxua and others for a while before stating his purpose, easily securing an independent alchemy chamber. Within the chamber, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged, his gaze inspecting the interface of the supremacy upgrade system. Upon discovering the section for forging techniques, a smile crept upon his face. Exchange. Ding. The system prompted. Host has successfully exchanged for basic forging technique. 100 gold coins have been automatically deducted. Ding. Basic forging technique has been automatically learned and is now in use. All right, time to get to work, Chen Xiao murmured, then began extracting a piece of iron from his system's inventory. Utilizing the core fire from the Dan Tower, he commenced the forging process, gradually hammering the iron block. After acquiring the forging technique, Chen Xiao found it remarkably fascinating. Unlike ordinary blacksmithing, the forging methods in this world were uniquely intricate. The technique he was currently learning was among the simplest. As the iron block turned red, Chen Xiao swiftly channeled his true energy, which flowed from his fingertips, effortlessly slicing the heated iron into several evenly sized pieces. He then employed his true energy to mold the iron, shaping it into his desired form with minimal waste. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and beside Chen Xiao was a considerable pile of iron bars, each uniquely shaped and crafted from solid iron blocks. These were essential components for the aircraft he was constructing. The process had been arduous, with numerous failures along the way. Fortunately, through relentless effort, he managed to complete the required items. Once finished, Chen Xiao waved his hand to tidy up the materials before stepping outside. After bidding farewell to Lu Tianxua and others, he returned to the Wind and Thunder Inn. He stayed at the inn for another day, and only on the following morning did he decide to check out. Outside Wind and Thunder City, Chen Xiao glanced back at the colossal structure before mounting his dragon steed and galloping into the distance. As he rode, dust billowed around him. And after covering more than 30 miles, he suddenly turned his horse's head and plunged into the dense forest beside the mountain path, disappearing from sight. He left the dragon steed to continue galloping along the path without further concern for it. Surrounding Wind and Thunder City were several mountain ranges, including the Beast Forest, located several hundred miles away. However, Chen Xiao's destination was not the Beast Forest, but rather a hilly area with hardly any notable mountains nearby. He navigated through the hills and chose a spot with a cave to take refuge. The reason for avoiding the inn was strategic. Should anything be stolen from the Wind and Thunder Manor immediately after his departure, it would raise suspicions. If he had already left, any theft would not be easily traced back to him, allowing him to evade blame. Moreover, he needed a place to test the flying apparatus he had constructed. It would be unwise to conduct such trials within the confines of Wind and Thunder City. Inside a well-cleaned cave, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged. The cave itself measuring 10 meters in width, with visible signs of human excavation on its walls. Above him, a fist-sized moonstone radiated a soft glow. This moonstone, a natural mineral, emitted a bright light comparable to an oil lamp, making it a favored illumination tool among many martial artists. Chen Xiao had purchased a considerable supply to carry in his backpack. Not far away, a campfire crackled, roasting succulent beast meat, while Chen Xiao, on the opposite side of the cave, furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the rudimentary flying device before him. After 3 days of production and adjustments, the makeshift aircraft was finally complete. Chen Xiao took pride in its ability to ascend from lower altitudes to higher ones. With sufficient speed, it could take off, functioning similarly to an aircraft from his previous life. He had also tested its maneuverability in the air. By utilizing his internal energy to create a force to alter its direction, he found that while initially cumbersome, he could now fly perfectly. Importantly, the flight mechanism generated no discernible energy fluctuations, allowing him to soar unnoticed, even above a crowd. Everything was in place, yet he awaited the right moment. Chapter 87. A night raid on Wind and Thunder City. Another 7 days swiftly passed. During this time, Chen Xiao focused on cultivating his internal energy through medicinal pills while refining his skills. With a month and a half gone since the task commenced, he felt a growing urgency, yet he refrained from acting recklessly. One evening, standing outside the cave, he gazed up at the overcast sky, a hint of joy brightening his countenance. After waiting for so long, not only to avoid suspicion from the inhabitants of Wind and Thunder City, but also to seize the right opportunity, it seemed that moment had finally arrived. Having waited patiently, even if something had transpired, he doubted anyone would suspect him. Returning to the cave, he savored a hearty meal of roasted meat. As dusk fell, he ventured into the woods, racing toward the location of Wind and Thunder City. The city was flanked by mountains and bordered by a large lake. Wind and Thunder Manor was situated atop the soaring Sword Peak, approximately 10 miles from the city, along with a forested area that rose several hundred meters high, his intended destination. After about an hour, Chen Xiao arrived at the site. Although darkness had enveloped the surroundings, his cultivation had reached the level of a 1-star martial king, granting him near nocturnal vision, rendering the forest's obstacles negligible. Upon reaching a cliff, he looked up to see the moon obscured by clouds, rendering it impossible to discern anything above. "It is time," he murmured, tossing a moonstone onto a jutting rock at the cliff's edge. Having completed his preparations, he released the rudimentary flying device, expertly donning it and conducting a final safety check. Stepping back, he surged forward, launching himself from the precipice, his internal energy erupting as he propelled himself into the darkness below. Just as he began to plummet into the obscured forest, he deftly pulled several iron wires, causing the apparatus to shift slightly and begin to ascend against the evening breeze. As it climbed higher, it eventually pierced through the clouds, vanishing from sight. In midair, Chen Xiao glanced down at the dark expanse of the forest and then cast his gaze toward the distant mountains. In the dim light, he spotted a flicker of lights far below. That was Wind and Thunder City. This marked his first genuine ascent to several thousand meters, and at such heights. Even as a martial king, a fall would be fatal. Thankfully, the device proved reliable, alleviating his concerns. Soaring through the night sky, he resembled a majestic eagle gliding effortlessly. As he neared Wind and Thunder City, he took his time, circling the area to ensure safety before ascending further into the clouds, disappearing completely from view. At Wind and Thunder Manor, the disciples on patrol were conducting their rounds as usual. Perhaps due to the long absence of incidents, their vigilance had waned, and they merely ensured no outsiders entered. As for the sky, their attention rarely strayed upward. Martial artists could only ascend to such heights with the cultivation of a martial emperor, and should such a powerful figure venture close, the elder in charge would detect them immediately. While they patrolled, they failed to notice a small figure darting through the clouds above. At the snow peak, approximately 1,800 meters above ground, Chen Xiao hovered at 10,000 meters. Gazing down to see the faint glow of lights within Wind and Thunder Manor nestled halfway up the mountain. To his relief, no one had yet discovered his presence. After circling for a moment, he seized an opportune moment and rapidly descended toward the peak. The descent was silent, save for the wind whistling past his ears. Gradually, the snowy landscape came into view, the surrounding air growing increasingly frigid as the pristine white peak loomed closer. Chen Xiao surveyed the area, puzzled by the formation of the snow peak, but now was not the time for such contemplation. He landed softly upon the snowy ground, which, despite the late hour, emitted a soft glow, preventing the surroundings from plunging into complete darkness. After stowing away the makeshift flying device, he raised his eyes to survey the area. The temperature upon the mountain was indeed frigid, and Chen Xiao surmised it must be several degrees below zero. However, for him at present, such temperatures posed no significant challenge. Yet, in his quest to locate the heavenly pool, he remained vigilant. The summit revealed no sign of this fabled pool, nor any trees, presenting instead a barren expanse. It was evident that the sacred fruit could not thrive in such desolation. Chen Xiao then began to approach the steep cliffside below him. As he descended, Chen Xiao moved with utmost caution, his body tense, scarcely daring to make a sound. The snow blanketing the ground was already knee-deep, yet employing his agility. He traversed the snowy surface effortlessly, leaving no trace. After descending nearly 300 meters, he paused once more. Gazing into the distance, he beheld Fenglei City, aglow with lights below, while the mountainside twinkled with scattered illumination, in stark contrast to the serene stillness atop the peak. However, Chen Xiao's attention was drawn to a flat area approximately 100 meters below. There, a small pond, spanning several hundred square meters, emitted curling wisps of vapor. Curiously, despite the surrounding snow, the pond showed no signs of freezing, appearing quite extraordinary. The heavenly pool. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up, and he instinctively moved closer. Yet, an ominous premonition surged within him, compelling him to halt and survey the area surrounding the pool. Beside the pond lay a patch of snow-covered rubble, and amidst this, a 2-meter-tall verdant tree stood out prominently. Upon its branches hung 9 fruit of varying sizes, quietly swaying. The sacred fruit? Chen Xiao's gaze sharpened, fixating on the precious fruit. Cautiously scanning the vicinity, he detected no immediate threats, allowing him to approach the tree with care. Chapter 88. An incident occurred contrary to his expectations. No unforeseen event transpired. However, Chen Xiao's sense of vigilance remained unyielding. Observing the dark red, fist-sized fruits dangling from the branches, a smile crept across his face. Counting them, he confirmed there were indeed 9, of which 2 had ripened to a deep crimson hue, while the others remained a mix of green and red, clearly not yet fully matured. Without delay, Chen Xiao plucked the 2 ripe fruits, gingerly placing them into a jade box, which he then stowed in his system's backpack, finally exhaling in relief. He had no inclination to harvest more fruit from the tree, retreating instead to the edge of the pool, casting a fleeting glance within. Yet, this glance rendered him immobile, for within the pond, he discerned a pair of eyes as large as copper bells. Instinctively, a long sword materialized in his hand, his vital energy surging, nearly prompting him to strike. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the owner of those eyes bore no intention of aggression, remaining quietly submerged in the pool. It was a fish adorned with shimmering golden scales, radiating a faint aura of spirit energy, yet possessing a low cultivation level, seemingly only a second-tier beast. Chen Xiao, already at the Martial King realm, understood the creature posed no threat. Nonetheless, he knew he could not linger. Anxious to depart, he swiftly ascended the snowy peak, retrieving his flying apparatus and donning it before leaping off the summit, racing into the distance. Only when he soared among the clouds did he finally relax, having narrowly avoided exposure. Fortuitously, he had secured the fruits. Ignoring everything left behind, Chen Xiao piloted his flying device, traversing dozens of miles, his gaze unwavering as he observed the moonlight stone he had left on the cliffside. As dawn began to break, he stealthily descended into a forest, stowing away the makeshift flying device for future use. He then hurriedly made his way along the mountain path, determined to distance himself as much as possible. This time, Chen Xiao wasted no time. He pressed onward toward Beixian City, unhesitatingly purchasing a dragon steed upon encountering a town along the way. Even so, it took him nearly 5 days to reach the gates of Beixian City once more. a full 2 months having elapsed since his departure. With a mere month remaining to complete his task, he felt confident that concocting the elixir would allow him to fulfill the mission and reap a substantial reward of experience points, propelling his cultivation to new heights. With such thoughts in mind, Chen Xiao returned to Tianwu Academy, swiftly locating Han Xiaolai's residence. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, the guard who had previously been stationed with Han Xiaolai was momentarily taken aback, before promptly stating, "My lord instructed me to escort you directly to him. Please follow me." "What has transpired?" Chen Xiao inquired, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Yet, the guard remained silent, leading him to another building within the estate. He gestured towards a room, saying, "The master awaits you inside. Please enter." As the door swung open, Chen Xiao stepped inside to find Han Xiaolai seated at a desk, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, immediately rising to greet Chen Xiao. "My young friend, I owe you an apology," was Han Xiaolai's first utterance, followed by a formal bow. "Director Han, what is the matter?" Chen Xiao's heart sank, his expression darkening. "It is as follows. A few days ago, Chen Lan, noticing your prolonged absence, wished to return to the Chen family. I consented and arranged for a marshal general to escort her back. However, upon her return, she encountered an unforeseen calamity." Han Xiaolai then recounted the events that had transpired in Chen Xiao's absence. It turned out that upon her return to the Chen family, Chen Lan had inadvertently walked into a massacre where many had been killed or injured. The assailants had specifically demanded to see Chen Xiao. Fortunately, he had been away, thus narrowly escaping disaster. However, Chen Lan and Chen Yuanshan, who had been present, were not so fortunate. They had been captured and forcibly taken away. "How could this happen? What was the marshal general you sent doing?" Chen Xiao's voice darkened. "It is my failure to protect Chen Lan, but we have been diligently investigating the matter. We have communicated with the Chen family and discovered that the perpetrators who abducted your grandfather and Chen Lan belong to the Ziyun sect. When they took Chen Lan, they explicitly stated that they wanted you to come to Ziyun's sect to find them, so they should not harm them for the time being. I have been seeking connections to negotiate their return, but they are resolute this time. I have utilized all my resources, yet still found myself at a loss." As Han Xiaolai spoke, a look of guilt washed over his face, and the deepening wrinkles etched upon it revealed the toll of his worries. Chen Xiao realized his earlier tone had been somewhat harsh, but with the safety of his sister and grandfather at stake, he refrained from elaborating further, stating directly, "Where is the marshal general you sent to escort my sister? Bring him to me. I need to ask him some questions. Please summon all." Han Xiaolai instructed the guard standing nearby. The guard nodded silently and quickly departed, returning shortly with a pale-faced middle-aged man in tow. A mere glance revealed that this man had reached the level of a third-tier marshal general, yet he appeared gravely weakened, clearly having sustained serious injuries. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiao approached and grasped the man's arm, channeling a hint of his vital energy to assess him, his expression darkening instantly. Silently, he retrieved a porcelain vial and handed it to the other party, saying, "This is a healing elixir. Please take it. Ultimately, it is I who has caused this trouble, which has entangled you all." Chen Zhao's tone was somewhat subdued. After inquiring about the events that transpired, he turned to Han Xiaolai and stated, "Old Han, I must return to my family for a moment. We shall meet again when time permits. This kindness shall not go unrewarded." With that, he strode away purposefully. As Chen Xiao departed, Han Xiaolai's expression did not reveal any sign of relief. Instead, his brow furrowed deeper, culminating in a long sigh as he returned to his desk. Chapter 89. The Chen family ancestral hall. At the entrance of the estate, Chen Xiao encountered Han Shuer, who had come upon hearing the news. She had not accompanied Chen Lan back, and upon seeing Chen Xiao, her face was filled with self-reproach. Chen Xiao could not blame her, and offered a few gentle words of comfort before exiting the city. He mounted his dragon steed and galloped towards the location of Chinyong town. "Miss, I believe that Chen Lan is destined for good fortune. You need not worry excessively. Please return and rest. I shall assign someone to keep watch over the situation, and you will be informed at the first sign of news." A guard beside Han Xiaolai respectfully addressed the figure standing outside the gate. However, Han Shuer paid him no heed. Her brow knit as she gazed in the direction of Chen Zhao's departure, lost in thought. In Chinyong town, the Chen family was experiencing a renaissance since their ancestor, Chen Yuanshan, had returned with the formidable cultivation of a martial king. Even the previously adversarial Qin and Zhao families were compelled to alter their strategies, seeking to engage amicably with the Chen family. Following the annexation of the Lin family's territory, the Chen family's influence surged to its zenith, subtly hinting at an expansion beyond Chinyong town, establishing itself as an undeniable behemoth. Every member of the Chen family, even the lowliest servant, walked the streets with heads held high, each feeling an immense pride in their affiliation with the clan. Yet, this splendid existence was abruptly shattered. The very family that had been a source of pride was crushed single-handedly by a formidable foe. Recalling the terrifying prowess of that individual, many within the Chen family felt a chilling dread, especially after the loss of over 10 lives and numerous injuries, including the abduction of their patriarch, Chinyong. The family was plunged into chaos, teetering on the brink of disintegration. Fortunately, Chen Dingshan managed to stabilize the situation, but the family's assets were sorely neglected. In merely a few days, several smaller families began to encroach upon the Chen family's territory, resulting in a staggering reduction of nearly 1/3 of their influence. If this continued, the Qin and Zhao families might further suppress them, illustrating the adage that a new ruler brings new subjects. Now was the most perilous moment for the Chen family. All clan members gathered within the ancestral hall, where numerous ancestral plaques were displayed, alongside several newly added plaques that had clearly been placed recently. Inside the hall, while a few elders sat, the rest of the clan stood in solemn silence, their faces marked by grief. Upon closer inspection, many bore visible injuries. Patriarch. The month granted by our adversary is drawing to a close. One of the elders seated spoke up. Chen Dingshan, the patriarch, furrowed his brow deeply, fully aware of what this reminder entailed. Not long ago, a powerful faction had arrived, the sect behind the martial king whom Chen Xiao had slain, the Xian sect. Initially, after more than a month had passed, the Chen family believed the Xian sect would let the matter rest. However, they were met with a swift and thunderous response. Chen Dingshan trembled at the memory of the 3 martial kings who had invaded the Chen family, ruthlessly decimating more than 10 members and injuring dozens. While not a single person on their side could withstand a single blow, it was not merely this. They had abducted both Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan, leaving a chilling ultimatum. If Chen Xiao did not appear within the month, they would execute Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan and annihilate the entire Chen family. The discussion at hand involved whether to discreetly send some core disciples of the Chen family away to prevent the complete annihilation of their lineage, or to relocate the entire clan, all while attempting to locate Chen Xiao and deliver him to the Xian sect. The family dared not ponder too deeply, as they did not even know Chen Xiao's whereabouts. Let us prepare. We shall secretly arrange to send some core disciples to safety, allowing them to live incognito. Should nothing happen to the Chen family, we will bring you back. If misfortune befalls us, do not return. Simply remember to live quietly and safely. As for revenge, if one among you becomes a martial emperor in the future, perhaps we can consider it. Otherwise, it is best forgotten. For the others, once the core disciples are settled, they may depart as well. Take what you can for expenses from the treasury. As Chen Dingshan spoke, he appeared to age a decade in an instant. His posture stooped further. Patriarch, must we truly proceed in this manner? Some faces reflected deep reluctance, as the hard-earned legacy of the Chen family built over centuries was now at risk of dissipating like mist. How could they willingly abandon their prosperous heritage? Can you contend with the Xian sect? Chen Dingshan cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, his tone tinged with melancholy. He felt a profound disappointment in his kin. Chen Hai and others exchanged glances, their mouths opening yet failing to voice their thoughts. Sadness washed over their faces, for they understood that this decision was unlikely to be altered. Leave, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. If you stay, the entire clan may meet its end. Yet, at that moment, an incongruous female voice suddenly pierced the air. Let that wretched Chen Xiao go to the Ziyun sect himself. Why should the entire Chen family bear the burden of the mess he created? Moreover, with so many of our kin lost, where is he? Does he intend to live as a coward forever? At this, Chen Hai whirled around, rebuking, silence. Humph, am I not allowed to speak? Chen Xiao may have slain my son, but he has now caused the demise of so many. Should he not be held accountable? The woman's eyes reddened as she spoke. The others fell silent, for they recognized her as Chen Ning's mother, Chen Hai's wife, harboring a deep grudge against Chen Xiao for her son's death, a sentiment that was understandable to all present. Chen Hai's eyes brimmed with tears. How could he not mourn such a remarkable son? Yet, they all knew the circumstances of his demise. To bring it up in this context was indeed inappropriate. But he instinctively glanced at Chen Dingshan. Chapter 90. The Chen family council at this moment. Chen Dingshan's eyes were shut tight, his lips trembling slightly, clearly incensed by the woman's words. The elder beside him could no longer remain silent, interjecting. What was Chen Xiao's purpose? Everyone knows. Moreover, if it were not for him, would the Chen family have enjoyed its former glory? Now, with Chen Xiao absent, are we truly willing to send him to his death? Do you not owe it to his parents? What about the ancestors and Chen Lan? Another voice, tinged with concern, turned toward Chen Dingshan. As the words were uttered, even without a response from the elder, the crowd instinctively grasped the answer. Given the current state of the Chen family, they could only choose to abandon the situation. After all, the Chen family was not in a position to save them. To risk the lives of many for the sake of 2 individuals was simply not worth it. Although this sentiment may appear somewhat unfeeling, it is, in fact, the most prudent decision for those in power. Meanwhile, discussions regarding the details of the evacuation continued. And outside the gates of the Chen residence, a young man clad in black dismounted from his steed, racing towards the family with the speed of lightning. The 2 disciples stationed at the entrance barely had time to discern his appearance before he had already slipped past them and entered the Chen family compound. This sudden intrusion brought to mind a formidable presence from days past. Their faces turned pale as they instinctively shouted, "Enemy attack! We are under attack!" The entire Chen family was thrown into a state of alarm, with individuals abandoning their tasks to converge towards the gates, encircling the fleeting figure. Those gathered in the ancestral hall were also startled and hastened to the scene. Inside the courtyard, however, many exchanged bewildered glances, for Chen Xiao had come to a halt. Recognizing his familiar yet youthful visage, one could not help but exclaim, "Chen Xiao, is there something you need?" Chen Xiao cast a cursory glance around at the assembled crowd before inquiring, "Where is the family head?" "They are currently in the ancestral hall," someone replied instinctively. "Understood." Chen Xiao acknowledged with a nod and proceeded towards the hall. Those standing in his path quickly parted, not daring to impede his progress, though some harbored expressions of suspicion. Before he could venture far, a throng emerged from the inner residence, casting uncertain looks towards the courtyard. Upon recognizing Chen Xiao standing there, Chen Dingshan and others were taken aback, particularly the elder, who regarded Chen Xiao with an expression of disbelief. "Chen Xiao, you have returned?" Chen Dingshan stepped forward, his tone laced with incredulity. Chen Hai and others displayed expressions of joy, for they had been struggling to locate Chen Xiao, unable to deliver him to the Ziyun sect. Now, he had returned of his own accord. Perhaps they would not need to relocate after all. This notion was shared by more than just Chen Hai. Many in the Chen family cast complex glances at Chen Xiao, especially Chen Dingshan, who found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Chen Xiao. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "You are aware of everything?" "I am indeed," Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the gathered family members. Noticing the injuries and bandages adorning many of them, he furrowed his brow. As he looked deeper into the hall, he observed that numerous areas were draped in white silk, indicating that recent funeral rites had taken place. Clearly, Han Shaolai's previous words had been accurate. His eyes flitted over his uncles and then to Chen Dingshan. As he frowned, "May I have a word?" "Humph. Chen Xiao, you have caused such a calamity. Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation?" Chen Hai interjected with a cold snort, stepping forward. As Chen Hai made his appearance, Chen Lin and others swiftly followed suit, their expressions dark as they regarded Chen Xiao with hostility. Under the scrutiny of so many, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, yet after a moment's thought, he replied coolly, "You all understand the reason behind my conflict with the Lin family. This matter is one I will resolve. Do not trouble me further, otherwise I will not hesitate to deal with you all as well." His final words were accompanied by a chilling aura, a terrifying pressure enveloping everyone present. "A martial king?" someone gasped, and the crowd's expressions paled in unison, especially Chen Hai and his companions, who wore looks of astonishment. What was Chen Zhao's cultivation level when he left the family? What was it now? "Chen Xiao, have you truly advanced to the martial king realm?" Chen Dingshan inquired, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Chen Xiao. "Indeed," Chen Xiao affirmed with a calm demeanor, his eyes scanning the assembled family members. "The Chen family has truly produced a prodigy, though it is a pity that if you were given another 10 years, perhaps you would not have to fear the Ziyun sect." Chen Dingshan sighed. "Enough. You all may disperse. I wish to speak with Chen Xiao," he commanded, gesturing for the crowd to leave. Chen Xiao said nothing and simply followed him. The others began to gather in small groups, engaged in hushed discussions. Chen Xiao trailed behind Chen Dingshan as they made their way through the corridors of the estate. After a long silence, Chen Dingshan finally addressed Chen Xiao. "What are your intentions?" "I intend to rescue them," Chen Xiao replied without hesitation. At these words, Chen Dingshan's face displayed a hint of relief. Yet he shook his head slightly, saying, "I would rather you not go. Even if you do, it would only lead to your demise. They clearly seek to kill you in a fit of rage and vengeance. To venture forth would merely cost you another life. If you had the cultivation of a martial emperor, perhaps it would be different. Although a martial king is undeniably the strongest in Chinyong town, they are a top-tier sect, and their martial kings are numerous. Even several martial emperors are among them. You are simply no match for them." This assessment was quite astute. Yet Chen Xiao slowly shook his head, declaring, "This time, I must go." As he spoke, a chilling determination surged from him. so intense that even Chen Dingshan felt a shiver run down his spine, somewhat intimidated by Chen Xiao's fierce resolve. Subsequently, the two engaged in a dialogue, recounting the events of that day, which bore little difference from Han Xiaolai's account, save for the strength of the assailants. 3 individuals had arrived. Han Xiaolai reported one was a 9-star martial king and 2 were 8-star martial kings, while Chen Xiao only recognized them as above 7-star martial kings, likely due to his insufficient cultivation to discern their true levels. As for how Han Xiaolai had known, Chen Xiao did not concern himself with that detail. Chapter 91. Rage and resolve for a beloved. Aside from this, Chen Dingshan and the others learned that the intruders were elders of the Ziyun sect. They were unaware of why the sect had only now come to trouble the Chen family. However, it was clear that they demanded Chen Xiao to go to the Ziyun sect to confess. Otherwise, Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan would not be released. Distribute these medicinal pills to the family members. They will aid in recovery. Additionally, here is 1 million gold coins. Take it to help restore the Chen family. I shall proceed directly to the Ziyun sect, Chen Xiao said, casting a brief glance at Chen Yuanshan as he retrieved the storage ring. Chen Dingshan paused, glancing at Chen Xiao, but said nothing further, merely accepting the ring and solemnly stating, "Stay safe. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Chen Xiao replied coolly, "Go on." Chen Dingshan waved, not looking back at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, disinterested and lingering, turned and strode away. Upon reaching the gates of the Chen residence, Chen Xiao harnessed his inner energy, leaping onto the rooftop before propelling himself skyward. The explosive force of his energy radiated outward, causing the inhabitants of Chinyong town to instinctively look up in his direction, their faces filled with uncertainty. If anyone dares to plot against the head of the Chen family, let it be known that I, Chen Xiao, shall not be merciful. His voice thundered, echoing across the town, ensuring that all within a few miles could hear his declaration clearly. Having made his proclamation, Chen Xiao descended gracefully, exiting the gates and mounting his steed, galloping towards the outskirts of Chinyong town. The entire town trembled in response to Chen Xiao's resolute words, shaken to its core. The martial generals of several prominent families gazed in bewilderment towards the Chen family direction. Just moments ago, they had sensed a formidable aura emanating from the realm of the martial king. Although this presence was fleeting, none dared to underestimate it. Particularly the final proclamation, Chen Xiao has returned. Moreover, he returned bearing the formidable cultivation of a martial king. Initially, the assembly believed that with the loss of the martial king Chen Yuanshan, their days would become more manageable. However, to their astonishment, another martial king arose from the Chen family. Was this some cruel jest by the heavens? Many who had recently offended the Chen family were nearly brought to tears. What those individuals were pondering was of little concern to Chen Xiao. His utterance was not born from any affection for the Chen family, but rather from a desire to ensure that after rescuing his grandfather, the Chen family still existed. The Ziyun sect. A cold glimmer flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes as he rapidly contemplated strategies in his mind. While his earlier words in front of Chen Dingshan had seemed simple, the reality of execution was fraught with complications. Chen Xiao's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of a 1-star martial king. Even with the enhancement of numerous bloodline powers and various techniques, he could only contend with a 5-star martial king at best. Confronting a 6-star or higher martial king would likely leave him with no choice but to flee. As far as Chen Xiao knew, the Ziyun sect boasted not only a martial emperor elder, but also over a dozen martial king elders, with countless disciples in the martial general realm. The notion of charging in single-handedly was, frankly, unrealistic. He even lacked knowledge of the sect's entrance. Time was running out. The task of rescuing Chen Lan had but a month remaining, and the Ziyun sect granted him even less, merely over 20 days. In such a brief span, any attempt to enhance his cultivation would yield little effect. Consequently, since he could not elevate his strength, Chen Xiao shifted his focus to the exchange of martial arts techniques within the supreme upgrade system. In the realm of martial arts, once one transcended the martial general realm, close-quarters combat became rare, weaponry was typically employed, and weapons were often sharp. Engaging in combat unarmed against someone wielding a sword was clearly disadvantageous. Chen Xiao, not one to be foolish, dismissed hand-to-hand techniques and instead perused various swordplay, blade techniques, and spear techniques, ultimately settling on swordsmanship. His choice stemmed from a belief that wielding a sword would appear more elegant, particularly since he currently possessed a longsword. With his decision made regarding sword techniques, the options narrowed significantly. Nevertheless, the supreme upgrade system presented an overwhelming selection of over 1,000 choices, enough to daunt any individual. Yet, the majority of these options required system coins in the thousands, with some exceeding 10,000. Chen Xiao could only forego most selections, as he possessed a mere 8,000 coins, which he had initially intended to reserve for a spiritual weapon costing 10,000 coins. It now appeared he would need to utilize those funds prematurely. Sword techniques varied widely. Some were aggressive and expansive, while others leaned towards defensive stances, and some balanced both offense and defense. There were even techniques capable of delivering powerful strikes, such as the Sword Ascension, which could channel all one's true energy to swiftly vanquish opponents below 5 stars in rank. However, this time, Chen Xiao chose neither of these, but rather a technique of area attack, more aptly termed as sword formation. He had heard of various sword formations, the most renowned being the Zhu Xian sword formation, Bagua sword formation, and 7-star sword formation, but none of these were available for exchange, as they required teamwork rather than individual execution. This time, he sought to acquire a solo sword formation, the 10,000 Swords Diagram. The 10,000 Swords Diagram, a heavenly grade martial technique, unleashed a multitude of sword energies upon activation, requiring an exchange of 3,000 coins. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao opted for the exchange. As the system deducted the coins, a manual named 10,000 Swords Diagram appeared in his inventory. Upon using it, myriad techniques, methods of true energy circulation, and insights regarding the 10,000 Swords Diagram flooded his mind. It was as if he had effortlessly mastered a martial technique while riding upon the back of a dragon, which greatly pleased him. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, nearly 5 days had passed since Chen Xiao left Chinyong town. During this time, he had continuously selected martial techniques for exchange and consumed a plethora of medicinal pills to elevate his martial prowess. Apart from the 10,000 Swords Diagram, Chen Xiao also exchanged for an evasive technique, the Flowing Cloud Immortal Step. This technique was an advanced form of the Phantom Step he had previously practiced. The inclusion of immortal in its name hinted at the extraordinary confidence of its creator. Indeed, after mastering the Flowing Cloud Immortal Step, Chen Xiao's agility became markedly enhanced, along with a substantial improvement in his comprehension of the Phantom Step. As he traveled, he diligently practiced his footwork and sword techniques while seeking directions. Fortunately, as a top-tier sect of the yellow rank, knowledge of the Ziyun sect was widespread. After casually stopping a few passers-by to inquire, he soon learned the location of the Ziyun sect. Ziyun Mountain served as the sect's stronghold. Legend has it that Ziyun Mountain possesses a mysterious and enchanting aura. During sunset, the clouds appear to be cloaked in a delicate purple hue, resembling purple clouds, thus earning its name. Subsequently, the Ziyun sect claimed it as their domain, and no outsiders have since witnessed such a wondrous sight. In reality, Ziyun Mountain is a vast mountain range, with some peaks occupied by the Ziyun sect as their headquarters, while other areas consist of treacherous cliffs unsuitable for habitation, making traversal exceedingly difficult, a place easy to defend yet hard to attack. The prospect of directly storming in to rescue individuals seemed insurmountable. Not only was there the possibility of confrontation with the martial emperor elder within the Ziyun sect, but even the martial king elders alone would likely overwhelm Chen Xiao. Thus, this mission was indeed fraught with peril. In a city located approximately 100 miles from Ziyun Mountain, Chen Xiao sat in a tavern, gazing blankly at the throngs below. After withdrawing his gaze and taking a silent bite of his food, his brow furrowed once more. This city was the nearest to the Ziyun sect, and after 2 days of inquiries, he had gleaned substantial information regarding the sect. However, the more he learned, the less confidence he felt about rescuing Qianlong and the others. Indeed, he would need to resort to unconventional methods to infiltrate the sect. Chen Xiao sighed softly. He had initially planned to force his way in to rescue them, but after several days of investigation, he realized that such an approach would only lead to a grim demise. It was likely he would not even set foot through the Ziyun sect's gates before being overwhelmed by a multitude of opponents. However, if he were to consider alternative methods, such as applying for a servant role or perhaps becoming a lowly disciple, he could enter the Ziyun sect under the guise of legitimacy. Moreover, Chen Xiao was confident that very few within the sect would recognize him, thus significantly reducing the difficulty of his infiltration. Most importantly, the Ziyun sect happened to be recruiting disciples at this time, making the opportunity exceedingly fortuitous. Although the process may be considerably complex, for Chen Xiao, as long as the objective is achieved, what does it matter if it is somewhat intricate? Silently consuming a flask of wine, Chen Xiao once again fell into deep contemplation. Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan, both inner disciples of the Ziyun sect, were ranked among the top 100 of their tier, and their martial cultivation had already reached the level of a martial general. This time, they were assigned to Ziyun City to recruit new disciples for the sect. As a prestigious yellow-tier sect, Ziyun sect boasted over 3,000 disciples. However, the sect released numerous tasks each year, requiring disciples to complete them. which occasionally led to unfortunate mishaps. Therefore, to maintain a constant number of disciples, it was essential to recruit a new batch annually. Last year, due to a trial mission, the casualties among Ziyun's sect disciples were slightly higher than usual, necessitating the recruitment of nearly 100 new members this time. With some free time on their hands, the two took on the task of recruiting disciples. At present, Xiao Dingshan and Xiao Bin stood in a vast plaza, surrounded by a throng of people. As they observed the outer disciples completing their preparations, Xiao Dingshan spoke, "Brother Xiao, are we ready to begin?" "Yes, it is time to start." Xiao Bin nodded in agreement after surveying the area. "Let us commence," Xiao Dingshan instructed in a hushed tone. A disciple from the outer sect, standing behind him, nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he addressed the crowd. "The Ziyun sect is officially recruiting outer disciples. We seek a total of 99 individuals. If you wish to participate, please come forward for registration and assessment. Those who pass will earn the opportunity to compete for a place among the disciples of Ziyun sect." Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in excitement. Ziyun sect, a prestigious yellow-tier sect. We're joining would not only alleviate concerns about cultivation resources but also bring glory to one's family. Many talented individuals were eager to join Ziyun sect, resorting even to unscrupulous means. The thought of joining the sect filled them with anticipation. Amidst the crowd, Chen Xiao surveyed his surroundings with a hint of displeasure, noting the palpable tension and excitement. He found it hard to believe such a sect, which often resorted to coercion and threats, could attract so many followers. Just then, the outer disciple of Ziyun's sect continued, "I will announce the recruitment rules, so please listen carefully. Anyone over the age of 20 will not be accepted. Those with a cultivation level below 4-star martial apprentice will not be accepted. Individuals of poor character will not be accepted. Those with physical disabilities will not be accepted. Anyone affiliated with another sect will not be accepted. If you meet these criteria, please line up for registration. Anyone caught lying will face severe consequences." The series of rules, rather than inciting complaints, only heightened the excitement among the crowd. Chen Xiao noticed many individuals around him who did not meet the requirements yet appeared exhilarated, leaving him perplexed. "Brother, why are you so excited? Do you meet these criteria?" Chen Xiao asked, tapping the shoulder of a middle-aged man who clearly looked over 20. "I do not meet them," the man replied nonchalantly. "Then what are you so thrilled about?" Chen Xiao questioned, puzzled by the man's demeanor. "Ah, you see, my son meets the requirements. He has already gone to register. Look, that's him." The middle-aged man gestured towards a well-dressed, handsome youth who was already queuing in the center of the plaza. Upon a rough count, Chen Xiao realized that over 100 individuals had already formed a line. Chapter 93. The sect examination. Indeed, large sects possess their allure. Perhaps I should consider establishing one myself. Chen Xiao mused as he glanced around before stepping towards the line. Though he spoke in jest, the myriad benefits of such sects undoubtedly attracted talented individuals, including superior techniques and high-grade elixirs, resources monopolized by these influential sections. Ordinary individuals, or those from lesser families, simply lack the qualifications to obtain them. Without these resources, even the most gifted prodigy would ultimately fade into obscurity. These sects, by leveraging such advantages, continually attracted talented disciples, growing ever more powerful, ultimately achieving their goal of enduring existence. These thoughts flickered momentarily in Chen Xiao's mind as he scrutinized those lining up. At this moment, his cultivation was concealed by a technique, projecting only the appearance of a 7-star martial apprentice, ensuring that those below the martial emperor level could not discern his true strength. Among the youth in line, all under 20, their cultivation levels were clearly visible to him. The least skilled among them was a 4-star martial apprentice, while the most impressive had reached the level of a 2-star martial master, clearly a remarkable talent. Chen Xiao noted that even the Ziyun sect disciple who had spoken earlier was merely at the 3-star martial master level. Nevertheless, with his 7-star martial apprentice cultivation, he stood above average and expected to easily pass the simple assessment. Once successful, he could seamlessly infiltrate Ziyun's sect and seek an opportunity to rescue Qianlong and his grandfather. The line moved swiftly, and within half a stick of incense, it was Chen Xiao's turn to register. Name, hometown, and cultivation level, inquired a Ziyun sect disciple seated behind a desk without lifting his gaze. Zhang San, from Zhangjia Village, North Xian City, Tianwu Kingdom, 7-star martial apprentice. Chen Xiao confidently presented the identity he had fabricated. As for whether the Ziyun sect would see through his ruse, he was unconcerned. The distance from North Xian City was considerable, requiring several days to verify his identity, by which time he would have already infiltrated Ziyun's sect. The disciple showed no signs of skepticism, diligently recording Chen Xiao's information. Meanwhile, Xiao Bin stepped forward, placing his hand upon Chen Xiao's shoulder to assess his cultivation. Currently at the pinnacle of the one-star martial king realm, Chen Xiao's true strength was undetectable to Qiao Bin, who could only sense the 7-star martial apprentice level that Chen Xiao intentionally displayed. After the assessment, Qiao Bin nodded expressionlessly, indicating that Chen Xiao's cultivation was acceptable, before gesturing for him to stand in a designated area. Upon complying, Chen Xiao turned to observe the line behind him, noting that nearly 1,000 individuals remained queued. Fortunately, martial artists are typically efficient, and in less than an hour, everyone had completed their registration. They formed 3 lines, waiting to the side as Qiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan finally approached the record-keeping desk, busily jotting down notes. Time ticked away, under the blazing sun. Even the martial artists began to feel the heat, and a significant portion of the onlookers had dispersed, evidently losing interest in the proceedings. Just as Chen Xiao was growing impatient, Qiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan finally stood, exchanging glances and nodding before handing the registration list to a nearby disciple, coolly stating, "Let us begin." Understood. The outer sect disciple nodded eagerly, and then took the record book, standing in front of Chen Xiao and the others. "Next, those whose names I call, step to the left." After the outer sect disciple spoke, his gaze swept over the assembled disciples. Seeing no objections among them, he opened the record book and began to announce names one by one. Zhang Tianqing, Wen Shuang, Wei Xiao. The names flowed continuously from his lips. Each person called upon bore a tense expression as they moved to the left, uncertain whether they had been eliminated or had passed the test. As time elapsed, the number of called names grew, and soon over 100 individuals stood to the left, with the count still climbing. Chen Xiao, however, remained uncalled, standing his ground. He glanced at those who had been named and noted that their cultivation levels were all below 5-star martial disciples, and they were relatively older in age. Others too realized this, feeling a surge of secret delight, for they had not been called. "Those whose names I have called, you have been eliminated and may disperse. However, if you feel this is unjust, our Ziyun sect offers you an opportunity. If you can withstand 10 rounds against me without being defeated, you will pass the initial assessment and gain a chance to enter the Ziyun sect's re-examination." The outer sect disciple closed the record book and cast a neutral glance over the remaining individuals before speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a tumult, many faces reflecting despair and reluctance. Yet, several of those called stepped away from the group, clearly unwilling to continue the challenge. Moments later, the once nearly 200-strong group dwindled to just a few dozen, many of whom wore expressions of deep regret. One 5-star martial disciple glanced at Chen Xiao, then at the outer sect disciple before gritting his teeth. "Brother, I wish to spar with you." "Huh, splendid. Come forth." The outer sect disciple replied with a smile, exuding an air of mentorship. The others nearby instinctively created space for the two. They stood facing each other for a moment before the 5-star martial disciple struck first, launching a powerful punch toward the Ziyun sect disciple, the wind whistling with tremendous force. Yet, the outer sect disciple calmly remarked, "Your strength is adequate, but your punch lacks momentum. It is too weak." As he spoke, he merely extended a hand to envelop the disciple's fist. In the next moment, they made contact. Bang! A low thud resounded as the 5-star martial disciple was sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the ground. Fortunately, the Ziyun sect disciple had shown restraint, and the martial disciple did not suffer severe injury, though he was left in a disheveled state. He hurriedly clasped his hands in defeat and pushed through the crowd to leave, clearly embarrassed to remain. Following this bout, nearly half of those remaining at the scene turned and left without hesitation. The few who stayed were either confident in their abilities, believing they could endure 10 strikes, or hoping for a stroke of luck, wondering if they might somehow pass. However, aspirations often clash with harsh realities. Among the 20 or so who chose to challenge, only one managed to withstand 10 strikes from the outer sect disciple, and even then, it was by the narrowest of margins. "Well done, you have passed. Return to your place," the outer sect disciple said, glancing at the disciple who had risen from the ground, before turning to approach Qiao Bin and the others. After some discussion, Qiao Bin, accompanied by Xiao Dingshan and the others, approached once more, stating, "First, congratulations to all. You have passed the initial screening of the Ziyun sect. Next, there will be 2 more assessments. If you succeed, you will officially become outer sect disciples of the Ziyun sect, at which point we will all be brothers in the same school. However, before that, I hope you will comply with the arrangements. Otherwise, severe penalties will ensue." "Understood." The throng of several hundred responded with excitement, for they were now one step closer to joining the Ziyun sect. "Now, let us proceed to the Ziyun sect's headquarters. The upcoming assessments will take place there." Xiao Bin's voice continued. Almost immediately after his words fell, a collective gasp arose from the crowd, and before anyone could react, Chen Xiao and the others found themselves engulfed in a massive shadow. Even Chen Xiao was taken aback, lifting his gaze only to see, hovering above them, an enormous ship that had arrived without notice, seemingly poised to descend at any moment. "Behold, it is a floating ship," exclaimed a martial artist, astonished by its size, which appeared to be of at least mid-grade or higher. Chen Xiao's eyes were fixed on the ship, which was predominantly grayish-white and resembled a large maritime vessel, albeit adorned with a massive sail. It hovered mysteriously in mid-air, exuding no significant energy fluctuations yet refusing to plummet, a truly extraordinary sight. Although floating ships were available for exchange within the Supreme Upgrade system, their exorbitant price made them unattainable for Chen Xiao. Marking this as his first encounter with the legendary vessel, his curiosity piqued. He knew such treasures were not meant for casual exploration by him or his peers. As the crowd remained in astonishment, the colossal floating ship began to descend gradually, stirring a fierce wind that pushed the onlookers back several meters. The Ziyun sect disciples, however, bore no surprise, their faces reflecting a faint pride as they spoke. "This is our sect's floating ship. Shortly, we shall embark on it to the headquarters." With this revelation, the crowd comprehended the situation. It was no wonder the ship had stopped among them. It was arranged by the Ziyun sect. The martial artists who had not passed the assessments gazed at Chen Xiao and his companions with envious eyes, realizing they were in the presence of a true grand sect, where even travel involved the use of a floating ship worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. With a deafening roar, the immense ship, measuring over 100 meters long and nearly 50 meters high, finally landed. Several disciples clad in Ziyun sect attire leaped down from the vessel, joining Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan in jovial conversation. "Everyone, please board." Xiao Bin's voice resonated, and the Ziyun sect disciples swiftly entered the floating ship, standing on the deck and surveying the hundreds of martial artists below. Exchanging glances, Chen Xiao and the others began to step onto the vessel. The ship was not only expansive but also exquisitely designed. Every table and chair, as well as the ornate carvings on the railings, exuded remarkable craftsmanship, leaving the newcomers in awe. Even Chen Xiao found himself pausing on the deck, captivated by the beauty of the floating ship. "This is our sect's vessel for long-distance travel. We have 3 more like it. Should you join the Ziyun sect, you will frequently have the opportunity to experience such wonders," Xiao Dingshan remarked, observing the astonished expressions on their faces with a smile. "Wow, there are 3 more. Indeed, our Ziyun sect is a prestigious establishment." "Absolutely. This ship appears so exquisite. It must have cost a fortune. If I could join the Ziyun sect, my entire family would surely take pride in me." My friend speaks wisely." A series of exclamations erupted in succession, and the faces of the more than a dozen disciples of the Purple Cloud sect nearby glowed with delight. To hear such praise for their sect, of which they were proud members, naturally elicited their happiness. Chen Xiao, standing to the side, glanced over but chose not to comment. He discerned that these individuals were merely engaging in flattery, hoping to gain favor in the forthcoming competition within the Purple Cloud sect. However, Chen Xiao held no respect for such insincerity and instead moved to examine the exquisite carvings on the hovering vessel. Others, like him, began to scrutinize the surroundings with keen interest. Once all the registered martial artists boarded the ship, a disciple of the Purple Cloud sect entered the interior. Shortly after, the massive vessel trembled violently, and a sudden sensation of weightlessness engulfed everyone, causing them to stagger slightly. Fortunately, this feeling was transient, vanishing before anyone could fully comprehend it. To their astonishment, they soon found the hovering ship had ascended several dozen meters into the air and was continuing to climb. In mere moments, the silhouette of Purple Cloud City shrank rapidly in their view. When the entire outline of the city was finally revealed, the ship jolted once more and shot forth at remarkable speed towards the southern mountain ranges. During the journey, many individuals seated themselves cross-legged, silently cultivating their inner strength. Others seized the opportunity to approach the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect, engaging in light-hearted banter and flattery, evidently seeking a powerful ally. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao leaned against the edge of the hovering ship, gazing down at the rivers and mountains below, lost in his own thoughts. Time ticked by second. Approximately half an hour later, the colossal vessel quaked again, its rapid speed gradually diminishing to a gentle glide, allowing the breathtaking scenery beneath to come into sharper focus. Gazing downward, a thick mist hung between the hovering ship and the majestic mountains below, where a towering waterfall cascaded from a distant cliff, producing a thunderous roar. The mist dispersed into a veil, revealing a faint rainbow arching between the waterfall and the mountains. A winding river flowed from the pool beneath the waterfall, weaving through the mountains like a verdant ribbon, an exquisite sight indeed. To the left of the waterfall lay a landscape of low peaks and basins, where, through the mist, one could discern ornate pavilions and elegant towers amongst the lush greenery. Deeper within, a massive peak rose, adorned with grand palatial structures at its midsection and summit, surrounded by other peaks that appeared to guard it, evidently the main hall of the Purple Cloud sect. "Ah, what abundant spiritual energy!" exclaimed one individual in awe. As these words echoed, the others quickly began to channel their inner energies, and moments later, all eyes widened in astonishment. "If I could cultivate here, I would be confident in reaching the 7-star martial disciple realm within a year," a young man murmured, brimming with excitement. Many others shared similar sentiments. While the Purple Cloud sect disciples remained unfazed by the spectacle. Once the commotion subsided, Xiao cleared his throat to capture the crowd's attention and spoke slowly. "Below is the residence of the Purple Cloud sect. You do not yet possess the qualifications to enter directly. To gain entry, you must successfully pass the upcoming 2 assessments. I will guide you to the test shortly. Whether you succeed will depend on your own fortune. If you do succeed, you may soon refer to one another as brothers. If not, it would be wise to return home. Is that clear?" "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. "Excellent." Xiao nodded, a smile gracing his face. As they spoke, the hovering ship began to descend, gliding towards a basin beside the waterfall. As it lowered, the surroundings became increasingly vivid. Within the expansive greenery, aside from pavilions and towers, there were numerous paths paved with blue stones, and at the center of the basin lay a grand plaza. Indeed, 3 massive hovering ships rested at the edge of the plaza, clearly the other vessels previously mentioned by Xiao and the others. At that moment, several disciples clad in white robes were bustling about the plaza, and upon noticing the arrival of the enormous ship, they quickly made way to create sufficient docking space. With a deep rumble, the grand vessel landed smoothly. "Disembark," Xiao commanded, leaping down first. Following him, a multitude of disciples from the Purple Cloud sect descended in succession. And then the martial artists participating in the assessments hopped down one by one, standing on the plaza and surveying their surroundings. Apart from the distant pavilions on the hills, there was little else to see. Though a number of martial artists donned in Purple Cloud sect attire were present, Chen Xiao immediately spotted several dozen individuals among them. Some glanced curiously at the newcomers, while others turned away without a word, hastily departing. "Wait here. I will summon the elder to oversee your assessments," Xiao declared before accompanying Xiao Dingshan towards the largest peak at the center, quickly vanishing from view. Although the 2 had departed, over a dozen outer disciples of the Purple Cloud sect remained nearby, observing Chen Xiao and the others to prevent them from wandering off. Yet they did not interfere as Chen Xiao and his companions explored the plaza's perimeter. Chen Xiao approached the plaza's edge and peered down. Although the plaza was situated in a valley, it was surrounded by various spiritual trees, from which a faint spiritual energy permeated the air, enriching the atmosphere. After surveying the trees for a moment, his gaze shifted to the adjacent flower beds, where he discovered that the flora cultivated there was composed of precious spiritual flowers and herbs. These spiritual herbs, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, served as materials for alchemy. As a 6th-grade alchemist, Chen Xiao could easily identify these rare treasures. However, he found the surrounding spiritual herbs to be of merely 1st-grade quality, with some barely qualifying as such. At best, they could be considered semi-finished spiritual medicines. The presence of these spiritual herbs indicated the area was abundant in spiritual energy. Otherwise, such plants, which required the essence of heaven and earth to thrive, could not flourish. Not only had Chen Xiao noticed this, but many nearby martial artists also caught on, their eyes widening with astonishment. Why do countless martial artists venture perilously into the beast-infested forests? Is it not in pursuit of these very resources for cultivation? Now, witnessing the very materials they risk life and limb to acquire so effortlessly within reach, a profound sense of awe washed over them, further emphasizing the might of the Purple Cloud sect. Would one lack for cultivation resources in such a sect? Clearly not. Nearby, the outer disciples of the Purple Cloud sect chuckled at the sight of the astonished martial artists, reminiscent of Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. They too had been equally awestruck upon first experiencing this scene, and now it was their turn to witness others' amazement. The moment of admiration did not linger long. In the span of mere moments, Xiao and Xiao Dingshan returned, accompanied by 2 middle-aged men clad in purple robes. Chen Xiao glanced at them, and their cultivation levels quickly registered in his mind. One was at the pinnacle of the 6-star martial king realm, while the other was at the early stage of the same level. As the martial artists, previously scattered around, noticed the arrival of the figures, their expressions immediately turned solemn, and they hastily returned to their original positions, watching as these individuals slowly approached the group. This is the sixth elder of my Xian sect, who also serves as the law enforcement elder for the outer sect. In the future, you will all have frequent interactions with him. Xiaobin introduced the middle-aged man with a 6-star Martial King realm cultivation base to everyone with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly cupped their hands in unison and greeted, "Greetings, sixth elder." The sixth elder, sporting a goatee, had a rather stern expression on his face. Even when faced with so many people cupping their hands and paying their respects, he merely nodded faintly. Accustomed to this, Xiaobin continued to introduce another Martial King. This is the ninth elder of my Xian sect. The assessment of outer sect disciples is overseen by the ninth elder with the sixth elder's assistance. For the upcoming assessment, please heed the arrangements of the two elders. Yes, greetings, ninth elder. The crowd once again cupped their hands in salutation. Standing among the crowd, Chen Xiao had no choice but to follow suit, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. He hadn't expected that before he could even rescue the person, these fellows would take advantage of him first. Fortunately, the two elders clearly didn't want to waste any more time. The ninth elder waved his hand with a smile and said, "Let's not delay everyone's time. Follow me, and I'll take you to participate in the first round of assessment." The ninth elder turned around and slowly walked towards the location of the main peak, with Xiao Bin and the others quickly following. Naturally, Chen Xiao and the rest also joined in. This first round of assessment tests your cultivation base, as well as your control over your own true energy and body. Our sect does not want mere showpieces, nor those who rely on pills to forcefully boost their cultivation. This first trial is a gravity passage enhanced by formations. Traversing it will be of considerable benefit to your cultivation and body. You must traverse at least 1,000 meters to pass the assessment. Those who fall short of 1,000 meters will be eliminated. The top 3 in this round will be exempt from the next round of assessment and directly promoted to become Ziyun sect disciples. Upon hearing the ninth elder's words, excitement and elation immediately spread across the faces of those present. The top 3 could directly advance to become outer sect disciples of the Ziyun sect. This was something they had never anticipated. If they could secure third place in this trial, many martial artists with decent cultivation bases began to assess their surroundings with a glint in their eyes, secretly sizing up their opponents. Clearly, they were planning to fight tooth and nail for the top 3 spots in the upcoming trial. However, after hearing these words, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. He had clearly understood the rules just now. Most importantly, the ninth elder hadn't mentioned that they couldn't attack each other. This meant that the upcoming competition might turn into a fierce battle, possibly even leading to a brawl among the participants. Although this might seem unfair to those with lower cultivation bases, where can absolute fairness be found in anything? More importantly, the Ziyun sect clearly only wanted the most elite individuals, while the others were destined to become mere foils. However, these rules were of little consequence to Chen Xiao. With his Martial King realm cultivation base, even without revealing his true strength, obtaining first place would be a simple matter. Chen Xiao was determined to secure a spot among the top 3. Ninth elder, what if someone exceeds 1,000 meters and continues forward? A voice suddenly rang out, and Chen Xiao turned his head to see a sturdy young man. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, but since he was participating in the test, he must have met the requirements. In that case, it could only be said that he looked a bit older than his age. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth. The ninth elder also smiled and said amiably, "If you can continue forward, then the one who runs the farthest will be awarded first place. If 2 people run to the same position, then the one who takes the shortest time will be the winner." "Thank you, ninth elder." The young man cupped his hands in salute, and everyone else understood this point. Their faces filled with excitement and tension. The so-called gravity passage was not far from the plaza, located in another small canyon connected to the plaza at the foot of the main peak. One end of the small canyon was the mountain wall of the main peak, and the other end was a hilly area shaded by lush trees. In the middle of the mountain, a 10-meter-wide mountain path paved with bluestone extended straight towards the end of the canyon, disappearing from view. On both sides of the road, there were also many flowers and plants, making the scenery pleasant, but there seemed to be nothing special about it. This is the gravity passage. If you want to pass through it smoothly, then rely on your own abilities. Also, let me say one thing. The higher your cultivation level, the heavier the gravity will be. Therefore, do not try to gain an advantage through cultivation. I have said all that needs to be said. Let's begin. The ninth elder said indifferently, and at the same time, he nodded to the Ziyun sect disciples standing beside him. Immediately, these disciples quickly moved from the hilly area towards the other side of the canyon. Every certain distance, a disciple would stop and stand guard, obviously to monitor the normal progress of the competition. In the original place, there were still 2 elders and Xiao Bin, Xiao Dingshan and others. These 4 people looked at the crowd calmly, without urging them. Chen Xiao now knew the number of disciples who came to participate in the assessment together. There were as many as 732 people. Not many of these people could pass this assessment, and even fewer could be directly promoted. A bloody smell seemed to have faintly emanated. No one took the lead, because no one knew what was in this gravity passage, what kind of changes would occur. If they were accidentally tricked, it would be a big joke. After a moment of slight stalemate, even Xiao Bin couldn't stand it anymore, and coughed lightly, signaling everyone to hurry up. The young man who had asked the 9th elder how far he could go earlier suddenly stood up, looked at the long passage in the distance, and his expression gradually became serious. A stream of true energy began to slowly spread out from his body, obviously running his true energy with all his strength to prevent accidents. After preparing almost everything, the young man suddenly accelerated and plunged into the path, quickly running towards the end of the path. In the blink of an eye, he ran dozens of meters and was still running forward quickly, looking very relaxed. Was it that simple? Everyone who stayed in place was stunned. No one thought that the gravity passage, which was originally thought to be very dangerous, was the same as an ordinary road. The other party's figure didn't even stop for a moment. At this moment, those who were still standing in place couldn't sit still anymore. Many people even regretted it. Why weren't they the first to go up? If they were the first to go up, they could not only leave a good impression on the 2 elders, but also be directly accepted as a close disciple by an elder. Now, this benefit was taken by the young man, and many people cursed secretly in their hearts. The more they thought about it, the more regretful everyone felt. Seeing that the first person was about to disappear, others didn't dare to delay any longer. If the first place was taken away like this, they would have no place to cry. The next moment, figures rushed out one after another, quickly chasing after that figure. However, Chen Xiao was not in a hurry to act. Not only that, but he stood in place and watched those people silently. If someone observed carefully, they would definitely be able to find that Chen Xiao's eyes were filled with a faint smile. Almost at the same time, a series of screams suddenly sounded. Among the hundreds of figures that rushed out quickly, as many as a dozen suddenly fell to the ground without any warning. The others were not much better. Their figures were crooked, and only a few martial artists with cultivation bases above the 8th star martial apprentice could successfully rush towards the distance. This sudden change shocked those who were preparing to step forward, and everyone stood there blankly, not daring to step forward for a while. However, this is not entirely the case. Some martial artists who have already attained the realm of martial masters swiftly bypassed the crowd, hastening towards those in the distance. Meanwhile, those who had been caught in the gravitational space quickly adapted, readjusting their balance as they dashed forward, observing the throng of figures in the passage. And glancing back at the dwindling group of fewer than 100 behind him, Chen Xiao decided not to linger any longer and accelerated into the tunnel. In that fleeting moment of entry, Chen Xiao completely sealed his internal cultivation, forcibly constraining it to the level of a 7-star martial disciple. This precaution was taken to ensure his safety. Initially, he had merely intended to obscure his aura. However, he had recently noticed that this seemingly ordinary gravitational passage concealed an extraordinarily intricate formation. Chen Xiao could not ascertain whether his concealed presence might trigger the formation's awareness. A disturbance could jeopardize the meticulous plans he had laid out. Fortunately, upon stepping into the gravitational tunnel, other than feeling a sudden surge of celestial force enveloping him, he encountered no further anomalies. The gravity was considerably lighter than he had anticipated, not inflicting any harm upon him, not even causing his hair to flutter. It was clear that although Chen Xiao had suppressed his cultivation to the 7-star martial disciple level, his physical form was genuinely at the pinnacle of a 1-star martial king. Moreover, due to practicing the starfire technique and absorbing the blood essence of the golden-haired roar, his physique surpassed his cultivation, likely rivaling that of a 3-star martial king. Such a formidable body would remain largely unaffected even under tenfold or more gravitational pressure. Nonetheless, as he progressed, Chen Xiao continuously attuned his senses to the subtle changes within his body, eager to discern the true nature of the gravitational tunnel's functions. As he advanced, the gravitational force acting upon him intensified, and this peculiar weight bore down on him from all directions. To maintain his pace against this formidable gravity, he needed to marshal his internal energy, fully enveloping himself to swiftly adapt to the shifting forces. Failure to do so would result in the same fate as those who had already fallen. Amused at the sight of those who had stumbled, Chen Xiao recognized that their lack of preparation for the sudden gravity had caused their bodies to falter, leading to their unfortunate falls. Casting a glance behind, he noted that those individuals had regained their composure and were now pursuing him once more. Although the gravity increased with every step forward, the cultivators present were not lacking in strength, and traversing the initial few hundred meters posed no significant challenge. However, upon reaching 500 meters, the gravitational force abruptly doubled. Fortunately, Chen Xiao swiftly adjusted, propelling himself forward to gradually catch up with the earlier runners. Behind him, another group succumbed to the ground, some moving as sluggishly as snails. Their faces flushed and veins bulging, signaling their impending collapse. Chen Xiao assessed that from the initial gravity of 1 times, it had escalated to 2 times at 500 meters, and then sharply to 4 times, an overwhelming burden. Those with weaker physiques could still rely on their cultivation to endure for a time, but for those lacking both physical and cultivation strength, the ground was their only recourse. Some individuals struggled upon the ground for an extended period without managing to rise. Although Chen Xiao was among the last to sprint, he had unknowingly surpassed the majority present. With only about 200 ahead of him, these remaining individuals were simply those who had begun earlier. And Chen Xiao refrained from revealing his true capabilities to avoid attracting the attention of the 2 martial kings. Nevertheless, as the distance increased, and upon reaching 600, 700, and 800 meters, more and more fell behind. Each 100 meters served as a threshold, with gravity intensifying incrementally. Many who had previously managed to endure found that the sudden increase after each 100 meters became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, leaving them unable to continue. Chen Xiao overtook dozens more, leaving only around 130 ahead. Among these, aside from the 10 or so martial masters leading the pack, the others were visibly struggling, their faces flushed and drenched in sweat. Chen Xiao maintained his pace, while their speed noticeably dwindled. Some could only watch in dismay as he darted past them, perspiration dripping from their brows. Until this point, many began to grasp why the elder had stated that reaching a mere 1,000 meters was sufficient, as it became evident that many present could scarcely hope to cover that distance. Glancing back, he noted that several had collapsed around 500 to 600 meters. Had it not been for the timely assistance of the disciples guarding the sides, they might still be lying incapacitated on the ground. "How can you run so fast?" inquired a fellow 7-star martial disciple, wide-eyed as he witnessed Chen Xiao surpass him. Yet before Chen Xiao could respond, the distraction caused him to lose his balance, crashing to the ground. By the time he managed to rise again, Chen Xiao's figure had vanished from sight. Chapter 98, Setting Traps. Others, wishing to inquire, hesitated, mindful of the fate that had befallen their peers. One by one, they summoned their internal energy, resolutely resisting the pressure bearing down upon them. As Chen Xiao reached 900 meters, fewer than 30 remained ahead of him. Among them, only 7 were martial masters, while the rest were primarily 7-star martial disciples, with a lone exception being a young 5-star martial disciple. Chen Xiao recognized this youth. He was the one who had been eliminated earlier in Xian City, but had managed to endure 10 exchanges against the disciples of the outer sect. Noting the peculiar strength of this individual, Chen Xiao observed that while other 5-star martial disciples had begun to falter around 500 to 600 meters, this youth had advanced beyond 900 meters and appeared to be making steady progress towards the 1,000-meter mark. It seemed he had specialized in cultivating his physique. Chen Xiao diverted his gaze back to the others, who had taken notice of his remarkable speed and ease. While they had taken nearly an entire T's worth of time to traverse, he had accomplished it in less than half that duration. Most significantly, upon crossing the 900-meter threshold, they felt as though they were mired in a quagmire, their movements slowed to an almost comical degree. And also participants in the Ziyun sect's assessment hailed from a mid-sized family and had both attained the realm of martial master. With their superior techniques and cultivation, they managed to navigate the tenfold gravity with relative ease. As they approached within 50 meters of the finish line, they merely needed to endure a moment longer to claim the top 3 spots. However, at that moment, a youth clad in black, appearing merely 15 or 16 years of age, sauntered leisurely past them. Not good. The expressions of the 2 individuals shifted simultaneously. Initially, they intended to see who could seize the first place, but upon observing Chen Xiao effortlessly advancing as if the gravitational force were negligible, they suddenly felt threatened. If they allowed others to pass, the first place would undoubtedly slip away. The thought of a prize so close at hand vanishing ignited a sense of unwillingness on their faces. After exchanging glances, they promptly launched an attack on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, who had been quietly observing his surroundings while gradually surpassing the 2, immediately detected their assault. Internally, he mused that it had indeed begun. Yet his movements remained swift. Before the 2 could strike, he abruptly turned, delivering a palm strike to each of them. Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds echoed, and the 2 assailants staggered back, shaken. Due to the gravitational force and Chen Xiao's suppressed cultivation level, they did not retreat far, but the sudden impact disrupted their balance. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended. Boom! With a dull thud, both individuals found themselves forced to the ground, their positions most undignified. Chen Xiao, utilizing the recoil, took 3 or 4 steps backward, his complexion paling slightly. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to remain upright. Of course, this was merely an illusion to outsiders. In reality, Chen Xiao suffered no harm. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers was gradually approaching Chen Xiao. The sudden skirmish startled everyone, including those from the Ziyun sect, who turned their attention toward the commotion. Upon witnessing the 2 martial artists sprawled on the ground, they were momentarily taken aback. Then their gazes shifted to Chen Xiao. This young man possesses some merit. The 9th elder wore a subtle smile, his gaze fixed on Chen Xiao. Indeed, to withstand an attack from 2 martial masters while possessing only the cultivation of a 7-star martial apprentice is quite impressive. Although external factors prevented the 2 from exerting their full strength, it was evident that this young man was extraordinary. The 6th elder, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. After exchanging their thoughts, they glanced around, furrowing their brows slightly. Standing beside them, Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan shared a knowing look, both recognizing each other's sentiments. It seemed they ought to treat Chen Xiao with more respect in the future. Such praise from the elders was rare. Within the gravitational passage, Chen Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his cold gaze fixed on the 2 martial artists struggling to rise. After a cursory glance, he chose not to engage further and continued hastily toward the front, with only the final 50 meters separating him from the 1,000-meter mark. Once Chen Xiao moved on, the 2 assailants finally managed to get back on their feet. Watching Chen Xiao's departing figure, they felt a surge of resentment. Their original intent to block him had not only failed, but had also resulted in public humiliation. Cursed be it. They silently cursed, eager to pursue him once more. However, just then, several individuals rushed in unexpectedly, catching them off guard, and they were promptly struck down again. Bang! Bang! The 2 unfortunate martial artists fell to the ground once more, feeling as if 1,000 raging horses trampled through their minds, their frustration palpable. Seeing over 10 individuals rush past them, they dared not linger and hastily scrambled to follow. Yet, at that moment, the group ahead erupted into chaos. With the finish line tantalizingly close, the brawl commenced. Chen Xiao, having gained the lead and with no one behind him, faced no obstruction. However, those in 2nd and 3rd place were not so fortunate. They had run alongside others, and none wished to relinquish their positions, especially since securing a top 3 finish would grant them entry as outer disciples of the Ziyun sect, an opportunity far too precious to abandon. With this realization, everyone present began to contemplate how to obstruct others from surpassing them. Chapter 99. This young man is extraordinary. With intention comes action. A 9-star martial apprentice boldly struck out, aiming a punch at a martial master. However, the martial master was prepared, sensing the incoming attack. He swiftly countered with a palm strike. The moment their fists connected, the 9-star martial apprentice was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, only to crash heavily to the ground due to the gravitational force after a mere 2 meters. This sudden attack acted as a fuse, igniting a chain reaction. In an instant, all the on-edge martial artists unleashed their assaults simultaneously, disregarding their surroundings and the cultivation levels of their targets. Anyone they could strike, they did, while also bracing against potential counterattacks from behind. "Ah, you seek death," a cry echoed. "Get out of my way, don't block me. Move aside. What do you want?" A cacophony of shouts and curses erupted. Behind them, those who were still rushing over halted in their tracks, intimidated by the scene. Chen Xiao turned to glance back. At this moment, he was but a step away from the 1,000-meter mark, observing the chaos. He shook his head in amusement before taking another step forward, crossing into the 1,000-meter zone. The next instant, an even more formidable gravitational force enveloped Chen Xiao, rendering his legs as heavy as lead, immovable. Remarkable. The gravity here is akin to the pressure exerted by a martial general. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. What had once been unclear now became evident. Initially puzzled about the significance of this trial, he now understood its purpose. This gravitational passage within the Ziyun sect was evidently designed for disciples' training, simulating the pressure of a martial artist to enhance their control over their bodies and true qi. Moreover, it allowed them to adapt swiftly to such pressures, ensuring they would not be overwhelmed by superior opponents in the future. Unfortunately, most individuals rushed through without grasping the sect's thoughtful intentions. Even Chen Xiao had not fully comprehended it until now. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to continue toward the area beyond the 1,000-meter mark. Behind him, amidst the tumultuous melee, an 8-star martial apprentice seized the opportunity to break free from the chaos, gradually making his way toward the 1,000-meter range. Upon noticing Chen Xiao advancing, his eyes brightened. Yet, Whether due to a moment of folly or sheer determination, he too crossed the 1,000-meter threshold, moving toward Chen Xiao. However, barely half a step in, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, blood trickling from his mouth, evidently suffering significant injuries. Beside them, a vigilant disciple of the Xian sect rushed in upon witnessing the scene, swiftly pulling the fallen disciple from the ground and setting him aside for healing. Chen Xiao glanced back and was taken aback to observe that the disciple seemed unaffected by the array's influence, which piqued his curiosity even further. However, Chen Xiao soon disregarded the affairs of those behind him, choosing instead to fully relax his body, allowing his spirit to gradually commune with the celestial energy within the gravitational passage, seeking to comprehend the essence of this realm's gravity. On the cliff, Elders Lu and Jiao had appeared at some point, their gazes fixated on Chen Xiao. With a hint of astonishment, they observed the motionless figure of Chen Xiao. Elder Jiao remarked, "Isn't the trial ground beyond 1,000 meters designated for martial generals? This lad, merely at the martial apprentice level, astonishingly withstands it without faltering?" Elder Lu concurred. "Indeed, yet it appears he has reached his limit. Should he proceed further, it could spell trouble." As they spoke, Chen Xiao unexpectedly opened his eyes, taking a deliberate step forward, continuing his journey until he reached 1,100 meters, where he paused to contemplate the gravitational forces acting upon him. "What is this child's name?" Elder Jiao inquired, turning to the two attendants, Xiao Bin and his companion. In response, Elder Jiao, "This child is named Zhang San, 16 years old. Hailing from Zhang family village outside Beixian City, Tianwu Kingdom," Xiao Bin promptly replied, having discreetly reviewed Chen Xiao's profile after Elder Jiao's earlier praise. 16. A 7-star martial apprentice. Elder Jiao mused, while his cultivation talent may not be exceptional, it is still commendable. Moreover, his mental fortitude surpasses our expectations. He is indeed a promising prospect. Quite so, Elder Lu chuckled. If circumstances permit, why not take him under your wing, old nine? They exchanged knowing smiles, turning their attention back to the other participants in the gravitational passage. 500 meters away, many had already given up, retreating with expressions of despair, leaving only 300 or 400 still striving onward. Yet, none amongst them were willing to concede easily. As time wore on, a second, third, and fourth martial artist ventured into the 1,000-meter gravitational passage, quickly gathering 2 or 3 dozen individuals at that distance. Although the remaining participants struggled, they steadily approached the 1,000-meter mark, suggesting that reaching 200 was indeed attainable. Outside the 1,000-meter threshold, the second martial artist to reach that range lay unconscious on the ground, instilling hesitation in others who dared not tread beyond that point, casting glances of bewilderment and astonishment towards Chen Xiao. In that moment, he stood alone within the gravitational passage beyond the 1,000-meter mark, the focus of countless gazes. Evidently aware of his conspicuous position, Chen Xiao stalled at 1,200 meters, opting not to advance further. Should no one else approach, he intended to withdraw. Otherwise, given his current cultivation, even entering the 2,000-meter gravitational passage would pose no challenge. However, he preferred to avoid becoming the center of attention, a scenario he wished to evade. Just as Chen Xiao contemplated his exit, another individual attempted to step beyond the 1,000-meter boundary. Yet, merely after taking half a step, he collapsed onto the ground. Chen Xiao turned back, shaking his head in disbelief. The pressure of the martial general's gravity was not to be trifled with. Had it not been for his extraordinary cultivation, he too would have struggled. As the onlookers expressed their disbelief, the prostrate young man slowly began to rise, drenched in sweat with reddened eyes, yet he persisted in standing. Chen Xiao's gaze swept over him, recognizing him as the first martial apprentice to enter the gravitational passage. This individual had previously faltered at the 800-meter mark, but had now not only reached the 1,000-meter point, but was attempting to venture further beyond it. Whispers erupted as the crowd buzzed with excitement, many casting eager glances, their faces alight with anticipation. Moments later, the young man successfully stood, slowly making his way toward Chen Xiao, albeit at a snail's pace. However, after barely taking 5 steps, he collapsed once more, unable to rise again. The Ziyun sect disciple on guard rushed forward to assist him. Shortly thereafter, more individuals began to attempt crossing the 1,000-meter threshold. However, without exception, they could barely endure within 10 meters. Even several martial masters could only manage a distance of around 10 meters before succumbing. With no one else willing to try, those who had reached the 1,000-meter mark had successfully passed the first round of assessments, and as long as they passed the next one, they would become disciples of the Ziyun sect. There was no need to gamble their lives further. With no further challengers, Chen Xiao deemed it prudent to retreat from the 200-meter mark, standing quietly nearby as time inexorably passed. Half an hour slipped by, and more than 180 participants had successfully passed the 1,000-meter trial. While the remaining individuals struggled, their efforts bore little significance. Very well, the assessment concludes. Those who did not pass should take a moment to rest. A floating vessel will be arranged to return you to Xian City. The rest of you, please recuperate. We will commence the second round of assessments in half an hour. Elder Jiao's voice resonated, eliciting expressions of joy from those who had succeeded. While the unsuccessful wore ashen faces, shocked by their merciless elimination after their prolonged efforts. Nevertheless, no one dared to oppose Elder Jiao's decision, nor did any dissenting voices arise. Ultimately, 187 individuals advanced to the second round, with 3 exempt from further assessment, the top 3 performers in this trial. As anticipated, Chen Xiao claimed first place, followed by a 1-star martial master who barely secured second place by reaching the 1,010-meter mark, while the third was another martial master. The individual who had closely followed Chen Xiao, due to his proximity, only managed to achieve 6th place. Zhang San, Hu Shuo, and Chen Guizhen. You 3 have secured the top 3 positions in the first round and are now directly promoted to disciples of the Ziyun sect. Please follow me to collect your identity tokens and choose your accommodations. Xiao Bin's voice rang out beside them. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao and the others promptly approached Xiao Bin, bowing respectfully in acknowledgement. Pleased with their demeanor, Xiao Bin recognized their promising status, particularly Chen Xiao, who had garnered the attention of the 2 elders, and therefore did not treat them lightly, assisting them to their feet. There is no need to continue with the subsequent assessments. Let us depart. If you wish to observe the remaining trials later, I can bring you along. Xiao Bin laughed heartily, presenting a markedly different demeanor from his earlier conduct in Xian City. Aside from Chen Xiao, the other 2 appeared taken aback by the attention, and even Chen Xiao had to feign an expression of great surprise. At this moment, Chen Xiao was indeed pleasantly surprised. Xiao Bin appeared to be quite amiable and seemed to possess an air of familiarity, which might enable him to extract some useful information from this individual. Perhaps even inquired directly about the whereabouts of Chun Lan and the others. As Xiao Bin departed, Xiao Dingshan remained behind to organize the martial artists for a brief rest. Considering they had just participated in the gravity passage assessment, it was only natural for them to recharge and have a meal before the subsequent evaluations. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao and the others, under Xiao Bin's guidance, made their way towards a towering peak that soared several hundred meters into the sky. The mountainside was adorned with lush greenery, and a winding stone staircase led upwards. Midway up the slope, palatial structures dotted the landscape, and at the summit, an immense complex of palaces awaited. As they reached the mid-slope, Xiao Bin explained, "This is where the outer disciples reside. In the future, you will also call this place home. At the peak, you will find the task hall for outer disciples, a frequent gathering place for Elder Jiao and others. Here, you will obtain your training resources and access sect missions. Brother Qiao, I understand that our Ziyun sect has thousands of disciples, yet it seems we have encountered so few along the way." Chen Guizhen inquired with curiosity. Indeed, our sect boasts over 3,000 members. However, nearly half of them are out on expeditions, and some are engaged in sect tasks. Moreover, there is a training area on the sect's back mountain where many of our brothers practice during the day. Thus, it is quite normal for you not to see them. Xiao Bin elucidated. Very well, let me also share some insights about our training grounds. We call it the Trial Valley, a vast basin transformed from over 100,000 square meters of land. It features a grand training arena, waterfalls, wooden stake formations, rolling log traps, and the gravity arrays you saw earlier, among other facilities. You will discover more once you enter. In short, our Ziyun sect offers unparalleled training resources. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. After Xiao Bin finished speaking, he instinctively glanced at Chen Xiao, who smiled in response. In that case, I must express my gratitude to you, brother. Haha, it's but a small effort. Xiao Bin chuckled heartily. As laughter filled the air, the group finally reached the summit, where a monumental palace complex gradually came into view. Chapter 101. Comprehending Sword Intent. The Grand Hall, aptly named the Task Hall, was prominently signposted. Upon entering, Chen Xiao and the others proceeded to a side hall, which led to a storeroom where they received their identity, tokens, and garments. The outer disciples were provided with 2 sets of white garments emblazoned with the Ziyun sect insignia and a second-tier weapon. Although these weapons were of a noticeably lower grade, even inferior to the one Chen Xiao possessed, he paid little mind to such trivialities. He was merely going through the motions. After navigating a series of inquiries, the trio finally exited the hall. Xiao Bin led them to select a loft as their residence before guiding them back to the square where the martial artists had gathered. Upon their return, The martial artists had already rested and were enjoying the lunch prepared by the Ziyun sect. When they spotted Chen Xiao and his companions adorned in the white garments of the outer disciples, expressions of envy lit up their faces. A few familiar faces even rushed over to greet them. "Let us proceed to the top and await them there," Xiao Bin suggested with a smile, leading Chen Xiao and the others toward a nearby lesser peak that appeared less densely forested. This smaller peak boasted a straight stone pathway that extended directly from the summit, resembling a celestial ladder. For an ordinary person, the ascent would be arduous. Fortunately, with their mastery of true energy, Chen Xiao and his companions effortlessly soared upwards, reaching the peak in mere moments. As they surveyed the surroundings, the mountains formed a breathtaking panorama, stretching endlessly like a sea of peaks. Dominating the view was the main peak, soaring nearly 100 meters higher than the one they occupied. What captivated their attention most was a colossal structure atop the summit. This mountaintop encompassed a vast expanse of several thousand square meters, adorned with numerous rare trees. At its center stood a magnificent 9-story wooden pavilion, exuding an aura of solemn majesty. Most strikingly, in front of the pavilion lay an enormous sword made entirely of peculiar stone. This gray-white stone sword measured 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, firmly embedded in the ground, surrounded by several smaller stone swords, creating an eerie tableau. "What is this?" Chen Xiao inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin smiled and explained, "This is a sacred training ground of our Ziyun sect, the Sword Pavilion. The massive stone sword outside is the Sword Tomb, a place ideal for practicing sword techniques or comprehending sword intent. For martial artists who favor the sword, it offers immense benefits. Furthermore, this location serves as the site for the second round of assessments. Those unable to withstand the sword intent within 500 meters of the Sword Tomb will be eliminated." "Now I understand." A look of realization dawned upon Chen Xiao and the others. Hu Shuo then boldly asked, "Brother Qiao, may we approach for a closer look?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Bin furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating momentarily before nodding with a smile. "Yes, you may approach, but be cautious. Do not overexert yourselves, as the sword intent can be harmful. I will stand by to protect you." "Thank you, Brother Qiao." The trio bowed in gratitude and, under Xiao Bin's watchful gaze, cautiously approached the enormous stone sword. They were all mindful of their surroundings, and even Chen Xiao, seeing such an unusual sword tomb for the first time, remained vigilant as they drew closer. Strangely enough, standing a kilometer away from the sword tomb, they sensed no sword intent. However, as they entered the range of 1,000 meters, an acute sensation prickled their skin, affecting every part of their being. "Is this the sword intent?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Although his current cultivation enabled him to effortlessly manifest sword radiance and even sword light, these were merely illusions created from true essence. In combat, while they provided a boost in power, they lacked the sharpness of true sword intent. Sword radiance could be likened to a dull angle, whereas sword intent represented a keen edge. The disparity in their offensive capabilities was immense. Should he grasp the sword intent, it would significantly enhance Chen Xiao's strength. He had entered with the intention of comprehending this very essence. However, as soon as he stepped inside, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. System alert. A substantial amount of unclaimed sword intent has been detected nearby. Would you like to absorb it? Sword intent can be absorbed directly? Chen Xiao stood frozen in place. Absorbing sword intent will aid the host in utilizing the system to comprehend its essence. The system's clear voice continued. Due to the system's influence, Chen Xiao paused, and to an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though he had halted upon entering the 1-kilometer range, seemingly unable to advance further. This caused Xiao Bin to frown deeply. Zhang San was a favored disciple of Elder Jiao, and if he couldn't even approach within 100 meters of the Sword Tomb, it would be quite the embarrassment. In contrast, Hu Shuo and Chun Guizhen continued to approach the massive stone sword methodically. As Xiao Bin contemplated whether to remind Chen Xiao of certain precautions, Chen Xiao unexpectedly sprang into action, moving with a speed rivaling that of the two individuals nearby, striding purposefully toward the immense stone sword. Observing this, Xiao Bin remained stationary, refraining from further movements. A closer examination would reveal an invisible wave enveloping Chen Xiao, a peculiar phenomenon that devoured any nearby menacing sword intent. Before Chen Xiao's eyes, a progress bar on the system interface gradually increased. Understanding sword intent 15-100. Understanding sword intent 16-100. With each step Chen Xiao took, the gravitational pull emanating from the voracious beast within him intensified, a deliberate effort to contain the absorption of sword intent. Otherwise, a significant disturbance might have alerted others. Fortunately, As Chen Xiao approached the stone sword, the surrounding sword intent thickened, hastening the system's absorption rate. When he reached approximately 500 meters from the stone sword, the sword intent finally peaked at 100 points. A notification chimed, indicating that the host had successfully comprehended the slaughter sword intent, currently at level 1, requiring 100 sword intent to advance to level 2. Alongside the system's announcement, a strange, nebulous understanding surged into Chen Xiao's mind, granting him targeted insight into this slaughter sword intent. A smile of delight spread across his face as he realized how effortlessly he had mastered this ability, relying entirely on the system's assistance rather than any arduous process of comprehension. In the next moment, with a mere thought, an imperceptible thread of intent began to coalesce at his fingertips, morphing in size under his control. Chapter 102. News of Chinyong. While Chen Xiao tested his sword intent, Hu Shua and Chen Guizhen had also arrived within a 500-meter radius. Strangely, they felt a palpable sword intent emanating from Chen Xiao, yet upon closer inspection, it vanished, leaving them puzzled. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity to comprehend sword intent, they diverted their focus back to their own. Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the two beside him, aware that they had been observing him. This prompted him to dissipate the sword intent surrounding him, concealing his actions from their scrutiny. After a brief moment of reflection, Chen Xiao continued to advance toward the central stone sword, all the while appraising both the sword and the surrounding landscape. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught his eye. To his right, a desolate hill devoid of trees stood out against the backdrop of lush greenery, appearing both jarring and eerie. Within the confines of Xian sect, anything could capture Chen Xiao's attention, and he resolved to extract information about this oddity later. Time passed slowly. Finally, Hu Shua and Chen Guizhen reached 100-meter proximity to the stone sword, their bodies drenched in sweat. Hu Shua slumped to the ground, while Chen Guizhen managed to take a couple more steps forward before retreating, clearly unable to endure any longer. In stark contrast, Chen Xiao had approached within 50 meters of the stone sword, observing its intricate patterns in vivid detail. The sword intent in the air appeared more ferocious. However, instead of feeling threatened, Chen Xiao experienced a peculiar sense of familiarity, likely due to his recent mastery of this sword intent. He remained at this location because the sword intent from the Supreme Upgrade system was yet to be fully absorbed, currently at the pinnacle of level 1. Mere moments away from advancement to level 2. In an instant, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. The system indicated that the host had successfully comprehended level 2 sword intent, requiring 100 sword intent for further enhancement. With renewed vigor, Chen Xiao's eyes widened as he swiftly approached Xiao Bin, who stood alongside Hu Shua and Chen Guizhen, both regarding him with a mix of shock and awe. They had emerged from the sword tomb, having waited beside Xiao Bin for a considerable time, witnessing Chen Xiao transition from 100 meters to 50 meters. Had he not retreated, they would have begun questioning their own capabilities. Even Xiao Bin's expression betrayed a hint of disbelief. Despite having attained the martial general realm, he could only approach within 50 meters under such pressure. The intensity of the sword intent increased dramatically beyond the 100-meter mark, and for Chen Xiao to reach 50 meters indicated that he surpassed most outer disciples of the Xian sect, marking him as a remarkable talent among them. Fortunately, the elders had not witnessed this scene. Otherwise, they would have likely vied to take Chen Xiao under their wing. Junior brother Zhang, your achievement is astounding. To come so close to the colossal stone sword is no small feat. Even many inner disciples seldom manage such proximity. I wonder what insights you've gained. Xiao Bin remarked with a smile, causing Hu Shua and Chen Guizhen's eyes to widen in realization of the implications of his words. They understood that Chen Xiao was not someone to be trifled with in the future. You're too kind, brother Xiao. I merely felt a connection with the sword intent. A stroke of luck, Chen Xiao replied with a smile, before his expression shifted to one of curiosity. By the way, I noticed a desolate hill nearby when I was at the sword tomb. What's its significance? This area is supposed to be a place of exquisite charm. Such a barren hill seems out of place. The desolate hill? Chen Guizhen and Hu Shua paused, having been too focused on comprehending sword intent to notice their surroundings. Xiao Bin waved dismissively. Are you referring to the one to the west? It's not actually a barren hill. It serves as a prison for offenders or a place for punishing disciples who err. Upon hearing the term offenders, Chen Xiao's interest piqued. He had intended to inquire about the topic, and fortuitously, Xiao Bin had brought it up first. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to ask further questions when Hu Shua interjected. Brother Xiao, with the power of our Xian sect, does anyone dare to offend us? Chen Xiao silently praised Hu Shua for his timely assistance in voicing the question he had in mind. Xiao Bin smiled, Ordinary individuals, naturally, would not dare to provoke us. However, there are always those who overestimate themselves. For instance, not long ago, we inadvertently lost an outer elder of the martial king realm. Nevertheless, measures are in place to resolve this matter swiftly. Most of those sent there are simply disciples who have erred. Let's not dwell on that. The 9th elder has arrived. Xiao Bin gestured toward the steps in the distance. Indeed, over 100 warriors who had passed the first round of assessments were making their way up. Following this, as Xiao Bin had previously mentioned, each of the warriors began their sword intent evaluations. During this process, Chen Xiao was called over by the 9th elder for a brief inquiry regarding his cultivation level, background, and understanding of sword intent. Additionally, Xiao Bin informed the 9th elder of Chen Xiao's comprehension of sword intent, garnering Chen Xiao considerable attention. The inquiries posed were met with Chen Xiao's meticulous preparation, ensuring that no slip-ups occurred. After 2 full hours, the assessment for over 100 individuals finally concluded, leaving a mere 89 who successfully passed, while the rest were promptly dismissed. As for the vacancies created, there would certainly be arrangements for another round of recruitment assessments. Chapter 103. A renewed breakthrough in the stillness of the night. Within the confines of his humble abode, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged, a subtle wave of true energy emanating from him as the starfire technique swiftly circulated. The abundant spiritual energy of the heavens and earth enveloped him, intertwining as it entered his body with each breath he took. Ding! A system notification chimed, signaling the successful advancement of the host, elevating his rank by 1. Now at the initial stage of the 2-star Martial King realm. As the melodious sound resonated, Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of dark azure flame flashing within his pitch-black irises, an eerie sight he remained oblivious to as he stood up. With his movements, a series of crackling sounds echoed, and his skin appeared even more delicate, his stature subtly increasing by several inches. At last, I have reached the 2-star Martial King realm. Chen Xiao murmured, casting a sidelong glance towards the desolate mountain he had observed during the day, a glint of cold light flickering in his gaze. After the assessment concluded, Chen Xiao and his peers were instructed to rest, awaiting the new disciples' conference 2 days hence. However, after enduring a prolonged period of restraint, he had finally gleaned the whereabouts of Chun Lan and others. He could no longer afford to wait. Despite the inherent dangers of a solitary rescue mission, given his current cultivation level, Chen Xiao was unwilling to squander any more time. Gazing out the window, he noted the cloudy night, the moon veiled by the clouds, casting a hazy glow. Donning a set of dark night gear, he quietly slipped out. The dwelling he occupied was a standalone loft, a testament to the generosity of the Ziyun sect, which boasted 2 peaks solely for the accommodation of outer disciples. Chen Xiao had deliberately chosen a secluded residence near the edge, claiming a preference for tranquility, which raised no suspicions among his peers. Once outside, the only sound was the cold wind whispering through the air, devoid of any human presence, save for the occasional chirping of insects and the calls of birds. After a moment of orientation, Chen Xiao, having completely suppressed his aura, suddenly darted forth, vanishing into the shadows. The cobblestone paths of Ziyun's sect glimmered faintly at night, a curious phenomenon that illuminated the way, though it posed a risk for Chen Xiao, who wished to remain undetected. Thus, he navigated through the nearby woods, evading the illuminated paths. Earlier that day, he had surveyed the terrain, acquiring a general sense of his surroundings, ensuring he did not inadvertently wander near the residences of any elders. Even at night, guards patrolled the Ziyun sect's mountain gate. However, given its nature, few would dare intrude, resulting in only a handful of martial masters tasked with the watch. Chen Xiao's cultivation far surpassed theirs, allowing him to effortlessly avoid detection even when he remained close by. After nearly half an hour of stealthy maneuvering, he successfully circumvented 2 peaks housing outer disciples. Arriving at a gorge near the desolate peak, Chen Xiao had never ventured to this location before, so he proceeded cautiously. Soon, he halted, concealed in the shadows, observing a structure at the mountain's base. Within, 6 disciples of the Ziyun sect engaged in light-hearted banter, and upon a brief scan, he noted that all 6 possessed martial general cultivation, the highest among them reaching the 9-star martial general realm, clearly assigned to guard this area. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, opting to remain still and wait. After a brief interval, 2 more martial general disciples exited the building, swapping places with 2 who entered, while the others remained stationary. After another short wait, no one else emerged. Chen Xiao sensed no additional presences, confirming that only these 8 were stationed there. His gaze swept over the mountain. Aside from the faintly glowing paths, the rest lay shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of what lay beyond or where the captives might be held. After much deliberation, Chen Xiao refocused on the building. Since he could not locate them himself, he would simply inquire. After waiting nearly another incense stick's worth of time, 2 more figures rose and walked toward the building, leaving only 4 outside. Chen Xiao quietly melded into the shadows, disappearing from sight. When he re-emerged, he had circled to the building's shadowed side. Listening intently, he detected no movement within, prompting him to leap lightly onto a 3-meter-high wall and land soundlessly. Peering inside, he found no one present and swiftly entered the courtyard. The interior was dimly lit except for lanterns hanging in the corridor, suggesting the absence of occupants. Cautiously, he searched the space, ultimately fixating on a grand hall at the center. Unlike the rest of the building, the hall was brightly lit, indicating that someone was indeed inside. Chen Xiao sensed the earlier figures he had noticed were somewhere within the hall. However, he chose not to enter directly. Instead, he circled around to the back of the hall, crouching beneath the eaves, pressing his ear against the glazed tiles to listen intently. It appears to be a quiet night. Let us retire early and prepare for tomorrow's shift. A deep voice resonated within the hall. All right, we shall rest for now, came a chorus of voices, presumably from the 4 who had entered earlier. By the way, have you delivered meals to those 2 captured from Chinyong town? The deep voice inquired again. Yes, we have. Truth be told, that girl is quite beautiful. One voice replied. Don't harbor any foolish thoughts. She is a criminal who killed an outer elder. Who knows what punishment awaits her? Don't endanger yourself. The deep voice reprimanded playfully. Understood. Laughter followed, and footsteps echoed as they began to exit the hall, dispersing to the adjacent buildings. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes. Their conversation had clearly pertained to Chen Lan and Chen Yuanshan, and it seemed they were indeed being held captive here. He had no knowledge of their current condition. Chapter 104. The night raid suppressing the surge of murderous rage within. Chen Xiao turned to follow a 6-star marshal general. The marshal general, taken aback by the audacity of someone trailing him, returned directly to his door, gradually closing it to begin his meditation. However, just then, a faint noise echoed from outside, as if something had fallen. Who goes there? The 6-star marshal general exclaimed, abruptly thrusting the door open and stepping outside. Yet, the surrounding darkness revealed nothing amiss. Strange, the middle-aged man muttered, returning to his room, bewildered, and shutting the door once more. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the door, swiftly grasping his throat, rendering him utterly voiceless. Do not utter a sound, or I shall kill you instantly. Chen Xiao's voice was dark and foreboding, imbued with the oppressive aura of a martial king, crushing the man with the sword intent he had just comprehended. The middle-aged man turned pale, acutely aware that Chen Xiao's cultivation vastly surpassed his own. Otherwise, he would not have been able to infiltrate his quarters unnoticed. However, the man quickly nodded in submission, knowing all too well that angering Chen Xiao would leave him with no chance of survival. Seeing the man acquiesce, Chen Xiao gradually released his grip, though his hand remained poised, ready to strike should the man misbehave. Who are you? The middle-aged man inquired in a hushed tone, his gaze fixated on Chen Xiao, sweat beading on his forehead. No more nonsense. Answer my questions. Chen Xiao's voice grew increasingly frigid. The man, clearly intimidated, nodded rapidly. Where are the 2 individuals you discussed earlier, the ones brought from Chinyong town? Chen Xiao's gaze bore into him as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock, a fleeting look of incredulity crossing his face as if he wished to say something. Yet, sensing Chen Xiao's overwhelming murderous intent, he hurriedly replied, the young girl and the old gentleman. They are imprisoned in the dungeon. Where is the entrance to the dungeon? Chen Xiao pressed on. The entrance is located in the side hall behind the main hall. The man answered promptly, clearly eager to avoid Chen Xiao's wrath. There are also several martial masters guarding the dungeon. When do you change shifts? Chen Xiao continued. There will be no shift change today. They will remain outside until dawn. The guard hastily replied. However, as he spoke, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Before he could react, Chen Xiao swiftly struck him on the neck, rendering him unconscious. Not wishing to kill him, Chen Xiao swiftly closed the door and slipped away, making his way back to the main hall with newfound familiarity. The hall was devoid of guards, allowing Chen Xiao to enter with ease. After a brief survey, he indeed discovered the side hall mentioned by the young man. Inside the side hall, aside from some basic furniture, there was nothing of note. Behind the tables and chairs lay a long staircase leading underground. The stairs extended downwards, disappearing from sight, illuminated only by flickering shadows cast by distant lights. After careful sensing, Chen Xiao detected no presence within the passage and boldly approached, descending the staircase step by step. At the top of the stairs, moonstone lanterns adorned the ceiling every 3 meters, casting light upon the surroundings. Chen Xiao estimated he had descended nearly 100 meters, likely reaching deep within the mountain. The passage widened suddenly, revealing a spacious landing with broad steps, and the cavernous interior became more expansive. Despite being deep in the mountains, the area was not dark, nor was the air damp and stifling, evidently. There were other openings for ventilation. As Chen Xiao prepared to descend further, he suddenly recoiled, hearing voices echoing from below. Straining to listen, he discerned that a group was gambling, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a considerable wait, he concluded that they would not move easily and cautiously peeked around the corner toward the source of the noise. A vast chamber unfolded before him, measuring at least 100 meters wide. Moonstones, the size of basins, were embedded in the 10-meter-high ceiling, illuminating the hall brightly. Further in, tables and chairs were arranged, with 4 martial artists clad in the garb of the outer sect of Ziyun sect seated together, laughing and chatting, a dice rolling among them. In the distance, several cells could be seen, but Chen Xiao did not spot Chen Lan or Chen Yuanshan. They were likely still confined within. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xiao discerned that the martial artists guarding the dungeon were of low cultivation, the strongest merely a 5-star martial master, with the weakest at 2 stars. This realization eased his mind. Dealing with such weak opponents would be a simple task. Nonetheless, prudence dictated caution. Who knew if they had any means to alert others? Thus, Chen Xiao picked up an object and hurled it to the ground. The sharp sound echoed through the chamber, abruptly halting the raucous laughter. The 4 men turned in unison, one of them uncertainly calling out, "Who goes there? Is that you, senior brother Gaifeng?" However, Chen Xiao remained silent, allowing the tension to build. Not receiving a response, the 4 exchanged glances, suspicion etched on their faces. 2 of them stood and cautiously approached the entrance, weapons drawn, ready to strike at the slightest hint of danger. As the 2 neared the entryway, they found it empty, save for a stone that had inexplicably fallen to the ground. Strange, they muttered, furrowing their brows before turning back. "No one here, let us continue." But just as they spoke, a shadow darted out from the entrance with astonishing speed, covering the distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The 2 guards, their backs turned, had no time to react before the inevitable happened. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 dull thuds echoed as they collapsed to the ground. "Who is it?" came the startled cries of the remaining 2 inside, rising to their feet, their expressions a mix of confusion and alarm. Yet, before they could take action, an almost imperceptible shadow lunged toward them. Thud! Thud! The 2 were swiftly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground before they could even muster a defense. With all 4 guards neutralized, Chen Xiao finally revealed himself. A faint azure and black luminescence enveloping him, a manifestation of his bloodline powers, the azure fire wolf and the black serpent, which had granted him such incredible speed that his foes had no chance to respond. Once assured of the area's safety, Chen Xiao accelerated down the passageway. The corridor branched into numerous independent cells, most empty, though some still contained prisoners. However, he had no time to linger. His priority was to rescue Chen Lan and Chen Yuanshan. After searching through over 70 cells, he finally spotted Chen Lan, sitting silently in a dim cell, lost in thought. Chen Lan. Chen Xiao halted before her cell, his gaze fixed on the figure within. Though she bore no visible injuries, her face appeared gaunt, and her clothing looked worn. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Lan looked up, disbelief filling her eyes. "Brother? But weren't you outside? How did I end up here?" Upon seeing Chen Lan's appearance, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged within Chen Xiao. At that moment, Chen Lan's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with blood vessels, and she appeared utterly haggard, which ignited a fierce anger in Chen Xiao. However, he was acutely aware that this was not a place to linger. Without further ado, a long sword suddenly materialized in his hand. He struck the chains locking the dungeon door with a swift motion, severing them effortlessly, and pulled Chen Lan out. As soon as she emerged, she immediately collapsed into Chen Xiao's embrace, weeping. "Brother, I thought I would never see you again. Fear not, I am here now. Such events shall not occur again, I promise." Chen Xiao consoled her, gently patting her back, while the coldness in his eyes deepened. "How did you come here?" "This is the Ziyun sect." Chen Lan suddenly recalled something and inquired with urgency. "I will explain later. Where is grandfather?" Chen Xiao scanned the surroundings and asked. "He is behind," Chen Lan replied, quickly pulling Chen Xiao further down the corridor. However, after only a couple of steps, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Chen Xiao noticed in time and swiftly lifted her back up. A brief examination revealed her body to be exceedingly weak. He retrieved a medicinal pill specifically for healing and placed it in her mouth, then carried her on his back as he continued onward. After traversing a distance of about 10 meters, they finally discovered Chen Yuanshan in another cell. Unlike Chen Yuanshan had reached the Martial King realm, and thus, the cell designed to contain him was not only specially crafted but also bound with 2 chains that restrained his hands and feet. To make matters worse, Chen Yuanshan's aura was alarmingly weak, and there were large splotches of blood on his clothing. In that instant, a violent surge of killing intent erupted from Chen Xiao, awakening many of the prisoners confined in the dungeon. "Who is it? Please save me, I am innocent. Hero, if you rescue me, I will reward you handsomely. All my wealth outside is yours, and I can impart to you unparalleled skills." A cacophony of desperate pleas erupted as the other captives began to cry out for help. They recognized the person Chen Xiao was carrying as a criminal, and his dark attire suggested he was not from the Xian sect. His presence indicated a prison break. And how could they possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Chen Yuanshan, seated in a meditative position, was roused by the commotion and slowly raised his head, only to find a figure standing before him. "Xiao!" Chen Yuanshan exclaimed in surprise, quickly rising and glancing around in confusion. "Xiao, how did you end up here? You must leave at once. The guards here are martial general experts. You cannot defeat them. Quickly, take Lan and escape." "Do not worry. The guards have already been incapacitated," Chen Xiao replied with a frown, and as he spoke, he swung his sword with precision. Clang! The sound rang out as the chains locking the cell door were severed. And Chen Xiao led Chen Lan inside, casting a glance at the chains binding Chen Yuanshan's limbs without uttering a word. Yet, with a flourish of his sword, both chains were swiftly broken. He then set Chen Lan aside and reached to check Chen Yuanshan's pulse. "Fortunately, they merely sealed your cultivation. Had they destroyed it, I would have annihilated the Xian sect." A ferocious killing intent radiated from Chen Xiao, his eyes filled with icy resolve, startling even Chen Yuanshan. In the next moment, Chen Xiao extended his hand and pressed several times on Chen Yuanshan's dantian, channeling streams of true essence into him, forcefully breaking the seal on his cultivation. A surge of violent energy erupted from Chen Yuanshan, rapidly ascending. In an instant, his cultivation was restored to the mid-stage of a 1-star martial king, with a faint sign of breaking through to the late stage. "Take this pill for recovery and healing immediately. I will lead you both out of here," Chen Xiao whispered, producing 2 medicinal pills. Without questioning where they came from, Chen Yuanshan accepted the pills and quickly consumed them. Moments later, the pallor of his face began to fade, his aura gradually strengthening. "Conceal your aura for now. Let us leave swiftly," Chen Xiao instructed softly, before hoisting Chen Lan onto his back and hastening toward the exit of the passage, with Chen Yuanshan following closely behind. Those in the other cells, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of hope and began to cry out in desperation. Chen Xiao's brow furrowed deeply as he glanced at the captives, yet he had no intention of stopping. He had infiltrated secretly, and should he release them, who could predict what they might do? If he were to be trapped as well, it would become a farcical situation. Chapter 106. Rescuing the captives. Many of these individuals had been imprisoned for inadvertently offending the Xian sect. If possible, they should also be rescued. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuanshan spoke up. Upon hearing this, the captives turned their grateful gazes toward him, as his words equated to a lifeline. Chen Xiao, however, furrowed his brow slightly, then suddenly turned to the captives and declared, "I will first escort my sister to safety. Prepare yourselves. I will return to rescue you in an hour. As for whether you can escape, it will depend on your own fortunes." With that, he hastily made his way outside, and Chen Yuanshan seemed to comprehend the situation, remaining silent. Yet, the prisoners, upon hearing these words, were filled with excitement, as Chen Xiao's declaration offered them a glimmer of hope. Many ceased their cries and sat down to rapidly restore their strength, hoping to ensure a smoother escape. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao, carrying Chen Lan and accompanied by Chen Yuanshan, swiftly ascended the stairs. Once at the top, Chen Xiao paused momentarily in the corridor, confirming that no ambush awaited them before cautiously peering out. The area was eerily quiet. Evidently, after Chen Xiao incapacitated the guard, no one had yet noticed anything amiss. "Follow me," Chen Xiao whispered, then quickened his pace toward a dark side hall adjacent to the main hall. Chen Yuanshan, trailing behind, felt a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. He had not noticed before, but now that they were outside, he realized he could no longer perceive his grandson's cultivation level. Moreover, despite carrying someone, Chen Xiao's speed was such that it left Chen Yuanshan feeling a bit strained. Could it be that his grandson had already reached the Martial King realm? This thought startled Chen Yuanshan, yet he recognized that now was not the time to inquire. He followed closely behind Chen Xiao, adeptly navigating their way out of the main hall and into the shadows beyond, swiftly distancing themselves from the dungeon hall. Chen Xiao did not pause here, but continued to maneuver through the mountains. And Chinyong was astonished to discover that Chen Xiao's seemingly convoluted actions perfectly circumvented the mountain paths, ensuring they would not encounter any patrolling disciples of the Xian sect. Time passed incrementally, and soon the trio arrived at the residence of the outer disciples. After a brief respite, they leaped down a sheer cliff from another location. This area was typically untraveled, for below lay a lake, and the steepness rendered it unsuitable for habitation. However, during the day, Chen Xiao had marked it as a potential escape route, and now it served its purpose perfectly. In solitude, safety is assured. Listening to the howling wind, Chen Xiao silently estimated his altitude before suddenly landing on a protruding rock, reducing his descent speed, and leaping towards another location. With just a few simple jumps, he completely negated the immense force of his fall and landed steadily on the riverbank. The hazy moonlight spilled over the river's surface, a thin veil of mist drifting about, obscuring visibility within the waters. "Follow the river," Chen Xiao commanded softly, leading the way as he waded through the waves, crossing the several hundred meters wide river to reach the opposite bank. He then slipped into the dense forest beside the river, continuing to retreat into the depths of the wilderness. Time passed, minute by minute. After nearly half an hour of running, Chen Xiao found a secluded spot far from the river to allow Chun Yuanshan and Chun Lan to rest, providing them with ample medicinal pills. "Shower, do you truly intend to return and save those people? It is far too dangerous to go back now. I suggest you abandon the idea." Chen Yuanshan expressed his concerns as he received the handful of pills from Chen Xiao, sensing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Chun Lan's face turned pale, and she quickly turned to Chen Xiao, saying, "Elder brother, are you really going back? It's too perilous." Despite their concern, a chill deepened in Chen Xiao's gaze, yet he smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. "Do not worry, I would not undertake a reckless venture. My cultivation has already reached the 2-star Martial King realm. It will not be so easy for them to capture me. If they dare to trouble me, they must be prepared for retaliation. If they threaten you, and I do not retaliate, even if we escape now, we would likely face endless pursuit in the future." With that, he affectionately ruffled Chen Lan's hair. The two wished to persuade him further, but Chen Xiao simply waved them off and soared away, disappearing in an instant. At the hidden cave, Chun Yuanshan and Chun Lan stood at the entrance, watching the direction Chen Xiao had gone, their eyes filled with worry. "Let us remain here and wait. He will not act without assurance," Chun Yuanshan sighed, leading Chun Lan back into the cave to await his return. Once distanced from them, a dark blue glow suddenly erupted from Chen Xiao, as the innate power of the blue fire wolf bloodline surged forth, accelerating his speed by 30%. This was merely the beginning. Following this, waves of bloodline power began to accumulate around him, enveloping him in a total of 9 layers of strength. At this moment, Chen Xiao's speed had more than doubled, surpassing even that of a 5-star Martial King. After spending half an hour on his outbound journey, he returned in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Chen Xiao first returned to his dwelling, ensuring there was no unusual activity before stealthily racing towards the location of the Wild Mountain Great Hall under the cover of night. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, the 4 martial generals were still seated, having nearly finished their food and drink, resting quietly while the interior remained eerily silent. Unlike his previous approach, this time Chen Xiao did not circle around, but instead stealthily approached the group under the cloak of night. As he drew nearer, he silently positioned himself beneath the wall adjacent to them, now less than 3 meters away. After waiting for a brief moment, ensuring he had not drawn their attention, Chen Xiao suddenly sprang forth, his hands slicing like blades as he struck down upon the 2 nearest disciples. Crack, thud, 2 muffled sounds echoed, and the pair instantly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 107. The Emergence of the Martial Emperor Ding. System notification. The host has successfully defeated a 5-star martial general, earning 5,000 experience points and 100 gold coins. Ding. System notification. The host has successfully defeated a 4-star martial general, earning 4,000 experience points and 120 gold coins. Ignoring the system notifications, Chen Xiao swiftly moved, kicking off the ground as he lunged at the remaining 2, having never encountered such a sudden ambush. The 2 were momentarily stunned. By the time they comprehended what was happening and attempted to retreat, it was already too late. Chen Xiao's speed was simply too swift. Bang! One fell. Help! The last one attempted to call for aid, but halfway through, he suddenly clutched his throat, unable to utter another sound. A thumb-sized hole had appeared in his throat, severing his windpipe and rendering him mute. After a brief struggle, he finally kicked his legs and succumbed to death. Ding! System notification. Successfully slain a 3-star martial general, earning 3,000 experience points, and 80 gold coins. Ding. In the midst of the system notifications, Chen Xiao concealed the 4 bodies in the nearby thicket before hastening towards the great hall. Inside, silence reigned. As the previous 4 who had entered remained oblivious to the commotion outside, except for the one that Chen Xiao had incapacitated. Initially, he intended to eliminate those inside first. But after some contemplation, he abandoned that notion and swiftly infiltrated the great hall, rapidly disappearing into the underground passage. In the dungeon, the 4 disciples Chen Xiao had knocked out still lay there. However, the prisoners who witnessed Chen Xiao's return were truly exhilarated, all rising with joy etched on their faces as they gazed at him. Haha, I knew you wouldn't abandon us, little brother. Please release me first. While I cannot guarantee anything else, my life is yours. If you ever face trouble you cannot resolve, feel free to find me in the capital of the Qin Kingdom. I am of the surname Gusu Wenhua. Little brother, you arrived just in time. Quickly save us. Brother, please let me out first. Please. The sudden cacophony erupted, causing the previously tranquil dungeon to descend into chaos, as everyone clamored to be released first, for that would mean securing their chance at survival. Silence. If you keep shouting, none of you will escape. Chen Xiao's cold voice rang out, his countenance darkening. Simultaneously, an aura of martial king pressure expanded, enveloping all present. Hiss. Little brother, you are a martial king? One exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Others stared at Chen Xiao, stunned, with gasps of astonishment resounding throughout. He appeared no older than 20, a 20-year-old martial king? The assembly found it inconceivable, for such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary talent. Without further ado or answers, Chen Xiao approached the nearest cell, producing a silver longsword that he forcefully struck against the lock's chain. Clang! The chain fell to the ground, and the imprisoned martial artist immediately pushed the door open and rushed out, though instead of fleeing, he gathered around Chen Xiao, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Understanding their unspoken plea, Chen Xiao realized that their cultivation had also been sealed by the disciples of the Ziyun sect, without his intervention to lift their restrictions. Escape was impossible. With a resolute action, he swiftly released their bindings and tossed a long sword to one of them, casually inquiring, "Aren't the errant disciples of the Ziyun sect also confined here? Why have I not seen them?" "Ah, little brother, you may not know, but those imprisoned here are all who have offended the Ziyun sect. As for the disciples at fault, they aren't kept here. They are confined atop the wild mountain, where a special reflecting cliff has been constructed for them to reflect on their mistakes." The martial artist chuckled, though his disheveled appearance was somewhat unsettling. However, this revelation eased Chen Xiao's worries, for at least he need not fear the presence of Ziyun sect disciples within. Conceivably, an attempt to rescue individuals could inadvertently lead to the release of disciples from the Violet Cloud sect, a rather awkward predicament. Attend to their rescue first. Chen Xiao instructed calmly, his gaze shifting from the individual to survey the others present. Right away, the disheveled warrior chuckled, brandishing his longsword as he approached an adjacent cell. Proceeding to cleave it open. Mirroring Chen Xiao's actions, he not only released the individual, but also revoked the restrictions on their cultivation. Chen Xiao, in turn, casually tossed over a dozen long swords onto the ground for the freed individuals to arm themselves. Grasping Chen Xiao's intent, the man seized a long sword and, together with the first, began liberating others. Chen Xiao remained in place, observing the scene with increasing interest. Initially, Chen Xiao had presumed that the majority of those imprisoned were martial artists of the martial general or martial master realm. However, as their cultivation was gradually restored, potent auras emanated, revealing the extent of his misjudgment. Among them, even the weakest possessed the strength of a martial general, while martial kings were abundant. Of the initial dozen or so, 7 were martial kings. Just as Chen Xiao began to express his astonishment, an even more formidable aura surged from behind the group, instantly silencing the surroundings. Chen Xiao abruptly raised his head, his gaze drawn to the source. A middle-aged man in a gray robe emerged from the cell, his every movement exuding an aura of authority that weighed heavily on those around him. Even the martial kings were visibly shaken. A martial emperor? Chen Xiao muttered inwardly, taken aback by the presence of such a powerful figure. However, considering the circumstances, he reasoned that the man had no cause to antagonize him and refocused his attention. As the martial emperor approached, the others instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for him. The middle-aged man, clean-shaven and with a faint smile, emanated an imposing presence despite the worn state of his attire. Moreover, after appraisal by the Supreme Upgrade System, Chen Xiao confirmed that he was facing a genuine 1-star martial emperor at the intermediate stage, albeit weakened from prolonged cultivation suppression. "Young friend," the martial emperor began, approaching Chen Xiao and clasping his fist in salute, "I am Zhao Guoxiong, of the Zhao family of the Eastern Dominion. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance today. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Jiao residence. Chen Xiao, reluctant to accept such a gesture from a martial emperor, quickly waved his hand. Please, there's no need for such formality. After a moment's thought, he produced several pills. These are for restoring true essence and healing injuries. You are all weakened. If you wish to escape, you should recover as quickly as possible. With that, Chen Xiao distributed the pills. The gesture was met with great appreciation, and the recipients expressed their gratitude to Chen Xiao, many promising assistance should he ever find himself in need. While he appreciated the offers, Chen Xiao was particularly interested in Zhao Guoxiong's commitment, given his status as a genuine martial emperor. Chen Xiao anticipated needing a year or two to reach that level himself, making the man's promise invaluable in the interim. Nearly 30 individuals had been freed from the dungeon and were ingesting Chen Xiao's pills, focusing on recuperation. However, some, unable to contain themselves, approached the Violet Cloud sect guards and delivered a series of kicks, one individual even executing 2 of them with a sword. Chen Xiao frowned slightly, but refrained from comment. Zhao Guoxiong, noticing his expression, chuckled. Young friend, these Violet Cloud sect lackeys have been tormenting us. We are, after all, martial kings and martial emperors. We should not be subjected to such abuse. Following Zhao Guoxiong's words, the individuals returned, apologizing to Chen Xiao. As Senior Zhao said, these brats were atrocious. Even the elder you rescued earlier suffered greatly at their hands. They deserved what they got. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed, a chilling intent surfacing. However, with the perpetrators already eliminated, there was little he could do. Gentlemen, do you intend to simply slip away quietly after this? Chen Xiao asked, his gaze sweeping the group. What do you mean by that, young friend? Zhao Guoxiong inquired, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Chen Xiao. The others shared his curiosity, finding Chen Xiao's words rather intriguing. The Violet Cloud sect attacked my clan in my absence, killing and injuring dozens. I cannot let that pass so easily. I intend to cause them some trouble before leaving. What do you say? Chen Xiao's killing intent was now palpable. The prisoners exchanged surprised glances, unsure of Chen Xiao's intentions. Zhao Guoxiong, however, quickly understood and laughed heartily. Excellent. Cause them trouble. Even if you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have let the Violet Cloud sect off easily. I have my own score to settle with them. They took advantage of my family's weakness, stole a family treasure, and captured me when I sought retribution. Causing them some trouble and collecting some interest is only fitting. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up. With Zhao Guoxiong, a martial emperor, leading the charge, and over a dozen martial kings at their disposal, they could inflict significant damage on the Violet Cloud sect before escaping. The more they contemplated it, the more appealing it became. After years of imprisonment, resentment had festered within them. Chen Xiao's words had ignited their desire for revenge. If the Violet Cloud sect had known what Chen Xiao would do, would they have regretted using his family to lure him in? Ultimately, with Chen Xiao's encouragement and Zhao Guoxiong's leadership, everyone agreed to inflict a lasting lesson on the Violet Cloud sect before fleeing. Time passed. Half an hour had elapsed since their release. During that time, Chen Xiao's pills had rapidly restored their cultivation. Many had fully recovered, while others were at 70 or 80%. It's getting late. Let's leave now. Chen Xiao said softly. All right, let's go. Let's fight our way out. Haha, you Violet Cloud sect turtles, Grandpa's here. Amidst the commotion, Zhao Guoxiong took the lead, surging outwards. The other martial artists followed, vanishing into the passage. Chen Xiao remained behind, watching them depart, before finally following, utilizing his movement technique. Chen Xiao moved swiftly, but Zhao Guoxiong was even faster. By the time Chen Xiao emerged from the underground passage, Zhao Guoxiong had disappeared, and the others were scattering, setting fire to the surrounding buildings. A thunderous explosion echoed. Chen Xiao was startled and quickly turned his head to see a loft on the left completely collapsed. The martial emperor Zhao Guoxiong emerged from within, laughing heartily, unbothered as he brushed off the dust from his clothes, clearly unharmed by the massive explosion. Chen Xiao did not linger in the grand hall and dashed out through the main door. By the time he exited, the prisoners from the dungeon had already clashed with the disciples of the Ziyun sect, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. However, having been imprisoned for so long, their pent-up resentment was unleashed, and seeing the Ziyun sect disciples charge at them, they showed no mercy. Coupled with the disparity in cultivation levels, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. The first wave of dozens of Ziyun sect disciples was wiped out in mere moments, with Chen Xiao not even getting a chance to intervene. Soon, a second and third wave of Ziyun sect disciples arrived from all directions. This time, due to the sheer numbers and the evident strength of the inner disciples, many of whom had surpassed the martial general realm, some formed sword formations that matched the fighters in intensity. Zhao Guoxiong, however, remained an anomaly, regardless of the cultivation level or number of opponents. Anyone who dared approach him was sent flying with a single palm strike, landing unconscious on the ground. At this moment, Chen Xiao was not idle. As the second wave of Ziyun's sect disciples approached, he had already begun fighting, having slain over 10 opponents. Yet, more and more disciples were rushing towards him. To make matters worse, from the distant main peak, powerful auras accompanied by piercing howls were rapidly approaching. These presences belonged to martial kings, indicating that the elders of the Ziyun sect had finally taken action. Chen Xiao squinted, his gaze fixed on the main peak as figures swiftly descended the mountainside, followed by a substantial number of disciples clad in purple, all clearly above the martial general realm. In no time, a large group had arrived, causing the disciples already present to hastily retreat, afraid to advance recklessly. Humph, you audacious fools, daring to escape from the dungeon and attack the disciples of the Ziyun sect. You are simply courting death. All disciples, form up, a thunderous voice commanded, startling Chen Xiao and his companions. They soon noticed that the previously surrounding disciples began moving swiftly, expertly encircling Chen Xiao and the others. In less than 30 individuals gathered, their eyes fixed on the descending group. How did you manage to escape? Speak, and we might spare your lives. Elder Lu's voice was grim. As the enforcer elder, he felt a sense of responsibility for this unexpected jailbreak. Just as he was about to continue, his gaze suddenly shifted, instinctively exclaiming, Zhang San, how did you end up here? Zhang San. Many were taken aback. The escapees instinctively glanced around, seeking to identify who Zhang San was, while some Ziyun sect disciples gasped. Isn't he the one who topped the entrance examination yesterday? A faint smile of irony appeared on Chen Xiao's face. It was clear that they recognized him, yet he had no intention of engaging in pointless chatter. Elder Lu seemed to grasp Chen Xiao's motives for participating in the outer sect assessment. It was undoubtedly for this very moment. However, he could not comprehend why Chen Xiao had rescued so many. Did he not realize that the more people he saved, the slimmer his chances of escaping undetected became? Zhang San, the Ziyun sect has treated you well, and you have been accepted as an outer disciple, yet you dare engage in treasonous acts of collusion with rebels. Elder Jiao pointed an accusing finger at Chen Xiao, his face flushed with rage. He had initially planned to recruit Chen Xiao at an opportune moment, but now? The thought of his previous words to Elder Lu made him feel as though he had been slapped. I have never pledged my allegiance to your Ziyun sect, nor have I ever acknowledged any ancestors. So where is the basis for your claims of betrayal? Chen Xiao finally retorted. At this, the escapees looked at him with curiosity, surprised to learn that he had indeed become an outer disciple. However, understanding quickly dawned upon them. He had done so to save others, particularly Chun Lan and Chen Yuanshan. Just then, several disciples rushed over in a panic. One of them approached the elders and urgently reported, Elders, it's terrible. Everyone in the dungeon has been released. Gasping sounds filled the air. The elders' glares directed at Chen Xiao were almost lethal. At this moment, no one needed to guess who was responsible. Without wasting time on needless inquiries, Elder Lu waved his hand and commanded, capture them all, leave no one behind. Additionally, notify the Grand Elder and the sect leader immediately, informing them that Zhao Guxiong has also escaped. Yes. A disciple swiftly turned to sprint toward the main peak. Meanwhile, the inner disciples surged forward once more. The elders did not rush to confront them, but remained in place, silently observing. Yet, the tension in their expressions indicated that they were prepared to act should the situation turn dire. What kind of sword formation is this? Chen Xiao observed the 5 inner disciples of the Ziyun sect charging at him, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he leapt forward to meet them head-on. Others mirrored his actions, even the martial generals among them brandishing their swords to engage. Clang. The crisp sound of clashing swords rang out as Chen Xiao's blade struck one of the Ziyun sect disciples' swords, sending him flying. Yet, his companion swiftly reached out to steady him and immediately took his place, forcing Chen Xiao's momentum to dissipate as the next disciple lunged at him. The rapid succession of attacks left Chen Xiao with no time to counter, compelling him to retreat defensively. However, this sparked a chain reaction. The 5 disciples continuously switched positions, their sword strikes never faltering, their speed surpassing that of individual assaults, leaving Chen Xiao momentarily unprepared. After parrying 7 or 8 strikes, Chen Xiao disowned their pattern and decided against further entanglement. With a horizontal sweep of his sword, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that struck one of the martial general disciples. A mouthful of blood erupted from the injured disciple. Before the remaining 4 could shift formations, Chen Xiao accelerated, thrusting his sword forward. Swoosh, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Yu, the injured disciple, stared wide-eyed at Chen Xiao, utterly shocked by the ferocity of his attack. The other 4 disciples were equally caught off guard. Momentarily losing their composure, allowing Chen Xiao to seize the opportunity and disrupt their formation, previously relying on their sword formation to barely hold their ground against Chen Xiao. The collapse of their strategy turned the tide of battle into a one-sided slaughter. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of combat echoed as the remaining 4 martial general disciples fell victim to Chen Xiao's blade. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slain a 3-star martial general, gaining 3,000 experience points and 60 gold coins. Ding. The system prompts that the host has successfully slain a 5-star martial general, gaining 5,000 experience points and 200 gold coins. Ding. The system alerts that a level 5 Unbound Ice Flame Demon Lion bloodline has been detected. Shall it be devoured? Ding. The system indicates the detection of a level 6 Unbound Black Spirit Tiger bloodline. Shall it be devoured? Ding. Chapter 110. Ready to strike. Devour. 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 The incessant system notifications rang out chaotically as Chen Xiao's cultivation progress surged wildly. His recently improved power escalated once more. Ding. The system announces that the host has successfully leveled up, increasing to the mid-stage of the 2-star Martial King realm. It seems a perfect opportunity to further enhance my experience points. Chen Xiao murmured as he plunged back into the fray. Around him, the air was filled with cries of anguish. Many among the captives in the dungeon had sustained injuries, yet they fought with relentless fervor, determined to eliminate any disciples of the Ziyun sect who dared to harm them. Such ferocity instilled fear in the hearts of the surrounding Ziyun sect disciples, who hesitated to advance. After all, they had come to cultivate, not to meet their demise. Humph, it's time for us old fellows to take the stage. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. A white-haired elder suddenly spoke, without waiting for others. He swiftly transformed into a blur and charged toward a martial king presence within the crowd, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at its chest. Seeing this, several other elders followed suit, swiftly targeting the prisoners who were ruthlessly slaughtering the Ziyun sect disciples. Among them, the 9th elder's target happened to be Chen Xiao. At that moment, Chen Xiao had just forced back a 9-star martial general disciple of the Ziyun sect with his sword when he suddenly felt a gale approach from behind. Without a moment's thought, he spun around and unleashed a fierce strike. The overwhelming true energy erupted forth, enveloping his sword with a powerful sword intent as he slashed backward. Seeking death, the 9th elder's eyes narrowed, and a long sword appeared in his hand as he countered Chen Xiao's attack. Chen Xiao, now facing the 9th elder, felt a sinking dread. This elder, capable of ascending to the ranks of Ziyun sect elders, was no mere coincidence. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the 6-star martial king realm, while Chen Xiao was merely at the 2-star level. The disparity was insurmountable. Had it not been for the numerous Ziyun sect disciples surrounding him, Chen Xiao might have dared to confront the 9th elder. But the current situation left him no choice but to retreat. Boom. Their swords clashed violently, sending a tremendous force through the 9th elder's blade, causing Chen Xiao's right hand to tingle. However, leveraging this immense power, Chen Xiao retreated, unwilling to engage further with the 9th elder, as such a confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his own downfall. You are merely a 2-star martial king? The 9th elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Earlier, during Chen Xiao's battles with other disciples, his aura had gone unnoticed, but the brief clash had unveiled his true cultivation level. Despite being astonished, the thought of being outsmarted by Chen Xiao ignited a fury within him. Seeing Chen Xiao attempt to flee, he could not allow it to happen. He hastily pursued, with his sword drawn. Are you mad? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation, unable to comprehend why the 9th elder was suddenly so enraged. While he had indeed deceived the elder, there were many powerful inmates engaged in battle with the Ziyun sect members, including a martial emperor who was mercilessly slaughtering disciples. Why was this elder fixated on him instead? In the next instant, a dark azure bloodline power surged forth from Chen Xiao, and an ethereal blue fire wolf apparition emerged around him. As he unleashed the bloodline power, his speed soared, and he sought to create distance. However, at that moment, the 9th elder similarly manifested a bloodline power resembling a pitch-black tiger, which roared skyward before charging toward Chen Xiao with newfound swiftness. Though Chen Xiao's speed was slightly superior to the 9th elder's, the latter's bloodline enhancement quickly eroded his advantage. Prepare to meet your end. Today, I shall cleanse the sect. The 9th elder shouted, his sword slicing through the air towards Chen Xiao's back. In the next moment, the black tiger manifested from the 9th elder's body, racing through the void as it lunged at Chen Xiao. Just as Chen Xiao was about to escape, he froze in astonishment. The bloodline power could be wielded in such a manner? Suddenly, he found himself enlightened. Before Chen Xiao could react further, the shadowy tiger pounced, its massive jaws snapping toward him. With no time to flee, he hastily raised his sword, channeling his true energy into it. and met the attack head-on. A straightforward strike met the dark tiger, yet it passed through without dispersing, merely rendering its form slightly more ethereal. However, the sword energy that had enveloped the tiger was severed and dissipated entirely. In the next moment, the black tiger's apparition loomed above Chen Xiao, preparing to bite down on him. Yet, the blue fire wolf apparition would not yield easily, launching itself to intercept. Unfortunately, the wolf appeared clumsy and uncontrolled, proving no match for the Ninth Elder's creation. Within moments, it was utterly dispersed, vanishing into a cloud of spiritual energy. Is that it? Chen Xiao's heart sank. Yet, in the next instant, the phantom reformed within the bloodline space of the gluttonous beast in his dantian, albeit reduced in size. Clearly, the apparition's injury had affected the actual bloodline power. Fortunately, the black tiger's manifestation also dissipated, reappearing on the Ninth Elder without further pursuit. Now that you lack the bloodline enhancement, where will you flee? The Ninth Elder's face darkened as his icy gaze fixated on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao felt speechless. At that moment, he began to suspect that this elder truly harbored a personal vendetta against him. Prepare to pay with your life. The Ninth Elder moved again, his speed exceeding that of before, as his sword transformed into a flurry of shadows, stabbing straight for Chen Xiao's chest. Instinctively, Chen Xiao glanced aside. Though they still held the upper hand, if they continued to endure, they would eventually be overwhelmed by the relentless tide of Ziyun's sect disciples. A swift resolution was imperative. Resolving this, Chen Xiao took a half step back, tightening his grip on the sword, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the Ninth Elder. With a sword raised to the sky, he was poised for the decisive strike. Chapter 111. Seeking death. The speed of a martial king is unparalleled. The distance between them closes in an instant. Almost simultaneous to the Ninth Elder's strike, Chen Xiao unleashed his own offensive. He soared through the air, his speed reaching its zenith as his formidable true energy coalesced at the sword's tip, piercing straight toward the Ninth Elder. Initially, the Ninth Elder planned to endure Chen Xiao's attack and then eliminate him, but a sudden feeling of unease washed over him as he faced the oncoming strike, causing him to hesitate at the last moment. Despite this, their attacks converged. Ding! The sound of clashing swords erupted. A crisp sound echoed as the long sword in the hands of Elder Jiao bent upon colliding with Chen Xiao's blade, shattering into 3 fragments that scattered across the ground. Elder Jiao pondered the harrowing experience of having one's weapon suddenly break in the heat of battle. In that moment, despair washed over him. Though he was somewhat relieved that the force of Chen Xiao's attack had been largely mitigated, the remaining portion, however, surged relentlessly toward his chest. But who was Elder Jiao? An existence with cultivation surpassing Chen Xiao by 4 minor realms. Even without his weapon, he unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, countering Chen Xiao's sword with relentless energy. Chen Xiao felt as if his assault had sunk into a quagmire, progress becoming decidedly arduous. Nevertheless, his flying sword to the sky, a technique renowned for its devastating power, continued to pierce through the onslaught inch by inch. Given a moment's respite, Chen Xiao was confident he could injure Elder Jiao. However, it was crucial to remember that this was not a duel between Chen Xiao and Elder Jiao alone. Just as Chen Xiao exerted all his strength, a disciple of the Ziyun sect behind him suddenly brightened with excitement. He seized the opportunity to ambush Chen Xiao, envisioning a significant achievement should he succeed in eliminating him. The thought of gaining the Elder's favor and being taken as a direct disciple or even the next successor danced in his mind. With that, the Ziyun disciple swiftly turned his weapon, aiming a ferocious strike at Chen Xiao's back. At that moment, Chen Xiao was oblivious to the impending danger. If the disciple succeeded, it would mean either death or grave injury for him. Watch out! Zhao Guoxiong's voice rang out, and he immediately rushed over to rescue Chen Xiao. After all, he held a favorable impression of the young man who had saved him, garnering his admiration. Yet, he was presently confronted by 3 elder warriors of the martial king realm, and as he attempted to intervene, one elder blocked his path, while the other 2 would not allow him to assist Chen Xiao. Although defeating a martial emperor was beyond their means, 3 8-star martial kings could temporarily hinder a 1-star martial emperor, allowing the sect master and the supreme elder to arrive and resolve the situation. In truth, even before Zhao Guoxiong's warning, Chen Xiao had sensed the Ziyun disciple's intention to ambush him. However, the disciple's cultivation was far too weak to pose a significant threat. Chen Xiao decided to draw his sword and eliminate the would-be assailant first. Yet, how could Elder Jiao let such a golden opportunity slip away? As he observed Chen Xiao expose a flaw, even his sword technique faltered. Elder Jiao hastened to close the distance, determined to prevent Chen Xiao from turning his attention to the disciple. To deal with the ambush, Chen Xiao would have to endure a full-force strike from Elder Jiao. and he believed Chen Xiao could discern the gravity of the situation. Damn it! Chen Xiao seethed silently. Elder Jiao's actions were indeed shameless. Most would struggle to counter such a tactic. Yet, Chen Xiao had a method to confront it. Dragon dance in the 9 heavens, he silently declared. Instantly, a torrent of true energy erupted within him, propelling his speed to its zenith. 5 afterimages erupted from Chen Xiao, while his physical form vanished from sight. The 5 apparitions, each wielding a long sword, enveloped Elder Jiao and the Ziyun disciple from all directions, thrusting their blades fiercely toward the duo. Upon witnessing this uncanny scene, Elder Jiao's heart jolted in alarm, but he quickly donned a cold smirk. His sword expanded, morphing into a myriad of sword shadows that enveloped him entirely. The Ziyun disciple mirrored this action, both hoping that this comprehensive defense would withstand Chen Xiao's illusory assault. However, how could Chen Xiao's dragon dance in the 9 heavens be so easily resisted? Clang! A startled cry erupted as the Ziyun disciple's sword was sent flying. His right arm severed, leaving him lifeless in an instant. Chen Xiao stood poised, sword in hand, gazing coldly at Elder Jiao, who stared back, bewildered. Elder Jiao had also been struck by Chen Xiao's attack. Though its force was diminished, it was sufficient to distract him from his disciple. Had he been attentive, preserving the life of his disciple would have been a simple task. Witnessing the tragic demise of a junior from his sect ignited a furious rage within Elder Jiao, and he charged at Chen Xiao. At that moment, a 6-star martial king warrior, the very first person Chen Xiao had saved, arrived on the scene, having regained his formidable strength. Seeing Elder Jiao relentlessly pursue Chen Xiao, he hastened to assist him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword down toward Elder Jiao. Seeking death, Elder Jiao's eyes glinted with malice. He was incensed. However, the prisoner they had detained was also a 6-star martial king, not significantly weaker than him, making it unlikely for him to dispatch the opponent swiftly. With Elder Jiao preoccupied, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to assess the battlefield. Of the 28 rescued prisoners, 2 lay lifeless on the ground, while 3 had been captured and had their powers sealed, guarded by several Ziyun disciples. The remainder continued to fight valiantly, though many bore visible injuries. After all, they were in the territory of the Ziyun sect, and securing a decisive advantage here was a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, their destructive capabilities were not to be underestimated. Dozens of Ziyun disciples lay dead, while others, gravely injured, retreated to recuperate. Even the nearly 10 Ziyun elders who had rushed to the scene included 3 who bore significant injuries, their faces pale as they stood by, supervising the battle. They had succeeded in causing substantial discord within the Ziyun sect, but for Chen Xiao, this was not enough. His ambitions extended beyond mere chaos. He sought to ensure that the Ziyun sect could not divert their focus toward the Chen family. Otherwise, if he rescued individuals only to have the Ziyun sect retaliate against the Chen family, what recourse would he have? Surrender and allow the Ziyun sect to dictate terms? Nonsense. Chen Xiao was not particularly close to the Chen family. He would never sacrifice his life for them. With no other options, he resolved to address the root of the problem, the Ziyun sect itself. Though he lacked the strength to obliterate the entire sect, he possessed the capability to wreak havoc within its ranks. With no martial king experts blocking his path, Chen Xiao prepared to infiltrate the ranks of the Ziyun disciples. Just then, a group of inner disciples from the Ziyun sect appeared, among them the astonished Xiao Dingshan. However, Chen Xiao paid them little mind, charging forward with fervor, employing his flowing cloud celestial steps to their fullest, unleashing a torrent of sword techniques as Ziyun disciples fell in droves. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slain a 2-star martial general, earning 2,000 experience points and 25 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slain a 5-star martial general, earning 5,000 experience points and 110 gold coins. Ding. The system prompt. As disciples of the Ziyun sect continued to fall one by one, the sound of system notifications in Chen Xiao's mind intensified. Cease at once. A deep voice, akin to distant thunder, suddenly echoed. Immediately, everyone noticed a figure soaring through the air from the main peak, swiftly approaching their direction. This scene was profoundly shocking. The martial emperor. In an instant, this thought surged in everyone's minds. The next moment, another figure abruptly ascended from among the crowd, also traversing the air, rushing to meet the flying figure. I cannot hold out much longer. You all should seize the opportunity to leave. Zhao Guoxiong's voice suddenly resonated above the crowd. The figure soaring to meet the opponent was none other than Zhao Guoxiong. He was the only martial emperor among them, the sole individual qualified to contend with the martial emperor of the Ziyun sect. The appearance of the martial emperor indicated that the Ziyun sect was indeed cornered. Following the martial emperor, more than 10 figures surged forth from below the main peak. Among these figures, 7 moved with extraordinary speed, covering a distance of several tens of thousands of meters in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Chen Xiao and the others understood that they could no longer continue. Otherwise, they would truly be unable to escape. Let's go. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon, the once ferocious crowd began to retreat like a receding tide towards the gate of the Ziyun sect. However, having slaughtered so many of the Ziyun sect's disciples, how could the elders allow Chen Xiao and the others to leave so easily? Stop them. The Grand Elder and the sect master have arrived. Elder Six's impassioned voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the previously weary disciples of the Ziyun sect instantly revitalized, regrouping into a sword formation, attempting to thwart Chen Xiao and his companions. Get lost. Chen Xiao's sword-like brows furrowed as he fiercely slashed at a Ziyun sect disciple before him. Unfortunately, the disciple had no time to evade, and his arm was severed by Chen Xiao's strike. However, this action slowed Chen Xiao down, and as he attempted to flee again, a throng of Ziyun sect disciples surrounded him. Various bloodline illusions emerged from these disciples, manifesting as tigers, foxes, elephants, and even a black lotus. These were the manifestations of the bloodline powers possessed by the Ziyun sect disciples. As they unleashed their bloodline abilities, the sound of the supreme upgrade system echoed frantically. Ding! Detected a level 4 unclaimed white crane bloodline nearby. Would you like to devour it? Ding! Detected a level 6 toad bloodline nearby. Would you like to devour it? Ding! Aside from certain bloodlines that Chen Xiao could consume, others required him to come into contact with them to utilize his devouring skill. However, this was not the time for such endeavors. Bloodline power was indeed valuable, but it would be disastrous if he lost his life in the process. Chen Xiao resolved to escape, and many shared his sentiments, with several already taking action. Even a prisoner at the Martial King level moved faster, breaking through defenses and fleeing down the mountain, while over 10 Ziyun sect disciples chased after him. Sword to the sky, Chen Xiao murmured inwardly, his sword emitting a sharp cry as his speed surged, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he charged into the crowd. The Ziyun sect disciples facing him were momentarily startled, overwhelmed by the notion of being unable to resist Chen Xiao's strike. Yet, being elite disciples of the Ziyun sect, they quickly regained their composure and launched their attacks against him. Ding, ding, ding. A series of clanging sounds erupted as Chen Xiao's sword broke through the defenses of several Ziyun sect martial general disciples, penetrating into the throng. However, just as he completed his soaring strike, more than 10 individuals rushed towards him, making a singular escape seem improbable. Get out of my way. A thunderous roar escaped Chen Xiao's lips as he raised his sword high above his head, a fierce sword intent radiating from him, accompanied by the ethereal visage of a powerful bull emerging around him. The iron-blooded bull bloodline, known for its offensive and defensive capabilities. Summoning it indicated that Chen Xiao was prepared to fight with all his might. Form the sword array, a low voice commanded, and over a dozen Ziyun sect disciples surrounding Chen Xiao swiftly brandished their swords, rapidly shifting positions, effectively blocking his escape route and encircling him entirely. The crisis was imminent. Chapter 113, Shadow of the Sword Technique. With narrowed eyes, Chen Xiao surveyed the disciples surrounding him. This sword array was akin to the previous one, and he harbored a strong aversion to it. If he could not dismantle it in an instant, it would persist indefinitely, leaving him ensnared until others returned to confront him, making escape a daunting task. Above, thunderous sounds reverberated as turbulent true essence and fierce winds swept outward. 2 martial emperor-level powerhouses were engaged in aerial combat. Although he did not focus on it, Chen Xiao understood that Zhao Guoxiong was likely at a disadvantage, being merely a mid-stage 1-star martial emperor, while the Grand Elder of the Ziyun sect was a fledgling 2-star martial emperor. The disparity in strength was substantial. It would be commendable if Zhao Guoxiong could hold his ground. Should Zhao Guoxiong falter, those who had not yet evacuated would face dire consequences. Time was of the essence. Chen Xiao could no longer afford to delay. Seeing the crowd still revolving around him, Chen Xiao grew restless. He horizontally positioned his sword and swiftly slashed in a specific direction. That position coincided with a practitioner at the 8-star martial general level, and within this sword array, they could seamlessly substitute the target absorbing the attack. As long as Chen Xiao could not eliminate him in an instant, the array would remain intact. Thus, the 8-star martial general, brimming with confidence, swung his sword, intending to block Chen Xiao's formidable strike. However, just as he prepared to intercept, a radiant sword burst forth from Chen Xiao's blade. A keen observer would discern that this sword was a manifestation of Chen Xiao's true essence, a form that demanded great effort to wield, consuming substantial amounts of his true qi. Nevertheless, the resultant attack would be far more potent and dominating. Anyone whose cultivation fell below Chen Xiao's would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand such an assault. The 8-star martial general's eyes narrowed, sensing a hint of pressure. Yet with numerous comrades behind him and many elders nearby, he refused to yield easily. Come on, let me see just how strong you are. Before he could make a move, the 8-star martial general's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with shock. Not only he, but the other nearby disciples were also awestruck, eyes wide as they stared at a certain spot in the air. There, the radiant sword Chen Xiao had unleashed suddenly fragmented into countless slender light points, wildly dispersing in all directions and descending towards the ground at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud. Ah, what is this? Who ambushed me? What is this? Swordy the king of Wu instantly sensed something amiss and abruptly raised his head to gaze at Chen Xiao. I underestimated you. You have even grasped the essence of sword intent. However, what of it? To dare to wreak havoc in the Ziyun sect warrants the death penalty. After this admonishment, the king of Wu brandished his long sword and charged towards Chen Xiao. Another one? Chen Xiao felt a surge of dread. He had just managed to shatter the array with the myriad swords technique, only to attract the attention of yet another king of Wu. Fortunately, this particular king was merely a 4-star, while Chen Xiao, after his previous rampage, had reached the pinnacle of the 2-star king of Wu realm. Mere experience points away from leveling up. Realizing this, Chen Xiao decided not to engage directly. Instead, he swiftly turned and lunged towards another disciple of the Ziyun sect, his long sword deftly piercing into the disciple's chest. Thud! A crisp sound echoed as the disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that Chen Xiao, in the midst of battling a stronger king of Wu, would suddenly turn and launch a surprise attack on him. Beep. System notification. Host has successfully slain a 6-star martial general, gaining 5,000 experience points and 280 gold coins. Beep. System notification. A level 5 unclaimed tree spirit bloodline has been detected nearby. Would you like to devour it? Devour. Beep. System notification. Host has successfully leveled up. Current level is now the early stage of 3-star king of Wu. Beep. System notification. Devouring of the level 5 unclaimed tree spirit bloodline successful. In the next moment, the vital energy within him, which had been nearly depleted, began to surge forth from his dantian with fervor. Unlike before, this time, the vital energy began to transform, condensing into droplets of liquid, true essence. Once the vital energy liquefies, it becomes true essence. Only when the vital energy is completely liquefied can a martial artist ascend to the higher realm of the martial emperor. Only true essence, with equal volume but greater quality, can sustain the signature skill of walking through the air. Otherwise, one would plummet to their demise. Initially, the liquid true essence within Chen Xiao was less than 1% of his total vital energy, but now, following his breakthrough, nearly 10% of his vital energy had transformed into true essence, a surge of potent confidence emanating from him. A breakthrough in battle? The onlooking disciples of the Ziyun sect stared in awe. It was already astonishing that Chen Xiao, at such a young age, had reached the king of Wu realm. But to achieve a breakthrough amidst combat was beyond their comprehension. What of a breakthrough? How could he possibly match senior brother Yao? After all, senior brother Yao has already attained the 4-star king of Wu realm. Indeed, go for it, senior brother Yao. Other inner disciples whispered among themselves. The commotion, however, did not affect the duel between Chen Xiao and Yao. As the focal point of the clash, Yao furrowed his brow slightly, despite maintaining a facade of calm. His eyes betrayed his tension. Perhaps others could not perceive Chen Xiao's transformation, but Yao, having faced him directly during his ascension, was acutely aware of the change. Initially, he felt no particular threat, but after Chen Xiao's breakthrough, he sensed a subtle yet palpable danger emanating from him. This unsettling feeling compelled Yao to strike at Chen Xiao without hesitation. Shadow Phantom, sword technique. Yao exclaimed, his long sword suddenly trembling in his grasp. In an instant, the sword tip flared out, transforming into a multitude of sword shadows that enveloped him, not only shielding him, but simultaneously pressing down upon Chen Xiao. The consequences of a direct hit were all too clear. Chapter 114. The application method of bloodline power. As Chen Xiao observed, Yao's sword technique underwent yet another transformation. A faint red glow enveloped Yao's form, and a phantom of a winged serpent emerged around him, the sword shadows now imbued with a layer of crimson light. Their power augmented beyond that of before. Another method of utilizing bloodline power? Chen Xiao's eyes brightened. He had witnessed this technique of enhancing attacks with bloodline power several times today. Previously, he had merely applied bloodline power to himself. but the notion of directly channeling it into his sword techniques or countering another's bloodline power had never crossed his mind. However, it was now evident that such a feat was not beyond reach. It was merely a matter of exposure. The Chen family, while prominent in Chinyong town, was merely a small entity in the vast Tianwu kingdom, which could explain their lack of profound research into bloodline power. Additionally, Chen Xiao surmised that mastering such techniques likely required not only study but also compatible cultivation methods. Determined, Chen Xiao resolved that if the opportunity arose, he would borrow from Han Xiao to access the Tianwu Academy's library and delve into information, particularly regarding bloodline power, for he was utterly ignorant of this world. While his thoughts swirled, Chen Xiao's actions remained swift. A silver longsword appeared in his hand, cloaked in a faint shimmer, enhanced by his true essence. At that moment, observing Yao's movements, Chen Xiao instigated his own sword, which transformed into a myriad of sword shadows, executing the Shadow Phantom Sword technique even more densely than Yao's. Shadow Phantom Sword technique? How is this possible? Yao's eyes widened as he instantly recognized that Chen Xiao was employing the very technique he had just executed. This sword technique was not learned at the Xian sect, but was an ancestral technique of his family, rarely demonstrated even within the sect. Yet now, Chen Xiao had suddenly manifested it. Was there a connection between him and Yao's family? Or had he merely glimpsed it and learned it? Yao was not alone in his astonishment. The other disciples of the Xian sect stood bewildered at the spectacle. Just moments ago, they believed the duel was nearing its conclusion, only for Chen Xiao to deliver a tremendous surprise. Even if you can wield the Shadow Phantom Sword technique, what of it? It's merely thievery. In terms of power, it pales in comparison to my authentic technique. Yao scoffed, accelerating towards Chen Xiao without hesitation. Are you referring to that winged serpent bloodline power? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Then, with a flick of thought, connected with the bloodline of the black-scaled serpent within him. This serpent was merely a level 0 beast bloodline, one he had acquired by chance, though he had never found the opportunity to utilize it until now. If he sought to mimic his opponent, employing a serpent-like bloodline power seemed the most straightforward approach. The phantom of the black-scaled serpent likewise entwined around Chen Xiao, a layer of faint grayish-black light enveloping the myriad sword shadows, creating an eerie spectacle. Yao's lips twitched. He finally comprehended that Chen Xiao was indeed stealing his technique. Yet, to learn it merely by glancing? Could one truly believe such a feat? Initially, he found it implausible, but the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept the reality. The only solace for him was the absurdity of Chen Xiao's low-level bloodline talent. He couldn't fathom how someone with a level 0 bloodline could ascend to the king of Wu realm. Was it merely a stroke of luck? Chen Xiao uttered a low exclamation, thrusting his long sword forward. Regardless of the speculations and judgments of outsiders, the swords wielded by the two had indeed intertwined. Accompanied by a series of metallic clangs, the sword shadows before Chen Xiao dwindled rapidly, while the illusions surrounding brother Yao merely diminished slightly. In stark comparison, Chen Xiao found himself at a disadvantage. This fellow, despite his remarkable talent, possessed a rather pitiful bloodline power, akin to that of a level 0 bloodline. If my observations are correct, it appears to be the bloodline of the black-scaled serpent, which hardly qualifies as a fierce beast. A mocking voice emerged from the sidelines. Indeed, it is the black-scaled serpent. I seem to have feasted on one not long ago. Another individual chuckled, evidently confident in Brother Yao's impending triumph over Chen Xiao. It seems Brother Yao has mastered the shadow sword technique. Does he truly believe he can defeat Brother Yao using his own swordplay? What a foolish thought. Another disciple couldn't help but scoff. Even Brother Yao himself shared this sentiment. As the sword shadows before Chen Xiao dwindled, Brother Yao's spirit surged, hastening his efforts to swiftly eliminate Chen Xiao. However, just as the last sword gleam vanished, Chen Xiao's long sword suddenly accelerated, piercing through Brother Yao's defenses and lunging straight for his chest with breathtaking speed, rendering him defenseless. Damn it! Brother Yao cursed under his breath, hastily dispersing the myriad sword shadows to counter Chen Xiao's assault. Yet, to his astonishment, the sword aimed at his chest vanished once more. In the next instant, Chen Xiao also seemed to disappear. Suddenly, 5 afterimages surged from 5 directions toward Brother Yao. A sense of foreboding blossomed within him. Looking up, he saw 5 figures, all seemingly Chen Xiao himself, as if, in that fleeting moment, 5 Chen Xiaos had converged from different angles to attack him. Yet, this was simply impossible. Surely, only one of them was real. Brother Yao gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on the 5 silhouettes. Without hesitation, he twirled his wrist and struck with his long sword toward the figure on the left. Clang! The crisp sound of steel rang out. I guessed right. A surge of joy welled within Brother Yao. However, At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly surged from his chest. Simultaneously, a cacophony of gasps echoed in his ears. "Brother Yao, be careful. Watch out." Yet these voices grew weaker, his vision blurred, and he could only see a long sword protruding from his chest, its blade piercing through him before he knew it. Chapter 115, Fleeing for Life. Bang! Brother Yao's lifeless body slowly crumpled to the ground, akin to a heavy hammer striking the chests of the surrounding disciples of the Ziyun sect. The once excited disciples were instantly silenced, their faces frozen in shock as they beheld Chen Xiao, standing with his sword drawn. Many had yet to recover from the tension of the recent duel. Brother Yao has perished? Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slain a 4-star martial king, earning 10,000 experience points and 666 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully leveled up, currently at mid-level 3-star martial king. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully absorbed level 6 flying serpent bloodline power. Ding. System notification. Taotai bloodline has successfully leveled up, currently at level 2, requiring 500 bloodline power for further advancement. The system notifications echoed in his ears, but only the last one brought a flicker of joy to Chen Xiao's face. A swift internal examination revealed that the Taotai within him had indeed grown larger, appearing more substantial than before. Chen Xiao had been aware of the possibility of his Taotai bloodline leveling up, yet he hadn't anticipated such rapid progress. However, advancing his bloodline further would not be so straightforward. Now was not the time for contemplation. With a hurried glance, Chen Xiao redirected his focus and hastened down the mountain path of the Ziyun sect. At this moment, few prisoners remained atop the mountain, all of whom were fighting to retreat, leaving only a handful entangled with the elders of the martial king realm, unable to escape easily. Yet, Chen Xiao found himself unencumbered. "Quick! Stop him! Don't let him escape!" A bellow rang out, followed by another 2-star martial king swiftly pursuing Chen Xiao. "Damn it!" Chen Xiao cursed vehemently, unleashing the cloud-flowing immortal step to its utmost, darting through the crowd like a fleeting shadow. Those ahead, hearing his furious shout, snapped back to reality from their shock over Brother Yao's demise, hastily attempting to obstruct Chen Xiao. However, these individuals were mere martial generals or even martial masters. How could they possibly impede a martial king like Chen Xiao? Throughout his escape, Chen Xiao skillfully avoided densely populated areas, and when unavoidable confrontations arose, he bulldozed through without hesitation. After considerable effort, he finally broke free from the encirclement, accelerating toward the base of the Ziyun sect without a moment's thought. The Ziyun sect's main hall was not high, merely a few dozen meters from the mountain's foot, and with Chen Xiao's cultivation, he landed effortlessly. Yet, upon touching down, a swarm of Ziyun sect disciples immediately pursued him, and in the distance, more disciples continued to converge. Chen Xiao witnessed several escaping prisoners directly colliding into groups of Ziyun sect disciples, subsequently being beaten mercilessly. Fortunately, Chen Xiao managed to avoid the throng, but if he did not flee quickly, the situation could soon turn dire. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed 2 martial emperors still fiercely battling in midair. Strangely, Chen Xiao sensed that Zhao Guoxiong was gradually retreating toward the mountain's edge, seemingly contemplating escape. If he remained before Zhao Guoxiong fled, he might miss his opportunity. Chen Xiao's brows knitted tightly as he instinctively glanced toward the lakeside, recalling his previous escape route, now rendered inaccessible. Not to mention the chance of being discovered by the Ziyun sect, which would endanger Qianlong and the others. After a moment's deliberation, Chen Xiao resolutely turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, dispatching any Ziyun sect disciples who dared to obstruct him with a swift stroke of his sword. "Form a formation to block him. We must not allow him to escape." A thunderous command resounded, echoing across the area. Chen Xiao did not look back. Instead, he quickened his pace. However, the surrounding Ziyun sect disciples promptly formed a formation, attempting to encircle him once more. "Get lost!" Chen Xiao roared, raising his long sword above his head and slashing down fiercely into the crowd. Buzz! A resonance emanated forth, followed by an invisible force surging wildly from the direction of Chen Xiao's sword. As he encountered those seeking to hinder his escape, their expressions changed drastically as they hastily raised their swords to defend against the oncoming force. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao's strike was not easily thwarted. In mere moments of contact, several individuals were sent flying, their faces pale. This was merely the prelude to the assault. Following that, Chen Xiao's longsword finally made contact with the throng. Clang! Thunderous reverberations erupted. The violent true energy infused with essence surged outward, causing the Ziyun sect disciples to turn pale at the moment of contact, retreating in haste, no longer daring to obstruct him. Yet, they were quick, but Chen Xiao was swifter. The overwhelming force emanating from Chen Xiao's sword caused many of those who clashed with it to suffer injuries, some even having their swords knocked from their grasp. A scream pierced the air as an arm, still gushing blood, was severed and sent flying. A disciple of the Violet Cloud sect retreated in terror, his face ashen. Before him, Chen Xiao surged forward, his sword piercing the disciple's throat, creating an escape route. Finally out, Chen Xiao exhaled in relief. As the Violet Cloud sect disciples pursued relentlessly, led by a martial king elder, Chen Xiao knew he had to flee. He whirled around, unleashing a radiant sword beam. Then, he propelled himself into the dense forest. Think you can escape? Not so fast. Roars echoed as the Violet Cloud sect disciples gave chase. A 9-star martial general intercepted Chen Xiao's sword beam. However, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The single beam multiplied into 1,000 miniature swords, each a concentrated form of true essence. Gulp. The 9-star martial general swallowed hard as the miniature swords engulfed him. His anguished cry was cut short as his riddled corpse crashed to the ground. The other disciples were caught in the barrage of the myriad swords. Each sword, born of pure true essence, struck with the force of a 9-star martial general's full power. Even martial kings would hesitate to face such an onslaught. The formation shattered, and the disciples scattered. A figure soared above them, undeterred by the miniature swords, and pursued Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao reached the edge of the sect's territory and plunged into the forest. Others who had escaped were also being hunted, fighting fiercely to break free. Zhao Guoxiong had successfully drawn the Violet Cloud sect's martial emperor elder away, preventing his intervention. Chen Xiao focused on survival. A 6-star martial king, a Violet Cloud sect elder, relentlessly pursued him, enraged by Chen Xiao's parting sword strike that had injured or killed dozens of disciples. Halt! Surrender! The elder's voice boomed. Chen Xiao glanced back. His brow furrowed. He couldn't risk a confrontation so close to the Violet Cloud sect. His true essence was depleted, and he needed time to recover. Without a word, Chen Xiao activated his illusory shadow step and flowing cloud immortal step, drawing on the power of his various bloodlines to accelerate. Time slipped by. The two figures raced for miles. The landscape transformed into a primeval forest, home to low-level demonic beasts that fled at their approach. Chen Xiao channeled his bloodlines to boost his speed, but he could only barely keep ahead. He needed a plan to eliminate his pursuer. You can't escape. Surrender now, and the Violet Cloud sect might spare you. Otherwise, your death is assured. The elder's voice echoed, igniting Chen Xiao's killing intent. Are you an imbecile? Do you think I believe you? Catch me if you can, Chen Xiao retorted. Insolent. The elder's face contorted with rage, and he surged forward. Crap, he can go faster? Chen Xiao cursed, redoubling his efforts. Too late to run. The elder's voice dripped with malice as he unleashed a torrent of true essence. Chen Xiao sensed a projectile hurtling toward him. Chapter 117. Counterattack. Upon glancing back, Chen Xiao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He swiftly veered to the side, seeking refuge behind a towering tree. With a resounding thud, just as Chen Xiao evaded, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, embedding itself deep within a tree not far from where he had stood. The nearly 3-foot-long sword had penetrated the trunk, a testament to the sheer power of that strike. Although he successfully dodged the attack, Chen Xiao's speed faltered momentarily. In that fleeting instant, the distance between him and the 6-star martial king diminished by over 100 meters. Now, he found himself less than 100 meters away from the elder of the Xian sect, a range where even those adept at long-range attacks could strike. After sprinting a further distance into a more open area, Chen Xiao finally managed to slow down and come to a complete stop. Continuing to flee was futile. Why have you stopped running, little one? Go on, continue. I wish to see just how capable you are. The elder of the Xian sect wore a mocking smile, occasionally hurling taunts in Chen Xiao's direction, clearly considering him a fish caught in a net. Not running anymore. How about this? I will give you all that I possess. And in return, you let me go. What do you say? Chen Xiao replied with a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Upon hearing this, the 6-star martial king elder was momentarily taken aback, a look of disdain flashing across his face as he coldly retorted, once I kill you, all that you possess will naturally belong to me. Moreover, considering the number of disciples you have slain from my Ziyun sect, do you truly believe I would allow you to leave? So, it seems there is nothing to discuss, Chen Xiao remarked, his expression tinged with despair as he fixed his gaze on the 6-star martial king, remaining vigilant against a potential surprise attack. Humph, spare me your words. Prepare to die. The 6-star martial king elder, disinterested in further conversation, needed to return to his sect to deal with the aftermath of the recent turmoil. With that, he brandished another sword, launching a straightforward assault towards Chen Xiao without any embellishments. In that moment, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed deeply, and as the attack approached, he immediately assumed a defensive stance. The elder's contempt only grew as he observed Chen Xiao's reaction, having expected more from him. Clang! The swords met with a resounding clash, and Chen Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming force nearly disarmed him, forcing him to stumble back 3 steps before he could regain his footing. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Seeing this, the 6-star martial king showed no intention of holding back. Before Chen Xiao could stabilize himself, a second strike was unleashed. This attack was swifter than the first, aimed directly at Chen Xiao's heart, and if it landed, it could spell certain doom for him. "Break for me," Chen Xiao bellowed. And suddenly, a phantom of a blue fire wolf emerged around him, imbuing his sword with a faint azure glow as he retaliated against the elder's assault. Boom! The explosive sound of unleashed true essence resonated as the elder's attack dissipated, but Chen Xiao was forced to retreat several steps, his pallor indicating the toll the encounter had taken on him. Pathetic. The elder scoffed, showing no signs of relenting. He shifted his speed and thrust his sword through the void, moving at an imperceptible pace toward Chen Xiao. This strike effectively cut off all avenues of retreat for Chen Xiao, who was caught in a moment of weakness. Faced with this lethal blow, panic washed over Chen Xiao, compelling him to step back, but evading was an exercise in futility. "Die!" The elder shouted, raising his sword, enveloped by a terrifying force, and brought it crashing down upon Chen Xiao. In that instant, Chen Xiao stood there, pale and helpless, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, provoking a cold smirk from the elder, who envisioned Chen Xiao's demise. Yet, at the critical moment, Chen Xiao abruptly raised his sword to meet the attack, managing to block the elder's strike. Useless, merely a dying struggle. The elder began, but before he could finish, Chen Xiao produced a small, dark iron object from his hand, and before the elder could comprehend its purpose, a blinding light erupted. "Ah, my eyes! What have you done?" The elder's voice was filled with astonishment and rage. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the elder, who was now shielding his eyes. A faint, cold smile graced his lips as the intense white light enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything invisible. Even sounds seemed to vanish. In that moment, Chen Xiao surged toward the elder, propelling himself off the ground and launching a swift, lethal strike towards the elder's chest. Tears streamed from the elder's eyes, unable to withstand the sudden onslaught, even with his formidable physique. Yet, he sensed the impending danger and instinctively swung his sword toward Chen Xiao's direction. He could feel the blinding light waning, and once it diminished further, he would be unaffected. However, contrary to his expectations, no clash ensued. Chen Xiao seemed to vanish. Dragon dance in the heavens. A deep voice resonated behind him, startling the elder into instinctively turning to deliver a strike. Yet, at that moment, a glint of cold light descended silently from his left, piercing straight through his chest. Thud! The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. But clarity eluded him. Chapter 118. Flame Blade. As the blinding light faded, the elder of the Xin sect finally discerned that Chen Xiao had appeared on his left side. His sword plunged deep into the elder's chest. Agonizing pain coursed through the elder's body, and in a fit of rage, he attempted to strike back. However, weakened by his injuries, his blow lacked power and was effortlessly evaded by Chen Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao unleashed the dragon dance in the heavens technique, splitting his attack into 5, coming at the elder from multiple angles. Despite his grievous injuries, the elder's will to survive remained unyielding, but he could no longer distinguish Chen Xiao's true form, resorting to blindly swinging his sword in the hopes of striking luck. Unfortunately for him, his guess was wrong. Slicing through flesh echoed once more. This time, the 6-star martial king elder could not utter a sound as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground, a sword piercing through his neck, dead beyond revival. Ding! System notification. Host successfully killed the 6-star martial king, earning 12,000 experience points, 500 gold coins. Acquiring the Earth-level martial technique Flame Blade, and receiving a storage ring. Flame Blade, a foundational martial art of the Earth level. It allows the practitioner to instantaneously reverse their internal true essence, enveloping their weapon in a fiery blade to attack foes, enhancing burn damage. Note: the advanced martial art, Heaven-Searing Flame Blade, can be exchanged within the system. Ding! System notification. Detected a level 4 unclaimed lion-scorpion beast bloodline. Shall it be devoured? Devour. Chen Xiao commanded without hesitation, showing no interest in the system sales pitch. As he spoke, a gluttonous beast within him immediately opened its eyes, leaping forth from Chen Xiao's body to hover above the corpse of the six-star martial king from the Purple Cloud sect. Then, the gluttonous beast opened its enormous mouth wide and inhaled deeply, unleashing an invisible suction that enveloped the six-star martial king. Gradually, a translucent specter of the lion-scorpion beast, nearly dissipated, emerged from the elder's body and ascended with the suction, ultimately vanishing into the gluttonous beast's mouth. Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon the gluttonous beast. This marked its first voluntary appearance outside of his body, evidently a result of its recent advancement to level 2. The gluttonous beast, seemingly unsatisfied, licked its lips, disregarding Chen Xiao, and returned, crashing back into Chen Xiao's dantian, disappearing from sight. With the bloodline issue resolved, Chen Xiao turned his attention to his system backpack, where a pitch-black dragon-patterned ring lay quietly in one compartment. This storage ring had originally adorned the hand of the elder from the Purple Cloud sect, but upon Chen Xiao's victory, it was retrieved by the system and automatically placed in his backpack, a feature of the Supreme Upgrade system that brought him great satisfaction. Additionally, Chen Xiao was particularly pleased with the flash bombs he had crafted. The sudden explosion that illuminated the surroundings was none other than the flash bomb he had meticulously concocted. Previously, while in Beixian City, he had discovered some crafting materials, but lacked certain components and time to create them. Later, during his stay in Fenglei City, he finally gathered the complete set of materials and even managed to produce some explosives. However, these yielded insufficient power, barely capable of inflicting harm on a martial general, merely causing minor injuries if caught off guard. This left Chen Xiao unfulfilled. Thus, he decided to experiment, transforming the explosives into flash bombs. Although crafting flash bombs proved somewhat more intricate, the refining techniques in this world were astonishing. Drawing upon knowledge from his past life, after numerous failed attempts, he finally succeeded. Today marked Chen Xiao's first application of the flash bomb in actual combat. As he anticipated, it achieved remarkable results, even bringing down a martial king. Initially, he feigned weakness to mislead the opponent, subsequently employing the flash bomb to create the illusion of a hidden weapon, combined with various heavenly martial techniques that rendered the opponent unable to utilize their bloodline power, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, slaying a six-star martial king would not have been an easy feat. This was possible due to Chen Xiao's extensive repertoire of heavenly martial techniques and techniques like the flowing cloud celestial steps. Otherwise, even with a flash bomb, it would have been exceedingly difficult for another to achieve such a kill. After casting a glance at the corpse on the ground, Chen Xiao did not linger. After discerning the direction, he promptly sped towards an entirely opposite location, quickly vanishing into the distance. He was now nearly 100 miles away from where Chen Lan and the others were located and could not retrace his steps. Needing to avoid the upcoming search by the Purple Cloud sect, so he opted to circle around through the deeper mountains. It was not until 3 days later that he finally reached the cave, where Chen Lan and Chen Yuanshan were sequestered. Chen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that they were safe and sound. Evidently, the pursuers had not searched this area. After all, to ensure their safety, Chen Xiao had escorted them far from the original stronghold of the Purple Cloud sect. It was reasonable that the searchers had not yet reached this place. "Brother, you finally returned," Chen Lan exclaimed joyfully as she gazed at Chen Xiao. "It's good that you're back. Are you unhurt?" Chen Yuanshan's eyes were filled with a comforting expression as he too turned to Chen Xiao. "I'm fine. This place is not suitable for lingering. We should leave at once," Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Naturally, Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan had no objections to this. After a brief rest, the trio set off, traversing the rolling hills towards Beixian City. Along the way, they avoided entering any cities within a 100-mile radius of the Purple Cloud sect. It was only after traveling over 300 miles from Beixian City that they entered a place called Dongshi City. Dongshi City lies approximately 300 miles from Beixian City. When they decide to return, it will only take a few days. The reason for choosing to enter the city here was twofold. First, they had spent a considerable amount of time in the deep mountains, which was bearable for the two martial kings, but for Chen Lan, an untrained woman, it was quite taxing. Second, this was an opportunity to gather intelligence regarding the Purple Cloud sect. After several days, Chen Xiao was eager to discover what had transpired with the sect, whether Zhao Guoxiong had managed to escape, and while such distant matters might be hard to ascertain, this area was merely a few hundred miles from the Purple Cloud sect, ensuring some information would be available. Chapter 119. The Search for the Individual at Fenglei Pavilion. Indeed, as Chen Xiao anticipated, he gathered numerous rumors and information about the Purple Cloud sect in the city, with some recounting events in vivid detail. However, compared to the news regarding the Purple Cloud sect, another piece of information captured Chen Xiao's attention. The transcendent Xian-level sect, Fenglei Pavilion, had suddenly made a statement, Someone had trespassed into Fonlei Mountain Manor and stolen the spirit fruit of the holy maiden that they safeguarded. Now, Fonlei Pavilion was actively seeking the perpetrator. Nevertheless, this was still merely hearsay. Some claimed it to be false, asserting that such a colossal entity like Fonlei Pavilion could not be so easily robbed. Others insisted the incident was true, even detailing the loss of several holy maiden fruits. What surprised Chen Xiao was that the rumors stated 3 holy maiden fruits were missing, while he had only taken 2. This discrepancy raised concerns. Yet, Chen Xiao understood that no smoke without fire. The emergence of such news indicated that Fonlei Pavilion had likely uncovered the incident, further heightening his caution. For Fonlei Pavilion was an even more formidable presence than the Purple Cloud sect. Should they realize he was the one responsible, Chen Xiao would truly find himself on the run. In addition to these 2 matters, Chen Xiao also took the opportunity to explore the city, gathering all the necessary materials for refining the 5 saint pills. These pills were specifically designed to activate Chen Lan's constitution, with the primary ingredients being the 5-color lotus and the holy maiden fruit, both of which he had already acquired. The remaining components were secondary, and after spending some additional time, he managed to procure them all. Originally, Chen Xiao intended to directly refine the pills for Chen Lan to consume. But considering the current circumstances, the trio decided to rest for a day before hiring a carriage and hastening towards Beixian City. Their journey to Beixian City was for 2 reasons. First, Chen Xiao sought to consult Han Xiaolai regarding methods of utilizing martial bloodline powers. Second, Han Xiaolai, being an experienced alchemist, possessed knowledge that could be more profound than Chen Xiao's own, thus increasing the likelihood of successfully refining the pills with his assistance. As for whether the Purple Cloud sect would come seeking trouble with the Chen family, Chen Xiao was not overly concerned. Firstly, the Violet Cloud sect. Being unaware that Chen Xiao, under the alias Zhang San, is indeed Chen Xiao, would not impulsively target the Chen family. Secondly, given the magnitude of the events, including the demise of numerous martial kings, other factions surrounding the Violet Cloud sect would likely seize the opportunity to exploit their misfortune. Indeed, as Chen Xiao anticipated, the Violet Cloud sect was in utter disarray. Although Chen Xiao and his companions had departed, they had eliminated over 100 elite disciples, including 8 core Martial King disciples and 2 Martial King elders, resulting in a substantial loss and a reduction of nearly 30% of their core combat strength. Moreover, the most significant threat to the Violet Cloud sect, Zhao Guoxiong, had escaped, despite the Violet Cloud sect's supreme elder possessing a higher cultivation level than Zhao Guoxiong. Martial emperors possess means of self-preservation. If Zhao Guoxiong were determined to flee, the Violet Cloud sect's supreme elder would be unable to prevent him. Consequently, the Violet Cloud sect had to remain vigilant against potential ambushes by Zhao Guoxiong, compelling the Martial Emperor Supreme Elder to remain stationed at the sect. Otherwise, Zhao Guoxiong could single-handedly obliterate the entire Violet Cloud sect, which was welcome news for the scattered prisoners, as the forces pursuing them had been significantly reduced. After 5 days, Chen Xiao and his companions arrived in North Profound City. Chen Xiao initially intended to seek assistance from Han Xiaolai, but Qin Yuanshan was concerned about the Qin family's safety and insisted on returning to check on them. Chen Xiao respected Qin Yuanshan's wishes, although he had lost faith in the Qin family. As he also needed to refine pills for Qin Lan, he decided to take her to Han Xiaolai's Heavenly Martial Academy, while Qin Yuanshan returned to Chinyong town. After their separation, Chen Xiao and Chen Lan successfully located Han Xiaolai's residence. However, Han Xiaolai and Han Shuer were absent. Fortunately, the guards recognized Chen Xiao and Chen Lan and invited them inside. Han Xiaolai and Han Shuer returned in the late afternoon. Chen Xiao was admiring the surrounding scenery in a courtyard when Han Xiaolai cheerfully greeted him, patting him on the shoulder. Chen Xiao apologized for disturbing him, but Han Xiaolai dismissed his concerns, stating that they were not strangers. He inquired if Chen Xiao's visit was related to Chen Lan. Han Shuer arrived and engaged Chen Lan in a private conversation, leaving Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai alone. Han Xiaolai's smile faded, and he cautiously inquired if Chen Xiao knew about the theft of 3 holy maiden fruits from the Thunderclap Pavilion. Chen Xiao admitted to taking 2 of the fruits, explaining that they were essential for his purposes and that the Thunderclap Pavilion would not suffer any significant loss. He requested Han Xiaolai's discretion and urged him not to disclose the matter to Chen Lan. Han Xiaolai was astonished by Chen Xiao's confession. He implored Chen Xiao to refrain from mentioning the incident to outsiders, cautioning him that the Thunderclap Pavilion was not to be trifled with. Chen Xiao acknowledged Han Xiaolai's warning and explained that he had no other choice. He then revealed his intention to refine the 5 Saints pill and requested Han Xiaolai's protection during the process, and when Chen Lan consumed the pill, Han Xiaolai readily agreed. Expressing his curiosity about activating bloodlines using this method, Subsequently, Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai discussed Chen Xiao's recent experiences, and Han Xiaolai led Chen Xiao to the alchemy chamber. Han Shuer and Chun Lan remained engrossed in their conversation. Inside the alchemy chamber, Chen Xiao sat in meditation before a blazing furnace, from which an alluring fragrance emanated. However, Chen Xiao's attention was elsewhere. He had entrusted the alchemy process to the supreme upgrade system. In his hand, he held a lotus root extracted from the five-colored lotus, which was unnecessary for alchemy. After contemplating its use, he placed it in a jade box and stored it in his system inventory. While idly passing the time, Chen Xiao mentally reviewed the events involving the Violet Cloud sect and the Thunderclap Pavilion, particularly focusing on the latter. Although he had recently offended the Violet Cloud sect, Chen Xiao estimated that the Martial Emperor Supreme Elder would not dare to leave the sect's headquarters. As for other martial kings, Chen Xiao believed that he could handle them after successfully refining the Five Saints pill and activating Chen Lan's constitution, which would grant him a surge of experience points and martial arts rewards, elevating his cultivation to 4th-star martial king or higher. With his diverse martial arts and trump cards, he would be unfazed even by 6th or 7th-star martial kings. Furthermore, by converting his accumulated gold coins into cultivation resources, he could potentially advance further. However, Chen Xiao remained wary of the Thunderclap Pavilion. As a profound-level sect, the Thunderclap Pavilion possessed immense power that Chen Xiao could not comprehend. He would not be surprised if they tracked him down. Most importantly, the Thunderclap Pavilion had more than one martial emperor expert. Given the affront to their reputation, it was highly likely that they would dispatch a martial emperor to investigate, against whom Chen Xiao was currently defenseless. Cultivation. It seems I must expedite my cultivation, or this feeling of being at someone's mercy will become unbearable, Chen Xiao muttered, his eyes filled with determination. Originally, upon being reborn into this world, Chen Xiao intended to engage in casual cultivation, believing that his abilities would gradually advance without the need for self-imposed pressure. Ultimately, the essence of life lies in happiness. However, a series of events unfolded, compelling Chen Xiao's cultivation level to ascend to the realm of a 3-star martial king within just a few months. The leap from a martial apprentice to a martial king in such a brief period would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm, prompting even the most formidable elders to emerge in curiosity to study Chen Xiao. Ironically, despite reaching such a formidable level, Chen Xiao found himself lacking even the means for self-preservation. Neither the Ziyun sect nor the Feng Pavilion were forces that he could currently withstand. Should any individual from these sects choose to confront him with full force, Chen Xiao would likely find no chance of escape. Ding. System notification. The host has successfully refined the 5 sacred pills, gaining 2,000 experience points and 60 gold coins. The melodious chime of the system notification abruptly pulled Chen Xiao back from his thoughts. He opened the pill furnace, revealing a pill the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a mesmerizing spectrum of colors, resting quietly within. Holding it in his hand, he admired the swirling luminescence on its surface, which was indeed captivating. This particular furnace of 5 sacred pills yielded only this singular creation, and Chen Xiao had no surplus of 5-colored lotus to refine more. If this pill failed to produce the desired effect, it would pose significant trouble for him, causing a palpable sense of unease to settle within. In addition to this, Chen Xiao possessed an extra holy maiden fruit, originally set aside for emergencies. But it seemed it would not be needed for the time being and would remain tucked away in the corner of his system backpack. After tidying up, Chen Xiao stepped out of the alchemical chamber, noticing that the day had gradually turned to dusk. Since he had just returned, he decided against allowing Chun Lan to consume the 5 sacred pill immediately, opting instead to wait a few days until the commotion from the Feng Pavilion subsided, ensuring a safer moment for her to take it. Brother, you finally decided to come out. Sister Shuo wants to taste your culinary skills. And I want to eat as well. Can you cook for us again? Just that roasted meat will do. How about it? Outside the courtyard, upon seeing Chen Xiao, Chun Lan's eyes brightened, and she rushed out, linking her arm with his and shaking it eagerly. Following closely behind was Han Shuer, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly embarrassed by Chun Lan's enthusiastic request. Chen Xiao was not surprised by Chun Lan's demand. During their journey from the Ziyun sect, although they seldom entered towns, the forests were abundant with delicacies. He had not held back on his culinary skills, preparing meals for Chen Lan with the standard of 3 meals a day, all meticulously crafted by his own hands. However, due to a lack of ingredients and cooking tools at the time, he had only managed to whip up simple dishes. Yet it was enough to leave a lasting impression on the young girl. While he was occupied with alchemy, it was evident that she had boasted to Han Shuai about his cooking prowess, leaving Chen Xiao feeling both amused and helpless. Nevertheless, he smiled and nodded. All right. Today I shall prepare a delicious meal for you both. "Oh yay, brother, you're the best." Qianlong beamed, her eyes squinting with delight as she turned to wink at Han Shuer, as if to say, "See, I did it." Chen Xiao perceived her playful antics, and while he was pleased to see her maintain such innocence, he harbored a desire to shield her from the harsh realities of the martial world, which could swiftly extinguish her purity. Yet, such thoughts were mere musings. In this world, lacking martial prowess often relegated one to the status of prey. Having promised Qianlong, Chen Xiao was compelled to act. He turned to Han Shuer with a smile. "Shuer, do you have a kitchen here?" "Yes, I can take you there, Brother Chen." Han Shuer nodded eagerly, genuinely curious about Chen Xiao's culinary abilities, especially after Qianlong's enthusiastic praises, which heightened her anticipation for the forthcoming feast. The trio made their way down the corridor to the kitchen situated at the edge of the courtyard. Within, designated chefs were preparing meals for Han Shuer and the others. Upon seeing their young mistress accompanied by a male and a female guest, the chefs were taken aback. Their astonishment grew when they learned that Chen Xiao wished to use the kitchen to prepare a meal. After all, it was evident that the guests of the young lady were of considerable distinction, and it was quite rare for such esteemed visitors to take to cooking themselves. The head chef, eager to witness this unusual occurrence, readily relinquished the kitchen to Chen Xiao, positioning himself nearby to lend assistance while observing the guests' culinary expertise. "All right, you two, please step outside for a moment. Just wait for the meal to be ready." Chen Xiao waved the two women out of the kitchen, glanced at the available ingredients, and meticulously selected several items. He then retrieved some exquisite beast meat from his storage ring. The storage ring maintained a vacuum environment, ensuring that anything placed within would not spoil for an extended period, a feature that even Chen Xiao could not help but commend the inventor for. Although the quantity of beast meat in Chen Xiao's storage ring was limited, it was all of high quality, sourced from beasts of rank 2 or higher, promising exquisite flavor. This time, he decided to prepare a fundamental dish of braised pork, something he had relished countless times in his past life. A dish that never failed to delight his palate. Yet, such a method of preparation was virtually unheard of in the Fengyue continent, where the prevalent style was merely boiled meat with minimal seasoning, a flavor that could be described as bland. Chen Xiao had found it quite unpalatable. Fortunately, he had collected all the necessary ingredients beforehand. After processing the selected beast meat, he placed it into the pot and sprinkled on some special seasonings. Before long, an enticing aroma began to waft from the pot. The head chef, who had been assisting, wore an expression of disbelief, his gaze fixated on the pot as he murmured, "It smells incredible. Hee, you can watch how I do it, and I'll share the recipe with you later." Chen Xiao replied with a grin. "Really?" The chef was momentarily taken aback before his face lit up with excitement at the prospect. Having worked as a chef for over a decade, he had never encountered such a delectable scent emanating from a dish. Even without tasting it, he could tell it would be extraordinarily delicious. The unexpected opportunity to learn from this esteemed guest thrilled him, for mastering this dish would undoubtedly secure his position in the Han residence. Seeing Chen Xiao was serious and not jesting, the chef began to observe attentively, occasionally asking questions, to which Chen Xiao readily provided answers, as these were merely commonplace ingredients to him. The chef, however, treated the matter with utmost seriousness, showing great respect for Chen Xiao. As the braised pork was served, its rich aroma filled the entire kitchen, intensifying the allure of the dish. Even the chef could not help but drool. Amusingly, he somehow procured paper and pen, diligently recording every detail of Chen Xiao's instructions. In addition to the braised pork, Chen Xiao also prepared a dish of braised fish and several vegetable dishes. When these culinary creations were presented and arranged on the table in the living room, Qianlong and Han Shuer exchanged glances, astonished. Chen Xiao's dishes not only differed from what they were accustomed to, but also emitted a fragrance unlike any they had encountered, making their mouths water at just the sight of it. "Is this meat?" Han Shuer asked, slightly dazed, as she cautiously pointed at the vibrant braised pork. Her eyes wide with curiosity. "This dish is called braised pork, which I learned from my master. I have heard it is a famous dish from his hometown." Chen Xiao introduced with a beaming smile, casually tossing the pot to the elusive master. Even Qianlong, who stood by, was momentarily taken aback, for she had never tasted this braised pork before, having only experienced roasted meat at most. She was pleasantly surprised at how well Chen Xiao had prepared this meal. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the robust figure of Han Xiaolai appearing at the door, sniffing the air and murmuring, "Why does the food smell so delightful today? Has the chef changed?" Knowing his own chef well, Han Xiaolai was certain that this delectable aroma could not have come from him. Meanwhile, upon seeing Han Xiaolai, Chen Xiao and the others hurriedly welcomed him, with Qianlong cheerfully saying, "Grandpa Han, my brother cooked today, and you've arrived just in time to taste it." Haha, splendid. It smells delightful. I shall partake in this feast. Han Xiaolai laughed heartily as the group returned to the table, where servants promptly brought bowls and chopsticks for him. The four gathered around the table, and Chen Xiao briefly introduced the dishes to the three before urging them to begin their meal. Ouch, it's so hot. Chun Lan exclaimed as she placed a piece of meat in her mouth, instantly burning herself but unwilling to spit it out, her adorable expression drawing smiles. Take your time. There's no rush, Chen Xiao said with a gentle smile. On the other hand, Han Shuer, more refined, took only a small piece, but once she tasted it, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't resist grabbing another piece of braised pork. Is it really that delicious? Han Xiaolai, knowing his granddaughter well, felt his own eyes widen with delight as he picked up his chopsticks to join in. Indeed, it is exquisite. The lingering flavor dances on the palate. Rich yet not greasy. I never imagined meat could be prepared this deliciously. All those previous dishes seemed trivial in comparison, Han Xiaolai exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Upon hearing this, Han Shuer nodded vigorously in agreement, grateful that the chef was not present to witness their enthusiasm, lest he be overwhelmed with emotion. I have already imparted this technique to that chef, so in the future, if you desire this dish, you need only request it from him, Chen Xiao said with a smile. Haha, splendid. I shall graciously accept. Han Xiaolai laughed joyously, clearly thrilled. While the two continued their jovial conversation, Chun Lan and Han Shuer remained silent, engrossed in their meal, clearly too busy to engage in conversation. The dinner lasted a full half-hour before they finally finished. Having cleared the table of all dishes, Chun Lan and Han Shuer wore satisfied expressions, and even Han Xiaolai indulged himself a bit more than usual. After dispersing, Chen Xiao returned to his room to cultivate. Over the next 2 days, aside from his training, he took a few strolls outside, primarily to gather intelligence regarding the Ziyun sect and the Confronting Pavilion. For the time being, there were no new developments from the Ziyun sect, but a troubling report emerged from the Confronting Pavilion. They acknowledged the theft of the Holy Maiden fruit. Not only that, but they dispatched 2 martial emperors to investigate and confirm the identities of some suspicious individuals, among whom Chen Xiao was undoubtedly included. Indeed, just 2 days after receiving this news, a significant figure arrived at Tianwu Academy. Although Tianwu Academy held a preeminent status within Tianwu Nation, it could not be compared to the Grand Confronting Pavilion, which existed beyond national influence, representing a colossal power. Now, with a martial emperor elder from Confronting Pavilion visiting Tianwu Academy, all the senior members of the academy, including Han Xiaolai, gathered respectfully to welcome him. In the expansive training ground of Tianwu Academy, a group of high-ranking officials awaited under the blazing sun, leaving the passing students astonished, for it was a rare sight to see so many leaders convened in one place. As time passed, a massive hovering ship, over 100 meters long and several dozen meters wide, approached from the distance, gradually descending onto the academy square. The ship bore 2 enormous lightning symbols on either side, unmistakably identifying it as belonging to Confronting Pavilion. Upon the arrival of the ship, the gathered elders were visibly stirred and hurried towards the location where it landed. Before they could draw near, 4 beautiful women leaped down from the ship, each possessing striking beauty and appearing no older than 20. Astonishingly, none of them were below the martial general realm. Such talent at such a young age was enough to classify them as geniuses, leaving many senior members of Tianwu Academy feeling somewhat envious, recognizing that even the accompanying disciples of Confronting Pavilion could only be rivaled by the academy's top prodigies. Following these women, a woman dressed in palace attire, appearing slightly older, gracefully descended from the hovering ship. Indeed, she seemed to walk through the air. This spectacle caused the awaiting high-ranking officials to narrow their eyes in astonishment, for this technique of walking in midair was a hallmark of the martial emperor realm. Only those who had attained such mastery could accomplish it. They had gathered here today specifically for this individual, having received prior notice that a martial emperor from Confronting Pavilion would be arriving, hence their efforts to welcome her. Are you Elder Nangong of Confronting Pavilion? An elder, slightly older than the others, stepped forward to inquire of the descending lady. The elder Nangong possessed an alluring beauty, her delicate features framed by a charming demeanor that exuded an aura of authority that made it difficult to gaze directly at her. Upon hearing the question, she nodded slightly. I am. Greetings, Elder Nangong. The gathered officials of Tianwu Academy greeted her respectfully. The elder then continued, May I ask what brings you here today? I have come to inquire about someone named Chen Xiao. Does anyone here know of him? Elder Nangong's expression remained indifferent, but her gaze swept over the assembly of academy leaders. Most of them looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the name, except for Han Xiaolai, whose expression subtly changed, and he began to worry internally. This Chen Xiao is a fifth-tier alchemist who was seen in Fenglai City not long ago, then appeared in Beixian City, and ultimately entered Tianwu Academy. Do you have any information about him? Elder Nangong continued patiently. The high-ranking officials were momentarily at a loss for words, as they truly had no knowledge of who Chen Xiao was, let alone why he would warrant the attention of a martial emperor from Fenglai Pavilion. However, they did glean an important piece of information from her inquiry: a fifth-tier alchemist. This was not an achievement reached by just anyone, even Han Xiaolai, the Academy's most skilled alchemist, was only a third-tier practitioner. This Chen Xiao is a friend of mine. May I ask why Elder Nangong is searching for him? After a moment of silence, Han Xiaolai ultimately spoke up. There was no other choice. The inquiry had already been made, and it was clear they had done their research and possessed accurate information. Given the prowess of the elder, the likelihood of deceiving her was nearly non-existent. Rather than conceal information and risk offending her, it was far better to acknowledge the truth openly. Moreover, it is not necessarily the case that one seeks out Chen Xiao solely for matters concerning the holy fruit. Even if that were the case, it is quite possible that the other party would be unable to uncover the truth. If one continues to conceal matters, one might inadvertently arouse suspicion instead. Oh, you know Chen Xiao? That is splendid. I need to ask him a few questions, nothing of great import. Elder Nangong's gaze fell upon Han Xiaolai, spoken in a nonchalant manner. In that case, shall I bring him to meet you? Han Xiaolai suggested softly, also intending to prepare Chen Xiao beforehand to avoid being caught off guard. However, to his surprise, Elder Nangong waved his hand slightly and said, "There is no need. I shall accompany you directly." This. Han Xiaolai hesitated slightly, glancing at the other senior members of the Tianwu Academy. The headmaster of the academy, an elderly man, smiled and gestured. Since Elder Nangong wishes to proceed directly, if it is convenient, then it would be best to take him along. Very well. Then I must trouble Elder Nangong to accompany me. Han Xiaolai inwardly lamented, but had no choice but to agree. Let us depart. Elder Nangong instructed mildly, offering Han Xiaolai no opportunity for preparation. Seeing that the other seniors were about to follow, Elder Nangong slightly furrowed his brow and gestured. This one will suffice for my escort. You need not accompany us. You may disperse. The group of senior members behind him was momentarily taken aback, many of them wishing to maintain relations with the Fenglai Pavilion, silently lamenting, yet no one dared to oppose her wishes. After exchanging farewells, they dispersed. Thus, aside from Han Xiaolai, only Elder Nangong and her 6 youthful attendants remained. Now we may proceed. Elder Nangong instructed again, her gaze fixed on Han Xiaolai. With a wry smile, Han Xiaolai led the way to his residence. At this juncture, aside from hoping that Chen Xiao was well prepared and would not be exposed, he had no other recourse. After nearly the duration of an incense stick, they arrived at the entrance of Han Xiaolai's residence. The guards, seeing their master return with such a company, were momentarily astonished but dared not inquire further. Upon entering, Han Xiaolai guided them to the reception room and instructed a maid. "Please serve tea to our guests." "No need. Let us first check on Chen Xiao," Elder Nangong replied, showing no gratitude. Nevertheless, Han Xiaolai remained unperturbed and smiled. "In that case, I shall fetch him." "Indeed, Xiaohong, accompany Han Academy head to invite that young friend Chen Xiao," Elder Nangong interjected. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaolai stiffened for a moment, but he said nothing more, turning to head outside, with the youthful attendants silently following behind. Understanding the true purpose of Elder Nangong's visit, Han Xiaolai felt a twinge of worry. While ostensibly there to invite Chen Xiao, it was clear that she was monitoring him closely, ensuring no clandestine actions could take place. This clearly indicated that suspicion had already fallen upon Chen Xiao. All he could do was trust in Chen Xiao's capability to resolve the situation. Otherwise, he too might find himself in dire straits. The reception room was not far from Chen Xiao's quarters, and Han Xiaolai arrived at the entrance within moments. He knocked on the door and called out, "Chen Xiao, are you there? There are esteemed guests from the Fenglai Pavilion who wish to see you. Please come out." "Fenglai Pavilion?" Chen Xiao's voice, tinged with curiosity, responded. Almost immediately, the door opened, and within a few breaths, Chen Xiao emerged. In such a brief span, he had no time to prepare for anything. This caused the young woman beside him, who had been frowning slightly, to return to her indifferent demeanor, her gaze scrutinizing Chen Xiao. When she realized she could not discern his cultivation level, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. It is worth noting that although she was not among the top geniuses at Fenglai Pavilion, she was certainly of a first-rate caliber. Otherwise, Elder Nangong would not have brought her along. Yet, even so, her cultivation was merely at the 6-star martial general level. Chen Xiao appeared to be of similar age, and as a 5th-grade alchemist, his cultivation level seemed to surpass hers. This caused her to harbor doubts. But she quickly concluded that Chen Xiao must have employed some secret technique to conceal his true strength, and thus she decided not to dwell further on the matter. Upon opening the door, Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the youthful attendant standing beside Han Xiaolai. He recognized the attire of Confronting the Pavilion's disciples. There was no mistaking it. However, he was not overly puzzled. He nodded at the young woman, and then turned his gaze toward Han Xiaolai, a questioning look in his eyes. Instantly understanding, Han Xiaolai smiled and nodded, introducing, "This young lady is a disciple of Confronting the Pavilion, here to invite you. The esteemed guests are waiting, so let us not keep them too long. If there is nothing you need to prepare, we should proceed." This statement served as a subtle cue for Chen Xiao to ready himself, urging him to act swiftly to avoid revealing anything amiss. However, upon observing the young disciple closely watching his every move, Chen Xiao shook his head, saying, "There is nothing to prepare. Let us go directly." "Very well, then let us proceed." Han Xiaolai nodded with a smile, feeling a slight sense of relief. Seeing Chen Xiao's calm demeanor, he was reassured that he was unfazed by the impending encounter, evidently confident in his ability to handle the situation. When the three returned to the reception room, half an incense stick had passed. Beside Elder Nangong, there sat a cup of tea, clearly untouched. Han Xiaolai was not surprised by this, and promptly introduced Chen Xiao. "This is Elder Nangong from Confronting the Pavilion. Elder Nangong, this is the Chen Xiao you seek." "Greetings, Elder Nangong." Chen Xiao smiled slightly and nodded, his demeanor appearing more relaxed than Han Xiaolai's, which caused Elder Nangong to raise an eyebrow. However, considering Chen Xiao's status as a fifth-grade alchemist, she felt reassured. Such a distinction was enough to rival even a martial emperor. Thus, Chen Xiao had no reason to fear her. With this thought, the coldness in Elder Nangong's expression softened slightly as she addressed Chen Xiao. "I apologize for intruding upon your time, young friend. I have a matter to verify with you, and I hope you will not take offense. Please feel free to ask, Elder Nangong. I shall answer to the best of my knowledge," Chen Xiao replied, appearing quite cooperative. Han Xiaolai felt a deep sense of admiration for Chen Xiao's composure. After all, he was the one responsible for the matter in question, and no one was more aware of Confronting the Pavilion's intentions than he was. Remarkably, Chen Xiao maintained a facade of ignorance, which impressed Han Xiaolai, causing even his initial anxiety to gradually dissipate. Elder Nangong appeared quite pleased with Chen Xiao's response, her eyebrows lifting slightly as she spoke softly. "You must have heard the recent rumors regarding Confronting the Pavilion. The holy fruit from Confronting Mountain Manor has been stolen, and we are currently investigating the matter. It just so happens that you had previously inquired about purchasing the holy fruit, which is why I came to verify the situation with you." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have heard the rumors and found it rather astonishing. I cannot comprehend who would be so audacious as to attempt theft from Confronting the Pavilion. They must truly be reckless. So, it seems that Master Chen is unaware of the identity of the perpetrator?" Elder Nangong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Xiao's face in search of any unusual expression. "Hee, Elder Nangong, you jest. How could I possibly know who did it? If I had known, I would have informed you at once." Chen Xiao replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "By the way, may I inquire when the theft occurred?" he added. "It was approximately 20 days ago," Elder Nangong responded without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, a look of innocent bewilderment crossed Chen Xiao's face as he patted his thigh and said, "In that case, I certainly wouldn't know anything about it. I left Confronting City a month ago and traveled to the Ziyun sect stronghold. I trust you are aware of the recent commotion surrounding the Ziyun sect?" "Elder Nangong, is it true that the prisoners of the Ziyun sect were released and ran amok? Was that your doing?" Elder Nangong's expression flickered with surprise, genuinely taken aback to learn that the mischief was caused by the young man before her. "Indeed, that was I. The Ziyun sect kidnapped my sister, and I had been devising a plan to infiltrate the sect for her rescue for over a month. I have been lingering near the Ziyun sect, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. This should be easily verifiable by the methods of Confronting the Pavilion." Chen Xiao unabashedly recounted his tumultuous encounter. Although this confession might have revealed him as the mastermind behind the upheaval at the Ziyun sect, he was confident that they would not disclose his involvement, for he was a fifth-grade alchemist. Moreover, it would serve as a solid testament to his alibi, proving that he had been preoccupied with his plans and could not possibly have stolen the Holy Maiden's fruit from Confronting the Pavilion. Elder Nangong was momentarily dumbfounded. This revelation diverged from the line of inquiry she intended to pursue. Without a means to ensnare Chen Xiao, how could she verify his involvement? After a brief pause, she decided to be forthright and directly stated, "While we have not apprehended the thief of the Holy Maiden's fruit, we have narrowed down a few suspects. We have already searched the others, leaving only 2 individuals unexamined, one of whom is you, Alchemist Chen. For the sake of your reputation and to clear your name, I hope you will cooperate and allow me to search your storage ring. Additionally, if the Holy Maiden's fruit has been consumed, it would not be fully digested in a short time. Confronting the Pavilion has methods to detect this. Surely, you would not refuse such a modest request, would you? Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression darkening as he fixed an unflinching gaze upon Elder Nangong. You wish to search my storage ring? He inquired, raising the ring on his finger. Indeed, Elder Nangong affirmed without hesitation. Well, I am a 5th-grade alchemist. While my status may not be overly prestigious, it is not something you can simply invade at will, is it? Does Confronting the Pavilion habitually act with such arrogance, or do you hold all alchemists in disdain? Chen Xiao coldly retorted, his tone growing increasingly heated, clearly prepared to confront her. Elder Nangong's expression shifted slightly. Although Confronting the Pavilion was a prominent sect, it paled in comparison to the Alchemist Alliance. While the Alliance would not intervene on behalf of anyone, particularly alchemists, they would not hesitate to retaliate if their authority were challenged. No one understood the true power of alchemists better than she did. Especially not a young 5th-grade alchemist like Chen Xiao, who would undoubtedly garner respect from several formidable martial emperors. Now that Chen Xiao had brought the matter to the attention of all alchemists, she found it difficult to resort to force. If rumors spread, Confronting the Pavilion could find itself in dire straits, inciting the ire of many alchemists, who might even refuse to trade potions with them altogether. Recognizing this, Elder Nangong adopted a tone infused with both concession and veiled threat. I certainly do not look down upon alchemists. On the contrary, I hold them in high regard. However, you, Alchemist Chen, are indeed our most suspicious subject at present, and your reluctance to allow me to search you raises questions. Is it possible that the missing Holy Maiden's fruit is truly in your possession? If it is not, what harm is there in letting me see? It would only serve to prove your innocence. Otherwise, should this incident become public, it would tarnish your reputation as well. Your reasoning does hold merit, Chen Xiao acknowledged thoughtfully, raising an eyebrow. I have no objection to you searching me, but your suspicions have already damaged my reputation. Should you find nothing, I expect an explanation. Oh, if nothing is found, that would be splendid. I shall leave immediately and report this matter to the pavilion master, ensuring that all doubts are laid to rest. A smile crept onto Elder Nangong's face. As long as she was permitted to search, she had no desire to resort to force. After all, among the list of suspects, only Chen Xiao had openly expressed a desire for the Holy Maiden's fruit. Simply leaving would not suffice. Here is my condition. I will allow you to search. But if nothing is found, you must provide me with an explanation. I am not someone to be easily trifled with. However, I am reasonable. If nothing is discovered, a single Holy Maiden's fruit will suffice as compensation. I am currently researching a beauty elixir that requires the Holy Maiden's fruit as a principal ingredient, and I had abandoned the idea after being refused last time. But now, I have reconsidered. If I am innocent, a single Holy Maiden's fruit would be sufficient. After all, I am acquainted with the esteemed Zhu Ying from your pavilion. This request is hardly excessive. Chen Xiao concluded with a faint smile, gazing at Elder Nangong. Beside them, Han Xiaolai was drenched in cold sweat, wishing to interject and advise Chen Xiao to temper his words. However, he found himself unable to speak and noted Elder Nangong's demeanor. Though she appeared ready to explode, she hesitated to act, leaving him puzzled. Nevertheless, he admired Chen Xiao's composure, as he had managed to reverse the situation and regain the initiative. Such audacity was unique to Chen Xiao. Had it been Han Xiaolai, he would have preferred to hasten the departure of Confronting the Pavilion's representatives. In truth, Chen Xiao was fully aware of this psychological dynamic, which motivated him to act with such boldness. The more cautious he was, the more suspicion would arise in their hearts. After all, a martial emperor had personally sought him out. If he revealed even the slightest sign of guilt, it would spell disaster. Chapter 125. Inspection regarding the Holy Maiden's fruit. That may not be feasible. How about we negotiate different terms? Elder Nangong raised an eyebrow, clearly compromising, for forcibly searching Chen Xiao would not bode well for Confronting the Pavilion. Their pursuit of the Holy Maiden's fruit was rooted in preserving their reputation. If they resolved one issue only to be confronted with another, it would be an exercise in futility. Let us settle on this condition. I am not interested in anything else. Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. You. Elder Nangong's face flushed with anger as she abruptly stood, emanating an overwhelming aura that locked onto Chen Xiao. Han Xiaolai's expression shifted instantly, paling slightly. Being the weakest among them, with only the rank of a martial general and standing beside Chen Xiao, he felt the pressure of Elder Nangong's imposing presence. Fortunately, the pressure came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Elder Nangong's tone softened as she stated, "The Holy Maiden's fruit has been stolen and will not ripen for some time. The next harvest will take at least a month or two. If you desire one, you may come to Confronting the Pavilion then, and I will reserve a place for you. Hee. In that case, I must first express my gratitude to Elder Nangong. A faint smile adorned Chen Xiao's face, exuding an air of calmness, showing no signs of concern over the impending search. This demeanor, however, began to unsettle Elder Nangong, leading her to ponder whether Chen Xiao might truly be uninvolved in the theft of the Holy Maiden fruit. Yet, all other suspects had been eliminated, leaving Chen Xiao as the prime suspect. Reluctant to forego the search, she proceeded to inspect him. After negotiating the terms, Chen Xiao generously removed his storage ring and tossed it to Elder Nangong for examination. Upon receiving the ring, she wasted no time. Her divine sense penetrated the ring to scrutinize its contents. After a considerable pause, she lifted her gaze, her expression somewhat grim. While the ring contained a plethora of items, primarily various herbs, spare clothing, and even some beast meats and weapons, Elder Nangong found no trace of the Holy Maiden fruit. Could it be that she had misjudged, or had Chen Xiao consumed it? With determination, Elder Nangong stood abruptly and strode towards Chen Xiao, returning the ring while her divine sense swept across his body, searching for any concealed items. Yet again, she found nothing. Frustrated, she even took Chen Xiao's hand, channeling a strand of true essence into him to examine his internal condition, clearly hoping to ascertain if he had ingested the fruit. At this moment, Chen Xiao remained exceedingly cooperative, allowing the search to proceed unhindered, even permitting her to inspect his internal state. After a brief while, Elder Nangong, visibly pale, released Chen Xiao's hand, her gaze filled with irritation. She had indeed found nothing. This predicament was troublesome. Not only had she lost a Holy Maiden fruit, but the reputation of the Wind Thunder Pavilion was also at stake. Although the events transpired in the presence of a few witnesses who would likely keep the matter confidential, the image of the pavilion had undeniably suffered. Are there any others residing here? Elder Nangong inquired coldly, casting a sideways glance at Han Xiaolai, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. Han Xiaolai frowned slightly, instinctively glancing at Chen Xiao, who subtly nodded before he continued. My granddaughter and Chen Xiao's sister reside here together. May I inquire what the elder seeks? You have seen the situation. The Holy Maiden fruit is reputed to enhance beauty. I wish to examine the two young ladies to ensure your innocence in this matter. Rest assured, it will be a mere inspection, Elder Nangong stated, her gaze lingering on Chen Xiao, ever attentive to his reactions. Yet regrettably, she gleaned nothing of significance. Han Lao, could you kindly summon Shuer and Qianlan? Chen Xiao maintained a gentle smile, devoid of any fear. Han Xiaolai genuinely admired Chen Xiao's composure. Despite being the perpetrator, he played his part convincingly, even leading Han Xiaolai to believe that the Wind Thunder Pavilion had wronged him. Given that Chen Xiao dared to call for Qianlan, it indicated she had likely not consumed the 5 sacred pill. With this thought, he nodded subtly to a nearby maid, who promptly exited. Han Xiaolai stood beside Chen Xiao, waiting. While Chen Xiao remained silent, his demeanor relaxed. At this moment, he truly felt at ease. The storage ring merely contained inconsequential items meant to mislead, while the truly valuable possessions had long been secured within his system backpack. The 5 sacred pill lay safely within the confines of that backpack, and Qianlan and her companion were blissfully unaware of the situation. Even if Elder Nangong inquired, she would find no answers forthcoming. As long as he could navigate this encounter smoothly, the elder would likely refrain from further searches for a while. Otherwise, he possessed ample means to make her regret her pursuit. Shortly thereafter, a puzzled Qianlan and Han Shuer were brought in. Upon the introduction of Elder Nangong, both young women exhibited signs of tension. You need not be anxious. I merely wish to ask you both if you have ever encountered the Holy Maiden fruit. Elder Nangong queried, her gaze fixed intently on them. The Holy Maiden fruit? Qianlan responded, her expression one of confusion, having never heard of such a thing. She shook her head. I have not heard of it. Conversely, Han Shuer furrowed her brow. I've heard it's quite delicious and reputed to have beauty-enhancing properties. But I have never seen it. It is a 6th-grade spiritual herb, impossible to find in Beixian City. Elder Nangong scrutinized the two women closely, noting their expressions did not suggest deceit, which only deepened her frustration. Nevertheless, she rose, extending her hand toward Han Shuer, uncertain of the elder's intentions. Han Shuer glanced at Han Xiaolai, who nodded encouragingly for her to comply. Thus, she readily allowed Elder Nangong to examine her. The inspection was swift, and within mere moments, Elder Nangong approached Qianlan, her gaze lingering on her delicate features, her eyes glinting momentarily before she placed her hand on Qianlan's arm. Quickly, Elder Nangong withdrew her hand, her face darkening. Without uttering another word, she marched toward the exit, declaring, "Let us depart." As her voice echoed, she had already reached the door, with 6 disciples of the Wind-Thunder Pavilion promptly trailing behind her, disappearing from sight in an instant. "Brother, what just happened?" Chen asked, her confusion palpable, as she still failed to comprehend the situation. "Nothing of consequence. The Wind-Thunder Pavilion sought clarification on certain matters, but all is well now. You may disperse," Chen Xiao replied, a smile gracing his face, betraying no hint of worry. Seeing Chen Xiao's unwillingness to elaborate, Chen Lan refrained from pressing further, while Han Shuer took her hand, leading her out, leaving only Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai in the living room. With the absence of outsiders, Han Xiaolai's expression softened into one of relief. He turned to Chen Xiao with a wry smile. "You truly displayed remarkable courage just now." Indeed, with the Wind-Thunder Pavilion, being overly cautious often arouses suspicion. "This matter has passed. Let us not speak of it again, though I apologize for troubling you, Han Lao." "Not at all. But I must say, you've already achieved the status of a 5th-grade alchemist?" Han Xiaolai exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. Just a few months prior, when he had sought Chen Xiao's assistance in alchemy, Chen Xiao had merely been a 3rd-grade alchemist at the martial artist level. Now, not only had his cultivation ascended to the martial king realm, but his alchemical skills had also blossomed to that of a 5th-grade alchemist, an achievement that would astound anyone who learned of it. In fact, Han Xiaolai could already envision the questions that would arise when he next encountered his colleagues at the Tianwu Academy, all eager to inquire about Chen Xiao. After all, a 5th-grade alchemist was no trifling matter. Even the Tianwu Academy would take heed. Chen Xiao, however, could only manage a wry smile. While his swift advancement was commendable, peril lurked at every corner. Had his cultivation not progressed at such a pace, he might not have been able to engage in this light-hearted conversation with Han Xiaolai now. Time flowed on, and before long, another 7 days slipped by. During this period, Chen Xiao accompanied Chen Lan and Han Shuer around Beixian City, admiring the sights. While he refrained from mentioning anything about Chen Lan's condition, during this period, Chen Yuanshan had returned to the Chen family once, assuring the two of their safety before not lingering any longer and heading back to the Chen residence. Unlike Chen Xiao, who was indifferent to the family's safety, Chen Yuanshan was deeply rooted in the Chen family, which could face a fierce counterattack from the Ziyun sect at any moment. Thus, he had to remain at the Chen household to oversee matters. After spending 7 days in leisure, one evening, Chen Xiao finally summoned Chen Lan to his side, accompanied by Han Shuer and Han Xiaolai. In the courtyard, Chen Xiao gazed at Chen Lan with affection, smiling as he said, "Chen Lan, I have found a way to activate your constitution. Today, I called you over to assist in this activation. The process may be somewhat painful. Can you endure it?" "I can." Chen Lan's large eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously, her appearance utterly adorable. Beside her, Han Shuer also widened her eyes, her face brimming with joy. She could sense that Chen Lan was not truly happy about her constitution, which led her to deliberately avoid discussing cultivation matters in front of her. However, if Chen Lan's bloodline were activated and she could begin her cultivation, there would be nothing to hold back, and she would be genuinely happy for Chen Lan. Seeing Chen Lan's nod, Chen Xiao affectionately ruffled her hair and then turned his attention to Han Xiaolai, saying with a smile, "Then I will trouble Elder Han to assist with the protective duties today." "Not a problem," Han Xiaolai replied with a grin. After exchanging a few more words and ensuring the two would not let anything slip, Chen Xiao led Chen Lan behind Han Xiaolai towards the training room, where Han Xiaolai usually secluded himself for cultivation. Han Shuer, upon hearing this, consciously returned to her own courtyard. The training room was located in a separate pavilion near the center of another courtyard. Once the three entered, they promptly closed the pavilion, and guards were stationed outside to prevent any unexpected intrusions. Inside the pavilion, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged opposite Chen Lan, while Han Xiaolai sat nearby, silently cultivating. This time, Han Xiaolai's role was merely to provide protection, while Chen Xiao took on the primary responsibility of watching over Chen Lan. Stay calm and do not overthink. After taking this pill, begin to guide the spiritual energy into your body according to the 9 transformations Phoenix decision I just transmitted to you. It may be somewhat uncomfortable at first, but if you persist for a while, you will be fine. Chen Xiao gently advised, looking at Chen Lan, who had her eyes slightly closed. The 9 transformations Phoenix decision was a high-tier technique that Chen Xiao had exchanged for 800 gold coins from the Supreme Upgrade system. Initially, he intended to directly exchange for a heavenly-level technique for Chen Lan, but the cost was exorbitant. Even selling himself would not suffice. Eventually, he selected this high-tier earth-level technique, which was reasonably priced and suitable for female cultivation. As Chen Xiao spoke, a porcelain vial appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, a pill the size of a dove's egg, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, was revealed and handed directly to Qianlong. Without hesitation, she swallowed the pill and began to silently guide its medicinal powers through her body according to the prescribed method. However, as Qianlong had infeed Qianlong a little, otherwise the spiritual energy of this place is insufficient, and her bloodline may not be thoroughly activated, which could lead to complications. I happen to have plenty of return-to-origin pills. Chen Xiao quickly reacted, hastily retrieving over a dozen vials from his system backpack. He opened the vials, and in an instant, hundreds of return-to-origin pills floated in the air, controlled by his true essence. Beside him, Han Xiao looked at the numerous exquisite pills radiating a faint glow, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he realized that such exquisite return-to-origin pills could be so abundant. Before Han Xiao could continue his reminders, Chen Xiao suddenly waved his hand, causing the suspended pills to explode simultaneously, releasing pure medicinal power that scattered in all directions. However, Chen Xiao swiftly directed this energy to envelop Qianlong, allowing her to absorb it. Not only that, but he also produced over 100 fourth-grade true essence pills and detonated them in the same manner. In a mere moment, the concentration of spiritual energy surrounding Qianlong increased by at least fivefold. Han Xiao's eyes twitched slightly as he watched Chen Xiao with an indescribable pain in his heart. Earlier, he had merely hoped that Chen Xiao would feed Qianlong a few pills to enhance her internal true energy. But he never expected Chen Xiao to be so extravagant as to produce such a quantity of pills. Only Chen Xiao, a fifth-grade alchemist, could afford such extravagance. Otherwise, he himself would struggle to part with even a single fourth-grade pill. Nonetheless, the spiritual energy surrounding Qianlong was now undoubtedly sufficient, alleviating their concerns. And they could simply wait in anticipation. Time passed, minute by minute. Chen Xiao and Han Xiao lost their focus on cultivation and waited silently. This wait lasted for 6 long hours. Even Chen Xiao did not anticipate that activating Qianlong's bloodline would take such an extended period. During this time, he repeatedly released hundreds of fourth-grade pills to supply the room with spiritual energy for Qianlong to absorb and refine. While they were uncertain about the current situation, it was evident that the longer Qianlong absorbed the spiritual energy, the greater the benefits she would reap in the future. Consequently, Chen Xiao was not stingy. Whenever he sensed a lack of spiritual energy, he would continuously replenish it. After 6 hours, the force drawing in spiritual energy from Qianlong gradually weakened and ultimately faded away. With the source of absorption gone, the colorful spiritual energy enveloping Qianlong dissipated in an instant, vanishing into the air. However, neither Chen Xiao nor Han Xiao noticed this. Their gazes were fixated on Qianlong's face, watching anxiously. At this moment, Qianlong lay quietly on the ground, her eyes closed but her expression serene, as though she had fallen into a deep slumber. Yet, the golden glow surrounding her had intensified to the level typically seen when a martial artist activates their bloodline power. And this golden luminescence continued to grow. The once indistinct, vague outline of her bloodline power began to take shape, gradually transforming into a feminine form. On the phantom of Qianlong's bloodline, long strands of golden hair cascaded down, and her facial features began to emerge, although her eyes remained absent. The upper half of her form was curvaceous, resembling a real person. If not for its ethereal quality, it might provoke a visceral reaction in any man. However, as Chen Xiao continued to gaze downward, his expression froze, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Even Han Xiao, who had maintained his composure, could not help but stare in astonishment at Qianlong. The fact that Qianlong's bloodline power manifested as humanoid was already exceedingly rare. But what shocked them further was that the lower half, which should have transformed into legs, had vanished, replaced instead by a tail resembling that of a serpent. No, it was indeed a serpent's tail, as Chen Xiao could see the illusory tail occasionally flicking. This was completely beyond his expectations. Even though his own bloodline power was that of the legendary beast Tao Tai, he had never been this astonished. "Is this a beautiful serpent?" Chen Xiao murmured, only to shake his head immediately. Such a creature as a beautiful serpent simply did not exist in this world, rendering this assumption invalid. Could it be Medusa? Chen Xiao squinted, struggling to comprehend how Qianlong's bloodline power could manifest in such a manner. Beside him, Han Xiao, still in a state of shock, responded to Chen Xiao's words with a slight shake of his head. "I haven't heard of Medusa or a beautiful serpent, but I seem to recall seeing something similar in ancient texts. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the bloodline of the Nuwa clan." Nuwa clan? Chen Xiao's eyes widened, and in an instant, he recalled a nearly universally known figure from his past life. Nuwa? In the legends of the past, both Nuwa and her descendants were depicted as beings with half-human, half-serpent forms, perfectly aligning with the illusion of Chen Lan's bloodline power. Although he had entertained this notion the first time he saw the bloodline phantom, he had dismissed it almost immediately, fearing to dwell on it. After all, she was a formidable entity known for mending the heavens and creating humanity. How could his sister possess her bloodline power? Indeed, I once read in ancient texts that the Nuwa clan is an exceedingly mysterious and powerful race. Every member of the Nuwa clan possesses the Nuwa bloodline, which is incredibly potent and is passed down through generations. However, there is little else documented about them, as they remain shrouded in mystery, even in ancient texts, which contain only a few lines. Han Xiao furrowed his brows, sharing what he knew piece by piece. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, immediately considering Chen Lan's origins. Although she was his nominal sister, she had no blood relation to the Chen family. She was merely a child his adoptive father had picked up from somewhere. But if she truly possessed Nuwa bloodline, how had the Nuwa clan lost her? This was simply unfathomable to Chen Xiao. Where is the Nuwa clan now? Chen Xiao pondered aloud, believing that understanding this clan would clarify everything. I haven't heard of them. Han Xiao shook his head in frustration. Never heard of them. Chen Xiao's expression was one of bewilderment, as if he could not fathom the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, I have only seen mention of the Nuwa clan in ancient texts, but they suddenly vanished, and no one knows where they went. Even the ancient records are silent. Han Xiao said with a wry smile. At that moment, Chen Lan, who had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly stirred, then slowly opened her eyes. As she did, the bloodline power enveloping her became increasingly solid, transitioning from nearly transparent to a clearer outline. When Chen Lan stood up, the bloodline power that had been floating around her finally became vividly apparent to both of them. Chen Xiao scrutinized it closely, and it bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Nuwa from his world. Could it be that the legends from that world were not mere myths, but indeed true? However, that world is not connected to this one. How could a legendary figure from that realm appear in this one? As Chen Xiao pondered these thoughts, the layer of Nuwa bloodline surrounding Chen Lan suddenly opened its eyes, and an eerie energy fluctuation emanated from the phantom of the Nuwa bloodline, appearing rather strange. Yet, Chen Xiao and Han Xiao were oblivious to this energy. Their gazes remained fixed on Chen Lan, observing her closely. Are you all right? Brother, I'm fine. I feel warm all over, and it seems my cultivation has broken through. Chen Lan blinked, her face beaming with excitement. My cultivation has also broken through? Chen Xiao was taken aback, realizing that Chen Lan's cultivation had indeed made a breakthrough, directly leaping from an untrained state to the realm of a 3-star martial disciple. Such rapid progress? Chen Xiao was somewhat astonished. After a brief hesitation, he reached out and placed his hand on Chen Lan's shoulder, channeling a strand of true essence into her body to examine her cultivation. However, as soon as this essence entered Chen Lan's body, it was immediately repelled by another force. Chen Xiao could only say, calm your mind and resist nothing. I shall check your condition. Okay. Chen Lan nodded eagerly, taking a deep breath. Seeing this, Chen Xiao proceeded with his examination, and this time, he encountered no obstruction, smoothly completing his assessment. The results indeed confirmed Chen Lan's claims. Her cultivation had not only reached the peak of the 3-star martial disciple realm, but her foundation was remarkably solid. Most astonishingly, the meridians within her body had expanded, more than doubling in size compared to before her bloodline activation. Just as the size of a martial artist's meridians and Dantian influences their cultivation speed and energy capacity. Chen Lan's meridians had transformed from ordinary to extraordinary. Chen Xiao could hardly fathom how astonishing her cultivation speed would be in the future. With such a stable foundation, if she continued to cultivate systematically, she might reach unprecedented heights. A smile crept onto Chen Xiao's face, and he curiously inquired, do you have any understanding of your bloodline? Is it from the Hua clan? Han Xiaolai, who was nearby, also looked over, intrigued by Chen Lan's bloodline talent. After all, she was the first individual he had encountered whose bloodline was awakened through medicinal means, especially one that had long since vanished. The Hua clan bloodline. A hint of confusion crossed Chen Lan's face as she shook her head slightly. I don't know the name of this bloodline power. I only know that my sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy has significantly increased. As they spoke, Chen Lan waved her hand casually, and an invisible, strange wave suddenly appeared around her. Almost immediately, the invisible spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge towards the palm of her hand, forming a luminous sphere the size of a bowl within mere moments. This miraculous scene stunned both Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai. Chen Lan's innate ability to sense spiritual energy was truly extraordinary. If she could consistently maintain such sensitivity, Her cultivation would soar without the need for any medicinal aids. Even Chen Xiao might find it difficult to keep pace with her progress. While Chen Xiao was lost in thought, a melodious system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. System notification. Task. Save Chunlan's talent completed. Experience points gained. 100,000. Gold reward. 10,000. Luck value. 2. Reward. Divine skill. Heaven descends. Ding. System notification. Host successfully leveled up. Current level. Early 4-star Martial King. Ding. System notification. Host successfully leveled up. Current level. Early 5-star Martial King. Ding. System notification. Host task completed. Achieving a perfect outcome and gaining Chunlan's favorability 10. A flurry of system notifications erupted, causing Chen Xiao's face to light up with surprise. He had unexpectedly reached the early 5-star Martial King realm. With a thought, he examined the so-called 2 points of luck, still unaware of its purpose. After a moment's study, he realized it was merely inscribed on the supreme upgrade system, yielding no discernible effects. He set it aside, turning his gaze back to Chunlan, smiling. Since you don't know, we'll leave it be for now. In the future, I will guide you in your cultivation, striving to elevate your abilities as soon as possible. However, just as these words left his lips, both Han Xiaolai and Chen Xiao abruptly stiffened, and even Chunlan looked up thoughtfully towards the outside. Without hesitation, they swiftly exited the room and gazed skyward, with Chunlan following suit, yet they could see nothing. At that moment, every individual within Beishan City who had reached the martial general realm involuntarily paused and looked up, as if anticipating something to pierce the heavens. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. It was a terrifying force, akin to the will of heaven and earth, enveloping the entirety of Beishan City in an instant. Chen Xiao felt as though he had been completely seen through, an unsettling sensation washing over him. Han Xiaolai gazed solemnly at the sky, his true energy instinctively circulating within him, evidently attempting to resist the immense pressure. Chen Xiao glanced at Chunlan, intending to protect her, but noticed that she seemed unaffected. Her demeanor unchanged, even exhibiting more composure than he. Before he could ponder further, a pitch-black rift appeared in the sky before their eyes, as if the pristine firmament had been cleaved asunder. Chen Zhao's face was filled with disbelief. Such an occurrence could not be coincidental. Sure enough, after several breaths, the rift widened, resembling a grand portal to another realm. Then, a figure emerged from the dark fissure. Although it appeared diminutive, for some inexplicable reason, all three of them felt irresistibly drawn to it, with even the rift seemingly serving as a mere backdrop. Once the figure stepped out, it paused momentarily in mid-air before vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. That had undoubtedly been an extraordinarily powerful being. Just as Chen Xiao was about to inquire of Han Xiaolai, a disturbance rippled through the space before them, and a breathtakingly beautiful woman gradually materialized before their eyes. The woman, donning a light purple palace gown, exuded an air of unattainable elegance, captivating all who beheld her. As she stood there, an unapproachable aura radiated from her, leaving no room for even the slightest impure thought. This was an utterly bizarre phenomenon, yet it was undeniably occurring. Chen Xiao attempted to speak, but found himself unable to move, even to utter a word. Beside him, Han Xiaolai's complexion had already turned pale, the imposing presence dissipating his earlier authority in an instant. The woman's eyes swept over Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai, then rested upon Chunlan. Indeed, it is the bloodline of my ancient kin, she declared, her voice melodious and ethereal. As she spoke, Chen Xiao felt the oppressive aura that had surrounded him vanish entirely, causing Han Xiaolai to gasp for breath. Chen Zhao's expression shifted abruptly. This woman was unmistakably the formidable being capable of tearing space asunder with her bare hands. If she wished to end his life, it would likely take but a single thought. However, it was evident that her intent was directed towards Chunlan. Concerned for her safety, Chen Xiao could not remain silent any longer. Casting a glance at the palace-clad woman, he inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, esteemed elder?" Han Xiaolai, regaining his composure, stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Han Xiaolai, Vice Dean of the Alchemy Department at the Beishan branch of Tianwu Academy. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." The woman responded with a faint hm, her expression remaining unchanged. Yet her gaze shifted to Chen Xiao as she calmly declared, "I intend to take her away." This was uttered in a commanding tone, serving both as a reply to Chen Xiao and a declaration of her intent. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao's complexion abruptly altered, and he instinctively positioned himself in front of Chunlan, determined to protect her. Han Xiao beside him also exhibited a marked change in demeanor, astonished that such a formidable being harbored such an intention. Casting a glance at Chen Lan's pale and frightened visage behind him, Chen Xiao's expression grew increasingly somber. Although anxiety churned within him, he maintained his gaze fixed upon the woman clad in royal purple, stating in a grave tone, "Senior, I implore you to exercise restraint. While your cultivation is indeed formidable, it is unreasonable to act in such a manner." Unreasonable? The woman in royal attire finally directed her full attention to Chen Xiao and continued, "This young girl is a member of the Gu clan. Since she possesses the bloodline of my clan, it is only natural that I take her back. Furthermore, if I do not escort her home, this little girl will likely only achieve the rank of a martial emperor in her lifetime. If discovered by others, her life could be in jeopardy. Do you still consider my actions unreasonable?" Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes, as if he had grasped something significant. Han Xiao, too, wore a contemplative expression. However, Chen Xiao was not one to concede easily to the woman's claims. He replied firmly, "You assert that you belong to the Gu clan. But according to ancient texts, my sister possesses the bloodline of the primordial Nuwa clan, not yours. Could there be a mistake? The primordial Nuwa clan?" The woman replied dismissively, "That is merely an external appellation for us. Can you provide proof?" As she spoke the final word, a faint golden aura enveloped her, and a silhouette gradually took form, solidifying into a nearly tangible golden figure resembling a being that was half human and half serpent, akin to Chen Lan's bloodline. Are they truly of the same lineage? Chen Xiao's expression betrayed his astonishment, realizing that Han Xiao had indeed mentioned the mysterious disappearance of the Nuwa clan, only for a living descendant to suddenly appear before him. "I can sense that the aura emanating from her is indeed very familiar." Chen Lan nodded in affirmation. This revelation caused Chen Xiao's expression to shift dramatically. He understood Chen Lan's heritage, but could not bear the thought of allowing her to leave with this enigmatic individual. Regardless of his feelings, he could not permit someone who had grown up alongside him to depart without explanation. Turning to Chen Lan with a gentle smile, he then faced the woman in royal attire, asking, "Senior, you mentioned that if my sister does not accompany you, she could face life-threatening dangers. What do you mean by that?" "The bloodline of my clan is special. It requires the baptism of the heavenly pool to activate its powers successfully. However, this little girl had her bloodline forcibly activated, which is akin to overextending herself prematurely. While it may seem inconsequential now, it has severely compromised her foundation. If she does not undergo the heavenly pool baptism soon, once her bloodline power stabilizes, it will remain that way for life. You must understand why my clan has chosen to live in seclusion. There are reasons for it. If this girl continues to linger outside without the means to protect herself, she could easily perish." The woman in royal attire took a rare moment to explain to Chen Xiao. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Though the woman's words were veiled, they clearly indicated that the Gu clan had enemies, ones who might hunt their kin. If she recklessly utilized her bloodline abilities without the means to defend herself, it would likely attract their attention, leading to dire consequences. Chen Xiao had not anticipated such complexities, and his expression darkened. "Enough. I have said all I needed to. I must take this child away. The bloodline of my kin cannot remain outside." The woman's demeanor turned serious as her gaze fixed on Chen Lan, speaking with an air of finality. "Wait, is there no other way to fully activate my sister's Nuwa bloodline?" Chen Xiao protested, unwilling to relent, especially since he truly did not wish for Chen Lan to leave with this stranger. "There is no other way," the woman replied coolly, dismissing any further discourse with Chen Xiao. In a single stride, she appeared beside Chen Lan. This sudden movement startled Chen Lan, who instinctively tried to move toward Chen Xiao, but her body froze in place, unable to move an inch. "Hold on. How do I know that what you say is true?" Chen Xiao demanded, his urgency rising as he approached Chen Lan. Just then, an overwhelming aura of terror surged from the woman in royal attire, and in an instant, Chen Xiao found himself crushed to the ground. Bang! Chen Xiao hit the ground hard, and his heart sank. It dawned on him that the woman had resorted to force. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the horrifying strength she possessed. "System, conduct an assessment. Determine her cultivation," Chen Xiao mentally roared. Initially, he had refrained from using the supreme upgrade system in the presence of such a powerful being for fear of revealing his capabilities. But now he could no longer afford such caution. If Chen Lan were truly taken away, the consequences would be dire. In the fleeting moments of his thoughts, the woman's cultivation level appeared in Chen Xiao's mind. 6-star Martial Saint. This was the classification provided by the supreme upgrade system. Even though Chen Xiao had suspected as much, the realization still left him gasping in shock. A Martial Saint, and a 6-star one at that. Such beings were legendary within the Tianwu kingdom, and even on the entire Fengyue continent, they were exceedingly rare. Yet here, one stood before him, intent on taking Chen away. A profound sense of helplessness surged within Chen Xiao. To obstruct her from taking Chen, such an endeavor was utterly absurd. Given Chen Xiao's current cultivation level, he could not even hope to impede her. She could easily dispatch him with a mere flick of her hand. The only reason she had engaged in conversation was likely out of consideration for Chen. Otherwise, she would have taken Chen without hesitation. Nonetheless, letting her take Chen was something Chen Xiao could never accept. "Wait," he called out, his voice heavy as he struggled to rise from the ground. Seeing this, the woman raised an eyebrow, pausing her departure, though she did not alleviate the oppressive force bearing down on Chen Xiao. Time ticked by, and he struggled to regain his footing, but the weight of the pressure was insurmountable. Despite channeling all his available true essence and bloodline power, it was to no avail. Fortunately, the woman seemed to have recalled something, and the oppressive force enveloping Chen Xiao abruptly dissipated, replaced by a solemn tone. "Your aptitude is decent, but your cultivation is merely at the martial king level. Your strength is still far from sufficient. Do you have any further inquiries? Where is your Gu clan located?" Chen Xiao's gaze bore into the woman as he asked earnestly. "Do you wish to visit my clan?" The woman raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement crossing her face as she replied, "Even if I told you, you would be unable to go. You may inquire again once your cultivation reaches the level of martial sovereign. Since you refuse to disclose the location, you can at least tell me your name." Chen Xiao insisted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, as if prepared to act at any moment. The woman hesitated briefly before responding, "My name is Gu Mibing." "Very well. I have taken note. If, 1 year hence, I visit the Gu clan and my sister suffers the slightest grievance or encounters any misfortune, I shall obliterate your clan." With a voice resonating with unwavering strength, Chen Xiao articulated these words, emanating an unmistakable aura of lethal intent, a blatant threat. Beside him, Han Xiaolai wore a grave expression, deeply concerned as he observed Chen Xiao. He understood the profound bond between Chen Xiao and Chen. Otherwise, Chen Xiao would not have risked his life to offend the Confronting the Pavilion merely to steal the holy maideness fruit. It was precisely for this reason that he knew Chen Xiao would not easily allow Chen to be taken away. However, the individual seeking to take Chen was a formidable being capable of tearing space apart with bare hands. Even the Confronting the Pavilion would be but a trivial existence in that person's eyes. If Chen Xiao were to issue such a threat, a temperamental individual might not hesitate to eliminate him with a single strike. Tears welled in Chen Lan's eyes as she stood beside Gu Mingbing, fully aware that Chen Xiao's threat stemmed from his concern for her safety after she was taken. Yet, the consequences of provoking such a being were unfathomable. Strangely, the woman in palace attire displayed no sign of disturbance at the threat. Instead, she calmly remarked, "Wait until you reach the martial sovereign realm before uttering such words." Suddenly, Chen felt the oppressive force binding her dissipate. Though she remained unable to move, she could now speak and hurriedly called out to Chen Xiao, "Brother, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. I'll wait for you to find me." Chen Xiao's gaze lingered on Chen, and after a long pause, he realized that even if he wished to oppose, he could not prevent her from being taken. Chen Lan's words were also meant to dissuade him from making foolish decisions. Even if she were taken, it did not necessarily mean problems would arise. "Wait for me. I will come to get you in a year." Chen Xiao's solemn expression softened into a faint smile. Ding. A system notification echoed. Mission issued. Bid farewell to Chen. Within 1 year. Visit the Gu clan to see Chen. Mission rewards. 1,000,000 experience points. 100,000 gold coins, and the superior spiritual weapon, Xiao sword. Mission failure results in a 10-level decrease. Note, this mission is mandatory and cannot be declined. Chen Xiao was taken aback, not expecting the system to issue such a task, let alone one with such generous rewards. The allure of a superior spiritual weapon alone was enough to stir his heart, and naturally, he would not refuse the mission. Without lingering on the task, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, then opened them wide, extending his left hand to reveal a storage ring. This ring contains some cultivation resources. Keep it close and cultivate diligently. I will come for you in a year. As he spoke, he flicked the storage ring towards Chen. It landed smoothly in her hand, and the woman, Gu Mingbing, made no move to stop it. Instead, she regarded Chen Xiao with a hint of appreciation, as if contemplating something, and said softly, "If you truly reach the martial sovereign realm in a year, you may go to Jiangling. Perhaps you will find something of value. Additionally, I look forward to seeing if you can achieve the martial sovereign realm in a year." With that, she showed no hesitation. Stepping into the void and ascending into the sky, with Chen Lan floating closely behind. Chen Lan gazed at Chen Xiao with excitement, tears shimmering in her eyes, while Chen Xiao's own eyes reddened, fixated on the two figures in the sky until a spatial portal appeared and engulfed them entirely. Once they had departed, footsteps echoed from afar as Han Shuer rushed over, inquiring, "Brother Chen Xiao, what just happened?" I felt a terrifying pressure enveloping this courtyard, preventing me from entering. "Where's Chen Lan? Did you not see Chen Lan?" Han Xiaolai asked curiously, glancing at his granddaughter. "No," Han Shuer replied without hesitation, her eyes still fixed on Chen Xiao. At that moment, Chen Xiao had already withdrawn his gaze, observing the slight flush of worry on Han Shuer's cheeks. He gently replied, "Chen Lan has left. She has been taken away by a significant figure for cultivation. However, I will seek her out in a year." Han Xiaolai opened his mouth, but words eluded him, and he could only pat Chen Xiao's shoulder in consolation, saying, "Brother Chen, your talent and potential are among the finest I have ever seen. I believe that with your abilities, you will soon see the girl again." Chen Xiao nodded silently, offering a faint smile of apology to Han Shuer before returning to the house, without further words. Inside, he sat in contemplation for an entire hour, replaying the myriad of events in his mind, especially the reluctant gaze Chen Lan cast upon him as she was taken away, which gradually filled him with a chilling resolve. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. "Check attributes." His voice echoed softly. "Host, Chen Xiao level, 5-star Martial King Cultivation Method, Starfire Decision Martial Skills. One sword ascends to heaven, flowing cloud fairy steps, flame blade, dragon dance in the sky. 10,000 swords, heavenly descent, gold coins, 4732 luck value. 2 mission, bid farewell to Chen Lan mission completion. Incomplete mission deadline, 365 days. The system had originally held over 10,000 gold coins, but upon Chen Lan's departure, Chen Xiao had exchanged various cultivation and healing elixirs from the system to aid her advancement from martial disciple to martial emperor, placing them in the storage ring. He had also exchanged several martial arts for her future use, ensuring that during his absence, she would not suffer from a lack of cultivation resources. This was the only thing Chen Xiao could do at present. Initially, he had been cautious with the system's gold coins, reluctant to expend them easily. However, he now shifted his perspective. While gold coins were indeed hard to come by, without the strength to protect oneself, what use were they? Moreover, by using gold coins to equip himself, he could potentially acquire even more gold coins swiftly. Thus, aside from saving a small reserve for emergencies, he converted the remainder into experience elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Although the increase in experience was modest, it was better than nothing. Additionally, Chen Xiao examined the latest martial skill he had received, Heavenly Descent. Upon receiving it, he had automatically learned it but had yet to explore its capabilities. Now that he had some leisure, he could not resist taking a closer look. Chapter 132, Farewell Heavenly Descent, an upgradable martial skill. Using this skill consumes 1/10 of the Martial King's true essence each time, allowing for instantaneous movement within a 2-meter radius. Note, casting this skill requires 3 seconds of preparation. Current proficiency, 0-100. An upgradable technique? Similar to the Flame Blade? Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. Although he was yet to ascertain the changes that would occur upon upgrading Heavenly Descent, even the ability to move instantaneously within 2 meters was already a crucial life-saving skill. In the event of an ambush or when evading a formidable foe's attack, it proved immensely convenient. Moreover, striking at an enemy from behind after suddenly appearing close to them, what exhilarating sensation that would be. Without a second thought, Chen Xiao knew it would be thrilling. Heavenly Descent. Chen Xiao exclaimed, instantly activating the skill. Unfortunately, his body flickered momentarily before returning to its original position. Failed. Chen Xiao frowned, surprised that his first attempt had resulted in failure. Upon inspecting his condition, he noted that even though the activation had failed, 1/10 of his true essence had still been consumed. This indicated that, given his current level, he could use the skill at most 10 times before his true essence would be depleted. Thus, this technique could only serve as a trump card for critical moments and should not be used lightly. Despite the setback, Chen Xiao checked his skill proficiency, which had already reached 1/100. This indicated that regardless of success or failure, as long as Chen Xiao executed the skill once, his proficiency would be automatically calculated. This was indeed a pleasant surprise, as it meant Chen Xiao could rapidly enhance his skill level. After examining the proficiency, Chen Xiao squinted slightly, recalling the sensation he experienced while using the skill Heavenly Descent. With a flicker of thought, he activated the skill once more. This time, his body vanished in an instant, only to reappear above a nearby table. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the teacups and other items on the table were shattered in an instant. Fortunately, Chen Xiao reacted quickly and leaped down, averting a greater disaster. It seemed he truly needed to practice more. Otherwise, he couldn't even control the direction of his movement. As he pondered, Chen Xiao executed heavenly descent again, disappearing from his spot. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Chen Lan's departure. During these 3 days, aside from a brief visit to the courtyard, Chen Xiao remained within the confines of the estate, leaving no one aware of his activities. During this time, Han Xiao visited once, sharing a drink with Chen Xiao, attempting to console him. Subsequently, Han Shuer came by several times, engaging in conversations with Chen Xiao, offering words of comfort, encouraging him not to despair. Chen Xiao naturally appreciated their goodwill. Although he had assured them he was fine, he sensed they might think he was merely being dismissive. After all, if one were to consider it from a normal perspective, no one would believe that Chen Xiao was truly okay. Outside the estate, Han Shuer approached slowly, standing at the entrance and gently knocking on the door. "Come in." "The door is open." Chen Xiao's voice resonated from within the courtyard. Creak. The door swung open, and Han Shuer, adorned in a soft yellow dress, stepped inside. Her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen Xiao standing in the courtyard. "Big brother Chen Xiao, did you call for me for something?" Looking at the enchanting figure before him, Chen Xiao maintained an expression of calm, smiling as he explained, "I've been intruding on your time lately, and I felt quite guilty about it. So, I took some time to concoct some medicinal pills for your cultivation. You're nearing the martial general realm, and you'll find them useful." As he spoke, Chen Xiao produced a porcelain vial and extended it to Han Shuer. However, she hesitated to accept, gently shaking her head. "Thank you, big brother Chen Xiao, but I don't need these. My grandfather has already prepared the medicinal pills I require for my cultivation. Just take it. Consider it a small token of appreciation for calling me big brother for so long." Chen Xiao chuckled, placing the vial firmly in her hands. "Well, all right then. Thank you, big brother Chen Xiao." Han Shuer hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to accept it. "This also serves as a farewell, as I might leave tomorrow. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the future." Chen Xiao finally revealed his intention. Big brother Chen Xiao, you are leaving tomorrow? Is it because of Chen Lan's matter?" Han Shuer quickly inquired upon realizing. "Indeed. Besides returning to the Chen family for a visit, I also need to venture out to hone my skills. Otherwise, when the year's agreement concludes, how can I possibly reach the martial sovereign level?" Chen Xiao murmured, his voice soft. Although Han Shuer knew that it was highly improbable for Chen Xiao to achieve martial sovereign status in a year, perhaps even reaching martial emperor was uncertain, she refrained from voicing this concern. Unable to hinder Chen Xiao's decision, she could only nod gently, saying, "Then take care, big brother Chen Xiao. Yes, I will pay a visit to old Han shortly." Chen Xiao smiled. Before he could say more, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from outside, followed by Han Zhao's voice calling, "Chen Xiao, are you in there?" "I am here. Please come in, old Han." Chen Xiao responded, exchanging glances with Han Shuer, both surprised that old Han had arrived unannounced. With permission granted, Han Xiao entered, accompanied by several elderly gentlemen with youthful appearances. Although they appeared to be nearing their 60s, the aura emanating from them indicated that they were all at least 7-star martial generals, with one distinguished elder even reaching the 1-star martial king level, clearly individuals of remarkable pedigree. "Old Han, who are these esteemed guests?" Chen Xiao inquired, his gaze falling on the figures behind Han Xiao. Hearing Chen Xiao's question, Han Xiao smiled and introduced. "This esteemed gentleman is the principal of the North Xian Academy of the Heavenly Martial Academy and is responsible for this location. The other two are vice principals of the North Xian Academy, and the gentleman beside me is the dean of my alchemy institute." As he spoke, Han Xiao turned to the group, announcing, "This is the esteemed alchemist Chen Xiao that you all wish to meet." "Haha, I am Mo. It is an honor to meet Alchemist Chen." The principal of the North Xian Academy stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. Given the principal's seniority, and his age surpassing even that of Chen Zhao's grandfather, Chen Xiao would not allow such formalities, quickly gesturing for him to rise. Before he could finish his words, the two vice principals and the dean of the Alchemy Institute approached, offering their greetings. Han Xiao stood smiling by the side, remaining silent. Chapter 133. An invitation from the Heavenly Martial Academy. This was Chen Xiao's first encounter with such a grand assembly. The individuals beside him were usually capable of shaking the very foundations of North Xian City with a single stomp, yet now they treated him with great deference. Even Han Shuer, upon seeing these esteemed figures, stepped forward to greet them respectfully. "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed principals. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Chen Xiao asked, his gaze fixed on Han Xiao. Chen Xiao was not naive. He understood that the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Martial Academy had come for a specific reason, and it was unlikely they had come merely to pay a visit. The principal's gazes shifted toward Han Xiao, exchanging glances that evidently urged him to act as a mediator. Han Xiao could only manage a wry smile. Stepping forward to address Chen Xiao, it is as follows. Our Heavenly Martial Academy is the royal institution of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom, dedicated to nurturing martial talent. A fact I'm sure you are already aware of. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. This was common knowledge among the citizens of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom, and similar institutions existed in other kingdoms as well. Noticing Chen Xiao's silence, Han Xiao continued, the Heavenly Martial Academy establishes branches in every city of level 3 and above, with the aim of cultivating a vast number of martial talents for the nation. While most of these talents return to their families, a portion serves in the court, which is sufficient to strengthen the nation. However, for our branches, a competition called the Danwu Duel is held every 3 years to assess the academy's strength. A commendable ranking in this duel brings substantial rewards and resources allocated from the main academy. Unfortunately, our North Xian City branch has not secured a ranking in several consecutive duels, and this cannot continue. At this point, Han Xiao paused, his eyes fixed on Chen Xiao. So, you wish for me to stand in for you at the Danwu Duel? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback as he looked at Han Xiao. Given Han Xiao's understanding of him, he should have known that Chen Xiao would not agree to such a request lightly, especially considering his lack of time to spare. As the conversation unfolded, Director Mo Feng realized it was time for him to step in. With a humble smile, he took the opportunity to interject, saying, indeed, we do have this notion. If it is convenient for you, Master Chendan, perhaps you could lend us a small hand. Of course, the remuneration will certainly meet your expectations. In addition to the personal ranking rewards you will receive from the Danwu competition, we can also prepare a sum of 200,000 gold coins as separate compensation. Furthermore, should you manage to secure a place within the top 100 of the Tianwu Academy Danwu competition, you will also earn a spot in the secret realm trial, which will be entirely yours. What do you think? Such a plethora of rewards was enough to stir Chen Xiao's interest, especially the gold coins, which he could utilize to concoct pills for swiftly enhancing his cultivation. However, Chen Xiao was not one to agree so readily. Just as he was about to respond, a system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding. System prompt. Task system activated. Task. Request from Tianwu Academy. Assist Director Mo Feng in participating in the Danwu competition and secure a position within the top 100. Task rewards. 200,000 experience points. 888 gold coins. Note. The higher the ranking in the Danwu competition, the more substantial the rewards. Will you accept the task? Does this imply that if I attain first place, I will receive the most generous task rewards? Indeed. The system prompt chimed once more. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. Initially, he had no intention of participating in this Danwu competition. However, his interest was piqued. If it would not consume too much time, he would not mind investing a bit of effort to secure the top position. With his current ability to refine 6th grade pills, achieving first place seemed plausible. Nonetheless, Chen Xiao did not hastily accept the task. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Mo Feng. At that moment, Mo Feng and the others were anxiously awaiting Chen Xiao's response. After hearing Mo Feng's proposition, Chen Xiao fell into contemplation, which made Mo Feng and the others both hopeful and tense, fearing that Chen Xiao might ultimately decline after his deliberation. Fortunately, Chen Xiao finally spoke. Please elaborate on the details of the Danwu competition. Moreover, as I am not a student of Tianwu Academy, am I still eligible to participate? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, joy illuminated the faces of Mo Feng and the others. Chen Xiao's lack of outright refusal signified promise. The directors exchanged glances, and Director Mo Feng continued. The issue of identity is quite simple. You just need to be enrolled in our Beixian Academy to participate in the competition smoothly. Furthermore, according to Brother Han's account, you are merely 16 years old, making it entirely permissible for you to become a student of Tianwu Academy. However, it may require some inconvenience on your part. Are you willing? As he spoke, Director Mo Feng adopted a tone of respect, while Han Xiao silently observed the scene. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After a moment of thought, he replied nonchalantly, that is no issue. However, I will be withdrawing after the competition. That should not pose a problem, right? Of course not. We will prepare the necessary procedures for you. Additionally, the Danwu competition is divided into 2 parts, the Dan competition and the Wu competition. We hope you can represent us in the Dan competition, as we have already arranged for someone to participate in the Wu competition, Missouri Feng explained with a smile. His gaze tense as he awaited Chen Xiao's reaction to the proposal. To this, Chen Xiao was not surprised. He had no desire to complicate matters. Just as he was about to agree, he remembered the earlier system prompt and added, please include me in the Wu competition as well. Let's make a complete team. You wish to participate in the Wu competition too? Director Mo Feng could not help but interject. Is there a problem with that? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Of course not. We welcome your participation, Master Chindan. Additionally, may I inquire about your current cultivation level? Mo Feng inquired with a wave of his hand and a gentle smile. The others present instinctively turned their eyes toward Chen Xiao, including Han Xiaolai. None of them were privy to the specifics of Chen Xiao's cultivation level. 5-star Martial King. Chen Xiao replied with a slight smile. A collective gasp echoed in the room. No one had anticipated that Chen Xiao's prowess would reach such an astonishing level. Even the most steadfast among them were taken aback by Chen Xiao's revelation. Why had they sought him out? Because of his alchemical skills. Chen Xiao was known to be a 5th-grade alchemist. Information they had confirmed through an elder of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Therefore, it was impossible for it to be false. Now, however, Chen Xiao claimed to have reached the 5-star Martial King realm. It was well known that, according to their investigations, Chen Xiao was merely 16 years old. A 16-year-old 5th-grade alchemist was already a staggering concept for them to grasp, yet now he proclaimed to have achieved 5-star Martial King status. Director Mo Feng felt as though he had aged drastically, pondering why such disparities existed among individuals. Recognizing the shock on their faces, Chen Xiao chuckled lightly. It's merely luck, a series of fortunate coincidences. With my current cultivation, participating in the Wu competition should pose no challenge, correct? At his words, the others snapped back to reality from their astonishment and hastily shook their heads. No problem at all. Rest assured, I will submit your name, Master Chindan. Very well. When does the competition commence? How long will it last? Chen Xiao inquired. In 3 days, we will depart for Longang City. Longang City is a 2nd-tier city, and we will gather there before heading to Tianwu City's imperial capital. Before that, we need to conduct an internal selection process within our academy to determine a group of participants. Of course, you, Master Chindan, will not need to participate in this selection. We will notify you the day before we depart, Director Mo Feng explained with a beaming smile. Understood. By the way, I would like to borrow access to the Tianwu Academy's library. Is that permissible? Chen Xiao suddenly recalled a matter and quickly asked. Haha, Master Chindan. You are now a student of Tianwu Academy. Thus you have the right to access the library at any time. Here, take this token. You may freely explore the library up to the 5th floor. Many precious resources are concentrated on the 5th floor. Mo Feng produced a black token from his possession and handed it to Chen Xiao. The others observed the token with surprise, for it represented the authority of the director. They were taken aback that it was bestowed upon Chen Xiao. However, given Chen Xiao's significance to Tianwu Academy, it was not surprising that such a token was granted. Thank you very much. Chen Xiao accepted it without a second thought, as he indeed required access to some materials. After exchanging a few more details about the Danwu competition, the directors hurriedly departed, accompanied by Han Xiaolai. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiao found himself alone in the courtyard. Glancing at the token in his hand, he decided to head towards the Tianwu Academy library. Within the academy, there existed a dedicated library accessible to all students. However, regular students could only enter the 1st and 2nd floors, while access beyond the 3rd floor required authorization. Chen Xiao still had much to learn about the world around him, and he understood that exploring on his own was essential for his growth. For instance, during the previous encounter at the Xian sect, others harnessed the power of their bloodlines to execute martial techniques, even amplifying their potency, a phenomenon of which Chen Xiao had never been aware. One of the primary motivations for his visit to the library was precisely this matter. The library of Tianwu Academy was easily locatable, situated at the heart of the institution. Surrounded by an expansive plaza, complete with directional signage, allowing Chen Xiao to navigate with ease. Upon arrival at the library, he observed a constant flow of students entering and exiting. Chen Xiao, appearing no different from any other student, attracted little attention, and with no guards stationed outside, he smoothly gained entry. The library itself was an immense 6-story structure, sprawling over at least 1,000 square meters. Inside, rows of towering bookshelves greeted him, while tables and chairs were neatly arranged, occupied by students from Tianwu Academy, clearly engrossed in their studies, reminiscent of the libraries from his previous life. As he wandered through the library, Chen Xiao casually approached an unoccupied bookshelf, where he picked up a tome dedicated to pharmacology. It provided a gradual explanation of the identification of medicinal herbs, their properties, and growth environments. However, finding it of no assistance, he merely glanced through it before setting it aside. He then surveyed the surrounding shelves, only to discover that the majority of the texts were centered around pharmacology or alchemy. While these might prove valuable to an ordinary individual, for Chen Xiao, they were utterly redundant, as he had already absorbed comprehensive knowledge on basic and intermediate alchemy during his prior exchanges. After meandering for a while, and noting the overwhelming presence of alchemical texts, Chen Xiao found himself somewhat speechless, astonished by the flourishing state of the alchemy department at Tianwu Academy, which boasted such an extensive collection of alchemical literature. Continuing his search, he finally stumbled upon something different, a weathered, yellowed volume casually placed on a shelf, its cover inscribed with the 8 characters A Compendium of Fengyue Continent in seal script. Intriguingly, the script of this world bore a striking resemblance to the seal script from his previous life, leaving him to ponder whether this was mere coincidence. Upon inheriting this body, he had also assimilated the ability to recognize characters, thus reading these texts posed no challenge for him. As he flipped through the pages, he discovered that this book meticulously chronicled the geographical layout of the Fengyue continent. For Chen Xiao, this was indeed a valuable find, prompting him to stand still and delve into its contents. Upon reaching the Martial King realm, a warrior's ability to absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth not only fortified their physique, but also enhanced their intellect. Chen Xiao had already attained the skill of photographic memory, allowing him to retain the entire contents of the book with minimal effort. The text primarily described several powerful nations on the Fengyue continent, including Tianwu Kingdom, Tianli Kingdom, Dongshuan Kingdom, Chugua, and Chigua, along with some minor vassal states. It also documented various exceptional entities, among which was the ancient lineage known as the Gu clan. Regrettably, the information regarding the Gu clan was scant, mere whispers compared to what Chen Xiao already knew. Furthermore, there was no mention of Jiang Ling, the individual Gu Mangbing had informed him about, leaving Chen Xiao feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After perusing a few more intriguing tales about the Fengyue continent, he ascended to the second floor. The second floor mirrored the first in its variety of texts, albeit with a noticeably more refined selection, featuring carefully curated works designed to enhance the experience for readers. Here, Chen Xiao finally discovered what he had been seeking, insights into the understanding and application of bloodline power. Unfortunately, the explanations were rather basic, likely beneficial for martial apprentices and masters, but of limited use to someone who had already reached the martial king level like Chen Xiao. Nevertheless, he diligently read through it. For while its practical application was minimal, his comprehension of bloodline power had nonetheless deepened. Next came the third floor. As Chen Xiao approached, he was halted by an elder. However, upon presenting the token given to him by Dean Mo Feng, he was granted access to the third floor. The collection of texts on this level was reduced by half compared to the second, yet it contained not only introductory material on bloodline power, but also numerous techniques for its application. For instance, it detailed how to exert precise control over bloodline power during combat for maximum effect, as well as methods for channeling bloodline power into weapons and even condensing it into attacks, reminiscent of the assault he had endured at the Xian sect. The myriad of information captivated Chen Xiao, compelling him to mentally simulate the techniques described. Time swiftly slipped away in this state of immersion. Before he realized it, a full day and night had passed since he entered the library. The library operated without regard for day and night. One could enter at any hour. And with the aid of Dean Mo Feng's token, Chen Xiao diligently perused the texts on the third floor, eventually reaching the fifth floor, where he thoroughly examined every book within. While some materials lacked immediate utility, as Chen Xiao would put it, acquiring additional knowledge could never be deemed a detriment. When he finally exited the library, it was already noon the following day. The blazing sun poured down from the heavens as he left Tianwu Academy, promptly making his way to the stables outside the city, where he spent several thousand gold coins to procure a dragon steed for his journey. This time, his destination was Chinyong town. Initially, he had no desire to return, but with the elder Chen Yuanshan still at the Chen family estate and the lurking threat of the Xian sect, the uncertainty of their intentions weighed heavily on his mind. Thus, prior to his participation in the alchemy and martial arts tournament, he deemed it necessary to return and make preparations to avert any unforeseen complications. The journey from Beixian City to Chinyong town took several hours, and he arrived just as the sun began to set. Chinyong town bustled with its usual vibrancy. Despite the previous incident involving the Chen family, the return of their ancestor, Chen Yuanshan, had quelled the undercurrents of turmoil, allowing the Chen family to resume their normal lives and rapidly stabilize their development. However, this was merely the fade presented to outsiders. Within the Chen family, the upper echelons were fraught with worry. The incident involving Qin Zhao's conflict with the Xian sect was common knowledge among the family, while the return of their ancestor was indeed a monumental boon. The unresolved threat posed by the Xian sect meant that the Chen family would remain in a state of trepidation. In recent times, despite the family's swift progress, observant individuals might notice that several promising talents had inexplicably vanished without a trace, leaving even the majority of the Chen clan unaware of their whereabouts. At this moment, within the deliberation hall of the Chen family, Chen Yuanshan and Chen Dingshan occupied the high seats, while various uncles and clan elders stood below. Elder, has the transfer of the seedlings been completed? Chen Dingshan inquired, his gaze fixed on the elder standing to his left. The elder nodded in response, affirming, "It has been handled. Aside from myself, no one else is aware of their location." Very well. Chen Dingshan let out a sigh of relief and turned to Chen Yuanshan, saying, "Elder brother, in my humble opinion, it would be wise for you to also conceal yourself. Even if the Chen family faces dire circumstances in the future, with your prowess, you could surely lead us back to prosperity." "No need." Chen Yuanshan waved his hand, resolutely rejecting Chen Dingshan's suggestion. "The Ziyun sect may be formidable, but if I were to abandon you all, would you merely await your demise?" At that moment, a member of the Chen family hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully to the elders. "Greetings, head of the family, esteemed elders." "Chen Kai, what brings you here?" Chen Dingshan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the young man before him, who he remembered was stationed at the gate of Chinyong town. "Head of the family, I have seen young master Chen Xiao." Chen Kai exclaimed hurriedly. "What? You've seen Chen Xiao? Where?" Chen Yuanshan immediately stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Kai. The others in attendance turned their attention towards the young disciple as well. Chen Xiao had not returned since his departure, and the mere thought of his return brought joy to everyone present. They were already aware of the circumstances surrounding Chen Xiao's departure and rescue of Chen Yuanshan and others from the Ziyun sect, indicating that his cultivation level was indeed high. If Chen Xiao had returned, perhaps the Chen family might have a chance against the Ziyun sect. He came through the south gate, gave me a dragon steed, and headed straight for the center of the town. "It seems he is going to the Dan Tower," Chen Kai replied hastily. "To the Dan Tower?" The members of the Chen family exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Chen Xiao's intentions. Only Chen Yuanshan's eyes brightened suddenly. If anyone present understood Chen Xiao well, it would undoubtedly be him. He was aware of everything Chen Lan had shared about Chen Xiao's journey, including the fact that he had become a third-tier alchemist. "Dingshan, come with me to the Dan Tower to meet Chen Xiao," Chen Yuanshan said as he rose slowly. "Elder brother, do you know what Chen Xiao intends to do at the Dan Tower?" Chen Dingshan asked, his expression one of confusion, mirroring the sentiments of those around him. Chapter 136, Collaboration. Sigh you all. Chen Yuanshan sighed and waved his hand to explain. "Chen Xiao is already an alchemist, and moreover, a third-tier alchemist. Did you know this?" "What? How is that possible? Chen Xiao is an alchemist? This cannot be true." A chorus of disbelief erupted among them. Yet, upon hearing this, their faces flushed with realization, for it was not just anyone who had spoken these words, but Chen Yuanshan himself, their elder and the current head of the Chen family. While others might deceive them, Chen Yuanshan had no reason to lie. Now, with Chen Xiao heading to the Dan Tower, no one knew his true intentions. But what if he truly was an alchemist? "Do you doubt it?" Chen Yuanshan replied coolly, making no further comments as he took strides toward the exit. Behind him, the senior members of the Chen family were momentarily taken aback before hastily following him, a large group making their way toward the Dan Tower. Along the way, many noticed the unusual sight of over a dozen senior Chen family members venturing out, particularly that both the family elder and Chen Dingshan were present. Many curious onlookers decided to follow, eager to discern whether someone had provoked the Chen family, prompting such a significant gathering. However, upon reaching their destination, they were left in stunned silence as the Chen family entered the Dan Tower and proceeded inside. Could they be seeking trouble with the Dan Tower? The mere thought sent excitement coursing through many, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the Chen family entered politely and requested to speak with someone, leaving the following crowd further bewildered. Before long, an elderly man accompanied by several disciples clad in alchemist robes emerged, bowing courteously to the Chen family. "I am the vice president of the Dan Tower, honored to meet the head of the Chen family and brother Chen Yuanshan." The onlookers erupted with astonishment. The vice president of the Dan Tower. One could say he was second only to the highest authority within the entire establishment, a figure of great renown even throughout Chinyong town. Typically, the heads of the four major families would treat him with utmost respect, wary of offending him. Yet now, this esteemed individual was showing such deference to the Chen family. Although the Chen family had indeed risen to become the foremost family in Chinyong town, this was certainly not the reason for the Dan Tower's unusual respect. In reaction to the vice president's greeting, the Chen family members prepared to reciprocate respectfully, only to find themselves caught off guard as he greeted them first. Chen Dingshan quickly stepped forward to support the vice president's hand in greeting, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Vice President. Our visit is indeed abrupt, and I apologize for any disturbance." Haha, it's no disturbance. Just call me Brother Yang. The vice president laughed heartily, then turned to Chen Yuanshan, smiling as he said, Brother Chen, Alchemist Chen Xiao is currently a guest at our Dan Tower. Would you like to join us? Haha, that would be much appreciated, Brother Yang. Chen Dingshan replied with a slight smile, his mind racing with speculations about the sudden change in the vice president's demeanor. The shift in attitude was surely due to his grandson, Chen Xiao. As Chen Yuanshan's followers exchanged glances, especially Chen Hai and Chen Tao, their astonishment was evident. They had frequented the Dan Tower before, but had never experienced such treatment, let alone a personal welcome from the vice president. However, there was no time for further contemplation. The group followed the vice president directly into the Dan Tower, ascending to the third floor, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers, though they were unsure of what had transpired. The attitude of the Dan Tower's personnel toward the Chen family was already telling, especially for the Qin and Zhao families, who had previously opposed the Chen family. They cursed the Lin family in their hearts upon receiving this news. Although the Lin family was no more, the two families now found themselves ostracized by the Chen family, suffering for their past alliances. Were it not for the Chen family's insufficient strength, they might have already been expelled from Chinyong town. Even so, the two families had endured a difficult time recently. On the third floor of the Dan Tower, Chen Xiao sat in a reception room, a cup of fragrant tea placed before him. Opposite him sat Zhao Yan, who was engaged in a lively discussion about the intricacies of alchemy. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the vice president leading the Chen family members into the room. Grandfather, you've come. Chen Xiao stood up first, greeting Chen Yuanshan with a smile. As for the others, he merely glanced at them, nodding slightly without any intention of engaging in conversation. Chen Dingshan stood awkwardly to the side, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Ultimately, it was Zhao Yin who took the initiative, inviting them. You are all family of Alchemist Chen Xiao. Please, come in and converse. In that case, we shall humbly comply. Chen Dingshan replied courteously, leading the Chen family members inside. Chen Xiao directly invited Chen Yuanshan to sit beside him, while the other members of the Chen family took their seats at a distance. Some among them gazed at Chen Xiao with a mix of astonishment and anger. Their astonishment stemmed from the attitude exhibited by Zhao Yin, the president of the Dan Tower, who addressed Chen Xiao as Master Chen, his tone imbued with an unexpected respect that left them incredulous. Their anger arose from Chen Xiao's blatant disregard for them, as kin. He had chosen to ignore them completely, an affront they deemed utterly outrageous. Yet, they conveniently forgot how they had once treated Chen Xiao and Chen Lan. What shocked them further was Zhao Yan's next words, which left them in awe. He assured that there would be no issues in providing cultivation resources for the Chen family, stating that they could directly communicate their needs to the family head, promising the most favorable prices. Zhao Yan's gaze shifted to Chen Yuanshan and Chen Dingshan. Although he was unaware of why Chen Xiao held Chen Dingshan in disdain, he felt compelled to express support, believing that as long as he maintained a respectful distance, Chen Xiao would not take offense. He then presented a volume containing insights on alchemy, hoping it would be beneficial for the president. This book, acquired by Chen Xiao from the system at the cost of 800 gold coins, encompassed knowledge and techniques related to alchemy. Although not a comprehensive guide for intermediate alchemists, it could still serve as a simplified manual. Following its instructions diligently would enable one to progress to a 4th or even 5th-tier alchemist without issue. Initially, Zhao Yin had intended to decline Chen Xiao's generous offer, having previously agreed to assist the Chen family in providing medicinal pills merely to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, especially since he was aware of Chen Xiao's formidable status as a 5th-tier alchemist. However, the value of the gift Chen Xiao presented made refusal impossible. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yin accepted the book, and upon perusing its contents, his face lit up with delight. He promptly stood and said, "In that case, I shall shamelessly accept it. Should the Chen family encounter any issues in the future, they may certainly come to me, and I will assist within my means." Chen Xiao smiled, for this was precisely his intention. He nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Then I am grateful." Without further delay, he turned to Chen Yuanshan and said, "Grandfather, let us return now." "Very well, let us depart," Chen Yuanshan replied, standing and greeting Zhao Yin and the others before following the vice president and others as they exited. The Chen family members trailed behind, having arrived hurriedly and now leaving just as swiftly. Nevertheless, the expressions of the elders transformed from displeasure to astonishment. They had listened intently to Zhao Yan's words. While they might have disregarded such an assurance from an ordinary person, the president of the Dan Tower was a figure whose words were binding. His commitment to support the Chen family was a promise they could rely on. Even the Ziyun sect would think twice before antagonizing the Dan Tower. Moreover, Another source of excitement for the Chen family was the realization that Chen Xiao was indeed an alchemist, and judging by the level of respect Zhao Yin afforded him, his rank was certainly not low. Zhao Yin was known to be a pinnacle second-tier alchemist, so it was reasonable to assume that Chen Xiao must be at least a third-tier alchemist. Alchemists held a status more esteemed and rarer than that of martial artists. A first-tier alchemist could elevate a small family to prosperity, and a third-tier alchemist would ensure that the Chun family had a significant position in Chinyong town, or even influence within Beixin city. The prospect of confirming Chen Xiao as a third-tier alchemist ignited fervor among the Chen family as higher-ups, especially Chen Dingshan, who hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to catch up with Chen Xiao, cautiously inquiring, "Chen Xiao, are you now a third-tier alchemist?" Chen Xiao paused slightly, glanced at Chen Dingshan, and gently shook his head. "No. Not?" Disappointment flickered in Chen Dingshan's eyes, and those behind him halted, their expressions reflecting irritation. They had begun to envision their promising futures, only for Chen Xiao's casual remark to shatter their dreams. "Then you are a second-tier alchemist?" Chen Tao, standing behind, could not contain himself and interjected. At this, the other's eyes brightened. While a second-tier alchemist could not rival a third-tier for the current state of the Chen family, a second-tier alchemist was already commendable. Yet, Chen Xiao shook his head once more, stating calmly, "Neither." "Then why do Zhao Yin and the others treat you with such courtesy?" Chen Hai's voice piped up, laced with skepticism. Chen Xiao halted, slowly turning to face him. After a moment of silence, he replied coolly, "Because I am a fifth-tier alchemist." With that, he turned and continued walking, while Chen Yuanshan stood momentarily stunned before hastily following. The rest of the Chen family remained rooted in place. Even Chen Dingshan was momentarily dazed, repeating incredulously, "A fifth-tier alchemist?" Chen Xiao had just claimed to be a fifth-tier alchemist? Behind him, the Chen family erupted in fervor after recovering from their shock. Alchemists, particularly fifth-tier ones, were akin to terrifying figures at the level of a martial emperor. Though lacking the cultivation of a martial emperor, their influence far surpassed that of an average martial emperor. It was likely that any fifth-tier alchemist, should they choose to share even a modicum of information, could attract numerous martial emperors seeking to ally with Chen Xiao. Once this identity was revealed, even the Ziyun sect would think twice before troubling the Chen family. The thought that such a significant threat to the Chen family could be so easily neutralized filled the higher-ups with joy. When they finally regained their composure, they noticed that Chen Xiao and Chen Yuanshan had already walked far ahead, prompting them to hastily follow. "Chen Xiao, is what you said earlier true?" Chen Dingshan asked, still uncertain as he caught up, needing reassurance that he had not misheard. "Indeed, I am a fifth-tier alchemist. Furthermore, find someone to spread this news." Chen Xiao replied indifferently, unwilling to elaborate further. However, upon hearing this, Chen Dingshan quickly realized that Chen Xiao was aiding the Chen family. Once this news spread, who would dare to provoke the Chen family? They would be scrambling to curry favor, especially the Ziyun sect, which would certainly refrain from overtly targeting the Chen family, lest they provoke Chen Xiao's wrath. Until they were certain of handling Chen Xiao, the Ziyun sect would not dare to act recklessly. Chen Dingshan cast a glance at Chen Yuanshan. Though this was Chen Xiao's directive, he was cautious about revealing Chen Xiao's identity, fearing it might attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Yet, he had unwavering faith in Chen Xiao. Seeing his brother glance at him, he nodded and said, "Let us proceed as Chen Xiao suggested." "Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately," Chen Dingshan replied, invigorated, and promptly turned to inform several elders of the Chen family about this matter, while Chen Xiao and Chen Yuanshan continued on their way back to the family estate. That evening, the entire Chen family held a rare family banquet, bringing together nearly all members of the clan. It was a gathering filled with laughter and joy, dispelling the gloom that had lingered in recent days. The news of Chen Xiao being a fifth-grade alchemist had spread throughout Chinyong town, transforming him into a legendary figure within the community. As the rumors of Chen Xiao's status as a fifth-grade alchemist circulated, various tales emerged. Some claimed that he had been orphaned from a young age and lacked any bloodline power, remaining an ordinary person until the age of 15. It was only after encountering a mysterious master and receiving a powerful inheritance that he achieved his remarkable success in such a short time. Others suggested that the earlier rumors branding Chen Xiao as a waste were merely a smokescreen orchestrated by the Chen family to protect him from external attention until he had fully developed his abilities, preventing any untimely demise. Those within the Chen family who were privy to the truth merely smiled at these speculations, offering no explanations. Nonetheless, many curious individuals flocked to the alchemy tower to inquire about Chen Xiao, as he was indeed an alchemist, making such inquiries the most sensible course of action. The results were astonishing. The alchemy tower confirmed Chen Xiao's exceptional skill in alchemy, and even speculated that he might be far more than just an ordinary fifth-grade alchemist. This revelation sent shockwaves through Chinyong town. That very night, as the Chen family celebrated their banquet, numerous individuals arrived seeking an audience with Chen Xiao, some bearing lavish gifts in hopes of meeting him. However, Chen Yuanshan intercepted them, explaining that Chen Xiao was preoccupied with alchemy and could not meet with anyone. He understood that his grandson felt little connection to the Chen family and harbored no fondness for it. If he were to be bothered over trivial matters, it might provoke Chen Xiao to leave the family in a fit of anger, which would lead to significant trouble. In truth, Chen Xiao was indeed engaged in alchemy, though one could argue he was also indulging in leisure. In the courtyard stood a furnace ablaze with fervent flames, emitting wisps of azure smoke. On the table to Chen Xiao's left, more than a dozen porcelain bottles were filled with the elixirs he had just concocted. As time passed, the flames in the furnace gradually diminished. Chen Xiao then clapped his hands, opening the lid of the furnace, releasing an unusual fragrance that filled the air. With a wave of his hand, 6 perfectly round, snow-white pills floated up, enveloped in his true essence, and were placed into a porcelain bottle. Having completed this task, Chen Xiao turned to see Chen Yuanshan had appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. "Grandfather, come in," Chen Xiao greeted with a smile, then tossed another batch of herbs into the furnace. Chen Yuanshan had been standing quietly for nearly a cup of tea's length of time. Seeing Chen Xiao engaged in alchemy, he refrained from interrupting until invited. As he approached, his nostrils flared slightly, and he asked, "What elixir are you concocting? It smells delightful." This freshly made elixir is the 5th-grade breakthrough pill. When consumed by a martial general, it can increase the probability of breaking through to the martial king realm by 30%. Chen Xiao replied, casually tossing a bottle filled with pills toward him. Initially, Chen Yuanshan had been walking leisurely, but upon hearing Chen Xiao's words and seeing the bottle tumbling toward him, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly summoned his true essence and caught it mid-air, chiding Chen Xiao, "This is a 5th-grade elixir. You must not toss it around carelessly. What if it breaks? Look here." Chen Xiao tilted his head, gesturing toward the table beside him. Only then did Chen Yuanshan notice the dozen or so porcelain bottles filled to the brim with pills. "Are all these breakthrough pills?" Chen Yuanshan's eyes widened. It was known that breakthrough pills not only assisted martial generals in breaking through to the martial king realm, but were also incredibly difficult to refine. Even a 5th-grade alchemist with slightly lower cultivation might struggle to create them. This scarcity made the breakthrough pill a rare commodity, often unattainable in the market. Had Chen Yuanshan possessed just one of these pills in his youth, he would likely have reached the martial king realm long ago, saving him considerable time and effort. "You've produced so many pills. Are you planning to leave?" Chen Yuanshan, wise and perceptive, quickly deduced Chen Xiao's intentions upon seeing the multitude of pills. Chen Xiao was not surprised that his grandfather could guess his plans. Instead, he nodded slightly. "Indeed, I am departing for Tianwu Academy tomorrow. I promised Elder Han that I would represent their academy in the upcoming competition, which will last about a month. Travel safely," Chen Yuanshan replied, nodding slightly. "As for the matter concerning Lan, we shall devise a plan in due course. Since she was taken by her own kin, there should be no significant issues. There is no need for you to fret too much." "Understood," Chen Xiao acknowledged. He had previously informed Chen Yuanshan about Chunlan's situation. "You should keep these elixirs. Consider them resources for the future development of the Chen family. I will likely return infrequently. If there are insurmountable issues, feel free to seek Elder Han's assistance at Tianwu Academy." "Very well." Chen Yuanshan smiled with satisfaction as he stored the bottles of pills into the storage ring prepared by Chen Xiao. The grandfather and grandson conversed amiably throughout the night, and it was only at dawn that Chen Xiao quietly departed from the Chen family estate. In the courtyard of Tianwu Academy's North Xian City branch, a gathering of 19 spirited youths stood waiting, while various high-ranking officials of the academy silently observed them. As time passed, the group of talents selected from the thousands of elite disciples at the North Xian branch began to fidget, whispering among themselves. "Who do you think the team leader is? We've been waiting here for half an hour, and they still haven't arrived. It's one thing for us to wait, but they even have the audacity to keep the dean waiting," remarked a young man dressed in a purple long robe, holding a fan. "I don't know, but I heard that this team leader joined suddenly. Whether they entered through their own formidable strength or through connections, I cannot say." Another young participant, appearing to be in his early 20s, spoke up. His name was Fong Wan, and he was the top contender in this Danwu competition. Traditionally, he would have been the leader for this event. However, this prestigious position had been inexplicably taken by someone entirely unfamiliar to him, which left him feeling quite aggrieved. Consequently, his tone was laced with sarcasm. The other participants around them naturally overheard this disgruntled murmur, yet none dared to speak on Chen Xiao's behalf. Firstly, They knew nothing of Chen Xiao and had never even heard of him before. His sudden emergence among them was unsettling for these proud, talented individuals. Secondly, they were not inclined to offend a fellow student for someone of Chen Xiao's obscure standing. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Among the young men was a lone woman. Clad in a delicate peach-colored robe, her hair elegantly styled, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes captivating. Upon hearing the murmurs, Lu Mei raised her brows in disdain and remarked, "What purpose does it serve to speak ill of someone behind their back? If there are dissenters, they can prove their strength in the competition. We are a team. Let's not cause discord before we even set out. I certainly do not wish to be held back by any of you." Her words caused the expressions of the other participants to shift, for the speaker was none other than the top contender in the Dan division of Tianwu Academy. A woman who had achieved such a rank among a congregation of geniuses was undoubtedly formidable in her alchemical prowess. Moreover, she was Mo Yun, the granddaughter of the esteemed headmaster Mo Feng of Tianwu Academy. Senior sister Mo is jesting. We were merely having a discussion. If this gentleman truly possesses the strength to lead us to victory and secure a commendable rank, we shall wholeheartedly support him. Fangwen smiled, his eyes filled with affection as he gazed at Mo Yun. Though her beauty may not be of the extraordinary kind, she was undeniably appealing and a renowned third-tier alchemist, garnering admiration throughout the academy, and Fangwen was among her many admirers. The others, aware of this, chose not to pursue the matter further and redirected their attention to the headmaster and other officials standing at a distance, as the departure time was drawing near. At that moment, a youth clad in a black robe, his hair casually tied back, slowly approached. Initially, the crowd paid him little mind, but gradually they realized he was heading directly towards them. Did he have business with them, or was he the esteemed leader they awaited? Many widened their eyes in disbelief, staring intently at Chen Xiao, who looked exceedingly youthful, perhaps no older than 15 or 16. His relaxed demeanor suggested a complete lack of urgency, which stirred a hint of irritation among the onlookers. The senior officials of Tianwu Academy also took notice of the approaching youth. Headmaster Mo Feng smiled and stepped forward. Addressing him, "Chen Xiao, you have arrived. Apologies for keeping you waiting. I just returned from outside." Chen Xiao replied with a hint of regret, nodding slightly to the headmasters. They waved dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. However, this exchange sparked a flurry of murmurs among the talented youths, who felt Chen Xiao exhibited no semblance of genuine contrition. At the very least, one would expect a more sincere apology. Just then, Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon them, scanning their faces before turning to the side. Addressing Mo Feng and Han Xiaolai, "Are these individuals all participating in the Danwu competition?" "Indeed, these are all elite selections from our Tianwu Academy, surpassing the quality of previous years," Mo Feng affirmed with a smile, while the other senior officials regarded Chen Xiao with curiosity. Chen Xiao's reputation had recently spread widely through the ranks of the academy, with everyone aware that Headmaster Mo Feng had invited a powerful ally. Unfortunately, aside from those who had met Chen Xiao previously, today marked the first encounter for the rest of the officials. "Not bad." Chen Xiao nodded thoughtfully. However, this simple response sent Fang Wen into a fit of rage. After waiting so long, he was met with such a casual remark. He couldn't help but perceive Chen Xiao as a mere boy, hardly worthy of the leadership position. Thus, he took a few steps forward and introduced himself. "I am Fang Wen. You must be the leader for our North Xian Academy in this Danwu competition. It is a pleasure to meet you." He bowed slightly in greeting. Chen Xiao merely nodded. "Chen Xiao, a pleasure." There was no inclination to reciprocate the gesture. The other senior officials observed the exchange with an air of indifference, which only served to infuriate Fang Wen further. Chen Xiao's arrogance was palpable, and he felt humiliated in front of the woman he admired. Resolutely, he continued, "I have heard that Brother Chen is an exceptionally skilled alchemist, and this time he has audaciously registered for both the Dan and Wu competitions. Truly commendable." Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised by Fang Wen's veiled intentions. It seemed he had ulterior motives for approaching him. Nevertheless, glancing at Han Xiaolai and the others, he simply replied, "Indeed, it's merely a trial. The effort is what matters most." "Oh, I cannot agree with you more, Brother Chen. Why have we traveled all this way to Tianwu City if not to gain renown and secure a commendable position? It is not just about the process. The outcome is equally crucial, especially as we represent the North Xian branch of Tianwu Academy. If we fail to achieve a respectable result, we would disappoint the expectations of our headmasters. Wouldn't you agree?" Fang Wen grew increasingly animated, his face slightly flushed. "Your reasoning is quite sound." Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. Fang Wen was momentarily rendered speechless, having not anticipated Chen Xiao's acquiescence. He had envisioned a spirited debate, employing his eloquence to assert his dominance and reclaim the leadership role. Yet, Chen Xiao's untroubled agreement left him feeling somewhat unmoored. So, how confident are you about this endeavor? Fong Wen inquired, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the headmasters, eager to gauge their reactions. Unfortunately, the academy officials chose to ignore his question, as though they had not heard it at all. The students around them couldn't help but twitch their lips at the apparent favoritism displayed towards Chen Xiao. Even Mo Yun found herself speechless. Her grandfather's behavior was rather excessive. Typically, students would face reprimands for even minor missteps, yet Chen Xiao's tardiness and apparent lack of concern for the competition's outcome went unpunished, which struck them as highly irregular. Standing aside, Chen Xiao began to understand that Fong Wen likely sought to provoke him deliberately. Uninterested in further banter, he waved dismissively. I have only a 50% chance. Upon the utterance of those words, even the senior officials of the academy exchanged glances, while several others instinctively turned their gaze towards Mo Fong and Han Xiaolai, seemingly seeking an explanation from the two. However, Chen Xiao continued, I possess merely a 50% certainty of securing the first place in the alchemy martial arts competition. Success or failure, both stand at 50%. After speaking, Chen Xiao smiled at Fong Wen, and then turned to approach Dean Mo Fong. Behind him, Fong Wen, still standing in place, asked with a hint of reluctance, May I inquire about your rank as an alchemist? Third rank? Or perhaps peak third rank? Fifth rank? The two simple words floated back, but Chen Xiao had already reached Han Xiaolai and the others. The students below are merely competitive, so do not take offense. Haha. Mo Fong chuckled awkwardly, casting a knowing glance towards Han Xiaolai. All right, it is nearly time to depart. Allow me to introduce everyone. There is no need for self-introductions as you all are acquainted. This is our academy's new student, Chen Xiao. Do not let his youth deceive you. He is a genuine master of alchemy, having achieved the 5th rank, a status even I can only admire. Additionally, young Chen Xiao's martial prowess has also reached the martial king realm, so there is no need for undue concern. There is a reason we have invited him. Throughout this journey, we must unite and strive for an excellent ranking. Han Xiaolai proclaimed with resolute strength, his gaze sweeping over the 19 talented students standing before him. When Chen Xiao declared his 5th rank, the surrounding students were utterly stunned, each one falling into a state of shock. Even Mo Yun, who had remained aloof, widened her eyes in astonishment at Chen Xiao. Previously, Mo Fong had not disclosed the specifics of Chen Xiao's cultivation and alchemical rank to her. In her expectations, she had presumed Chen Xiao to be merely a peak 3rd rank alchemist, yet the reality vastly exceeded her anticipations. Thus, it became clear why her grandfather held such a respectful attitude towards Chen Xiao. After all, he was a 5th rank alchemist, a figure of such esteemed status that it could be likened to that of a martial emperor. Courtesy towards him was only natural. Stealing a glance at Chen Xiao, she noted that he was engrossed in conversation with Mo Fong and the others, causing her to wrinkle her nose in discontent, yet she remained silent. Subsequently, Han Xiaolai introduced the individuals among the 19. Upon hearing Han Xiaolai introduce Fong Wen, Chen Xiao comprehended that he was the first in the martial competition, which explained his initial desire to confront him. The other individual who caught Chen Xiao's attention was Mo Yun. Despite being a woman, she was a genuine peak 3rd rank alchemist, her alchemical skills rivaling even those of Han Xiaolai, a rare talent within the Northern Xin branch. Out of the 19, 11 students would participate in the martial competition, while only 9, including Chen Xiao, would partake in the alchemical contest. Aside from Mo Yun, there was another alchemist named Wang Yi, who also achieved the 3rd rank. The remaining 7 were merely 2nd rank alchemists, although they would accompany the group to Tianwu City. Their purpose was primarily to gain experience in preparation for the next alchemical martial competition. Now that everyone is acquainted, it is time for us to set off, Han Xiaolai announced with a smile. Indeed, travel safely. Once you arrive, be cautious. I shall await your good news here, Mo Fong added, his expression equally cheerful, directing his gaze towards Chen Xiao, as if speaking directly to him. All right, let us board. Han Xiaolai nodded before turning towards the other side of the square, followed closely by 2 middle-aged men who gestured for Chen Xiao to proceed alongside them. Following them were Mo Yun and the others, except for one individual who stood frozen in place. That person was Fong Wen, whose expression fluctuated between red and pale as he recalled his earlier attempt to provoke Chen Xiao, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He could scarcely fathom that this youth, who appeared even younger than himself, was a 5th rank alchemist, and more importantly, a martial king. To Fong Wen, the impact of encountering a martial king was far greater than that of a 5th rank alchemist. After all, he did not practice alchemy and was instead devoted to martial arts, a prodigy in his own right. Otherwise, how could he have triumphed in the prestigious Tianwu Academy, becoming its indisputable number 1? Yet, for the first time, Fang Wen felt a profound sense of defeat. A martial king. Chen Xiao was indeed a martial king. The distinction between a martial general and a martial king was worlds apart, and he could not fathom how Chen Xiao had attained such cultivation at such a tender age. It is worth noting that a prerequisite for becoming a student at Tianwu Academy was that one must not exceed the age of 30. Thus, Chen Xiao's admission indicated he must be quite young, perhaps even merely in his teens. Chapter 141, Longyang City Fang Wen, let us go. Mo Yun's voice slowly reached him, snapping him out of his stupor. Seeing the group waiting for him in the distance, Fang Wen dared not delay and hurriedly followed suit. After a brief walk, they arrived at the other end of the square. At the edge of the square, a massive gray-white airship, measuring over 100 meters in length and several dozen meters in height, lay quietly docked. A small boat was lowered from the ship, allowing Chen Xiao and the others to board in turn. Unlike typical cargo ships, this airship was clearly designed for passenger transport. Upon boarding, each individual was assigned a private cabin, and Chen Xiao's chamber was located on the second level, closest to the bow, with 3 sides featuring windows that offered breathtaking views of the surrounding scenery, a truly splendid location. Next to Chen Xiao was Han Xiaolai, followed by several senior members of Tianwu Academy. Shortly after everyone boarded, the airship began to ascend slowly, soaring towards its destination, Longyang City. Not long after the airship had departed, Chen Xiao ventured out alone to the bow deck, gazing down at the diminishing North Xian city, lost in contemplation. He was uncertain when he would return, but one thing was certain: a year would scarcely suffice for his return. For now, he could only silently pray that this journey would yield fruitful results. Longyang City, a secondary city within the Tianwu Kingdom, is classified as such based on its scale and population, spanning several 100,000 miles and housing tens of millions of residents. The city is flanked by an extensive outer town, presenting a magnificent sight. When Chen Xiao and his companions arrived, it was already a day later. At the Tianwu Academy Square in Longyang City, a massive gray-white airship gently descended from the sky, finally coming to rest at the edge of the square. A group of individuals followed Han Xiaolai down from the airship, gathering in the square. Before long, a crowd surged from the distance, led by a stern-looking middle-aged man, flanked by 3 solemn middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Following them were 20 youths, each with distinct appearances, evidently the participants for the upcoming competition in Tianwu City. Unlike typical contests, this alchemy martial arts competition gathers selected students from all Tianwu academies to compete directly within Tianwu City, providing these students an opportunity to showcase their talents. Those with true ability need not fear being overlooked. Certainly, although the academy has only 20 spots, the vast territory of the Tianwu Kingdom, with its numerous cities, means that there are at least several hundred branches of the Tianwu Academy. Consequently, the total number of participants approaches 10,000, which is quite a substantial figure. This time, Chen Xiao and the others gathered in Longyang City, not only waiting for the representatives from the Longyang branch, but also for individuals from other nearby Tier 3 towns, who all boarded the aerial ship together to head towards Tianwu City. After all, the cost of constructing an aerial ship is prohibitively high, making it impossible for every branch to possess one. "Haha, old Han, you finally arrived," exclaimed a stern-looking middle-aged man, a smile breaking across his face as he approached and clapped Han Xiaolai on the shoulder in greeting. Han Xiaolai retorted with a chuckle, "Of course. How's this year shaping up? Are those 20 little kids behind you?" "Indeed, I have a few promising talents this year. How about you?" he said, casting a glance at Chen Xiao and the others, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. "Not bad. I see you have a little fellow who has reached the 6-star martial general level." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaolai's expression grew peculiar. And not only his, but those behind him also wore strange looks, especially Fang Wen and others, who were surprised that the man across from them failed to perceive Chen Xiao's true cultivation level. Han Xiaolai, however, did not intend to expose this oversight, instead smilingly replied, "About the same, I suppose. How have the others fared in the years since we last met?" His gaze shifted to the other individuals behind the middle-aged man. "They seem to be thriving, haha." The other men exchanged pleasantries, revealing a friendly rapport with Han Xiaolai. The higher-ups from Han Xiaolai's side also stepped forward to greet one another, indicating familiarity, while Chen Xiao and his companions remained in place, sizing up the opposing group. The individuals across from them were equally scrutinizing Chen Xiao and his companions, assessing their capabilities. A mere glance from Chen Xiao allowed him to discern the cultivation levels of the 20 individuals. 8 were at the martial master level, while the remaining 12 were all martial generals, with 5 boasting levels above 5 stars. Notably, one individual stood out, having reached the 9-star martial general realm, and another at 8 stars. It was no wonder the opposing side had been so smug in their dialogue, clearly believing that the participants from the Beixian branch were inferior. The individuals across were likewise evaluating Chen Xiao's group, particularly a disciple named Lu Tao, who had entered the Tianwu Academy 3 years prior. Lu Tao, with his remarkable talent, had ascended from the 8-star martial master level to 9-star martial general within that time, even managing to exchange blows with a 1-star martial king. Thus, upon observing Fong Wan and the others' cultivation levels, he couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. However, his eyes soon narrowed, as he realized there was one person whose cultivation he could not gauge, a black-clad youth, seemingly around 15 or 16, with an innocent smile that belied a sense of underlying threat. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Tao stepped forward, cupping his fists in greeting. I am Lu Tao, the leader of the Longyang branch, at 9-star martial general level. May I inquire about your esteemed self? This inquiry drew the attention of many high-ranking members from the Longyang branch, as well as Han Xiaolai and his companions, particularly Fong Wan, who, having previously suffered at Chen Xiao's hands, had learned to avoid provoking him. They were indeed intrigued to see that the Longyang representatives had directly acknowledged Chen Xiao, setting the stage for an entertaining spectacle. Who is this young friend? Han Xiaolai's counterpart inquired with a smile. The leader of our group, Han Xiaolai replied, grinning. Simultaneously, a smile graced Chen Xiao's face as he calmly introduced himself. I am Chen Xiao, the leader of the Beixian branch. At the revelation of Chen Xiao's identity, Lu Tao's smile faltered, his pupils constricting in surprise. He had anticipated that Chen Xiao would reveal his cultivation level, but the latter had no intention of doing so, leaving Lu Tao momentarily bewildered. Almost instinctively, he blurted out, and your cultivation level? Oh, my cultivation level? I recently reached the martial king realm, Chen Xiao responded casually. As if recalling a trivial detail, Fong Wan and the others, already privy to Chen Xiao's true strength, were not overly surprised. However, the reaction from Lu Tao and the others was one of disbelief. They found it hard to fathom that this seemingly youthful boy was indeed a martial king. After all, the individuals before him were only at the martial king level themselves. Chen Xiao's declaration left them incredulous yet compelled to accept it, for he had no reason to deceive them. The expressions of Han Xiaolai's companions morphed into discomfort, akin to having swallowed a fly. Ha, old Han. It seems the Tianwu Academy has indeed acquired a fine talent this time. I suspect your team will secure a commendable position in the upcoming martial competition. The middle-aged man remarked, his smile somewhat rigid. Ha, I hope your words prove prophetic. Han Xiaolai replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. At this moment, Lu Tao, having processed Chen Xiao's cultivation level, twitched his lips slightly before stating earnestly, Chen Xiao, I shall remember your name. I look forward to competing with you on the martial stage. Very well, I await your challenge. Chen Xiao replied, a smile gracing his lips, displaying no intention of belittling his opponent. It was evident that Lu Tao had underestimated him, mistaking him for a newly advanced 1-star martial king. Not realizing that Chen Xiao could easily contend against 10 Lu Tao simultaneously, Mo Yun and the others stood silently behind Chen Xiao. Though Mo Yun's gaze revealed a certain peculiarity. Throughout their journey, she had directly inquired with Han Xiaolai regarding Chen Xiao, even learning about his true cultivation level, which was no less than 3-star martial king, alongside his status as a 5th-tier alchemist. Had Lu Tao been aware of these facts, he would never have uttered such words. However, Mo Yun had no intention of enlightening him. As their conversation continued, a new group of individuals approached from the distance. Han Xiaolai and the others turned in unison, smiling as they exclaimed, the representatives from the Yan'an branch have arrived. Indeed, as the group drew nearer, it was led by 4 middle-aged men accompanied by 20 youthful and attractive young men and women. As they approached, yet another round of scrutiny ensued, though no further incidents occurred. As time progressed, not only did the Yan'an representatives arrive, but 3 other academies also joined the gathering. By sunset, the assembly emerged from a reception hall within the Tianwu Academy and boarded the aerial ship, embarking towards the imperial capital, Tianwu City. Chen Xiao continued to reside in a 2-story cabin, with other high-ranking members of the academies occupying the 2nd floor, while the majority of the students remained on the ground floor or in the ship's lower compartments. Certainly, there are also some students residing on the 2nd level. However, none of the higher-ups from the 4 academies questioned Chen Xiao about his favorable living conditions. Perhaps Han Xiao had divulged something to them, or perhaps they were simply too apathetic to care. Time swiftly passed, and in the span of 7 days, a group of individuals had largely remained aboard the floating ship. They would only pause at a nearby town for half a day when supplies ran low before continuing their journey. The Tianwu Kingdom is vast, and Longyang City is situated at its fringes. To reach it would take nearly 10 days, traversing numerous mountains, rivers, and lakes along the way. One day, however, Chen Xiao suddenly sensed some unusual activity outside. After a brief observation, he swiftly exited his room and leaped onto the deck. On the deck of the floating ship, several high-ranking members of the academies stood with furrowed brows, seemingly engaged in discussion. They paid no heed to Chen Xiao's arrival and continued their conversation. Chen Xiao cast a glance around and noticed that not only he, but also most of the students from the Tianwu Academy, who had come from various places, were standing on the deck, gazing into the vicinity. Curiously, he turned his gaze outward. As far as his eyes could see, there were endless stretches of rolling mountains, towering trees flourishing in verdant splendor, and the occasional sound of insects and birds filled the air. The Tianwu Kingdom is expansive, and it is not uncommon for the floating ship to fly in a straight line above the treetops, occasionally passing through some forests and mountain ranges. Yet this time, Chen Xiao felt that something was amiss. The anomaly lay in the bird calls. Let us not forget that Chen Xiao had initially attained his cultivation by hunting numerous beasts in the beast forest. Thus he was perhaps the most knowledgeable among those present regarding the behavior of the creatures within that forest. At this moment, the bird calls he heard were tinged with a sense of panic. There were either people below or something lurking beneath. Most importantly, the floating ship was traveling at a significant speed, yet Chen Xiao could still hear the sounds of distress from below, indicating that something was following them. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing down below in surprise. But unfortunately, the ship was still 1,000 meters above the ground, rendering him unable to discern anything. Reluctantly, he turned back to approach Han Xiao and the others. After nodding slightly to the other individuals, he inquired of Han Xiao, "Elder Han, is there something following us below?" The others who were conversing with Han Xiao turned to Chen Xiao in astonishment, one of them exclaiming, "You noticed too?" "Indeed." Chen Xiao nodded, his gaze still fixed on Han Xiao. Han Xiao, understanding Chen Xiao's implication, nodded gravely and said, "We may have been targeted, and I estimate that we have been under surveillance for at least half an hour, though we have only just realized it." "Is it a beast?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Han Xiao exchanged glances with the other high-ranking members of the academies before shaking his head. "It should not be, based on our judgment. It is likely bandits attempting to rob us." Chapter 143, The Roadside Bandits. Bandits? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, the term having not graced his ears for quite some time. He had not anticipated encountering such a notion in this world. However, what truly perplexed Chen Xiao was that the floating ship proudly displayed the banner of the Tianwu Academy. The bandits could not possibly be unaware of their identity. Knowing this, their audacity to follow for such an extended period was clearly indicative of their intentions. Yet, this was within the borders of the Tianwu Kingdom, where the Tianwu Academy was under national jurisdiction. Who would dare to provoke them? This conundrum baffled not only Chen Xiao but also Han Xiao and the others, who were equally bewildered. It was a well-known fact that no one had ever dared to rob the Tianwu Academy, which is precisely why they had not brought any formidable experts with them on this journey. The highest cultivation levels among them belonged to the academy leaders accompanying them. In total, there were 6 academies, each with 4 high-ranking members. Apart from 10 martial generals, the remaining 14 were martial kings. The highest among them was a middle-aged man from Longyang Academy, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9-star martial king realm, just a step away from the martial emperor realm. Additionally, there was 1 8-star martial king, 2 7-star martial kings, 1 6-star martial king, and the rest were below 5-star martial kings. Ultimately, these individuals were merely academy leaders from 2nd or 3rd-tier cities, not even the actual heads of the academies. While their cultivation levels were respectable, they would likely be inadequate in the face of ruthless bandits. For now, they could only hope that none of the bandits possessed the strength of a martial emperor, for if they did, Chen Xiao and his companions would be in grave peril. As they continued to deliberate, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Director's son, I noticed someone moving swiftly below. It seemed like they were tracking us, but they were too far away for me to see clearly." The one who spoke was Lu Tao from Longyang Academy, whose cultivation ranked 2nd among the many academies, with only Chen Xiao surpassing him. "Director's son," the middle-aged man from Longyang Academy and Institute, exchanged a solemn glance with Han Xiao and instructed, "Everyone, come here. Gather the rest quickly." Upon hearing this, the students who had yet to detect any abnormalities exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Director Sun's intentions. However, upon seeing his grave expression and recalling Lu Tao's earlier comments, they were not foolish and hurriedly sent someone to fetch their companions. In less than half a tea's time, 120 academy students, including 24 high-ranking members, had congregated on the deck. Many wore bewildered expressions as they looked at Han Xiao and the others, unable to comprehend the situation that warranted such a significant gathering. Yet, upon seeing the serious expressions of their own academy leaders, They dared not question further and stood silently, awaiting instructions. I have bad news to share with you all, but please do not panic upon hearing it, Director Sun stated, stepping forward after exchanging glances with Chen Xiao and the others. Director Sun, what is it? One student from Longyang Academy could not contain his curiosity and asked, drawing the attention of the others to Director Sunday. From his words, they instinctively sensed a hint of danger. Indeed, when Director Sun continued, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. We may have been targeted by robbers. This area is desolate for hundreds of miles, and the nearest town is nearly 600 miles away. It will be difficult to shake them off, so I need you all to prepare for battle. All students below the Martial General Realm must go to the inner hold for safety. Those above the Martial General Realm will join us in repelling these robbers. If they manage to board the ship, the consequences would be dire. Director, are they very powerful? Another student inquired. Chen Xiao glanced over, remembering that this student was a Dan master from Anyang Academy. We do not yet know their cultivation levels. The floating ship has ascended to its maximum height. If they do not have a floating ship of their own in pursuit, that would be ideal. However, if they do, we could be in serious trouble, Director Sun replied, frowning as his gaze instinctively drifted toward the dense foliage below. At this moment, the entire floating ship had completely entered the sea of clouds, and through the hazy mist, they could barely see the lush mountains and rivers beneath. Beyond that, everything remained obscured. Be careful. Stop the ship immediately. A sudden shout pierced the air, causing all present to freeze momentarily before turning to face Chen Xiao, the source of the commanding voice, while others remained in stunned silence. Han Xiaolai and the members from the Beixian branch swiftly reacted. Quick, stop the ship, Han Xiaolai urged, utilizing his true essence to ensure that everyone aboard the floating vessel, including those in the cabin, could hear him. In the blink of an eye, the vessel's speed began to diminish, and just then, a series of startled exclamations erupted from the crowd. Look, what are those shadows ahead? Hiss, there are people in front. The floating ship had indeed become surrounded by numerous other floating vessels. What should we do now? What can we do? Voices filled with panic continued to arise, tightening the tension in the hearts of all present. Han Xiaolai and his companions wore increasingly grim expressions, particularly as they beheld over 10 small floating ships hovering in the air, causing their faces to pale. If there had been only 4 or 5 ships, they might have felt a mere apprehension, but with more than 10, it was evident that the number of assailants would far exceed theirs. If the bandits were too numerous, resistance would be futile. As the ship, still several thousand meters away from the small vessels, finally came to a complete halt. Suspended motionless by the floating array and the energy surge, 3 additional small ships suddenly appeared behind Chen Xiao and his group, completely blocking their escape route. In that instant, they found themselves trapped in a dire predicament. The bandits have surrounded us. This is troublesome. Han Xiaolai frowned deeply. Beside him, Din Sun's expression mirrored his concern, as he turned to the elderly man with graying hair behind him and inquired, Brother Qian, what is the opponent's cultivation level? Do we have any hope? Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking officials from the academy also turned their gaze toward the elderly man, for he was the most powerful among them. A pinnacle 9-star martial king on the verge of stepping into the martial emperor realm. The elderly man, Qin Changming, furrowed his brow slightly at the question. Taking a moment before responding, he glanced at the 3 small floating ships behind them and then remarked, from my sensing, there are likely no fewer than 100 opponents, with at least 20 of them at the martial king level. There may even be some above 9-star martial kings, but they are too distant for me to ascertain. The moment his words fell, the expressions of the students shifted dramatically, and even Han Xiaolai and his companions turned pale. They numbered only a little over 10 martial kings, while the opposing force boasted more than 20. How could they possibly fight? The only small comfort was that there seemed to be no martial emperors among the adversaries. We must avoid conflict at all costs. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in serious trouble, the elderly man added. Upon hearing this, both Han Xiaolai and Din Sun nodded in silent agreement, and even Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. Before they could take further action, the 10 or so small floating ships surrounding them had already stealthily approached. Each vessel measured only about 10 meters in size, not large. Yet they possessed agility and speed comparable to Chen Xiao's larger ship. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance to a few hundred meters. Now, Chen Xiao and his group could clearly see the figures standing on the small ships. Each vessel held at least 10 individuals, clad in coarse, homespun garments with sun-kissed skin, each wielding weapons and glaring menacingly towards them. Each ship was also manned by 1 or 2 martial kings, evidently positioned to intercept any potential escape attempts. If anyone dared to flee, they would be swiftly blocked from any direction, while others would rush to assist, ensuring that escape would be nearly impossible. This level of organization indicated that these individuals were no strangers to such operations, and with over 160 of them present, their combined might overwhelmingly surpass that of Chen Xiao and his companions. Attempting to break through would likely prove futile. The Academy's students, all exceptional talents nurtured by their families, had been sheltered from such brutal realities. If a battle were to ensue, the consequences could be dire. Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon Mo Yun, who, although slightly pale, stood resolutely without retreating, in stark contrast to some of the other female students who had already cowered behind the crowd. After exchanging glances with Han Xiaolai and Dean Sun, the latter took a step forward alongside the elderly man, standing at the ship's railing. "Everyone, we are from the Tianwu Academy. May I inquire what your intentions are in obstructing us?" His words were a direct invocation of the Academy's name, hoping to deter the opposition. However, the assailants had clearly recognized the Tianwu Academy banner displayed on their floating ship. Indeed, as Dean Sun's words echoed, one of the adversaries, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard, stepped forward, brandishing a large saber and laughing heartily. "Do not be alarmed. The Tianfeng bandit clan never engages in robbery." He then turned to his comrades, raising his voice. "Isn't that right, brothers?" Indeed, a resounding chorus of agreement erupted, reverberating through the air. With a mere moment's notice, the martial artists aboard the small floating vessels shed any pretense of restraint, unleashing their true essence with fervor. Waves of formidable energy surged forth, enveloping Chen Xiao and his companions in an overwhelming pressure. While the 10 or so martial kings remained relatively unfazed, those beneath their rank trembled in fear. Their faces drained of color. Even Mo Yun appeared somewhat pallid. This scene did not go unnoticed by Han Xiaolai and the others, prompting a series of cold snorts. Subsequently, a torrent of violent energy erupted from their ranks, barely countering the oppressive force. Nevertheless, several students collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the intensity. Chen Xiao scanned the area, noting that more than 10 individuals, primarily low-ranked martial artists, had succumbed to the pressure, revealing their obvious inadequacy in combat. Observing Mo Yun, he noted that her complexion had regained its color, and despite her labored breathing, she appeared to have recovered significantly. The other martial kings among the students seemed similarly resilient. "Ha ha ha, is this what the so-called prodigies of Tianwu Academy are made of?" A voice, slightly grating to the ears, rang out, drawing their attention to another figure beside the bearded man. This remark elicited a ripple of laughter from the surrounding crowd, who found amusement in the apparent fragility of the Academy's champions. Upon the utterance of those words, the expressions of Han Xiaolai and the others shifted dramatically. In truth, their countenance had soured at the mention of the Tianfeng stronghold by the burly man, and now it had grown even more grim. The Tianfeng stronghold, originally a notorious bandit faction from the Zhao kingdom beyond the borders of the Tianwu kingdom, had never before penetrated into Tianwu territory. To their dismay, not only had they crossed over, but they had also fixated their attention on them. The Tianfeng stronghold held a notorious reputation in Zhao, committing heinous acts without remorse. And these individuals were not only cunning, but also exceptionally powerful. Despite years of infamy, they had managed to evade eradication. Now that they were being targeted, it seemed that misfortune awaited them. Chapter 145, The Women Must Stay Naturally. Han Xiaolai and his companions were aware of this. Yet Chen Xiao and his group remained oblivious until Han Xiaolai elucidated the situation. Even so, the faces of Chen Xiao's group darkened further. It became apparent that their adversaries were not from within the Tianwu kingdom. No wonder they dared to strike after realizing they were affiliated with the Tianwu Academy. They could simply flee afterward, leaving the Tianwu kingdom powerless to act against them. "What do you intend to do?" inquired the elderly man with graying hair beside Dean Sun. His tone neutral, yet the aura emanating from him began to intensify, pressing down upon their opponents. "Peak, Martial King?" The burly man raised an eyebrow, then scoffed. "What if you are at the peak? Do you think I fear you?" With that, the man's aura erupted, reaching the pinnacle of the 9-star Martial King realm, matching the Elder's presence, causing the Elder's expression to shift. "Listen well, this territory is mine. You may pass through if you pay a toll of 100,000 gold coins per person. Once the toll is paid, I assure you that no one will dare to harm you on this journey." The burly man gestured towards Chen Xiao and his companions, signaling 3 small hovering vessels to approach swiftly, seemingly intent on boarding. However, Han Xiaolai and his group were unwilling to permit them to board. If they allowed it, the consequences would be unthinkable. They promptly refused. "Wait. Anyone who dares to board shall face my wrath. Moreover, we are en route to Tianwu City to participate in the Danwu Duel Conference, and there are over 100 of us. We simply cannot produce over 10 million gold coins. Furthermore, I have never heard of a toll of 100,000 gold coins, even in perilous cities. They merely charge a nominal entry fee. Therefore, I hope you can reconsider, perhaps lowering it to 1,000 gold coins per person. Haha, 1,000 gold coins? Do you take me for a beggar? The burly man was filled with rage, and his entourage moved forward, eyes glinting with menace, clearly poised for conflict. As tensions escalated, the burly man scanned the crowd, his gaze brightening upon spotting several women, including Mo Yun. He raised an eyebrow and declared, "Very well, I, Tianfeng Stronghold, am not without mercy. I will make a concession. Each person may pay a toll of 10,000, but the women must remain here. You may leave." What? The demand for the women to stay caused immediate distress among Han Xiaolai and his companions, while the women, including Mo Yun, turned pale, realizing the peril they faced. It was evident that should these women fall into the hands of these bandits, their fate would be dire. Moreover, these women were the elite talents selected by the Tianwu Academy, including the granddaughter of Dean Mo Yun. Han Xiaolai and the others could not possibly acquiesce. They resolutely refused. "We can pay 10,000 gold coins each, but we will not leave our companions behind. If you insist, we will fight." With that declaration, weapons materialized in their hands, their collective aura surging to its peak, indicating their resolve was not mere bravado. Chen Xiao and the others had also armed themselves. Chen Xiao wielded a silver longsword and clenched a level 4 explosive talisman in his left hand, recently exchanged for 1,000 gold coins. His previous level 3 talisman was insufficient, as it equated only to a peak martial general's full strike. The talisman now in his possession rivaled the power of a full strike from a 9-star martial king. The sight of their preparedness caused the burly man to furrow his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that the academy leaders would display such tenacity, willing to fight to the death rather than surrender the women. However, he recognized that he had not yet pushed them to their limits. Once they were cornered, they would know how to choose. Without further ado, the burly man smirked and waved his hand dismissively. In an instant, the sound of weapons being drawn echoed ominously, a palpable aura of impending violence sweeping over them. The faces of Han Xiaolai and his companions grew increasingly grim. Initially, they had hoped their adversaries would retreat, but it was now clear they were prepared for battle. Could they abandon the students? As educators, they could not even consider such a betrayal, especially with Mo Yun standing behind them. To leave her and the other women would be to live in shame, enduring scorn and derision for the rest of their lives. Given their status, they could not bear such humiliation. The 20 or so academy leaders at the forefront exchanged glances, and the elder with graying hair suddenly turned toward them, his lips moving silently. Yet, Chen Xiao and his companions heard a voice resonating in their minds. "We old fellows will delay these martial kings. You must seize the opportunity to escape, as far away as possible, and rendezvous in Tianwu City." As the voice faded, the elder turned his attention back to the approaching vessels, while the students around Chen Xiao grew increasingly anxious. However, the elder's words provided some reassurance. If even the martial kings could be delayed by these elders, there was a good chance that the remaining talents at the martial general and martial king levels could break free from encirclement. Chen Xiao tightened his grip on the sword and stepped forward, positioning himself close to Han Xiaolai and the others. Yet, his youthful appearance and modest cultivation did not draw much attention, merely eliciting a cursory glance before the onlookers returned their focus. Unperturbed by their disdain, Chen Xiao remained quietly resolute. Han Xiaolai glanced at him, wishing to call him back. Yet, considering Chen Xiao's cultivation and the current predicament, he refrained from speaking. After a tense standoff, the burly man could no longer restrain himself. Squinting, he commanded, "Attack. Slay the men and take the women. Let my brothers have their fun tonight." With a roar of laughter, dozens of men leapt from the hovering vessels, charging toward the grim-faced Chen Xiao and his companions. Chapter 146. The killing begins. The small hovering vessels were already close to Chen Xiao's group, and given the larger size of their vessel, it was impossible to simultaneously prevent the assailants from boarding. Dean Sun quickly ordered, martial generals and above, form teams to confront them. Those below martial general, prepare defenses. We must not allow them to board. Alas, as soon as he finished speaking, a scream pierced the air. Chen Xiao turned abruptly and saw a martial king among the students on the left suddenly burst forth. With a sword, he impaled one of the youths, causing him to scream as his arm was slashed. Before the student could react, the assailant withdrew his sword and kicked him, sending him flying onto the deck. The martial king bandit successfully boarded the ship. Without instruction, a college leader of the same martial king realm as Han Xiaolai rushed out to confront the bandit. Boom! Their weapons collided, generating a terrifying shockwave that forced the students to retreat. Simultaneously, over 20 figures crossed the void, lunging toward the airship. Han Xiaolai and others immediately separated to engage the martial kings surrounding them. In an instant, the sounds of rushing wind, combat, and fierce shouts filled the air. Having initially been frightened, the 100-plus college students, now seeing their college leaders join the battle, knew that fear was futile. Some formed teams and began to ambush the martial kings fighting the college leaders. Lu Tao, who had previously challenged Chen Xiao, was even more audacious. He directly confronted a newly arrived one-star martial king on the airship, throwing a punch at his face. The martial king, underestimating an attack from a mere martial general, casually met Lu Tao's punch. Ordinarily, such a blow would be devastating, but this time, it collided with Lu Tao's fist without budging him. Surprised, the martial king bandit was met with a swift kick from Lu Tao. Bang! The martial king bandit was sent flying backward. Ah! Save! Save me! The martial king cried out as he plummeted toward the forest below, at that altitude of at least 3,000 to 5,000 meters. Not even a 9-star martial king could survive such a fall. The Skywind Fortress bandits acted swiftly, sending a smaller airship to intercept the falling martial king. Similar scenes unfolded as some successfully boarded the airship and engaged in fierce combat, while others fell but were rescued by the bandits. Chen Xiao and his group, backed by the airship, formed a united front, ensuring they wouldn't fall. As Chen Xiao surveyed the scene, preparing to join the fray, a gust of wind and a flash of cold light came from behind. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and sidestepped without turning. He swung his sword backward. Clang! The sword vibrated as the bandit who had attempted to attack Chen Xiao was sent flying backward, crashing into an airship and losing consciousness. Hiss! Lu Tao gasped. Having witnessed the entire scene, the attacker was a genuine one-star martial king, defeated and knocked unconscious with a single blow. Is Chen Xiao truly this terrifying? Han Xiaolai, who had been watching Chen Xiao, also noticed the event. Having never seen Chen Xiao fight, he was relieved and impressed by the swift victory. Kill him! The bearded man roared, pointing at Chen Xiao. A 6-star martial king standing beside him nodded and leaped off the airship, charging towards Chen Xiao. Be careful, Han Xiaolai warned, unable to assist due to his own precarious situation. Having defeated the 1-star martial king, Chen Xiao received a system notification and turned around, his eyes narrowed. The 6-star martial king was already in midair, striking down at Chen Xiao. Perfect, I'll test my martial skills on you, Chen Xiao thought, his eyes gleaming. He flipped his sword and unleashed his true essence. The dormant azure fire wolf bloodline within Chen Xiao's dantian erupted, enveloping his sword in a layer of azure flames. The silver sword was now adorned with a coat of cerulean fire, tracing an elegant arc as Chen Xiao swung it toward the 6-star martial king. Those nearby felt as though the sky had been dyed azure, as boundless flames surged forth, coalescing into a broadsword that crashed down upon the attacker. Caught off guard, the 6-star martial king instinctively swung his sword to break the attack. The swords collided, and the flame sword shattered. However, before the 6-star martial king could rejoice, the dissipated flames engulfed him. Ah, what, get off me! He roared, unleashing his true essence to dispel the azure flames. He swung his sword down at Chen Xiao. Boom! The force of the blow created a deep fissure on the deck where Chen Xiao had been standing. But he had vanished. Huh, where did he go? The 6-star martial king, having barely extinguished the flames, was shocked to find Chen Xiao gone. Hey, look behind you! Chen Xiao's voice echoed. The 6-star martial king turned around and swung his sword, but struck only air. He then saw Chen Xiao smirking to his left, holding something in his hand. He rushed to attack. Chen Xiao suddenly tossed the object, which expanded midair, releasing a powerful aura. The 6-star martial king's expression changed. The aura emanating from the object was at the peak of the martial king realm. He turned to flee, but he was too close to Chen Xiao. Boom! Amidst the tumultuous cacophony, the body of the 6-star martial king was struck directly, unleashing a violent surge of true essence that swept outward, significantly impacting Han Xiaolai and others, causing those beneath the martial general rank to stagger backward and retreat. The meteoric bandit, having borne the brunt of this force, was sent soaring across the entire floating ship, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting downward toward the ground. Surrounding observers were left in a state of shock. Even the combatants engaged in their own skirmishes were startled by the overwhelming spectacle created by Chen Xiao, which was truly magnificent. Don't just stare at me, get to work. Chen Xiao scoffed, rolling his eyes. His words instantly refocused the crowd's attention, and a flurry of combat sounds erupted anew. At this juncture, more than 20 individuals had leapt onto the floating vessel, including several martial generals, all converging towards a cluster of students. At that moment, Chen Xiao found himself alone, scanning the crowd until he spotted the people from Beixin Academy, led by Fong Wan, who were huddled together. However, Fangwen was currently entangled with several martial generals in a precarious confrontation against a two-star martial king. Beside him, Mo Yun, a mere alchemist at the early stage of a one-star martial general, was ill-equipped for battle and stood anxiously, only able to intervene sporadically. Though they seemed to hold their ground, it was evident that the small group would soon crumble if reinforcements did not arrive shortly. Chen Xiao glanced at Han Xiaolai and the others. Despite their martial king level not matching that of their opponents, their extensive exposure to various techniques and superior martial skills, particularly in the application of bloodline powers, afforded them a significant advantage over this ragtag band of marauders. Thus, even while facing superior overall strength, they found themselves in a stalemate rather than a one-sided defeat. In the midst of the chaos, an elderly figure from the Lonyang branch, with hair as white as snow, remained still among the throng, his gaze riveted on a nearby burly man with a beard. Both were 9-star martial kings. Their intervention could drastically alter the tide of battle, yet neither dared to act, knowing that such a confrontation could lead to mutual destruction without a favorable outcome. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Xiao propelled himself off the ship's railing, dashing toward Mo Yun and the others. They were fully engrossed in their confrontation with the 2-star martial king and remained oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them, crossing their path and reaching the forefront in an instant. Before they could utter a cry of alarm, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed ominously. Fangwen's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Chen Xiao appear beside him, a long sword embedded in the chest of the 2-star martial king. Chen Xiao's speed had been astonishing, and the 2-star martial king, obscured by Fangwen and his companions, had failed to notice Chen Xiao's approach, leaving him no time to react. You, the 2-star martial king stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Chen Xiao, as if to voice a protest. Yet, Chen Xiao, uninterested in further dialogue, yanked the sword free with a swift motion and delivered a powerful strike to the man's chest. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully defeated a 6-star martial king, earning 10,000 experience points and 200 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slain a 2-star martial king, earning 5,000 experience points and 120 gold coins. Ding. Unclaimed 4-level wind monkey bloodline detected. Do you wish to devour it? Devour. As Chen Xiao's command echoed, an unseen, undetectable force emanated from his palm, swiftly extracting the bloodline power from the 2-star martial king's corpse, which was consumed by the waiting gluttonous beast nearby. Without lingering on the scene, Chen Xiao sent the lifeless body of the 2-star martial king tumbling off the floating ship, descending into the dense forest below. While the surrounding battle persisted, Chen Xiao did not pause, immediately rushing towards another martial king. His selected adversaries all shared a common trait. They were no higher than 6-star martial kings. Should they exceed this threshold, achieving a decisive strike would become increasingly complicated. If they were to realize his intent and converge upon him, it would spell trouble. To all present, Chen Xiao appeared as a phantom, elusive and swift. In the brief span of a tea's brewing time, he had dispatched 2 martial kings, 3 martial generals, and even a hapless martial master who had barely managed to leap aboard. This remarkable feat alleviated considerable pressure on Han Xiaolai and his companions. However, Chen Xiao's exploits drew the attention of everyone present, including the venerable martial king from Lonyang City and the burly bearded man from Tianfeng Stronghold. Their gazes fixed on Chen Xiao, malice radiating from them. These individuals were the elite of Tianfeng Stronghold, whose repeated successes in plundering were due to the presence of martial kings. The sight of Chen Xiao eliminating so many of their ranks was utterly intolerable. You seek death. Upon witnessing Chen Xiao eliminate yet another 8-star martial general, the bearded man could no longer contain himself, launching himself through the air toward Chen Xiao. Chapter 148. Frenzied Hunt. Humph. I've been waiting for you. The elderly figure from Lonyang City issued a cold snort, also springing into action, producing a broad blade that he swung violently toward the bearded marauder before he could draw near. The violent surge of true essence erupted, sweeping outward. Chen Xiao merely glanced upward before plunging once more into the fray, systematically neutralizing the bandits entangled with the academy students. In a flash, of the 30 or so marauders who had boarded the ship, aside from the remaining 10 or so martial kings, not a single one was left standing. At this point, Chen Xiao finally ceased his onslaught, showing no intention of continuing. Behind him, a throng of academy students gazed at Chen Xiao with unbridled admiration, particularly Lu Tao. The memory of his earlier challenge to Chen Xiao in Lonyang City stung, as he pondered whether he could ever hope to defeat him. The answer was glaringly apparent. It was clear that Chen Xiao was far from an ordinary martial king, and the notion of defeating him was nothing but a delusion. Brother Han, how did your Beishian branch manage to acquire such a monstrous talent? Director Sun of Longyang City inquired, his lips twitching despite the ongoing battle. Haha, are we not allowed to have geniuses while you do? Han Xiao chuckled, and with that, the immediate trouble seemed to diminish significantly. Indeed, the assailants who had stormed the floating ship had been largely contained, and the students, having regained their composure, were now visibly excited, eager for action. Chen Xiao had no doubt that should any further challengers approach, they would swiftly rally to his side. Suddenly, a figure plummeted near Chen Xiao, causing him to look up in alarm. The individual sprawled on the ground was a senior from the Innan branch, a teacher from the Martial Academy, whose cultivation had reached the 5-star Martial King level, one of the highest among those present. Chen Xiao's gaze shifted upward, where a 6-star Martial King bandit was glaring down at him, panting heavily. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's gaze upon him, the man slightly furrowed his brow, as if recalling something. Suddenly, he let out a sharp whistle and immediately charged towards Chen Xiao from a distance. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, poised to confront him and eliminate the threat. However, at that moment, a fierce gust of wind unexpectedly rushed in, swift enough to cause Chen Xiao to momentarily slow down, dropping to the ground. Whoosh, boom. The sound of something piercing the air echoed. A dark shadow flew past, almost grazing Chen Xiao's scalp, and forcefully embedded itself in the hovering ship behind him. When Chen Xiao looked back, he instantly recognized it as a pitch-black feathered arrow, its fletching quivering violently from the immense force. Had it struck him, it would have pierced right through. A chill ran down Chen Xiao's spine at the thought, prompting him to quickly glance towards the direction from which the arrow had come, only to discover that it had been shot by a martial general on one of the smaller hovering ships. The general wielded a beautifully crafted brown-green longbow, clearly the source of the arrow. There was no time to dwell on this, as the 6-star Martial King had seized the opportunity to rush in front of Chen Xiao. Just as Chen Xiao was rising from the ground, the king's face twisted into a snarl as he swung his sword down towards Chen Xiao's crown. Die. With a sinister grin, the king's true essence erupted, his protective aura expanding instantaneously. Yet, the next moment, his smile froze. Chen Xiao, who had been right under his nose, had suddenly vanished. Indeed, he had disappeared in an instant. Damn you! Chen Xiao's voice floated lightly in his ear as he thrust his sword forward. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. Blood gushed forth from the 6-star Martial King's body. It never occurred to him how Chen Xiao had suddenly reappeared behind him. Chen Xiao had no intention of revealing that he had utilized the divine martial skill, Heavenly Descent, for instantaneous movement. This was the first time he employed it in combat, and the results were astonishing. Although the preparation time was slightly longer, as long as the opponent had never witnessed it before, or was even slightly careless, they would remain oblivious to this technique, creating an ideal condition for Chen Xiao's ambush. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. The 6-star Martial King's face contorted with rage as he swung his sword towards Chen Xiao's right hand, clearly intent on severing it. Should Chen Xiao refuse to relinquish his grip, he would face the peril of losing his arm. True to expectation, Chen Xiao instantly released his sword. However, instead of retreating, he surged forward the moment the sword swept past, delivering a powerful punch to the king's chest. Get away from me! The 6-star Martial King roared in fury, raising his left fist to meet Chen Xiao's. The two fists collided. Bang! Thud! Thud! Chen Xiao staggered back a step, while the 6-star Martial King was forced back 3 steps, his face flushed and clearly in discomfort. The sword that had pierced his body was now discarded on the ground, and while the wound still bled, it posed little danger to a Martial King, as a little sustenance afterward would suffice. However, Chen Xiao would never grant anyone a moment's respite. Taking advantage of his momentary weakness, Chen Xiao conjured another pitch-black long sword, and like an arrow released from a bow, he charged toward the 6-star Martial King. It was a sword strike to the heavens. Faced with this strike, the 6-star Martial King's expression grew grave as he unleashed his true essence, channeling it into his sword in a desperate bid to block Chen Xiao's assault, while simultaneously attempting to evade. Yet, the sword strike to the heavens, once unleashed, was astonishingly swift. Even someone of the Martial King's caliber found it challenging to react in time, especially since he was already wounded. The air hummed. Boom. A violent force enveloped the 6-star Martial King, crashing into him. Bang! The king's sword met Chen Xiao's blade first. At the moment of contact, the king's face drastically changed. Before he could react, his sword emitted a mournful cry, shattering into 2 pieces. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's momentum remained unabated, driving straight for the king's chest. This truly astonished him. The sword in the 6-star Martial King's hand, though not the finest, was far from poor. It had been acquired from a disciple of a prominent sect during a previous raid. Now, one strike had rendered it useless. This was simply unfathomable. Yet, there was no time to ponder further. Inaction would cost him dearly. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground, attempting to retreat. But Chen Xiao was even quicker, closing the distance and driving his sword into the king's chest once more. However, as the blade pierced, the six-star martial king seized Chen Xiao's sword, preventing it from advancing further. You seek death. Chen Xiao's eyes gleamed with a cold light. His true essence, surging as a layer of pale blue flame, erupted along the blade, swiftly engulfing the king's hand. Ack! It hurts. So painful. The six-star martial king grimaced in agony, yet dared not release his grip. To do so would mean certain death. In desperation, he kicked at Chen Xiao, attempting to force him back. Yet, in that instant, Chen Xiao twisted his body and sprang up, his speed so rapid that the six-star martial king barely registered it. Just as he prepared to strike at Chen Xiao, the latter had vanished, taking the sword with him. Watch out. A sharp warning rang out from above. The voice belonging to the bearded bandit. The six-star martial king was startled, looking up just as it was too late. A fierce sword intent appeared behind him, striking down towards his crown. The six-star martial king's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to counter, yet he swiped at nothing but air. Moreover, 6 identical Chen Xiaos materialized around him, each attacking from a different angle. The aura surrounding these 6 Chen Xiaos was indistinguishable, making it nearly impossible to discern the real one in an instant. Given the distance and speed between them, if he could not identify the genuine one quickly, his fate was sealed. With no choice left, he gritted his teeth and summoned 2 more swords, spinning them in place. The next moment, a dense flurry of sword shadows enveloped him. To strike at him, one would first need to break through the outer wave of sword shadows. Yet if he were to make contact with those shadows, Chen Xiao's true form would be revealed, allowing for a potentially lethal counterattack, rendering the chances of a successful ambush nearly non-existent. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed. Despite the seemingly impenetrable sword technique, he quickly spotted a flaw. However, attacking that flaw would prove difficult, and now suspended in midair, he could not afford to hesitate. He could only throw caution to the wind and charge forward. Ding! The crisp sound of swords clashing rang out. On the left flank, Chen Xiao, wielding his long sword, ferociously struck at the all-encompassing sword shadows, poised to shatter them instantly. However, at that crucial moment, the 6-star martial king bandit within abruptly turned, his long sword darting out with terrifying velocity. I've been waiting for this. Perish! The bandit snarled. The long sword pierced Chen Xiao's chest with precision. Yet, the anticipated scene of Chen Xiao's pallid face and widened eyes never materialized. Not even a trickle of blood emerged from his body. Dreadful! The 6-star martial king bandit's heart sank, his complexion turning ghastly. He pivoted sharply toward another Chen Xiao lunging from the left, his longsword slashing horizontally with immense force. Due to the extreme speed, Chen Xiao had no time to react, and was cleaved in 2 in an instant. However, this one didn't bleed either. Instead, his body began to dissolve into motes of light. Fooled again. The 6-star martial king bandit's face was ashen, his brow deeply furrowed. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the next Chen Xiao. Yet, at that moment, a sharp, piercing sound erupted from behind him. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, but martial kings in combat are acutely aware of their surroundings, their senses extending 10 meters in every direction. Evading their notice was virtually impossible. From behind was the 6-star martial king bandit's immediate thought, but he hesitated. His previous 2 attacks, though believed to be genuine, had been mere illusions. Yet, he dared not ignore Chen Xiao's attack. He reluctantly swung his left-hand sword to parry the strike from behind, while his right-hand sword continued to thrust toward the chest of another Chen Xiao, who wore a faint smile. Wrong choice. Chen Xiao's voice echoed from the side. You. The bandit whirled around, his eyes wide with disbelief, toward the source of the voice. But as he turned, the Chen Xiao at whom his right-hand sword was aimed moved, his previously languid speed accelerating dramatically. In an instant, he left behind an afterimage, and his long sword, gleaming with cold light, pierced the bandit's heart. Not stopping there, Chen Xiao channeled his bloodline power, and a wisp of cerulean flame surged along the sword into the bandit's body. With a twist of the sword, Chen Xiao shattered the bandit's heart. The 6-star martial king bandit turned his head back, his eyes fixed on Chen Xiao. His mouth opened, as if to speak, but all that emerged was a torrent of blood. Thud! The 6-star martial king bandit's corpse crashed onto the deck. Silence. Those near Chen Xiao ceased their tasks, and an utter stillness descended upon the surroundings. Everyone stared at Chen Xiao, speechless with astonishment. Chapter 150. Seizing the airship. The preceding events, though recounted at length, transpired within the span of a brief moment. From the initial clash to Chen Xiao's final strike, the entire sequence unfolded in a mere instant. Han Xiaolai and the others were still locked in combat, when Chen Xiao had already vanquished his foe. At that moment, Chen Xiao's aura erupted outward, followed by a surge in power, as if he had broken through a barrier. Indeed, he had. The successive slayings had earned him 10,000 experience points and 500 system gold coins. His cultivation, previously bottlenecked, had finally loosened, resulting in a breakthrough. Chen Xiao cast a narrowed gaze around, noting that, besides Fong Wen and the others, the other academy students had joined the fray, and more figures were leaping from the surrounding airships. Casualties were beginning to mount. Several students, caught unawares, had been slaughtered by 2 Martial King bandits, including one from the North Xian branch. Han Xiaolai, in his attempt to protect them, had sustained severe injuries and was now engaged in a desperate struggle with another martial general bandit. The longer this dragged on, the more lives would be lost. Chen Xiao had to complete the system's mission, and if everyone here was wiped out, where would he find the targets needed to reap the rewards? His gaze swept around, and every bandit who met his eyes felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively turning their wary attention toward Chen Xiao, fearing his sudden assault. After surveying the scene, Chen Xiao refrained from immediate action, instead turning his gaze toward the front of the airship. There, the 9-star Martial King Elder from the Dragon Sun Academy was locked in a fierce battle with the bearded bandit. The sounds of clashing steel echoed through the air, punctuated by occasional roars. Chen Xiao observed that the Dragon Sun Academy Elder was gaining the upper hand, but a swift victory was unlikely. The other Academy Elders, outnumbered by martial kings, were being pressed back. Were it not for their superior techniques and martial skills, they would have already suffered a complete rout. This cannot continue, Chen Xiao muttered, his brow furrowed. Withdrawing his gaze, he transformed into a blur, hurtling toward Han Xiaolai. The martial general bandit battling Han Xiaolai was seized with terror. He had witnessed Chen Xiao's earlier display of power and knew he could not withstand even a single blow. Abandoning his fight with Han Xiaolai, he turned and fled toward the airship, hoping to evade Chen Xiao's assault. However, Chen Xiao's speed was far superior. Just as the bandit reached the ship's rail, Chen Xiao caught up and delivered a merciless kick. With a scream, the bandit was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a distant airship. The occupants of that airship had been observing the battle, unaware of the impending doom. Suddenly, a dark object plummeted from above, landing among them and felling several to the ground. Who dares attack? One of them roared, drawing his weapon. But upon realizing it was one of their own, he hesitated and looked down. At that moment, another dark shape descended from the sky. Or rather, it leapt. It was Chen Xiao. After kicking the bandit away, he had followed in pursuit, leaping onto the other airship. His speed was such that even those on board could barely discern his form, let alone the bandits on the opposite side. As they looked up and saw a dark shape hurtling toward them, they could not tell whether it was friend or foe before a radiant sword light erupted, engulfing the entire airship. The sword light, nearly 10 feet long, was blindingly bright, threatening to cleave the airship in two. The faces of those on board paled, for they knew that if the ship were split apart, they would plummet thousands of meters to their deaths. Stop him. We cannot allow him to destroy the airship. One of them roared, and the group surged forward, attempting to deflect the dazzling sword light. But then, a sudden transformation occurred. The brilliant sword light shattered into countless tiny swords, each no larger than a thumb, raining down upon the airship in an indiscriminate barrage. Ah, my hand! My leg! Get away! Get away! Too late! Flee! A chorus of screams filled the air. Accompanied by a cacophony of ringing sounds, the entire floating ship was instantly riddled with countless holes, resembling a sieve, each puncture a testament to the recent onslaught of sword rain. At the bow of the ship, among the originally 10 bandits, 5 lay incapacitated on the ground, while the remaining 5 were grievously injured, one on the brink of death, barely able to stand even with the support of a comrade. These individuals possessed martial prowess at the level of martial masters and generals, yet with a mere flick of his hand, Chen Xiao had wrought such terrifying devastation. Enemy attack! One of the bandits suddenly bellowed. Instantly, those aboard the adjacent floating ships sprang into action. 2 martial kings swiftly leapt from their vessels, hurtling toward Chen Xiao. However, prior to their arrival, Chen Xiao had already descended onto the lower floating ship. Death! The cold, icy voice resonated as Chen Xiao's sword glimmered with a chilling light. In the next moment, the 5 bandits clutched their throats, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Having dispatched these 5, Chen Xiao turned sharply, eyeing the martial king who had just leaped forth. With a twist of his sword, a flicker of pale blue flame erupted forth. In an instant, he cleaved downward, the vibrant flames coalescing into a form reminiscent of a blade, striking toward the martial king, suspended in midair. Simultaneously, Chen Xiao channeled his true essence through his feet, directly infusing it into the floating ship beneath him. To the astonishment of all present, this ship suddenly surged forward, propelled by Chen Xiao's command. Chapter 151. The madman. This development, while concerning, was not insurmountable. Losing a single floating ship to Chen Xiao was merely a matter of reclaiming it later. However, the dire reality was that the two martial kings were currently suspended in the air. While martial kings were undeniably formidable, they lacked the ability to hover like martial emperors. Particularly since these two were merely 3-star martial kings, they had anticipated that they could leap aboard, and even if they could not board, they could utilize the momentum to leap back. Yet now, they found themselves devoid of any leverage. Panic surged through the hearts of the two martial kings as they turned and shouted, "Quick! Save us!" Fortunately, their comrades had already perceived the gravity of the situation and hurriedly maneuvered their ships to rescue the two martial kings. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao had darted several hundred meters away, effectively breaching the perimeter of his adversaries, seemingly intent on making his escape. This scene did not go unnoticed. The onlooking academicians were equally astonished, never expecting Chen Xiao to undertake such a solitary flight. Yet no one dared to voice their reproach, their faces instead betraying frustration and indignation. They all understood that if Chen Xiao did not flee now, he might never have the chance again. How cowardly! Lu Tao scoffed at the retreating figure of Chen Xiao before he resumed his fierce battle with a martial general before him. Just as everyone believed Chen Xiao was destined to vanish without a trace, a shocking turn of events unfolded. After steering the floating ship nearly 1,000 meters away, Chen Xiao suddenly executed a sharp turn, racing back towards the academicians, his speed evidently reaching the ship's maximum capacity. What does he intend to do? One of the floating ships pursuing Chen Xiao paused in bewilderment. In that fleeting moment, Chen Xiao had closed the gap to less than 100 meters. With a swift rush, he sped past. The distance of 1,000 meters dissipated in an instant. Chen Xiao approached the bandits' vessel with alarming rapidity, reducing the distance between them to a mere 100 meters. How dare he return? He seeks his own demise. A martial king bandit sneered, preparing his sword for defense, while several other floating ships quickly converged to intercept Chen Xiao. However, as they prepared to launch their assault, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chen Xiao was now mere dozens of meters away, yet his ship showed no signs of slowing down. Move aside. Retreat. Madman. This lunatic. A torrent of curses erupted. For none had anticipated Chen Xiao would act so recklessly. If the ships collided, while an explosion might be avoided, they would certainly lose momentum and plummet from the sky. At this altitude, thousands of meters above the ground, a fall would spell certain death. Yet, regardless of their shouts, Chen Xiao showed no inclination to halt. In an instant, the two vessels collided. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated. Chen Xiao's ship violently collided with a small floating ship, sending it careening backward, only slowing upon colliding with another vessel. However, before the crew could even breathe a sigh of relief, they were met with a flash as Chen Xiao leapt from a distance, his sword glinting with lethal intent, claiming yet another life. This was merely the beginning. As the system alerts echoed in his mind, Chen Xiao's speed intensified. Among the two ships he had collided with, 8 bandits were present. And aside from the 2 3-star martial kings and 1 1-star martial king, the rest were below the martial general rank, unable to withstand Chen Xiao's onslaught. As screams filled the air, the scent of blood and severed limbs permeated the surroundings. Once Chen Xiao dispatched the final foe, he propelled himself toward another nearby floating ship. The occupants of this ship, witnessing Chen Xiao's effortless slaughter of their comrades, were gripped by terror, retreating hastily. Yet, while the ship's speed was swift, it required a moment to fully accelerate. Chen Xiao, moving with incredible agility, leapt aboard just as the vessel began to take flight. Those who attempted to intercept him found themselves swiftly dispatched, their expressions fraught with trepidation as they beheld Chen Xiao, with none daring to charge recklessly forward. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolai, Din's son, and the others remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Upon witnessing Chen Xiao's return and his swift elimination of over 10 bandits, their spirits soared. Initially, they had feared for their lives, yet now they perceived a glimmer of hope. If this momentum continued, perhaps victory was within reach. With renewed vigor, Din's son shouted, "Everyone, push harder." His words invigorated the assembly, particularly Lu Tao and his comrades, who, after enduring prolonged combat, bore numerous injuries. They had feared defeat, but now hope flickered before them. Kill! Kill! Follow my lead. The rallying cries erupted from the academicians, each one summoning their strength, unleashing their bloodline powers as they engaged in a desperate struggle against the bandits, fighting for their lives. In an instant, what had nearly devolved into chaos began to reverse, with the tide of battle shifting in their favor. Meanwhile, in the air, the clash between the two nine-star martial kings had shifted from the large floating ship to a small bandit vessel nearby. The pace of their conflict was so swift that onlookers could scarcely discern their moves, leaving them to battle in isolation, with none daring to intervene. Even one-star martial kings hesitated to approach the fray. Amidst this chaos, Chen Xiao wore a grin that threatened to split his face in two. Apart from the previous massacre at the Ziyun sect, this marked Chen Xiao's second large-scale slaughter. After eliminating these individuals, his experience points surged dramatically, and his cultivation ascended consecutively from the early stage of the 7-star martial king to the mid-stage, eventually breaking through to the late stage. His gold coins also climbed back to over 4,000. If this continued, after slaying another 10 or so foes, Chen Xiao would effortlessly advance to the 8-star martial king. Chapter 152, Strangulation. Casting his gaze around, Chen Xiao was in pursuit of his next target. Soon, his eyes fixated on a floating ship, which still housed 4 individuals, a trio of martial generals and a 1-star martial king, who posed no threat to him whatsoever. Without a moment's hesitation, he lightly pressed his toes against the ship's railing, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards the vessel. However, an unforeseen twist ensued. Release. A deep voice suddenly reverberated. Subsequently, the air was pierced by a cacophony of whistling sounds. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes as an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Turning his head towards the source of the sound, he beheld over 10 martial generals among the bandits, each wielding longbows, poised to unleash their arrows. Between them and Chen Xiao, a multitude of arrows, trailing a series of afterimages, hurtled towards him. The speed of the projectiles enveloped his position entirely, leaving him no avenue for evasion. Should he fail to respond, he would undoubtedly be riddled with arrows. The timing and positioning of these attackers were impeccable. There was no possibility for Chen Xiao to dodge. In midair, he lacked any leverage and could only watch helplessly as the arrows approached, utterly incapable of formulating a countermeasure. Yet, this was merely the bandit's assumption. Although Chen Xiao's brow furrowed tightly in surprise at this unexpected assault, it was not deadly. What vexed him was the fact that, while he had to leap and chase these individuals, they had nearly managed to dispatch him with their bows. It seemed he too needed to prepare a long-range weapon. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Chen Xiao swiftly redirected his sword, striking with astonishing speed towards the incoming arrows. In an instant, a massive sword of pure energy, forged from his inner essence, erupted from the tip of his sword, racing towards the arrows. Just as it neared, he controlled it to explode in midair. A shock wave of energy radiated outward, immediately disrupting the approaching arrows. Most of them veered off course, falling or being deflected back, while a scant few precariously traversed the explosion zone, only to be weakened significantly before reaching Chen Xiao, and were easily dispelled by a gust of his palm. Humph. Continue to attack. Fire. A cold snort followed. The bandit, witnessing Chen Xiao effortlessly evade their onslaught, was overtaken by fury. He abruptly gestured towards Chen Xiao, prompting his companions to draw their arrows for another assault. However, Chen Xiao would not allow them to continue their attack unchallenged. He stepped onto the void, bizarrely treading on air, and then accelerated downward, transforming into a blur as he charged towards the floating ship. Once aboard, the arrows would pose no threat to him. Yet, while Chen Xiao's speed was remarkable, the arrows were swifter. Just as he was about to step onto the ship, a mere 2 meters away, the arrows finally descended upon him. If he attempted to block them, he would waste precious time, and the ship was moving rapidly. Any delay would create distance between him and the vessel, and he would inevitably fall. As the arrows approached, a grave expression settled on Chen Xiao's face. He refrained from any defensive maneuvers, even ignoring the incoming projectiles, seemingly resigning himself to the situation. However, this resignation was not without consequence. Surrendering meant becoming a pincushion for the arrows. The bandits, witnessing his apparent capitulation, couldn't help but feel a glimmer of triumph. Chen Xiao's previous feats had been terrifying, single-handedly slaying over 10 foes, including several martial kings. If he were to continue his rampage, who could withstand him? Just as their expressions brightened, believing they were on the verge of vanquishing Chen Xiao, he suddenly vanished from sight. What just happened? The bandits were taken aback, unable to fathom that Chen Xiao could disappear in an instant. The next moment, a series of metallic clangs echoed as multiple arrows embedded themselves into the floating ship. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure silently appeared on the ship's railing, none other than Chen Xiao. With narrowed eyes, he glared at the bandits, a wave of murderous intent radiating from him. The previous moment had been perilously close. Had he not utilized his divine skill, heavenly descent, to instantly reposition himself, he would have surely been transformed into a sieve by the arrows. Rage surged forth. A torrent of energy erupted from within Chen Xiao. In his dantian, the gluttonous beast opened its mouth wide, draining its myriad bloodline powers and channeling them into Chen Xiao. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, a primal urge to unleash his fury consuming his mind. Kill! With a fierce roar, Chen Xiao raised his sword high above his head and brought it crashing down upon the throng. A brilliant sword light ignited from the blade, enveloped in an ethereal blue flame, exuding an air of enigma. The furious energy enveloped the bandits entirely. In the next moment, chaos erupted. The radiant energy, suffused with the dazzling sword light, unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. Below, the bandits were caught unawares by Chen Xiao's sudden appearance. Before they could react, his attack was already upon them. By the time they attempted to evade, it was too late. Their only instinct was to raise their swords to defend against Chen Xiao's strike. Yet, aside from one martial king who barely managed to parry the blow, the others were flung aside, crashing to the ground, their bodies marred by deep gashes, a terrifying sight indeed. As expected, a series of system notifications chimed in Chen Xiao's ears. After dispatching these foes, he maintained his momentum, charging directly at the martial king who had narrowly avoided his attack. Chapter 153, Victory Wait. You can't kill me. The martial king, witnessing Chen Xiao barreling towards him, hastily shouted. However, Chen Xiao had no intention of heeding his pleas. His speed remained relentless, and he swiftly reached the martial king, thrusting his sword forward. In that instant, the bandit's face, previously painted with panic, contorted with a pained expression. Abruptly, he raised his hand and hurled an object at Chen Xiao. Reacting instinctively, Chen Xiao sidestepped, but his timing faltered slightly, resulting in his left shoulder being struck. Bang! Stumble! 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 Chen Xiao staggered back 3 steps before managing to steady himself. It was then that he realized the object that had struck him was a talisman, akin to the one he had previously used to trap another martial king. He too had fallen victim to this bandit's trickery. Fortunately, the power of this individual's talisman was quite limited, comparable at most to a full-force strike from a 3-star martial king. While this might seem impressive to an ordinary person, it was utterly insufficient for Chen Xiao, who had already ascended to the 7-star martial king realm and was on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. Even when facing an 8-star martial king, with his extensive array of secret martial techniques, he could conclude the battle within 3 moves. As Chen Xiao retreated, the man displayed a hint of unwillingness. Astonished that his attack had failed to inflict any significant damage, merely tearing a small portion of Chen Xiao's clothing. Despite his reluctance, he recognized that the opportunity to ensnare Chen Xiao had slipped away, and he dared not linger, swiftly turning to leap onto another floating vessel. However, Chen Xiao would not allow him to escape so easily. Steadying himself, he kicked a long sword on the ground, which transformed into a streak of cold light, hurtling towards the man's back. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao focused his gaze on the floating ship, where several individuals still clung to life. Without hesitation, he delivered a few more strikes, ensuring their demise. Having completed this task, Chen Xiao swiftly commandeered the floating vessel, propelling it towards several others nearby. Upon seeing Chen Xiao's approach, the crews of those vessels were seized by panic, hastily altering their course to flee into the distance, abandoning their comrades. "Curse it, come back!" A furious roar suddenly echoed, reminiscent of thunder in the hearts of those present. It was the voice of the bearded giant, who, although engaged in battle with a 9-star martial king from Longyang City, was keenly aware of the unfolding events. Witnessing Chen Xiao dispatch numerous bandits, he sought to eliminate him. Yet, the detestable old fool at his side clung to him obstinately, preventing any chance of breaking free to confront Chen Xiao, allowing the latter to wreak havoc under his very nose. On the massive floating vessel, a fierce battle raged on. But the bandits' momentum had noticeably slowed. They were acutely aware of Chen Xiao's rampage among their ranks. If this continued, they would be utterly annihilated. In contrast, the students from Tianwu Academy, due to their dispersed approach, found that those with lower cultivation levels could not perform such long-distance jumps in midair and were compelled to remain on smaller boats. This inadvertently diminished the bandits' numerical advantage, leaving them significantly outnumbered. Consequently, a scenario emerged where numerous students surrounded a single bandit. Although casualties were inevitable, this situation ultimately resulted in fewer losses for the academy. From the onset to this moment, fewer than 10 had perished, with nearly 40 sustaining injuries, yet still possessing combat capability, thus not rendered at a disadvantage. "Get lost!" Another furious bellow resounded. The bearded giant was genuinely agitated now, for Chen Xiao had once again collided with a small vessel, ruthlessly slaughtering those aboard. Their remaining ships had dwindled to fewer than 12, and despite their seemingly diminutive size, each was valued at a staggering million. They could hardly withstand Chen Xiao's relentless assaults. He yearned to prevent further destruction and carnage. Meanwhile, the elder from Longyang City, with a smile, declared, "Your opponent is me. Do you wish to flee now, thinking so little of me?" With that, he cast a spell to hasten his speed, re-engaging the bearded bandit in combat. Time slipped away, minute by minute. Before long, another half-tea of time had passed. During this interval, the academy suffered additional casualties due to the rage of the martial kings, with the death toll rising by more than 10. Yet, Chen Xiao had obliterated 3 more floating vessels and slain 14 individuals, including 2 junior martial kings. Retreat. Quickly retreat. After enduring for so long and seeing victory slip beyond their grasp, the bearded bandit finally issued this painful command. Upon hearing it, the bandits, engaged in fierce combat with Han Xiaolai and others, breathed a collective sigh of relief. In truth, Chen Xiao had exerted tremendous pressure on them. Though his cultivation was not overwhelmingly terrifying, merely slightly superior, the speed at which he dispatched foes was utterly dreadful. If allowed to continue unchecked, the foundation they had painstakingly built over the years might be obliterated. Many bandits regretted their choices, realizing too late that they were assaulting the assets of Tianwu Academy in the Tianwu Kingdom. Upon receiving the retreat order, it sounded like celestial music to their ears. Without a second thought, they turned to flee, fearing that any delay would seal their fates. Nearby, several floating vessels, having heard the retreat commands, quickly drew close, allowing the martial king bandits to board and facilitating their escape. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bandits had successfully boarded and fled. On the floating ship, Han Xiaolai and his companions dared not pursue further, standing in place, gasping for breath as they watched the bandits retreat in disarray. Their eyes fell upon the battle-scarred vessel, and their hearts tightened with concern. This time, the casualties had been grievous, and they dreaded how they would explain the situation upon their return. Meanwhile, after slaying another foe, Chen Xiao turned his gaze towards the bearded giant. As if sensing Chen Xiao's scrutiny, the giant, having repelled the 9-star martial king from Longyang City with a sword, shot a fierce glare at Chen Xiao. He then abruptly leaped onto another floating vessel, racing towards the distant horizon, vanishing from sight. The immediate crisis was momentarily averted. Chapter 154. A safe arrival. With a collective sigh of relief, Han Xiaolai and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting the weight of relief shared among them. Simultaneously, their gazes toward Chen Xiao were imbued with newfound reverence. Those present had witnessed his extraordinary feats. Indeed, it could be said without exaggeration that their lives had been preserved by Chen Xiao's intervention. Initially, many had suspected Chen Xiao would abandon them, yet now, they felt a profound embarrassment, their faces flushed as they dared not meet his distant gaze. Swiftly, they began to clear the bodies and belongings from the ship. The 9-star martial king from Longyang City returned, his eyes sweeping over the numerous corpses aboard, and he admonished sternly, "We must act quickly." Upon hearing his command, the others snapped into action, diligently clearing the surrounding bodies while the injured began consuming medicinal pills to stabilize themselves. The losses had been devastating. Dean Sun furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. After conducting a thorough assessment, he discovered that the death toll among the Academy's ranks had reached 19, not including the 8 who had completely lost their combat capabilities and remained unconscious. Furthermore, over 50 individuals had sustained significant injuries, yet they still managed to move, albeit with difficulty. Even so, this heavy toll weighed heavily on Dean Sun and the others, for these were the finest talents selected from their respective academies, many of whom were rare alchemical prodigies. The loss was indeed catastrophic. Alas, though the losses are severe, at least we have survived, Han Xiaolai remarked, gazing into the distance with a sense of reflection. Indeed, we have survived, Dean Sun echoed, sharing in the sentiment. Behind them, other elders were busy tending to the wounded and collecting the fallen corpses of students, ensuring that even in death, they would be returned to their home institutions, lest their remains be subjected to scorn. On the other side, Chen Xiao stood alone at the bow of a small floating vessel, gazing into the distance as the bandit fleet gradually vanished from sight, a look of relief gracing his features. Despite Chen Xiao's previous rapid execution of his adversaries, he had now entered a state of complete exhaustion. Not only had he fully mobilized the power within his bloodline, but his true essence was depleting at an alarming rate. At this moment, less than 30% of his true essence remained. Should the battle persist, he would likely falter soon. Fortunately, the assailants had retreated. Yet Chen Xiao dared not linger too long, for if they were to return, the consequences would be dire. Gazing down at the forest below, he noted that he had successfully destroyed 5 of the bandits' hovering vessels, which now lay scattered across the ground, creating a scene of chaos. The vessel under his feet was in relatively good condition, functioning properly aside from a few bloodstains. Without hesitation, he discarded the bodies of the defeated bandits from the hovering ship into the undergrowth and maneuvered swiftly towards the larger vessel. Upon Chen Xiao's arrival, Han Xiaolai and the others ceased their actions, their eyes fixated on him, eagerly awaiting his approach. As the two ships drew near, Chen Xiao leaped onto the deck beside Han Xiaolai, swiftly turning to wave his hand, causing the swiftly approaching vessel to vanish from sight, absorbed into his spatial backpack. To the onlookers, it was evident that Chen Xiao possessed an extraordinary storage ring, a marvel of considerable value, which aligned perfectly with the prowess he had displayed. As Chen Xiao alighted, Han Xiaolai promptly welcomed him, followed closely by Director Sun and others, including the venerable 9-star Martial King. Their expressions were filled with curiosity, eager to ascertain if Chen Xiao had sustained any injuries during the recent confrontation. All is well, Chen Xiao replied with a slight wave of his hand, revealing that although the battle had been perilous, he had only suffered a minor flesh wound on his shoulder. Observing Chen Xiao's lack of serious injury, Han Xiaolai and the others displayed even greater astonishment, especially considering their own injuries, some of which were quite severe. Even Han Xiaolai bore a long sword scar on his arm, a testament to the fierce nature of the conflict. "Are you truly unscathed?" asked Mo Yun, approaching with a curious expression. "Indeed," Chen Xiao affirmed with a nod, his gaze briefly sweeping over Mo Yun, whose once rosy cheeks had turned pale, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth indicating she too had been wounded. Nevertheless, it appeared that everyone had recovered significantly. At that moment, the 9-star Martial King from Longyang City spoke up. "This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart immediately." "Understood." The group nodded in agreement, and the massive hovering vessel gradually altered its course, racing towards Tianwu City. With several hundred miles still to traverse, the vessel would reach its destination within a day. Given its speed, by the time they arrived, the bodies of the fallen students had been carefully collected and stored within a specialized storage ring. Han Xiaolai would promptly dispatch individuals to return these remains to their respective academies, but for now, the focus remained on the upcoming Danwu competition. Tianwu City, positioned in the heart of the Tianwu Kingdom, was surrounded by vast, boundless plains and multiple fortified cities that encircled the colossal central metropolis, creating a breathtaking vista. The city itself, along with its surrounding fortifications, boasted a population of nearly 200 million, fostering a thriving economy supported by merchants and vendors alike. As one of the premier forces within the Tianwu Kingdom, Tianwu Academy was established in the southwestern region of Tianwu City. This somewhat secluded area, sparsely populated, was conducive to academic pursuits and had been designated by the royal family of the Tianwu Kingdom since the city's inception. The headquarters of Tianwu Academy spanned approximately 200,000 square meters, adorned with countless pavilions and structures, interspersed with rare trees and spiritual herbs capable of cultivating heavenly essence. Approaching the academy, one could feel the surrounding spiritual energy intensifying significantly. At that moment, a massive hovering vessel gracefully approached Tianwu City, coming to a halt near the southwestern area of the academy. After a thorough inspection, it resumed its course towards the academy. Chen Xiao stood on the deck, gazing down at the bustling populace below, lost in thought. "Everyone, prepare yourselves, we have arrived. Once we reach the academy headquarters, please refrain from wandering about." Director Sun's voice resonated as he led the group. Following his words, Sun and Han Xiaolai joined Chen Xiao on the deck, their eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching buildings. On a vast square of azure stone measuring over 1,000 meters, a gathering awaited, visibly agitated upon seeing the descending vessel. Leading this assembly was an elder with a dignified countenance, his white hair and beard contrasting sharply with the deep blue robe he wore. His eyes narrowed, glimmering with a sharp intelligence, though his expression revealed a sense of concern. Behind him stood several middle-aged men, and any academy disciple observing would be astonished to recognize these figures as the rarely seen senior officials of the academy, including the elusive head of the Alchemy Institute, who had not been seen for nearly a year. "They have arrived," one of the men murmured, as the colossal vessel descended under the watchful gaze of the crowd. It finally docked at a designated area for hovering ships. A line of enormous vessels, numbering at least a dozen, was visible, a testament to Tianwu Academy's substantial resources, unmatched by most families or sections. Once the ship stabilized, a small boat was lowered, allowing Director Sun and the senior officials to disembark first, followed closely by Chen Xiao and the others. However, it was evident to bystanders that many of those disembarking bore injuries, some even bound in bandages, requiring assistance to navigate the gangplank. The already furrowed brows of the Academy's leaders deepened at this sight, their expressions darkening with anger. The elder hastened towards Han Xiaolai and the others, stating, "You have endured much on your journey. I have informed the emperor of your ordeal. Troops have been dispatched to eradicate the brigands of Tianfeng village, and rest assured, retribution will be swift." Upon witnessing the elder's approach, Director Sun and the others were visibly moved, promptly bowing in respect. "We greet you, Director Zhou, and esteemed elders." It was through Han Xiaolai's introduction that Chen Xiao and the others learned that this venerable elder was indeed the true head of Tianwu Academy, wielding immense power and authority. His personal visit was prompted by the alarming news of the ambush faced by the Academy's students en route to the competition, which had resulted in numerous casualties. Such news could not be tolerated. The anger had ignited among the Academy's leaders, leading Director Zhou to personally petition the emperor for military intervention, and upon his return, he came to greet Han Xiaolai and his group. After exchanging pleasantries, Director Zhou's gaze shifted to Chen Xiao and the others, assessing their condition with keen interest. After scrutinizing the surroundings, he spoke in a deep voice. "It has been a taxing journey. I have prepared some top-quality elixirs for everyone. Please take one each to avoid any delays in the upcoming competition." As he finished speaking, a middle-aged man stepped forward from behind Ding Zhou, holding a porcelain vial from which he dispensed the elixirs, ensuring each person received one, regardless of their injuries. The elixirs were semi-transparent, imbued with a faint green hue, and exuded a delicate fragrance that invigorated the senses upon inhalation. "Is this the fourth-grade Bian pill?" one individual exclaimed in astonishment upon holding it. Chen Xiao did not turn around. Instead, he silently invoked the identification process as he held the elixir in his hand. Ding. System notification. Identification complete. Fourth-grade Bian pill. Crafted by the renowned alchemist Zhou Chuanan. Consuming this pill can rapidly alleviate internal injuries and significantly aid in the recovery of the body and meridians. Not too shabby. Chen Xiao mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. He chose not to consume it, instead stowing the elixir away. His injuries were nearly healed, and he anticipated a full recovery within a day, making the elixir unnecessary for him. Moreover, he possessed superior elixirs at his disposal, rendering this one rather redundant. Not only Chen Xiao, but several others also opted not to take the elixir. These individuals had only minor injuries and did not require any medication. Among them, Han Xiaolai and others each received a pill, and for the Academy's higher-ups, there was no need for courtesy. After expressing their gratitude, they consumed the elixirs without hesitation, as numerous tasks awaited them. "Have the others arrived?" Dean Sun inquired after taking the elixir, glancing at the hovering ships nearby. "Indeed, many have arrived, and the rest are en route. There are 3 days left until the Danwu duel. Everyone should take this time to recuperate. The city will also be quite lively with various auctions and gatherings. If anyone requires anything, they may venture out to purchase it. However, it is advisable to wear the Academy's attire to avoid unnecessary complications." Dean Zhou elaborated with a smile. "Very well." Dean Sun nodded in agreement. Under the guidance of Dean Zhou and others, the group made their way toward the Academy in the distance. At noon, they encountered numerous young talents donned in Tianwu Academy's attire along the way, and Chen Xiao and his companions could clearly see their prowess. To their astonishment, they discovered that Dean Zhou was an authentic one-star martial emperor, and moreover, he was at the mid-level of that rank, nearing the late stage. The others following him were at least 8-star martial kings, a formidable force that would be terrifying in any sect. The thought of the Academy's extensive power, including its branches, left Chen Xiao in awe. Aside from the Academy's higher-ups, the students they observed were also impressive, with many being martial generals and even a couple of martial kings, leading Chen Xiao to briefly mistake them for higher-ranking officials. However, despite this, Tianwu Academy could not overshadow the Fenglei Pavilion. The encounter with Zhu Ying, who belonged to the latter, was a testament to the latter's transcendent strength. As Chen Xiao's power grew, so did his perspective, and he became increasingly aware of the thrill of his past actions, relieved that no one had discovered them at the time, or else the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 156. In opportune timing, Dean Zhou led the group to the accommodations arranged for the newcomers at the rear of the Academy before taking his leave. Chen Xiao and the others, weary from their long journey and a fierce battle the previous day, quickly retired to their assigned quarters, collapsing into a deep slumber. Even Chen Xiao succumbed to several hours of sleep. When Chen Xiao awoke again, dusk had settled, and he looked up to see the sky adorned with beautiful crimson clouds. After freshening up, he had yet to step outside when Han Xiaolai approached, accompanied by several other students from the Academy. "Chen Xiao, you're awake. How do you feel?" Han Xiaolai asked with a grin, while the other students gazed at Chen Xiao with a hint of reverence. "I'm well enough. Is there something you need, Han Lao?" Chen Xiao responded with a slight smile. That's good to hear. The representatives from the Tianwu Academy branch have all gathered. Today, Dean Zhou is hosting a banquet, and I came to invite you to join us. If you have no other matters, shall we head over together? Certainly. Chen Xiao agreed, finding no need to prepare further. The group made their way outside, where they discovered many others had already assembled at the entrance, likely the last to arrive. As the upcoming competition loomed, it was understandable that everyone else was filled with excitement, leaving only Chen Xiao, who bore no pressure, to indulge in such a lengthy slumber. Unlike the earlier days in Beixian City, where people had grown impatient waiting for him, this time, despite having waited for a considerable duration, no one appeared annoyed. Not even Lu Tao and Fong Wan, who regarded Chen Xiao with respect. In this world, strength dictated respect, and Chen Xiao's prowess eclipsed that of everyone present, making their reverence and patience a natural occurrence. Not to mention, without Chen Xiao, it was unlikely any of them would have survived. Apologies for the wait, Chen Xiao said, a bit sheepish, realizing that over 100 individuals had waited for him. Not at all. After all, we had just undergone intense battles. It is only natural to rest a bit longer. Now that everyone is gathered, let us set off. Dean Sun chuckled, giving Chen Xiao a friendly pat on the shoulder before leading the way. Han Xiaolai and the others quickly followed suit, while Chen Xiao blended into the crowd, casually walking and simultaneously checking his character attributes. Host, Chen Xiao level, Peak 7-star Martial King Cultivation Technique, Starfire, Ju Martial Skills, Skyward Sword, Flowing Cloud Steps, Flame Blade, Dragon Dance in the Sky, Heavenly Descent. Gold coins, 6820 luck value. 2 Mission 1. Reunite with Chun Lan, completion status, unfinished, time limit, 347 days. Mission 2. Request from Tianwu Academy, status, unfinished. Just a bit more until I can break through to the 8-star Martial King. Chen Xiao murmured, contemplating his situation. Aside from that, the 2 missions caught his attention, but he merely glanced at them and chose not to dwell further. Overthinking at this moment would yield no benefits. While Chen Xiao was lost in thought, he failed to notice the admiring and slightly flirtatious gazes from several female students nearby. For these academy girls, a young man like Chen Xiao, possessing such high cultivation, was undoubtedly their ideal partner. If he were willing, many would likely jump at the chance to share their lives with him. However, Chen Xiao was oblivious to their admiration, preoccupied with his own thoughts. The banquet venue was not far from where Chen Xiao and the others resided. It was a massive courtyard covering several thousand square feet, filled with numerous tables. The lively chatter emanating from within indicated that many had already arrived. As Chen Xiao and his companions approached, others also converged from various directions, exchanging pleasantries along the way. However, this matter no longer concerned Chen Xiao and his companions. They simply needed to follow behind and enter. Upon entering, they found themselves in a courtyard surrounded by a garden, with nearly 1,000 tables and chairs scattered throughout the center. Each table was adorned with a teacup and a platter of fruit. In the foremost positions, many individuals had already taken their seats. Chen Xiao glanced over these attendees. The younger individuals were likely students, while the slightly older ones were high-ranking members of the academy. Although they belonged to the same institution, there was a clear hierarchy in seating arrangements. Chen Xiao observed that those seated at the front, the academy's elite, had all attained at least the Martial King realm, with some even reaching the 8 or 9-star Martial King level. In contrast, Chen Xiao and his companions were nearly at the 3rd tier below them. And without the keen eyesight of a martial artist, it would have been difficult to discern the features of those at the front. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Director Sun gestured towards a designated area for seating. There were no objections to this orderly arrangement, as it was based on the hierarchy of the academy. Of course, there were exceptions. Regardless of their rank, the high-ranking members of the academy, after ensuring their own disciples were settled, made their way directly to the front row to choose their seats. As night fell deeper, 1,000 torches were ignited around the courtyard, and luminous stones had already been placed in the flower beds and under the eaves. Despite the encroaching darkness, the courtyard gradually became illuminated, allowing everyone to see clearly. Young maidens began to serve an array of delectable dishes to Chen Xiao and his companions. After sampling a few bites of the exquisite cuisine, Chen Xiao found himself more inclined to indulge in the fruits laid before him. The atmosphere was filled with laughter from the elevated platform, while below, Chen Xiao and his companions engaged in their own feasting and conversation. Despite his desire to tune out, Chen Xiao couldn't help but overhear various discussions among those around him. The name that surfaced most frequently was that of a student named Jiao Hao. Through the murmurs, Chen Xiao learned that Jiao Hao had entered the Tianwu Academy at the age of 15, already at the martial master level upon admission. After 5 years of diligent training, he had now reached the 8-star Martial King level, a prodigious talent. Naturally, Jiao Hao hailed from a prominent family, far more privileged than most present. Emerging from a significant clan comparable to a first-tier city, thus enjoying abundant resources for cultivation and a rapid advancement. Time passed gradually amidst the feasting and merriment. Just as Chen Xiao began to feel a sense of tedium, an untimely voice suddenly interrupted beside him. "Hello, I am Jiao Dragon. Could you possibly move to that position over there? Let us switch seats." The voice was crisp and melodic, yet it bore an unmistakable tone of command that irked Chen Xiao. He looked up to see a youth clad in a white robe, smiling as he regarded Chen Xiao. Seemingly struck by a thought, the young man continued, "I have plenty of fruit over there. You are welcome to enjoy it. Shall we swap seats?" Upon hearing this, others nearby turned their attention to the exchange. These individuals had accompanied Chen Xiao and had experienced the recent battle alongside him. At this moment, their expressions shifted to one of incredulity. Particularly when the mention of fruit arose, they glanced towards Chen Xiao's table, noticing that he had indeed consumed a fair amount of the fruit while the dishes remained largely untouched. This, combined with Jiao Chang'an's words, implied that Chen Xiao was merely a glutton, seeking to indulge further at another's expense. Not interested, Chen Xiao retorted dismissively, unwilling to engage further. He turned back, taking a fruit and biting into it. "You." Jiao Chang'an's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Until now, few dared to reject his requests, but here, he had met with unexpected resistance. Jiao Chang'an believed his earlier request had been polite enough. "You enjoy fruits, don't you? So why not come over and eat mine?" "What do you mean by not interested? Do you have something else to attend to while eating?" Chen Xiao's gaze narrowed slightly as he shot a sidelong glance at Jiao Chang'an. "Is it impossible to switch?" Jiao Chang'an's expression darkened. Yet he was reluctant to give up. He glanced sideways at Chen Xiao, who was seated next to Mo Yun. However, Mo Yun was resting her chin on one hand, seemingly lost in thought, yet her profile revealed that she was indeed a rare beauty. Jiao Chang'an's desire to swap seats was evidently motivated by his interest in Mo Yun. But what concern was that to Chen Xiao? Why should he move to a place among strangers? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao replied bluntly, "Get lost. You're courting death." Jiao Chang'an's anger flared, and he reached out to grab Chen Xiao, appearing intent on teaching him a lesson. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply. Just before Jiao Chang'an's hand could reach him, Chen Xiao's left hand shot out like lightning, seizing Jiao Chang'an's arm. In that instant, Jiao Chang'an felt as though an iron vice had clamped down on his arm, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. He was already at the 9-star martial general level. Being restrained so effortlessly was unfathomable without the strength of a martial king. Could it be that this young man was a martial king? Yet, how could that be? Chen Xiao appeared far too young. Moreover, there was not a hint of aura emanating from him, as if he were an inconspicuous shadow, which was precisely why Jiao Chang'an had chosen him as his target. Had he truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle? Regardless of his thoughts, Jiao Chang'an blurted out, "What do you think you're doing? Release me at once." The commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. Even Mo Yun, who had been lost in thought, looked over in surprise, bewildered by the unfolding situation. However, there was no need for concern. Chen Xiao's prowess was well known, and he would not suffer in such a confrontation. After a brief struggle, as Jiao Chang'an continued to exert force while attempting to break free, he even summoned his inner energy and bloodline power, nearly resorting to an outright attack on Chen Xiao. Sensing Jiao Chang'an's escalating aggression, Chen Xiao decided he had no need to prolong the encounter. He swiftly withdrew his left hand. Due to the suddenness of Chen Xiao's release, combined with Jiao Chang'an's prior exertion of energy, the latter was caught off guard and stumbled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Thud! The deep sound echoed abruptly. After toppling a table, Jiao Chang'an finally managed to halt his fall, but he was drenched in wine and appeared utterly disheveled. A hushed silence enveloped the space. All eyes turned toward the scene, fixating on Jiao Chang'an, who remained sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The next moment, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Jiao Chang'an felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, and his face turned a deep shade of crimson. He scrambled to his feet, glaring fiercely at Chen Xiao with a hint of murderous intent brewing in his eyes. At that moment, several high-ranking officials from the academy also turned their attention to the commotion. Director Zhou, as the head of the headquarters, immediately inquired, "What happened here?" But Jiao Chang'an would never dare to speak the truth. How could he admit to squabbling over a seat and then being outmatched? That would be far too humiliating. Should he confess, he might as well forfeit any future participation in the alchemical and martial competitions and return home in disgrace. Yet, with the question posed, he could not pretend he hadn't heard it. He promptly stood, cupping his hands in a formal gesture, and replied, "I stumbled accidentally. There is no harm done. And everyone need not worry." "Oh, please be careful." Dean Shou cast a glance at Jiao Chang'an. although he was unaware of the exact circumstances. It was clear that a martial general could not be tripped by a mere chair. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, he deemed it inappropriate to pursue the matter too rigorously. After all, would the banquet still continue? As the esteemed guests shifted their gazes away, the others, seeing no spectacle left to witness, also averted their eyes. Only Chen Xiao's companions lingered with curiosity, eager to see how he would handle the situation. You very well? I shall remember you. Zhao Chang'an approached Chen Xiao, shooting him a glare filled with resentment before turning to leave. In response to this veiled threat, Chen Xiao remained unfazed, calmly lifting his cup and taking a sip. Beside him, Mo Yun observed Chen Xiao with intrigue, but noted that he did not spare her a glance, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. During her time at the academy, the male students had clamored for her attention, their gazes incessantly fixed upon her. Though she had found their attention irksome, the fact that Chen Xiao ignored her entirely now left her feeling somewhat melancholic. It must be said, women are curious creatures indeed. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiao, Mo Yun's thoughts were far from his mind, as he continued to indulge in his meal and drink, dismissing Zhao Chang'an's threat entirely. After all, he was merely a figure not yet at the martial king level and posed no real challenge. Chapter 158, Guangxing Commercial Firm. As laughter gradually faded, the banquet drew to a close. When everyone began to disperse, a group gathered around Chen Xiao, including Han Xiaolai and several senior members of the academy. The other students, seeing such influential figures congregated with Chen Xiao, hesitated to approach, except for Mo Yun, who trailed slowly behind Han Xiaolai. As they made their way back, Han Xiaolai furrowed his brow and inquired, Brother Chen, what transpired at the banquet? Nothing much, just encountered someone seeking trouble, Chen Xiao replied with calm assurance. At this moment, Mo Yun furrowed her brows, pondering briefly before softly stating, I heard some news while walking outside today. It seems Zhao Chang'an is the brother of the illustrious Zhao Hao. If he truly is Zhao Hao's sibling, then having been embarrassed today could lead to some trouble later. Zhao Hao's brother? Han Xiaolai's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Even Dean Zhou and the others showed concern, glancing at Chen Xiao. Clearly, Zhao Hao's reputation was so significant that it had reached their ears. Indeed, I've heard of him as well. Moreover, Zhao Chang'an is known to bully others with his status. It is said that he arrived yesterday, and many harbor grievances against him. But they have been tolerating him due to Zhao Hao's influence, interjected another nearby student. This could present some complications. Dean Sun and Han Xiaolai's brows knitted together. If it were a contest of alchemy, we wouldn't need to worry much about any tricks he might employ. However, if Brother Chen participates in the martial competition, the final stage will take place in a secluded realm. In there, none of us would be able to assist you. Everything would rely on your own strength. And should any mischief arise within that space, it would be difficult for us to intervene. Upon hearing this, everyone present quickly grasped the implications of Dean Sun's words. He was concerned for Chen Xiao's safety. Although it was expected that Chen Xiao was their opponent at Longyang Academy, the earlier events had fostered a sense of respect towards him. More importantly, Chen Xiao was exceedingly formidable. The individuals of Longyang Academy could not hope to match his prowess. If he posed no threat to Chen Xiao, why not extend a gesture of goodwill? After all, Chen Xiao was a mere 16-year-old martial king. His future was boundless, and establishing a rapport with him was of utmost importance. Had Dean Sun known that Chen Xiao was also an alchemist, the commotion would have been unimaginable. From the outset, Dean Sun had instructed everyone to keep Chen Xiao's identity as an alchemist under wraps, allowing for some misconceptions to linger. After all, anyone who learned of Chen Xiao's cultivation would undoubtedly categorize him as a martial artist, rather than an alchemist who participated in alchemical competitions. The others shared similar sentiments. Even Han Xiaolai, who was aware of Chen Xiao's cultivation level, frowned deeply. Although Chen Xiao had reached the 7-star martial king stage, Zhao Hao was a long-established 8-star martial king. The saying there are no falsehoods beneath a great reputation was one Han Xiaolai understood well. Without sufficient means, one could not attain such renown and would have been ousted long ago. Yet, to their concerns, Chen Xiao merely smiled and replied, there is nothing to worry about. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Furthermore, I possess considerable confidence. With Chen Xiao's assurance, the others could say little more than to remind him to exercise caution. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was midday of the following day. Ever since returning from the banquet, Chen Xiao had immersed himself in cultivation. The spiritual energy within the Tianwu Academy was considerably richer than that of Beixian City, and one night of practice equated to at least 3 days of effort in his past. Yet, he felt it still fell short. Chen Xiao's gaze shifted from the system interface, revealing a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Initially, he had hoped to break through to the 8-star martial king level after one night, but it seemed he was still a step away. However, it was no longer feasible to continue cultivating, as he had other plans for the day. After a brief wash, Chen Xiao stepped outside, oriented himself, and strode purposefully toward the streets beyond Tianwu Academy. Along the way, he encountered a throng of fellow students, clad either in the academy's attire or the garb of the Alchemist Guild, with only a handful dressed in ordinary clothing. Yet, even those in simple attire were not questioned or obstructed, which was quite commendable. This could be attributed to the impending martial competition, as numerous individuals from various regions had converged here. Who could tell which academy a student belonged to? Even if one wished to investigate, it would be too cumbersome, and thus it was simpler to refrain from prying. Besides, this was the imperial capital. Who would dare provoke Tianwu Academy? That would be courting disaster. Tianwu Academy was expansive, and it took Chen Xiao nearly the duration of a fragrant incense stick to exit the academy grounds. Following a 10-meter-wide thoroughfare, he blended into the crowd, gradually making his way into the distance until he vanished from sight. This time, upon entering Tianwu City, Chen Xiao had no intention of returning empty-handed. Furthermore, he had several trials awaiting him, and his supply of medicinal herbs and pills was nearly depleted. Thus, this visit was intended to procure more materials. In addition to that, Chen Xiao sought to inquire about the whereabouts of the fabled Jiangling. On the way, he had already questioned Han Xiaolai and Dean Sun, but regrettably, they were unfamiliar with the location of Jiangling. Chen Xiao could only hope that others might possess knowledge of its whereabouts. Tianwu City, being the capital of the emperor, was not only heavily guarded, but one could also frequently see armored soldiers patrolling the streets, alongside the vibrant and peculiar sights lining both sides. Nevertheless, the sheer size of Tianwu City was somewhat overwhelming. It took Chen Xiao nearly half an hour to locate the first auction house after exiting the academy. Guangxing Commercial Firm. This was the marketplace Chen Xiao intended to enter. The shopping mall sprawls over an expanse of over 10,000 square meters, encompassing 5 floors in its entirety. The bustling scene below is alive with a stream of people, clearly indicating that this is a highly popular establishment. A thriving patronage often signifies the desirability of the products. And thus, Chen Xiao stepped inside without hesitation. As he approached the entrance, a maid clad in a delicate peach-hued gown gracefully approached him, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Sir, may I assist you?" she inquired. "Please take me to select some medicinal herbs," Chen Xiao replied calmly. "Certainly, this way please." She gestured, leading him into the grand hall. Upon entering, the cacophony of voices enveloped him, even more pronounced than he had anticipated. The throngs of people engaged in lively negotiation filled the space, amplified by the festive atmosphere surrounding the recent Danwu competition, drawing even more visitors to Tianwu City than usual. The maid walked alongside him, carefully elucidating the surroundings. "Ah, I see," Chen Xiao nodded slightly. They soon arrived at another hall situated at the back, which had prominently displayed signs indicating it was dedicated to medicinal herbs. The number of patrons here was considerably fewer, with only a few wandering about, occasionally engaging in hushed negotiations. As they entered the hall, the maid paused and turned to Chen Xiao, softly inquiring, "What type of herbs do you wish to purchase?" "I require cardamom, 5-clawed golden dragon, cicada flower, and red and blue flowers." Chen Xiao enumerated over a dozen types of herbs, then fell silent. Watching the maid attentively, her expression reflected a blend of respect and delight, for all the herbs he mentioned were of at least 4th grade, some even 5th grade. Such herbs are notoriously costly, often beyond the means of the average person, typically only acquired in quantity by alchemists. The maid, aware that satisfying Chen Xiao could yield her a commission equivalent to several months' wages, remained dutifully attentive. "We have all of those in stock. The cardamom is right this way," she replied respectfully, guiding him toward a specific section with evident familiarity. After a few steps, they arrived at a counter where indeed, the cardamom was displayed. Not just a few, but over 10 specimens elegantly arranged in a specially crafted showcase. As Chen Xiao scrutinized them, the maid began to explain. "These cardamoms are harvested from the depths of the beast forest, each possessing an age of at least several decades, making them prime materials for alchemy. Indeed, they appear to be over 50 years old," Chen Xiao affirmed, as the system had already provided him with detailed information on these herbs. The maid was taken aback by his immediate recognition of the cardamom's age. Her years of experience had granted her this knowledge. Yet Chen Xiao's ability to discern such details at first glance was remarkable, surpassing even many 3rd or 4th grade alchemists. With a newfound respect for Chen Xiao, the maid cautiously asked, "Would you like to purchase some?" "I will take 10 packs," he replied softly, glancing towards other displayed items. The prices were clearly marked, and haggling was not customary in such establishments. Chen Xiao preferred not to waste time over trivial sums, knowing he had ample means to acquire wealth through various avenues. The maid, momentarily stunned by his request, hesitantly repeated, 10 packs, sir? Yes, he confirmed, with his affirmation. She promptly instructed a young attendant behind the counter to prepare the order. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's attention wandered as he observed the surroundings. After the maid had neatly packaged the cardamom, she returned to him. Sir, your order is ready. Excellent. Hold on to it for now. We shall settle the bill together shortly. He instructed, turning to another counter where he had noticed additional items of interest. Thus, they continued their journey, pausing to purchase various items, and soon, the maid's arms were filled with numerous packages. Realizing Chen Xiao's intent to keep purchasing, she arranged for the extra items to be taken to a nearby reception room for safekeeping until the transactions were concluded. Time ticked by, and apart from one elusive item, Chen Xiao successfully gathered all he sought, even acquiring several rare herbs. By the time he was escorted to the reception area, a full half-hour had elapsed. Shortly after their entrance, another maid presented him with a cup of fragrant tea, while the first maid began to tally the expenses. After a brief moment, she raised her gaze to Chen Xiao. Sir, your total comes to 113,675 gold coins. Given your substantial purchase, I will waive the remaining 36,735 coins, so you may settle for 110,000 gold coins. Very well, Chen Xiao nodded, finding the amount to align closely with his own estimations. However, upon checking his inventory, he furrowed his brow as he realized his gold reserves were diminishing, now totaling less than 100,000 coins, insufficient to cover the bill. With a resigned sigh, he inquired, do you accept payments in elixirs? Elixirs? The maid, who had been respectfully waiting, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, we accept elixirs of 3rd grade and above. Very well, this is a 4th grade cleansing elixir. Please assess its value, Chen Xiao said, producing an emerald green vial and extending it to the maid. She received it with utmost care, her face illuminating with excitement upon learning it was a 4th grade potion. Such high-grade elixirs were rare even within their esteemed establishment, with most being lower than 3rd grade. If the quality of Chen Xiao's potion proved commendable, it would not only benefit the store but also significantly enhance her commissions, potentially equating to an entire year's salary. As she carefully uncapped the vial, an enchanting aroma wafted forth, instantly captivating her senses. Is this indeed a high-grade 4th grade elixir? The maid gasped, and with her years of experience in this place, she immediately recognized that the elixir in her hand was extraordinary. Ah, Chen Xiao smiled and nodded, not surprised by the maid's astonishment. Please wait a moment, my lord. This pricing exceeds my authority. I will fetch the manager to assess it for you, the maid said, placing the elixir back into its porcelain bottle and returning it to Chen Xiao before turning swiftly to leave. Meanwhile, another maid remained nearby, awaiting any possible instructions from Chen Xiao. However, he had no commands to give. He simply sat still, glancing at some herbs beside him before storing them in his storage ring. In such a place, he preferred to avoid utilizing his supreme upgrade system whenever possible. Before long, footsteps echoed outside, and the maid returned, leading a stern-looking middle-aged man who entered briskly. As they entered, the dignified man clasped his fists and greeted Chen Xiao with a smile. Greetings, esteemed guest. In response, Chen Xiao rose and returned the greeting. The middle-aged man continued, is this the elixir you wish to have appraised? Gesturing towards the porcelain bottle next to Chen Xiao without reaching for it directly. Indeed, Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Once confirmed, the middle-aged man stepped forward, carefully took the bottle, opened it with caution, and gently sniffed before pouring out a single elixir. The round elixir released a fragrant aroma that immediately brightened the man's eyes. After painstakingly examining it for a while, he finally looked up and said, this is undoubtedly a high-grade 4th-tier elixir, and it surpasses the average quality significantly, with almost no impurities. Based on current market prices, it should fetch between 8,000 to 10,000 gold coins each. If you wish to use this as collateral, I can personally assure you a price of 10,000 coins per elixir. How many of these do you possess? Let's settle all accounts with these elixirs. Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, waving his hand to reveal another 10 bottles. Each contained 10 elixirs, totaling 110. Please, count them, he added, picking up a cup of tea to sip as the middle-aged man stood momentarily stunned, his lips twitching slightly. He had initially expected Chen Xiao to offer a few elixirs and pay the majority in gold, but it seemed Chen Xiao had no intention of parting with any currency. Are all these elixirs of the same quality? He pondered internally but kept his thoughts to himself as he began to methodically open each bottle for inspection. Although this process was slow, it was his duty, given the considerable value of these items. Time passed gradually, and after a while, once Chen Xiao finished his tea, The middle-aged man finally straightened up and said with a hearty laugh, "Esteemed guest, I have thoroughly inspected all the elixirs you've provided, and there are no issues. Their quality is almost identical. I look forward to our cooperation." Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. Chen Xiao smiled faintly as he watched the middle-aged man gather the elixirs. He produced another item from his sleeve and inquired, "I am currently in need of funds. Might this item be suitable for your auction house?" "What is this?" the middle-aged man asked, momentarily taken aback as he observed the white lotus root Chen Xiao held, measuring about a foot in length. He certainly did not believe it to be an ordinary edible lotus root. As soon as it was revealed, a peculiar fragrance filled the room, and the atmosphere seemed to brim with spiritual energy, indicating its exceptional quality. Chen Xiao's subsequent explanation only confirmed the man's suspicions. "This is a segment of a 5-colored lotus root, acquired from a seller by chance. I initially intended to use it for alchemy, but I have no current need for it, so I thought to auction it for some funds." Chen Xiao's words clarified the item's origin. Of course, even without his explanation, the middle-aged man would not have dared to inquire further. Chen Xiao's clarification seemed aimed at dispelling any unwarranted thoughts. A 5-colored lotus root. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly reached for the root, examining it closely. The root still exuded a faint vitality, and its abundant spiritual energy made it a rare find. He realized that, with the right care, it could potentially be revived by a sect specializing in the cultivation of spiritual herbs and plants. After a moment of contemplation, he conveyed his conclusion to Chen Xiao. "Indeed, there is a chance of revival. If we proceed with the auction, how long would it take? And what price might it fetch?" Chen Xiao asked softly, glancing at the middle-aged man. "This 5-colored lotus is classified as a 6th-tier spiritual herb. Although it is not the most potent variety, it is still a challenge to auction successfully. We will likely need 2 days to prepare, and we can aim to auction it before the start of the Danwu tournament. What do you think?" The middle-aged man looked at Chen Xiao, seeking his approval. "That sounds agreeable." Chen Xiao nodded without objection. "Excellent. It is settled then." The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy as he produced a jade token, inscribing details of the item before handing it to Chen Xiao. "This token serves as proof for your auction item. With it, you may directly participate in the auction and later use it to claim your earnings. Additionally, please assist me in auctioning these few elixirs as well." Chen Xiao suddenly retrieved another porcelain bottle. More? Now it was the middle-aged man's turn to be astonished. He had not anticipated that Chen Xiao possessed so many valuable items. "Yes, these are some breakthrough elixirs for martial generals seeking to advance to the martial king realm. They are not particularly noteworthy, but I would appreciate your help in auctioning them off." Chen Xiao replied with a slight nod. "Not particularly noteworthy?" The middle-aged man felt his lips twitch again. He knew that breakthrough elixirs were 5th-tier spiritual pills, notably difficult to refine, and even an average 5th-tier alchemist could not produce them. The realization struck him that Chen Xiao had casually presented such valuable items. Moreover, the middle-aged man himself had merely reached the pinnacle of the martial general stage. To him, these breakthrough elixirs were indeed treasures. However, business had its rules, and he could not simply approach Chen Xiao for a private purchase this time, given that he found them enticing. How much more would those trapped in the martial general realm for so long desire them? Even before any promotion, he could already foresee the uproar that would ensue once word spread that they were auctioning breakthrough elixirs. If managed well, this could elevate their business above others. Carefully opening the bottle, he revealed 6 breakthrough elixirs resting inside, their faint aroma invigorating the senses. Indeed, they were 5th-tier breakthrough elixirs, and remarkably, also high-grade. The astonishment on the middle-aged man's face was now impossible to conceal. Such a caliber of elixir could be considered a treasured possession in their establishment. Yet here was Chen Xiao nonchalantly presenting them. Who exactly was Chen Xiao? Was he perhaps a core disciple from a colossal sect, venturing out to hone his skills? But if he were indeed a disciple from a large sect, he wouldn't be in need of funds, would he? The middle-aged man found himself filled with anxious speculation. Chen Xiao seemed to have realized this, casting a deep glance at the middle-aged man, and said lightly, "Once these items are auctioned, please exchange them all for the herbs listed on this inventory. I will need them for my upcoming participation in the Danwu Duel Conference." "Oh, so you are a master alchemist preparing for the Danwu Duel?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehended the implication. "Indeed. It's unfortunate that my master did not provide any funds for my journey, so I must sell the elixirs given to me." He chuckled. "How is the pricing determined for these items?" Chen Xiao smiled amiably at the middle-aged man. Sensing this, the middle-aged man ceased his inquiries and focused on examining the elixirs. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "There are a total of 6 elixirs here, each conservatively estimated at a value of 100,000 gold coins, perhaps even higher. In my opinion, A starting bid of 100,000 gold coins would be quite appropriate. Very well, proceed as you see fit, Chen Xiao nodded. Thus, the middle-aged man prepared another receipt for Chen Xiao. After securing the items, Chen Xiao was escorted by a maid as he gradually exited the Guangxing Trading Company. Once outside, the maid returned to the reception room, where the middle-aged man regarded her with a faint smile, saying, "You did well this time. I will request a reward of 10,000 gold coins for you." "Thank you, esteemed manager." The maid's face lit up with joy as she quickly expressed her gratitude. "All right. Go out and announce that Guangxing Trading Company will host a grand auction in 2 days at the hour of Shun, featuring the 5-colored lotus and the 5th-grade breakthrough elixir." The middle-aged man instructed quietly. "Understood." The maid nodded eagerly and hurried off to relay the message. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man turned and briskly made his way to the 5th floor, needing to inform his superiors about the events that had transpired. After departing from Guangxing Trading Company, Chen Xiao did not head straight home. Instead, he strolled leisurely down the bustling streets, seeking to explore further. In Tianwu City, to maintain the city's appearance, street vendors were not permitted to set up stalls freely. However, given the large population, not everyone could afford to rent a shop. Thus, designated areas were established for vendors to gather and sell their wares. In addition to regular vendors, there existed a specialized market for martial artists, the martial market. Chen Xiao had overheard discussions about this vast area during a banquet the previous day. It was specifically allocated for martial artists to communicate and trade. In this market, one could rent a stall for a mere gold coin per day, free to sell or exchange items without any interference, as the patrolling guards ensured order. Should any trouble arise, the guards would swiftly intervene. Beyond safety, the quality of items found within the martial market often sparked debate. While subpar goods were not uncommon, the majority met acceptable standards. Yet, some fortunate individuals had stumbled upon extraordinary finds, their purchases yielding value far beyond expectations. 2 notable tales circulated among the populace. The first involved a martial artist who discovered a wordless tome in the market, sold by a seller who had been unable to decipher it for months. Miraculously, the buyer unlocked an advanced technique surpassing earthly levels, complete with notes from a powerful master, elevating him to the status of an 8-star martial king within a few short years. The second tale, of uncertain authenticity, spoke of a martial apprentice who, after spending a few coins on a nearly dead herb, returned home to find it was a rare 7th-grade spiritual medicine, eventually auctioned for millions of gold coins, thereby allowing him to establish a prominent clan in a secondary city of Tianwu Kingdom. These anecdotes were well known, and anyone could recount them. Naturally, Chen Xiao felt compelled to join the throngs and witness the excitement himself. Furthermore, his supreme upgrade system featured an impressive appraisal function, enabling him to discern items that others might overlook, potentially allowing him to uncover hidden treasures. Chapter 162, a profitable venture. The martial market, designated near the western city, was where Chen Xiao found himself after leaving Guangxing Trading Company. After inquiring with a passerby, he obtained precise directions and, after nearly half an hour of walking, arrived near the market. Before even entering, the cacophony of voices and the bustling atmosphere felt overwhelming. On either side of the road, numerous martial artists hurried past, many of whom donned the attire of Tianwu Academy students, evidently sharing Chen Xiao's intent to partake in the festivities. Chen Xiao cast a glance at the crowd but did not linger, stepping onto a 10-meter-long bluestone path leading into the martial market. Surrounded by towering pavilions, this market boasted over 20,000 square meters of open space filled with rows of stalls, each separated by 5-meter-wide aisles for easy passage. Upon entering, the first row of stalls presented various martial items, each vendor showcasing an array of goods. With a brief sweep of his gaze, Chen Xiao quickly identified the items on display, deeming them useless for his needs, and continued onward. As he ventured deeper, the variety of goods increased, and so did the throngs of people around him. Fortunately, the road remained wide enough to avoid congestion. However, to Chen Xiao's dismay, after traversing the first row, he found nothing of interest. Just as he stepped into the second row, a sudden commotion captured his attention. "Walk on by, don't miss out. Come take a look at these freshly unearthed ores from the beast forest. They are perfect for alchemy." The vendor's enthusiastic calls elicited a faint smile from Chen Xiao, reminiscent of the merchants from his previous life. Without hesitation, he altered his course and approached the vendor's stall. Others with similar intentions gathered around, their faces brimming with curiosity. The stall was small, and as people crowded in, it became difficult for anyone to exit or enter. Even Chen Xiao found himself standing outside, unable to see past the multitude. Yet, this scenario did not last long. Within a brief moment, many of those gathered began to disperse, their expressions tinged with disappointment. which only heightened the curiosity of those remaining. Consequently, the few who lingered were granted the opportunity to inspect the stall, and Chen Xiao was among them. This vendor setup was peculiar compared to others. While other stalls displayed various items with accompanying descriptions, this particular stall had removed the traditional setup and instead laid out an array of stones, each accompanied by different names, such as Xian Iron Ore and Black Crow Stone Oregon. Remarkably, Chen Xiao even spotted a rare phosphor ore among them. However, to his chagrin, these so-called ores were not the refined materials ready for alchemical use, but rather raw stones, each varying in size and shape, still encased in their natural forms. The stones were inscribed with names that were indecipherable to outsiders. Even Chen Xiao could discern no distinctions among them. Regardless of perspective, these items appeared nearly identical, differing only in shades of color and size. While Chen Xiao observed, the crowd around him erupted with chatter. "Boss, why are all these ores just stones?" one individual inquired, perplexed, as he reached out to touch a stone. The vendor, a robust man in his 30s, looked up at the questioner and replied with a smile. "Purchasing here is a matter of luck. If your eyes are keen and you choose wisely, you could strike it rich. Choose poorly, and that misfortune is solely yours. I take no responsibility. However, I can tell you that just a few days ago, someone spent 100 gold coins on a stone and unearthed a fist-sized purple gold diamond, an excellent material for crafting, yielding over 10 times their investment. Is that true?" The others inquired, their skepticism evident. "Indeed. If you don't believe me, ask around. Many have heard of it," the vendor asserted, standing proudly and thumping his chest. Chen Xiao's smile broadened as he found the vendor increasingly intriguing. He stepped closer, casually picked up a stone, and commanded, "Identify." Instantly, a wave of energy, imperceptible to others, emanated from Chen Xiao's hand, probing the stone's interior. Moments later, a system notification chimed. "Identification complete. The item is level 2 iron ore, valued at 0.1 gold coins." Chen Xiao recognized that this 0.1 gold coin represented the currency within the supreme upgrade system, and even when converted to the external currency, it was worth little, being merely ordinary iron ore. Yet beside this stone was a sign proclaiming mysterious iron ore, 100 gold coins. Clearly, those lacking discernment who purchased that would be at a loss. Is this gambling on stones? Chen Xiao chuckled, glancing at the vendor. Initially taken aback by the question, the vendor soon grinned and nodded. Gambling on stones is an excellent name, apt and fitting. From now on, I shall call it that. Haha, you may take a look. If you wish to buy, I can offer you a discount of 20 as a friendly gesture. Haha, let me observe first, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Standing up once more. Nearby, someone chimed in. Just the other day, I passed by here and witnessed someone pay 100 gold for purple gold ore. I tried my luck, but ended up with an ordinary stone. Fortunately, I didn't lose money. This statement ignited further conversation among the crowd. Moments later, a burly man with a bushy beard stepped forward, surveying the vendor's wares before finally pointing to a stone the size of a grinding wheel. "I'll take this one," he declared, tossing the vendor 500 gold coins. The vendor, grinning widely after counting the coins, handed the large stone to the bearded man. Chapter 163. Gambling on stones. As the bearded man turned to leave with the stone, others nearby grew restless. "Brother, since you've made a purchase, why not open it here for us to see? We would like to know your fortune." "Yes, indeed. If you uncover something good, it would be a treat for us all." A chorus of encouragement erupted, clearly intrigued by this novel method of sale. If not for lingering doubts, many would have already stepped forward to test their own luck. The burly man, initially intent on leaving, smiled amiably at the crowd and said, "Since everyone is curious, let us unveil it here." With that, he placed the stone back on the ground and turned to the vendor, asking cheerfully, "Boss, is it all right to open a stone here?" "Of course. Do you need a hammer?" The vendor responded with a wave of his hand. "No need." The bearded man shook his head, then suddenly clenched his fist and struck the stone with a powerful punch. Bang! A dull thud resonated, yet the stone appeared unscathed. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. No one expected the burly man to fail to shatter the stone with such bravado. It was undeniably embarrassing. Even the vendor was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with awkwardness. However, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, while others failed to notice. He, possessing far greater prowess than the burly man, quickly discerned the underlying trick. Indeed, the man merely brushed off the incident, standing idly while gazing at the stone. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, as if something was breaking. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze to the stone, the only object likely to fracture. Sure enough, as their eyes fell upon it, the cracking noise intensified, resounding in succession. The surface of the stone began to display a spiderweb-like pattern of fissures. Crack! A louder sound followed, and in an instant, the stone shattered completely. As the fragments scattered to the ground, the crowd rushed to peer inside, eager to discover what lay within. In the sunlight, a piece of jet-black stone lay quietly at the center, reflecting the light, its edges embedded with numerous shards. Yet this did not hinder the onlookers' fascination. Someone immediately identified the stone, exclaiming with a mix of laughter and frustration, "Isn't this Blackwu stone? It should be." Others chimed in with uncertainty. Disappointment flickered across the bearded man's face as he bent down to pick up the stone. After a brief examination, he remarked, "Indeed, it is Blackwu stone. While it might fetch 200 to 300 coins, I still feel cheated. This is purely a game of chance. Today, we discovered Blackwu stone. Who knows if purple crystal will emerge next?" The vendor added, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, devoid of any surprise or embarrassment. The bearded man shot a sidelong glance at the vendor, opting for silence, gathered his belongings, and squeezed through the crowd, evidently displeased with the outcome. With the departure of the bearded man, many others followed suit, feeling that gambling on such elusive luck was not worth the effort. Yet Chen Xiao remained, his gaze fixed on the vendor's stall. After a brief observation, he crouched down and picked up another stone, roughly the size of a bowl. Identify. Ding. Identification complete. This item is level 3 tungsten iron ore, valued at 1 gold coin. Identify. Ding. Identification complete. This item is an ordinary stone, devoid of value. Identify. Ding. Identification complete. This item is level 5 phosphate ore, valued at 100 gold coins. As the system notifications chimed, Chen Xiao's hand finally paused, his gaze resting on a stone no larger than a fist. Meanwhile, the other onlookers began to focus their attention on him. Since earlier, Chen Xiao had been examining these stones, leaving everyone curious about his intentions, while the vendor, though silent, exhibited signs of growing displeasure. Chen Xiao's incessant inspections, yet refusal to purchase, had significantly impacted his business. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Xiao suddenly halted, holding a piece of stone, drawing the attention of everyone, including the stall owner, who wondered if Chen Xiao had finally made his selection. "All right, boss, I'll take this piece of phosphorite. It's 800 gold coins, correct?" Chen Xiao's gaze shifted from the sign beside him to the stall owner's face. The owner, slightly taken aback, quickly donned a professional smile and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It's 800 gold coins, clearly stated on the sign. Here are the coins, please accept them." Chen Xiao casually produced the gold coins without a hint of haggling. The owner readily accepted, his eyes now fixed on Chen Xiao, eager to see the fortune behind his selection. In truth, the contents had been examined through special means by the owner, and most were merely ordinary stones of little value, perhaps even containing a few worthless debris. However, there were instances of unexpected finds, such as the previous occurrence of a purple gold diamond. "Little brother, why not reveal your luck here?" someone suggested. "Yes, let us see what you've got," another chimed in. "All right," Chen Xiao replied with a slight smile, extending his hand to gently tap the stone. And without any further movement, fragments began to fall away from the stone's surface. Soon, a piece of light green stone, slightly larger than an egg and tinged with white, appeared in his palm. It was a unique phosphorite of this world. Not only could it be used for crafting, but it was also suitable for producing another item that Chen Xiao particularly needed. Thus, this purchase was fortuitous. "Is that phosphorite? It looks of good quality," someone exclaimed, pointing at the stone in Chen Xiao's hand. "Indeed, it is phosphorite." The stall owner's expression betrayed a hint of regret, yet he turned to the onlookers with a smile. "As you can see, it's indeed phosphorite, honest dealings." At this, the surrounding crowd could no longer remain seated, eagerly approaching to inspect and select stones, hoping to test their luck, and soon, many began to make purchases. Chen Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. He hadn't anticipated becoming a living advertisement for this vendor. Nevertheless, elated with his phosphorite acquisition, he shrugged off the thought and departed. However, unbeknownst to him, most of the items purchased by the remaining onlookers resulted in losses, with only a couple breaking even, leading them to curse Chen Xiao silently. "I still need a suitable weapon and materials for repairing the ship," Chen Xiao mused. He could redeem a weapon from the Supreme Upgrade system. But although the items were excellent, the costs were prohibitively high. Currently, he wielded only a 5th-tier treasure, while above that were spiritual weapons, which cost tens of thousands of gold coins, far beyond his means. Thus, Chen Xiao planned to search for a suitable weapon externally, and if unsuccessful, he would resort to the system for a replacement. Additionally, he required materials for repairing the ship. Despite lacking the skill to forge, he could redeem beginner or even intermediate crafting manuals from the system, sufficient for mending the ship he had seized from the Tianfeng bandits. While he possessed a rudimentary flying device, he would not turn down a small hovering ship if the opportunity arose. Furthermore, he intended to acquire a long-range weapon. During his confrontation with the bandits, he had nearly been ambushed. Had he possessed a ranged weapon then, the outcome could have been vastly different. Initially, Chen Xiao considered purchasing directly from the Guangxing Trading Company, but regrettably, they lacked suitable weapons. The streets were lined with an array of shops, bustling with patrons. As Chen Xiao strolled and perused, he occasionally entered shops to inspect their wares. Unfortunately, while the quality of goods in Tianwu City was decent, they still fell short of his expectations. After walking some distance and nearing the end of a lane, Chen Xiao's steps came to a halt as his gaze fell upon a modestly sized shop on the left. Unlike the surrounding establishments, this one appeared somewhat antiquated, its sign, Old Sue's General Store, faded and seemingly on the verge of falling. The entire shop emanated an uncertain ambience, making it difficult to see inside from the outside. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Xiao felt an inexplicable pull towards the shop, compelling him to step inside. Upon entering, his eyes quickly adjusted to the dim lighting. In the rear, he spotted a counter where an elderly man sat, engrossed in a yellowed book of unknown origin. Noticing Chen Xiao's entrance, the old man merely glanced up, showing no inclination to rise and greet him. However, that single glance caused Chen Xiao to freeze, as if the old man had seen right through him. This sensation was unprecedented for Chen Xiao, leaving him profoundly astonished. Shifting his gaze from the old man, he began to examine the shelves on either side of the shop. These shelves were also behind a layer of glass, allowing outsiders to view the contents but not touch them. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow slightly as he noted the accumulation of dust on some items. Was this old man truly adept at business? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiao had already approached the old man, observing him closely while simultaneously utilizing the supreme upgrade system to scrutinize the elderly figure. Feeling an odd sense of intrigue about him, once within about 5 meters of the old man, the system revealed the true extent of his cultivation. He was a peak martial emperor. Yet, the system's description was peculiar, indicating that the old man bore severe injuries. Classified as a 9-star martial emperor, and it was likely that prior to his injuries, he had been even more powerful, perhaps a martial sovereign. Chen Xiao was internally astounded. No wonder a mere glance from the old man made him feel so exposed. His cultivation was indeed several realms above Chen Xiao's. The shopkeeper, this old man named Song Duo, had once suffered a grievous injury, resulting in internal damage that he had been unable to heal, forcing him into seclusion. He sought refuge not only from his enemies, but also in hopes of finding a remedy. Unfortunately, after all these years, he had yet to discover an effective solution, and his cultivation had dwindled to that of a martial emperor. Moments ago, upon the arrival of a young man at the door, he had looked up and inexplicably failed to discern the youth's cultivation. It would have been one thing had the boy possessed a treasure that concealed his aura, but what struck him as odd was the sensation of being scrutinized, as if he had been laid bare before a lecherous gaze, an exceedingly peculiar feeling indeed. However, with his discernment, he could tell that Chen Xiao's cultivation could not possibly reach the level of martial emperor if he lacked that. How could he penetrate the old man's defenses? With a shake of his head, dismissing these thoughts, Song Duo slowly stood up, gazing at Chen Xiao and inquiring, "Esteemed guest, what is it that you desire to peruse? Our establishment guarantees merchandise of exceptional quality at reasonable prices. Are there any ranged armaments available? Perhaps crossbows or longbows?" Chen Xiao's gaze shifted from the elder, settling upon a nearby counter. Upon it, an assortment of peculiar herbs was arranged. Chen Xiao scrutinized them, discerning that they were indeed 4th and even 5th grade spiritual herbs, remarkable specimens. Yet, they were casually displayed behind the counter, their vitality waning due to inadequate preservation. Such extravagance. Even Chen Xiao, possessing such botanical treasures, would meticulously safeguard them, rather than leaving them exposed in such a manner. This could only signify that these herbs were unworthy of the old man's regard. As Chen Xiao examined the items, the elder emerged from behind the counter, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before he approached a counter to the side. He extended his hand, pulling open a drawer within. A longbow, entirely black, was revealed. He retrieved it and casually offered it to Chen Xiao, stating, "This was employed by this old man in his youth. It is considered a 9th grade treasure, but it has remained unused for many years. I shall offer it to you at the bargain price of 1 million gold coins." A 9th grade treasure? 1 million gold coins? Chen Xiao's lips involuntarily twitched. A so-called treasure was merely a slight improvement over ordinary iron weaponry. However, even the finest treasure could not rival a spiritual artifact. To Chen Xiao's knowledge, even ordinary spiritual artifacts started at a price of several 100,000 gold coins. 1 million could procure a spiritual artifact of superior quality. Despite his twitching lips, Chen Xiao accepted the ebony longbow from the elder, knowing that the elder might possess extraordinary abilities. Chen Xiao wished to ascertain whether the elder was attempting to exploit him or if the item truly possessed value commensurate with its price. The longbow measured 4 feet in length, with a circumference akin to an infant's arm. Its entirety was painted black, adorned with intricate patterns along the bow's surface. The grip felt exceptionally comfortable, as if it had been held for ages. Most importantly, the longbow emitted a peculiar aura, with faint hints of murderous intent, likely a result of the bloodshed it had witnessed. Identify. Chen Xiao intoned inwardly. Ding. System notification. Identification complete. The item is a 9th-grade treasure longbow. This bow has slain countless individuals, thus acquiring a trace of homicidal intent. Note, the bow's material is exceptionally unique, rivaling that of a common spiritual artifact. With slight refinement, it can become a genuine spiritual artifact. The system's lengthy identification result caused Chen Xiao's eyes to gleam. He had not anticipated that the bow possessed such a history, and, more importantly, that it had the potential to become a true spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifacts, also known as spiritual weapons, are referred to as such because, upon reaching the spiritual artifact level, their material can safely bear the true chi and true essence within a martial artist's body, allowing for intuitive control. They not only enable martial artists to unleash superior combat prowess, but also amplify true essence, augmenting attack power and swiftly eliminating enemies. However, the material is crucial in achieving the level of a spiritual weapon. Chen Xiao's system did contain spiritual weapons, but they cost thousands of gold coins each, which Chen Xiao was reluctant to spend at present. He had not expected to acquire a semi-finished spiritual weapon here. Withdrawing his gaze from the longbow, Chen Xiao focused on the elder and nodded. Indeed, a fine bow, but is 1 million gold coins not excessive? After all, it is merely a treasure. In my estimation, 50,000 gold coins would be more appropriate. 50,000? You must be dreaming. The elder smirked, retorting, this item has accompanied this old man for many years. If I were not in need of funds, would I offer it for sale? Hearing the elder's words, Chen Xiao fell silent. After a moment, he frowned and stated, very well, I shall acquire this bow. Furthermore, does your esteemed establishment possess materials for repairing sky ships? Repairing sky ships requires specific materials, which Chen Xiao did not possess. He had no choice but to purchase them. I only have materials for repairing array patterns and decks. Do you desire them? The elder's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together. Affirmative. Chen Xiao nodded. A smile graced the elder's face as he patted his storage ring. In an instant, a collection of various materials materialized. This is star sand, priced at 50,000 gold coins. This is century-old sandalwood, priced at 10,000 gold coins. This is... As the elder announced the prices of each item, Chen Xiao's lips twitched involuntarily. He had come to realize that the elder, while an elusive expert, was also a cunning and avaricious merchant. Despite Chen Xiao's wealth, he could not withstand such exorbitant markups. After the elder had quoted prices for some time, Chen Xiao waved his hand and declared, hold on, esteemed elder. The prices of these items are far too excessive. I cannot afford them. Chen Xiao spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. After speaking, he casually presented a storage ring, stating, there are 1 million gold coins within. Please count them. I shall take the longbow. As for the other items, I shall continue to peruse them. Young friend, it is not appropriate to speak in such a manner. When procuring items, one must consider not only the price, but also the material and age. For instance, this star sand is of 100% purity, making it an excellent material for refining artifacts. 50,000 is not an exorbitant price. This century-old sandalwood is a superior material for repairing sky ship decks. Seeing that the elder was about to launch into an endless tirade, Chen Xiao hastily interrupted. Very well, I shall acquire these items. But you must offer an 80% discount. Excellent. A decisive decision, the elder suddenly proclaimed. Chen Xiao was taken aback by the elder's response, as he had not anticipated such prompt agreement. However, it was more convenient this way. Otherwise, he would have had to travel elsewhere to purchase these items. And Chen Xiao had never been one to seek out complications. Is it possible to pay with elixirs here? I am devoid of gold coins. Chen Xiao inquired, turning to the elder after inspecting the items. Although he still possessed some gold coins, he needed to reserve them for future use. The majority had already been used to pay for the longbow. He had very little left. Elixirs? Of what grade? The elder inquired, looking up at Chen Xiao. 5th grade. Chen Xiao replied, presenting a porcelain vial and adding, this is a cloud water pill, specifically designed to heal internal injuries. It can even have some effect on martial emperors. How much is it worth? The elder's previously indifferent gaze suddenly sharpened as he focused on Chen Xiao, stating, allow me to examine it. With that, he reached out and accepted the elixir from Chen Xiao, opening it to inspect its contents. A milky white elixir, the size of a pigeon's egg, with a faint spiritual aura, rolled into the elder's hand. The elder stared at it, his eyes gleaming faintly. Chen Xiao stood aside, cautiously observing the elder, his true essence circulating within his body, preparing for any eventuality. The elder had appeared extremely agitated upon receiving the elixir. Given the elder's character of disregarding even 4th and 5th grade spiritual herbs, such a dramatic reaction was unlikely. Clearly, his elixir had drawn the elder's attention. Considering the elder's cultivation level, Chen Xiao feared that he would have no choice but to be vigilant if the elder attempted to take advantage of him. Are you an alchemist? Did you refine this elixir yourself? The elder finally looked up, his gaze filled with excitement. Chen Xiao frowned. The elder before him was entirely different from the cunning merchant he had encountered earlier, leaving Chen Xiao somewhat disoriented. However, the old man's words were heard by Chen Xiao, who raised an eyebrow and said, "Indeed, I am a Dan master. As for the origin of this elixir, what does it matter? Whether it was crafted by me or not is inconsequential." Upon hearing this, the old man realized that his demeanor had been too fervent, startling the young man. He immediately tempered his aura, striving to adopt a gentler tone as he spoke. "Young brother, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to ascertain the identity of the master who crafted this elixir, for they must possess extraordinary skills in the art of alchemy, possibly having reached the esteemed realm of a 6th grade alchemist." Chen Xiao remained silent, simply observing the old man. Nevertheless, the latter's keen insight startled Chen Xiao, for he had indeed reached the point where he could successfully concoct 6th grade elixirs. Noting Chen Xiao's lack of response, the old man felt a surge of astonishment at the young man's demeanor, yet he felt compelled to speak earnestly. "If you are indeed a Dan master, I have a proposition that could be immensely beneficial for you." "Oh, what business do you speak of?" Chen Xiao redirected his gaze to the old man, finally breaking his silence. Although he had not yet confirmed his identity, his words were tantamount to an acknowledgement, which elicited a mixture of surprise and joy from the old man's countenance. He was astonished by Chen Xiao's youth. A 5th or even 6th grade alchemist at such a tender age was unprecedented in his experience. His joy stemmed from the tacit admission of Chen Xiao's identity, as after lingering in this place for so long, he had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The old man's expressions did not escape Chen Xiao's notice. While he remained unaware of what the old man intended to say, he had already surmised it likely pertained to his status as a Dan master. Sure enough, after a brief silence, the old man looked at Chen Xiao and earnestly inquired, "Might you be participating in the Danwu tournament at the Tianwu Academy?" "Indeed," Chen Xiao nodded, finding no reason to conceal this fact. "Ah, splendid. In that case, I shall be forthright and candid with you." The old man seemed to be speaking to himself, yet addressed Chen Xiao directly. "I am Su Wanli. Several years ago, I suffered a grave injury due to an accident, and the hidden wounds within my body have yet to heal. I have sought the aid of many, but none could provide a remedy. Ultimately, I learned that during the final trial of the Danwu tournament at Tianwu Academy, one would enter a small world secret realm. Within this realm lies a 7th grade spiritual herb known as the soul-devouring flower. Only by procuring this flower and refining it into a top-tier soul-devouring pill can my injuries be fully healed. Regrettably, after all these years of searching, I have yet to find the soul-devouring flower or even encounter a Dan master capable of crafting a 6th-tier elixir. However, this time is different. Upon seeing your elixir, I am confident that the master who crafted it must be at least a 6th grade alchemist, if not more. Whether it was you or someone you know who created it, I merely hope you can assist me in locating the soul-devouring flower and help me refine the soul-devouring pill to cure my afflictions." The old man gazed intently at Chen Xiao, awaiting his response. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao chuckled lightly and remarked, "Crafting a top-tier 6th grade elixir is no simple task. There is a substantial risk of failure. Moreover, you are aware that the soul-devouring flower is a 7th grade spiritual herb. And if you have not acquired it after all this time, how can I assist you in obtaining it? I am not relying solely on you. I have sought others as well. I will be out there procuring it myself. Whoever finds it, I shall find a way to acquire it. Of course, if you manage to obtain it, that would be even better. Once acquired, I would request your assistance in refining the elixir. As compensation, I can offer you various forms of assistance, be it spiritual weapons or wealth, or even to aid you in matters of your choosing, without any objections. However, please note that such assistance can only be availed once and must not endanger my life." The old man added. Upon hearing the final stipulation, Chen Xiao gradually relaxed. As for the elusive soul-devouring flower, he had yet to lay eyes on it. At that moment, he decided to check within the Supreme Upgrade system. The information revealed that the soul-devouring flower was a 7th grade treasure, It was the primary material for crafting the soul-devouring pill, with an exchange price of 13,000 gold coins. Almost instantaneously, a series of crisp system notifications rang out. Ding. System notification. The task system has activated Su Wanli's request. Su Wanli, a formidable warrior at the Martial Saint realm, has suffered grievous injuries due to a conflict. He requires the soul-devouring flower for healing. Task objective. Locate the soul-devouring flower and refine it into a soul-devouring pill. Task deadline, 1 month. Task rewards, 200,000 experience points, 8,000 gold coins, and advanced alchemy skills. Do you accept? I accept. A smile graced Chen Xiao's lips as he decisively chose to accept the task. He had not anticipated that the system would issue a quest. After all, he intended to enter the secret realm. This merely represented a few additional tasks within the same endeavor, and thus, he readily agreed. Upon accepting, he maintained a stoic expression as he addressed Su Wanli. I can agree to assist you, but I must inform you that my success rate in crafting the soul-devouring pill is no more than 60%. Are you certain you wish for me to undertake this? Yes, I am certain, the old man replied eagerly. He continued, furthermore, regarding the materials you purchased earlier for restoration, I shall not charge you a single coin. Consider it in advance on your deposit. Chen Xiao was taken aback, his gaze fixed upon the old man. Before he nodded and replied, very well. He refrained from inquiring why Su Wanli chose to trust him or whether he feared he might abscond, deeming such questions unnecessary. Given Su Wanli's prowess as a 9-star martial emperor, unless he intended to sever ties with the Tianwu realm, escape was not an option. By the way, I am unaware of your esteemed name, Su Wanli inquired, aiming to gauge the young man's identity for future dealings. I am Chen Xiao, he replied with unwavering composure. Su Wanli, despite being a martial emperor, was unperturbed by Chen Xiao's demeanor. The latter's potential as a 5th or possibly 6th grade Dan master rendered him an equal. And disregarding their age disparity, they could very well regard one another as peers. Thus, the agreement was established. With Su Wanli wishing Chen Xiao success in the upcoming Dongwu tournament, I shall be at the Tianwu Academy. Feel free to seek me out if you require assistance. Chen Xiao responded courteously, accepting the materials offered by the old man before striding out with purpose and swiftly vanishing from sight. After Chen Xiao departed, the old man returned to his seat, his expression no longer inscrutable, but instead infused with a glimmer of hope. Upon exiting Su Wanli's shop, Chen Xiao wandered the bustling streets, his spirits elevated. In truth, he felt quite elated. A casual stroll had resulted in the acquisition of a richly rewarding quest. How could he not be joyful? Any opportunity that promised to augment his experience points and expedite his cultivation was welcome. On his way back, he stumbled upon an intriguing piece of news. The Guangxin Commerce Guild was set to host a grand auction in 2 days. This event would feature a plethora of rare treasures and spiritual artifacts, including the legendary 5-colored lotus and the highly coveted breakthrough pill, a potion that ignited the fervor of countless martial artists. The breakthrough pill was something most had only heard of, having never laid eyes on it. But this auction promised not just one, but multiple. Such revelations set the hearts of all present ablaze with excitement. Whether purchased for personal use or intended as gifts for friends and family, the Breaking Realm Dan is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, inciting excitement among all present. Consequently, many individuals have gone to great lengths to secure sufficient funds to acquire the Breaking Realm Dan, even pawning or selling off their valuable but unnecessary possessions. The bustling market, already lively, has become exponentially more animated. However, Chen Xiao remained indifferent to these events. That day, he returned to his residence and, after some inquiries, arrived at a grand building that serves as the headquarters of the Tianwu Academy. From the outside, the structure occupies several thousand square meters and boasts 9 imposing stories, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. This location is designated for disciples of the academy to engage in closed-door cultivation, and Chen Xiao had come to rent a training room. Upon entering the main hall, he noticed a middle-aged man with a goatee leaning against the front counter. The man merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Xiao before returning to his previous activity. Unperturbed by the man's demeanor, Chen Xiao approached him courteously and said, "Greetings. I am Chen Xiao from the North Xian branch, seeking to rent a larger training room." "Very well," the man replied in a deep voice, his gaze settling on Chen Xiao. "The branch does not require contribution points. You may pay directly in gold coins. For a larger room, you may go to room B2. The fee is 10 gold coins per day. How many days will you rent?" 2 days will suffice, Chen Xiao responded, promptly producing 20 gold coins and handing them to the man. The middle-aged man accepted the coins, casually tossing them into a nearby drawer while noting the transaction in a ledger. He then retrieved a black jade token and handed it to Chen Xiao, saying, "Room B2 is on the 4th floor. Insert the token into the slot outside the training room to unlock it." "Thank you very much." Chen Xiao expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist before turning to ascend the nearby staircase briskly. He reached the 4th floor in no time. Noticing the absence of people on the first 3 floors, he found the 4th floor equally deserted, save for numerous training room doors tightly shut. Their corresponding jade token slots illuminated, indicating that others were indeed engaged in their cultivation. Without lingering on the surroundings, Chen Xiao swiftly explored the 4th floor and soon located the door marked Room B2. The entrance was flanked by a solid stone wall, equipped with a mechanism to prevent disturbances. Approaching, Chen Xiao inserted the black jade token into the adjacent slot. In the next instant, the slot began to glow softly. With a low hum, the massive stone door began to open, revealing the secluded training chamber within. Retrieving the token, Chen Xiao stepped inside and reinserted it into the wall. The stone door gradually closed with a resounding thud. Inside the chamber, 4 fist-sized moonstone orbs emitted a faint luminescence, illuminating the entire stone room with clarity. The expansive chamber measured over 50 square meters, providing ample space for Chen Xiao's needs. As he reached the edge of the chamber, a thought crossed his mind, and a small flying vessel, measuring 10 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 5 meters in height, materialized within the training room. With an eager leap, he boarded the vessel, scrutinizing the blade and sword marks that adorned its surface. The purpose of retrieving the flying vessel was to repair it. Chen Xiao had heard that the final round of the Danwu duel would require entering a so-called secret realm, which posed potential challenges, especially given his recent altercations with Zhao Chang'an and Zhao Hao. Should any issues arise during the event, having a fully repaired flying vessel would serve as a crucial safeguard. While crafting a flying vessel was beyond his capabilities, he was adept at mending the damaged components. Not rushing into repairs, Chen Xiao first accessed the Supreme Upgrade System and exchanged for an intermediate refining technique, which he promptly studied before redirecting his attention to the vessel below. Having absorbed the knowledge from the refining technique, he now understood precisely where to begin the repairs. Lacking a metal furnace, he instead utilized his Dan furnace as a makeshift melting pot. One by one, he retrieved various materials, carelessly tossing them aside, and began swiftly clearing the interior of the vessel. To his surprise, he discovered a considerable amount of gold coins hidden within, an unexpected boon. The rest consisted of blood stains and remnants from past skirmishes, which vanished under Chen Xiao's diligent efforts. Gradually, the scars inflicted during battles began to fade under the rhythmic clinks of his hammer. Time flowed like water, and soon a day had passed. Throughout this period, the sounds of hammering echoed within the training room, unnoticed by others due to its soundproof design. By the end of the day, the once ragged vessel had been transformed into a pristine flying ship, with even the insignia of Tianfeng Zhai removed. Though its rank remained unchanged, the vessel had been sufficiently refurbished, making it comfortable for future use. Should danger arise, Chen Xiao could simply flee aboard this flying vessel. Finally, he exhaled in relief after a long day of repairs. The intermediate refining technique, though challenging, had ultimately yielded results. After surveying the vessel one last time, Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction and stored it away, recognizing the importance of discretion. After stowing his belongings, he retrieved a pale green stone, slightly larger than an egg, which he had acquired from a gambling stall. This rare item could be utilized to craft something unexpected. Another day swiftly passed, marking the first day of the Danwu duel and the inaugural auction held by the Guangxing Trading Company. The company had its own motives, scheduling the duel for midday while commencing the auction in the early morning. For martial artists, the prospect of staying awake for several days posed no issue, let alone rising early. With the duel attracting a vast number of participants and the trading company's promotions, the auction's attendance was anticipated to be substantial. Chen Xiao chose not to attend the auction, having received prior instructions from Han Xiaolai to familiarize himself with the venue early on the first day. Shortly after dawn, the students from the North Xian branch gathered at the courtyard where Han Xiaolai and his companions resided. In a brief moment, Han Xiaolai and 2 other senior members of the North Xian branch emerged, nodding at the assembled group. "All right, everyone follow me. The initial rounds of the Danwu duel will be held at the Tianwu Plaza. Let us proceed to familiarize ourselves and secure a favorable position." Upon hearing this, there was a unanimous agreement among the group, and thus, a party of 23 individuals promptly exited the Tianwu Academy, making their way towards the Tianwu Square in Tianwu City. Although the Tianwu Academy itself boasted a vast square capable of accommodating all participants for competitions, the magnitude of this event, which pertained to the entire Tianwu Kingdom, necessitated a larger venue. It was anticipated that the audience could number in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. making it impractical for such a crowd to be housed within the academy. Even if it were possible, the sheer volume of people would undoubtedly lead to chaos, rendering it an unfeasible scenario. As the group traversed the streets, they were met with a spectacle of throngs of people, with a sea of heads visible as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, the city guards had established a pathway for the participants of the Danwu competition, ensuring a smooth passage and alleviating potential inconveniences. Besides the team from the Beixian branch, numerous other teams had also set out, some having departed much earlier. The journey from the Tianwu Academy to the Tianwu Square was swift, taking less than half an hour for Chen Xiao and his companions to arrive. Chen Xiao had never before visited the Tianwu Square, but upon seeing it now, he was astonished. The square and its surrounding area covered an expanse of no less than 100,000 square meters, a size that was almost intimidating. It was unclear what purpose such a vast space served in ordinary times. However, to Chen Xiao and his companions, the square appeared rather small now, as the surrounding areas were already filled to capacity with spectators. Closer to the square, there were numerous benches available for seating, but towards the back, people could only stand to watch, and even then, the crowd was densely packed, with an estimated attendance of no fewer than 500,000. Is the Danwu competition truly that captivating? Chen Xiao mused, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attendees. Ah, Chen Xiao, now you comprehend why those talented individuals from various academies cannot resist participating in the competition, even the most arrogant among them, came Han Xiaolai's jovial voice from beside him. Without needing further explanation from Han Xiaolai, Chen Xiao grasped the underlying motivation. The fervor to partake in the Danwu competition stemmed not only from the potential rewards of victory, but also from the allure of the crowd. Such a gathering surely included many prominent families and even members of esteemed sects, and it was not uncommon for royalty to attend as well. If one were to catch the eye of a notable sect, the opportunity to be accepted as a disciple could entail monumental benefits for both the individual and their family. In the realm of martial arts, merely practicing at home is insufficient. Once one reaches a certain level, without access to superior techniques and wise mentorship, progress may stagnate for a lifetime. Conversely, acceptance into a prestigious sect heralds a promising future. Moreover, there was the possibility of being noticed by the royal family of the Tianwu kingdom. Should one gain the attention of the court, or even the emperor, ascending to a governmental position could be within reach, leading to roles of varying degrees of power, from local officials to governors commanding military forces. This continuous influx of talent eager to join the Tianwu Academy contributes to the institution's growth, allowing it to nurture numerous exceptional individuals, creating a virtuous cycle. Not only did Chen Xiao understand this, but the first-time participants in the Danwu competition also recognized that this was their moment to shine, a grand opportunity to rise above the rest. Seizing this chance could lead to endless wealth and honor.